The man never expected that the Dragon Kingdom replica he casually created would become the last line of defense for Blue Star against the invasion of foreign races. It turns out that in 2025, the fourth calamity descended. The world then entered the era of Illusion Jade, and when everyone comes of age, they will awaken as Illusion Jade builders. They will then create Illusion Jade worlds to fend off invaders from other realms. But just as the foreign players invaded for the first time, the illusion realms of various countries around the world suffered consecutive defeats. The lone wolf of the Pickled Cabbage Nation was completely overwhelmed. The national luck of the Punishment Nation and all its citizens was halved. Disasters and extreme weather appeared in many parts of the country. They were already on the brink of national destruction. Meanwhile, England Island had just received a challenge from the second player empire, the War God tribe. They would challenge its national luck realm in 3 days, and under pressure, the officials of England Island sought aid from the Lighthouse Nation. However, the Lighthouse Nation was currently striving to enhance its national luck realm to deal with the challenge from the first player, the Empire of Gods Alliance. They were unable to support England Island due to the tumultuous seas. Even the Bear Nation was facing defeat in the national luck battle. In order to avoid the crisis of annihilation, they pooled their national strength to create a golden legendary main battle tank. However, just as the Flower Nation was preparing to build its second national luck realm, Master Ma, a level 7 illusion realm builder, was unexpectedly murdered. At that moment, the clock's hands struck 12, and I had just turned 18. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, you have become an Illusion Jade builder. Your identity has been confirmed as a worker from the Flower Nation. Now, we will grant you new player benefits. Random version of the Illusion Jade Scroll. The Illusion Jade Scroll is equivalent to the blueprint for constructing Illusion Jade. If you can obtain a high-level Illusion Jade, it means you will have a significant advantage at the starting line. As the voice sounded, a transparent screen suddenly appeared in front of me, and at the same time, a scroll materialized in my right hand. But when I saw the scroll emitting a white glow, my previously excited expression instantly darkened. This was because Illusion Jade quality ranges from low to high. White is ordinary, green is good, blue is rare, and purple is perfect, red is epic, and gold is legendary. The higher the quality of the illusion, the greater its scale and power. Yet the initial Illusion Jade Scroll I randomly obtained was actually the lowest white quality. If you are not satisfied with the automatically obtained initial Illusion Jade Scroll, you can choose not to construct the Illusion Jade for now and find a way to obtain a higher quality scroll before building. However, you cannot exceed 1 month, or your lifespan will be deducted until death. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily, and I couldn't help but curse this ridiculous situation in my heart. Just as I was about to implement my backup plan, the voice of the game's main god echoed in my mind again. Flower Nation Illusion Jade builder Fong Mo has gained the talent skill Infinite Amplification. Upon hearing the term talent skill, I couldn't help but be astonished in my heart. Isn't this something you only get after reaching level 2? How do I have it right after awakening? Before I could comprehend it, I heard another prompt. Congratulations, you have received a lucky critical hit for your first amplification. The next moment, the Illusion Jade Scroll, which was originally white quality, suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, transforming into a brilliant gold. Looking at the golden legendary scroll in my hand, I couldn't help but cry tears of joy, not expecting that this infinite amplification talent would be so incredible. Then, with a thought, a series of information appeared on the virtual screen in front of me. Legendary quality, Great Wall Watch, can construct a great wall that spans the history of the Dragon Kingdom and open up related sub-illusion jades from various eras. The first illusion jade obtained by the builder will become the main line. Subsequent fused illusion realms will become sub-illusions, and everyone will have one main illusion realm and one sub-illusion realm after awakening. They can possess one main illusion realm and one sub-illusion realm. With each subsequent level gained, they can open up an additional sub-illusion realm. However, only when the compatibility with the main illusion realm reaches over 50% can it be fused into a sub-illusion realm. At this moment, filled with excitement, I opened my illusion realm operation screen. However, there was very little information within it. Moreover, there were no illusion realms yet, but the talent skill bar was flashing with colorful light. These 4 words. Seeing this scene, I was momentarily stunned. After all, I had never heard of colored quality mysteries. I immediately clicked on the skill information page. I checked the name, Infinite Amplification, Quality Location Effect. Each time I obtain illusion realm resources or rewards, it can trigger random amplifications. Note, items after amplification are bound and can only be used by oneself or the corresponding illusion jade unit. After the excitement, I began to calm my emotions and looked again at the illusion jade scroll in my hand. then chose to use the scroll. Great Wall Watch used successfully, exclusive illusion space has been generated. With the prompt sound from the game's main god, it echoed in my mind. A white space began to spread out from me as the center, and everything beneath me, including the bed, vanished, leaving only an endless expanse of white. Every illusion jade builder, after obtaining the main illusion jade, will automatically generate an illusion space. All constructions related to illusion jade must be completed within the illusion space, and any future invaders challenging the illusion will also do so here. At this moment, my spirit had entered this space, but my body was still on the bed in my bedroom. After glancing around, my gaze finally settled ahead. I saw a towering shadow of a great wall slowly emerging in the vast white space. It was an endless extension of the Great Wall's shadow. On the shadow of the Great Wall, faint ancient images appeared. From left to right, there were figures dressed in simple animal skins starting fires. Leading the tribe to prosperity, a shaman wearing a mask danced the god rider dance on the altar, while someone held an ancient staff. Words were inscribed on the armor. Some led the crowd to dig ditches. As the floodwaters rose, tribal warriors wielding spears fought fiercely. Some walked alone in the mountains, tasting various herbs. A general in armor rode a war chariot across the battlefield, with countless crossbow bolts shooting from behind. In a flourishing city, the empress donned a yellow robe to ascend the throne. All the officials knelt as the Son of Heaven sat in the court. Envoys from 10,000 nations presented tributes, while commoners stood in the square. Cheers for the founding of the nation amidst the desert. A splendid mushroom cloud rises. An old man supports his straw hat, smiling as the wind sweeps across the endless rice fields. Golden waves stretch endlessly with the Shenzhou rocket soaring. Racing through the skies, the eastern wind's long tail cuts through the heavens. As I gazed at the historical scroll of the Dragon Kingdom spanning 5,000 years, my heart surged with emotion. Just then, the game's main deity's prompt sounded again. Main quest: the binding of the illusion jade Great Wall Watchtower is successful. Current construction progress is 0%. Please build your illusion jade as soon as possible. The illusion jade scroll merely serves to open up space and establish a framework. Subsequent construction of the illusion jade will require gradual accumulation. For example, constructing houses, forging weapons, creating mountains and rivers, and recruiting subordinates within the illusion jade space all require specific resource items. The types of items are varied. Some can directly generate buildings, while others can integrate elements from reality. These items can be obtained as rewards for defending against invaders after the illusion jade is constructed. They can also be acquired through transactions in the real world, which is a method used by novice illusion jade builders. At that moment, I exited the illusion jade space and opened the nightstand. Inside the drawer was a hidden compartment. I took out an illusion jade scroll, a relic left to me by my parents. As I held the scroll in my hand, it immediately emitted a faint green glow. If no enhancement skill appeared, my backup plan was to merge this green quality scroll as my main quest illusion realm. With a thought, I summoned the item information. Name: Ancient Tomb Death Bell. Quality: Premium Green. Effect: can construct an underground ancient tomb. Supernatural units may receive special bonuses. Note: in cemeteries or graveyards, it might be possible to recruit county units. Just as I finished reading the information on the scroll, the enhancement prompt sounded again, indicating an item had been obtained. Random enhancement is starting now. As the prompt sounded, the scroll in my hand began to change from green light to deep red. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. Although the initial enhancement's critical bonus was gone, it was still a red epic item, nearly reaching the limits of epic quality. Even among items of the same color quality, there are distinctions. The deeper the color, the more powerful it is. At this moment, I checked the item information again. Name: Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Quality: Epic Red. Effect: can construct the ancestral dragon's imperial tomb, awakening the exclusive spirit to fight for you. Note: Old Chin Shouju, sharing the nation's hardships. We will not cease fighting until the blood runs dry. Reading the description, I couldn't help but be astonished. The ancestral dragon's imperial tomb? Could it be that one? So I immediately re-entered the illusion jade space and used the scroll. The illusion jade scroll for the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was successfully used, with a 100% compatibility with the main quest illusion jade. The binding of the straight illusion realm, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, is complete. A detectable reality module can be merged, triggering special conditions. Content: meet the spirit of the ancestral dragon, receive their acknowledgement reward. Do you accept the merging of the reality module? Hearing the prompt from the game's main deity, I was overjoyed. I could actually merge the reality module. Most illusion jade constructions were created by generating elements out of thin air using items. However, it was also possible to consume resources to merge elements from the real world into the illusion jade. and triggering a special task like this was rare. Upon completion, the merging is directly rewarded. It even saved the step of consuming Illusion Jade construction resources. However, the probability of such special tasks appearing was very low. At that moment, I hesitated not at all and silently thought to accept it in the next second. The white space around me suddenly shifted, and the smooth stone brick floor began to spread beneath my feet. Immediately, massive stone pillars rose from the ground, along with grand palace walls. In an instant, a magnificent palace appeared before me, with a massive bronze crane standing on either side. Oil lamps placed on the upper walls flickered, casting shifting shadows throughout the grand hall. At this moment, I stood in the center of the grand hall, but a figure was directly in front of me. I saw a person dressed in a black, elegant formal attire, standing there with hands behind their back, exuding an unparalleled dignity. Unexpectedly, the figure coldly spoke, "Who dares disturb my long slumber?" The next moment, he slowly turned to look at me. Beneath the beaded curtain on the ground was a calm middle-aged face. Just being gazed at by him, I truly felt what it meant to have imperial majesty. It was a feeling that made one instinctively want to kneel in awe as he stood before you. This was the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Kingdom, the eternal emperor Qin Shi Huanging Zhang. I imitated the etiquette of the Qin dynasty I saw on television, folding my hands and bowing, saying, "The people of the future bow to you, Emperor Shi Huang." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's calm expression showed a hint of surprise. "So it is the people of the future. I thought the one who could awaken my soul would be an ancestor." Clearly, Qin Shi Huang knew he was dead and even recognized that he was now a spirit. Even though he initially thought that the one who awakened him would be an immortal, he showed no signs of tension or fear when facing me. "Since you come from the future, then let me ask you, how is my realm faring now?" After considering for a moment, I spoke, "Your Majesty, it has been over 2,000 years since you passed away. During this time, the land of the Dragon Kingdom has experienced countless upheavals. Over 100 years ago, it was almost divided and occupied by foreign powers. However, during that time, a great leader emerged, guiding the Dragon Kingdom out of turmoil and establishing an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity, making other nations hesitate to invade." I paused slightly before continuing, "Your Majesty, in the future, you have a unique title. The people of the Dragon Kingdom regard you as the Eternal Emperor." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow slightly. His lips seemed to curl into a smile. "The Eternal Emperor? I never expected to receive such an evaluation in the future." After the Qin dynasty, the Dragon Kingdom underwent numerous dynastic changes, and the future emperors have certainly made their mark in history. However, even the most extraordinary rulers were built upon the foundation of the great unification you established. Your Majesty swept through the 6 states, unifying the Dragon Kingdom, standardizing the script, railway, and measurements, bringing order to the previously chaotic territories of the Dragon Kingdom and achieving great unification. Such a monumental achievement makes you the first and the only one. Thus, the title of the Eternal Emperor belongs solely to you. At this moment, the curve of Qin Shi Huang's lips clearly widened a bit. He nodded slightly and said, "I appreciate this future evaluation of me." Then he looked at me and asked, "How did you awaken my soul, and what brings you here?" "This is a long story. Awakening Your Majesty required a special method. As for the reason, it is because the Dragon Kingdom is currently in crisis and needs your assistance." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's gaze sharpened, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, intensifying instantly. This caused the flames of the lamps on either side of the grand hall to flicker violently, casting shadows that danced within. His voice took on a hint of sternness. "If the Dragon Kingdom was once at peace and prosperity, how has it now fallen into crisis? 30 years ago, the world underwent a major change, and a group of invaders from another realm appeared. In the next few minutes, I recounted the invasion by the otherworldly invaders and the predicament of the Dragon Kingdom." Hearing such a bizarre tale, even Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but show surprise, pondering for a long while. He finally sighed, "I never expected that beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, there are so many other nations, and even other events." At this point, a strange light flickered in his eyes as he looked at me with intense scrutiny. "I am now but a spirit. How can I resolve the crisis facing the Dragon Kingdom? Due to the existence of that mysterious and magnificent entity, if Your Majesty agrees, I can transform this imperial tomb into a powerful prison. Everything can be utilized, even awakening many of the soldiers' spirits to assist you. Together, we can resist the powerful enemies from the other realm." Qin Shi Huang continued to inquire, "Will this truly ensure the safety of the Dragon Kingdom?" I shook my head and replied, "Just one imperial tomb is not enough. But my main realm, the Great Wall Watchtower, can open up the historical essence of the Dragon Kingdom spanning 5,000 years." I paused slightly, then firmly met the gaze of the ancestral dragon. I spoke with conviction, "I promise you, Your Majesty, that one day I will upgrade the Great Wall Watchtower to protect the entire Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the term Great Wall Watchtower, Qin Shi Huang's gaze flickered. Can you show me this illusion formation you speak of? I nodded in response, saying, of course, and then waved my hand. In the next second, the scene of the Grand Hall vanished instantly, returning to the boundless white world. But when Qin Shi Huang saw the vast Great Wall and the historical scrolls above it, he showed a look of shock for the first time. His gaze slowly moved from the left to the right, pausing slightly when he saw the scene from the Qin dynasty, then continuing onwards. After the Qin came the Han, Jin, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, leading up to the establishment of the Flower Nation, which rose from hardship to become a powerful and prosperous era. Qin Shi Huang's gaze lingered on the vibrant scroll of modern prosperity for a long time without moving. Meanwhile, I stood quietly to the side, feeling that no further words were needed at this moment. A few minutes later, Qin Shi Huang finally withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "Then let me use this illusion to protect the entire Dragon Kingdom." I nodded seriously, but was left waiting for Qin Shi Huang's response of not enough. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang silently said, "If foreign enemies invade the Dragon Kingdom, are you only willing to defend?" Upon hearing this, my pupils locked in realization, understanding the ancestral dragon's meaning. A surge of passionate emotion rose within me as I promised, "Your Majesty, one day, if given the opportunity, I will surely counterattack, making those invading forces pay the price. Those who invade the Dragon Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far they are." Ha ha, a good statement. Those who invade the Dragon Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far. Remember your promise today, I will wait for you to fulfill it. After saying this, Qin Shi Huang's figure began to slowly fade away. At the same time, I heard the game's main deities prompt again. Special task completed. You have received the reward, merging the reality module of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, within the realm of the Flower Nation, at Mount Li, the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly shook. After the prompt from the game's main deity, the enhancement prompt followed. Detected the acquisition of a reward, random enhancement. The merging of the reality module of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor has doubled in scale. In the next second, the previously empty illusion realm space suddenly transformed, adding a piece of land covering several dozen miles, and within that land stood a towering mountain hundreds of meters high. Meanwhile, the game prompt sounded again. The merging of the subquest Illusion Jade, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor's reality module is complete. Illusion Jade construction progress, 100%. It has been detected that the construction progress of the subquest Illusion Jade, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, has exceeded 30%, entering the undefined level Illusion Jade repository. Players may challenge at any time. Please construct your instance as soon as possible. Under normal circumstances, after awakening and establishing the main Illusion Jade, one should report to the official channels to receive basic construction resources. Then, using those resources to construct the Illusion Jade until the construction progress meets the standards to enter the defined level Illusion Jade repository. However, thanks to this special task, the construction progress of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was filled to the maximum. As the prompt sounded, everything inside the Great Mountain became vividly clear in my mind, revealing a magnificent tomb. It was divided into several levels, with the entrance of the first level located halfway up the mountain. Within the Imperial Tomb, there were countless traps as well as warrior troops. In the deepest chamber underground, there stood a massive and imposing officer. This was the resting place of the ancestral dragon. If I were to build this illusion realm using normal methods and construction modules, I couldn't imagine how much time and freedom it would take. But now, I was able to merge the reality module thanks to the special task, achieving it in one step. Then, I focused my thoughts. I switched out to the game screen. I brought up the Illusion Jade information page. The quality of Illusion Jade only represented its potential. The level of the Illusion Jade is not fixed. Initially, it would enter the undefined level Illusion Jade repository, and after 3 challenges from invaders, it would be ranked based on the completion of those challenges. However, not all new Illusion Jades will go through this process. In reality, only about 1 in 10 Illusion Jades manage to complete 3 challenges for ranking. There are many new Illusion Jades, but the number of invaders choosing to challenge undefined level Illusion Jades is not large. Moreover, undefined Illusion Jades will only remain for 1 month. Once the time is up, as long as the illusion realm hasn't been completely destroyed, it will be ranked. If there are no achievements, it will be classified as the lowest level. The lower the illusion realm's level, the weaker the incoming challengers. While this is relatively safer, the rewards for successfully defending are also poorer. Generally speaking, whether for defined level illusion realms or undefined level ones, the invaders' challenges to illusion realms are random. After paying the corresponding level's entry fee, they will be randomly matched to an illusion realm of the corresponding level. If in a team state, all team members will enter together. If the team's number is insufficient for that illusion realm's size, other invaders will be randomly matched to form a team. Besides that, there is another way, using special items. This allows them to specify a challenge against a particular illusion jade, but such items are relatively rare. I summoned the information of the main illusion jade once again. Night illusion jade. Name, Great Wall Watchtower. Quality, Legendary Gold illusion jade. Construction progress, 1%. I hadn't expected that after completing a subquest illusion jade with 100% construction progress, the main illusion jade's progress only increased by 1%. This made me look at the historical Great Wall in the void, and I found that a small section at the end of the Qin dynasty period had already turned into physical form. If the entire historical Great Wall could be turned into physical form, what a spectacular sight that would be. Just then, the voice of the game's main deity sounded. Otherworldly invaders will descend in 100 seconds. Present the illusion jade, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, and prepare yourselves. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but be surprised. It was so fast. Most novice illusion jade builders wouldn't have encountered an invader challenge yet. They might not have even faced a single invader challenge. I didn't expect that in less than half a day, I would welcome my first batch of invaders. At this moment, my eyes sparkled with eagerness. It was perfect to use the first batch of guinea pigs to test my new. I didn't go directly to the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion jade. Instead, I chose to stay in the main illusion jade space. As an illusion jade builder, I was like a hidden treasure in the eyes of the invaders. I could observe the situations in any location within the illusion jade, even while in a non-combat state. I could teleport between any positions in the illusion jade. At this moment, in the first chamber of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion jade, rows of soldier figurines stood, solemn and silent. In front of the chamber was a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor was the entrance to the yellow tomb. At the very moment the countdown reached 0, a series of white flashes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the yellow tomb, followed by 100 bizarre figures. Some appeared as normal humans but were dressed in various styles, including warriors, mages, and archers. Some appeared humanoid, while others were non-human, such as handsome, pointed-eared elves. There were also slender, humanoid half-orcs and dwarf-sized gnomes. There were even demons with 2 feet and tusks. The other worldly invaders belonged to various races. Every race had different professions, which contributed to such a bizarre scene. A small commotion broke out as these invaders arrived. Wow, there are so many people. We've encountered a top-tier scale new illusion realm. What luck! Ha, I'm going to strike it rich. A 100-person scale undefined illusion jade, such a rare opportunity. It was worth spending so many illusion jade challenge scrolls to enter. This is a great return. Indeed, we can find great benefits in the undefined level illusion jade repository. We must seize this opportunity today. Everyone, don't get too excited. A 100-person scale undefined illusion jade often comes with significant risks. What are we afraid of? It's just an undefined new illusion jade. Even if it has great potential, it certainly hasn't been fully developed yet. Encountering such a potentially strong new illusion jade is a good thing. It's best to eliminate it before it grows. This illusion jade is called the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. It seems to be a scene of an ancient tomb, implying it is a supernatural type. Any brothers here with skills or equipment that counter supernatural beings? It's fine, even without attribute counters. For an undefined level illusion jade, sheer numerical superiority works just as well. At this moment, I heard the invaders speaking in Chinese. This was a built-in game feature, allowing seamless communication between both sides. However, over the past 30 years, the illusion realm builders of Blue Star had tried to communicate with them but had never achieved good results. To the otherworldly invaders, this place was merely a virtual game world called Blue Star Online. Everyone in Blue Star was considered an NPC, regardless of what the NPCs did or said. It was all part of the game's design. In the past 30 years, Blue Star gathered intelligence that these invaders came from a world called the Blue Moon Realm. While their history was completely different from Blue Star, their world environment, social structure, and so on were similar. Their technological level was even slightly higher. There was also a wealth of information regarding illusion challenges. The larger the scale of the illusion, the greater the difficulty and potential, resulting in more rewards after clearing. The range of participant numbers is between 1 and 100. Meaning that the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor I created is the highest specification among defined level illusion jades. Additionally, the invaders who entered were not all from the same team. They were randomly matched together, with some being part of larger groups. There were also those who entered solo. Invaders need corresponding illusion jade challenge scrolls to challenge the illusion. These are precious items, and invaders typically wouldn't casually challenge an illusion realm. Moreover, unless they have special items, undefined illusion realms cannot be specifically challenged. Thus, for the otherworldly invaders, challenging undefined illusion realms is more like gambling. With good luck, one can strike it rich, but with bad luck, one could incur heavy losses. Therefore, not many invaders challenge undefined illusion realms. Aside from a few professional escape artists, most are low-level invaders who come occasionally to try their luck. At this moment, they were chattering among themselves, while also curiously examining their surroundings. It seems we are at the entrance of a tomb. To find that ancestral dragon and defeat it to clear, we'll probably need to fight our way to the deepest part. Be careful, ancient tomb illusion jades typically have many traps. Watch out for possible mechanisms on the walls. I curse your crow's mouth. Just as he finished speaking, an impatient invader at the front accidentally stepped on a trap. The mechanism suddenly activated, opening small holes in the walls from which a barrage of arrows shot out. This caused the other invaders to scream, raising their weapons or using skills to defend themselves, while hastily retreating back to the entrance. Out of the more than 100 people, only the front portion was attacked, with over 10 wielding heavy swords. In the end, 3 bodies were left in the corridor. Invaders who die in the illusion realm do not face true peril, they merely lose level experience and drop equipment. This is nothing compared to the immense price that Blue Star's illusion realm builders would pay for failure. Everyone said there might be traps. Can't you be less reckless and avoid endangering us all? It's just a few traps. Look at how scared you all are. Those 3 died to a trap like this. They're really useless. Forget about them, everyone, let's organize. Those with detection skills should scout ahead, and anyone with defensive measures should be ready. Let's get through this corridor first. The invaders quickly reorganized, with over a dozen tank-type invaders holding shields at the front. A few invaders with detection skills followed closely behind, while the other invaders formed a simple formation and advanced slowly. Several traps were detected in advance, allowing everyone to pass through the initial segment of the corridor smoothly. But before they could celebrate, a large cloud of smoke suddenly poured down from above. Oh no, it's poisonous smoke. Why was it not detected? Mages, quickly use wind skills to blow it away. Clearly, the traps in the middle of the corridor were even more vicious, catching this group of invaders off guard once again. They were a makeshift team with little coordination, and chaos ensued in an instant. Anyone, whether moving forward or backward, quickly fell victim to even more traps. Oil was poured down from above, igniting sparks that turned a group of invaders into flaming figures. In some areas, the ground collapsed, causing several invaders to fall into a deep pit filled with sharp spikes. In other places, sharp spears shot out, skewering several invaders like candied hawthorns. Eventually, even the entire corridor collapsed, burying all the invaders who hadn't managed to escape. Even if they hadn't died at that moment, being pinned down and continuously bleeding would eventually lead to their health reaching 0. When a group of invaders ran out of the passageway into the first tomb chamber, the 100-person team had already lost half its members. The surviving few were all injured, looking as disheveled as could be. Is this for real? Why are these traps so powerful? Exactly. I specifically boosted my poison resistance, and I almost couldn't hold on. Luckily, I have a lot of health, otherwise, I would have bled to death. Is this really a newly constructed illusion domain? It's insane. I've never heard of an undefined level illusion domain being this exaggerated. The key point is, this is just the beginning. As a group of invaders either took medicine or used healing skills to recover, they complained in a cacophony. They no longer had the carefree demeanor they had at the start. A lightly injured tiger-headed half-orc invader snorted. Don't say such discouraging things. We just underestimated the cramped terrain. Now that we've made it through, it will definitely get easier. Snort before he could finish his sentence. A rusty copper sword pierced through his chest, piercing the heart. In reality, it would have been fatal. But as mentioned earlier, in the illusion domain, everything was data-driven. Although the tiger-headed invader suffered greatly from this blow, he did not die. In a fit of rage, he roared, and his entire body swelled slightly, with tiger-striped fur sprouting from his upper body and arms. Then he swung his claws fiercely backward. With a bang, debris flew, and a soldier figurine was smashed to pieces by his strike. This soldier figurine had been standing still nearby without any signs of movement, and no one expected it to suddenly come to life and launch a sneak attack. And this was just the beginning signal. Before the other invaders could fully react, one by one, the surrounding soldier figurines came to life. drawing their bronze swords or raising their long spears, marching heavily toward them to attack. Be careful. What the hell? What is your perception skill for? I used my skill and saw no abnormalities. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and help. Everyone, stay calm. Melee fighters to the front. Ranged fighters to the back. Keep the healing skills going. Are these things supernatural monsters? I don't know. My attacks don't seem to have any bonus against them. They're just minor monsters. So why are they so strong? This illusion domain is off. I said stop talking nonsense. Help. The group of invaders was not slow to respond. They quickly formed a simple formation and began to battle the soldier figurine army. However, they soon discovered that the defense and attack power of these soldier figurines far exceeded their expectations. And most importantly, there were too many of them. Even though their attacks could shatter and kill the soldier figurines, for every one they killed, another one or even more would rush up, coming in an endless stream. While they had recovery items or skills, their recovery speed could not keep up, and they were being pushed back steadily. Moreover, as the battle progressed, a large number of arrows and even crossbow bolts appeared, severely injuring the fragile ranged invaders hiding at the back of the formation. Finally, when a soldier figurine riding a stone horse charged into the invaders' position, the battle turned completely one-sided. The already disorganized group of invaders was scattered, their combat effectiveness greatly reduced, and one by one, they were killed by the soldier figurines. It couldn't be said that these invaders were too weak, rather, the soldier warriors were too strong. Even Fong Chen was somewhat surprised. Although these invaders are not of high rank, they should all be around level 10 to 20, yet they couldn't even defeat the army of soldier figurines in the first tomb chamber. The Tomb of the Dragon Emperor truly deserves its reputation as an epic illusion realm. Even in its basic state, the strength of the illusion realm is so exaggerated. If it were to expand and improve further, recruiting even stronger subordinates, what would happen then? As Fong Chen watched the soldier figurines surround and kill the remaining invaders, he felt quite pleased. After a moment, all the invaders in sight were killed by the soldier figurines. However, Fong Chen did not receive the game prompt indicating the completion of the defense mission. Could it be that there are still buried invaders in the collapsed passage that haven't been completely eliminated? Just as Fong Chen was speculating, a footprint suddenly appeared in the dust at the edge of the battlefield. Almost simultaneously, a nearby soldier figurine seemed to react instinctively, suddenly swinging its copper sword through the air. Sizzled blood sprayed as a figure appeared out of nowhere, thrown back and crashing to the ground. Then, several soldier figurines stabbed it with their long spears, turning it into a sieve. Fong Chen suddenly realized, oh, so there was still one hiding and able to turn invisible. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed himself, otherwise, if the invisible enemy had approached quietly, it would have been a disaster. Must remember this and be more cautious in the future. Just as Fong Chen was pondering, the game prompt arrived as expected. You have completed the Illusion Realm Defense Mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 20%. New Illusion Realm feature Great Qin War Song, blue. Illusion Realm Construction Module, green. A series of mission reward details made Fong Chen's eyes squint with joy. An S-level rating. Not to mention a level 1 novice. Even those high-level Illusion Realm builders would find it hard to achieve. However, Fong Chen did not rush to check the rewards because he was waiting for another prompt. Sure enough, after the reward prompt, the enhancement prompt followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Enhancement result, personal experience plus 50%. New Illusion Realm feature Great Qin War Song, red. Illusion Realm Construction Module, blue, X200. Equipment Module, purple, X10. Side Quest Illusion Realm Exclusive General Soul Recruitment Order, red, X1. Side Quest Illusion Realm Exclusive Warrior Soul Recruitment Order, purple, X500. After hearing the enhancement prompt, Fong Chen burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, this enhancement! So satisfying. The talent skill is really powerful. At the same time, he saw the bodies of the invaders on the ground turning into light spots and disappearing. Only then did Fong Chen think of something and teleport to a layer of the tomb chamber. On the ground in front of him were scattered some equipment, potions, and other items, which were one of the death penalties for the invaders' randomly dropped items. These could be considered extra loot. With a wave of his hand, the loot on the ground directly entered his inventory. As for the shattered soldier figurines and the collapsed passage, They belonged to the battle damage category and required Illusion Realm construction modules to repair. Subsequently, Fong Chen began to slowly check his gains. He first summoned his personal information page. Name, Fong Chen. Level, LV1, 50%. Affiliated country, flower planting home. Mainline Illusion Realm, Great Wall Watch. Side quest Illusion Realm, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Talent skill, infinite enhancement, colorful. Current task, none. Then, Fong Chen opened the details page for the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor Illusion Realm. In the Illusion Realm features section, there was an additional feature displayed in red font, Great Qin Warsong. Name, Great Qin Warsong. Type, Illusion Realm feature. Affiliated Illusion Realm, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, all attributes of friendly units increase by 50%, while all attributes of enemy units decrease by 20%. Note, under the Warsong, the 6 nations perish, and the world is unified, with a 50% boost for allies and a 20% reduction for enemies. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful domain characteristic. Next time the little white mouse comes in, I'll give it a try. Fong Chen thought to himself as he opened the item bar, only to see it filled with dozens of items in various slots. First, in the first slot, there were 200 blue-quality domain construction modules stacked up. There was nothing much to say about this, it was just the basic item for constructing and repairing domains. Then, in the second slot, there were 10 purple equipment modules, which were used for crafting equipment and were much more precious than the domain construction modules. But Fong Chen couldn't craft equipment yet, so they were temporarily useless. The third slot contained a red quality general's soul recruitment order, which was impressive. Fong Chen selected it with anticipation. I wonder which great general of the Qin will be awakened. At this moment, a layer of mist appeared out of nowhere in the tomb, and within the mist, a steady sound of footsteps gradually grew closer. In front of Fong Chen, a towering figure slowly emerged from the white mist. The person appeared to be in his 40s, with sharp features and a resolute gaze, dressed in black armor, holding an 8-foot-long spear in his right hand and a black square shield in his left. Although only one person appeared, he exuded an imposing aura as if thousands of troops were behind him. The figure walked up to Fong Chen, bowed solemnly, and said with a serious expression, "General Meng Tian of Qin, pays respects to the domain lord, Meng Tian. This is a fierce general of the Qin dynasty." Fong Chen's heart soared with joy. Meng Tian, the grandson of the famous general Meng Ao and the son of Meng Wu. After the Qin unified the country, Meng Tian was ordered to lead troops north to fight the Xiongnu and recover the land of Hunan, now the area around the southern part of Inner Mongolia and the Ordos city. Although Meng Tian had just been awakened and had many questions, he restrained himself from asking too much. Fong Chen noticed this and said, "General Meng, please wait a moment. I will awaken 500 soldiers and then explain the current situation to you." Meng Tian's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded slightly. Then, Fong Chen directly used the 500 purple soldier soul recruitment orders from the item bar. The mist in the tomb instantly thickened, and the heavy and uniform sound of footsteps gradually echoed, growing closer. Hearing the synchronized footsteps, a glint of surprise flashed in Meng Tian's eyes. Soon, a formation of several hundred elite soldiers slowly emerged from the mist. These soldiers were all dressed in uniform, high-quality armor, wielding halberds, and the leading centurions were equipped with long swords at their waists, their military appearance strict and imposing. The 500 elite soldiers of the Qin stood before Fong Chen, saluted in unison, and said in unison, "We pay respects to the domain lord." Fong Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Welcome back, everyone." The 500 elite soldiers maintained their composure, waiting for Fong Chen's next instructions. Then, Fong Chen slowly explained the current situation to these 501 newly awakened souls. During the explanation, it was evident that even someone as composed as Meng Tian couldn't help but show a look of shock, let alone the 500 elite soldiers, many of whom nearly gasped in surprise multiple times. After finishing, Fong Chen smiled and said, "You don't need to be so serious. I now announce, the entire army is on break. You may speak freely." Buzz, in an instant, the 500 soldiers became lively. "We've actually been dead for 2,000 years. The Great Qin has actually perished. But the Huaxia unified by His Majesty the First Emperor still exists. This is actually the tomb of the First Emperor. Besides our world, there are actually other worlds that exist, otherworldly invaders. I wonder how they compare to the former Xiongnu. Hey, Next time we meet on the battlefield, you'll know. Just in time, General Meng is here too. Back then, we fought alongside the general against the Xiongnu, and today we will fight alongside him against those invaders from another world. Exactly. Whether they are Xiongnu or otherworldly invaders, let them hear the name of our Qin army and tremble in fear. The soldiers were discussing among themselves, while Meng Tian stepped forward with a slightly excited expression and clasped his fists towards Fang Chen, saying, "Domain Lord, has His Majesty the First Emperor truly awakened?" Fang Chen smiled and nodded. "That's right, His Majesty is deep within this royal tomb, but after awakening once, he fell back into slumber. If General Meng wishes to see him, I can." Meng Tian immediately replied, "I wouldn't dare disturb His Majesty. We will wait until His Majesty awakens again to pay our respects." Fang Chen laughed. "That works too. As I mentioned before, moving forward, I will rely on the general and all the soldiers to guard this royal tomb and protect our Huaxia people." The soldiers responded solemnly in unison. "We accept the order." Fang Chen could not yet determine the combat strength of these soldiers. He would only know when the next invader came to challenge them. Although everything in the illusion domain was digitized, with both the builders of the domain and the otherworldly invaders having levels and being able to see their information panels, the combat units within the illusion domain did not. Fang Chen could not see Meng Tian's attribute information, nor could the otherworldly invaders, and Meng Tian himself did not even have that concept. The rank of the recruitment order could give a rough estimate, but the strength of combat units was not fixed. They could grow stronger. For example, by acquiring new equipment or simply by gaining experience through more battles. Note, this setting is in place to avoid data inflation or excessive complexity. Please do not take it too seriously. Afterwards, Fang Chen allowed the heroic spirits to familiarize themselves with the environment in the royal tomb while he exited the illusion domain space. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to his body, still leaning against the bed, as if he had only dozed off for a moment. Time in the illusion domain was synchronized with reality, and in fact, over an hour had already passed. Fang Chen stretched lazily but did not feel tired. He summoned the game screen to continue checking the other rewards in his inventory. The task rewards had already been counted, and what remained were the spoils dropped by the invaders. Name, short sword. Type, weapon. Quality, ordinary. Attack power, weak. Durability, 12/20. Remarks, nothing noteworthy. Fang Chen casually checked one of the items. It was a white ordinary quality weapon. For weapons and armor, the attack and defense values were not given specific numbers but were displayed with descriptions like weak, average, strong, and extremely strong, with some having special attributes like fire, ice, lightning, etc., or special effects. Fang Chen thought for a moment and extracted this piece of equipment. In the next second, a card made of special material appeared in his hand, with the image of that short sword on it. Items from the illusion domain could not be used casually in reality, aside from illusion domain scrolls. Other items would exist in this card form for easy trading among illusion domain builders. However, if one were a high-level illusion domain builder, they could directly bring items from the illusion domain into the real world in their original form. Those at that level of illusion domain builders possessed incredibly powerful abilities, capable of tearing tanks apart and soaring through the skies. As for beginners, like Fang Chen, who was only at level 1, he actually possessed extraordinary power, which allowed him to summon combat units from the illusion domain, like soldier figurines or heroic spirits, to fight for him. But this summoning consumed a lot of mental energy, and the number he could summon was limited, as was the strength they could exert. The higher the level of the illusion domain builder, the stronger their mental energy, and the more benefits they could gain from the illusion domain, naturally making them stronger. Back to the main topic. When the equipment card appeared in Fang Chen's hand, an enhancement prompt suddenly sounded. Detected item acquisition. Random enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. With the prompt, the faint white light originally emanating from the card in Fang Chen's hand turned green. Fang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. When he previously concentrated the loot into his inventory in the illusion domain, he hadn't heard the enhancement prompt. He thought the equipment dropped by the invaders couldn't be enhanced. It turns out it needed to go through this process? Looking again at the equipment card in his hand, the information had changed. Name, short sword, bound. Type, weapon. Quality, fine. Attack power, average. Durability, 22/30. Remarks, barely usable. The enhancement wasn't much, just a single tier increase in quality. Moreover, it had already become bound, meaning only Fong Chen could use it, and it could no longer be traded. The enhancement function of the talent skill was indeed powerful, but the fact that it forced binding after enhancement made it impossible for Fong Chen to profit by selling items from the illusion domain. However, he thought of a sneaky trick. He wondered if he could deceive someone into giving him their illusion domain items or steal/rob them, and if that would also directly enhance and bind them. If that were possible, it would be quite fun. Of course, the premise was to be mentally prepared for the other party to fight him afterward. Subsequently, Fong Chen checked the rest of the loot while enhancing each item one by one. The 100 invaders were all of low level, and there wasn't much good stuff to begin with, so the drops were even fewer. The total number of loot was over 70, most of which were of white ordinary quality, with only a few green fine ones, and only one blue rare quality item. Moreover, most of them were consumables like blood vials, blue vials, antidotes, etc., which didn't see much improvement even after enhancement. In the end, after enhancing all the loot, Fong Chen only obtained a few blue rare quality items and a bottle of purple perfect quality potion. Name, Strong Blood Recovery Potion, bound. Type, consumable. Quality, perfect. Effect, instantly restores health to full and accelerates the recovery speed of external injuries. Remarks, a bottle of vitality. This blood vial had a good effect, but it could only be used once. After thoroughly counting the gains from this illusion domain defense battle, Fong Chen casually consumed a bit of illusion domain construction module to fully repair the damaged part of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain. It was completely finished. Then, he summoned the game forum on the virtual screen. Yes, this virtual screen could not only perform operations related to the illusion domain but also log into the official game website. This was created by the game's main deity, and only illusion domain builders could log into this site. On this website, one could see various announcements released by the game's main deity, check major leaderboards, and post and reply in the forum area for discussions. The most popular place was usually the forum area. Previously, Fong Chen had only seen other people's descriptions of this official game website on the real network. Now that he had become an illusion domain builder, he could finally see it for himself. After logging into the official homepage, the most eye-catching were the large announcements about the Pickle Country being breached by invaders and the National Fortune illusion domain of Sakura Island about to be challenged. There were also many other announcements, such as a certain guild breaking through a well-known illusion domain, etc. Basically, these were all pieces of information Fong Chen had seen before on the real network. After quickly scanning through, Fong Chen entered the forum page and selected the section for the Flower Country. The forum's layout was quite simple, with posts listed one after another, and the hottest threads pinned at the top with many replies. Oh, Fong Chen immediately noticed one of the trending posts. Anomalies appear in Lishan, Shanxi Province, suspected fusion with the tomb of the first emperor. Fong Chen glanced at the number of replies, and it had surprisingly exceeded 100,000. How long had it been to attract such attention? Fong Chen casually clicked on the post to take a look. The post was made just over an hour ago, almost exactly when he had finished fusing the reality module of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. It was not surprising, when fusing reality modules, anomalies would occur in the real world, and it was impossible not to be noticed immediately. According to the post, a massive pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Lishan, and dissipated after a moment. Although it seemed as if nothing had happened after the anomaly, everyone knew someone had scanned and fused, or rather, copied, the reality module. What the hell? This must be the work of that big shot. I bow to you, my master. What kind of illusion domain is this? Why fuse with Lishan? Lishan isn't the point. The tomb of the first emperor inside Lishan is the focus. That illusion domain must be related to the tomb. At least a level 7 illusion domain builder could create a domain of this scale, right? Could it be a secret talent cultivated by the authorities? That's why the confidentiality is so tight. Not sure, but I just asked my uncle who works in the official sector, and he said he didn't know either. Maybe your uncle is also keeping it a secret? Or it's a confidential matter he can't access. Whoever it is, this must be a good thing, right? This illusion domain must be powerful and beneficial for our country. The authorities just announced plans for a second construction of the National Fortune illusion domain, and then this big event happens. Could there be a connection? I think so too. Then keeping it confidential is actually a good thing. To prevent those traitors from leaking secrets to the invaders. Exactly. Everyone, don't investigate further, even if you find out. Don't speak carelessly. Be careful of traitors. Since it's a newly fused illusion domain, it should still be in the unclassified illusion domain database, right? I wonder if we'll see it on the illusion domain rankings in a while, unless the illusion domain has a very strong directional name. Otherwise, even if it appears, it might not be recognized. I really want to fuse such an amazing illusion domain. Go wash up and sleep, everything exists in dreams. Fang Chen scrolled for a while before exiting the post. He had no interest in browsing other posts for the time being, so he simply closed the virtual screen and fell into deep thought. He was not surprised that this incident caused a huge stir. Not only was there a public uproar, but the authorities would also undoubtedly be paying attention and had likely already begun an investigation. However, they should not be able to trace it back to him. No one would suspect that such a thing could be done by a newly awakened novice illusion domain builder. Indeed, if he were to report to the authorities voluntarily, he would certainly gain their attention and even be cultivated as a key talent. But Fang Chen did not plan to do that, at least not for now, because doing so would also mean taking a significant risk. The source of the risk was the traitors frequently mentioned in the post, betrayers among the humans of Blue Star. They had allied with the invading forces from another world, continuously leaking various important information about Blue Star to the invaders. The benefits they received were that the invaders would use special items to challenge their illusion domains, then deliberately lose, allowing them to level up and grow stronger while avoiding the risk of losing lifespan. It was said that during the first construction of the national fortune illusion domain by their country, the initial targeting was secretly pushed by those traitors. Recently, the genius illusion domain builder Master Ma from their country had been continuously attacked by the invaders, leading to his lifespan being exhausted in death, which was also related to this group of traitors. They even directly assassinated newly risen genius illusion domain builders in the real world. Due to the emergence of these human traitors, most illusion domain builders dare not easily expose the secrets of their domains, especially some rookie genius builders who do not even dare to reveal their identities. The officials of various countries have been conducting investigations into traitors and providing special protection for some potential illusion domain builders. Therefore, even the exam results of new illusion domain builders in the Flower Country are kept confidential. And the level of secrecy is very high. They never publicly disclose information about the talented newcomers, instead nurturing them as internal secrets. Only when the rookies grow to a certain level will they step into the spotlight and showcase their abilities. However, those traitors are elusive and omnipresent. Even those who are heavily protected by the officials may still fall victim, and in fact, may be targeted even more. Fang Chen now possesses the infinite amplification skill, which is incredibly powerful, so he does not need official training at the moment. Thus, remaining hidden is the best choice. Once his strength increases and he has a certain level of self-protection, he can make other plans later. After putting away his thoughts, Fang Chen yawned, looked at the deep night outside, and lay down to rest. Although his mental strength had increased after becoming an illusion domain builder, he had just awakened and had been restless all night, so he was naturally tired. For illusion domain builders, mental state is especially important, so they must rest well. Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend, and he doesn't have to go to school, allowing him to sleep in peace. Soon, Fang Chen fell into a deep sleep. Now that he had awakened as an illusion domain builder and possessed the incredible skill infinite amplification, he had made a remarkable start in just half a day. So this sleep was the most stable and comfortable he had ever experienced. Meanwhile, while Fang Chen was comfortably asleep, countless people outside were unable to sleep all night due to the impact he had caused. This even included high-ranking officials from the Flower Country. That night, the highest officials of the Flower Country held an emergency secret meeting, the specific content and results of which remain unknown. That night, the Human Traitor Organization also took action, trying to find out who had merged Lishan and the tomb of the first emperor. But naturally, they would not achieve any results. Even in another world, a significant disturbance was triggered because of Fang Chen. Time quickly moved to the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell on Fang Chen's face. He turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will arrive in 100 seconds at the branch illusion domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Please prepare. Suddenly, the game notification sound rang in Fang Chen's mind, interrupting his beautiful dream. Fang Chen opened his eyes, sat up in bed, still a bit dazed, and it took him 2 seconds to fully wake up. Summoning the virtual screen, he indeed found a warning notification, confirming that the previous sound was not a dream. After the illusion domain is raided, there is usually a period of peace after each invasion challenge. But the 3 raiding challenges of the new illusion domain did not have this. Such a situation where the interval between 2 raiding challenges is less than a day is extremely rare. Damn it! Can't you let someone wake up properly before coming? Fong Chen muttered irritably, and with a thought, he entered the illusion domain space. When the countdown ended and the invaders arrived to challenge the illusion domain builder would be forcibly pulled in, and they could not leave until the challenge was over. Arriving in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain, Fong Chen found Meng Tian and 500 elite soldiers in the main tomb chamber on the first level. They were actually training. Under Meng Tian's command, the 500 elite soldiers were constantly changing formations, their movements swift and perfectly coordinated. Upon seeing Fong Chen, Meng Tian raised his hand to signal, and the 500 elite soldiers stopped their movements and quickly formed ranks. Meng Tian slightly bowed to Fong Chen and said, "Domain Master." Fong Chen replied directly, "A batch of otherworldly invaders will arrive soon, prepare for battle." Meng Tian's gaze sharpened slightly, and the 500 elite soldiers' eyes also lit up. Meng Tian's lips curled into a slight arc as he solemnly said, "I accept the command." Fong Chen glanced at the already repaired entrance corridor and the soldier figurines, then said to Meng Tian, "You don't need to act immediately. Let the mechanism corridor and the soldier figurines test the enemy's strength first. This is also a good opportunity for you to observe and understand before taking action." Meng Tian replied, "Understood." Subsequently, Fong Chen was transported back to the main illusion domain space outside, using his special authority as the domain lord, God's perspective, to monitor the battle situation. It wasn't that he was too timid, but rather that he currently lacked combat power, and staying there would be of no use. Once his level increased, he gained talent skills, and his strength was sufficient. It wouldn't be impossible for him to participate in the battle personally. In the first layer of the tomb, Meng Tian led 500 elite soldiers, standing ready behind the soldier figurines. Fong Chen waited for the countdown to end while pondering quietly. He felt that the situation was not quite normal. It had been mentioned before that the probability of an undecided level illusion domain being challenged was already very low. If encountering challengers immediately after entering the database yesterday could still be considered a coincidence, then having a second batch of challengers appear in less than a day certainly did not seem like a coincidence. It was very likely that they were being targeted. If that were the case, then the second batch of invaders coming to challenge would undoubtedly be formidable. Soon, when a white light flashed at the entrance of the corridor, and a large group of invaders appeared, Fong Chen basically confirmed his suspicions, just by looking at their appearance. This batch of invaders was not comparable to the previous one, although their images were similar to the last batch, consisting of various races and professions. Many of their equipment emitted green, blue, or even purple glows, which were several times more advanced than the mostly plain gear of the previous group. Moreover, their momentum and expressions were also much stronger and calmer than the last batch. After they appeared, there was no chaos. They quickly surveyed the illusion domain environment with a mix of curiosity and caution. Just as described in the intel, if my guess is correct, this should be the tomb of the ancient emperor of the Hua family. An illusion domain formed by a royal tomb of this level is definitely not simple. The illusion domain boss is deep within the royal tomb, and the last group didn't even get past the first tomb chamber of the first layer. There is too little information. We need to explore everything ourselves. What are we afraid of? No matter how strong they are, it's just a newly constructed undecided level illusion domain. We've cleared a 100-man top-tier scale before. Exactly. Let's get started. My great axe is itching for action. President, shall we take action? A group of invaders discussed among themselves, eventually turning their gaze to the man at the forefront. He wore a luxurious robe, had a handsome face, and long pointed ears, indicating he was an elf invader. The man referred to as president nodded slightly and calmly said, "You are all familiar with the basic strategy for the mechanism corridor, right? Let's act according to plan. Tanks in the front. Use insight to observe any changes in the mechanisms, and everyone quickly pass through the corridor." According to the intel, this mechanism corridor was likely to collapse completely soon, so they needed to pass through quickly. Following that, the group quickly formed a formation and stepped into the mechanism corridor. The traps within the corridor were soon triggered, but the effects were vastly different from the last time. Almost all the traps were blocked by these invaders, even when some were not. They did not cause fatal injuries, and the wounded were quickly healed. The most crucial point was that their formation remained intact at all times. Ultimately, they managed to pass through the mechanism corridor in less than 10 minutes. In every aspect of comparison, this group was worlds apart from the last one. There was no doubt, they had come prepared. After confirming this point, Fong Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The challenge of personal illusion domains, under normal circumstances, whether ranked or unranked, is randomly matched, and invaders cannot specify which illusion domain to challenge, unless there are special items, and these people undoubtedly used special items, specifically targeting the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain. Moreover, this 100 people are not a haphazard mix like the previous batch, but a well-coordinated team. Each of them possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary unranked illusion domain explorers. Combining this information, Fong Chen quickly guessed the identity of these individuals. In the intelligence collected on Blue Star, these people have quite a reputation. A guild of invaders specializing in conquering new illusion domains, called the Pioneers. Although the Pioneers Guild is not particularly strong among the entire group of otherworldly invaders, it is top-notch in the field of new illusion domain conquest, especially for new illusion domain builders. This guild is notoriously infamous. They are even referred to as the nightmare for newcomers. However, the Pioneers generally focus on newly ranked illusion domains and rarely appear in unranked ones, because unranked illusion domains can only be challenged randomly under normal circumstances. To specify a challenge for a certain unranked illusion domain, one must not only know the name of that domain but also possess very precious special items. Newly ranked illusion domains, on the other hand, can usually be specified for challenges, but now the Pioneers Guild has appeared in Fong Chen's second ranking challenge, likely because the information about the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain was made public after the annihilation of the previous batch of invaders yesterday, catching the attention of the Pioneers Guild. Moreover, the Pioneers Guild has placed the highest importance on the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, as even the guild leader has personally taken action. The higher the rank of the invaders, the greater the cost of entering unranked illusion domains. The Pioneers Guild has definitely invested heavily in this challenge. This is not a good omen, Fong Chen pondered. Feeling somewhat helpless, he was not afraid of the Pioneers Guild. Rather, he was concerned that attracting the attention of the invader group too early would lead to more than just this one trouble in the future. There was no way around it. Although he could temporarily hide in the real world, he could not hide from the illusion domain challenges, nor was there any need to hide. With this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. Since that's the case, let's properly welcome the guests who have come knocking. The attitude of the Huasha people towards outsiders has always been, when friends come, there's good wine. When wolves come, there are shotguns. At this moment, the group of invaders who successfully passed through the mechanism corridor and arrived in the tomb chamber had already engaged in battle with the Terracotta army. The central tomb chamber of this first level is very spacious, with about 1,000 terracotta warriors deployed. Previously, only over 100 terracotta warriors were sent out to deal with the last batch of invaders. And now, in just a short while, all 1,000 terracotta warriors in the tomb chamber have been mobilized. The 100 elite invaders from the Pioneers Guild are indeed extraordinary. The key is that their team composition is very clever, and they work together seamlessly, achieving a combat effect greater than the sum of their parts. In the face of such a powerful invading team, the ordinary terracotta warriors of this level seem somewhat lacking. Although they are fearless, in terms of movement speed, attack power, defense, and other aspects, they are inferior to the enemy. As the battle continues, the number of terracotta warriors rapidly decreases, while the casualties of the invading team are much smaller. During this time, the leader of the Pioneers Guild, a male elf with the game ID King of Pioneers, has been standing at the back of the team, calmly directing their actions without personally taking any action. At this moment, watching the battle before him already decided, his gaze crossed the battlefield and looked towards the end of the tomb. There, a team of elite soldiers, completely different from the clay soldiers, appeared, one that had not been mentioned in the intelligence reports. Are they high-level phantoms coming up from the lower levels to provide support? The King of the Frontier's eyes flickered as he speculated. The one at the forefront seems like a mini-boss? Meanwhile, Meng Tian was also observing these otherworldly invaders. Although these invaders wielded various strange weapons and could cast all sorts of magical skills, neither Meng Tian nor the 500 elite soldiers showed any signs of shock or fear. Previously, Fan Chen had informed them that even if they fell here, they could be resurrected after the battle ended. However, this good news did not elicit much emotional change among the Qin soldiers, because, even if they could not be resurrected, they would not shy away from battle, nor fear death, just as they had once fought against the Xiongnu to defend their homeland. Feeling that the time was right, Meng Tian raised his hand and commanded, "Form up the entire army." Swish, 500 soldiers stood at attention simultaneously, perfectly aligned, their halberds and spears standing tall, gleaming with a chilling light. A sense of murderous intent instantly swept across the entire tomb. Meng Tian raised his right hand high and then waved it down. Charge! With a single command, the 500 elite soldiers of the Qin immediately sprang into action. However, the first to act was a small team positioned at the side of the formation. They simultaneously plunged their long halberds into the ground, then raised their bows and crossbows, unleashing a volley of arrows towards a nearby target. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In an instant, dozens of arrows flew through the air, most striking the ground or the walls, but a small portion of the arrows were intercepted mid-flight. Ah, ah, ah! Several cries of agony rang out as several invaders suddenly appeared in places that had been empty moments before. These were invaders skilled in stealth and ambush tactics. They had quietly approached, intending to launch a surprise attack on Meng Tian, this mini-boss. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the Qin soldiers' perceptiveness. The few invading assassins, struck by arrows and revealed, did not die immediately, but the Qin soldiers did not give them a chance to breathe. The 100-man team that had just attacked put away their bows and crossbows and raised their long halberds again, pursuing the few assassins. At the same time, the remaining 400 elite soldiers split into 400-man teams, each forming their own formations and charging towards the main enemy force ahead. Commander Meng Tian remained standing in place, calmly watching the enemy across from him, behind the invaders' ranks. Seeing that several elite assassins in his team had been discovered, the king of the frontier finally showed a look of astonishment, but then his eyes glinted coldly as he shouted, "Everyone, pay attention! Show your true skills! The elite monsters are here!" As he spoke, a complex totem-adorned purple flag suddenly appeared in his hand, which he thrust into the ground beside him. A faint purple light radiated out, and all the invaders on the battlefield felt a jolt of energy. At the same time, Fan Chen summoned a virtual screen and activated the phantasmic properties of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. The next second, the sound of war drums echoed across the battlefield. The sound of the drums was not loud, but each beat seemed to strike at the heart, causing heartbeats to involuntarily follow the rhythm of the drums. In the battlefield, the 400-man Qin elite teams had already collided with the invading forces, engaging in fierce combat. The drum beats grew increasingly urgent, accompanied by a powerful song. Who says there are no clothes? I share a robe with you. The king raises the army, sharpens my halberd, and shares the same hatred with you. The voices began distant but gradually became clear, like a chorus of 10,000 troops singing, like rolling thunder. On the battlefield, the eyes of all Qin soldiers sparkled with light, their momentum surging. Meanwhile, a group of invaders felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, their spirits greatly diminished. Above the battlefield, the sound of war drums and battle songs continued to echo. Who says there are no clothes? I share the same reign with you. The king raises his army, sharpens my spears, and fights alongside you. Who says there are no clothes? I share the same garments with you. The king raises his army, sharpens my armor, and marches with you. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor Mirage Domain feature, Qin Battle Song, Qin Wind, no clothes. The battle song continued to loop above the battlefield, though with certain intervals, equivalent to cooldown time. Not only did the strength of hundreds of elite Qin soldiers surge, but even the few surviving terracotta warriors grew braver with each battle. In contrast, the invaders, although the king of the frontier had brought out a large flag that also provided a buff aura, found its effects far inferior to the Qin battle song. It not only failed to diminish the state of the Qin soldiers but even suppressed the enhancement effects on the invaders' side. Before the formation of the Qin soldiers, the invaders were retreating step by step. Their flashy and dazzling skills either missed the Qin soldiers entirely or were blocked by the soldiers' shields or halberds. The invaders' defensive equipment or skills did not perform impressively against the halberds, bows, crossbows, long swords, and short knives of the elite Qin soldiers. What needs to be broken must be broken. This is the world of the Mirage Domain, where everything is data-driven. In the epic quality Mirage Domain of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, the recruited purple perfect quality elite soldier spirits are stronger than they were in life. Before long, the number of invaders had dwindled to less than half. Meanwhile, the casualties on the Qin soldiers' side were even fewer than those of the enemy, and their formation remained completely intact. It was true that the invaders' teamwork was quite coordinated, but it was all relative. Compared to the military formation of the seasoned Qin soldiers, who had faced countless life and death trials, the invaders' so-called coordination was like child's play. As the number of invaders continued to decrease, the tilt of the battle became increasingly apparent, with the remaining invaders' position shrinking until they were forced to the collapsed exit of the passage, struggling to resist. On the other side, the few assassins who had initially aimed to ambush Meng Tian had already been successfully surrounded and killed by a 100-man elite squad. The victory was assured. Watching this scene, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction, and when he saw the scattered items on the ground, glowing faintly in green, blue, or purple, his smile grew even wider. Just then, Fang Chen suddenly saw Meng Tian step forward, raising his square shield. In the next moment, an arrow wrapped in a whirlwind suddenly appeared in the air ahead, instantly striking the square shield raised by Meng Tian. Clang! A deafening impact sound rang out, and Fang Chen even saw a transparent shockwave ripple out, with the wind swirling violently in front of Meng Tian, causing the hem of his battle robe to flutter. At the center of the whirlwind, on the shield in Meng Tian's hand, an arrow's energy was exhausted, shattering into powder. The one who launched this powerful strike was the leader of the invader team. At this moment, the king of the frontier slowly lowered a magnificent longbow radiating purple light, his face filled with disbelief and shock. He had waited for a long time, until half of his companions were dead or injured, to find what he deemed the right moment to unleash his strongest finishing move, hoping to kill that little boss and turn the tide of battle. Yet, this meticulously planned full-force strike was perfectly blocked. This arrow would have been enough to kill a boss of a sea-level Mirage Domain. Is this really a newly constructed Mirage Domain? Why are there already such powerful monsters? In that moment, countless questions flashed through the mind of the king of the frontier. On the other side, Meng Tian, after blocking the enemy's strongest attack, maintained a calm and solemn expression without any change. He simply released the shield in his hand, grabbed the spear that was stuck nearby, then raised his arm, twisted his waist, and swung his arm. With a whoosh, the spear transformed into an indistinguishable shadow and flew out. The shock in the king of the frontier's heart was not yet over when he saw a shadow sweep across the battlefield, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. His pupils constricted violently, instinct telling him to dodge, but he was still in a stiff state after releasing a powerful skill and couldn't move at all. Fortunately, there was a companion beside him responsible for protection, who reacted quickly. The 2-meter-tall bare-headed half-orc let out a roar, blocking in front of his guild leader while raising a giant shield that emitted a bright blue light. In the next moment, the spear, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, struck the shield, and that giant shield was pierced as if it were made of paper. Sizzle! After piercing the shield, the spear stabbed into the half-orc invader's abdomen, the immense force causing him to slide backward, crashing hard into the king of the frontier behind him. The two of them tumbled together, continuing to fly backward, and finally crashed with a bang against the wall behind them. A black 8-foot spear pinned the two of them together against the wall. Put! The king of the frontier spat out a mouthful of blood, even though pain was dulled in the game. He nearly fainted from the agony, while the half-orc invader before him had completely lost all movement. Even if he wasn't dead, he was in a state of unconsciousness. Although the king of the frontier was not dead, his health was reduced to a sliver and was rapidly decreasing. Help! Me! He didn't even have the strength to take out a potion to heal himself and could only call for help from his teammates. However, since he had been standing at the back of the team, he was nearly 20 meters away from the nearest healer among the invaders. The healer wanted to save him, but the Qin warriors did not give her the chance. Guild leader! A group of invaders was suddenly filled with shock and fear, and as a result of their distraction, the Qin warriors seized the opportunity and launched their final fierce attack. The defeat was swift. Just a few minutes later, all 30 or so invaders had perished in the ranks of the Qin soldiers. As for the king of the frontier, he had long since fallen silent, and on the ground at his feet lay several clusters of light. Among them was a longbow radiating purple light. You have completed the Illusion Domain defense mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 20%. Illusion domain scroll, blue, X1. Illusion domain construction module, green, X100. Equipment module, blue. As all the invaders transformed into white light points and disappeared, the voice of the game's main deity arrived as expected. Another S rank rating. Moreover, although this time there was no illusion domain characteristic, there was an illusion domain scroll. Illusion domain scrolls are quite difficult to obtain, unexpectedly. He received one after completing the defense mission for only the second time. However, the other rewards were exactly the same as last time. It felt a bit lazy. Just as Fong Chen was thinking this, the amplification prompt sounded. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result. Personal experience plus 50%. Illusion domain scroll, red, X1. Illusion domain construction module, blue, X300. Equipment module, purple, X10. Branch illusion domain exclusive general soul recruitment order, red, X2. Branch illusion domain exclusive warrior soul recruitment order, purple, X1000. As expected, infinite amplification never disappoints. A red epic level illusion domain scroll of the same caliber as the Dragon Emperor's tomb has unexpectedly been amplified again. Among the other rewards, several amplification results are even better than last time. Moreover, Fong Chen's personal experience had already reached 50% after the last amplification, and with this amplification, it increased by another 50%, which means, as expected, the game notification sound rang out again. Ding! Illusion Domain Builder Fong Chen has leveled up to LV2, gained the talent skill Spirit Possession, blue. In that moment, Fong Chen felt his mental power had clearly doubled, and he also gained an incredibly mysterious sensation. After the Illusion Domain Builder's level increased to LV2, the first talent skill would awaken. Except for Fong Chen's special case, this was already his second talent skill. Spirit Possession is considered a relatively common talent skill, with the effect of summoning spirit units from the illusion domain to possess oneself, thereby gaining the abilities of that spirit. Moreover, it can be used both inside and outside the illusion domain. The quality of the talent skill represents how much power the possessed spirit can exert. The blue quality Spirit Possession can apparently unleash 80% of the spirit's power. As Fong Chen remembered, he was not satisfied with this, so detected the acquisition of a talent skill. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. In that instant, Fong Chen felt that mysterious sensation suddenly multiply. Infinite amplification can amplify everything related to the illusion domain that Fong Chen acquires, including the new talent skill. However, the amplification prompt did not specify what the amplification result was, so Fong Chen immediately summoned his personal information panel to check. Name, Fong Chen. Level, LV2, 0%. Affiliated country, Flowering Home. Mainline illusion domain, Great Wall Watch, gold. Branch illusion domain, Dragon Emperor's Tomb, red. Talent skill 1, Infinite Amplification, colorful. Talent skill 2, Spirit Possession, gold. Current task, none. Golden legendary level talent skill. Name, Spirit Possession. Type, talent skill. Quality, legendary, gold. Effect, summon spirit units to possess oneself. Can exert 300% of their power. Note 1, will continuously consume mental power during possession. Note 2, pay attention. This is how your power is used. Opening the skill details page, Fong Chen's heart blossomed with joy. The golden legendary level Spirit Possession can unleash 3 times the power of the spirit. Fong Chen's gaze couldn't help but turn to Meng Tian in front of him, feeling an impulse to try it out immediately. However, he held back for the moment, as there were still many rewards waiting for him to check. Next, of course, was the illusion domain scroll he had just obtained. Just as he leveled up to LV2, he could open up another branch illusion domain. The result of the first branch illusion domain's grading hadn't even come out yet, and he had already leveled up to LV2, ready to open the second branch illusion domain. If this news were to spread, it would cause a global sensation, because no one had achieved this in 30 years. Fong Chen opened his item panel, found the illusion domain scroll, and checked it. Name, Bloodstained Gene Lake, bound. Type, illusion domain scroll. Quality, epic. Effect, construct the Gene Lake battlefield. Awaken exclusive spirits to fight for you. Note, remember, the spirits on this battlefield sacrificed themselves for Huaxia, Bloodstained Gene Lake. Seeing the scroll's information, Fang Chen's gaze slightly narrowed as he muttered, "Is it that Jin Lake battlefield?" He temporarily lost the desire to count his other gains and directly teleported to a blank area not far from Lishan. Once again summoning the game screen, he selected the Illusion Domain scroll from his item panel and used it. Illusion Domain scroll Bloodstained Jin Lake used successfully. Degree of alignment with the mainline Illusion Domain, 100% subline Illusion Domain, Bloodstained Jin Lake, binding completed. This time, unlike the last binding of Dragon Emperor's Tomb, no special task to integrate reality modules was triggered. However, a new Illusion Domain blueprint appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He could use the Illusion Domain construction module to build the newly bound subline Illusion Domain according to the blueprint. This was the basic map of the Illusion Domain, and after it was built, Fang Chen could continue to expand and enhance the advantages against enemies within the Illusion Domain. Just right. Fang Chen already had quite a few Illusion Domain construction modules, and they were of blue rare quality. Before constructing the new Illusion Domain, he first used some mixed modules to repair the damage to the Dragon Emperor's Tomb Illusion Domain during this defensive battle. Not only were the elements like the corridors and soldier figurines restored, but even the sacrificed Qin warriors were revived. Such operations could only be performed when there were no invaders challenging in the Illusion Domain, so it was impossible to infinitely revive Illusion Domain units while fighting invaders. Subsequently, Fang Chen summoned the construction page for the new Illusion Domain on the virtual screen, selected an area, and used the construction module. In the next second, a snowy ground appeared beneath his feet. Although it was also white, it was different from the originally empty white of the Illusion Domain space, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, with a biting cold wind howling in his ears. Fortunately, everything in the Illusion Domain space was under Fang Chen's control. With just a thought, he blocked the surrounding cold. After a flat snowy ground, a small hill of moderate height appeared in front of Fang Chen, with some trees covered in heavy snow. Then, another similar small hill appeared behind Fang Chen, turning the place he stood into a valley. The terrain spanned approximately 1,000 meters in circumference, with 2 hills and 1 valley. Constructing these consumed 300 blue Illusion Domain construction modules. Fang Chen looked at the Illusion Domain information page. The construction degree of Bloodstained Jin Lake was only at 10%. The construction degree needed to reach 30% before entering the undecided Illusion Domain library, so there was no need to rush. After completing this part of the map, Fang Chen selected the Subline Illusion Domain Exclusive Warrior Soul Recruitment Order, purple, from his item bar and used 100 of them. Soon, he saw figures slowly walking out from the woods on the hillsides. Amidst the swirling snow, they wore thin fur hats and were cloaked in white capes that helped them better conceal themselves in the snowy environment. Holding old-fashioned long guns from 100 years ago, covered in snow, a total of 100 warriors occasionally glanced around, seemingly on guard against something strange. I clearly remember I was frozen to death. How am I alive again? Yeah, I also remember you froze to death. I pushed you, and you didn't move, but I lost consciousness too. It was too cold. Does anyone know if the enemy appeared later? Did we complete the ambush mission? I don't know. I didn't see the enemy before I lost consciousness. No one knows? Could it be we all froze to death? Dying without completing the ambush mission is really frustrating. I wonder if the comrades from other squads completed the ambush mission. If those foreign devils got away, I really wouldn't be able to rest in peace. I don't know what the final outcome of that battle was. Did we win? Victory must belong to our flower planting family. How did we come back to life? Just ask that one in front, and you'll know. A group of warriors quietly conversed as they descended the mountain, their expressions filled with confusion. They had just been awakened, their memories still lingering on the last moment of their lives, and upon waking, they only had one additional command in their minds: to obey Fang Chen's orders. When they reached Fang Chen, the soldiers stopped their discussions. One of the soldiers stepped forward, stood at attention, and said solemnly, "Reporting to the Domain Lord, the team is assembled. Please give your orders." Fang Chen looked at him and asked, "What was the order you received before?" The soldier immediately replied, "Reporting to the Domain Lord, it was to wait here for the ambush of the enemy troops." Then, with a look of shame, he added, "Unfortunately, we couldn't hold out until the enemy arrived, and we failed to complete the mission." Fang Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and in a low tone, he said, "It's okay, you all did very well." He carefully observed these soldiers, who varied in age. Some were around 40, while others were about his age, or even younger. He had clearly heard the words they spoke as they came down. He slowly said, "Don't worry, we won that battle, and we won it beautifully." The soldiers' faces lit up with surprise. "Really? That's great. Ha ha ha, I knew we could win." What happened next? What happened later? Yeah, did those foreign devils come to bully our flower-growing family? Now that we're alive again, if they dare to come, we'll fight them again. Fong Chen said, "I know you have many questions, but it's okay. Look over there, you will find the answers you seek." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed towards the distant horizon. The soldiers looked in that direction and saw the swirling snow suddenly dissipate, revealing a vast white world in the distance, and in the void, there was an endless towering shadow of a great wall, above which were historical scrolls. The part Fong Chen was showing them was the historical scrolls starting from the era of their sacrifice. The soldiers were initially stunned, and as they understood the content of the images in the scrolls, their eyes widened, gradually becoming entranced. Fong Chen dispersed the snow around the soldiers and quietly stood by, waiting. After a long while, the soldiers slowly came back to their senses. Excitement filled everyone's eyes, and many were momentarily speechless. After we died, has so much time really passed? Is this what our flower-growing family looks like now? These planes, these tanks, this equipment. Our flower-growing family has become so strong. In the future, even if we go to war again, we won't have to scavenge for others' equipment, and we won't have to eat fried noodles in the snow anymore. Ha 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 ha, that's great, that's great. The people of the flower-growing family no longer have to suffer from hunger and cold. We finally live the life we've longed for. No, it's 100 times better than the good life we once imagined. Really, it's so good. Our deaths were not in vain. Old squad leader, did you see it? Your sacrifice was worth it. Our descendants have not let us down. That's great, really great. A group of soldiers who were fearless even in the face of death. A group who wouldn't utter a word even if frozen to death. Were now overwhelmed with joy, crying and laughing like children. In fact, many of them were still just kids. Fong Chen waited until they gradually calmed down before speaking again. Comrades, what I am about to say next is the most important thing, and it is also the reason I awakened you. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately stopped talking and looked towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen said in a deep voice, "As everyone can see, our flower planting family was originally living a peaceful and prosperous life. But 30 years ago, the whole world suddenly faced a great disaster." He then slowly recounted the situation of the universal illusion domain and the invasion of otherworldly intruders to the soldiers. During this time, he once again utilized his control over the illusion domain to show the soldiers the historical images of the flower planting family from the past 30 years at the end of the Void Great Wall. After a long while, the soldiers finally digested the shocking information. So that's how it is. No wonder we are still alive. It turns out to be the power of the so-called illusion domain. It's incredible. The common people of the flower planting family have finally managed to live a good life. Why are there still people trying to cause trouble? Damn it! We must fight them to the death. That good life was earned with our lives. No one is allowed to destroy it again. Last time we died without even fighting the enemy. This time, we will make it a good fight. Exactly. When it comes to fighting the enemy, leave it to us. The good life of the flower planting family must be protected, even if we have to die again. Domain Master, you tell us, where is the enemy? How do we fight? Under Fong Chen's explanation, the soldiers learned that to engage in battle with the otherworldly invaders, they would have to wait some time. Normally, when a branch illusion domain is challenged by invaders, units from other branch illusion domains cannot provide support unless in special circumstances, such as using special items. So even if the next time the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor is challenged, the soldiers from the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain cannot go to help. Fong Chen planned to wait until the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor completed its ranking challenge, then use the resources obtained from the rewards to continue building the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain, and then initiate the ranking challenge for this illusion domain. He also did not continue to awaken more exclusive soldiers of this illusion domain. He had just confirmed his suspicions in his heart to facilitate future development plans. The 100 soldiers' souls in front of him would first familiarize themselves with the situation in the illusion domain world. Fong Chen looked at the harsh environment around him, thought for a moment, and said to the soldiers, "When there are no enemy challenges, you can move freely within the entire mainline illusion domain. You don't have to stay here. Let me take you out." As he spoke, he focused his thoughts, and the soldiers felt a flash before their eyes. The snowy ground and the surrounding blizzards disappeared, replaced by a vast grassy field and a mountain full of flowers and trees. The temperature in the air was also very pleasant, making one feel comfortable. Looking around, they found that it seemed only this area was like this. Further away was a white world, and they could still see the two snowy mountains they had just been at, along with the majestic shadow of the Great Wall they had seen earlier in the void. Fong Chen introduced to the soldiers. This is the large space of the mainline illusion domain. Over there is the space of the bloodstained Jean Lake, branch illusion domain where we were just now. And this mountain beside us is Mount Li, which contains another branch illusion domain, the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, where there are some Qin dynasty soldiers' souls awakened like you. In the future, when there are no illusion domain challenges, you can live here and also communicate with the souls in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain. After giving the soldiers a brief understanding of the outside environment, Fong Chen focused his thoughts again and brought them into the illusion domain of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. In the large tomb chamber of the first layer, Meng Tian was summarizing the aftermath of the battle with 500 elite soldiers. After Fong Chen's introduction, the soldiers from the two illusion domains got to know each other. Although there was a 2,000-year gap between their lifetimes, both sides had fought to protect Huaxia. Subsequently, Fong Chen let them communicate freely while he continued to tally the gains. Although a second branch illusion domain had been opened, Fong Chen still decided to use the remaining soul summoning orders in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain first, in preparation for the impending third-tier challenge. It was foreseeable that after the Pioneers Guild faltered here, the invaders from another world would pay even more attention to the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. The third challenge was almost inevitable, only the timing was uncertain. Moreover, the next invading team would definitely be stronger than the last. Subsequently, Fong Chen used the 2 red general summoning orders and all 900 purple warrior summoning orders. A large amount of white mist suddenly filled the tomb chamber, and the sound of orderly and heavy marching footsteps echoed as figures emerged from the mist. At the front of the line were 2 men clad in general's armor, one appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, and the other around 40. They bore a slight resemblance to each other. Behind them were 900 elite soldiers of the Great Qin, equipped just like the existing 500 elite soldiers. The 2 generals approached Fong Chen and simultaneously performed a military salute from the Qin dynasty. This subordinate, Wang Jian, greets the domain lord. This subordinate, Wang Ben, greets the domain lord. Upon hearing their names, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Wang Jian, Wang Ben. He never expected to awaken a pair of renowned father and son generals. These 2 were both famous generals of the Qin dynasty. When the ancestral dragon unified the 6 states, this father and son duo were key generals, achieving remarkable military exploits. Having conquered all 5 states except for Han, Fong Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Generals, please rise." He then entrusted the newly awakened soldiers to Meng Tian, instructing him to explain the situation to Wang Jian and the others. He continued to tally the spoils of war. Next came the loot dropped by the invaders. Looking at the densely packed array of items in his inventory, Fong Chen felt overjoyed. This time, the spoils, both in quantity and quality, far exceeded the last by several times. After all, the last time was against a group of miscellaneous soldiers, while this time it was against a group of elites. Among them, a longbow radiating purple light first caught Fong Chen's attention. This was the highest grade item among all the spoils, and the small icon in the inventory looked very familiar. Fong Chen took it out. In the illusion domain, items taken out were no longer in card form but in their original shape. A beautifully crafted longbow, glowing with purple light, appeared in Fong Chen's hands. Indeed, this was the equipment that the president of the Pioneers Guild used to shoot Meng Tian. Fong Chen did not check the original information of this equipment, as it would soon change anyway. Detected item acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. As the amplification prompt sounded, the longbow in Fong Chen's hand began to change. The purple light quickly deepened, then shifted to a light red, and continued to darken until it became bright red and stopped. Name, Bow of the Wind Spirit, bound. Type, weapon. Grade, epic. Attack power, extremely strong. Attribute, wind. Effect, arrow shot will carry the power of the wind spirit, increasing speed and penetration, and triggering area damage upon hitting the target. Durability, 88/100. Note, to unleash its full power, It is best to practice arm strength more. From perfect purple quality to epic red quality. Very nice. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction and stored the equipment back in his inventory. He then began to take out the newly acquired spoils one by one for amplification. Various items continuously appeared in his hands, with lights of different colors changing constantly. Fang Chen felt as if he was counting money until his hands cramped. Moments later, when a large iron furnace completed its amplification, Fang Chen's eyes brightened. The iron furnace originally emitted only a blue color, but after amplification, the color changed twice, finally settling on red. An item of red epic quality was amplified. Name, Equipment Reforging Furnace, Bound. Type, Special Device. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Fire. Effect 1, randomly reforges the input equipment into other equipment. The quality of the reforged equipment is random, with a very small chance of obtaining a higher quality. Effect 2, reforges the input equipment into a specified type of equipment. The quality of the reforged equipment is random, and higher quality cannot appear. Durability, 92/100. Note, not satisfied? Then try again. What if you win the gamble? What a good item! Fang Chen was overjoyed after reading the information about this special device. Although both effects involve a gamble, and the note gives a feeling of luring people into a trap, the effects of this device were exactly what Fang Chen needed. He had obtained quite a few ready-made pieces of equipment from the 2 batches of invaders, but these pieces were varied, and there weren't many suitable for the 2 existing sub-branch phantom realms of his soul warriors. For example, the staves, great axes, and mage robes among them were not suitable for the soldiers of the Qin dynasty or the Jinhu warriors. The invaders were clearly divided by race and profession, with each profession having its own equipment. Although the units in the phantom realms did not have strict professional classifications, they also had different types. The 2 sub-branch phantom realms that Fang Chen had opened were composed of historical soul warriors. The soldiers of the Qin dynasty were skilled in using cold weapons, while the Jinhu warriors excelled in firearms and could also fight in close combat. Their combat methods were quite similar to those in the real world. This type of phantom realm is referred to as realistic type and is the most common. There are also many other types of phantom realms, such as fantasy type realms, which can summon various surreal units, like demons, characters from movies and anime, and even immortals and deities. However, this does not mean that fantasy type realms are superior to realistic type realms. The different types of phantom realm units are essentially equivalent to the different races on the invaders' side. Perhaps their combat methods differ, but in the phantom realm, they are ultimately all data and can inflict damage. There are no absolute settings like physical attacks cannot harm ghosts or human attacks are ineffective against deities. However, there are counter settings, such as water attribute attacks being able to counter fire attribute targets, and talisman attacks being able to counter evil spirits, etc. But this only means that the damage dealt will vary to some extent. A high-level Phantom Realm builder's human unit in a high-tier Phantom Realm can still one-shot a low-level builder's ghost unit. However, in terms of quantity, fantasy-type realms are indeed relatively rare. Those who possess fantasy-type realms are generally more sought after, and many believe that fantasy-type realms have greater potential than realistic-type realms. In the market, scrolls of Phantom Realms of the same quality, fantasy types are indeed more expensive than realistic types. Back to the point. The soul units in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor Phantom Realm use the equipment they come with when awakened. Whether it be the soldier's armor or long spears, bows, and crossbows, or Meng Tian's armor, long spear, and square shield, all referred to as initial exclusive equipment. The old-fashioned firearms carried by the warriors in the bloodstained Jinhu Phantom Realm are also of this type. They can be seen as equipment materialized by the soul's own power, not true independent equipment, and cannot have their equipment information viewed or be manipulated by Phantom Realm builders. Even Fang Chen's infinite amplification cannot amplify this type of equipment. Moreover, using these initial pieces of equipment also incurs a cost for the Phantom Realm units, which can be simply understood as a continuous consumption of mana. Therefore, if the units in the illusory domain were equipped with proper gear, their combat effectiveness could be greatly enhanced. However, the elite soldiers of the Qin army excelled in military formations in close combat, and most of the equipment currently possessed by Fang Chen was not suitable. Only a few short blades, daggers, and wrist guards could be used. Additionally, there were a few firearms that could be given to the newly recruited soldiers from Jin Lake, but it was still too little, and the unusable items were all bound after enhancement. making it impossible to sell them and buy the necessary equipment. The appearance of the equipment reforging furnace was just what Fong Chen needed to solve this problem. Fong Chen thought for a moment, took out a low-quality green piece of equipment that had been enhanced from his inventory, and tossed it into the reforging furnace. The furnace was nearly 2 meters tall and wide, oval in shape, made of copper and iron, with numerous engravings on its surface. It had a funnel-shaped feed inlet at the top and a discharge outlet at the bottom. After the equipment was placed into the feed inlet, a control panel popped up on the virtual screen in front of Fong Chen, allowing him to choose between two effects of the reforging furnace. Fong Chen first tried the first option, which was random reforging. Buzz, the reforging furnace trembled slightly, and it seemed as if a roaring flame ignited inside, accompanied by a clanging sound. In no time, the discharge outlet spat out a piece of equipment, a pair of gauntlets, emitting a faint white glow, originally green and of good quality. It had been reforged into a white common item. Fong Chen picked it up and saw that it was still bound and had not triggered the enhancement skill again. This was not surprising, it had been enhanced before reforging, and if it could be enhanced again after reforging, it would be a bug. He thought for a moment and simply tossed the white equipment back into the furnace, choosing random reforging once more. Soon, another white piece of equipment was spat out. Clearly, although the effect stated that the grade would be random after reforging, with a small probability of a higher grade, that small probability must be very small. Checking the durability of the furnace, it had decreased by 2 points, meaning that each reforging reduced it by 1. The equipment's durability could be repaired using equipment modules. Fong Chen then used a blue piece of equipment to test effect 1 for the third time, resulting in a green piece of equipment. Given this situation, it was clear that not only was it difficult to aim for a higher grade, but even breaking even was not easy. The uncertainty of effect 1 was too great, and after 3 attempts, Fong Chen temporarily gave up. He began to focus on testing effect 2. After placing another green piece of equipment into the furnace, Fong Chen selected effect 2 on the control panel, which then brought up a selection box for a specific type of equipment. Fong Chen chose firearms. Soon, the reforging furnace began to work again, quickly spitting out a green quality handgun. Name, handgun, bound. Type, weapon. Grade, fine. Attack power, strong. Durability, 28/30. Remarks, a gun alone is not enough, you also need bullets. Fong Chen picked up the equipment and examined it. Finding that this handgun was not much different from those in the real world, he had little knowledge of firearms and could not identify the specific model. This type of weapon needed to be used with bullets, and he had seen a bullet option when he selected the reforging type earlier. Next, Fong Chen began tossing unusable equipment into the reforging furnace, producing a batch of firearms. Although he specified firearms, the specific type of gun produced was still random. Sometimes it was a handgun, sometimes a rifle, and other times a shotgun or sniper rifle, etc. Among them, the probability of producing light firearms, like handguns, was the highest. Additionally, although the reforge of effect 2 cannot yield higher grades, the occurrence of downgrades is not very common, with roughly a 50% chance of maintaining the original grade. Confident in the illusory domain of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Fong Chen decided to prepare in advance and get the equipment ready for the warriors of the bloodstained Gene Lake illusory domain. The initial equipment that the Gene Lake warriors came with was too rudimentary, making Fong Chen feel pained. In the past, they had nothing during battles and suffered greatly. Now, he certainly couldn't let them endure any more hardships. They must be fully armed to fight a prosperous battle. When Fong Chen left the illusory domain space and returned to reality, it was already afternoon. After a round of reforging, he successfully equipped the existing 100 Gene Lake warriors with new weapons. The warriors who received the new equipment were very happy, and for the next period, they would familiarize themselves with the new gear in preparation for the upcoming ranking challenge. As for the illusory domain of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, 2 new generals and 900 elite soldiers had been added, significantly increasing the strength of the illusory domain. Moreover, hearing that Meng Tian was also skilled in archery, Fong Chen gave him the Red Epic Wind Spirit Bow to try out its power during the next illusory domain defense battle. Fong Chen was even looking forward to the 3rd ranking challenge arriving soon, as not only was there a reward for completing the illusory domain defense task, but there was also another reward after completing the illusory domain ranking. By then, there would be resources to continue building the bloodstained Gene Lake illusory domain and then initiate the ranking challenge for that domain. Glug glug. just as Fong Chen was confidently envisioning the future. His stomach protested. It dawned on him that he hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch today. He went to the kitchen, took out some ingredients from the fridge, and hummed a little tune while preparing a sumptuous meal for himself. Then, while eating, he summoned a virtual screen to log into the official game forum and browsed through various posts. The post related to him was still hot on the front page, but Fong Chen paid it no mind. Among the other trending posts, the one with the highest discussion was about the impending challenge to the National Fortune illusory domain of Sakura Island, Night Parade of 100 Demons, which would be invaded in 2 days. This matter was also being widely discussed on the real-world internet. Sakura Island in Kimchi Country, backed by the Lighthouse Nation, had seen decent development in their illusory domains, especially since most of the attention from interdimensional invaders in Asia was focused on the populous flowering nation. Recently, however, Kimchi Country's National Fortune illusory domain had been targeted by interdimensional invaders, being breached 3 times in a short span, with the most recent attack occurring 2 days ago, resulting in heavy losses. There were even rumors that Kimchi Country would be the next nation to perish. The National Fortune illusory domain of Sakura Island was on par with that of Kimchi Country. Therefore, after witnessing Kimchi Country's dire situation, the people of Sakura Island were now in a state of panic. Moreover, the invaders challenging Sakura Island's National Fortune illusory domain were the second strongest invading empire, even more powerful than the one that breached Kimchi Country's National Fortune illusory domain. On the invaders' side, there were 3 different scales of groups, temporary teams, guilds, and empires. These corresponded to the 3 scales of illusory domains on Blue Star: personal illusory domains, guild illusory domains, and National Fortune illusory domains. Illusory domain builders of levels 1 to 3 could only construct personal illusory domains, levels 4 to 6 could create guild illusory domains, and only those above level 7 were qualified to build National Fortune illusory domains. Personal illusory domains could only be built by the individual. Guild illusory domains could merge with others' illusory domains for construction, while National Fortune illusory domains could integrate more and stronger illusory domains. Different scales of illusory domains had different challenge conditions. Personal illusory domains could be challenged by anyone, allowing for both team and solo attempts. Guild illusory domains required challenges to be initiated in the name of the guild, and National Fortune illusory domains required invaders to challenge in the name of their empire. The number of challengers in personal realms is not very high, while in guild realms, it can easily reach tens of thousands. As for the National Fortune realms, the number of challengers is at least in the millions. When the National Fortune realm of the flower planting family, which was not yet fully formed, was breached, the number of invaders on the battlefield exceeded 100 million. In the current top-ranking National Fortune realms, the construction level is already very high, and every time they are challenged by invading empires, the number of challengers is often tens of millions or even over 100 million. The other day, the National Fortune realm of the pickled vegetable country was breached, with around 10 million challengers. According to the information released by Sakurajima, in 2 days, the scale of the invaders challenging their National Fortune realm, Night Parade of 100 Demons, will be 20 million. So far, Fong Chen has only experienced 2 challenges from invaders, both of which were only about 100 people. I wonder if the National Fortune realm of Little Japan can hold up, Fong Chen muttered to himself while browsing the posts. Like most people from the flower planting family, Fong Chen only had a spectator's attitude towards Little Japan's situation, while also collecting some experience in national warfare. As for worry and sympathy? At that moment, his phone on the table rang. It was a call from his friend Deng Kai. He answered the phone, and the other side directly asked, "Hey, Lao Mo, are you home?" Fong Chen replied, "I'm home. What's up?" The other side said, "Then I'll come over right away. Let's talk in person." After hanging up, Fong Chen finished the remaining food, and just as he was done tidying up, the doorbell rang. He opened the door to see a young man of similar age to Fong Chen grinning at him, then casually walked in, skillfully changed his shoes, and entered the living room. Fong Chen noticed that the other person had a distinct smell of medicinal wine on him, and there were several bruises on his face. Deng Kai was one of Fong Chen's few friends, whom he met at the welfare home. Although he later returned home to live independently, they still attended the same high school and maintained a good relationship. Deng Kai casually sat on the sofa and asked, "Lao Mo, if I remember correctly, you awakened last night, right?" Fang Chen sat down on the other side of the sofa and nodded. That's right. Deng Kai asked curiously. How was it? What quality of realm scroll did you randomly get? Did you open a realm? After asking, he quickly added, if it's a really impressive realm, you don't have to tell me. I'm afraid I can't keep the secret. Fang Chen casually replied. I randomly got a white quality realm scroll. Ah, that's so unlucky? Deng Kai was taken aback. Frowning slightly, then you. Fang Chen said, my parents left me a green realm scroll. Green. Deng Kai's frown relaxed slightly. Well, that's okay. Better than a blank one. He looked Fang Chen up and down and asked, have you already bound the green realm? Fang Chen nodded. Deng Kai swiped his right hand through the air in front of him, and then a green card appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He placed the card on the coffee table and pushed it towards Fang Chen. Here, you can use these realm construction modules as a birthday gift from your brother. Fang Chen glanced at it. The card had a green module icon, and the bottom right corner showed a quantity of 100. 100 green quality realm construction modules. Fang Chen didn't reach out because holding it would amplify the binding. He smiled and shook his head. I appreciate it, but actually, my parents left me quite a bit of resources. You should keep this for yourself. Oh, Deng Kai was taken aback, suspiciously asking, really? You never mentioned it before. Fang Chen laughed. Can such secrets be casually shared? True. Deng Kai nodded and said, you really don't need it? Don't be polite with me. If I take it back, I won't give it to you again. Really don't need it. Fang Chen said. Besides, aren't you about to level up to 2? Save some resources to build a second branch illusion domain. Although Deng Kai was also a senior about to graduate, he was over a year older than Fang Chen and had awakened as an illusion domain builder a year ago. His main illusion domain was of perfect purple quality, and its development had been quite good, nearing LV2. 100 green illusion domain construction modules was not a small number for Deng Kai, and Fang Chen felt somewhat touched that he could directly give them away. Since that's the case, I won't be pretentious, but if you have any questions about illusion domains in the future, just let me know. I've awakened a year earlier than you, so I can definitely help. Deng Kai said as he put away the module cards. Fang Chen pointed at the bruise on his face. These modules were earned from battle competitions, right? You really can't hide anything from you. Deng Kai grinned. That's right. I won them in competitions, how about that? Impressive, right? The battle competitions Fang Chen referred to were combat contests between illusion domain builders, usually unofficial underground matches that fell into a gray area. As long as nothing major went wrong, the authorities generally turned a blind eye. After all, these competitions could also be seen as a way to hone the skills of illusion domain builders. Sometimes, the authorities would hold large-scale battle events, but due to the existence of human traitors, exceptionally talented illusion domain builders rarely appeared in such events. Underground battle competitions were more popular because they had fewer restrictions. Deng Kai had started participating in underground battle competitions 6 months ago. Although he often got beaten up pretty badly, he could indeed earn some illusion domain resources, more than the basic subsidies provided by the authorities. Only illusion domain builders could enter these competitions, so Fang Chen had not yet witnessed one firsthand. Thinking of this, Fang Chen said to Deng Kai, speaking of battle competitions, I can finally enter now. How about you take me to see one today? Deng Kai smiled widely at this. Of course. I know you've been curious, and there's a match tonight, so I'll take you along. He checked the time and asked, by the way, have you gone to collect the official resource subsidy? Fang Chen shook his head, not yet. Deng Kai stood up and said, perfect. Let's go collect the subsidy first. It might take some time. After that, we can grab dinner and then head to the battle competition. Every illusion domain builder below level 4 could go to the official department each month to collect a portion of illusion domain resources. Although it wasn't much, it was an important help for ordinary civilian illusion domain builders. Many people relied on this to get through the initial novice period. However, this subsidy was actually inconsequential for Fang Chen now, but he naturally couldn't say that to Deng Kai, so he nodded in agreement. Alright. After that, he tidied up a bit and left with Deng Kai. The two went to the official office, and after registering, Fang Chen received a subsidy, 100 white quality illusion domain construction modules and 2 white illusion domain unit recruitment orders. Once he received the items, they were enhanced to green. These multiple overlapping resources were uniformly enhanced upon acquisition, rather than being enhanced individually. Time quickly passed to 8 in the evening. After they had dinner, Deng Kai took Fang Chen to a place that looked like a large bar from the outside. There were people checking at the entrance, and as Fang Chen's mind stirred, a blurry soldier's phantom appeared beside him, allowing them to enter smoothly. As soon as they walked through the door, Fang Chen heard a lively and noisy commotion. What came into view was a space the size of a basketball court, surrounded by tiered seating, with a square arena in the center. There was no one in the arena now, but a host was already warming up the crowd, and the first match was about to begin. On the side of the arena, there was a large LCD screen displaying tonight's match schedule and the basic information of each participant, such as their win-loss records, odds, and so on. However, all the photos showed participants wearing masks, and there was no real identity information. They were all referred to by codenames. Fang Chen glanced over and noticed that most of the competitors were only level 1 illusion domain builders, with only one group at level 2. Most participants in such combat matches were level 1, while level 2 usually had only 1 or 2 groups each time, and level 3 might not even have a match in a month. As for level 4 illusion domain builders, they had already looked down on participating in such combat matches. At the bottom of the display screen was a betting window, where one could bet cash or illusion domain resources, wagering whatever one could afford to lose. Fang Chen was not interested in betting, so the two found an empty spot to sit down. Before long, the first match began. The combatants stepped onto the stage, although they were both wearing masks. It was clear they were young men, which was normal since most level 1 illusion domain builders were around 20 years old. After the referee gave the signal, both summoned a combat unit from their illusion domains simultaneously. At level 1, one's mental strength was only enough to summon one. The person on the left had a semi-transparent figure wielding a long knife appear before him. Seemingly a character from some anime, the person on the right summoned a fierce tiger. In the next moment, the two semi-transparent figures charged at each other, engaging in a chaotic battle. The tiger roared repeatedly, moving swiftly, and with one claw, it tore several gashes in the enemy's abdomen. The anime character also left a wound on the tiger with a slash. Both illusion domain builders stood still, which reminded Fang Chen of an old anime where battles were fought using substitutes. The battles between level 1 illusion domain builders were mostly like this, lacking much in terms of spectacle. At least in Fang Chen's view, they were far inferior to the battles between the Qin army and the invaders. However, the others seemed quite excited, perhaps due to the betting stakes. On the stage, the summoned units fought for about 10 minutes before both disappeared due to excessive mental energy consumption, leading to a physical brawl. The injury on Deng Kai's face came from this. In the end, it was the person who summoned the tiger who won with great difficulty. The following matches were mostly similar, until the last match, when two level 2 illusion domain builders stepped onto the stage. Fang Chen suddenly perked up. Both combatants were male, likely in their 20s. After the battle began, they simultaneously summoned their illusion domain units. One was a shadow of an ancient swordsman, while the other was a somewhat sinister black ghostly figure. Then, both shadows simultaneously possessed their respective masters, whether by coincidence or intentional arrangement. Both had the talent skill of heroic spirit possession. After the heroic spirit possession, both their auras changed dramatically. The one possessed by the ancient swordsman was fine, merely becoming much more imposing in demeanor and gaze, while the one on the right had his eyes turn red, and his expression became fierce. Then, both charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. This looked much more exciting than the previous matches. The swordsman was swift and flexible, performing moves that were even more impressive than those in previous martial arts films. The ghostly figure, on the other hand, fought without any strategy but was exceptionally ferocious, even repeatedly exchanging injuries for damage. As the battle intensified, the swordsman suddenly flashed with swordlight, and a semi-transparent long sword appeared in his hand, slicing a bloody gash in his opponent's abdomen. But before he could feel pleased, he saw the opponent's figure suddenly vanish like a ghost, and by the time he realized something was wrong, a powerful force struck from behind, slamming him hard to the ground. Crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed, sending shivers down the spines of many present. Fang Chen saw clearly, the person possessed by the ghostly figure had just appeared behind the enemy as if teleporting, then knocked the opponent down and twisted their wrist until it broke. This must be the special skill of that ghostly figure. Although the swordsman who was possessed immediately struggled to get up, his combat power was greatly reduced with one arm broken, and it wasn't long before he was defeated. the battle ended. Fang Chen was not very sure about the quality of the heroic spirit possession skills of the two, but from his intuitive assessment, their combat power after possession was actually not very strong. They were no match for the invaders from the Pioneers Guild he had seen before. After the event, Fang Chen bid farewell to Deng Kai and returned home alone. It was already late when he got home. He tidied up a bit and went to bed. Time quickly moved to the next day. On Monday, Fang Chen got up early to go to school. When he arrived at school, everything was the same as before. He had an average relationship with his classmates, and no one knew his birthday, so naturally, they were unaware that he had awakened. Only the homeroom teacher, who was aware of the student records, called him to the office and briefly inquired about his situation. Fang Chen responded with the same set of answers he had given to Deng Kai. The knowledge about how to develop after awakening and what types of illusion domains to build had been taught in school since elementary school, and Fang Chen's grades had always been among the top, so the teacher had no worries. As for other resources related to illusion domains, each family had their own circumstances, and the teacher couldn't manage that broadly. In any case, it would all come down to the results during the college entrance examination, where official professional examiners would be responsible for evaluating the levels and potential of these newly awakened illusion domain builders. After spending a peaceful day at school, Fang Chen returned home after class and entered the illusion domain space to check the situation. The heroic spirits from the two-branch illusion domains had gathered on the first level of the mausoleum of the first emperor, and the spacious tomb chamber did not feel crowded. When Fang Chen entered, everyone was watching a Qin soldier and a Jinhu warrior sparring and honing their combat skills. It was evident that in this regard, the experience of the volunteer soldiers was clearly lacking compared to the battle-hardened Qin soldiers. The volunteer soldiers were not bothered by this at all. They watched the fight while discussing and occasionally asking the nearby Qin soldiers for advice. The two on the battlefield were also teaching each other hands-on while sparring. Fang Chen watched eagerly for quite a while and learned many close combat techniques. Eventually, Fang Chen even took to the field himself. But instead of fighting solo, he took the opportunity to try out the heroic spirit possession talent skill. He then discovered that when a Qin soldier possessed him, all the combat techniques the soldier mastered, even instinctive reactions, would be perfectly received by him and then amplified threefold. Moreover, even after the possession was lifted, some of that feeling lingered, as if he had gained a moment of enlightenment, yielding more than 100 times the learning from mere observation. In the end, Fang Chen even had Meng Tian possess him and then challenged Wang Jian and Wang Ben, ultimately winning. Unfortunately, the mental energy consumption during Meng Tian's possession was very high, and it couldn't last long. After the possession was lifted, Fang Chen felt extremely fatigued and had to exit the illusion domain space. Once his spirit returned to his body, he fell asleep immediately. On Tuesday during the day, he spent it at school as usual, but in the evening, Fang Chen did not wander around the illusion domain space. Instead, after washing up, he leaned against his bed, summoned a virtual screen, logged into the official game website, browsed the forum, and waited for midnight to arrive. Because, at midnight today, it was the time for the otherworldly invaders to challenge the National Fortune illusion domain. The official website would be live-streaming the entire event. Fang Chen had only watched some recordings of past National Fortune fantasy domain challenges online. This was his first time watching a live broadcast. The National Fortune fantasy domain of Little Japan was named Night Parade of 100 Demons. It was a fantasy realm built based on their ancient and modern legends, constructed over 10 years, and had been completed for 3 years. During that time, it had faced 2 invasions from otherworldly challengers, both of which were barely repelled with the help of the Lighthouse Nation. However, this third time, not only was the Lighthouse Nation unable to assist due to their own preparations for the upcoming National Fortune Fantasy Domain Challenge, but the invading empire was also much stronger than the previous 2. The people of Little Japan were now in a state of panic, with the entire island shrouded in the shadow of impending doom. The invading empire had declared that this time they would completely destroy Little Japan's National Fortune Fantasy Domain and sink the entire island into the sea. As the time approached, discussions on the forum grew increasingly heated. Some intelligence analysts listed the combat capabilities of the various demons in the Night Parade of 100 Demons fantasy domain and compared them with the known strengths of the famous invaders from the invading empire, analyzing the potential outcomes of the battle. Others, simply spectators, speculated on how long Little Japan could hold out or whether they would truly be annihilated. Finally, when the clock struck midnight, The National Fortune Fantasy Domain battle began. Fang Chen entered the live broadcast room on the official website, and when the screen lit up, the first thing he saw was a grand, expansive ancient-style city on the island. This was the National Fortune Fantasy Domain space of Little Japan, and this city was the main map of the fantasy domain, named Heiankyo. At that moment, countless figures were standing ready atop the tall city walls surrounding Heiankyo. Among these figures were humans and some non-human-looking demons. These were the fantasy domain builders from Sakurajima and their summoned combat units. The city walls were heavily fortified with troops. Beyond the walls lay a vast wilderness. The live broadcast initially showed an aerial view, then zoomed in, swiftly passing over the top of the city walls before pulling back again to focus on the wilderness outside the city. Then, a multitude of lights descended from the sky, landing on the ground and revealing various figures of different shapes. The otherworldly invaders had arrived. A dense mass of figures spread out into the wilderness behind, seemingly endless. Moreover, this was true for all directions surrounding Heiankyo. According to intelligence, the scale of the invading force attacking the National Fortune Fantasy Domain of Sakurajima was 20 million. For those from the Flowering Nation, with a total population exceeding 1 billion and major cities with populations over 10 million, this number might not seem particularly large. However, the scene before them, with its dense throngs of people, did not even represent the entirety of the 20 million. Fang Chen had seen a recording of a semi-finished National Fortune Fantasy Domain from the Flowering Nation being attacked. The crowd of invaders on that ancient battlefield map of Huaxia was even more spectacular than what he was witnessing now. In the footage, after the invaders arrived, it was the fantasy domain builders within Heiankyo who first launched the attack. The entire Heiankyo began to tremble slightly, and a massive, faint red hemispherical light screen slowly emerged, enveloping the entire city. At the same time, a large amount of black clouds surged above Heiankyo, spreading like thick ink in water, almost covering the entire sky above the city in the blink of an eye. Then, from this sea of black clouds, countless figures flew out, heading towards the invaders in the wilderness outside the city. As the camera zoomed in, Fang Chen could finally see, they were countless grotesque demons of various shapes and sizes. Fang Chen had previously seen some legends about the yokai of Sakurajima online, and in some ancient ukiyo-e-style paintings from that region, there were depictions of groups of monsters riding clouds, resembling the scene before him. Although these monsters were not the famous great yokai from the legends, their sheer numbers, a dark mass charging towards the invading army, were quite impressive. This opening offensive was quite a bold move. Many, including Fang Chen, had thought that the Little Sun would adopt a defensive strategy, but unexpectedly, they took the initiative to strike first. Due to the existence of human traitors, information about the National Fortune Illusion Domain was classified as the highest secret in every country, even if some details were leaked. They were merely surface-level intelligence or specifically designed to confuse the enemy. Therefore, Fang Chen was unaware of the specific intelligence regarding this night parade of 100 demons and did not know the Little Sun's battle plan. However, compared to Fang Chen's surprise, the invaders on the battlefield seemed to show little astonishment at the Little Sun's preemptive attack. At least, they appeared calm overall. Moreover, when the black mist appeared, a large number of flying units from the invader camp had already ascended into the sky, and many lights indicating skill preparations lit up on the ground. As the countless monsters from the black clouds charged towards the invader camp, the flying units of the invaders also rushed up without fear. Furthermore, before the two sides made contact, a barrage of arrows, magic, and shells had already been launched from the ground, striking the airborne monsters first. In an instant, countless lights exploded in the sky, and simultaneously, countless monster bodies burst apart, resembling a bizarre and magnificent large-scale fireworks display. At that moment, on the walls of Heiankyo, numerous long-range attacks were launched, raining down like a torrential storm upon the invading forces on the ground. In the sky, the invading flying army clashed with the yokai army, immediately erupting into a chaotic and intense aerial battle. Meanwhile, the invaders below, facing the overwhelming attacks from the castle walls, showed no signs of panic. The frontline invaders raised their shields and other defensive equipment, forming a protective barrier, while various lights shone behind the shield formation, and a magical defensive barrier was erected even higher. Just as the attack from Sakurajima descended, countless lights erupted in front of the invader camp, nearly engulfing the leading troops. However, when the lights faded, The invader camp appeared to have suffered little damage. Watching this scene, Fong Chen's gaze flickered, and he muttered to himself, as expected, was there a leak in the intelligence? In this brief span of less than a minute, both sides had engaged in several rounds of strategic maneuvering. The Little Sun took the initiative. The invaders' flying units immediately engaged, and there was a timely aerial counterattack, but at the same time, the Little Sun shifted targets to strike the ground forces, yet the invaders remained composed. The Little Sun's battle plan was somewhat unexpected for Fong Chen, but it seemed to be anticipated by the invaders. Fong Chen speculated that it was very likely that the Little Sun's battle plan had been stolen by human traitors and then leaked to the invaders in advance. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. The flower-planting nation had been the first to suffer a heavy blow because of it. Recently, the national fortune illusion domain of the pickled vegetable nation had also suffered a great defeat, reportedly due to someone sabotaging it from within. Just as Fong Chen pondered this, the live broadcast showed that the battle had fully erupted. Within the invader camp, numerous massive siege engines and colossal beasts began to advance towards the city walls. On the walls of Heiankyo, many large long-range attack devices, such as giant crossbows and magical cannons, also appeared. Fong Chen also saw some modern weapons, such as mortars and long-range missile launchers. However, because the overall tone of the Night Parade of 100 Demons is fantasy, there aren't many of these modern weapons. In the illusion realm, data determines damage. A single reinforced giant crossbow bolt may not be less powerful than a modern missile. The long-range attacks from the invaders flew toward the city walls, all blocked by a layer of red defensive barrier. Most of the attacks launched from the city walls were similarly thwarted by the invaders' defensive measures. The initial skirmish between both sides seemed fierce, but in reality, it did not cause much substantial effect. However, the vanguard of the invaders continued to advance slowly, reaching a position just a few hundred meters from the city walls in no time. Under the constant bombardment of the large siege units, the red barrier outside the city walls began to flicker. The invaders' defensive barrier also started to show breaches, resulting in significant casualties. At that moment, a large number of figures suddenly leaped down from the walls of Heiankyo, bursting through the defensive barrier and charging toward the invaders' vanguard. Most of these figures were variously shaped and terrifying demons, including giants 3 meters tall with blood-red skin, bulging muscles, and 2 horns on their heads, as well as enormous pythons with eyes larger than lanterns, spitting 3 long forked tongues, and 10-meter-tall terrifying human heads, among others. Additionally, there were some human figures mixed in. They should be illusion realm builders, but all had used spirit possession or similar means, showing some non-human changes, their momentum no less than that of the demons. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed, engaging in a brutal melee. If one word could describe Fong Chen's feelings, it would be chaos. It was too chaotic. Just the clash of the vanguard was enough to leave him dazzled. Since most of the units on the side of Little Sun are monsters, and the invaders come from all kinds of races, in the melee, Fong Chen even found it hard to distinguish which units belonged to Little Sun and which were invaders. And this was merely the clash of the vanguard. The main forces of the invaders had yet to join the fray. Of course, the Little Sun side was similar. At least Fong Chen had not yet seen many notable high-level demons, and even the high-level illusion realm builders from Little Sun had not appeared in significant numbers. The ground battle was chaotic and brutal, and the sky was no less so. Countless corpses of the fallen rained down like dumplings, and some of the larger bodies, upon falling, would directly crush a large number of units on the ground, regardless of friend or foe. This vanguard battle lasted the entire night. Then it continued from morning till evening, and the battlefield had already seen countless illusion realm builders and invaders perish. Because the true death toll was not just what was visible on the surface. The live broadcast showed the main battlefield of the National Fortune Illusion realm, but there were countless smaller battlefields not represented on this main map. These were numerous small illusion realms integrated into the Night Parade of 100 Demons National Fortune Illusion realm, akin to side quests in the main illusion realm. When the illusion realm challenge began, those illusion realms would also face attacks from invaders. However, the live broadcast would not present the situation of these small illusion realms. Yet, the outcomes of battles in the small illusion realms would still impact the larger situation. For example, invaders who breached a small illusion realm could join the main battlefield, while illusion realm builders within the small illusion realms who successfully eliminated the invading challengers would effectively weaken the enemy's strength. Time quickly passed into the deep night, and Fang Chen had been watching the live broadcast for over 20 hours straight. Even with his extraordinary mental strength, he felt a bit tired, mainly because his eyes were dry. Just as Fang Chen was contemplating whether to take a nap, a sudden upheaval occurred on the battlefield in the live broadcast. In the northern battlefield of Heiankyo, the fighting was the most intense. The vanguard of the invaders had already reached the defensive barrier outside the city, and under a barrage of powerful attacks, the barrier was visibly on the verge of collapse. But at that moment, a large mass of dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to swirl violently, moving towards the northern battlefield. The aerial battlefield, which had been fiercely contested, was instantly engulfed by the dark clouds, regardless of friend or foe. In the blink of an eye, the black clouds that had shrouded Heiankyo shrank and moved above the northern battlefield, casting a shadow over nearly all the invaders on the ground. This turn of events seemed to exceed the invaders' expectations, as many of them displayed expressions of surprise and confusion, looking up and preparing for battle. Just when everyone, including Fang Chen, thought that some powerful monster would burst forth from the dark clouds, a shocking scene unfolded. What emerged from the swirling black clouds was not a great demon, but a massive mountain. The base of the mountain was as large as the area of the dark clouds, almost covering the entire northern wilderness. The giant mountain descended from the sky, crashing down to the ground. Fang Chen felt a shock just from watching the live broadcast, and he could only imagine the feelings of the invaders on the scene. Under the shadow of the giant mountain, the over 1 million invaders immediately fell into chaos, with countless gasps echoing, while many hurriedly launched attacks at the sky or used defensive skills, trying to block the mountain's descent. However, these attacks merely knocked off some debris from the mountain's base. There was no opportunity for the invaders to react. In the blink of an eye, the giant mountain landed on the earth. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the illusion realm, and Fang Chen clearly saw the ground shake violently. One edge of the mountain was almost touching the defensive barrier outside the northern city of Heiankyo, and the entire mountain nearly pressed down on the northern wilderness area. The over 1 million invaders that had gathered in that wilderness had now vanished beneath the giant mountain. When Fang Chen saw the full view of the giant mountain, he immediately recognized it. It was clearly the national sacred mountain of Little Sun. However, this mountain was not a merged reality module but was reconstructed within the illusion realm. One mountain annihilates 1 million invaders. It must be said, this move was indeed shocking. It seemed that Little Sun still had some tricks up its sleeve. At least this killing move had not been leaked. Just as Fang Chen was secretly amazed, new developments appeared in the live broadcast. After using this extraordinary move to eliminate 1 million invaders on the northern battlefield, the builders of the illusion realm in Heiankyo did not stop there but immediately took action again. The demon army in the eastern and western battlefields suddenly abandoned their enemies in front of them and charged towards the southern battlefield. At the same time, a large number of demon and ghost units suddenly surged out from the southern city walls, breaking through the defensive barrier and rushing towards the invader camp like a tidal wave. In just a few blinks, the flying units from the east and west rushed to the southern battlefield, launching a fierce attack on the invader forces alongside the demon and ghost army pouring out from the city. It seemed that Little Sun's side intended to pursue victory and seize the advantage in both the northern and southern battlefields. Under the assault of the land and air demon and ghost armies, the vanguard of the invaders on the southern battlefield instantly collapsed like a landslide. A large number of invaders were torn to pieces by the demon and ghost army, with blood and flesh flying across the battlefield. A scene of utter carnage. The rear of the invader army also experienced some chaos, although they hurriedly engaged in battle. It was clear that the demon and ghost army held the advantage. At that moment, the live broadcast suddenly zoomed in on a close-up of someone within the invader camp. The live broadcast on the official website is controlled by the game's main deity, showcasing only key moments. Right now, a close-up of a single person is shown, indicating that this individual is definitely not simple. This person is dressed as a warrior, likely a human invader, with a robust physique and a rugged face, carrying a massive sword on his back. Fang Chen almost immediately recognized him. This man is one of the strongest invaders from the second invading empire, the War God tribe, and is said to have a title called Mad Sword God. At this moment, he stands atop a gigantic griffin mount, slowly ascending into the air. Then, he removes the giant sword from his back, grips it with both hands, and suddenly unleashes a torrent of golden fighting spirit, raising the sword to deliver a fierce horizontal slash forward. Buzz! In an instant, A buzzing sound fills the air as a golden sword aura shoots out, instantly transforming into a wave thousands of feet long, crashing down into the army of demons and ghosts on the battlefield. Wherever the golden sword aura passes, all demons and ghosts are instantly turned to ashes, whether in the sky or on the ground. Over 100,000 demons and ghosts are obliterated under the sword aura. Not only that, but the massive golden sword aura, after wiping out the 100,000 demons, strikes fiercely against the red barrier outside the city. In an instant, the sword aura erupts completely, causing the barrier to tremble violently, with countless fine cracks appearing on its surface. Then, it shatters with a thunderous crash. The situation on the battlefield changed too quickly, surprising everyone. Even Fong Chen initially thought that the side of the Little Days would gain the upper hand, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the invaders managed to turn the tide. The Little Days side relied on a mountain, while the invaders relied on a single person. "This is the power of a top-tier invader," Fong Chen murmured, his expression becoming serious. Since the invasion of Blue Star 30 years ago, the strength of the otherworldly invaders has been on the rise, with each National Fortune Illusion War showcasing even greater power than the last. In previous recordings of National Fortune Illusion Wars, Fong Chen had never seen an invader wipe out 100,000 demons with a single sword strike, while also breaking through an epic-level defensive barrier. The strongest invader Fong Chen had encountered so far was the president of the Pioneers Guild, who couldn't even compare to a single finger of this mad sword god. They are simply not on the same level. This is the power of top-tier invaders who can lead or even dominate National Fortune Illusion Wars. Having just started from a personal illusion domain, the road ahead for him is still very long. As Fong Chen was lost in thought, the live broadcast showed the mad sword god's astonishing sword strike instantly boosting the morale of the invader camp. As he pointed his sword forward, the invaders, who had just been pushed back by the demon army, immediately began their counterattack. Meanwhile, the people inside Heiankyo hurriedly stabilized the crumbling defensive barrier, preventing the collapse from spreading in other directions. However, on the southern side, a large breach that had already been broken could not be repaired for the time being. Watching the surging invader army charge forward, a commander above the southern city gate raised his hand and waved, opening the massive city gate. A batch of demon soldiers led by illusion domain builders surged out from within the gate to meet the incoming enemy. What followed was a chaotic battle even more brutal than before. Although the Little Days side had cleared the northern battlefield with the Divine Mountain, the barrier on the southern side had been breached. Fortunately, the forces originally guarding the north could support the south, preventing the southern city gate from being breached. The giant mountain clearly could no longer fly to suppress other battlefields, and the situation seemed to have reached a stalemate again. Fong Chen watched for a while longer, his eyes growing tired, and decided to sleep first. When he woke up and checked the live broadcast again, he found that the situation had not changed much. Both sides were still at a stalemate, and the battlefield outside the southern gate was littered with corpses. Whether they are domain builders or invaders, death on the battlefield does not equate to true death. As mentioned before, the death penalty on the Blue Star side results in a deduction of lifespan, while the invaders face a penalty of losing levels and equipment. This creates a significant imbalance. Under normal circumstances, if an individual domain builder dies, it directly signifies that the domain has been breached. However, in the National Fortune Domain War, generally speaking, aside from the domain builder of the main domain, other affiliated domain builders, upon death, will also face a death penalty but will not completely exit the domain. Instead, they can revive and continue to fight. As long as they dare to battle, they can repeatedly participate until their lifespan is exhausted and they truly die. Once, when the newly established National Fortune domain of the flower-growing nation was challenged by invaders, countless domain builders fought to the death until their lifespans were depleted, sacrificing themselves for the country. For the invaders, in ordinary domains, unless they possess revival items or skills, they cannot re-enter the battle after death. In the National Fortune domain, however, invaders can directly re-enter the domain to continue fighting after enduring the death penalty, until the domain challenge concludes. However, both sides have a cooldown period, CD, for revival during national warfare. This is why there are bodies left on the battlefield. 1. They are waiting for the cooldown to expire. And 2. If teammates have revival skills during this time, they can revive on the spot, but the penalties remain unchanged. Back to the main topic. Both attacking and defending sides have focused their main attention on the southern city. with increasing troop strength and the most powerful combatants. Fang Chen also saw more and more renowned great demons appearing. For instance, the Spider Woman, Snow Woman, Bone Woman, Sea Monk, and even the Great Tengu and Nine-Tailed Fox, among many others. The emergence of these great demons significantly escalated the intensity of the battle. Super great demons like the Great Tengu and Nine-Tailed Fox Tamamo are considered super bosses even in guild domains. One great demon can withstand 100,000 or even more ordinary invaders. With a flap of the Great Tengu's massive black feathered wings, a black gale sweeps across the battlefield, shredding large numbers of invaders. Once the Nine-Tailed Fox reveals its true form, a sweep of its 9 enormous tails can leave a pile of corpses, and its fox fire spreads, incinerating everything in its path. The appearance of these great demons forced the invading army, which was on the verge of breaching the city gates, to retreat step by step, seemingly about to be pushed out of the barrier's breach. However, once the high-level combatants from the invader side also joined the fray, the situation began to change again. Although the strength of these high-level invaders may not be as exaggerated as that of the Berserker god, when they gather in teams to besiege a great demon, they can generally succeed in suppressing it. It was also evident that their grouping and target selection were not random but clearly strategic. They likely obtained detailed information about these great demons from the traitors among the Blue Star people. After these great demons were held back by a group of high-level invaders, the southern city gate of Heiankyo once again became precarious. Then came another day of fierce fighting. Finally, the southern city gate fell. A large number of invaders surged into Heiankyo. This war thus entered a new phase. The domain builders of Sakurajima and the invading army engaged in a new round of life and death battles in this vast and enormous city. Time passed little by little. This war began at midnight on Tuesday, breached the southern city gate on Thursday night, and by Friday night, the eastern and western city gates were also breached in succession. The battlefield had completely shifted to within Heiankyo. More and more great demons appeared, but at the same time, an increasing number of high-level invaders emerged. The battles between them stirred Fang Chen's emotions. Fortunately, the Heiankyo within the domain is large enough, and the buildings inside have clearly been reinforced. If it were the capital of Sakurajima in reality, it would have long been reduced to rubble. By Saturday, the war had reached a fever pitch. Major demons were beginning to fall in battle. The advantage for the invaders was growing increasingly significant. That Saturday night, as Fang Chen finished washing up and lay down in bed, the situation on the battlefield underwent a dramatic change once again. The live broadcast cameras, which had been moving between various intense battlefields throughout the city, suddenly rose higher and focused on a certain area outside the city. As the camera zoomed in, Fang Chen saw that there was actually a sizable group of invaders there, all equipped as mages. At that moment, they were forming 3 massive concentric circles, and a huge, intricate magic circle lit up on the ground beneath them, with each person's staff radiating brilliant light. It seemed they had completed an extraordinary spell. Immediately after, the camera shifted again, this time pointing towards the sky above Heiankyo. Fang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, because he saw, in the sky, red points of light appeared, and as these points rapidly descended, it quickly became clear those were burning meteors, a dense swarm of meteors, almost covering the entire sky. This scene not only shocked Fang Chen but also stunned nearly everyone watching the live broadcast. Meanwhile, within the illusion domain, the builders of the illusion domain on Sakura Island also immediately noticed the falling meteors in the sky. It was like a cataclysmic disaster. Many builders of the illusion domain on Sakura Island displayed expressions of despair. How could they defend against such an attack? Not to mention that the defensive barrier of Heiankyo had already been completely breached. Even if it could be repaired immediately, it probably wouldn't hold. There was even nowhere to escape. The range of this meteor swarm was so vast that it almost covered the entire illusion domain. No one had anticipated that the invaders had such a terrifying trump card. In any previous National Fortune illusion domain war, such a scale of attack had never occurred. Moreover, with such a massive range of attack, did they not fear annihilating their own people? Mutual destruction? It couldn't be that such a large-scale attack would have a bug effect that spared allies, right? Or did they have some other means of self-preservation? Watching the rapidly descending meteor swarm, Fang Chen felt both shocked and puzzled. Just then, buzz, a thunderous rumble suddenly echoed in the broadcast, and the camera turned to reveal the source of the tremor. It was the giant mountain to the north of Heiankyo. At that moment, this giant mountain, constructed to resemble the national sacred mountain from reality, began to collapse rapidly. Amidst the countless falling rocks and dust, a massive figure, as large as the mountain itself, began to emerge. Roar, 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 deafening roars erupted, and the figure seemed unable to wait for the giant mountain to completely collapse, forcing its way out. In fact, when he first saw the shadow, Fang Chen had already had his suspicions, and now, seeing the figure clearly, he confirmed his guess. It was an eight-headed, eight-tailed serpent demon, Yamata no Orochi, the strongest demon in the mythology of the national fortune. In fact, many people, including Fang Chen, had long suspected that the Yamata no Orochi would appear in this national fortune illusion domain of Night Parade of 100 Demons, but no one had expected it to appear in such a manner. It had been hiding in that giant mountain all along. In the footage, after the Yamata no Orochi emerged, its 8 massive heads simultaneously tilted towards the sky, their gaping maws opening wide, and in an instant, they unleashed beams of white light. 8 beams shot into the sky, instantly colliding with the falling meteors. Boom, 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 boom. Following that was a series of earth-shattering explosions. As the massive heads of the Yamata no Orochi swung, the 8 beams also moved, and wherever they passed, the giant meteors were instantly shattered. In just a few breaths, at least 1,000 meteors were destroyed, and those destroyed meteors were all about to fall in the central area of Heiankyo. Just a few breaths later, the meteors in the sky had already fallen onto the heads of the people in the city. The next moment, there was a series of earth-shattering impacts. Just watching the live broadcast, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel his heart race. In an instant, the vast Heiankyo was almost entirely destroyed, except for the central area. Even the wilderness outside the city was riddled with holes, with hardly a single intact spot. Countless demons and illusion builders in the city died in the meteor strikes. And when the meteor impacts ended, Fang Chen was astonished to find that the invading group had suffered very few casualties. However, before Fang Chen could observe the situation in Heiankyo any longer, the live camera shifted back to the Yamata no Orochi. Its mouth was no longer spewing beams, all 8 heads were drooping, looking as if the earlier powerful attack had taken a toll on it. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and in the instant the golden light burst forth. A golden sword energy slashed towards one of the heads on the right side of Yamata no Orochi. The figure within that golden fighting spirit was none other than the mad sword god. Yamata no Orochi clearly sensed the danger. Its massive head was about to move, but suddenly seemed to be hindered by something, freezing for a moment. It was this fleeting opportunity that allowed the mad sword god strike to successfully land on that head. Swish, the golden sword energy sliced down from the neck of that head, causing the massive head to fall. Roar, the remaining 7 heads of Yamata no Orochi let out furious roars, and one of them swung violently, crashing down on the mad sword god. The mad sword god was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, he flew out of the frame, his life unknown. But at the same time, several dazzling lights suddenly lit up around Yamata no Orochi, and multiple powerful attacks, almost as strong as the mad sword god's strike, simultaneously launched from various directions towards Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi roared repeatedly, its massive body swaying, dodging 2 of the attacks and blocking another 2. But still, the remaining 3 strikes hit 3 of its heads. 3 massive clouds of blood exploded, and 3 heads were destroyed. This was not the end. Immediately after, more attacks continued to swarm towards the Yamata no Orochi, which was left with only 4 heads. The live camera finally focused on a few attackers, and Fang Chen immediately recognized them. They were the top combat forces of the War God Tribe Empire, inside Heiankyo. Upon discovering that Yamata no Orochi was being besieged by the local top combat team, the illusion builders from Sakurajima were filled with both anger and anxiety, all wanting to rush forward to assist, but were immediately blocked by other invaders. At this moment, the invading forces in the city had far surpassed the forces of the Sakurajima camp. Although the dead could be revived, most were still in the revival cooldown, and the speed of reinforcements was completely inadequate. Seeing the great demons in the city being surrounded and killed one after another by the invaders, and the head of Yamata no Orochi outside the city being destroyed again, Fang Chen had basically confirmed the little days were lost. Although there were a few unexpected performances in between, they ultimately could not withstand the invasion of the otherworldly army. Throughout the night that followed, no matter how fiercely the Sakurajima side resisted, they could not turn the tide of battle. With the arrival of Sunday morning, the live broadcast showed the last head of Yamata no Orochi being destroyed, and even its body was soon shattered into countless pieces. In Heiankyo, the great demons were almost completely killed, and the remaining illusion builders were few and far between. When those who had killed Yamata no Orochi entered Heiankyo, it completely announced the end of this war. Under the powerful strikes of several top-tier invaders, the last few strongest realm builders of Sakurajima were quickly killed, including the core builder of the National Fortune realm. When that core builder died, all realm builders around the world heard the prompt from the game's main god. Ding! The National Fortune realm of Sakurajima, Night Parade of 100 Demons, has been destroyed. The National Fortune of Sakurajima has been reset to 0, all citizens' lifespans reduced by 50 years, and all realm builders' attributes halved. After hearing the prompt, Fong Chen was momentarily stunned. The punishment is this severe? The penalty for this National Fortune challenge completely exceeded Fong Chen's expectations, and one could say it surpassed the expectations of everyone in the world. Because, in the past, there had never been such a severe consequence after losing a National Fortune realm war. Not to mention the punishment. In the past, even if a National Fortune realm lost, it mostly just meant it was breached. A breached realm would suffer significant damage but could still be repaired. However, destroyed is entirely different. That means the entire National Fortune realm is completely obliterated and cannot be repaired. 30 years ago, the era of universal realms began, and a few years later, the fastest group of realm builders discovered the existence of National Fortune realms and began to construct and study them. In the more than 20 years since then, there have been dozens of National Fortune realm wars, most of which ended in victory for the invaders, but about 80% of those were merely breached. To completely destroy a National Fortune realm, one would have to breach it continuously in a short period, not giving it a chance to be repaired. As for the first National Fortune realm built by the Flowering Nation, it was only a half-finished product at the time, so it was directly destroyed after being breached by the invaders. However, the punishment that the Flowering Nation faced back then was not as severe as what Sakurajima is facing now. The last time Sakurajima's National Fortune realm was challenged was 5 years ago, and it was only breached then. Over the past 5 years, with the help of its lighthouse father, the previous battle damage had been repaired, and the overall strength of the realm was much stronger than last time. But under these circumstances, not only did they fail again, but it was also directly destroyed, and the punishment was unprecedentedly severe. In the past, countries whose National Fortune realms were destroyed faced penalties that nearly reduced part of their national fortune. But this time, Sakurajima's National Fortune was completely reset to 0. Not long ago, the National Fortune realm of Kimchi Nation was breached, reducing their national fortune by half, leading to numerous severe natural disasters across the country, resulting in immense losses. And now, with Sakurajima's National Fortune reset to 0, the consequences, along with the reduction of all citizens' lifespans by 50 years and the halving of all realm builders' attributes, these are all unprecedentedly severe punishments. Why is this happening? Did the otherworldly invaders use some special means? Or has the game rules changed? Not only Fong Chen, but almost everyone in the world was pondering this question. Meanwhile, within Sakurajima, the moment the game's main god finished the prompt, a large number of citizens across Sakurajima suddenly dropped dead. How severe are the consequences of a 50-year lifespan reduction? Almost all people over 30 years old died. Even many in their 20s also perished. Don't forget, during ordinary times, when an individual realm is breached by invaders, it also reduces lifespan. Many people had already lost some lifespan to varying degrees, and now with an additional 50 years taken away, there were hardly any left who could survive. In just that moment, there were hardly any adults left alive in all of Sakurajima. The entire nation instantly fell into paralysis, and this was just the beginning. While the whole world was intensely discussing the outcome of this National Fortune realm war and how to help Sakurajima, the terrifying consequences of the National Fortune reset to 0 unfolded before everyone's eyes. The entire territory of Sakurajima began to experience an unprecedented earthquake. Sakurajima, an island nation surrounded by the sea on all sides. The terrifying hypothesis that once only appeared in fictional novels and films has become a reality. Sakurajima is beginning to sink. When this news broke, the whole world was in an uproar. Moreover, after the earthquake, Sakurajima's external communications were quickly cut off, and the outside world could only observe the situation through satellites. It was impossible to send ships or planes close enough to investigate. The natural disaster affected the entire territory of Sakurajima. In addition to the land on the island, there were also territorial waters and airspace. Not only was there an earthquake, but also tsunamis and typhoons. Ships and planes simply could not approach. Likewise, they could not escape. On Sakurajima, there were many troops from Lighthouse Nation stationed there. They were not citizens of Sakurajima and were not affected by the lifespan penalty. But now, when they sensed something was wrong and wanted to evacuate, it was already too late. Such a level of disaster meant that even if powerful builders from the illusory domain were dispatched, breaking in would be futile. The whole world could only watch through satellite images as Sakurajima sank into the sea in a very short time. Before this, the otherworldly invaders who had launched a challenge against Sakurajima's national fortune had boasted they would make Sakurajima sink into the sea. Everyone thought it was just a harsh remark. Now they realized it was the truth. With the entire Sakurajima sinking, this nation was completely annihilated. And while such a terrifying natural disaster occurred within Sakurajima, the nearby countries were not affected at all. This is the terrifying aspect of the game's main god. The punishment only targets the designated country. Additionally, many people from other countries who were originally in Sakurajima had almost all left before the challenge began, which could be considered a stroke of luck. The only foreign group that would accompany Sakurajima in its demise would be the Lighthouse Nation's troops who did not manage to evacuate in time. Fong Chen looked at the news online, shocked for a long time before regaining his composure. He was not lamenting the sinking of Sakurajima, but rather feeling a tremor at the cruelty of the National Fortune Illusory Domain. Although the benefits of winning the National Fortune Illusory Domain battle were enormous, the penalties for failure were equally terrifying. He even felt that after the example of Sakurajima, the recently announced National Fortune Illusory Domain restart plan by the Flower Nation would likely need to be reconsidered. In Fong Chen's view, this might not be a bad thing, because his goal was to build his own Great Wall Watch into the National Fortune Illusory Domain of the Flower Nation, and he had confidence in this. He just needed more time. Moreover, it was not yet time to expose his identity and make contact with the authorities, so if the official plan could be delayed, Fong Chen would have more time to develop, and the authorities could save many illusory domain resources. In other words, he needed to put in more effort. Fong Chen's sense of crisis increased greatly, but at the same time, his motivation surged. He couldn't help but want the third-ranking challenge of the Dragon Emperor's tomb to come quickly. With this thought, Fong Chen pondered for a long time. He realized a rather unfavorable situation. If he had not miscalculated earlier, the Dragon Emperor's tomb illusory domain, which had already attracted the attention of otherworldly invaders, would inevitably have a third-ranking challenge, and the invaders coming this time would only be stronger than the second, unless a special situation occurred, such as a batch of scattered invaders coincidentally matching his illusory domain, taking on this third-ranking challenge. But the probability of that was actually very small. It had already been a week since the last Pioneer Guild's challenge failed, and the anticipated stronger invaders had yet to arrive. It was likely not that they were not coming, but rather that they were still preparing. The longer the other side prepared, the stronger the invading team that would eventually arrive. After that, 2 more days of calm life passed. The Sakurajima sinking incident remained the hottest topic globally, but it was just a topic after all. Everyone lived their lives as they always did. Until Wednesday evening. Fong Chen had just finished dinner and was washing the dishes in the kitchen when the Game Master's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will arrive in 100 seconds at the side quest Illusion Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Please prepare yourselves. Fong Chen's gaze sharpened. Finally, it was here. He quickly returned to his bedroom, laid down on the bed, and with a thought, his consciousness entered the Illusion Domain space, directly appearing in the first layer of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, Illusion Domain, where a group of Qin soldiers and the 100 heroic spirits of the bloodstained Jin Lake were present. Upon seeing Fong Chen, the heroic spirits greeted him. Fong Chen, with a serious expression, quickly said, "The enemy is coming, everyone, get ready." Hearing this, the heroic spirits immediately stiffened, and Meng Tian raised a hand, signaling all the elite soldiers to quickly line up. The 100 soldiers also looked serious, and one warrior asked Fong Chen, "Can we really not help?" Fong Chen shook his head, saying, "You can't help. When the countdown ends, you will be forcibly teleported out. In less than 10 seconds, All the elite soldiers of the Qin had assembled in formation, their military demeanor strict and imposing. 3 generals stood at the front of the ranks, and Meng Tian said in a deep voice, "Domain Lord, please give the order. As for dealing with the enemy, I'll leave it to you all, I won't complicate things here." Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "However, when the enemy arrives, you all first." In the last second of the countdown, Fang Chen, along with the 100 volunteer soldiers, was teleported back to the mainline space. The subsequent battle would be left to the Qin soldiers. From Fang Chen's god's perspective, in the grand tomb chamber of the first layer of the royal mausoleum, figures of the invaders began to descend at the exit of the corridor. They were densely packed, almost filling the open space outside the exit. This time, the invaders challenging them did not appear at the entrance of the corridor but directly descended into the grand tomb chamber. Perhaps it was because the number this time was incomparable to the previous 2 times. The entrance corridor was only in its basic form and had not been expanded. If they all descended into the corridor, it might not even fit, because this time, the number was not 100, but 1,000. Even many of the arriving invaders showed expressions of shock. They really came in. 1,000 people. All came in. How is this possible? An undefined level illusion domain can actually accommodate 1,000 people. I thought it was a system error. It really isn't a bug? Isn't the cap for an undefined level illusion domain 100 people? Has the version been updated? I've never heard of that. The limit for a single challenge in an undefined level illusion domain has always been 100 people. Full capacity is rarely seen, let alone 1,000. You from the exploration team, didn't you say that last time you came, it was still 100 people? How did it change this time? How would I know? This is really unbelievable. What are you afraid of? This is a good thing. Maybe we've discovered an unprecedented special illusion domain. Such good fortune isn't something everyone can encounter. Exactly. Since so many have come, what's there to be afraid of? Let's just go for it. But I still feel something is off. Not only were the newly arrived invaders shocked, but even Fang Chen was astonished at this moment. His god's perspective allowed him to clearly see the enemy's situation. However, if the invaders had special means, such as skills, equipment effects, etc., they could also shield Fang Chen's basic perception. Then it would escalate to a competition of data, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, where the stronger would have the initiative. At this moment, the newly arrived invaders did not use any shielding methods, so Fang Chen could not only see them but even hear their conversations. When Fang Chen saw a full 1,000 invaders descend, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, like many of the invaders, questions arose in his mind. The challenge limit for an undefined level illusion domain is clearly 100 people. Why are there 1,000? Is the game updated or is there a bug? Although Fang Chen had already guessed that the enemies this time would be much stronger than last time, he didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Among these 1,000 people, there were some familiar faces from the last encounter, including the president of the Pioneers Guild, but this time he was merely a supporting character, with someone else taking the center stage. On the first floor of the royal tomb, leading the 1,000 invaders was a half-orc invader clad in iron armor, whose head resembled that of a dragon, with blue scales on his arms and sharp dragon claws for hands. The current president of the Pioneers Guild, known as the King of Pioneers, stood beside him. At this moment, the half-orc invader with the ID dragon proud wore a serious expression. After surveying the situation in the tomb, he turned to the King of Pioneers. The King of Pioneers looked equally shocked. Seeing his leader's gaze, he immediately spoke. "Brother Long, I don't know what's going on either. When we came last time, there were indeed 100 of us, and we appeared at the starting point of the passage. We even encountered a group of living elite monsters here. They might have retreated to the lower levels now." Dragon Proud furrowed his brows and withdrew his gaze, speaking in a deep voice. 1,000-person scale for an undefined level illusion domain. The first time in history. It's definitely not simple. Everyone, stay sharp. If anyone messes up, you'll regret it. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious, and they stopped discussing. In fact, before entering, they already knew that the scale of this illusion domain was 1,000 people because Dragon Proud had used a special item for designated challenges. After specifying the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, he saw the number of challengers. He had originally planned to challenge it yesterday, but at that time, he only gathered 100 people. When he saw the challenge limit was 1,000, he thought he was seeing things or that there was a display bug. Although it was possible to challenge with 100 people, after paying for the required challenge scroll, the game's main god would automatically match another 900 people randomly, and everyone would enter the illusion domain together. However, realizing the seriousness of the situation, Dragon Proud did not do this. He wasted a special item, cancelled the challenge plan, and reported the matter to the higher-ups of his empire. Then, after spending a day, he gathered another 900 elite invaders, still led by Dragon Proud, to enter this illusion domain. Before entering, many invaders were skeptical that an undefined level illusion domain could actually have a scale of 1,000 people, so they were truly shocked once they entered. This was the first time in the history of the game. Just this point alone would give them plenty to brag about in the future. However, some clever and well-informed invaders thought even more deeply. For example, Dragon Proud. 1,000-person illusion domain was already at the scale of sea-level hell difficulty. The undefined level illusion domain library should contain new illusion domains. So how could it reach this intensity? Could it be that the builder of this illusion domain had fully stocked all construction resources before opening this domain? Such an approach had been used before, but no one had ever reached this level. No wonder the last time the Pioneers Guild's 100 members were so brutally defeated. The true difficulty of this illusion domain far exceeded that of 100 people. 100 people was merely the highest scale of the undefined level illusion domain library, not the difficulty of this illusion domain. So why had it changed to 1,000 people this time? Was it because this illusion domain triggered some hidden condition, causing the rules of the undefined level illusion domain library to change? Regardless of the reason, one thing was certain: this illusion domain was very special. Although the difficulty would undoubtedly be great, correspondingly, if they could break through this illusion domain, the rewards would surely be substantial. Moreover, if I can break through such an unprecedented special illusion realm, my reputation will surely soar. In that case, I might even have the chance to enter the upper echelons of the empire. It would not be in vain for me to have worked so hard to secure this opportunity to lead. Thoughts flashed through Long Ao's mind, and his eyes gradually brightened. However, the invaders did not have much time to ponder. The army of terracotta warriors in front of them suddenly sprang into action. Long Ao snapped back to reality, his gaze sharpening as he snorted. Attack first, clear out these minions. The group of invaders immediately responded, raising their weapons, either charging directly at the enemy or standing their ground to unleash skills. According to the intelligence provided by the invaders from the last challenge, the terracotta warriors on this first level were not to be feared. The real threats were the 500 elite monsters and a small boss. Sure enough, the 1,000 terracotta warriors on the first level were quickly dispatched by these invaders. Hey, they don't seem that tough. Yeah, the difficulty feels pretty average. I thought they would be stronger. Stop whining, these are just minions. The real tough ones haven't shown up yet. Didn't you say they encountered them on the first level last time? They must have been scared and retreated to the lower levels. So what are we waiting for? Let's keep moving. Let's slaughter our way through this illusion realm. Many invaders regained their confidence and charged through the Grand Tomb Chamber toward the lower levels. Long Ao watched these impatient invaders but did not stop them. Soon, sounds of gasps and screams echoed from the passage leading to the lower levels. The invaders at the front encountered traps. However, Long Ao was not alarmed, as this was well within his expectations. Once the main force entered the passage, they quickly made their way through to the next level. The casualties amounted to about 50, which was negligible for a 1,000-strong team. When they arrived at the second level, they discovered a central tomb chamber even larger than the one above, along with more terracotta warriors. Yet, they still did not see the so-called living elite monsters. The terracotta warriors sprang into action as soon as the invaders appeared, engaging in a chaotic battle. Once the fighting began, the invaders realized that the terracotta warriors on this level not only outnumbered those on the previous level but also had greater individual strength. However, for this group of elite invaders, it was still not a significant problem. In less than half an hour, the terracotta army on this level was also wiped out. However, the invaders suffered around 100 casualties. They continued to charge fiercely toward the next level. In the third level, Meng Tian and the other Qin generals were on high alert. They had retreated here because Feng Chen wanted to observe the situation of the otherworldly invaders more closely and test the strength of the traps and terracotta warriors in the first and second levels. But it would stop at the third level. These people had no right to disturb the slumber of the ancestral dragon at the bottom level. At this moment, Meng Tian and the Wang family's 3 generals each led several hundred elite soldiers. arranged in 3 military formations. In fact, for these 3 generals, just over 1,000 soldiers was hardly enough to divide among them. But there was no choice, they could only indulge in a few hundred each. Soon, sounds of traps being triggered and the noisy voices of the invaders echoed from the passage leading down. When a group of invaders successfully reached the 3rd level, they had lost several dozen more, leaving around 800. After arriving, they first saw another training ground larger than the one above and more terracotta warriors, as well as over 1,000 Qin soldiers. These were the living elite monsters in their eyes. The two sides gazed at each other across the training ground and the terracotta army, their eyes filled with excitement. The king of the frontier said to Long Ao, "It's them. However, there are quite a few more than last time." Long Ao sneered, raising his hand and commanding, "Kill!" Hundreds of eager invaders immediately charged out. At the same time, the army of terracotta warriors in the training ground also moved, and in the blink of an eye, they were entangled in a chaotic battle with the invading forces. This layer of terracotta warriors numbered at least 10,000, and their individual strength was slightly stronger than those on the previous layer. 800 against 10,000. The invaders were at a significant numerical disadvantage, but all of them were above level 30, making it no big deal to take on 10 terracotta warriors each. With teamwork, they quickly eliminated more than half of the terracotta warriors. During this time, only a few dozen invaders fell. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that the strength test of this layer of terracotta warriors was about done, so he focused his thoughts and commanded the remaining terracotta warriors to begin their retreat. At the same time, Wang Jian and Wang Ben, father and son, understood each other and led 600 elite soldiers to charge forward. Meng Tian, however, remained in place without moving. The battlefield echoed with the Qin battle song Qin Wind, no close, as the soldiers of Qin formed 2 battle formations and charged into the fray. A group of invaders, having achieved consecutive victories over the terracotta warriors, felt a surge of confidence. However, upon clashing with the Qin soldiers, they immediately realized the gap between the two enemies. The pioneers were right, these living elite monsters are formidable. Compared to those silly stone monsters, they were on an entirely different level. Moreover, the key point was that the military formations of the Qin soldiers amplified their strength. In fact, the invaders had even devised specific plans based on the intelligence provided by the King of Pioneers. But now they discovered that the formations used by these enemies were different from what the King of Pioneers had described. Because the commanders of this formation were the Wang father and son, each general had their own combat style, and their tactics naturally differed from Meng Tian's. This led to the invaders' pre-prepared countermeasures being nearly useless. A group of invaders was split into 2 parts as they were charged by the formations led by the Wang father and son, causing their ranks to fall into disarray. In a moment, over 100 people fell beneath the spears of the elite Qin soldiers. The Wang father and son were like tigers among sheep, effortlessly slaying one invader after another. It wasn't until a dozen high-powered invaders gathered together that they barely managed to hold off the Wang father and son. Is this really just an undefined level illusion domain? Amidst the chaos, Long Ao restrained himself from intervening, his expression dark as he observed the situation, a sense of foreboding gradually rising in his heart. The C-level hell difficulty personal illusion domains he had previously challenged had never been this intense. It was likely comparable to a B-level personal illusion domain. The undefined level illusion domain library had always been an active area for low-level invaders. Although there were strong and weak illusions here, even in the past, an undefined level illusion domain with 100 top-tier participants would ultimately be rated at most E-level, with D-level being extremely rare. He had no idea what level this illusion domain would be rated after its classification, but it was already certain, it would definitely be a dark horse among the new illusion domains. This illusion domain must be breached this time. If successful, it would be a stunning achievement. If failed, it would become a laughingstock. Damn it! Kill them! Don't hesitate to use powerful consumables. As long as we clear this illusion domain, the rewards will be plentiful. Long Ao shouted, finally unable to hold back and charging into the battlefield. He was seen swelling with momentum, his form expanding, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant subdragon over 4 to 5 meters tall, roaring as he swung his tail, sending a dozen elite Qin soldiers flying. Behind the Qin formation, Meng Tian watched this scene, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Then, he extended his right hand, and a nearby guard immediately presented a deep red longbow with great respect. Then, Meng Tian nocked an arrow and aimed it at the battlefield. Countless runes on the longbow glowed with a bright red light, and a massive amount of wind spirit power gathered and wrapped around the arrow. In the next moment, the sound of the bowstring echoed. On the battlefield, Long Ao, who was rampaging with his transformation skill, suddenly felt a warning and instinctively looked up, only to see a flash of red light approaching in an instant. Long Ao was horrified and hurriedly dodged, but it was still a moment too late, and he was struck by an arrow in his left arm. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion of wind spirit power erupted. Long Ao's entire left arm was shattered, and several nearby invaders were blown to pieces. Epic level weapon. Long Ao was filled with fear and instinctively looked towards the source of the attack, but before he could see the attacker clearly, he saw another flash of red arrow light approaching in an instant. Continuous shots. How could this be? Long Ao's vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and in his shock, he tried to dodge again, but this time there was no chance. The arrow, wrapped in powerful wind spirit power, arrived in an instant and accurately struck his chest. With a thud, the long arrow embedded itself. Due to Long Ao's massive transformation form, the arrow's tail had sunk deep into his chest, and the arrowhead did not protrude from his back. In the next moment, as despair filled Long Ao's expression, the wind spirit power erupted directly within his chest. With a loud boom, Long Ao's enormous body was blown to smithereens. Half of Long Ao's head fell to the ground, one eye still filled with horror and unwillingness. He never expected to be killed in an instant without even showing his true abilities. The other invaders were even more shocked, especially the king of the frontier, who had been following Long Ao, was now completely dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at the scattered remains of Long Ao, recalling the two flashes of arrow light he had just seen, looking utterly bewildered. How did it feel like? It was my wind spirit bow. But my wind spirit bow was clearly just a purple perfect level weapon. How could it have such power? I must have seen it wrong. While the king of the frontier was in a daze, several spears suddenly attacked, piercing him through and leaving him chilled to the bone. Many other invaders, stunned by Long Ao's unexpected demise, were quickly slaughtered by the soldiers of the Great Qin, seizing the opportunity. In an instant, the invaders' camp collapsed like a landslide. Not far away, Meng Tian looked at the longbow in his hand with some surprise. Even he hadn't expected this bow to be so powerful. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen also nodded in satisfaction, watching the battlefield completely tilt in one direction. He knew this battle had no suspense left. As expected, the hundreds of invaders, facing the greatly boosted morale of the Great Qin soldiers, could no longer raise even a ripple. Before long, they all perished within the military formation. Fang Chen felt that watching the Great Qin soldiers line up to kill the enemy was a kind of enjoyment. This was just a small battle with a scale of 1,000 people. He couldn't imagine how spectacular it would be to see battles with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops in the future. When the last invader died, the game notification sound arrived as expected. You have completed the Illusion Domain Defense Mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 10%. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, new Illusion Domain feature all troops in formation, purple. Illusion Domain Construction Module, blue, another S-level rating, and the reward content broke records again. This was normal. After all, this challenge involved 1,000 people. Following the Game Master's reward notification, the amplification notification soon followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress, amplification complete. Amplification results, personal experience plus 30%. New Phantom Domain feature all troops in formation, red, 4, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Phantom Domain Construction Module, purple, X2000. Equipment Module, purple, X200. Equipment Enhancement Module, purple, X100. Side Quest Phantom Domain General Recruitment Order, red, X2. Side Quest Phantom Domain Warrior Recruitment Order, purple, X3000. Listening to the amplification results, Fang Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face. And the surprises weren't over yet. He waited for 2 seconds, and sure enough, he heard the Game Master's prompt again. Ding! The initial Phantom Domain rating has been completed. Side Quest Phantom Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, rated as B-level Hell difficulty. Main Quest Phantom Domain, Great Wall Watch, rated as B-level Hell difficulty. Rewards obtained, Great Wall Watch, new Phantom Domain feature braver with each battle, red. Phantom Domain Construction Module, purple, X1000. B-level Hell difficulty. Although he was mentally prepared, the rating still surprised Fong Chen. It was even higher than he expected. The Phantom Domain difficulty levels range from low to high in 7 major grades, FEDCBS, and within each major grade, there are 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. As far as he knew, most novice Phantom Domain builders received an initial rating of F, with the majority being normal and hard. E level is already quite rare, and getting a D level is a rarity. For instance, many renowned Phantom Domain builders in the current world had initial ratings of D during their novice period. He had never heard of anyone receiving a B-level hell difficulty rating on their first try. This would likely cause quite a stir soon. However, Fong Chen wasn't worried about exposing his identity, because even if he made it onto the Phantom Domain leaderboard, it would be anonymous. As long as he didn't reveal himself, no one would know it was him. Back to the point. The various thoughts in Fong Chen's mind were just a momentary distraction. After the Game Master's reward prompt, it was naturally time for the amplification prompt. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification completed. Amplification results. Great Wall Watch, new Phantom Domain feature braver with each battle, gold. Phantom Domain construction module, red, X2000. Equipment module, red, X200. Main Quest Phantom Domain Special Unit Recruitment Order, red, X2. Main Quest Phantom Domain General Recruitment Order, red, X1. Main Quest Phantom Domain Warrior Recruitment Order, purple, X2000. Once the amplification results were out, Fong Chen could no longer contain his joy, his heart blooming with happiness. It was that feeling of becoming rich overnight. So exhilarating. Returning to the mausoleum of the first emperor, after instructing the Qin soldiers to rest on their own, Fong Chen found a step to sit on, preparing to slowly count his gains. But before that, he casually used the Phantom Domain construction module to restore all the losses from the battle in the Dragon Emperor Phantom Domain to their original state. Then he first opened the information page for the main quest Phantom Domain, Great Wall Watch, to check the new feature information. Name, braver with each battle. Type, Phantom Domain feature. Affiliated Phantom Domain, Great Wall Watch. Quality, legendary, gold. Effect, all units within the main quest Phantom Domain will receive a permanent boost to all attributes after experiencing one battle with invaders. Note, we will never be truly defeated, we will only grow stronger through each battle. A feature that infinitely enhances combat power. And this is a main quest Phantom Domain feature. Effective for all units within the Phantom Domain. This includes all side quest Phantom Domains as well. This means that from now on, even if Fong Chen doesn't invest additional resources in training, all units in his Phantom Domain will continue to grow stronger. Next, Fong Chen checked the information on the newly added Illusion Domain characteristic of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Name, all troops forming a line. Type, Illusion Domain characteristic. Affiliated Illusion Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Quality, epic, red. Effect, when attacking in formation, all units in the formation have their attributes increased by 100%. Note, on the battlefield, formations are invincible. Similar to the Great Qin War Song, this is also a battlefield characteristic, although it can only be applied to formations. A full doubling of attributes is an outstanding effect. Moreover, the main combat force of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor Illusion Domain is the Great Qin Army, which perfectly matches this characteristic. After reviewing the new characteristic, Fong Chen opened his inventory and began counting money. Oh no! He started checking the items inside. Name, Mainline Illusion Domain Special Unit Recruitment Order, bound. Type, item, consumable. Grade, red, epic. Effect, recruit special units related to the Mainline Illusion Domain. Note, the units recruited with this will definitely be special. There are many different types of recruitment orders. The side quest Illusion Domain recruitment orders can only recruit units exclusive to the side quest Illusion Domains, while the mainline Illusion Domain recruitment orders have a broader recruitment range, and the units belong to the mainline Illusion Domain. They can also freely join battles in side quest Illusion Domains. After checking the item information, Fong Chen couldn't help but use one directly. A white mist appeared before him. In Fong Chen's expectant gaze, a figure slowly walked out. It was a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary cloth, tall and with an unremarkable appearance. At first glance, he seemed nothing special, but Fong Chen soon noticed that when this person appeared, Meng Tian immediately looked over with a cold expression, one hand instinctively resting on his sword, his eyes showing surprise and a hint of strangeness. Do they know each other? The Great Wall Watch is an illusion domain that spans 5,000 years of history in China. And the unit recruited within this range just happens to be someone Meng Tian knows? Fang Chen looked at the middle-aged man again and asked, "Who are you?" The man remained calm, slightly cupping his fists in greeting and said, "Jing Ku, what the hell?" Hearing this name, Fang Chen's eyes twitched. The greatest assassin of ancient and modern times, Jing Ku. No wonder Meng Tian reacted that way upon seeing him. He actually summoned Jing Ku in the Emperor Qin's tomb. Fortunately, they are all his subordinates now, otherwise, Meng Tian would probably have drawn his sword by now. However, this greatest assassin of ancient and modern times was somewhat different from what Fang Chen had imagined. In summary, he was very ordinary. He had an ordinary appearance and lacked any special aura, belonging to that type of person who would be lost in a crowd. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, Jing Ku extended a small jade tablet, 2 fingers wide, and calmly said, "This item is a gift for the domain lord." Ha! This greatest assassin is surprisingly polite, even bringing a gift. Fang Chen unexpectedly reached out to take the jade tablet, and then he actually heard an amplification prompt. Detected item acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Fang Chen was astonished and checked the information of the jade talisman in his hand. Name, Assassin's Pursuit Order. Type, Item. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, designate a target. As long as the target enters any illusion domain, they will be tracked and assassinated by your side's assassin units. Note 1, after completing at least one assassination, the target can be reset. Note 2, if the assassin dies in another illusion domain, resurrection requires the corresponding recruitment order. Note 3, say a name. No matter where they are, I will kill them for you. What the hell? This was the second time Fang Chen gasped in amazement in his heart. This prop is simply incredible. Fang Chen was very satisfied with the welcome gift that Jing Ku had sent. He put away the prop and said to Jing Ku, "Hero Jing, please wait a moment. I will recruit a few more companions and explain the current situation to you shortly." Jing Ku nodded lightly, said nothing more, and stood quietly beside Fang Chen with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Then, Fang Chen used the second special unit recruitment order. Soon, another figure emerged from the white mist. Unlike the seemingly ordinary Jing Ku, this person looked anything but ordinary. He was an elderly man, around 60 years old, with long hair tied up and some silver strands in his hair. His facial features were sharp, and his eyes were bright and spirited. Most notably, he had a very strong physique, especially his arms, which were muscular and nearly as thick as Fang Chen's thighs. Fang Chen thought that if everyone were normal people, this old man could probably slap him into a state of helplessness. However, the expression on the old man's face was cheerful. After walking in front of Fang Chen, he slightly bowed and said, "I am Uyuzi, honored to meet the domain lord." Uyuzi? Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the name sounded familiar. After a moment of thought, he immediately remembered. The ancestor of sword forging, Uyuzi. Uyuzi, a person from the state of Yu during the spring and autumn period, was a famous sword-making master who forged legendary swords such as Zhanlu, Chun Jun, Sheng Xie, Yu Chang, Zhuk, Long Yuan, Taya, and Gongbu. Additionally, Uyuzi was the founder of the Longquan sword, revered as the ancestor by generations of swordmakers in Longquan. The notes on the recruitment prop were indeed not misleading. Both of the consecutively recruited individuals were exceptionally special. However, when Fang Chen glanced at Uyuzi, who was empty-handed, he noticed that the other party did not seem to have any intention of giving him a welcome gift, which left him a bit disappointed. If only this gentleman could casually gift him an epic-level famous sword. Perhaps sensing Fang Chen's thoughts, Uyuzi smiled and said, "I only possess sword forging skills and can serve the domain lord." Sword forging skills? Isn't that just crafting equipment? Fang Chen had a flash of inspiration and took out several red equipment modules from his inventory. The items, once taken out, appeared as thumb-sized diamond-shaped crystals radiating red light. Fang Chen handed the red crystals to Uyuzi and asked, "Can you use these to forge weapons?" Uyuzi's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and he replied, "This is perfect forging material. Of course, I can. However, I might need a bit more." Fang Chen said, "Don't worry, there are plenty. There will be even more in the future." Uyuzi joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Rest assured, with these materials, I will not disappoint the domain lord." He paused slightly and added, "However, To forge weapons, we will need to build a forging workshop, Fong Chen boldly declared. No problem, I will build one for you shortly. He had just obtained a considerable number of illusion domain construction modules, so constructing a forging workshop was certainly not an issue. Next, Fong Chen asked Yuzi to step aside and wait. The next item he used was the red mainline illusion domain general recruitment order. This recruitment order had a clear purpose: it would only recruit general units. The red epic level recruitment order meant that he could recruit fierce generals of the same caliber as Meng Tian and the Wang family father and son. Moreover, the red color of this recruitment order was even deeper than the epic level recruitment order he had used previously. After using the item, the white mist enveloped the area once again, and a figure slowly walked out. Even before the person arrived, an extraordinary killing intent had already seeped out, causing the white mist to churn violently, as if it were retreating in fear. Jing Ku and Yuzi, standing behind Fong Chen, both looked up simultaneously, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Even the nearby Meng Tian and the Wang family father and son seemed to sense something, turning their heads to look this way, their expressions of shock even more intense than that of Jing Ku and Oyezi. Noticing their reactions, Fong Chen couldn't help but feel even more curious. Who exactly was this newly recruited individual? When that figure stepped out of the white mist, Fong Chen felt the hair on his body stand on end involuntarily. It felt as if what emerged was not a person, but an army of thousands. He even sensed a whiff of blood and seemed to see countless wailing souls faintly visible in the swirling white mist behind that figure. The person before him was clad in battle armor, with a long sword at his waist, tall and robust, appearing to be in his 40s, with a stern face that exuded a chilling aura. This kind of momentum was very similar to Meng Tian and the Wang family father and son, but even more pronounced and fierce. The figure approached Fong Chen, solemnly clasped his fists in salute, and declared with a resonant voice, "I am Bai Qi, here to pay my respects to the domain lord, Bai Qi." The moment this name was uttered, everything became reasonable. Throughout the history of China, whenever the title of God of Killing is mentioned, the first name that comes to mind is undoubtedly Bai Qi. During the Warring States period, Bai Qi achieved countless military exploits for the Qin state. Among them, the most well-known is the massacre of over 400,000 Zhao troops during the Battle of Chongping. The name of the God of Killing has shocked both ancient and modern times. Although Wang Jian is also among the 4 great generals of the Warring States alongside Bai Qi, his fame is far less. It was unexpected that even with 3 mainline illusion domain recruitment orders, the characters that appeared all came from the same or a similar era as the Great Qin. This was not entirely a coincidence, as textbooks have taught that when using mainline illusion domain recruitment orders, there is a high probability of recruiting units related to existing sideline illusion domains. Fong Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and smiled as he returned the greeting. "Welcome back, General Bai." He then called over Meng Tian and the Wang family father and son, asking them to briefly explain the current situation to the 3 new companions. He himself first left the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, Illusion Domain. He then arrived in the Bloodstained Gene Lake, Illusion Domain. The classification of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor had been completed, and according to plan, he should now use the newly acquired resources to construct the Bloodstained Gene Lake, Illusion Domain. Upon seeing Fong Chen's arrival, the 100 soldiers who had returned to the Illusion Domain immediately surrounded him. "Domain Lord, has the battle ended? What was the outcome?" "Nonsense. The Domain Lord is here. Of course, we won." "Oh, right, Fong Chen reassured everyone. "Don't worry, we achieved a great victory." He paused slightly and continued, "Now, I will continue to construct this illusion domain and will awaken more warriors. Later, I will need everyone to assist in welcoming the newly awakened warriors." The 100 soldiers were instantly overjoyed. "Are we finally going to construct our illusion domain? That's great, Domain Lord. Don't worry, we'll take care of welcoming the newly awakened comrades. Finally, we can soon fight against those otherworldly invaders. I can't wait any longer. I wonder if we can awaken the old squad leader." Amidst the soldiers' quiet discussions, Fong Chen summoned the illusion domain construction blueprint and began using the construction modules to build the illusion domain. This time, he had gathered 2,000 purple construction modules and 2,000 red construction modules, which was quite a fortune, directly raising the foundational construction level of the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain to 100%. The illusion domain, which originally had only 2 small hills and a valley, suddenly expanded outward, revealing more land, high mountains, trees, lakes, and other terrains one after another. The entire illusion domain map spanned nearly 100 miles. It was much larger than the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain. Last time, Fang Chen used 300 blue construction modules to build 10% of the illusion domain. And now, to make up the remaining 90%, he used over 300 purple construction modules. The higher the grade of the construction module, the more parts a single module can build. And when using modules of different grades to construct the same building, the structures built with advanced modules are also sturdier and more durable, especially in this Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain. If there are plans to expand trenches, bunkers, and similar structures in the future, it is best to use advanced construction modules. The illusion domain that has already been built with lower grade modules can also be reinforced and replaced with advanced modules. Ding! Your branch illusion domain Bloodstained Gene Lake has exceeded 30% construction progress and has entered the undefined grade illusion domain library. Intruders may come to challenge at any time. Please construct your illusion domain as soon as possible. The game master's prompt sounded. Now that the basic construction of the illusion domain was complete, Fang Chen did not rush to expand. He could listen to the opinions of the warriors in the illusion domain before proceeding. Then, he used both branch illusion domain commander recruitment orders, red, and 3,000 branch illusion domain warrior recruitment orders, purple, from his inventory all at once. In the vast expanse of snow and wind ahead, figures slowly emerged, more and more, densely packed. That's old squad leader, Lu Xiaohu, Wu Shower, ha ha ha, you've awakened too, old Xiao, it's me, come over. Fang Chen's 100 soldiers quickly recognized familiar faces among the many newly awakened warriors, excitedly calling out and rushing over. A total of 3,002 volunteer spirits gathered in front of Fang Chen, filling 2 mountain tops. Everyone looked somewhat dazed and confused, with many whispering among themselves. The first 100 who awakened could only greet a few people in front. As a group was chattering away, 2 extraordinary spirits approached Fang Chen, and with just one glance, he confirmed that these 2 were the volunteer commanders awakened by the 2 red recruitment orders. Both were middle-aged men, around 30 years old, dressed in volunteer military uniforms. The man on the left was lean but walked with a vigorous stride, while the man on the right was slightly taller, with a heroic appearance and steady footsteps. The 2 stood before Fang Chen and saluted simultaneously. Left side, XX Army, XX Regiment, Commander Lu Qianli, reporting. Right side, XX Army, XX Regiment, Commander Li Yinglong, reporting. Hint, these special martyr spirits cannot be based on real-life prototypes, please understand without taking it too literally. Hearing their names, Fang Chen felt a surge of joy. He had done his homework over the past few days, and both of these men were legendary figures known as war gods on the Gene Lake battlefield. For instance, infiltrating the enemy command post alone to take the enemy general's head, or using an old sniper rifle to kill hundreds of enemy troops, and so on. Fang Chen smiled and nodded in return to the 2, saying, "Gentlemen, welcome back." Before they could ask anything, he continued, "I know you all have many questions, and I will answer them for you right now." His voice was not loud, but under his control, everyone could hear him clearly. In an instant, over 3,000 people stopped talking and turned to look at him. Then, with a wave of his hand, everyone felt the surroundings change instantly, transforming from a snowy landscape into a vast white world. In the distance ahead, a majestic and towering shadow of the Great Wall stood, with stunning historical images unfolding above it. At the same time, Fang Chen also summoned all the spirits from the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Thousands of people gathered in this blank area. Finally, Fang Chen used all 2,000 mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment orders, purple, from his inventory at once. A white mist enveloped one side, soon revealing 2,000 figures. These newly awakened 2,000 heroic souls all wore military uniforms identical to those of the soldiers in the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion realm, equipped with some rudimentary firearms. The soldier recruitment order, a basic unit recruitment item, when used uniformly, would recruit units that formed a cohesive whole like the ones before them. It was evident that they had encountered a high probability situation, although they were mainline illusion realm units. This batch was contemporaneous with the existing side illusion realm Bloodstained Gene Lake. When this group of volunteer soldiers appeared, they were all filled with surprise and confusion. The thousands of soldiers from the Gene Lake Illusion realm also displayed expressions of astonishment and curiosity upon seeing this new friendly force. As for Jingku, Oyezi, and Baichi, who had emerged from the tomb of the Dragon Emperor Illusion realm, they could hardly hide their surprise as they continuously surveyed their surroundings. Conversely, the veterans from the Qin dynasty were more familiar with the situation. Fang Chen cleared his throat and used his control over the illusion realm to project his voice into everyone's ears. "Everyone, please listen to me." He then briefly explained the basic situation, accompanied by the historical scroll above the Great Wall's phantom. Afterward, the earlier awakened heroic souls dispersed among their new companions to provide detailed explanations, gradually helping the newly awakened souls understand everything. At the same time, Fang Chen learned that the last 2,000 volunteer souls recruited were soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in the Battle of Gonling. They had participated in the same war as the souls in the bloodstained Gene Lake Illusion realm, just 2 years apart. Like the first 100 volunteer soldiers who had awakened, the thousands of newly awakened souls were moved to tears and laughter upon learning of the later rise and strength of their homeland. Taking quite a while to compose themselves, Fang Chen allowed the heroic souls to communicate freely while he sought out Oyezi. With sufficient construction module stock, Fang Chen could freely build the mainline illusion realm space. However, Oyezi indicated that he did not need a dedicated piece of land. A workshop for casting on a patch of grass by Mount Li would suffice for his work and residence. Fang Chen naturally had no objections and, following Oyezi's request, used a red construction module to build him an ancient-style casting workshop. These were not combat equipment or finished products but merely structural buildings. However, items like casting tools could not be created using construction modules. This did not stump Fang Chen. He took out the equipment reforging furnace, from which tools like hammers needed for casting could be reforged from other equipment. Unexpectedly, when Oyezi saw the reforging furnace, his eyes lit up, and he curiously circled around it, examining and touching it. The more Oyezi looked, the more excited he became, saying, "This thing is great, very good, just right for making a furnace." Fang Chen was surprised, using it as a furnace? But this equipment is for reforging. Oyezi waved his hand dismissively. That's simple. As long as I make a few modifications, I can use it as a furnace to forge the weapons I want. Can it really be done this way? Fang Chen hesitated, but after the modification, what about the original function of the equipment? Oyezi replied, the original function can still be used. Moreover, I can improve it so that the weapons reforged won't easily degrade in quality. Fang Chen was immediately overjoyed. Then it's settled. This device will be entrusted to you, Master. This reforging furnace could only reforged equipment, but if Oyezi could indeed transform it into a furnace, then new equipment could be forged using the equipment modules. A master is truly a master. Who would have thought that even devices from the Illusion Realm game could be modified? After all, Oyezi, recruited with a red recruitment order, possessed abilities in the illusion realm that were likely far more formidable than those he had in reality during his lifetime. With him around, Fang Chen no longer had to worry about equipment issues. Thinking of the equipment, Fang Chen couldn't help but smile as he casually sat down nearby, summoned his inventory, and began to count the numerous items dropped by the invaders after this victory. Oyezi continued to study the equipment reforge furnace on his own. The spoils this time were truly countless. After all, there were 1,000 invaders, and they were all no ordinary invaders. The challenge of the undecided level illusion domain had a maximum level limit of 40. That long AO was at level 40, and the others were all above level 30. All considered elite invaders, if not elite. They were certainly well off. The items they dropped were naturally plentiful and of good quality. In Fang Chen's inventory, green and blue lights flickered, mixed with a few purple glows. Next, Fang Chen began to enhance and check the item information one by one. If there were any equipment he couldn't use, he simply tossed it aside, waiting for Oyezi to reforge it. Gradually, the ground was piled high with various types of equipment. While Fang Chen was counting money until his hands cramped, Master Oyezi seemed to have finished studying the equipment reforge furnace. He glanced at Fang Chen, who was diligently working, then looked at the large pile of equipment on the ground, casually picked up a piece, and tossed it into the furnace. When Fang Chen used this device, he needed to operate it on a virtual screen. He didn't know how Master Oyezi was operating it, but he successfully did so without any hindrance. After a series of sounds from the reforge furnace, it spat out a large iron hammer emitting a blue glow. Oyezi picked up the heavy-looking hammer, weighted casually, and nodded slightly. Then, he tossed several pieces of equipment into the reforge furnace in succession, forging various hammers of different sizes and shapes. After forging a dozen hammers, he began to reforge iron tongs, anvils, iron scissors, and other types of equipment. Rather than equipment, it was more like forging tools. Before long, the large wall behind Master Uyazi was filled with various tools. This master, like Feng Chen, had a beaming smile, busy and delighted. When Feng Chen finally finished enhancing and counting all the items and came back to his senses, he heard the sound of clanging and banging beside him. Looking up, he saw a muscular old man with bare arms swinging a large iron hammer and wildly striking the reforge furnace. Could this be the legendary chaotic cloak hammer technique? Feng Chen thought to himself, amused by a little inside joke, and chose not to interrupt. Watching for a while, it seemed that Master Uyazi was modifying this reforge furnace. Just looking at the scene before him, this modification seemed a bit violent. However, Feng Chen certainly wouldn't question the master's expertise, since the items had already been given. He naturally let the master do as he pleased. After watching for a while and seeing that the master showed no signs of stopping, Feng Chen quietly left the forge workshop. Before leaving, he also left behind those equipment modules and equipment enhancement modules for the master to use freely. After all, he shouldn't have to worry about this for now. Whatever equipment the others needed in the illusion domain could be directly custom-made at the forge workshop. While Feng Chen was counting his gains in the illusion domain, a shocking news was rapidly sweeping across the globe in the real world. On the official game website, accessible only to illusion domain builders, there was a dedicated leaderboard page. On the list of various national fortune realms, such as the most national fortune realm list, the top 4 are the Lighthouse Nation's Raging Seas, the Bear Nation's Winter is Coming, the Sunset Nation's Misty City Shadows, and the Gull Nation's The Iron Tower Still Stands. These 4 are also the first 4 national fortune realms established globally, consistently occupying the top 4 positions without change. Currently ranked 5th is the Curry Nation's Million Gods realm. Over 20 years ago, when everyone discovered the existence of national fortune realms, many countries poured their efforts into building their own. Among them, the fastest was naturally the 5 permanent members. However, later on, the Flower Nation was targeted by invaders, and its national fortune realm was destroyed before it was fully completed, suffering significant losses. At that time, the Curry Nation, which had long coveted the 6th permanent member seat, became excited and almost spared no expense in frantically constructing its own national fortune realm. Eventually, the Curry Nation did become the 5th country to establish a national fortune realm. However, just as they were celebrating and clamoring to replace the Flower Nation as the new 5 permanent members, their national fortune realm was challenged by invaders from another world. Subsequently, the newly established national fortune realm of the Curry Nation was breached by the invaders. Moreover, the duration for which their completed national fortune realm held out was even shorter than that of the Flower Nation's semi-finished national fortune realm. Later analyses concluded that the Curry Nation's haste in constructing its national fortune realm led to many superficial structures, making it easy for invaders to breach. After that failure, the Curry Nation suffered heavy losses and languished for over a decade. However, in recent years, the Curry Nation has become active again, especially a few years ago when their national fortune realm successfully withstood an invasion challenge, gaining temporary glory. The strength of their national fortune realm significantly increased, partly due to the support from strong nations like the Lighthouse Nation. After climbing to 5th place on the national fortune realm list, the Curry Nation again aspired to replace the Flower Nation's seat among the 5 permanent members, but has yet to succeed. The Flower Nation, even without a national fortune realm, has formidable foundations. Over the years, it has relied on the efforts of numerous national fortune realm builders across the country, primarily through the major guild realms, to withstand the targeted attacks from invaders. Most people outside believe the Flower Nation is merely a strong bowstring, bent to the extreme and on the verge of snapping. Yet, the Flower Nation has shown remarkable resilience, refusing to break. Not only has it not broken, but it is even planning to restart its national fortune realm. In addition to the national fortune realm list, there are also guild realm lists, individual realm lists, comprehensive strength lists for realm builders, and so on. These latter lists are further subdivided into global lists, domestic lists, and various tiered sublists. However, all lists are anonymous and do not disclose specific information about the realm builders. Many people have always kept a close eye on these lists, And there are even several dedicated analysis posts that are updated regularly. It is said that the invaders from another world also have similar lists. Among them, the individual realm list is divided into sections, with rankings from S to F for different levels of realms. Today, at a certain time, when someone inadvertently refreshed the global B-level individual realm list, they suddenly found that the realm originally ranked first had dropped to second, and the realm that appeared in first place was an unfamiliar name, Great Wall Watch. Belonging nation, Flower Nation. Realm difficulty, B-level Hell. Side realm, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Realm builder, automatically hidden. This news quickly spread globally. Many who were originally discussing the topic of Sakura Island sinking were drawn to this new development. The B-level illusion domain shouldn't have caused such a stir, but the reason everyone reacted so strongly is that this B-level illusion domain, it was airdropped. In all illusion domains, the process of leveling up is clear and can be seen on the leaderboard. Airdrops typically only occur in F-level or E-level illusion domains, where some impressive newcomers, after their initial classification, achieve extraordinary results and then airdrop to the top of the F or E-level leaderboard. Yet now, there is a completely unfamiliar illusion domain that has directly airdropped to the first position in B-level. The most shocking part is, this mainline illusion domain actually has only one sub-illusion domain. What does this mean? It signifies that the owner of this illusion domain is a level 1 newbie. If this were a high-level illusion domain builder who completed the classification due to a newly developed powerful sub-illusion domain, causing the mainline illusion domain's level to rise significantly from the bottom to the top, that would be somewhat acceptable. But to say this is the initial classification result of a level 1 newbie, everyone would think it's absurd. Yet now, this has indeed happened. The leaderboard set by the game's main god cannot be false. Thus, illusion domain builders worldwide are bewildered. They even feel that their understanding of illusion domains has been profoundly shaken. Not only ordinary illusion domain builders, but even the officials from various countries quickly noticed this matter and began to take it seriously. The commotion this caused in the Flower Nation was the largest, not only because this mysterious newbie is from the Flower Nation, but also because the name of this new illusion domain sub-illusion domain is called Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Many people immediately associated it with the recent event where Lishan and the mausoleum of the first emperor were shrouded in a fusion phenomenon. Now, seeing such a clearly indicative name for an illusion domain, everyone almost unanimously believes this is the illusion domain constructed after integrating the real module of the mausoleum of the first emperor. Previously, people thought this was the work of some big shot, but never expected it would be the first sub-illusion domain built by a level 1 illusion domain builder. Then, relying on this one sub-illusion domain to complete the initial classification, it directly airdropped to the top of the B-level illusion domain leaderboard. The entire Flower Nation was almost in an uproar. On the Flower Nation's forum, countless people were fiercely discussing, quickly pushing down the hot posts related to Sakurajima. Is this for real? A level 1 newbie airdropped to the top of the B-level illusion domain leaderboard? I've slapped myself 81 times to confirm it's true. I knew the illusion domain fused with the real module of the mausoleum of the first emperor would be strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. This is so freaking awesome. What kind of heaven-defying newbie is this? I doubt it's a newbie. Maybe it's some big shot redoing their account? Is there really such a thing as redoing an account? I always thought it was just a meme. It said that if you have special items, it is possible. Then it must be that a big shot got a powerful mainline illusion domain scroll and then deleted their account to redo it. Anyway, I don't believe a newbie could do this. Yeah, even if they have a rich family, they couldn't possibly cultivate a newly awakened newbie like this. Maybe it's an official secret plan? I also think it could very well be the work of the officials, only they would have such power. I even think the National Fortune Illusion Domain reboot plan might already be in progress. But I heard the officials are also investigating the Lishan phenomenon. If it was done by the officials, why investigate? You fool! Could it not be a smokescreen? Don't forget the existence of traitors. Regardless, having such an impressive figure emerge from our Flower Nation is a good thing. Yes, this is a huge good thing. Our Flower Nation has gained another hope for resurgence. Ah, that's great. The outcome of the little day scared me quite a bit, but thankfully our flower-growing family has this uplifting news. Little Sakurajima has sunk, but we can't be frightened. Instead, we should double our efforts to ensure the flower-growing family doesn't suffer this misfortune. Right, double our efforts. No more talking. I'm going to build the illusion domain. Everyone, let's go. For the flower-growing family. Let's encourage each other. Encourage each other. After leaving the Forge workshop, Fang Chen returned to the Bloodstained Gene Lake Illusion Domain with all the exclusive heroic spirits of the Illusion Domain, along with 2,000 heroic spirits from the Gonling battle. The 2,000 Gonling warriors, as the mainline Illusion Domain unit, could also participate in combat when the Bloodstained Gene Lake Illusion Domain faced challenges. This way, the Illusion Domain had over 5,000 warriors to tackle the upcoming Illusion Domain ranking challenge. This force was much greater than what the Dragon Emperor's Tomb faced during its ranking challenge. Moreover, the Forge workshop could continuously produce the necessary equipment, enhancing the warriors' combat power. However, Fang Chen did not become complacent. As long as there were areas to strengthen, he could not overlook them. For instance, he still had many construction modules to further expand the Illusion Domain. Achieving 100% construction of the Illusion Domain did not mean it was perfect, as that was merely the basic structure of the Illusion Domain. After that, it could continue to expand, reinforce, and enhance the strength of the Illusion Domain, including the additional combat units added later. They would all be integrated into the construction level of the Illusion Domain. This meant that the initial construction level of 100% at completion was different from the construction level of 100% after expansion and strengthening. For example, if they faced an Invader challenge before strengthening, with a damage level of 30%, it would require 1,000 construction modules for repairs. However, after strengthening, if they faced another challenge with the same damage level of 30%, it would require more construction modules for repairs. Once the repairs were completed, the Illusion Domain would return to the strengthened 100% state. Usually, Fang Chen had absolute control over the Illusion Domain, so even though the area of the Bloodstained Gene Lake Illusion Domain was vast, he could move freely with the warriors, even flying high to overlook the entire scene without any issues. Then, after discussions with the heroic spirits of Generals Lu Chenli and Li Yinglong, as well as several battalion-level heroic spirits, Fang Chen expanded some combat fortifications in the Illusion Domain at various suitable locations, such as trenches, bunkers, traps, and so on, according to their requests. This was just the initial expansion. If there were better ideas and conditions in the future, they could continue to expand at any time. After completing these tasks, Fang Chen called up the Illusion Domain's official game website on the virtual screen, intending to check the forum for any news. As soon as he logged in, a prompt box popped up on the screen. You have made it onto the leaderboard. Your current anonymity is automatically hidden, and you can modify the anonymous display content only once. Seeing this prompt, Fang Chen's gaze flickered slightly. He did not act immediately but first closed the prompt box and entered the flower-growing family's forum section. He then saw that almost the entire screen was discussing his Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain. The impact seemed to be even greater than he had anticipated. After briefly browsing the posts on the forum, Fang Chen clicked into the leaderboard page. He not only topped the global B-level Illusion Domain personal leaderboard but also ranked first on the secondary Illusion Domain Builder Strength leaderboard. However, people's attention was entirely drawn to the sudden rise to first place on the B-level personal Illusion Domain leaderboard, and since the Illusion Domain Builder Strength leaderboard displayed only the country of the builder under automatic anonymity, without showing the builder's Illusion Domain information, no one had discovered it yet. It's not that no one pays attention to personal rankings, it's just that everyone is focused on the top-tier rankings. In contrast, the second and third-tier personal rankings hardly attract any attention. Moreover, the first place in the top-tier ranking happens to be the builder of the Illusion Domain from the flower planting family, leading everyone to assume it's that person who has suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Fang Chen reopened the notification about the ranking on the information page and edited his anonymous display content. At the same time, in the capital of the flower planting family, in an official office building, all the top executives gathered in a conference room for an important meeting. The topic of the meeting was the latest top-ranked B-level personal Illusion Domain, Great Wall Watch. Many outside speculated that this was a secret project cultivated by the flower planting family, possibly the first step in reviving the national fortune Illusion Domain. However, what the outside world didn't know was that the high-ranking officials of the flower planting family were just as confused. They had no more information than anyone else. Even after urgently investigating all national information databases, they found no valuable information. Whether it was the main Illusion Domain Great Wall Watch, the side illusion domain Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, or the builder of these domains. There were absolutely no clues. Thus, although this high-level emergency meeting had lasted over 2 hours, the big shots were doing much the same as those on the forums, discussing purely based on speculation. At that moment, an elderly man sighed helplessly. Actually, not being able to find any intelligence isn't necessarily a bad thing. If we can't find it, then those traitors from Blue Star can't find it either. Someone agreed. Exactly. I think this person is also considering this, which is why they hide so well. It shows they are quite clever. The rise of such a mysterious genius is definitely a good thing for our flower planting family. Yes, we don't even need to rush to find out who they are. Perhaps they will appear at the right time. Right. If we really uncover something, it might even be stolen by the traitors, posing a threat to them. Then, should we just stop investigating? We won't investigate, but we must prevent others from probing. That could be a way to handle it. Just as the big shots were discussing, a secretary sitting in the corner of the office suddenly exclaimed, forgetting the meeting protocol, and hurriedly reported, that person has changed their anonymous name. All the big shots immediately stiffened, quickly calling up their virtual screens to check the official website. Soon, they all saw the change in the information for Great Wall Watch at the top of the B-level personal illusion domain ranking. Illusion Domain Builder, watch over China. At the moment they saw this anonymous name, many of the big shots' expressions slightly tightened. They then exchanged glances. Although no one spoke, smiles gradually appeared at the corners of their mouths. Eventually, some couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, good. What a watch over China. This person is even smarter than we imagined. What a great wall watch. What a watch over China. It is indeed a blessing for our flower planting family to have such a talent. Everyone present was astute, and they almost instantly understood the meaning of this nickname. What does the Great Wall Watch guard? It guards the entire China. And to guard China in this era of universal illusion domains, the best way is, of course, to create a national fortune illusion domain. This mysterious person is using this method to convey a message to the officials in the world. He intends to turn Great Wall Watch into the national fortune illusion domain of the flower planting family. At the same time, he is also hinting to the officials, wait for me. The big shots of the flower planting family hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. Even though the plan to restart the national fortune illusion domain was announced earlier, part of the reason was a reluctant decision, and there was not much confidence in it, especially after witnessing the tragic outcome of the Sakura Nation's national fortune illusion domain being destroyed. A cloud of gloom hung over everyone's hearts. But now, there was a feeling among the crowd that they would see the moonlight after the clouds parted. An old man smiled and said, in that case, there should be no objections to temporarily postponing the restart of the national fortune illusion domain plan, right? Before this, everyone had debated this issue for a long time. Some felt that the plan should be delayed until they were better prepared to restart. Others believed that the development of the various guilds' illusion domains in the flower planting nation had reached a bottleneck and that the national fortune illusion domain construction plan should be initiated immediately. Now, everyone's opinions had unified. Agreed. I agree too. Then let us wait and see what surprises this Great Wall Watch illusion domain can bring us. Just as the bigwigs reached a consensus, a secretary in the corner weakly raised his hand. Report. There's a new discovery. The alias Watch Over China has appeared as the first on the secondary illusion domain builder strength ranking. The bigwigs were taken aback and quickly looked at the ranking list. Sure enough, at the top of the secondary illusion domain builder list, Watch Over China was prominently displayed. Secondary? How could it be? Already at secondary? It clearly just appeared on the list after completing the first illusion domain ranking competition. And the information only shows one branch illusion domain. So, he has risen to secondary just by 3 illusion domain ranking challenges? How is that possible? Are the rewards for ranking challenges that high? I remember the highest recorded experience reward is about 15%. Then how did he do it? Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. One elder suddenly laughed and said, I didn't expect it. We were just talking about surprises. And one came so quickly. Although I don't know how he did it, this is indeed a big surprise. He is already at secondary, which means he might have already started constructing the second branch illusion domain? Given his speed in building the first branch illusion domain, he must have been well prepared. I imagine the second branch illusion domain won't be simple. I really look forward to what his second branch illusion domain will be. Just with one branch illusion domain, He ranked first on the secondary illusion domain builder strength list. I can't imagine how strong the units in his illusion domain must be. Once he finishes ranking his second branch illusion domain, the difficulty of the main illusion domain will probably rise to A level, right? A secondary builder with an A-level difficulty illusion domain. I never even dared to dream of that. With his leveling speed, it seems we won't have to wait long. Ha 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 ha, this is truly heartening. How about we have a drink after the meeting? Such a joyous occasion must be celebrated with a hearty drink. On the other side, Fong Chen had already returned home. After hastily eating dinner, he entered the illusion domain space again. Fong Chen left several teleportation gates in the illusion domain space, allowing people in the two-branch illusion domains to freely travel between each other's domains and the main illusion domain space. At this moment, many people were in the main illusion domain space. Numerous soldiers were gazing at the historical scrolls on the Great Wall's phantom, mesmerized by the scenes of the flower-planting nation's rise in modern times, as if they could never get enough of it. Some soldiers were gathered together chatting or practicing martial arts. Many others were gathered outside the forging workshop, observing Master Oyezi forging equipment. In the workshop, Master Oyezi was bare-chested, revealing his sinewy muscles, as he swung a large iron hammer, repeatedly striking a piece of red material, which should have been smelted from a red equipment module. Beside him were several elite soldiers from the Qin dynasty and volunteer army soldiers assisting him. As for the equipment reforge furnace, it had already been transformed by Master Oyezi into a larger, more robust furnace. Fong Chen had stayed in the illusion domain until late at night before finally exiting. Everything was going well in the illusion domain, and now they were just waiting for the first batch of challengers from Bloodstained Gene Lake to appear. As for the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, after completing its ranking, there was a 1-week truce period during which invaders could not challenge it. Apart from unranked illusion domains, all other types of illusion domains would receive a corresponding truce period after a challenge ended, allowing them to rebuild and adjust their state. However, if Fong Chen wished, he could end the truce period early at any time, opening up the challenge permissions. Alternatively, if he had special items, he could also extend the truce period. Conversely, invaders also had items that could reduce the truce period time. However, such items were extremely rare for both sides. Moreover, in the personal illusion domain mode, invaders could only use items to reduce the additional extended truce time. The basic 1-week truce time could not be reduced. This meant that Fong Chen did not have to worry about Great Wall Watch being challenged for at least a week. However, it was easy to foresee that once the week was over, a new batch of even stronger invaders would come to challenge. The Great Wall Watch illusion domain had caused such a stir on Blue Star, so it would likely be no different on the side of the otherworldly invaders. A confrontation was inevitable, but Fong Chen was already mentally prepared. He even looked forward to the arrival of the enemies, as only by engaging in more illusion domain challenges could he grow stronger quickly. Next, Fong Chen spent 3 more peaceful days. He attended school as usual, discussing the Sakurajima sinking incident and the topic of Great Wall Watch with his classmates, and no one could tell that he was any different. Fong Chen had thought that the authorities might suspect that the owner of Great Wall Watch was a newly awakened rookie, leading to investigations into those who had recently awakened. But at least for now, he had not encountered any investigations, not even simple inquiries. This was better, as long as he remained vigilant and did not expose himself. He just needed to avoid being discovered by those traitors from Blue Star. Time quickly brought the weekend again. On Saturday night, while Fong Chen was observing Master Oyezi forging a custom weapon for Jingku in the illusion domain, the voice of the game's main deity suddenly rang out. Ding! Otherworldly invaders will descend upon the branch illusion domain Bloodstained Gene Lake in 100 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. Fong Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he spoke. The enemy is about to challenge the Gene Lake illusion domain. Everyone prepare for battle. Under his control, the voice reached everyone's ears. Master Oyezi raised an eyebrow but continued hammering the weapon in front of him. The volunteer soldiers, however, were jolted into action. Regardless of what they were doing, they immediately stood up and quickly returned to the Gene Lake illusion domain. Fong Chen also focused his thoughts and appeared in a command center within the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain. In front of him were Generals Lu Chenli and Li Yinglong, along with several battalion commanders. Everyone's expression was solemn, but excitement was evident in their eyes. They had been feeling a bit pent up these days. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Fong Chen smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. just follow the tactics we discussed earlier. If anything unexpected happens, we'll adapt accordingly. With the countdown nearing its end, he had nothing more to instruct or rally. They had already discussed various response plans, and now they were just waiting to see what kind of enemies would come. The first ranking challenge in the new illusion realm. Fang Chen estimated that there shouldn't be any problems. If it were like the first ranking challenge of the Dragon Emperor's tomb with a group of 100 rookie invaders, then their 1,000-strong formation would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Soon, everyone walked out of the command center and came outside. The command center was set up on a mountain, providing a wide view where most of the illusion realm could be seen. Besides a group of volunteer soldiers beside Fang Chen, there were also 2 special observers, Bai Qi and Jing Ku. Both were units from the main storyline illusion realm, able to support various branch illusion realms that will when challenged. However, if it were a ranking challenge for a branch illusion realm, the number of supporting main storyline units would be limited, unable to provide too many troops. They both wanted to see what the otherworldly invaders were like, what kind of strength they had, and how battles in the illusion realm were fought. The countdown quickly came to an end. Fang Chen sensed something and gestured for everyone to look towards a flat area at the foot of the mountain in the distance. There, beams of light descended, revealing various figures. Upon seeing the number of incoming invaders, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. Another 1,000 people. How is the first ranking challenge already at a scale of 1,000? Did I trigger some hidden mechanism? Although the number was somewhat unexpected, Fang Chen was not flustered at all, even feeling a bit delighted, because the more people there were, the more equipment could drop. However, Fang Chen quickly noticed, this 1,000 was clearly much weaker than the previous 1,000 invaders they had fought a few days ago. Their formation was loose, their configuration uneven, and their equipment was mediocre. It was obvious they had been randomly matched together. What a pity! Although there were quite a few, it seemed unlikely they would drop anything good. Fang Chen thought with a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, the newly arrived 1,000 invaders were mostly in a daze. They looked at the densely packed teammates around them, all showing expressions of disbelief. What's going on? What the hell? Why are there so many people? Didn't I enter an unranked illusion realm? Did I enter the wrong one? I also came to grind in the unranked illusion realm. It can't be a mistake. Isn't the upper limit for unranked illusion realms 100? We have 1,000 people here. 1,000 scale unranked illusion realm? Wait, why does this feel a bit familiar? I remember. Didn't a batch of elite players from the God of War Tribe Empire challenge 1,000 scale unranked illusion realm a few days ago? It was called Dragon Emperor's Tomb. Right. I saw that news too. Could it be that we also entered that illusion realm? How is that possible? Didn't you finish reading the news? That Dragon Emperor's Tomb has already been ranked. It was classified as B-level hell difficulty along with the main storyline illusion realm Great Wall Watch. It's the top of the B-level personal illusion realm rankings. Oh right. Then why are we encountering another 1,000 scale unranked illusion realm? Has the challenge rule for the unranked illusion realm pool changed? Is the upper limit now 1,000 people? How would I know? I haven't heard anything about it. This is really strange. This illusion realm can't be of the same difficulty as Dragon Emperor's Tomb, right? It can't be. When has a realm of that difficulty become so worthless? If that's the case, we would have hit the jackpot. More like we've hit bad luck. Regardless, let's form teams and explore first, to figure out what kind of illusion realm this is. I see that most of us are modern professions, based on my experience. This is likely a modern type illusion realm? That's possible. Why aren't there any illusion realm monsters in sight? This map seems quite large. Do we have to find the monsters ourselves to fight? Hey, there are people leaving over there. Don't worry about them. There are too many people, and we don't know them. If they want to leave, let them go. 1,000 invaders were chattering away, and the scene became somewhat noisy and chaotic. Before long, some invaders formed temporary teams, but not everyone acted together. Several small groups broke away from the main force, seemingly intending to act on their own. Being a makeshift assembly, it was impossible for this ragtag group to be as united as the 1,000-person team led by Long Ao before. All of these invaders' actions were observed by Fang Chen, as well as by the volunteer soldiers responsible for reconnaissance not far away. In fact, with Fang Chen around, they had an absolute advantage in terms of intelligence information. However, Fang Chen did not disband the reconnaissance teams within the army. Instead, He allowed them to continue fighting in their usual operational manner, because, while it was still a personal illusion domain, perhaps Feng Chen could command the entire situation himself. But once the scale of the illusion domain expanded to become a guild illusion domain or even a national fortune illusion domain, the battle against the otherworldly invaders would not be limited to just this battlefield. It would be impossible to rely solely on Feng Chen for intelligence supply and command. In this battle, unless necessary, Feng Chen did not plan to intervene, prioritizing the volunteer soldiers' freedom to act. Moments later, only a small team of a few dozen people remained at the place where the invaders had descended. The others had split into several teams of various sizes and left in different directions. Most of the remaining few dozen people were originally acquainted, having grouped together for matching. Moreover, most of them were human invaders, with equipment styles leaning towards modern or futuristic designs, and their professions were mostly modern ones, such as roving gunners, mechanics, and iron fist fighters. This was also a matching mechanism of the undecided level illusion domain. Although the illusion domain was randomly matched, it was highly likely that invaders would be matched to types of illusion domains suitable for their strengths, including when the otherworldly invaders freely challenged the illusion domain. They often selected target illusion domains in a similar manner. By the way, are we really not going with them? That team has the most. No need. This is an undecided level illusion domain on a scale of 1,000 people. With the fresh example of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor in mind, it's best not to run around. If they want to scout, let them go. Exactly. Let's hold our position for now and wait for them to clarify the situation before deciding which way to go. Ugh. Speaking of which, this damn place is too cold. This game is great, but it's too realistic in presenting these negative sensations. I told you to prepare more items, but you didn't listen. I have a potion here to enhance cold resistance. You can use it. There's nothing here but snow. It's making my eyes go blurry. Isn't that called snow blindness? Just as this group of invaders was chatting in place, a sudden change occurred. Bang, a gunshot rang out, and the head of one person in the team exploded in a spray of blood, falling backward. Before the others could react, more gunfire erupted, and countless bullets shot in from all directions. In an instant, a group of invaders was hit, blood bursting forth, and screams filled the air. Damn! Enemy attack! Quick! Defend! Soldiers, hold the front! Healers, hurry up and heal! Their equipment has such strong attack power. I almost got taken out in one hit. Damn it! Where did these monsters come from? We're surrounded. A group of invaders cried out in panic, hurriedly huddling together, some pulling out defensive gear to block bullets, while others took out weapons to fight back. At this moment, in the originally empty snowy ground around them, soldiers dressed in volunteer army uniforms suddenly appeared as if they had come to life, holding various firearms and shooting at them. The group of invaders had no idea how they had emerged. Among the invaders, there were quite a few equipped with firearms, but their counterattack seemed incredibly weak under the covering fire of the volunteer soldiers, having no effect at all. A mechanic released a swarm of small robots, but whether they walked on the ground or flew in the air, they were all blown up within 10 meters by the interwoven firepower net. Some invaders attempted to take to the sky to counterattack, but as soon as they took off, they were shot down and turned into a beehive, under the powerful fire coverage. Even though this group of invaders had various skills and items, they had no power to fight back. In no time, the small team of dozens was completely wiped out, leaving a pile of equipment scattered on the ground. Not far away in the snow, some mounds of snow shook slightly, and then one by one, volunteer soldiers stood up. Their numbers were far greater than those the invaders had seen earlier. There were a total of 300. Report to the command center. Mission accomplished. Enemy annihilated, 64. Hey, so these are the invaders from another world? They don't seem that impressive. Don't get cocky. Didn't you see they also used all sorts of strange skills? And their equipment isn't bad. We just had the advantage of an ambush. Plus our equipment isn't weak, which is why we could fight so easily. Wow, this gun is really powerful. It's much better than the 3.8 rifle we used before. Yeah, if we had this equipment back then, we wouldn't have had to fight so hard. Alright, enough chit-chat. Withdraw immediately. To the next location. When the gunfire erupted here, the other invaders who had not gone far heard it. However, as they hesitated whether to return for support, they realized that the sounds of battle had already ceased. The largest squad among them had over 600 members. led by a human invader dressed in a special forces suit, whose game name was King of Special Operations. He was also the highest level invader among them, at level 30, so he naturally became the temporary captain of this squad. At this moment, the King of Special Operations frowned slightly as he looked in the direction they had come from and said in a deep voice, "It's over so soon, they must have been completely wiped out." Someone beside him exclaimed, "Ha? So soon? How could that be?" The King of Special Operations shot him a glance. "Can't you hear how fierce the firepower was just now? That couldn't have been the firepower of those few remaining people, so it must have been the enemies. With such fierce firepower, what chance did those few have to survive?" Another person asked. "So, should we go back and take a look?" The King of Special Operations replied irritably. "What for? To collect their corpses? What if the enemy ambushes us again?" Someone whispered. "But aren't we here to find the enemy?" The King of Special Operations snorted coldly. "We're here to find the enemy, not to walk into a trap." He looked ahead and said, "This map is so big, the real enemy can't possibly be right where we entered. What we're looking for is the boss of this illusion domain. If we don't kill the boss, it doesn't matter how many small monsters we farm. Enough talk, let's keep moving." In my experience, searching in this direction is definitely the right choice. Meanwhile, other teams of invaders leaving in different directions also chose not to return to check the situation. They were all afraid of being ambushed. Some teams decided to change their route and head towards the main force. Others chose to continue forward, looking for easier monsters to farm for performance. The invaders could not level up instantly by farming monsters, they needed to wait until they cleared the stage to receive their rewards. When settling rewards, the better one performs in the illusory domain, the more rewards they receive. In other words, it's not necessary to defeat the boss, as long as others kill the boss, one can still benefit from the completion. After all, this time it's an unprecedented scale of 1,000 people in an undefined level illusory domain, and many invaders feel a bit apprehensive. So they dare not attack the boss and plan to just farm some minor monsters instead. However, they do not know, even with minor monsters, it's not guaranteed who will farm whom. Not long after, gunfire erupted almost simultaneously in 2 other locations, but just as quickly, it ceased again. 2 more squads of invaders were ambushed by the volunteer soldiers and swiftly eliminated. After a moment, a 100-man invader squad walked into an encirclement, triggering a battle. While this battle was still ongoing, intense gunfire erupted in other areas as well. Like a chain reaction, all remaining invader teams encountered battles one after another. Among them, the battlefield led by the King of Special Operations was the most intense. Here, a miniature reconnaissance robot from the King of Special Operations was the first to discover an ambushed volunteer team, initiating the attack from the invaders' side. However, after the battle began, the King of Special Operations realized there were more enemies lying in ambush than just the one he had discovered. A large number of soldiers emerged from the surroundings, pushing the group of invaders back relentlessly. Although their counterattacks killed some targets, the situation was almost overwhelmingly disadvantageous. The volunteer soldiers not only had superior numbers but also possessed strong equipment. Some of this equipment was reforged by Fong Chen using the equipment reforge furnace last time, and some were dropped by the invaders that happened to be usable, but most were crafted tirelessly by Master Uyazi over the past few days. The equipment that Fong Chen left in the forge was almost entirely reforged into weapons for the volunteer soldiers by Uyazi. Although Master Uyazi's specialty is sword forging, crafting other equipment is also well within his capabilities. Moreover, the reforge furnace he modified significantly reduced the probability of downgrading when reforging equipment, so the quality of the produced equipment was quite good. After all, this batch of equipment came from the 1,000 elite invaders who challenged the illusory domain of the Dragon Emperor's tomb last time, and they were all enhanced by Fong Chen. Among them, there were even 3 pieces of red epic level equipment. There were also quite a few purple perfect level items. At this moment on the battlefield, most of the volunteer soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the invaders shared the same thought: the new equipment is really useful. For those who once could only use various rudimentary equipment to fight well-equipped strong enemies, the feeling of having such powerful equipment and overwhelming the enemy with firepower was simply too exhilarating. Damn it! I was just bored farming an undefined level illusory domain. Why did I encounter such a freakish illusory domain? On the battlefield, the King of Special Operations was wildly firing a heavy machine gun that emitted a purple glow, sparks flying from his body. the enemy's bullets hit him, all blocked by his bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, his bullets caused significant casualties. Die! All of you die! The king of special operations roared, and suddenly, the metal backpack on his back unfolded, transforming into a jetpack, lifting him into the sky. With the advantage of a high vantage point, he became even more frenzied, the heavy machine gun in his hand spitting fire, causing numerous casualties among the volunteer soldiers. Just then, a nearly invisible red thread flew in from a distance, instantly hitting the king of special operations right between the eyes. With a bang, the king of special operations' entire head snapped back, his black helmet shattered instantly, and blood erupted from his forehead. As mentioned earlier, in the data-driven illusory domain, even if one suffers a fatal injury, it does not necessarily mean death. However, it is not to say that situations of instant kill do not exist. As long as the attack power is strong enough, one can achieve an instant kill. For example, right now, the king of special operations was shot in the head and died instantly. The aircraft behind him lost control, and his body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string before crashing to the ground. Over 1,000 meters away, on a mountain somewhere, Li Yinglong put down his sniper rifle, a satisfied look in his eyes, and exclaimed, "This sniper is really powerful." He turned to Bai Qi beside him and asked with a smile, "General Bai Qi, would you like to give it a try? Shooting at enemies is much more thrilling than shooting at targets." Bai Qi's gaze flickered slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Then I shall give it a try." He took the sniper rifle, then skillfully set it up, aimed, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bullet shot out, invisible to the naked eye. On the battlefield, a half-beast invader, who was frantically attacking the volunteer army, suddenly had his head blown off. Then, two more invaders with considerable strength were shot in the head in succession. On the mountain, after Bai Qi fired 3 shots and killed 3 people, he put down the sniper rifle and commented, "This thing is indeed good, better than a bow." Prior to this, he had already tried this red epic sniper rifle when Oyezi had just reforged it, during Li Yinglong's test firing, but at that time, he was shooting at targets. This was the first time he had killed enemies on the battlefield. They had also conducted tests, and although both were red epic weapons, this sniper rifle was more powerful than the Wind Spirit bow. This was because crafting this sniper rifle was actually more difficult than crafting the Wind Spirit bow, not only due to the more complex technology but also because it consumed more equipment modules. Therefore, it was normal for the sniper rifle to have greater power. Li Yinglong then looked at Jing Ke and asked, "Would you like to give it a try, brave warrior Jing?" Jing Ke's expression seemed eternally calm as he shook his head slightly, saying, "No need." Although he had witnessed the power of these firearms, he was not particularly interested, so the new weapon he customized from Oyezi was still just a dagger. At this moment, on the battlefield, the sudden instant kill of the king of special operations threw the already disorganized temporary team into chaos, and the result, of course, was to accelerate their demise. It didn't take long for these rabble to all die under the fierce firepower of the soldiers. When the last invader fell, all the invaders' bodies turned into light spots and disappeared, leaving only a mess of scattered items. Meanwhile, Fang Chen heard the prompt from the game's main god. "You have completed the Illusion Domain Defense Mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 10%. Bloodstained Gene Lake, new Illusion Domain characteristic adversity eruption, purple. Illusion Domain construction module." As always, after the reward prompt, the enhancement prompt followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Enhancement result, personal experience plus 20%. Bloodstained Gene Lake, new Illusion Domain characteristic adversity eruption, red. Illusion Domain construction module, blue, X1000. Equipment module, purple, X100. Side mission Illusion Domain General Recruitment Order, purple, X1. Side mission Illusion Domain Soldier Recruitment Order, purple, X1000. Although it was still an S-level rating, this time the rewards were clearly not as good as the previous challenge with 1,000 people. This time, the 1,000 invaders were just a rabble, and their overall strength could not be compared to the previous 1,000 elite invaders. However, obtaining a new red epic characteristic was still quite good. Fang Chen opened the information page for Bloodstained Gene Lake and looked at the information for the new characteristic. Name, Adversity Eruption. Type, Illusion Domain Characteristic. Belonging Illusion Domain, Bloodstained Gene Lake. Quality, Epic, Red. A fact, when our combat units are in adversity, all attributes are increased by 100%. Note, no matter how desperate the situation, we will never yield, it will only unleash our greater potential. This trait is somewhat similar to the full army formation of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, just with different triggering conditions. Both are very strong. As for the other rewards, they are quite ordinary, even the general recruitment order, after enhancement, is only purple. Fang Chen did not rush to recruit more troops, he already had enough, so he decided to save these recruitment orders for future use based on the situation. Next, Fang Chen used some illusion domain construction modules to repair the losses in the illusion domain from this battle. Not only were all the destroyed maps restored to their original state, but even the fallen heroic spirits were revived. Naturally, everything dropped by the invaders was collected by Fang Chen into his inventory. This battle was not very difficult. The 2,000 soldiers from Ganling who came to support didn't even get a chance to fight. Even among the 3,000 soldiers from Jin Lake, many expressed that they hadn't even used their full strength before the enemy was all defeated. Just as the soldiers were discussing their feelings about this battle, a portal appeared behind Fang Chen, and a robust old man walked out carrying a large iron hammer. Yezi glanced at the battlefield and exclaimed, "Oh, it's already over? I was just coming to see for myself." When Jing Ke saw him approach, his eyes brightened and he asked, "Is my weapon finished?" Yezi smiled confidently, "Of course. Here." Saying this, he pulled out a dagger emitting a faint red glow from his bosom and handed it to Jing Ke. Jing Ke took the dagger and examined it closely. His eyes filled with joy, clearly very satisfied. This dagger was crafted by Yezi using a red equipment module. However, Fang Chen had already tested that he could not enhance equipment made with equipment modules, as they had already been enhanced when he obtained the equipment module. But there was another way to enhance equipment, which was the equipment enhancement module. It could also be seen as a special kind of recasting, which Master Yezi could also utilize with enhancement modules. However, enhancing equipment carries a risk of failure, and failure could even downgrade the equipment. Moreover, equipment enhancement modules are much rarer than equipment modules. Therefore, Fang Chen had not studied them in detail yet. Subsequently, Fang Chen enhanced all the loot obtained from the invaders one by one, leaving the useless equipment in the forging workshop for Yezi to recast into the equipment needed by the soldiers. Then he exited the illusion domain space. Overall, the first ranked challenge of Bloodstained Jin Lake yielded more than Fang Chen had expected, mainly because he did not anticipate that 1,000 people would come for the first round. It is not hard to speculate that this news would soon spread among the other worldly invaders, inevitably attracting attention. Therefore, for the second ranked challenge, it was likely that they would not be a disorganized team anymore. At the very least, they would be a professional pioneering invader like the Pioneers Guild, or possibly even elite invaders like those led by Long Ao last time. Fang Chen felt a bit of anticipation. He wondered what good things the next batch of invaders would drop. He just didn't know if the number limit would increase. Fang Chen estimated that the possibility was slim, as it was only an unranked illusion domain, and the maximum scale had already increased from 100 to 1,000, which was quite a lot. If it increased further, that would be too exaggerated. Time quickly passed to the evening of the next day. Fang Chen was enjoying dinner alone when the game's main god's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Otherworldly invaders will descend in 100 seconds to the branch illusion domain, Bloodstained Jin Lake. Please prepare. Fang Chen was taken aback and stopped his chopsticks, muttering to himself, "So soon?" He knew that the second challenge would come soon, but he didn't expect it to arrive this quickly. It had only been a day. Should he say that the otherworldly invaders were taking their new illusion domain seriously, or that they were just too impatient? What worried him was that their haste might mean insufficient preparation, resulting in fewer surprises. Fang Chen finished the last 2 bites of rice in his bowl, then set down his chopsticks and walked over to the sofa to sit down. With a thought, he entered the illusion domain space. When the volunteer spirits learned that there were otherworldly invaders coming to challenge them again, they were all pleasantly surprised and returned to the Bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain, each heading to their respective positions. After the last battle, Lu Qianli and Li Yinglong had revised their combat plan yesterday, making some adjustments to the troop deployment within the illusion domain. This was not only a tactical improvement but also a way to avoid being countered by the enemy using the same tactics as last time. Fang Chen still planned to watch from the sidelines, only intervening if absolutely necessary. Alongside him were Bai Qi, Jing Ku, and Oyezi. The envy from Meng Tian and the Wang family in the Dragon Emperor's Tomb illusion domain was palpable, as they wished they could participate in other branch illusion domain battles like the three of them. Soon, the countdown ended. Fang Chen noticed that the invaders appeared in the same location as last time. If the location of each invasion was fixed, it would indeed make formulating battle plans easier. When he saw the invaders that had appeared, Fang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. As expected, they were still 1,000 strong, and this time, just by looking at their appearances, it was clear that they were on a whole different level compared to the last group. Fang Chen even recognized quite a few familiar faces. There was the King of Special Operations from last time, Long Ao from the time before that, and the King of Pioneers, whom he had now seen for the third time. Additionally, there were several invaders he had encountered before in the Dragon Emperor's Tomb illusion domain. It had to be said, it was indeed fate. Meanwhile, among the newly arrived invaders, the 1,000 prepared invaders immediately surveyed their surroundings with vigilance upon appearing, but there was no sign of panic. The King of Special Operations, standing at the front, spoke up. "This is the same location as last time." He paused slightly and added, "Last time, our 1,000 troops split into several groups, and a small team that stayed here was the first to be attacked by the enemy." His words were mainly directed at a middle-aged man in a luxurious deep blue general's coat and a general's hat standing at the front of the team. This invader's ID was Admiral, and he was the leader of this challenge team, at level 40. Next to him was Long Ao, merely one of the deputies. After the last failed challenge against the Dragon Emperor's illusion domain, he had faced unprecedented punishment, dropping 2 levels to 38. He had basically lost all the rewards he had gained from the previous attack on the Sakura Island's Fortune illusion domain. In this team, there were several members with levels higher than his. Long Ao had been ridiculed by countless people for his failure last time, and he came into this challenge with the goal of redeeming himself. The situation for the King of Pioneers was similar. If he didn't achieve any merit in this operation, he would lose his position as the president of the Pioneers Guild. At that point, he would even have to change his ID, and the high cost of changing it would have to be borne by him. At this moment, while surveying the surroundings, the King of Pioneers spoke up to make a statement. "This is the second 1,000-strong undefined level illusion domain. The difficulty is likely comparable to the Dragon Emperor's tomb." "Everyone, don't be careless." Many people rolled their eyes at him. "Did we need you to say that?" Long Ao also spoke with a serious expression. "It's really strange that 2,000-strong undefined level illusion domains have appeared in such a short time. Could it be that the rules of the undefined level illusion domain pool have really changed?" Standing in the C position, the Admiral said, "Perhaps it's not that the rules have changed, but that no illusion domain has ever reached this height before." A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, or perhaps I should say, no illusion domain builder has ever reached this height. To his left, a level 40 roving gunner intruder frowned and said, "Are you saying that this illusion domain really belongs to that illusion domain builder? Did he really construct a second branch illusion domain in such a short time? There's already one example before us. If a second appears, what's so strange about it?" The Admiral replied, "Rather than guessing it's the work of 2 genius illusion domain builders, I would prefer it to be the handiwork of one person. The Empire has paid a hefty price to seize this challenge right. We cannot afford to be defeated like last time. Regardless of whose illusion domain this is, we must break through it today." By the end of his statement, his tone had turned cold, and he cast a sidelong glance at Long Ao and the King of Pioneers. The two immediately pretended to admire the scenery. Feeling awkward, their God of War tribe empire had recently gained fame by destroying the national fortune illusion domain of Sakura Island, leading to the island's downfall. Yet, it resulted in a huge joke when Long Ao led 1,000 elite pioneers and returned in disgrace from an undecided level illusion domain. Later, the Great Wall Watch illusion domain parachuted into the top of the B-level personal illusion domain rankings, causing quite a stir among intruders. After all, it was the first time such a situation had occurred in gaming history. This extremely high ranking somewhat salvaged Long Ao's reputation from that failure. It wasn't that our side was weak, it was just that the enemy was too formidable. Now, countless intruders were immensely curious about the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, with many high-level intruders eager to try their hand. However, due to the existence of a truce period, they had to wait 7 days. Many high-level intruders had already formed teams, and various factions had secretly begun competing for the first challenge rights. Just then, the undecided level illusion domain repository announced astonishing news: another undecided level illusion domain with a scale of 1,000 had appeared. This immediately drew the attention of countless intruders, and as many were preparing to explore this illusion domain with special items, the God of War Tribe Empire declared their intention to explore it. The God of War Tribe was already the second largest empire in the game, and having just destroyed the national fortune illusion domain of Sakura Island, they were riding high, leaving no intruder daring to disrespect them. Even the first empire, the Alliance of Gods, did not oppose but merely stated that they would participate in the third ranking challenge of Bloodstained Gene Lake, with the two strongest empires making their statements. Other factions, no matter how dissatisfied, did not dare to act recklessly. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, the God of War Tribe Empire prepared in just one day, dispatching 1,000 elite team to challenge the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain. This was the group of intruders led by the Admiral. Thus, for these individuals to participate in this challenge was a tremendous opportunity, but also a significant risk. Success would make them great contributors, reaping numerous benefits. Failure would make them sinners, facing countless ridicule. It was even more thrilling than Long Ao's previous attempt. Therefore, everyone felt a mix of excitement and pressure, especially for Long Ao and the King of Pioneers. It was particularly daunting. Back to the main topic. Having learned from the last lesson with the King of Special Operations, the Admiral naturally did not allow the team to split up this time, but instead moved forward as a 1,000-strong unit. The direction was the same path taken by the King of Special Operations with his large force last time, as he believed he was nearing the enemy stronghold, the location of the illusion domain boss. As they advanced, dozens of intruders with flying skills or equipment soared into the air to scout the terrain and gather intelligence on the enemy. Knowing that the type of this illusion realm is set against a backdrop of modern warfare, most of the invaders selected this time correspond to that theme, whether in their attire or their weaponry, which leans towards modern or even sci-fi styles. There are those with handheld Gatling guns, some carrying cannon snipers, others clad in full exoskeleton armor, and even semi-mechanized cyborgs, among others. If it weren't for the level cap of 40 for entering an undefined illusion realm, even a Gundam might be possible. The team advanced for over half an hour, reaching the spot where the King of Special Operations had died last time, yet they still hadn't seen a single enemy. Many cast doubtful glances at the King of Special Operations. He hurriedly explained, "We did encounter a large enemy force here last time, at least 1,000 of them. It's just that they might have changed their location this time." The Admiral replied calmly, "What's so strange about that? The map of this illusion realm is so vast that as long as the realm builder isn't foolish, they can't possibly place their forces in the same spot every time. Just keep moving forward. I refuse to believe they can keep hiding from us." In personal illusion realm challenges, there are indeed times when the defending side shrinks back to avoid battle, but dragging out the invader's demise using this method is nearly impossible. In the world of otherworldly invaders, they enter the game using game pods, which have life support systems, allowing them to stay in the game for days without issue. Meanwhile, the illusion realm builders of Blue Star enter the illusion realm with their minds, and their physical bodies in reality require energy replenishment. Of course, there are extreme methods, for instance, relying on medical equipment to sustain life and then dragging out a battle with the invaders in the illusion realm. But, how meaningful is that? At higher levels, in Guild Illusion Realm battles or National Fortune Illusion Realm battles, illusion realm builders can exit the illusion space during challenges, as those wars can sometimes last a long time. The longest recorded battle was the semi-finished National Fortune Illusion Realm Defense War of the Flower Planting Nation, lasting a full year. The reason it lasted so long, aside from the tenacity and resilience of the Flower Planting Nation's illusion realm builders, was that both sides were not particularly strong at the time and lacked many top-tier combat techniques. Their fighting methods were relatively primitive. Unlike now, where top-tier invaders even have Gundams, or in the previous National Fortune Illusion Realm battle on Sakurajima, a berserker could slay 100,000 demons with a single sword strike. After about 15 more minutes of advancing, an invader responsible for reconnaissance suddenly shouted, "Be careful, there's an ambush at 2 o'clock. Bang! Almost the moment he spoke, a bullet exploded his head. Following that, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the right front. The Admiral snorted lightly, casually lifting a corner of his coat to shield himself, blocking the bullets aimed at him. At the same time, the other invaders reacted swiftly, using defensive measures to block the bullets and began to counterattack. The combat quality and strength of this batch of invaders were indeed not comparable to the previous group. The nearly 1,000 soldiers lying in ambush ahead unleashed a round of heavy fire. Yet it had little effect. An invader beside the admiral scoffed, "I thought they were formidable. But it turns out to be just this. Their firepower is fierce, but the impact is average. Admiral, let's just charge in." The admiral's gaze flickered slightly as he replied coolly, "How do you know this isn't the enemy's tactic to lure us in?" He looked at one of the small teams in the group and instructed, "Use heavy long-range attacks to blast that area to pieces." Upon hearing this, the small team immediately sprang into action, with some taking out cannons, others pulling out mortars, some setting up large crossbows, and others continuously assembling various mechanical components to create large attack devices. Some mages began to chant powerful spells. Soon, a series of powerful attacks flew from the invaders' camp, crashing into the Gene Lake Spirit Warriors' position hundreds of meters away. The Gene Lake Warriors in that position suffered significant casualties, and the originally dense firepower network weakened considerably as a result. Oh, afraid to charge forward? Want to fight a positional battle? On the hillside, Li Yinglong observed the battlefield ahead, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "All right, so it's a bombardment. Let's see who can hold on first. 2nd Battalion Commander, bring over my Italian cannon. Blast them." On the battlefield, while the invaders reveled in their success at breaking the enemy's offensive, a shell suddenly whistled in from the left, striking the defensive barrier above their ranks with a tremendous explosion. This was just the beginning. Shell after shell followed, exploding above the invaders' heads in an instant. The defensive barrier erected by several mages flickered wildly before it could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered. The barrier broke, and shells continued to rain down like raindrops. In an instant, chaos erupted within the invader ranks. They each had their own means of self-preservation, so they weren't directly killed, but the formation was difficult to maintain. "Don't run around, idiots! Maintain formation. Organize a counterattack," the admiral shouted angrily, and with a wave of his right hand, a 3-meter-tall cannon suddenly appeared beside him, firing a powerful shell towards the source of the bombardment. His profession was a mechanic, capable of summoning various mechanical devices to fight. Although his reprimand stabilized some of the invaders, over 200 of them completely lost their footing in a panic to avoid the bombardment, even breaking away from the main force. At that moment, another wave of concentrated fire suddenly emerged from another direction, turning those 200 stragglers into Swiss cheese in an instant. "Idiots!" The admiral was both shocked and furious. Although these individuals were indeed elite at the 30 to 40 level, they ultimately lacked experience in such a large-scale illusion domain. After all, the largest scale of the previously undefined illusion domain was only 100 people. Even in personal illusion domains, most players at over 30 levels were grinding in C-level illusion domains normal or hard modes, with a scale of only 5 to 600 people. This 1,000-man force was hastily assembled, although there were a few hundred-man teams familiar with each other. Achieving perfect coordination among 1,000 people was not so easy, especially in the current chaotic situation. The enemy's firepower was much stronger than anticipated. The admiral's face turned ashen as he looked at the newly appeared enemies, raising his right hand and pointing in that direction. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed in the sky, and several fighter jets appeared out of nowhere, dropping a large number of missiles as they flew by, landing in the enemy ranks. A massive explosion erupted, and the previously dense firepower almost completely vanished. But just as the admiral unleashed his most powerful move at level 40, feeling pleased with the impressive effect, an invisible red phantom streaked through the air, instantly piercing through his head. The admiral collapsed to the ground, then disassembled into countless mechanical parts. These parts then reassembled, astonishingly transforming back into the admiral's form, and the mechanical traces disappeared as he revived. Sniper. The admiral's face turned extremely grim. In his moment of carelessness, he had forgotten that the king of special operations had mentioned a suspected boss sniper. This revival was not due to his skill but consumed a very precious item. Fearing another shot from the enemy sniper, the admiral immediately took out another special item from his inventory. It was a robot model, but as soon as he took it out, the model instantly grew larger and disassembled into individual parts, which attached to him like armor. In the blink of an eye, the admiral was clad in a full set of mechanical battle armor, transforming into a nearly 3-meter-tall mechanical warrior. He raised his right hand, and a mini-missile launcher popped out from his arm, then instantly fired a barrage of mini-missiles. The missiles flew into the air, intercepting a batch of enemy shells that were just falling. Seizing the opportunity, the admiral shouted coldly, "All units, attack! Charge forward!" The situation was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Staying put would only lead to passive beatings, so it was better to charge ahead with momentum. A group of invaders had also been seething with anger and responded one after another, unleashing their strongest powers to follow the admiral into the fray against the enemy ahead. After their previous counterattack, the enemy's firepower had weakened, and with a swift charge, they paid the price of over 100 lives to finally break into the enemy ranks. But just as they were about to wreak havoc, suddenly more enemies emerged around them, unleashing even fiercer firepower upon them. The life points of the group of invaders plummeted. They hurriedly sought cover and tried to fight back, but to little effect, including the admiral. Everyone was being suppressed severely. "We can't hold on. The enemy's firepower is just too strong. We can't fight back at all. Even a 1,000-person scale illusion domain has already exceeded the norm, right? Wasn't it said that during the third-level challenge of the Dragon Emperor's Tomb, only a little over 1,000 enemies appeared? There are at least 3,000 or 4,000 here. This illusion domain is at least as difficult as the B-level hell of the Dragon Emperor's Tomb. If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in this challenge. Damn it! Let's fight them to the death." The group of invaders grew increasingly panicked, and the one shouting to fight desperately was shot in the head the moment he peeked out. These elite invaders aren't that impressive after all. On a distant mountaintop, Fang Chen observed the situation at the center of the battlefield, slightly curling his lips. Although overall they were indeed stronger than the third batch of challengers from the Dragon Emperor's Tomb, it was still not enough to impress. Not to mention, the two commanders, Lu Qianli and Li Yinglong, had not truly made a move so far. At most, they had only given simple commands in the battle. If they were to truly engage, Li Yinglong's sniper rifle wouldn't have fired just one shot. In that case, let's give them a little more motivation. Fang Chen waved his right hand, and instantly a magnificent longbow emitting a red glow appeared in his grasp. It was the epic bow of the Wind Spirit. This equipment was originally given to Meng Tian, but Meng Tian couldn't enter this illusion domain. However, Fang Chen could let him participate in another way, using the talent skill Heroic Spirit Possession. In an instant, Meng Tian's towering figure emerged behind Fang Chen and merged with him in a flash. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he nocked an arrow, bending the bow like a full moon. Then, with a twang of the bowstring, an arrow wrapped in the power of the Red Wind Spirit shot through the air, disappearing in an instant. Bai Qi, standing next to Fang Chen, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, for he realized the power of this arrow was far stronger than Meng Tian's. At the center of the battlefield, the admiral, clad in mechanical armor, was braving a hail of bullets, trying to charge into the enemy ranks to wreak havoc. Just then, a swift arrow fell from the sky, instantly piercing through the chest of the mech. Before the arrow arrived, the admiral had heard the mech's warning of powerful energy detected approaching, but unfortunately, there was no time to react. The powerful wind spirit energy erupted at the chest of the mech, blowing both the mech and the admiral inside into countless fragments. Not far away, Long Ao, who had transformed into a dragon form and just charged into the enemy ranks with the admiral, saw this scene and instantly his pupils constricted, exclaiming in shock, "This attack is..." Before he could finish his sentence, a red phantom descended from the sky, arriving in an instant. With no chance to dodge, his massive body was struck and then shattered into pieces, even more fragmented than last time. Behind a large rock, the King of Pioneers, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes and murmured, "As expected, this illusion realm also belongs to him." The next moment, a shell landed where he was, and the explosion engulfed him entirely. When the flames subsided, a few items glimmering faintly were left on the ground. In the nearby woods, a volunteer soldier slowly lowered the rocket launcher from his shoulder. "This thing is really useful." The reason Fang Chen personally took action was to inform the other party, this illusion realm, like the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, belongs to the Great Wall Watch. He was even afraid the other side wouldn't realize it, so he shot 2 arrows. Anyway, once the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion realm completed its next ranking challenge, everyone from both worlds would know it was his second branch illusion realm. Informing the otherworldly invaders of this in advance was naturally to make them take it more seriously. so that during the next ranking challenge, they would send a stronger team. Because, the stronger the incoming team, the more good things could be obtained. After all, the highest level of invaders entering an unranked illusion realm was only level 40. After several observations, Fang Chen had already confirmed, even if 1,000 level 40 invaders came next time, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to the bloodstained Gene Lake illusion realm. Moreover, Fang Chen hoped the other side could act quickly, preferably arriving before the truce period ended, so that he could gather a large amount of resources to enhance the illusion realm. The Great Wall Watch was now a B-level held difficulty illusion realm, which meant that once the truce period ended, the highest level of invaders coming to challenge would be level 50, compared to the ranking challenge with a maximum level of only 40. This would be a whole tier higher. The level of the illusion realm corresponds to different levels of otherworldly invaders. Under normal circumstances, invaders would face illusion realms of corresponding difficulty to efficiently level up. Farming low-level illusion realms yields too low rewards, while high-level illusion realms are too dangerous. Moreover, low-level invaders generally cannot afford the challenge tickets, challenge scrolls, for high-level illusion realms, and high-level invaders also have to pay more for low-level illusion realm challenges. Furthermore, the requirements for farming low-level illusion realms become stricter as one reaches higher levels. In the later stages, one can only farm illusion realms corresponding to their level and can no longer enter low-level illusion realms. This is clearly a protective mechanism for low-level illusion realms, or rather, for the builders of low-level illusion realms. This way, there won't be situations where the ultimate demon king blocks the novice village. The higher the level of the invaders, the more difficult it is to level up, and the power gap between each level becomes larger. Moreover, level 50 is a watershed, as invaders at level 50 can learn powerful awakening skills, leading to a significant leap in strength. The strongest invader Fang Chen had encountered so far was only level 40, and he was unclear about the strength of level 50 invaders, so it was best to enhance the strength of the illusion realm as much as possible before that. However, there is actually another issue. If the ranking of the Gene Lake illusion realm is completed before the truce period, then when the second branch illusion realm joins, the level of the main illusion realm will be reassessed. At that time, the level of the Great Wall Watch will likely be raised to A level. If that happens, the level cap for invaders coming to challenge will be 60. But conversely, at that time, invaders will need to challenge both branch illusion realms simultaneously, and only after breaking through both can they enter the main illusion realm space. Both situations have their pros and cons. However, Fang Chen had amplification skills, and considering everything, he still felt it was more worthwhile to first complete the ranking of the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain and receive the rewards to enhance the illusion domain. As for which path to take, it would depend on the choices of the otherworldly invaders. After Fang Chen's 2 arrows, the battle quickly came to an end. When the last invader was killed, the game's main god's prompt sounded. You have completed the illusion domain defense mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 20%. Illusion domain construction module, blue, X 1500. Equipment module. This time, the strength of the 1,000 people was much stronger than the last time, and the rewards were significantly better as well. A second later, the amplification prompt sounded. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification results. Personal experience 40%. Illusion domain construction module, purple, X 3000. Equipment module, purple, X 300. Equipment enhancement module, red, X 100. Mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order, red, X 1. Side quest illusion domain warrior recruitment order, purple, X 3000. Personal illusion domain truce order, purple, X 1. The amplification effect was quite good, and Fang Chen was very satisfied. Moreover, this time a rare item that had not appeared before emerged. Name, personal illusion domain truce order, bound. Type, item, consumable. Quality, perfect, purple. Effect, personal illusion domain gains 60 days of truce time. Note, what's the point of fighting? Let's have a truce today. Even a white truce order is very precious. If a purple truce order were to hit the market, it could fetch a sky-high price. Unfortunately, everything Fang Chen had was bound and could not be sold. Moreover, he was eager for the invaders to come and drop equipment for him, as he had no immediate use for this truce order. Afterward, Fang Chen collected all the items dropped by this batch of invaders, repaired the illusion domain using the construction modules, and then let the warriors act freely while he returned to the mainline illusion domain space. Now, everyone had a fixed gathering point in the mainline illusion domain space, which was the open area outside Uyangzi's forging workshop. When Fang Chen came out with Bai Qi and the others, he saw Meng Tian and the others waiting there. Meng Tian asked with concern, "Domain Lord, how was the outcome?" Fang Chen smiled and replied, "Naturally, it was a great victory." Beside him, the Wang father and son had already begun to inquire about the detailed battle situation from Bai Qi and the others. Fang Chen let them chat among themselves and summoned his item panel, using the red mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order he had just obtained. In the next second, a white mist appeared before him, and a figure slowly walked out. It was a thin old man dressed in plain clothes, with hair and a short beard mixed with black and white, yet he appeared spirited and wore a kind smile, with a small wooden box hanging from his shoulder. He did not seem to be a combat unit like Jing Ku, and combined with the small wooden box he carried, Fang Chen vaguely guessed his profession. The old man walked up to Fang Chen, smiled, and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Qin Yuren, an old man, and I have come to meet the Domain Lord." Hearing this name, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. The name Qin Yuren might not be very familiar to everyone, but he had another title, BNK. Fang Chen's guess was correct. He was indeed a doctor, and a divine doctor at that. In the history of Huaxia, there are very few who deserve the title of divine doctor, and BNK is one of them. Predating Hua Tuo by several hundred years, he was a renowned medical scientist during the Warring States period of Huaxia and the founder of traditional Chinese medicine's pulse diagnosis. Even now, the cultural textbooks of Blue Star still retain the text BNK meets Du Quan of Kai. Fang Chen politely returned the greeting, saying, "Divine Dr. BNK, you are too kind, there is no need for such formalities." He glanced at the small medicine chest that BNK was carrying, hoping that the other party would take out some miraculous medicine as a welcome gift. Unfortunately, the divine Dr. BNK seemed to have no such intention. He merely looked around in surprise and asked, "Domain Master, could you tell this old man where this place is? And why am I here?" Fang Chen brought BNK before Wang Jian and the others, allowing them to explain the situation to the divine doctor. Upon hearing the divine doctor's name, Wang Jian and the others all showed expressions of respect and began to explain the circumstances here. Meanwhile, Fang Chen continued to tally his gains. The newly acquired 3,000 purple subline illusion domain warrior recruitment orders were not something Fang Chen rushed to use. Even if the third-level challenge of the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain was filled with level 40 invaders, Fang Chen felt that his current forces should be able to handle it. To put it another way, even if they couldn't deal with it at that time, they could recruit more troops on the spot. So what he needed to do next was the tedious task of checking the items dropped by the invaders. An hour later, in the warehouse of Oyezi's forge, there was another large pile of various equipment. During this time, the divine Dr. BNK had also understood the situation here in his mission upon awakening, perhaps inspired by Oyezi's forge? Without Fang Chen needing to ask, BNK found him and expressed that he understood a bit about medicine and pharmacology, and if Fang Chen could provide some medicinal materials, he might be able to help. Hearing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Medicinal materials? He had plenty, whether it was finished potions or raw materials. He had obtained quite a few from the invaders. Most of the potions he had given to several generals in the illusion domain for them to use as needed, while all the raw materials were kept in his inventory. Now, with the divine Dr. BNK, these medicinal materials could finally be put to use. Subsequently, Fang Chen followed BNK's request and built a pharmacy next to the forge using construction modules for the divine doctor to live and work in. As for the various tools needed for making medicine, he could naturally have Oyezi forge them. After arranging everything, Fang Chen exited the illusion domain space. In a virtual conference room, around a large, flamboyant round table sat many figures. These figures were merely black silhouettes, making it impossible to see their specific appearances. But each silhouette had its own characteristics. Some were indistinguishable from ordinary humans, some had the heads of beasts, some were completely non-human in shape, and others even had silhouettes that changed continuously. At this moment, one of the figures spoke mockingly, "By the way, who was it that swore before that the War God Tribe's exploration team was professional and would easily break through that bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain?" In the end, 1,000 people were beaten like grandchildren. And they didn't even see the illusion domain boss. It was only after the other side shot 2 arrows that they confirmed their identity. Another figure snorted coldly. Anyone can play the hindsight game, even if you let your God's Alliance people go. They might not achieve more. If they couldn't recognize those last 2 arrows, they might not even have been able to bring out the information that Bloodstained Gene Lake is the second subline illusion domain of Great Wall Watch. Another voice interjected. Alright, save the trash talk for after the meeting, let's talk business now. According to our previous agreement, the third level challenge of this Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain will be led by our God's Alliance. And everyone has no objections, right? I have no objections. But our Dark Empire hopes to have an additional 100 slots. You really dare to say that? The slot distribution was already negotiated, why should you get an extra 100 now? Just because our Dark Empire is in 3rd place, while your Sky Nation is only in 4th. We should have 100 more slots than you. Nonsense. We give you 100. How many do we have left? Alright, everyone shut up. This is not what this meeting is about. The quotas for each party have already been set and will not be changed. What we need to discuss now is whether to conduct the 3rd ranking challenge for Bloodstained Gene Lake before the truce period of Great Wall Watch ends. I think we can wait a bit. We haven't even figured out the Great Wall Watch illusion yet. If we let Bloodstained Gene Lake complete its ranking and merge into Great Wall Watch, we'll have to face 2 branch illusions at the same time, which will undoubtedly double the difficulty. So what if we fight both branch illusions at the same time? They're just B-level illusions. It's tough for ordinary players. But for us, if we really want to fight, can we not clear it? If we let Bloodstained Gene Lake rank first, then the difficulty of Great Wall Watch will definitely rise to A level. At that time, the challenge level cap will change from 50 to 60, and we can send in a stronger team. Moreover, if we raise Great Wall Watch to A level before challenging it, defeating the illusion will impose a greater penalty on that illusion builder. Exactly. This way, we can finish off his lifespan faster. I almost forgot about that. Then I agree to tackle Bloodstained Gene Lake first, and after Great Wall Watch is raised to A level, we can strategize. I agree as well. According to the intelligence reported by Mouse, this Great Wall Watch is likely a future national fortune illusion secretly cultivated by the Flower family. Just in case, it's best to nip it in the bud. Is this intelligence reliable? Previous reports always said that the Flower family's plan was to choose one of the existing strongest guild illusions as the national fortune illusion. Why would they suddenly start cultivating a new illusion from scratch? Do they have that many resources? I think this intelligence might not be unreliable. After all, this Great Wall Watch illusion is too extraordinary. When has there ever been such a new illusion? If it really develops into a national fortune illusion, what will happen then? Exactly. Even if this illusion isn't officially cultivated by the Flower family, it must be eliminated as soon as possible. TCH, the Flower family is really hard to deal with. They don't even have a national fortune illusion, yet they can hold on for so long. That strongest guild illusion is almost on par with those small countries' national fortune illusions. I said we should unite to eliminate the Flower family, but you all were worried about the losses and didn't dare to take decisive action, insisting on some kind of nibbling plan. After nibbling for so many years, we still haven't seen any results. With your foresight, why didn't you use the entire empire's military strength to wipe out the Flower family earlier? Are you afraid that the losses would be so great that you couldn't even maintain Old Five's position? No, they're afraid that even if all the players in the country join forces, they still can't defeat a Flower family without a national fortune illusion. Damn, you two are being so sarcastic. Do you want to start a national war? Come on. Who's afraid of who? Don't talk about national war. Do you dare to duel? Sure, let's duel. Whoever backs down is a coward. Everyone shut up. Don't stray from the topic. Then it's settled. We'll first work together to conduct the 3rd ranking challenge for Bloodstained Gene Lake, and then attack Great Wall Watch. We must destroy this illusion in the shortest time possible and eliminate the illusion builder. Achoo, Fong Chen, just out of the illusion space, rubbed his nose and muttered, "So late. Who is still talking about me? Old M.O. How's your illusion building progress? Any invaders coming to challenge?" In the school cafeteria, Deng Kai asked Fong Chen while gnawing on a chicken leg. Fong Chen casually replied, "No, the probability of being challenged in the ranking match is so low, my luck isn't that good." Deng Kai nodded and said, "That's true. It's better this way. If we can get through the ranking period without a fight, That would be the best. Although the rewards are a bit less, at least it's safe. After we get the ranking rewards, we can strengthen the illusion domain a bit more, making it easier to deal with the invaders' challenges. He tossed away the chicken bone and added, "By the way, don't forget what I reminded you. Even if there are no construction resources left, you can still have the existing combat units in the illusion domain train more, that can gradually increase their combat power." Fong Chen smiled and said, "I know. You don't have to remind me every few days. I'm not forgetful. Also, don't forget to frequently contact the illusion domain units for summoning, that can also enhance your mental strength." I know. You care so much about me, sometimes I really wonder if you have feelings for me. Get lost. If I had feelings for you, I would have taken care of you long ago. By the way, are you going to fight this weekend? Yes, but not at the same place as last time. I'm planning to go to West City, the rewards there are higher. Do you want to come alone? You can bet on my win and make some money. Didn't you say that the fights there are too intense and the risks are too high? That was before. Now that my strength has increased, of course I can go. Just be careful. If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's not embarrassing. Damn. You haven't even seen me fight and you're already cursing me to lose. The two chatted while eating, and after finishing, Deng Kai mentioned he had plans to take a girl for a walk and left Fong Chen behind. Fong Chen walked alone in the school, deep in thought. It was already Wednesday afternoon. In just one more afternoon, the truce period for Great Wall Watch would be over. However, the third ranking challenge for Bloodstained Jean Lake had yet to arrive. Did the otherworldly invaders choose to attack the B-level Great Wall Watch first? Fong Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Just then, a notification from the game's main god suddenly rang out. Ding! Otherworldly invaders will descend upon the branch illusion domain Bloodstained Jean Lake in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Fong Chen's expression brightened instantly. He quickly found a bench by the playground, pretended to close his eyes to rest, and entered the illusion domain space. Soon, all units that could enter the Bloodstained Jean Lake illusion domain had arrived. All volunteer soldiers were distributed throughout the illusion domain according to plan. Fong Chen and several commanders gathered in the command center. Besides Bai Qi and Jing Ku, two non-combat units, Oyezi and Bien Ke, were also present. The countdown soon ended. Rays of light descended upon the illusion domain, and 1,000 fully armed invaders emerged from the light. Among these 1,000, there was only one familiar face, the admiral who had led the team last time, but he was no longer the leader. At the front of the group stood 3 invaders side by side, a middle-aged human male gunner, a hawk-headed half-orc, and a voluptuous female succubus. These 1,000 invaders were selected from the 5 most powerful empires in the game world, and all of them were at the level cap of 40, as stipulated by the unranked illusion domain. Even the admiral, who had dropped a level after the last failed challenge, had desperately farmed other illusion domains before coming and had regained his level to 40. After the group of invaders appeared, they all scanned their surroundings with vigilant expressions, not a single one moving or speaking out of turn. The 3 leading invaders, after surveying the area, showed thoughtful expressions. The human invader said, "This map is indeed very large. With this scale, it will definitely be at least B-level after ranking." The hawk-headed half-orc said sharply, "Not only is the map large, but there are also quite a few monsters, more than we anticipated." The female succubus chuckled lightly. "Then let's not waste time, let's start pushing the map directly." The hawk-headed half-orc pointed to the right. "Push that way." The direction he pointed was exactly where the command center was located. Following that, the 1,000 invaders quickly formed a formation and advanced in that direction. Not long after, the sound of intense gunfire erupted. The first group of volunteer soldiers ambushed along the invaders' path did not succeed in their ambush and were instead discovered early by the scouts of the invaders. Once the battle began, the combat effectiveness displayed by these invaders was much stronger than the previous group. The souls of the first 1,000 ambushed soldiers were quickly forced to retreat. Although the invaders also suffered casualties, the numbers were minimal, and their formation remained intact, with only a slight reduction in their advance speed. The first 1,000 soul soldiers at the forefront sacrificed nearly half of their number to lure the enemy into a valley. Then, the 2,000 souls lying in wait launched a simultaneous attack, finally halting the invaders' advance. However, the invaders remained completely unfazed. They had even anticipated that this was a trap to lure them deeper, yet they still walked right into it, because they had enough confidence, and the facts proved that they indeed had the strength to back that confidence. Over 2,000 souls surrounded and attacked from all directions. Yet this group of invaders managed to hold their ground and quickly launched a powerful counterattack. These invaders, whether in individual strength or teamwork, far surpassed any previous enemy group encountered. Moreover, their class combinations and the various powerful equipment they carried were clearly meticulously designed, yielding remarkable results against domains like the bloodstained gene lake. Indeed, they have some strength, but it's nothing extraordinary. If this is all they can do, it doesn't seem worth our serious attention. Looks like we might have overreacted? Not necessarily, this may not be the full strength of this domain. Don't let your guard down. We haven't even seen the boss yet. Don't get too complacent. Be careful. A large group of enemies has appeared behind us, at least 1,000. So there are still reinforcements. Maintain formation. Heavy firepower attacks must not cease. Although they were in a disadvantageous terrain in a hollow, a group of invaders managed to construct a defensive position using various equipment, items, and skills, engaging in a positional battle against the surrounding enemies. Just as some invaders felt that this domain was nothing special, they discovered that the enemy had once again increased their numbers, and the already formidable firepower net suddenly doubled. A group of invaders quickly retracted their earlier dismissive attitudes and brought out their full strength, continuing the counterattack. This time, they were well prepared, carrying supplies several times more than usual for clearing domains. Invaders generally do not carry all their belongings with them. They typically only bring what is necessary for the current domain, storing the rest in their personal login space to avoid significant losses upon death in the domain. Originally, the invaders thought that even relying on drugs would be enough to wear down the enemy. However, as the battle progressed, they realized things were not as they had imagined. The enemy was holding out much better than expected. They seemed to have plenty of supplies as well. The supplies for the volunteer soldiers mainly consisted of ammunition and healing potions. Master Oyezi had been working overtime during this period and had prepared ample ammunition. Coincidentally, Fong Chen had just recruited a miraculous doctor, Dian Ke, who was skilled in medicine. In these past few days, Dian Ke had not rested for a moment, using the herbs provided by Fong Chen to produce a significant number of healing potions. Therefore, if it came down to a supply battle, the soldiers were not afraid. As previously mentioned, the volunteer soldiers had lacked everything in their past battles, but now, fighting for the second time to defend Huaxia, how could they let them suffer such hardships? If they were to fight, they must ensure that the soldiers fought with ample resources. On a hillside more than 1,000 meters away from the center of the battlefield, Li Yinglong lay in the snow, draped in a white cloak, with a white cloth covering his sniper rifle, which had accumulated a thick layer of snow. He and his weapon almost blended into the surrounding snowfield. Each time he pulled the trigger, an invader would drop dead from 1,000 meters away. Most of the time, it was a one-shot kill. Even if the opponent had high defense and thick blood, they would still be severely injured, requiring considerable time and supplies to recover their combat capability. After what felt like the umpteenth shot, Li Yinglong's gaze slightly shifted from the scope as he casually glanced to the right. He made no other movements, continuing to look through the scope, holding his breath for a few seconds before firing again. Meanwhile, over 100 meters to his right, behind a rock, an invader suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He cautiously stared in the direction where Li Yinglong was, then took out a futuristic-looking heavy weapon resembling a rocket launcher, preparing to attack. At this distance, he was confident he could kill his target with this weapon. But just as he was about to aim, a dagger silently appeared at his neck, and it was only when the cold blade pressed against his skin that he realized something was wrong. But it was too late. The hand holding the dagger exerted force without hesitation. Blood sprayed as the invader's carotid artery was sliced open. At the same time, his arm was seized, and with a crack, his arm bent unnaturally, causing the weapon to fall to the ground. Almost simultaneously, as this invader was ambushed, several other invaders appeared around him, all with shock in their eyes, raising their weapons to attack the enemy who had ambushed their comrade. However, at the same moment, the snow around each of them suddenly exploded, and one by one, volunteer soldiers appeared out of nowhere, launching their attacks against the invaders. In an instant, cries of alarm, gunfire, and sounds of struggle filled the air. More volunteer soldiers emerged nearby, surrounding the dozen or so stealthy invaders. Not far away, Li Yinglong remained unfazed by the commotion, continuing to snipe the invaders on the main battlefield in the distance. Meanwhile, A few meters away from him, amidst the swirling snow, a small snowflake seemed to be obstructed in its descent, pausing momentarily in midair. In that instant, a figure suddenly flashed out from behind a pile of rubble, thrusting a glinting blade into the air. The next second, there was a loud clang, sparks flew in the air, and then an invader dressed in a white stealth suit appeared out of nowhere, being struck and sent flying by a tremendous force. This invader held a uniquely shaped dagger, but at that moment, his hand was torn, blood gushing out. He looked at the muscular figure that had sent him flying and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Two bosses?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the figure flicker and vanish. No, it wasn't that they disappeared, it was that their movements were too fast for him to see. The invader's pupils constricted, realizing the danger, and immediately tried to retreat, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Swish! A dagger plunged deep into his neck, then was pulled sideways. Blood sprayed, and a head rolled to the ground. Such damage! Unless there were special resurrection methods, no supply or medicine could save him. The headless corpse fell, and several glowing orbs appeared on the ground nearby, 3 green, 2 blue, and 1 purple. The rolling head was filled with fear and confusion. This invader could hardly believe that he, the best assassin in the team, had been killed by someone else. How strong could this boss in the illusion realm be? Moreover, wasn't it said that there was only one sniper boss? Fake intelligence kills people. Damn! Next to the headless corpse, Lu Qianli shook the blood off his dagger and slightly curled his lips, saying, "Just this." He raised his eyes to glance at the other dozen or so infiltrators who had stealthily approached not far away, all of whom had already been surrounded and killed by a group of elite soldiers. Throughout it all, Li Yinglong had not turned back even once, focusing intently on sniping the enemies. On the main battlefield, the 3 team leaders no longer had their previous ease, their faces growing increasingly grim. The female demon was somewhat irritated, saying, "Damn, has the assassination team not made a move yet? What a bunch of useless fools." The human marksman frowned and said, "I'm afraid it's not that they haven't moved, but that they failed." The female demon glared at him. "Aren't you also a sniper? Go head to head with him." The human marksman smiled bitterly, "But he has a red epic level sniper rifle, and I only have a purple perfect level 1. How can I compare?" The eagle-headed half-orc shouted, "This won't do. We'll be worn out. Let's fight." Saying this, he suddenly spread a pair of huge wings, transforming into a giant bird. With a flap of his wings, a blizzard was stirred up, and under the cover of the storm, he flew into the sky, charging towards the enemy formation with the heaviest firepower. But before he could launch his attack, an almost invisible red phantom shot in from a distance. His eagle eyes narrowed, and he barely dodged to the side in midair. However, he evaded the first shot but couldn't escape the second. The second sniper bullet, almost immediately following, struck his head dead on. A scream rang out as the giant bird plummeted from the sky like a crashing plane. He wasn't killed instantly, but upon landing, he was met with a barrage of fire from the volunteer soldiers. The ensuing battle held no suspense, or rather, this battle had no suspense from the very beginning. Annihilating these 1,000 elite infiltrators, all at level 40, was just slightly more effort for the volunteer soldiers than the last time. Just as Fong Chen had predicted, it didn't matter how many level 40 infiltrators came. Ultimately, when all the infiltrators were eliminated, Fong Chen heard the prompt from the game's main god. "You have completed the Illusion Domain Defense Mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 20%. Illusion Domain Construction Module, blue." After the reward prompt, the amplification prompt followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result, personal experience plus 40%. Illusion Domain Construction Module, purple, x 4000. Equipment Module, red, x 200. Equipment Enhancement Module, purple, x 500. Sideline Illusion Domain General Recruitment Order, red, x 2. Sideline Illusion Domain Soldier Recruitment Order, purple, x 3000. Immediately after, the game prompt sounded again. Ding! Illusion Domain Builder Fong Chen level increased to LV3. Gain Talent Skill Soul Travel, red. Then, the amplification prompt continued. Detected acquisition of talent skill. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. So far, every time Fong Chen completed an Illusion Domain defense battle, he received an S rating. and the experience gained was substantial. Coupled with the amplification from talent skills, his level increased rapidly. After finishing 3 qualifying challenges in the second sideline illusion domain, he had reached level 3. This meant he could open a third sideline illusion domain. Moreover, after leveling up, he had gained a new talent skill. Every time an illusion domain builder levels up, there is a chance to acquire a new talent skill, but it is also possible to upgrade existing talent skills. Perhaps Fang Chen's existing talent skills were already top-tier golden legends, excluding the special case of the unknown grade-colored infinite amplification. So what he received was a new talent skill, originally red, but after amplification, it should have become golden legend level like the previous one. Fang Chen was curious but resisted the urge to check immediately, because the prompts were not finished yet. Ding! The classification of the side realm, Bloodstained Gene Lake, has been completed. The classification of the side realm, Bloodstained Gene Lake, is B-level hell difficulty. The main realm, Great Wall Watch, level has been upgraded to A-level hard difficulty. Rewards obtained: new realm characteristic heavy price, red, for Great Wall Watch. Realm construction module, purple. The results of the realm classification and reward prompt sounded. Then naturally, the amplification prompt followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification completed. Amplification results: new realm characteristic heavy price, gold, for Great Wall Watch. Realm construction module, red, X5000. Equipment module, red, X1000. Equipment enhancement module, red, X300. Main realm special unit recruitment order, red, X1. Main realm general recruitment order, red, X2. Main realm warrior recruitment order, red, X2000. After that, Fang Chen's ears finally quieted down. Ha! Fang Chen let out a long breath, his eyes squinting with joy. Another record-breaking harvest. He quickly repaired the Bloodstained Gene Lake realm, collected all the loot dropped by the invaders, then allowed the soldiers to act freely while he returned to the main realm space. He found an empty spot near the forge and pharmacy, sat down happily, and began to slowly tally his gains. First was the change in personal information. Name, Fang Chen. Level, LV3, 3%. Affiliated country, flower planting family. Main realm, Great Wall Watch. Side realm 1, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Side realm 2, Bloodstained Gene Lake. Talent skill 1, Infinite Amplification, colored. Talent skill 2, Spirit Possession, gold. Talent skill 3, Soul Travel, gold. Current task, none. Before this reward, Fang Chen's experience was LV2, 70%. And after this amplification, he gained 40%, leveling up to LV3, with the excess experience just enough to meet the 3% required for the upgrade. This means that the experience required for a level 3 upgrade is more than 3 times that of level 2. The further one goes, the greater the increase in experience required for each level up. Name, Soul Travel. Type, Talent Skill. Quality, Legend, Gold. Effect, the realm units you summon in the real world can exert their full strength, and their activity range is unlimited. Note, after many years of change, tonight the soul returns, but the world is different. Undoubtedly, this is yet another incredibly powerful talent skill. Moreover, it is a talent skill that Fang Chen had never heard of before. Under normal circumstances, when summoning realm units in the real world, the strength they can exert and their activity range are proportional to the level of the realm builder. However, Fang Chen's talent skill directly lifted these 2 restrictions. Full strength exertion, and the activity range is not limited, especially the point of unlimited activity range. The operability is simply enormous. However, there is one limitation that has not been lifted, which is that maintaining the summoned state requires continuous consumption of mental power. So although there is theoretically no time limit, the realm builder's mental power is finite. With this skill, Fang Chen's self-defense ability in the real world has directly risen several levels. Then, Fang Chen checked the newly added Illusion Domain feature of the Great Wall Watch. Name, Heavy Price. Type, Illusion Domain feature. Affiliated Illusion Domain, Great Wall Watch. Quality, Legend, Golden. Effect, when dying in a challenge within this Illusion Domain, the invader's punishment increases by 1 to 100 times, with the probability inversely proportional to the multiplier. Note, think carefully about the price of provoking me. Can you afford it? This feature. Fang Chen looked at the effect description, his eyes shining. Although it wasn't a combat enhancement feature, it could greatly weaken the strength of otherworldly invaders. The punishment for dying during an Invader's challenge includes losing experience and dropping equipment. Under normal circumstances, dying once would result in losing about 1 level of experience and 1% to 10% of carried items. If one dies while challenging the Great Wall Watch, the punishment would be at least doubled. And if they hit the jackpot with a 100-fold punishment, they would likely lose everything and be sent back to the novice village. This would not only significantly increase Fong Chen's loot but also greatly weaken the Invader's strength, effectively reducing the pressure on other illusion domain builders. That's right. It should be like this: those who offend my Huaxia will pay a heavy price. Next, it was time to use the recruitment orders. Fong Chen first used the mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order. White mist surged before him, and then a figure slowly emerged. It was a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall, with a straight posture, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a deep and weathered gaze, and a calm expression, holding a long sword in its sheath in his right hand. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. Is he a swordsman? It seemed to be a combat unit. The man walked up to Fong Chen and clasped his fists, saying, "Gai Nya, I greet the domain lord. Gai Nya, goodness, not only is he a swordsman, but he is also a sword god." Due to the existence of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, the currently recruited mainline illusion domain units are all related to or close to the Qin dynasty era. Gai Nya. Just then, a surprised voice came from afar, and a figure rushed over. It was none other than Jingku. At this moment, Jingku was not as calm as usual. There was a hint of barely concealed excitement on his face. When Gai Nya saw the newcomer, his originally indifferent expression also became excited. He quickly took a couple of steps forward to greet him. Puzzled, "Brother Jing? How did you end up here?" Jingko looked at Gai Nya and smiled, saying, "I arrived here a few days earlier than you. You must have many questions, right? No worries. Come, I'll take you to find answers." He turned to Fong Chen and said, "Domain Lord, I will explain the situation to Gai Nya." Fong Chen nodded, watching the two clasp hands and leave. Jingko and Gai Nya had a deep friendship in life. It is said that before Jingko attempted to assassinate the Qin Emperor, he wanted to contact Gai Nya to join him, but unfortunately, the sword god was wandering the world and could not be reached. In the end, under the urging of Prince Dan, he could only take a useless teammate, Qin Huiyang, to assassinate the first emperor of Qin. If Jingko had truly brought Gai Nya along to assassinate Qin at that time, the outcome would have been hard to say. Subsequently, Fong Chen used the two mainline illusion domain general recruitment orders. The white mist rose again, and then two figures slowly emerged. Both were middle-aged men, and Fong Chen was very familiar with their clothing. It was seen in countless anti-Woko dramas. Clearly, the generals recruited this time were from the era close to the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain. The two walked up to Fong Chen and introduced themselves. One was surnamed Huang, and the other was surnamed Zhao. Fong Chen quickly recalled that both were generals who bravely sacrificed themselves during the anti-Woko period. Note, for the needs of the plot, this is purely fictional and does not correspond to any real person. Everyone understands. Please do not take it seriously. These two generals were just right to lead the 2,000 Ganling warriors belonging to the mainline illusion domain. Then, Fong Chen used all 2,000 red mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment orders. A vast expanse of white mist surged before him, followed by the synchronized sound of marching footsteps. A 2,000-strong army emerged from the white fog, shouting "Great Wind!" Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and others nearby were immediately drawn to the scene. This batch of soldiers, recruited uniformly, bore equipment almost identical to the elite soldiers' spirits from the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. It seemed they had successfully recruited a group of elite soldiers' spirits from the Qin dynasty. Fong Chen directly handed this army over to Bai Qi, instructing him to explain the situation to the new recruits, who would be under his command from then on. After that, Fong Chen used 2,000 subline illusion domain soldier recruitment orders to add 2,000 exclusive elite soldiers to the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain. This significantly expanded the number of elite spirits in the illusion domain. The Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain now had military strength, 3 generals, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Wang Ben, along with 400 elite soldiers. The bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain had military strength, 2 commanders, Lu Qianli and Li Yinglong, with 100 volunteer soldiers. In the main illusion domain space of Great Wall Watch, the forces that could freely support the subline illusion domains included Bai Qi, as well as the two anti-Japanese generals Huang and Zhao, 2,000 elite Qin soldiers, and 2,000 Ganling warriors, plus several special units like Jingko and Gainya. The total military strength of Great Wall Watch had already exceeded 10,000. Fang Chen even kept 3 subline illusion domain general recruitment orders and 2,000 subline illusion domain soldier recruitment orders for emergencies. So far, all 6 illusion domain challenges he had experienced were classified challenges. The next one would be a formal challenge. At that time, both subline illusion domains would be attacked simultaneously, and the situation would be unpredictable. It was wise to keep some subline illusion domain summoning orders on hand, so if one of the subline illusion domains faced difficulties, he could use them there. After completing these tasks, Fang Chen exited the illusion domain space. There was still a large pile of loot to sort through, but there was no need to rush. After completing the classification of the bloodstained Jean Lake illusion domain, Fang Chen had also received a 7-day truce period. He was previously uncertain about this, as no one had ever managed to complete the classification of a second subline illusion domain during the truce period after the first. This meant that if invaders wanted to challenge Great Wall Watch, they would have to wait another 7 days. That was why Fang Chen was not in a hurry. Looking at the time, the lunch break had long passed, and they had even finished the second afternoon class. It was now break time. Returning to the classroom, as expected, almost all the students were discussing the elevation of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain to A rank. In just a few days, Fang Chen had once again given the world a slight shock. The classification of the first subline illusion domain was completed in less than 7 days, followed by the completion of the second subline illusion domain's classification. The main illusion domain had moved from the top of the B rank list to the middle of the A rank list, and it had not even faced a single formal challenge yet. Moreover, his personal strength ranking had changed from first in the second tier to first in the third tier. Whether it was the speed of establishing illusion domains, the speed of classification, the level of illusion domains, or the speed of personal upgrades, it was all hard to believe. Not only were the people of Blue Star astonished, but even the otherworldly invaders were shocked by Fang Chen's level changes. Both sides couldn't help but wonder, would he create a third subline illusion domain in a few days? The truth was, Fang Chen wanted to, but unfortunately, he couldn't, because he didn't have an illusion domain scroll. After winning the second illusion domain classification challenge, he was rewarded with an illusion domain scroll, and Fang Chen thought he was quite lucky. However, after several major victories and rewards, no more illusion domain scrolls appeared. The drop rate for illusion domain scrolls was the lowest among all items. If the scrolls weren't so expensive, he would have considered buying one from the market. After returning home from school and having dinner, Fang Chen entered the illusion domain space again. Then he sat at the entrance of the forge's warehouse, beginning to tally the items obtained from the invaders. Undoubtedly, this time, the 1000 level 40 elite invaders had contributed the most and best loot ever to Fang Chen. The total count alone exceeded 5,000. However, most of it consisted of various consumables and materials, with around 1,000 pieces of finished equipment. The majority were of green quality, with a fair number of blue ones, dozens of purple, and nothing higher. Level 40 invaders were not qualified to possess red epic equipment, let alone golden legendary items. However, after Fang Chen's enhancement, he still obtained over a dozen red epic items, some of which were equipment and some materials. Among all the equipment, he kept what could be used directly and tossed the unusable ones into the warehouse for Master Oyezi to reforge. Many herbs were stored in the pharmacy's warehouse for the divine physician BNK to use. All the equipment obtained was distributed to the heroic souls in the illusion domain. The builders of the illusion domain would need to reach level 4 before they could materialize and use the items from the illusion domain in the real world. After tallying all the loot, Fang Chen left the illusion domain space and returned to the real world to rest. Next, he needed to prepare the soldiers for the first official challenge in 7 days. Since it was the first official challenge, to be safe, Fang Chen did not plan to end the peace period early, allowing the newly recruited warriors to become more familiar with and practice their coordination. In the following days, Fang Chen experienced a few peaceful days. He attended school as usual, entered the illusion domain space after class, either watching the soldiers train, observing Master Oyezi forge equipment, watching BNK create potions, or practicing combat with heroic soul possession, and so on. The new soldiers quickly adapted to the new environment and companions. and more equipment and supply potions were continuously produced, enhancing the warrior's armament. All the soldiers, like Fong Chen, looked forward to the challenge of the otherworldly invaders after the peace period ended. On Saturday night, after Fong Chen emerged from the illusion domain space, he lay in bed, preparing to browse the forum as usual before sleeping. As soon as he logged into the forum, he discovered a new hot post, and today its popularity surprisingly surpassed the long-standing discussion post about the level increase of Great Wall Watch. Outrage of gods and men. National heroes brutally killed by invaders, openly provoking the Flower family. Upon seeing the title of the new hot post, Fong Chen frowned slightly. He clicked on the post and quickly skimmed through it, his expression growing darker. It turned out that earlier this evening, a hero from the Flower family, who had participated in the first National Fortune Illusion Domain Defense War 20 years ago, had his personal illusion domain breached by invaders and died from exhaustion. That hero was only 22 years old when he participated in the National Fortune Illusion Domain Defense War, but he had shown great bravery, starting as a level 3 illusion domain builder and killing countless enemies during that year-long battle, achieving numerous military exploits. However, he also fell in battle several times during that fight, and due to the punishment for the destruction of the Flower family's National Fortune Illusion Domain, he had over 30 years of his lifespan deducted. After that battle, his personal illusion domain suffered heavy losses, and he even sustained irreversible severe mental damage. Although he lost, his heroic deeds inspired countless illusion domain builders from the Flower family. For the past 20 years, this hero had been recuperating under official protection and occasionally received peace orders to minimize disturbances from otherworldly invaders. Therefore, his leveling speed was not fast, and he was still only at level 5, with a relatively low personal illusion domain level. This was also a protective strategy from the officials, as challengers coming this way would be relatively weaker, and even if the defense failed, the penalties would likely be lower. But even so, over the years, this hero's personal illusion realm had been breached twice, costing him several years of life, and today, his personal illusion realm was breached once again, and the little remaining life he had was nearly exhausted after the punishment, leading to his death. Moreover, the opponent had used a tool to reduce the duration of the truce while he was under a truce order, forcibly challenging him, clearly targeting him on purpose. What was most outrageous was that the leading invader had cruelly insulted the hero before breaching the illusion realm, even recording the entire process. The reason the people of Blue Star knew these details was that the murderer had given the video to the traitors of Blue Star, which was then uploaded to the internet by a traitor. Once this incident broke out, it immediately attracted worldwide attention, and countless people were furious, especially the people of the flower planting family, who were filled with grief and anger, their emotions running high. This post was all text descriptions because the forum access through the virtual screen could not connect to external devices to send images or videos. Subsequently, Fong Chen picked up his phone and logged into Weibo. Sure enough, he saw news about this incident right on the homepage. There was a video on it. Fong Chen's finger paused on the screen for a few seconds before he clicked on the video. In the video, an illusion realm builder with graying hair but only in his 40s was brutally tortured by an invader. He was the national hero named Dong Chihui. The short video of just a few minutes made Fong Chen's expression grow darker. Ultimately, after the otherworldly invader cruelly killed Dong Chihui, he coldly laughed at the camera. People of the flower planting family, listen up. I am called Tianlong Shangren, and I have tools that can extend life. If you want them, then submit to us. For those who don't know their place, this is the consequence. In 4 days, we will destroy Great Wall Watch. That turtle called Watch Huaxia. You better think clearly, whether to kneel and surrender or die like him. We will meet in 4 days. The video ended here. Fong Chen stared at the phone screen, speechless for a long time. His face did not show much expression because he had already transcended anger. After a long while, Fong Chen suddenly laughed in rage. The corners of his mouth curled up as he murmured, Tianlong Shangren, is it? See you in 4 days. I hope by then, you can still enter my illusion realm. He did not look at the discussions online anymore, put down his phone, and with a thought, re-entered the illusion realm space. The units in the illusion realm did not need to sleep, so it had always been maintained in a daytime state by Fong Chen. The heroic spirits were still doing their respective tasks. Fong Chen directly appeared in front of Jingku. At this moment, Jingku was discussing swordsmanship with Gai Nye. Seeing Fong Chen appear, both were a bit puzzled, as he had just left not long ago. Fong Chen straightforwardly said to Jingku, "I want to kill someone." Jingku's gaze slightly sharpened, then he smiled and said, "No problem. The domain master just needs to use the item I gifted you." Fong Chen waved his right hand and took out the special item that Jingku had given him earlier from his inventory. Name, Assassin's Pursuit Order. Type, Item. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, designate a target. As long as the target enters any illusion realm, they will be tracked and assassinated by our assassin units. Note 1, after completing at least one assassination, the target can be reset. Note 2, if the assassin dies in another illusion realm, resurrection requires the corresponding recruitment order. Note 3, say a name. No matter where they are, I will kill them for you. After obtaining this item, Fong Chen had never used it. Now, taking it out, with a thought, an operation box popped up on the virtual screen. Please enter the target's name. Fong Chen entered the 4 characters Tianlong Shangren. Target designation successful. Subsequently, the prompt box disappeared, and the jade talisman in Fong Chen's hand flickered with a faint red light. In front of him, Jingku's eyes sparkled, as if sensing something, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Understood. As long as this person enters the illusion domain, I will be able to track him down and proceed to assassinate him." It seemed that the other party was not currently in the illusion domain. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Prioritize your own safety. If the difficulty is too great, there's no need to force it." Jingku smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Domain Master, I understand." Fong Chen nodded slightly, said no more, and left the illusion domain space again. He no longer felt like doing anything else and simply lay down to sleep. Letting Jingku go for the assassination was just the first return gift, even if the assassination failed. As long as the other party dared to come to the Great Wall Watch illusion domain in 4 days, they would surely be entertained properly. On the other side, in the illusion domain space, after Fong Chen left, Gainia looked at Jingku and said, "The domain master seems very angry. I sensed a strong killing intent." Jingku pondered. "This is the first time I've seen him like this." Gainia said, "I wonder what that person did to make the domain master so furious." Jingku replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Since the domain master wants him dead, I will kill him until the domain master is satisfied." Gainia's gaze flickered slightly. "This world is truly amazing. Not only has it allowed us to come back to life, but it has also given us many extraordinary abilities." Jingku smiled slightly and nodded. "Indeed, we were not this powerful before." Gainia asked curiously, "How do you track the target?" Jingku shook his head. "I can't explain it. It feels like an innate instinct. Can you take me with you when you act? If you are willing to become an assassin, then you should be able to." "Then forget it. I am a swordsman, not an assassin." The two continued to chat idly. After a moment, Jingku suddenly focused his gaze. Gainia immediately asked, "What's wrong? Did that person enter the illusion domain?" Jingku slowly stood up and calmly said, "I'll be back soon." A mass of white mist appeared out of nowhere, and Jingku walked into it, his figure immediately enveloped by the white mist. Gainia, curious, also wanted to follow into the white mist, but after taking a few steps, the mist dissipated. Along with it, Jingku disappeared. In a certain illusion domain, a group of invaders arrived. At the forefront was the otherworldly invader known as Tianlong Shangren. He was a human player, specifically a hidden class of the human race called Dragon Blood Sorcerer, somewhat similar to a half-orc, characterized by the ability to unleash the dragon blood power within. Gaining some of the formidable abilities of the dragon race, he was a rising star who had quickly reached level 49 in a very short time and would soon reach level 50. Once he reached level 50, he would have the opportunity to join the large team challenging the Great Wall Watch illusion domain. Currently, in the game world, Great Wall Watch was the hottest topic, with countless players discussing and paying attention to it. As long as one could participate in the strategy operation of Great Wall Watch, their reputation would rise to another level. Tianlong Shangren felt a bit excited and waved his hand, saying, "Don't dawdle, let's clear this illusion domain quickly." This was a B-level difficulty illusion domain, with a maximum challenge limit of 1,300 people. The corresponding player level for a B-level illusion domain was 40 to 50, and the difficulty level corresponded to around level 44. so a level 49 Tianlong Shangren had no problem tackling this difficulty. Before coming, he had already researched the strategy for this illusion domain. Although the illusion domain would change each time, the overall type and style, the attributes of the illusion domain monsters, the information about the boss, and so on generally did not change. As long as he knew this information, he could formulate a targeted strategy. A group of players immediately sprang into action and soon engaged in fierce battles with the combat units within the illusion domain. This is a fantasy realm set in an underground cave, where the combat units consist of spider monsters, burrowing beasts, giant pythons, and other monstrous entities. This group of players charged forward with great momentum, quickly breaching the side realms and arriving at the main realm space. Under the cover of his companions, the Dragon Blood Master swiftly led dozens of players into the cave where the boss resided. Not only did they see the realm boss, but they also spotted the realm architect. Behind the massive spider boss stood a well-proportioned young woman wearing glasses. Upon seeing her, the Dragon Blood Master's eyes lit up, and he grinned wickedly, saying, "Oh, I didn't expect that in such a disgusting realm. The architect would actually be a delicate beauty, hee." At that moment, the giant spider boss let out a shrill scream and launched the first attack, spewing a large amount of toxic webbing towards everyone. The players dodged or defended themselves, and with a wave of his right hand, the Dragon Blood Master caught the webbing aimed at him. Black dragon scales emerged on his right arm, and one hand transformed into a dragon claw, rendering the corrosive webbing unable to inflict any damage on his dragon-formed body. The corners of the Dragon Blood Master's mouth nearly stretched to his ears, revealing a terrifying smile. His eyes turned into yellow vertical slits, and some black scales appeared on his face as he opened his mouth to unleash a roar that resembled a dragon's roar. The sound was deafening, causing the massive spider monster to emit a wail and fall into chaos. The Dragon Blood Master, filled with pride, commanded, "Kill them for me." Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively turned his head. In an instant, he felt a blur before his eyes, as if a vague landscape painting was slowly unfolding before him. His mind was involuntarily drawn in, feeling as if it had been a long time or just a moment. Just as the landscape was about to fully reveal itself, a flash of red light appeared. When the Dragon Blood Master sensed something was wrong, a chill ran down his neck. He widened his eyes, staring at a strange figure that had appeared out of nowhere, holding a red short dagger that plunged into his neck. As a dragon blood sorcerer, even if his neck was pierced, he wouldn't die immediately. However, he was horrified to discover that his supposed super recovery ability had failed, leaving him with only the last sliver of health that didn't regenerate, instead being completely drained. In the moment before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard the figure say 3 words. First time, looking at the fallen body, a white mist surged behind Jingku, and he took a step back, disappearing into the mist, which then vanished as well. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned at that moment. A group of invaders were horrified, thinking that this realm had a powerful boss. The realm architect also looked bewildered, completely unaware of who the sudden helper was. But her reaction was quick. She immediately showed a look of ecstasy and commanded the spider monster boss to launch a fierce attack on the other invaders. At the same time, she also directed other combat units in the realm to counterattack. In the Great Wall Watch realm space, Jingku emerged from the white mist and saw Gainia waiting in place. Gainia's eyes brightened upon seeing him return and asked, "How was it?" Jingku glanced at the dagger, which could also be called a short sword, in his hand and replied lightly, "Pretty useful." This was a red epic weapon specially tailored for him by Oyezi. Jingku named it, "The End of the Map." The end of the map reveals the dagger, claiming lives. In the game world, when the Dragon Blood Master returned to his login space, his expression was extremely grim. Players do not immediately return after dying in their personal realms. Their bodies remain in place while their consciousness enters a state similar to sleep. Before the end of the illusion realm, if a teammate uses special means to revive him, he can continue to challenge the illusion realm. If the surviving players clear the illusion realm, the deceased teammates are also considered to have cleared it. Although they will still face death penalties, they can also receive completion rewards, which will vary based on their performance during the challenge. If a teammate helps pick up the items dropped upon death, they can recover some losses. However, if the final challenge fails, everyone will receive a penalty. When he returned to his personal space earlier, Tianlong Shangren heard the penalty notification for failing the challenge. His level dropped from 49 to 48. Damn it! How did I die? Tianlong Shangren was filled with frustration and unwillingness, immediately messaging his closest teammates for an explanation, but they all said they couldn't make sense of it. They only mentioned that someone had suddenly appeared behind him, killed him, and then vanished. It was as if they had said nothing at all. He wanted to take revenge in that illusion realm, but unfortunately, the enemy had already entered a truce period, and he couldn't challenge it for a while. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so Tianlong Shangren quickly gathered another group of players, preparing to run another illusion realm to recover his losses. However, to be safe, this time he chose a B-level normal difficulty illusion realm. After a group of people entered the illusion realm, Tianlong Shangren immediately led the players toward the boss's location. Transforming into a half-dragon man, he charged ahead, slaughtering enemies and venting his pent-up frustration, slowly regaining his confidence. But just then, a familiar sense of death threat suddenly struck, and Tianlong Shangren felt a blur before his eyes. That familiar landscape scroll reappeared, slowly unfolding, and his attention was uncontrollably drawn to it. Just as the scroll was about to fully unfold, a red cold light flashed. He vaguely heard three familiar words, the second time, and then, there was nothing more. When Tianlong Shangren returned to the login space, he once again heard the penalty notification for failing the challenge. His level dropped from 48 to 47. What the hell? What is going on? Tianlong Shangren roared in anger. Wasn't that boss from the last illusion realm? Why did it come to this one? It shouldn't be. It couldn't be. Tianlong Shangren was utterly perplexed. After some inner turmoil, he decided to run another illusion realm. Soon, he gathered another group of players and entered a B-level normal difficulty illusion realm again. He was cautious all the way, even being treated as slacking off by his teammates and not daring to engage in battle. But in the end, when everyone was fighting the boss, Tianlong Shangren, distracted by the boss's attack for just a moment, once again saw that familiar landscape scroll. At the same time, he heard the devilish voice, the third time, returning to the login space again. His level dropped from 47 to 46. Tianlong Shangren was on the verge of tears. He didn't dare to recklessly run another dungeon and instead contacted the president of his guild. The president was quite surprised to learn about his situation, especially since he was a rising star in the guild. The president didn't ignore him and immediately had him join a team with an average level of over 50 to run an A-level normal difficulty illusion realm. Tianlong Shangren only needed to blend in for the rewards while being protected by high-level players in the guild. Then, Tianlong Shangren followed the team, killing monsters in the A-level illusion realm. Watching those players over level 50 unleash their cool awakening skills, feeling envious in his heart, he was so close to reaching level 50 himself. Just as Tianlong Shangren was feeling down, he suddenly heard his companions exclaiming, "Watch out!" In the next moment, he saw a flash before his eyes and once again beheld the familiar landscape scroll. The fourth time, when he returned to the login space again, his level had dropped from 46 to 45. What the hell is going on? Tianlong Shangren was truly at his wit's end. He immediately contacted the player who had previously been responsible for protecting him, and the other party said, "The ambush came too suddenly. I warned you, but you didn't react in time. After the opponent killed you in an instant, they disappeared without a trace." Tianlong Shangren's mouth twitched in frustration. He went to complain to the guild leader, who arranged for him to join a higher-level team to tackle an A-rank difficulty illusion domain. Then, when his team encountered the illusion domain boss, he nearly got killed, rolling and crawling out of the battle circle. Just as he was lamenting how terrifying the A-rank illusion domain boss was, suddenly, there was another flash before his eyes. The fifth time, when he returned to the login space again, his level had dropped from 45 to 44. Tianlong Shangren was about to go insane. What on earth is happening? Killed him 7 times in one night? The next morning, when Fang Chen arrived at the illusion domain space, he was taken aback by Jing Ke's report. Once or twice was one thing, but that invader had actually entered the illusion domain 7 times in one night. What kind of mindset is that? However, 7 times was still far from enough. Compared to the life of the national hero who had been insulted and killed, even if the opponent died 100 or 1,000 times in the game, it wouldn't be enough to make up for it. This illusion domain game was utterly unfair. One day, he would make those otherworldly invaders pay a real price, and that existence that caused all of this. Fang Chen shook his head, deciding not to think about it for now. It was still too far away, and overthinking was pointless. He had no intention of resetting the assassin's pursuit order and let Jingkook continue the hunt. He wanted to make the opponent too afraid to enter the illusion domain again. It was also a warning to other invaders. In fact, this matter had indeed attracted considerable attention among the invaders. Many players learned about a poor soul who had died 7 times and dropped 7 levels in one night, all at the hands of the same mysterious boss. After some discussion, many players attributed the cause to the provocative video that Tianlong Shangren had posted on the Blue Star Network the day before. The same attention and speculation also occurred on the Blue Star Network. The incident began when a domain builder posted on the forum last night, saying he encountered the invader named Tianlong Shangren challenging him. When he was about to reach the boss, a mysterious person suddenly appeared and killed Tianlong Shangren, allowing him to turn the tables. Not long after, a second domain builder posted, claiming he had encountered the same situation. Then came the third, the fourth. Eventually, even a high-level domain builder from an A-rank illusion domain came forward to post, saying he had also seen Tianlong Shangren in the illusion domain, but the latter was just tagging along with high-level invaders and inexplicably died halfway. As everyone gathered information, they discovered that the person had died 7 times in 7 different illusion domains in one night. Countless people applauded, feeling greatly satisfied. The time came on Wednesday. The 7-day truce period from the last refresh was finally coming to an end. Both Fong Chen and the invaders were somewhat eager. In the living room, Fong Chen sat on the sofa, adjusting his state to its best, then entered the illusion domain space in advance, preparing to face the first official challenge. When the countdown to the end of the truce reached 0, almost just a second later, Fong Chen heard the prompt from the game's main god. Ding! Otherworldly invaders will descend to challenge the Great Wall Watch illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Fong Chen's expression showed no change, only a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his head, and before him stood over 10,000 soldiers arranged in several military formations. Fong Chen took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." His voice was not loud, but it resonated throughout the entire military formation, causing all the soldiers to stiffen, a powerful morale soaring to the skies. There was no need for grandiose speeches, all the soldiers had been preparing for this moment for days. With a wave of his hand, all the soldiers instantly vanished, each transported to 2 separate auxiliary illusion domains, appearing precisely at the prearranged positions. Since the main illusion domain had not yet constructed suitable terrain for confronting the enemy, Fong Chen sent all the main illusion domain units into the auxiliary illusion domains to fight. After all, both auxiliary illusion domain maps were large enough for thousands of people to fully exert themselves. Moreover, in the auxiliary illusion domain space, they could simultaneously benefit from the characteristics of the main illusion domain and the exclusive traits of the auxiliary illusion domain, which was more advantageous for combat. His plan was to crush the enemy in the auxiliary illusion domain, denying them any chance to invade the main illusion domain space. The over 5,000 soldiers of the Great Qin responsible for guarding the illusion domain were also distributed across the 3rd and 4th layers. The enemies this time were formidable. The soldier puppet armies on the 1st and 2nd layers were basically ineffective. And since the areas of the upper 2 layers were relatively small, Fong Chen simply abandoned them, using them only to slightly probe the enemy's situation. The soldier puppet armies on the 3rd and 4th layers, which were larger and stronger, were the real battlefield. At this moment, 2,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin had already formed their ranks in the training ground of the 3rd layer, waiting for the enemy to arrive. The moment the countdown ended, in the central tomb chamber of the 1st layer of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, rays of light descended from the sky, revealing the figures of the invaders, a total of 1,500 people. At the same time, the same situation occurred in the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain. When officially challenging a personal illusion domain, the invading team must simultaneously enter each auxiliary illusion domain, and only after clearing all the auxiliary illusion domains can they invade the main illusion domain. If at any point one team of invaders clears an auxiliary illusion domain first, they can teleport to other auxiliary illusion domains that have not yet been breached to provide support. Conversely, if a team of invaders in a certain auxiliary illusion domain is completely wiped out, the units in that auxiliary illusion domain can temporarily break the restrictions and directly support other auxiliary illusion domains. However, they can also choose to remain in the original auxiliary illusion domain, waiting for other invaders to breach other auxiliary illusion domains before coming over. The upper limit for the number of challengers in an A-level difficulty personal illusion domain is 3,000 people. The invading side chose to distribute themselves into 2 teams evenly. Although the number of invaders arriving in the 2 auxiliary illusion domains was only half more than last time, 500, the strength of this group of invaders was not comparable to those low-level invaders from before. The corresponding level for A-level illusion domain invaders is between level 50 to 60, marking the first qualitative change in the strength of invaders. Those who can clear A-level illusion domains are all invaders above level 50 with powerful Awaken skills. As for those above level 60, they belong to another tier and can no longer forcibly enter illusion domains below their level. Generally, invaders clearing A-level difficult illusion domains are around level 54. However, the group of invaders entering the Great Wall Watch mostly consists of the highest limit of level 60. The average level is as high as 57, with very few below level 55, as only those with certain special skills qualify to join the team. The group of invaders entering Tomb of the Dragon Emperor all wore very luxurious equipment, emanating faint blue or purple glows. Most of their professions were swordsmen, half-orcs, brawlers, and other melee professions using cold weapons. In the illusion realm of bloodstained Gene Lake, the invaders primarily consisted of gunmen, mechanics, and other hot weapon professions. After their arrival, both sides quickly surveyed the illusion environment and then launched their attacks. In the first layer of the Emperor Qin's tomb, the 1,000 clay soldiers posed almost no obstacle to the invaders. Only a few hundred from the invader ranks engaged, and in less than 10 minutes, they cleared the first layer and entered the passage leading to the second layer. The traps and mechanisms within the passage were similarly ineffective, and a group of invaders soon reached the second layer. The army of clay soldiers in the second layer was larger and stronger than in the previous layer, but still limited, and they also failed to significantly hinder the invaders. Fang Chen observed this group of unstoppable invaders from a god's perspective, his gaze flickering as he thought, as expected of high-level invaders with awakened skills, they are worlds apart from those before. Soon, the invading army reached the third layer, finally facing the Qin army head-on. Among the invaders, one of the leaders was a warrior clad in armor and wielding a long spear, riding a massive warhorse. Upon seeing the Qin army, he narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Finally, I see the main character. I thought we would have to hide until the end." Beside him was a giant warrior invader, who, even standing on the ground, was not shorter than him on horseback, and he rumbled, "If they don't show up soon, I might think we've entered a sea-level illusion realm by mistake." An invader with 4 arms, each adorned with metal gauntlets and bracers, excitedly exclaimed, "Stop the chatter, let's quickly test their mettle. I want to see just how capable this so-called Qin army really is." Kill, with a command, the invading army charged en masse. On the other side, the Wang father and son, commanding the 2,000 elite soldiers of this layer, also drew their swords and pointed, as the 2,000 Qin elite soldiers shouted "Great Wind," forming a military formation to meet the enemy. At the same time, the 10,000 clay soldiers in the training ground also moved, clashing first with the invading army. In an instant, the sounds of battle erupted, and various dazzling skills lit up the scene, as the clay soldier army was shattered in large groups. Fang Chen saw a swordsman invader use an awakened skill, instantly shattering hundreds of clay soldiers. The knight invader on the warhorse didn't even need to lift a finger. The clay soldiers couldn't withstand the charge of his steed, being trampled and crushed. It wasn't until they met the Qin army formation head-on that the fierce assault of the invaders was finally halted. Although the vanguard forces clashed with the invaders initially gaining the upper hand, when they charged into the Qin army formation, they found themselves surrounded and fell into a passive position. The knight invader was knocked off his horse by Wang Jian, while the massive half-orc invader was personally surrounded by Wang Ben and beaten to the point of howling. Both sides had ranged support, the invaders had archers and mages, while the Qin army also had crossbow units, and both sides exchanged fire frantically. However, overall, the invading army held the advantage. Although they were outnumbered by several hundred, each invader's individual strength far surpassed that of the Qin elite soldiers. Wang Jian and Wang Ben could easily take on several level 60 invaders, but they were only 2. Moreover, their main task was not to fight individually but to command the formation. Gradually, the Qin army found themselves at a disadvantage. The invaders' morale surged as they excitedly shouted and charged at the Qin army formation. At this moment, the Wang father and son began to lead the remaining Qin soldiers in a fighting retreat, quickly falling back into the passage. The invading army, invigorated by the battle, immediately pursued upon seeing the enemy attempt to flee. Soon, they arrived at the next level. It was also the final layer of the illusory domain of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, a place where no invader had ever reached before. The invading side had no intelligence about the lowest layer, so when they saw the situation here, they couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. The area of the last layer was much larger than they had imagined. It was even bigger than the combined area of the 3 layers above. On the dozens of meters high tomb ceiling, countless luminous stones were embedded, sparkling like a sea of stars, illuminating the entire tomb without any sense of darkness. An army of Qin terracotta warriors, stretching as far as the eye could see, was neatly arranged in the field. Although they were merely motionless stones, they exuded a strong sense of oppression, especially when this army began to move. The feeling of pressure intensified. The moment the invading team entered this layer, the 100,000 terracotta warriors came to life. Watching the surging army of terracotta warriors, a half-beast invader sneered, "A bunch of broken stones, no matter how many there are. It's useless." The knight invader, who had remounted his horse, commanded, "The real battle is just beginning. Show your true skills. Use group skills to clear the terracotta warriors first. The main force will follow me to kill the small boss." He pointed his spear at a huge stone door in the distance. That should be where the real illusory domain boss, the so-called ancestral dragon, is located. Charge in. Kill. What ancestral dragon nonsense? We'll skin him alive later. Move faster. If we get cleared on the other side first, it'll be embarrassing. Everyone get out of the way. I'm going to unleash my ultimate move. A group of invaders surged with momentum, showing no fear of the 100,000 terracotta warriors, and rushed out. However, many invaders soon learned a lesson. The terracotta warriors in this layer were much stronger than those in the upper layers. The previous terracotta warriors could be shattered with a casual normal attack, but the ones before them couldn't even be broken after several hits. A medium skill from above could clear a whole area, but here, a skill could at most take down a few. Moreover, being attacked by these terracotta warriors caused significant health loss. Many invaders charged too quickly and were surrounded by the army of terracotta warriors, taking numerous hits and rapidly losing health. Fortunately, there were quite a few healers in the team capable of remote and area healing, who promptly restored the lost health of these invaders. However, although the strength of this army of terracotta warriors was somewhat unexpected, it was still not enough to stop the invading team from showcasing their true skills. They were all elite invaders carefully selected from various empires, the best among their ranks. As the invaders unleashed high-level skills and even awakened skills, the army of terracotta warriors could no longer block their advance. Over 1,000 invaders displayed their abilities, effortlessly cutting down groups of terracotta warriors like mowing grass. Some swordsmen shattered thousands of terracotta warriors with a single sweep. Some fistfighters cleared a large fan-shaped area with one punch, and some formation swordsmen deployed a sword formation, summoning numerous sword spirits. There were mages who unleashed powerful spells, directly blowing apart thousands of terracotta warriors, and a few invaders using firearms who sprayed a large area of terracotta warriors with bullets. One invader even summoned a mech resembling a Gundam, flying into the air and launching a barrage of missiles. Behind the army of terracotta warriors, taking advantage of the momentary distraction caused by the terracotta warriors blocking the enemy, Wang Jian and others, who had previously retreated, had already regrouped with the 3,000 Qin soldiers led by Bai Qi and reformed their ranks. Seeing the invaders showcasing their true skills, the eyes of the generals sparkled with excitement. It was not fear, but exhilaration and fighting spirit. Watching the invading army break through the terracotta warriors and gradually approach, Bai Qi drew his long sword from his waist, pointed forward, and shouted, "Qin army, charge!" In the stirring BGM of the Great Qin War Song, over 4,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin formed a military formation, charging mightily towards the invading army. This time, it was no longer a mere probe like before, but a full-scale attack. Ha ha ha, come on, it's no fun if these stone things keep dying. Let's see where you can run now. That little boss is ours. We want the one on the far right. A group of invaders remained utterly fearless, not even regarding the thousands of elite soldiers, instead focusing on Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and their few little bosses. In the sky above the battlefield, some invaders with flying skills or items swooped back and forth, continuously launching aerial strikes on the Great Qin formation below. The arrows shot from the Qin army had little effect on them, especially the invader piloting the mech, who arrogantly circled above the Qin formation, even attempting to directly bypass the army and charge towards the massive stone gate at the back. Just then, a red phantom shot out from the Qin army, instantly shattering the mech's defensive shield. The invader inside the mech was taken aback, immediately wanting to retreat. But in the next moment, another arrow, entwined with a hurricane, arrived in an instant, accurately hitting the mech's chest. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mech burst open from the chest, exploding into a ball of roaring flames. Subsequently, a charred corpse was flung out from the explosion like a broken kite, crashing onto the battlefield. Motionless, it seemed this mech was far inferior to a real Gundam. Among the Qin army, Meng Tian, holding the wind spirit bow radiating red light, knocked another arrow, aiming at another invader in the air. In the next moment, the string twanged, the arrow flew out. A scream rang out as the invader, still shocked by the death of his comrade in the mech, was instantly pierced through the chest by an arrow, then exploded into fragments. Such instant kill damage could not be saved by even the most abundant healing from allies, unless there were skills that granted immunity to instant death damage or resurrection skills. With 2 aerial units killed in an instant, the remaining flying invaders were all taken aback, hurriedly retreating. Yet several invaders were shot down in the blink of an eye. Red epic weapon. Kill that archer little boss first. Fire coverage. Hurry! The other invaders exclaimed in shock, many of them crazily charging towards Meng Tian. A large number of ranged attacks flew towards Meng Tian's position. Meng Tian shot several arrows, intercepting most of the ranged attacks mid-air, then consecutively killed several of the invaders charging at the front. Even though these invaders were elites among level 60, there were not many who possessed red epic equipment. The vast majority had only purple perfect grade gear. They simply could not compare to Meng Tian's wind spirit bow. Moreover, among the Qin army, there was more than just Meng Tian with red epic equipment. Bai Qi and the Wang father and son all had at least one piece of red epic equipment each. Previously, in the Battle of the Last Layer, the Wang father and son had only used purple perfect grade equipment. Now, their weapons had all been replaced with red epic grade, instantly elevating their strength to a whole new level. Many invaders gradually realized, even some of the Qin soldiers had weapons that were actually purple perfect grade. Is this the kind of equipment that the monsters in the illusion domain should have? The invaders felt their inherent understanding of the illusion domain was collapsing. Time passed little by little. The battle grew increasingly intense, and both sides began to rapidly lose troops. At this moment, 2 figures silently joined the battlefield. Clad in Qin army armor, Gainye and Jingku. Gainye drew a long sword radiating a deep purple light from his waist and suddenly slashed to the right. A wave of sword energy erupted, slicing through the air and sending a figure flying out with a scream. Almost simultaneously, Jingku's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared several meters away, piercing the neck of an intruder who had stealthily approached with a short sword that emitted a faint purple glow. In the next moment, several nearby intruders were startled into revealing themselves, their faces pale with fear as they retreated repeatedly. Gainye and Jingku pursued them and quickly killed the intruders. Even though they were only using perfect-grade purple weapons, their strength remained formidable. Fan Chen had them change their equipment and wear helmets to avoid exposing the true identities of these 2 special units for future operations. The participation of Gainye and Jingku did not attract much attention from the intruders. Most of their combat power was focused on Bai Qi and a few other mini-bosses. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and the Wang family, 4 in total, each led dozens of personal guards against the siege of hundreds of intruders. Other elite soldiers of the Qin were forcibly divided into several smaller formations, and the entire battlefield was segmented into multiple smaller battlefields. However, the military formations of the Qin soldiers remained intact. As the effect of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain's characteristic all troops in formation persisted. A group of high-level intruders, usually the main force against bosses in similar-level illusion domains, found themselves struggling against a bunch of minions. This made them doubt, is this really just an A-level difficulty illusion domain? No! A-level difficulty is the overall difficulty of the main storyline illusion domain. The separate rating for the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor side illusion domain is clearly only B-level hell difficulty. At that moment, the intruders on the main battlefield suddenly heard a series of gasps and screams from behind. while many support skills came to a halt. Stunned, they turned around to see the auxiliary position in chaos, with two figures in Qin army armor attacking a group of support and ranged intruders. It is well known that support and ranged professions are generally fragile and not good at close combat. At this moment, being attacked by Jing Ko and Gai Nye caused immediate disorder. They were actually flanked by elite monsters. A group of intruders erupted in anger and hurriedly called for reinforcements. The entire battlefield became even more chaotic. Damn it! A few mini-bosses have you stumped, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves elite of the Empire. If you can't even break through a side illusion domain, we'll all become a joke, shouted a night intruder suddenly. Stop hiding your powerful items, charge with me and take down the boss. As he spoke, he raised his spear high, exuding an invisible aura, seemingly using some characteristic skill, which instantly boosted the morale of the intruders on the battlefield. Kill just a few mini-bosses. Use awakening skills to overwhelm them. We'll cover you. You go straight for the big boss. Everyone get out of the way. I'm about to unleash my awakening skill. A group of intruders shouted, and in an instant, their offensive surged, actually suppressing the Qin army. The massive half-orc intruder suddenly roared, his body swelling to 10 meters, leaping high and then slamming down onto the ground. A shockwave swept in all directions, causing many Qin soldiers to stumble, and those directly in front were blasted away, clearing a path instantly. The night intruder seized the opportunity, leading 100 intruders, almost all level 60, to break through the Qin army's blockade and charge to the end of the training ground for the first time. Before him stood a massive stone door flanked by black dragon pillars. After fighting for so long, the big boss should finally show up. With a low shout, the Night Invader suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, and the Knight's spear in his hand shone with a red light, which he hurled forward with great force. The Knight's spear, flickering with red light, struck the massive stone door like a powerful cannonball, instantly hitting it. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and the enormous stone door instantly shattered and collapsed. It revealed a vast tomb chamber behind the stone door. In the center of the tomb chamber stood a high stone platform, upon which rested a gigantic imperial coffin made of black stone. When the enormous imperial coffin was unveiled before everyone, the black dragon patterns carved on it flickered with a hint of golden light. A few days ago, in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, Illusion Realm, at the deepest level, in the chamber where the ancestral dragon's coffin lay, Fang Chen stood before the imperial coffin, and before him was a majestic figure dressed in a black patterned royal robe. It was the ancestral dragon. As the final boss of this branch Illusion Realm, if Fang Chen had constructed this realm using ordinary methods, it would have been impossible to awaken the ancestral dragon's imperial soul in the early stages. However, thanks to that special mission at the time, he directly fused the real module of the first Emperor's tomb and temporarily awakened the ancestral dragon during the mission. After the fusion of the Illusion Realm, the ancestral dragon fell back into a deep slumber, but still retained a thread of consciousness that could wake up at any time to communicate with Fang Chen. So when he first recruited Meng Tian, Fang Chen had mentioned that if the other party wanted to meet the ancestral dragon, it was possible. However, up until now, none of the generals, even knowing this situation, had come to see the ancestral dragon, the reason being not daring to disturb the ancestral dragon's slumber. Before today, Fang Chen had not awakened the ancestral dragon's thread of consciousness again. However, now facing the first formal challenge from the invaders, Fang Chen had some hesitations about the battle plan, so he came to see the ancestral dragon. After listening to Fang Chen's account of the current situation, the ancestral dragon fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, the ancestral dragon slowly spoke. What kind of strength do those otherworldly invaders possess? I am quite curious. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty means, when the time comes, let them come before me. The ancestral dragon said calmly. I want to see for myself what kind of enemy dares to invade my Huaxia. Now, when the stone door of the main tomb chamber was broken, the entire battlefield fell into a moment of silence. Almost everyone's gaze turned towards the main tomb chamber, where they saw the enormous imperial coffin on the high platform. The expressions of the invading forces were somewhat tense. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and the other great Qin soldiers revealed their barely concealed excitement. The dragon patterns carved on the imperial coffin glowed with a faint golden light, and then the imperial coffin, the tomb chamber, and even the entire first emperor's tomb began to tremble. A figure slowly emerged above the imperial coffin. The moment the invaders saw this figure, they felt as if their heartbeats had paused for a moment, their breathing became rapid, and their thoughts uncontrollably drifted into a daze. And when that figure fully materialized and slightly lowered its head to look at them, this negative state instantly multiplied. To the invaders, this felt like a suppression skill. In other words, it could also be called the majesty of the Emperor Dragon. The ancestral dragon's gaze swept over the invading forces, then slowly drew the long sword at his waist, pointing it towards the battlefield. A dignified voice rang out, echoing throughout the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, Illusion Realm. Great Qin soldiers, listen to my orders. Those who offend my huaxia, kill. Buzz. In an instant, the tremors of the entire Illusion Realm intensified again. A rumbling sound erupted, and the 3 layers of the royal tomb began to collapse wildly. And on the battlefield at the lowest level, the eyes of all the great Qin soldiers surged with 100-fold fighting spirit in that moment, and the morale of the entire army soared by more than 10 times. Kill! Bai Qi roared, swinging his long sword and cleaving an invader in half. Kill! 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 Amidst the deafening battle cries, the Qin army formation surged forward like a massive machine suddenly boosted by 10-fold power, crushing the dazed invaders. In just a moment, a large number of invaders were slaughtered by the military formation. Even the massive half-orc and the 4-armed fistfighter, the 2 leading invaders, were successively killed by Meng Tian and Wang Jian. All the invaders felt that the Qin army at this moment was worlds apart from before. Even an ordinary soldier made them feel as if they were facing a mini-boss. How is this possible? The Knight Invader stared blankly at his crumbling team, his expression one of confusion, disbelief filling his eyes. Even in the S-rank illusion domain, he had never witnessed such a scene. Then, he was overwhelmed by the surging Qin army formation. On the battlefield, the bodies of the invaders piled up, each corpse surrounded by a myriad of colorful light orbs. After the appearance of the ancestor Dragon Emperor's soul, it didn't even need to take action personally, it simply drew its sword and issued a command, instantly ending the battle. Ding! The defense battle of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor has been won. Surviving units in the illusion domain can support other illusion domains at any time. When the voice of the game's main god rang out, Fang Chen finally snapped back to reality from his shock. Even he hadn't expected the might of the ancestor dragon to be so terrifying. It should be noted that he hadn't truly awakened the ancestor dragon emperor's soul. This was merely a fragment of the ancestor dragon's consciousness awakened through a previous special mission. As the prompt sounded, the figure of the ancestor dragon disappeared from the tomb of the dragon emperor, and it could no longer appear in this challenge. He would have to wait until the challenge was over and the illusion domain was fully restored to awaken that fragment of the ancestor dragon's consciousness again. Just this one appearance had already reduced the construction degree of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor by 50%. However, compared to the result, this loss was negligible. In the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain, at this moment, the invading team had already attacked the high ground where the command center was located. Over 5,000 volunteer soldiers were left with only about 2,000. The original 1,500 invaders were now down to 600 or 700. These 600 or 700 faced the assault of 2,000 volunteer soldiers and surprisingly did not seem at a significant disadvantage. However, capturing the command center was not so easy. The clearance conditions in various illusion domains were not all the same. Most illusion domains required killing the domain boss to clear, but some had different conditions. For example, destroying a crucial item or building, of course. To achieve this goal, one often needed to kill the domain boss first. Sometimes, even the clearance conditions of the same illusion domain could change. When the invaders entered the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain, their clearance task was to capture the enemy command center. Now, with the target in sight, a group of invaders found it incredibly difficult to advance any further. Is this for real? Is this the firepower intensity that an A-rank difficulty illusion domain should have? How much supply do they have? This is ridiculous. Don't let your guard down. Don't break the buffs. Damn it. My potions are running out. My health is almost gone. Healer, help me. Damn it. Let's just charge out and fight them head on. Don't stick your head out. Be careful of that epic sniper rifle. Damn it. What are those guys from Wu Ying doing? Why haven't they found that boss with the sniper yet? Captain, my scanner just detected. They seem to have been killed. What did you say? A group of invaders huddled in a makeshift defensive position, various chaotic voices rising and falling within the ranks. No one expected that this branch illusion domain would be so difficult to conquer. Although the invaders who had previously challenged this illusion domain had praised it to the heavens, they believed that those invaders were simply too weak, and that their group would easily take down this illusion domain. At the beginning of the battle, they indeed fought smoothly, even managing to suppress the enemy for a time, quickly reaching the mission destination. Just when they thought they could break through this illusion domain in one go and then head to another branch illusion domain for support, they found that the enemy they had been suppressing seemed to be getting stronger with each encounter, ultimately trapping them here, unable to break through the enemy's firepower net. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, the entire illusion domain space suddenly trembled lightly. The invaders' eyes lit up, thinking that invaders from another branch illusion domain had broken through and come to support them. Instead, they saw, on the surrounding mountains, a large number of Qin soldiers appeared. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then showed expressions of disbelief and even terror. Wait, are these units from another branch illusion domain? The ones challenging the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor failed? Impossible. Their overall strength is even stronger than ours. Maybe it's reinforcements from the main illusion domain space, but that's still enemy reinforcements. What do we do? Damn it! Let's fight them to the death. Don't be impulsive. Maybe we should hold on a bit longer and wait for support from the other side. Captain, what do we do? A group of invaders fell into chaos, and before the leader could think of a strategy, they saw enemies suddenly charging from all directions. With no choice left, the group of invaders was forced to fight to the death. As for the outcome, there was no suspense. In front of the command post on the high ground, Fong Chen watched the battlefield ahead, where bursts of colorful light were constantly exploding, and the curve of his mouth grew wider. Under the influence of the second characteristic of Great Wall Watch, heavy price, these invaders dropped a large number of items upon death. When the last invader was killed, the voice of the game's main god echoed in Fong Chen's ear. Ding! The defense battle of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain has been won. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 20%. Illusion domain construction module, purple, x 5000. Equipment module, purple. Listening to the reward details, joy flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. As expected, the rewards for a formal challenge after ranking up. Then, the amplification prompt sounded. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification results, personal experience plus 40%. Illusion domain construction module, red, x 15000. Equipment module, red, x 3000. Equipment enhancement module, red, x 800. Mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order, red, x 2. Mainline illusion domain general recruitment order, red, x 2. Mainline illusion domain special troop recruitment order, red, x 2000. Mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment order, red, x 5000. After hearing the amplification prompt, the smile on Fong Chen's face fully blossomed. Awesome! Even the amplification this time seemed to be more generous than before. Just as Fong Chen was about to repair the two-branch illusion domains and start counting his gains, the game's main god's prompt sounded again. Ding! The branch illusion domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, has been upgraded to a level normal difficulty. Ding! The level of the side domain, Bloodstained Gene Lake, has been upgraded to a level normal difficulty. Ding! The level of the main domain, Great Wall Watch, has been upgraded to a level Hell difficulty. The level of the domain has increased again. This, Fong Chen was not too surprised about. After the initial grading, every time a domain challenge ends, the domain level is reassessed. After the assessment, there are three possible outcomes: an upgrade, no change, or a downgrade. To elevate the main domain from A-level hard to A-level hell with just one battle is also a new record. Unfortunately, small difficulty upgrades within the same large level do not come with rewards. To receive rewards for upgrading the domain level next time, the main domain level must be raised to S level, which is above A level. Additionally, if it drops to a lower level and then rises again, the upgrade rewards will not be repeated. Subsequently, Fong Chen consumed some construction modules to repair both side domains completely, and then he collected all the loot from the battlefield into his inventory. He then allowed the soldiers to move freely while he returned to the main domain space. Many soldiers also gathered in the usual spot in the main domain space, excitedly discussing the recently concluded battle. What thrilled them was not only this victory but also the feeling that everyone had become significantly stronger after this fight. This was naturally due to the domain characteristic of Great Wall Watch, braver with each battle. As usual, Fang Chen first checked the recruitment orders among the spoils. First, there were 2 red main domain special unit recruitment orders. After using them, white mist surged in the empty space before him, and then 2 figures emerged. On the left was a middle-aged man dressed in ancient cloth, of ordinary build and appearance, with a kind smile on his face, showing no signs of anything special, making it impossible to identify his status. However, the middle-aged man on the right was different. Upon seeing him, Fang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment, almost instantly recognizing his identity. This man was dressed in official robes, with a face as dark as coal, and a crescent-shaped birthmark above his brow. This image was indeed very recognizable. The man also wore a warm smile, and after stepping in front of Fang Chen, he slightly bowed and said, "I am Bao Zhang, at your service, Domain Lord." Bao Zhang. He never expected to recruit this special unit. This famous honest official and detective, portrayed in countless films and dramas, needs no further introduction. However, Fang Chen was a bit curious about what this person's special ability would be in the domain. It seemed that governance and case investigations were unnecessary in the domain. In reality, he could indeed play a role. But Fang Chen was not a police officer and didn't have the time to investigate cases. While Fang Chen was pondering, the ordinary-looking middle-aged man also bowed and said, "I am Sikong Jiaxing, at your service, Domain Lord." Upon hearing the name, Fang Chen couldn't help but freeze again. It sounded somewhat familiar. Who was it again? After a moment of thought, Fang Chen remembered, wasn't this a character from The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng? Sikong Jiaxing, a character from a famous martial arts novel, The King of Thieves, the #1 likeness skill master in the martial world, and a master of disguise. This person's abilities indeed justified the classification of special unit. However, unlike other units from real history, Sikong Jiaxing was a fictional character. Why could he also be recruited? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen understood his thinking had been limited. Great Wall Watch is a domain that spans 5,000 years of Chinese history, encompassing not only real events and people that existed but also the culture created by the people of China, which is also part of history. Literary works are part of Chinese culture as well. From this perspective, recruiting characters from novels with recruitment orders makes sense. In that case, the Great Wall Watch illusion domain is no longer just the realistic illusion domain that was previously thought. It can not only recruit historical heroes but also fictional characters, which means it is simultaneously a fantasy illusion domain. This not only represents an expansion of the potential development direction for Fang Chen's personal illusion domain but also indicates that when it becomes a guild illusion domain or even a national fortune illusion domain in the future, the types of illusion domains that can be integrated will increase. Excellent. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt even happier. He asked the 2 special units to wait for a moment and continued to use the 2 red mainline illusion domain commander recruitment orders and 2,000 mainline illusion domain special troop recruitment orders from his inventory. The next moment, a large expanse of white mist emerged ahead, followed by the sound of dense hoofbeats coming from within the mist. This commotion attracted the attention of Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and others nearby. Hearing the sound of hooves, Fang Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Soon, he saw a cavalry unit of 2,000 elite soldiers materialize from the white mist. Cavalry. The ordinary warrior units previously recruited were all infantry. This was the first time he had obtained a special troop recruitment order, and he had recruited a light cavalry unit. At the front of the formation were 2 commanders, one of whom appeared to be a young general, seemingly only 22 or 23 years old, holding a long spear and wearing a long sword at his waist, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a heroic spirit. The other was an old general, wearing a long saber at his waist and carrying a longbow on his back, still vigorous and imposing. The 2002 soldiers marched before Fang Chen, and then all the cavalry dismounted and saluted him. The young general said loudly, "I am Huatsubing. I greet the domain lord." The silver-haired old general said solemnly, "I am Li Guang. I greet the domain lord." Hearing their names, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Champion Marquis Huatsubing, Flying General Li Guang. Both were renowned generals in the history of Huaxia, especially Huatsubing, who can be said to be a legendary figure. In his short life, he achieved remarkable military exploits, becoming a marquis at a young age. Like a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky of Huaxia's history, Huatsubing joined the army at 18, leading 800 cavalry deep into the desert, beheading over 2,000 enemy troops. earning the highest military honor, and was granted the title of Champion Marquis. At 20, he was promoted to General of the Cavalry, directly attacking Chilian Mountain in the Heshi battle, annihilating and surrendering nearly 100,000 Xiongnu in Heshi. At 22, he annihilated over 70,000 main forces of the Xiongnu left noble king in the Battle of the Northern Desert, pursuing the Xiongnu army to Longju Mountain and Gaian Mountain, performing sacrifices to heaven and earth, and returning by the Han Sea. From then on, sealing the wolf's residence became the highest honor pursued by countless generals and even emperors in later generations. Unfortunately, heaven was jealous of such talent. This valiant general passed away at the young age of 23. As for the other, Flying General Li Guang, he was also a famous general of the same era as Hua Zubing, and his most famous tale is Li Guang shoots the tiger. It is said that on one occasion, while hunting, Li Guang saw a tiger in the grass, drew his bow and shot an arrow, only to find that it was just a rock, and the arrow he shot had actually embedded itself in the hard stone. With the addition of these two great generals and 2,000 light cavalry, the strength of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain rose another level. Subsequently, Fang Chen also used the 5,000 red mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment orders, recruiting another 5,000 elite soldiers from the Qin dynasty. Seeing such an increase in military strength, Bai Qi and Meng Tian, who had rushed over, had their eyes shine with excitement. Fang Chen handed over the new companions to Bai Qi and the others, while he himself went to the forge of Oyezi, moved a stool, and sat outside the warehouse, happily beginning to count the large amount of spoils dropped by the invaders. Under the influence of the heavy price characteristic of the Great Wall Watch, the 3,000 high-level invaders this time unleashed something unprecedented in both quantity and quality. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sorrowful. While Fang Chen hummed a little tune and counted his bountiful harvest, on the side of the otherworldly invaders, 3,000 people let out heart-wrenching wails. Level 10? I dropped a whole 10 levels? How is that possible? How is that possible? In his personal login space, a night player with the ID Charge Warrior let out an incredulous scream after hearing the game's main god announce the punishment for his failed illusion domain challenge. He thought he had misheard and hurriedly opened his personal information page, only to see that his level had indeed dropped from level 60 to level 50. A full 10 levels dropped. Not only that, but he soon discovered even more tragically that the items in his backpack and the equipment on him had almost all disappeared. Even that deep purple perfect grade Knight Spear was gone. If he could spit blood in his personal login space, he would probably have spat 3 to 5 liters. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? This shouldn't be. This is unreasonable. He muttered to himself in despair, his expression growing more frantic. There must be something wrong. It's a bug. Yes, it must be a game bug. I want to file a complaint. Just then, he suddenly noticed that messages were flashing wildly in the still active team channel. When he clicked to open it, he saw a chorus of wails. What the hell? I actually failed the challenge. I dropped 15 levels. What's going on? I dropped 11 levels. I dropped 20 levels. I'm going crazy. Why? I dropped 3 levels. Why is the penalty for failure so severe this time? I dropped 32 levels. Aha. I dropped 4 levels, and almost all the items in my backpack are gone. My equipment is almost all gone too. I only have a few health potions left. I lost half my stuff and dropped 8 levels. This is insane. Why is this happening? Is it a game bug? I've never seen such a severe penalty. Exactly. It must be a bug. Let's all go to the official game website to complain. Yes, let's complain together. We need an explanation. When Charge Warrior saw someone in the team say they dropped over 30 levels, he suddenly felt much better. And when someone later said they dropped 57 levels straight to level 1, everyone else in the team suddenly felt much better too. But soon, someone else reacted, wait a minute, what does it matter how much others dropped? Normally, losing a level from a failed challenge would be painful enough, and now to drop so many levels, everyone was almost going crazy. Not to mention losing so many items. The 3,000 players collectively rushed to the official game website to appeal, while some went to the forums to lament, trying to create public pressure on the officials. However, after making a fuss for a long time, they only received a cold reply from the officials, all game data is normal, not a bug. The 3,000 players were unconvinced and continued to appeal, but unfortunately, the officials completely ignored them. Their tragic experiences caused quite a stir in the entire gaming community. Unfortunately, not many people came to their rescue, and almost everyone was just watching the show. This team, composed of elite players from the 5 great empires at the 50 to 60 level stage, gathered to challenge the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, had been the center of attention from the very beginning. Everyone was waiting for the results of their challenge, and some even placed bets on it, with many betting on victory. A major topic of discussion among them was how long it would take to clear the challenge. The outcome was utterly unexpected. This elite team not only failed the challenge but did so in a devastating manner. Previously, they had been praised for their strength, but now they were being ridiculed just as thoroughly. Especially after such severe penalties, their strength plummeted, and the mockery came without any fear of retaliation. After they emerged, this group went straight to the official website to protest, without even reporting to the higher-ups of the empire first. Upon learning of this, the high-ranking officials of the 5 great empires immediately contacted their respective team leaders and, after inquiring, discovered the reasons behind the situation. The group of high-ranking officials was shocked. They were not only astonished that 3,000 elite players had failed the challenge but also that the penalties for failure were so severe. The high-ranking officials of the 5 great empires quickly convened an emergency meeting. First, the assessment of the Great Wall Watch was raised by 2 levels. Secondly, regarding the unreasonable severity of the punishment for the 3,000 players. Aside from the game bug, any intelligent person could easily deduce another reason: the Great Wall Watch illusion domain they had challenged. In fact, confirming this suspicion was also easy. Just send someone to challenge it again, and they would know. But the problem was, who would go? After this serious failure, everyone had developed a wariness towards this illusion domain. Unless someone was out of their mind, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to challenge it recklessly in the short term. However, ignoring it indefinitely was not an option. After all, even if the illusion domain builder could not obtain resources through challenge rewards, they could acquire them from other sources and continue to build and enhance the illusion domain. In the player's speculation, that person had the backing of the official Huajia support, cultivated with the strength of the entire nation. So how could they lack resources? The longer they delayed, the stronger the illusion domain would become, and the cost of clearing it next time would be even greater. Ignoring it was futile because the illusion domain builder also had many special items that could provide opportunities to fight against players and thus level up. Ordinary builders might find it difficult to obtain, but the Great Wall Watch had official Huajia support, making the ignore it approach completely unfeasible. Thus, an interesting scene unfolded at the meeting of the 5 great empires. During the last meeting, everyone had been eager to send more people to challenge the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, but now it had turned into a competition of humility, with everyone wanting players from other countries to take on the challenge a second time. On the other side, Fang Chen spent over an hour finally counting and enhancing all the loot. Although a bit tired, it felt great. Those 3,000 level 50 to 60 elite invaders had quite a few good items on them. After all, they had come prepared, almost fully stocked with many things. But who could have anticipated that the drop rate of this illusion domain would be so high? Although these people did not drop any red epic items, there were quite a few purple perfect items. After Fang Chen's enhancements, while most only upgraded from light purple to dark purple, he still ended up with over 20 red epic items. Among them were more than 10 pieces of equipment. This was basically enough to redistribute 1 piece to each of the current epic combat units. As for the purple perfect equipment, there was a huge pile. It was almost enough to arm the newly recruited 2,000 light cavalry. Now, in Fang Chen's eyes, those 3,000 invaders had become adorable little fortune bringers. He just didn't know when the next batch of fortune bringers would arrive. So exciting! After that, Fang Chen enjoyed 2 more days of peaceful life. During the 7-day truce period, no invaders would come to challenge again. However, Fang Chen was a bit impatient, so on the 3rd day, he took the initiative to cancel the truce period. The newly recruited soldiers had already become familiar with the new environment and had also donned new equipment, making them ready for battle. By ending the truce early, Fang Chen was essentially saying to the invaders from another world, "Come and play." Unfortunately, despite his enthusiastic invitation, there was no response from the invaders. It should be noted that last time, as soon as the truce period ended, a challenge notification arrived. What Fang Chen did not know was that his action had sparked quite a discussion among the invaders. The 5 great empires convened an emergency meeting to discuss Fang Chen's intentions. The conclusion drawn was, this is a blatant provocation. This arrogant attitude infuriated the representatives of the 5 great empires. who all expressed that a severe response was necessary. However, when it came to who would go and strike, all the representatives fell silent. Thus, they returned to the cycle of mutual evasion and blame. Oh no! Could it be that last time was too harsh, making them too scared to come? After waiting a day without any invaders challenging him, Fong Chen reached this conclusion. This was a bit troublesome. Without invaders to challenge him, Fong Chen couldn't obtain resources through rewards. Most importantly, he wanted to quickly uncover the next illusion domain scroll. It had been so many days since he leveled up, and the third branch illusion domain had yet to materialize. If the invaders really were too cowardly to come and challenge, he would have to think of other ways. Time quickly moved to Sunday night. On the underground challenge arena in East City, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground, staring at a half-virtual, half-real long sword that hovered an inch from his throat, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. His eyes revealed a look of unwillingness, but it soon turned to despair as he murmured, "I concede." His masked opponent slowly withdrew his hand, and the long sword vanished. The audience erupted in excited cheers. Even those who lost their bets lamented that the previous battle was truly spectacular, and losing was worth it. It was indeed a battle between two level 3 illusion domain builders. On the arena, the victor was none other than Fong Chen. However, he was currently in disguise, having undergone a transformation with the help of Sikong Jaixing's disguise technique. In this battle, the spirit he summoned was the sword god, Gai Nia. To avoid winning too dramatically and to experience the thrill of battle more, Fong Chen even deliberately held back, engaging in a prolonged struggle with his opponent before determining the outcome. After the battle, Fong Chen received his reward from the organizers. This time, he did not ask for cash but chose an illusion domain resource, a white illusion domain scroll. For winning a level 3 illusion domain builder arena battle, the reward was merely a white illusion domain scroll, and it was an extra treat offered by the boss to entice him. This shows how scarce illusion domain scrolls are. The moment he obtained the illusion domain scroll, Fong Chen heard the amplification prompt. Before the color of the illusion domain changed, he quickly stored it in his inventory. After leaving through a concealed side door and walking in a secluded alley, Fong Chen opened the virtual screen to check the illusion domain scroll. Name, Fengmen Village, bound. Type, illusion domain scroll. Grade, perfect, purple. Effect, construct the Fengmen Village map. Recruit vengeful spirit units to fight for you. Note, there is no daytime in this map. Those with night blindness should choose cautiously. Indeed, Fong Chen sighed softly. Although a purple illusion domain scroll was already very good in the eyes of ordinary people, it was far from enough for Fong Chen. At the very least, it needed to be red epic grade, and the probability of amplifying a low-level illusion domain scroll to red epic grade was too low. It was impossible to be that lucky every time. Now, with the purple scroll in hand, Fong Chen didn't want to use it, but since it was bound after amplification and couldn't be sold, it felt like a waste. Fong Chen shook his head, not too troubled, as he had been mentally prepared for this. It seemed he was trying to make his journey easier, as he walked through several narrow alleys, each one more secluded than the last. Then, when he passed through another alley, Fong Chen stopped midway. Ahead, under a broken streetlight, stood a lean man in a black hooded sweatshirt and a mask, blocking the way. Fong Chen looked at him, seemingly unfazed, and said lightly, "What do you want?" The man stared at Fong Chen for several seconds, as if trying to see his face clearly. Unfortunately, Fong Chen was also wearing a hood and a mask, and even his brows and eyes had been disguised by Sikong Jaixing before he left, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him. Then, the lean man said in a deep voice, "You really noticed I was following you." In fact, Fong Chen had sensed the unusual gaze among the audience during the arena match when he was possessed by the spirit of Gai Nia, which had raised his alertness. After leaving the battle venue, he had once again discreetly summoned the spirit of Gai Nia. Fong Chen looked at him, his expression unchanged, and said, "Stop wasting time." The man's expression faltered slightly. Then he said, "Ha ha ha, alright, since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense." He paused, chuckling lightly. "I'll just ask you one question. Do you want an item that can extend your life?" Fong Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, a cold glint passing through his eyes as he looked at the man and slowly said, "You are a traitor." He had anticipated this situation, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. He had only shown a bit of skill in the Tier 3 competition, and yet he was already targeted by a traitor. He didn't know if it was coincidence or if this group had so many spies. Hearing the term traitor, the lean man's eyes twitched, and he coldly snorted. Since we've made it clear, I won't beat around the bush if you're willing to join us. You can get the item that extends life, what do you say? Fang Chen mercilessly mocked. A bunch of rats hiding in a stinking gutter. What do you count as people? You! The lean man was furious, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly said, don't think you can refuse my offer. I gave you a chance, and if you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. He had already revealed his identity. If Fang Chen was unwilling to join, then he would certainly have to kill him to silence him. Fang Chen chuckled lightly. Rude? Just because of you? Or, because of your hidden accomplices? Just as he finished speaking, a scream echoed from the darkness not far away. Upon hearing the scream, the lean man clearly froze. Then his expression changed drastically. Not good. It's a trap. The lean man was shocked and turned to run without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the night at the end of the alley. Fang Chen stood in place, showing no intention of pursuing. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows beside him, and it was Sikong Jaixing. He had transformed into a handsome man, a faint smile on his lips, holding a dagger still dripping with blood. Fang Chen said calmly, follow him, find their base. Sikong Jaixing merely nodded slightly, leaping onto the wall of the alley and disappearing into the night. Fang Chen turned and went to the spot where the scream had come from, finding a middle-aged man thrown into a pile of garbage. His tendons had been severed, his eyes rolled back, and he was convulsing, looking as if he were having a seizure. The illusion unit he had summoned had just been killed by Sikong Jaixing, causing him immense mental trauma, and he was unable to recover for a while. It was already deep into the night, and this place was remote enough. Fang Chen watched the other person for quite a while until he finally calmed down a bit. His eyes regained focus, and when he looked at the cold-eyed Fang Chen in front of him, he was immediately shocked. However, his limbs were incapacitated and he couldn't move, and his mental strength was too weak to summon any phantasm units, leaving him with a face full of despair. Fang Chen said coldly, hand over all the phantasm resources, and I'll spare your life. The middle-aged man widened his eyes, hesitated for a second, and then obediently took out a stack of item cards. Fang Chen took the cards and immediately heard the amplification prompt. Glancing casually at them, they were all worthless junk. He frowned slightly and asked, no phantasm scrolls? The other party, with a mournful face, trembled as he replied, and no. Fang Chen looked at him with icy eyes and asked, do you really have items that can extend life? The middle-aged man said in panic, I don't know. The people above said there are. It's a newly discovered item from the otherworld invaders. Fang Chen asked, where is your base? The middle-aged man replied, I don't know. I just joined. I don't have the qualifications to go to the base. He pleaded with a sobbing tone, I really just joined. Please let me go. Swish! A streak of sword energy sliced through his neck, interrupting his words and severing his head. The rolling head stared wide-eyed, as if questioning Fang Chen, didn't you say you'd spare my life? Fang Chen coldly looked at the unblinking head and said, I lied to you. Fang Chen would not show any mercy to these traitors. Even though it was his first time killing someone, he felt no psychological burden. This group of human traitors had no idea how many compatriots they had harmed. They deserved to die. As for why he didn't leave any alive for official interrogation, it was because this was just a small fry, and there were other live captives. Suddenly, a vague figure emerged from Fang Chen's body, quickly solidifying into the form of the sword god. Gai Nia. Fang Chen said, you go too. Sikong Jaixing alone isn't safe. Gai Nia nodded slightly, turned, and headed in the direction where Sikong Jaixing had left, soon disappearing into the night. With Fang Chen's current mental strength, he could still manage to summon 2 heroic units using the soul travel talent skill, but he couldn't maintain it for too long. However, with Sikong Jaixing and Gai Nia's abilities, it wouldn't take long to finish their tasks. After that, Fang Chen left the alley alone. Around 2 in the morning, in the back alley of the Rongqing government office, 2 burlap sacks suddenly appeared. When the officials discovered them and opened them, they found 2 unconscious individuals, their tendons severed, their spirits severely damaged and in a coma, with the words traitor written in blood on their bodies. This incident immediately attracted the attention of the authorities, and soon personnel from higher departments came to secretly take the 2 away. The official investigation of the back alley surveillance showed the person who brought the two, but they could not trace the individual's identity at all. When Fang Chen walked out of a late-night skewer shop, Sikong Zhaixing, who had already changed his appearance, returned to him and handed over a stack of item cards. He then turned and walked into a side alley, disappearing into the darkness. As for Gai Nya, he had already returned to the phantasm space after dealing with those traitors. In that base, there were only those two traitors, and aside from the level 3 phantasm builder who was scared away by Fang Chen, there was one level 4. They were simply not enough for Sikong Zhaixing to handle. Gai Nya didn't even need to make a move. Following Fang Chen's instructions, Sikong Zhaixing collected their items and interrogated them before sending them to the government office. Among these items, there was indeed a green phantasm scroll, but when Fang Chen got it, it only amplified to a purple perfect level. As for the other items, in Fang Chen's eyes, they could only be considered slightly better than nothing. The results of Sikong Zhaixing's interrogation yielded no useful information. Those few were merely the lowest level lackeys in the traitorous organization, completely unaware of any intelligence. The person killed by Fang Chen had only recently joined after being attracted by the so-called longevity artifact. Ever since the invader with the game ID Tianlong Shangren mentioned this artifact in a provocative video, discussions about it had been fervent worldwide. An artifact that could extend life was undoubtedly a treasure with deadly allure for the builders of the illusory domain on Blue Star. However, it had not appeared for the past 30 years, and now that the otherworldly invaders suddenly claimed its existence, many remained skeptical. Yet, some believed, especially those who had allied with the invaders. There were even rumors online that some traitors had obtained such an artifact and extended their lives, but there was no evidence, and Fang Chen suspected it was likely just a lie to deceive traitors into serving them. However, Fang Chen hoped that such an artifact truly existed. If it did exist, and since the invaders could obtain it, the builders of the illusory domain should be able to as well. Even if it couldn't be acquired through illusory domain rewards, they could always seize it from the invaders. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Still, no invaders came to challenge the illusory domain of Great Wall Watch. Instead, news spread online that the otherworldly invaders were planning to attack the guild's illusory domain of the Zhuanghua family. Just a day later, the Zhuanghua family's second largest guild illusory domain, Shanhai Zi, was indeed attacked by the invaders. This battle raged for 3 days and nights, and fortunately, it ended with the Zhuanghua family's victory in Shanhai Zi. It was said that the victory was hard-won, nearly resulting in defeat, but ultimately, a large number of illusory domain builders fought desperately to secure the win. The people of the Zhuanghua family were overjoyed. However, just a day later, the otherworldly invaders challenged the Zhuanghua family's third-largest guild illusory domain, Kuning Hui. Only challenges in the National Fortune illusory domain would be live-streamed on the official game website, so everyone in the Zhuanghua family, including Fang Chen, could only learn about the battle situation from the official news announcements released periodically. Moreover, the situation in this second challenge was not good from the start. The Zhuanghua family had exhausted too many resources in the previous challenge. It was evident that the otherworldly invaders were targeting the Zhuanghua family deliberately. This was not the first time they had done such a thing. Fang Chen suspected that this targeting might have something to do with him. The invaders were temporarily afraid to test his Great Wall Watch, so they focused on the Zhuanghua family's guild illusory domain. They likely aimed to deplete the Zhuanghua family's illusory domain resources to slow down the development speed of Great Wall Watch. To the outside world, Great Wall Watch was an illusory domain secretly nurtured by the Zhuanghua family. On the night after the Kuning Hui illusory domain was challenged, Fang Chen was in the illusory domain space, watching the warriors practice while monitoring the battle situation of the Kuning Hui illusory domain on the official website through a virtual screen. Suddenly, a prompt from the game's main deity sounded. You have received a random reinforcement order. Would you like to check it immediately? Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately chose to check. Name, random reinforcement order. Type, item, consumable. Quality, perfect, purple. Requested illusory domain, Kuning Hui. Illusory domain scale, guild illusory domain. Illusory domain difficulty, A-class hell. Effect, can lead any unit within the illusory domain to teleport to the requested illusory domain until the challenge of that illusory domain ends, after which it will automatically return. Note 1, if the challenge of the requested illusory domain ends and the item is still unused, it will be automatically consumed. Note 2, the illusory domain is in danger. Rescue quickly. Indeed, it is the reinforcement order of the heroes gathering. This is a very rare item, and its effect is already clear. It reinforces the illusionary realm under attack by invaders. Yesterday, Fangchen saw someone analyzing the situation in the forum, stating that the battle conditions in this heroes gathering were not optimistic, and that the reinforcement order might be used soon. Unexpectedly, it came true today. A few days ago, during the most difficult time of the Shanhai Ge illusionary realm battle, a random reinforcement order was also used, but at that time, it did not randomly land in Fangchen's hands. The number of targets that can be called for reinforcement with the reinforcement order is not many, and they are randomly selected. With so many illusionary realm builders in the flower country, the chance of it falling into Fangchen's hands is naturally very small. Receiving this order today was quite a surprise for Fangchen. Finally, he didn't have to just refresh the forum anxiously. Moreover, he could finally farm equipment and rewards again. Fangchen, who had not seen any invaders for several days, along with the soldiers in the illusionary realm, were feeling a bit pent up. So, when they heard Fangchen announce that there was a battle to be fought, the entire army was invigorated. All the soldiers quickly gathered in the main illusionary realm space, with an impressive array of over 10,000 troops. After confirming everything was in order, Fangchen immediately used the reinforcement order. The Heroes Gathering is an illusionary realm based on the martial arts world from the literary works of the Flower Country. It belongs to the fantasy category of illusionary realms, where the combat units in the main illusionary realm are heroes and legends from various novels or film and television works. Since becoming a guild illusionary realm, most of the integrated subordinate illusionary realms are of similar types. The Heroes Gathering has developed to become the third largest guild illusionary realm in the Flower Country. It is also one of the alternative illusionary realms in the original National Fortune illusionary realm reboot plan. Naturally, there is support from official forces. The illusionary realm builder of the Heroes Gathering, named Xiang Dongfeng, is currently a general in the Flower Country's military. At this moment, in the world of the Heroes Gathering, in the main illusionary realm space, there is a vast terrain almost indistinguishable from the real world, with plains, forests, mountains, rivers, towns, and buildings. However, at this moment, this world is in chaos, with cries of battle echoing, and corpses scattered everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. On a mountain, there is a cluster of buildings, and on the roof of a certain pavilion, a middle-aged man with a square face, around 50 years old, is looking solemnly at the chaotic battlefield below. This man is Xiang Dongfeng. The invaders from another world have already attacked to the foot of the mountain. Many illusionary realm builders and units in the illusionary realm are holding the last line of defense at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, one by one, teams of varying sizes suddenly appeared around the battlefield, charging into the fray and engaging in battle with the invaders. Reinforcements have arrived. Xiang Dongfeng's eyes brightened, revealing a hint of joy. The recently used random reinforcement order was his last trump card. If he could not turn the tide of battle, he would have to bear the punishment for a failed defense. And as for the remaining lifespan he had, he feared he might not be able to withstand another lifespan reduction punishment. Thinking of this, Xiang Dongfeng's expression became somewhat complicated again. Ding! The Little Knife Society has accepted your call for help and has arrived at the battlefield. Ding! Anywhere Pass has accepted your call for help and has arrived at the battlefield. Ding! Explosive Sky Gang has accepted your call for help and has arrived at the battlefield. Ding! Corpse Crossing has accepted your call for help and has arrived at the battlefield. Ding! Beast King Mountain has accepted your call for help. Ding! The game's main god's prompts kept ringing in Xiang Dongfeng's ears. A purple random reinforcement order can be randomly sent to 20 targets. It seems that the vast majority of the illusionary realms that received the reinforcement order have come to support. Even some low-level illusion realms have come. This is the unity and spirit of the Flower family. Xiang Dongfeng felt quite moved and comforted. However, it seemed insufficient. Among the supporting illusion realms, there were not many with strong power. Dealing with this batch of high-level invaders before him seemed hopeless. Ding! Great Wall Watch has accepted your request for assistance and has arrived at the battlefield. At that moment, another notification sounded, causing Xiang Dongfeng to freeze for an instant. Ha! A second later, Xiang Dongfeng's pupils slightly dilated, revealing an expression of disbelief. He couldn't have misheard. Could he? He immediately summoned a virtual screen to check the notification records. Sure enough, in the latest notification, he saw the name, Great Wall Watch. Xiang Dongfeng's eyes instantly lit up with joy, and he quickly looked up towards the battlefield ahead. There, in the distant sky, a phantom of the Great Wall suddenly descended, stretching endlessly to the left and right. Above that majestic Great Wall, magnificent historical scrolls flickered in and out of view. Below the phantom of the Great Wall, a white mist rapidly dissipated, revealing an army of over 10,000 people. This is the A-level Hell difficulty Guild Illusion Realm battle. Fong Chen, wearing a red epic quality anti-detection mask, looked at the densely packed battlefield ahead, his eyes filled with awe. Seeing it in person was a world apart from watching videos online. Regardless of the scale of the illusion realm, the level classification remains the same. The challenge limit for an A-level Hell difficulty personal illusion realm is 5,000 people. For an A-level Hell difficulty Guild Illusion Realm, the challenge limit is 200,000. Moreover, whether they are illusion realm builders or otherworldly invaders, they can be resurrected and rejoin the battle after dying in a Guild Illusion Realm battle. At this moment, the total number of combatants on the vast battlefield ahead exceeded 1 million, because there were not only illusion realm builders and otherworldly invaders but also a large number of illusion realm units. The battlefield of the Guild Illusion Realm is like this. One can only imagine how shocking the battlefield of the National Fortune Illusion Realm would be if experienced firsthand. Fong Chen thought to himself, his expression solemn as he slowly raised his hand and waved. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and other generals received the order and immediately conveyed it to all the troops. All troops, form up, attack. The entire army split into several formations, each led by at least one general, charging into the battlefield. The reinforcements sent through the reinforcement order were merely illusion realm units, so they did not have the home realm map advantage, but they could enjoy the home realm's characteristic bonuses, whether it was the mainline or sideline realm characteristics. For instance, at this moment, above the exclusive army of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, led by Meng Tian and the Wang family father and son, the BGM of the Great Qin War Song echoed. Additionally, all units that came to support would simultaneously enjoy the mainline realm characteristics of Heroes Gathering. Fong Chen's troops charged into the battlefield, immediately causing quite a stir. After the army charged, aside from Fong Chen, only Gai Nye, Oyezi, Bian Ke, and Bao Zhang remained in place. Gai Nye stayed behind to protect Fong Chen just in case, while the others were non-combat special units there to watch the excitement. Bao Zhang, seeing the illusion realm battle for the first time, had an unmistakable look of shock on his face. At that moment, Gai Nye beside Fong Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes, stepping sideways to shield Fong Chen behind him, his right hand already resting on his sword. Fong Chen sensed something and turned to see a middle-aged man with a square face appearing out of thin air. It was Xiang Dongfeng. Fong Chen recognized his identity at a glance, as he was one of the few high-ranking officials who had publicly disclosed information about the illusion realm. The identities of the builders of the first and second major guilds of the flower-planting family's illusion domain are strictly confidential. The purpose is to prevent betrayal from the Blue Star in the real world. Additionally, the information about the high-ranking officials in the organization is classified as top secret, aimed at preventing targeting by invaders from other realms. Don't be nervous, Fong Chen signaled to Gai Nye not to intervene. This person is one of us. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Bao Zhang beside him. Bao Zhang looked at Xiang Dongfeng with a serious expression, showing no reaction. Xiang Dongfeng paid no attention to Gai Nye when he saw the mask on Fong Chen's face. His previously tense expression visibly relaxed. Then, he revealed a hint of barely concealed excitement and asked, "You are the builder of the illusion domain for Great Wall Watch?" Fong Chen nodded slightly. "That's me." Xiang Dongfeng couldn't hide his joy, saying, "I didn't expect you would receive the reinforcement order." He looked at the mask on Fong Chen's face and nodded slightly. "Fortunately, you haven't revealed your true identity. There are many people in the illusion domain, and you must not expose any information about yourself in the real world even if I test you. Don't say anything. If I show any suspicious behavior in testing your identity, you can suspect that I am a traitor." This statement from the other party surprised Fong Chen a bit, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Although it was highly unlikely that the other party was a traitor, Fong Chen did not express any dissent and merely nodded slightly. Xiang Dongfeng let out a long breath. Relieved, I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. Even if we lose this illusion domain battle, it will be worth it. He looked at Fong Chen and suddenly asked with a serious expression. I just want to ask you one question. Are the 4 characters guarding China that you used as your alias on the leaderboard sincere? Although he couldn't see Fong Chen's expression, Xiang Dongfeng stared intently into his eyes, as if trying to see through his thoughts. Fong Chen's gaze was calm and composed. Of course, it is sincere. Then he smiled and said lightly, you can rest assured. I will soon prove my determination with actions. His gaze turned to the battlefield ahead as he continued. For example, by helping you win this battle. Xiang Dongfeng was slightly taken aback, surprised by the absolute confidence in Fong Chen's words. Then he heard Fong Chen say, by the way, I remember. The reinforcement order has another effect, which allows you to choose one illusion domain from those coming to assist and temporarily merge its characteristics into your main illusion domain, right? Xiang Dongfeng raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. That's right. You mean? Fong Chen smiled and nodded. You can temporarily add the illusion domain characteristics of Great Wall Watch to your main illusion domain. Xiang Dongfeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned his virtual screen to start operating. At the same time, he felt quite excited. He would be the first person in the world to see the illusion domain characteristics of Great Wall Watch. Xiang Dongfeng's main illusion domain had 7 illusion domain characteristics. Among the other illusion domains that came to assist, the one with the most characteristics, Explosive Gang, also had 7. However, Great Wall Watch only had 2 characteristics, which seemed a bit meager in comparison. But when he saw the names of those 2 golden characteristics, Xiang Dongfeng's eyes widened. Braver with each battle, golden, all units in the main illusion domain will receive a permanent boost in all attributes after experiencing a battle with an invader. Heavy price, golden, when challenged in this illusion domain and dying, the punishment for the invader increases by 1 to 100 times, with the probability inversely proportional to the multiplier. Both illusion domain characteristics do not directly enhance combat power during the illusion domain battle but manifest after the battle. One enhances oneself, while the other weakens the enemy. For other builders of illusion realms, the red epic traits are something that can only be encountered by chance, while even obtaining a single golden legendary trait would make one wake up laughing from a dream. Yet, Fong Chen currently has only 2 mainline illusion realm traits, both of which are of golden legendary level. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Xiang Dongfeng sighed inwardly, but his face was full of smiles. The illusion realm Great Wall Watch truly offers shock and surprise at every turn. Without hesitation, he temporarily integrated the traits of Great Wall Watch into the mainline illusion realm of Heroes Gathering. On the battlefield, the addition of Fong Chen's more than 10,000 troops delivered a significant blow to the invading side. This was because Fong Chen and his men appeared in a rather tricky position, right at the rear of the invading army. The invaders were fiercely attacking the last checkpoint of the illusion realm ahead when suddenly over 10,000 people struck from behind. The invaders in the rear were both shocked and furious, quickly turning around to protect their main force. However, upon initial contact, they discovered this group of enemies was ridiculously strong. The A-level Hell difficulty Guild Illusion Realm, although it has a much higher limit on the number of challengers compared to the same level Personal Illusion Realms, has the same level cap. This means that most of the invaders challenging this illusion realm are around level 50 to 60, with some even lower. For the soldiers of Fong Chen's Great Wall Watch Illusion Realm, dealing with invaders of this level was quite easy. Moreover, for them, who fought in military formations, this open and flat terrain allowed for better maneuvering, especially the 2,000 newly recruited cavalry, who were like fish in water on this battlefield. A young general, wielding a long spear, charged into the enemy ranks, his spear striking like a dragon, cutting through the invading forces with ease, causing them to scream in agony. Behind him was an old general with white hair, who, even while galloping, hit every target with his longbow, taking down one enemy with each arrow. Additionally, the 2,000 cavalry formed a charge that was unstoppable, sweeping through the battlefield. The remaining nearly 10,000 elite infantry of the Great Qin, along with several thousand volunteer soldiers, also surged forward with great momentum, forcing the invading forces to retreat step by step. Furthermore, there were 2 special figures on the battlefield. Jingku and Sikong Jiaxing moved like phantoms, weaving through the battlefield, leaving a trail of dead invaders in their wake, especially for the invaders targeted by Sikong Jiaxing. Before they were killed, their backpacks would mysteriously lose several high-level items. What the hell? Where did these elite monsters come from? They're too powerful. Wait, does that military flag say Qin? Whoa, these troops feel a bit like the legendary army from the Great Wall Watch Illusion realm. Impossible. It must be a mistake. It's the reinforcement order. They used the reinforcement order to summon the Great Wall Watch Illusion realm. Not necessarily. A group of invaders was retreating while discussing in confusion when suddenly one of them was shot in the head by Li Guang, dying on the spot. The invader next to him was startled and then astonished to see a pile of items explode from the corpse of the fallen invader. Why did so many items drop? What luck? The invader, in shock, revealed a greedy look in his eyes, stopping to try and pick up a few high-level items. But before he could reach out, another sharp arrow flew in an instant, piercing through his chest. He didn't even have the chance to take a healing potion before his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Another pile of colorful items appeared on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, due to the cooldown for resurrection ending, this invader returned to the login space. However, he was still part of the participating team in the guild battle, and the fight was far from over. He could enter the battlefield once again. However, the invader did not immediately return to the battlefield but stood frozen in place, because he had just heard the prompt for a death penalty. He felt as if he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. He actually heard the prompt say his level dropped by 11. This player opened his personal information page and saw that his level had indeed dropped from level 55 to level 44. What the? He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at his level number, confirming several times that he was not mistaken. I hashtag UN percent hashtag percent UN and percent asterisk asterisk hashtag. In a fit of expletives, he was almost driven mad. However, when he looked at his inventory, he was immediately struck again. Where's my equipment? I had so many things in my backpack? After a moment of confusion, he suddenly thought of a group of people he had mocked a few days ago. That group of players who had failed to challenge the Great Wall Watch Illusion domain. The situation he was facing now seemed similar to theirs. He widened his eyes, feeling as if he understood why. At this moment, a similar situation was happening to countless players. After Fang Chen joined the Heroes Conference, Illusion Domain Battlefield, or more precisely, after Xiang Dongfeng temporarily integrated the characteristics of the Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain into his main storyline Illusion Domain, all the players who died on the battlefield dropped a large number of items and suffered severe level penalties. Some dropped 3 to 5 levels, while others dropped 10, 20 levels, or even more. These players were all lamenting and cursing, not daring to recklessly return to the battlefield, and they reported the situation to their guild superiors. The guild challenging the Heroes Conference was one of the top guilds of the God of War tribe empire, the Desert Divine Army. The guild leader, named Desert Killing Shadow, was a top player with a level exceeding 80. The Heroes Conference was only an A-level illusion domain, and most of the challengers were players within the guild at levels 50 to 60. With no high-level players above level 60 participating. But this group of players was also the backbone of the guild, and upon hearing that a large number of members had died and lost levels, even the guild leader Desert Killing Shadow was shocked. When he learned that the Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain had entered the guild's Illusion Domain battlefield through the reinforcement order, Desert Killing Shadow understood and decisively ordered the abandonment of this guild Illusion Domain challenge. The dead players would no longer enter the battlefield. Therefore, on the Heroes Conference, Guild Illusion Domain Battlefield, the number of enemies was rapidly decreasing. At this moment, because he needed to command the overall situation, Xiang Dongfeng had returned to the main camp, but to avoid attracting more attention, Fang Chen did not follow. Xiang Dongfeng, who could overview the entire battlefield, quickly noticed the rapidly decreasing number of enemies and, after being surprised, it was not hard to think of the reason. It was the heavy price characteristic of the Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain that had taken effect. Looking at the countless colorful light clusters dropping on the battlefield, Xiang Dongfeng was incredibly shocked. The effect of this characteristic was even better than he had imagined. No wonder it was at the Golden Legend level. Thinking of the reactions of those otherworldly invaders when they discovered their levels had dropped significantly after dying, Xiang Dongfeng felt a wave of satisfaction. The other Illusion Domain builders on the battlefield, although unclear about the reason, also noticed that the number of enemies was decreasing, and the originally disadvantaged situation was quickly turning around. The Illusion Domain builders led their combat units to launch a counterattack. driving the increasingly fewer invaders back. The number of remaining invaders rapidly decreased. In the end, before many illusion domain builders even fully realized what was happening, the battle ended at an incredible speed. All the invaders were eliminated, and the battlefield was filled with items radiating various lights, dazzling to the eyes. Ding! The Guild Illusion Domain defense battle has ended. The effect of the reinforcement order has ended. Return to your personal illusion domain in 100 seconds. The voice of the game's main god echoed in Fong Chen's ears. Almost simultaneously, the figure of Xiang Dongfeng reappeared before him. Xiang Dongfeng seemed a bit anxious and quickly said, "You should collect your spoils from the battlefield first." After the battle in the Guild Illusion Domain and the National Fortune Illusion Domain ended, all participating illusion domain builders could directly collect their own spoils that dropped on the battlefield. Fong Chen nodded slightly, and with a thought, all the items dropped by the invaders killed by his illusion domain units were collected into his inventory. Then, he heard Xiang Dongfeng say again, "Do you have any urgently needed illusion domain resources?" Fong Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the other party asked before he even spoke. He nodded and said, "I still need a high-quality illusion domain scroll to open the third branch illusion domain." "You haven't opened the third branch illusion domain yet?" Xiang Dongfeng was somewhat surprised. It had been a while since Fong Chen reached level 3, and they all thought that based on his previous speed in opening branch illusion domains, he might have already been challenging the ranking for the third one. Unexpectedly, he hadn't even started construction. A hint of relief appeared in his eyes, and he immediately thought of something, taking out an illusion domain scroll from his inventory and handing it to Fong Chen. "Perfect. This is the illusion domain scroll I just obtained from the rewards. I hope it suits your needs." The scroll emitted a faint red glow, a red epic level illusion domain scroll. Joy flashed in Fong Chen's eyes, and without being pretentious, he reached out to take it, saying, "Thank you." Once the scroll was in hand, Fong Chen immediately stored it in his inventory. Xiang Dongfeng blinked, unsure if it was his illusion, but he seemed to see the red glow on the scroll deepen when it disappeared from Fong Chen's hand. He didn't think much of it and then took out batches of illusion domain resources to hand to Fong Chen. "You can use these resources for now. Unfortunately, time is tight, and I can only gather this much. Moreover, during the Guild Illusion Domain battle, there are restrictions on obtaining resources from the outside, otherwise, I could have gathered more." Various grades of illusion domain construction modules, equipment modules, equipment enhancement modules, various recruitment orders, materials, medicines, equipment. Xiang Dongfeng seemed eager to stuff his entire inventory into Fong Chen's hands. He even complained in his heart about this broken game, wondering why there was no convenient trading system. Fong Chen continuously received various resources, and the moment he acquired them, enhancement prompts would trigger, and they were immediately stored in his inventory. Watching Xiang Dongfeng, who seemed even more anxious than himself, Fong Chen felt a strange emotion rising in his heart. As the countdown was about to end, Fong Chen spoke. "That's enough," Xiang Dongfeng said. "If you want to turn your Great Wall Watch into a National Fortune Illusion Domain, this is far from enough." While continuing to hand a few pieces of equipment to Fong Chen, he reminded, "When you reach level 4, contact me with an invitation, and we will provide you with more resources." The "we" he referred to naturally meant the officials behind the scenes. Fong Chen's gaze flickered, and without saying much, he solemnly nodded. Xiang Dongfeng finally cautioned, "Remember, do not easily expose your identity. According to the latest intelligence we received, the Traitor organization is frantically investigating your information. We are also trying to eliminate these pests, but until then, you must hide yourself well." The next second, the countdown ended, and Fong Chen, along with all his illusion domain units, instantly disappeared from the hero gathering illusion domain. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen found himself back in the illusion domain space of Great Wall Watch. Along with him returned all the surviving illusion domain units. In this battle, more than half of the deployed forces had been lost. However, as long as the mainline illusion domain remains, this is not a problem. It only requires consuming some construction modules for the warriors to return, and they will become stronger. Ding! The defensive battle of the Heroes Gathering illusion domain you supported has been won. This support mission rating, S. Rewards obtained, personal experience plus 10%. Since it was merely a support collaborative battle, the rewards were relatively average for Fong Chen. Then, It was time for the amplification skills to come into play. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification results. Personal experience plus 20%. Illusion domain construction modules, purple, X2000. Equipment modules, purple, X1000. Branch illusion domain general recruitment order, red, X2. Branch illusion domain warrior recruitment order, purple, X2000. This time, the amplification effect was also quite average. However, it was essentially an unexpected gain, so Fong Chen was not disappointed. Moreover, the real gain this time was not the mission rewards. It was not the spoils received on the battlefield either. It was the illusion domain resources obtained from Xiang Dongfeng, as well as the confirmation of contact with the official in advance. For the first time, Fong Chen felt the support from the official through Xiang Dongfeng. He had thought he would need to work hard alone for a while before enjoying such treatment. Yet, during their first meeting, the other party didn't even ask much about his situation and handed over so many precious resources to him. Objectively speaking, this was quite a risky act, but precisely because of this, the trust and support moved Fong Chen even more. The country received his message and responded with attitude and concrete actions. He was not fighting alone. Fong Chen first resurrected all the warriors who sacrificed in this battle, then ordered the entire army to disband and engage in free activities. After that, he focused his thoughts and took out the illusion domain scroll that Xiang Dongfeng had given him. This illusion domain scroll was originally red epic grade, but after amplification, it did not reach the golden legendary grade. Instead, its color changed from light red to deep red. The golden legendary grade is not so easy to amplify. Aside from the characteristics of the mainline illusion domain and his own talent skills, Fong Chen had no idea how many items he had amplified from the beginning until now. Only during the first amplification did he receive the golden legendary level, Great Wall Watch. The deep red illusion domain scroll in his hand was already quite good. Name, Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicle, bound. Type, illusion domain scroll. Grade, epic, red. Effect, can establish a battlefield of the Three Kingdoms and recruit related exclusive units to fight for you. Note, here, heroes abound, far exceeding your imagination. The illusion domain with the Three Kingdoms background indeed suited the tone of his mainline illusion domain. Fong Chen immediately focused his thoughts and arrived at a blank spot in the mainline illusion domain space, then used the scroll in his hand. Illusion domain scroll Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicle used successfully. Compatibility with the mainline illusion domain, 100% branch illusion domain, Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicle, binding complete. With the prompt from the game's main god, a vast blueprint of the illusion domain appeared in Fong Chen's mind. It was much larger than the scale of the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain. The blueprint contained various terrains and numerous cities and passes, almost like a simplified version of the entire territory during the Three Kingdoms period. Just constructing the basic map of this illusion domain would likely require a considerable number of illusion domain construction modules. Fong Chen thought for a moment and did not immediately construct the illusion domain. Instead, he first used a red, branch illusion domain general recruitment order to test it out. White mist surged before him, and then a tall and mighty figure slowly walked out. This man had a commanding presence, his gaze piercing like a torch. He wore a purple gold crown with 3 prongs atop his head, a red brocade battle robe adorned with flowers, and held a Fangtian painted halberd in his hand. He walked with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. The moment Fong Chen saw this figure, his eyes lit up. He never expected to recruit this person first. The other party approached Fong Chen and bowed, saying, "I am the humble general Lu Fengxian. Greetings to the domain lord, Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian." During the Three Kingdoms period, there has always been debate over who was the second most powerful general. But if one were to ask who the greatest general of the Three Kingdoms was, the vast majority would first think of Lu Bu. The initial recruitment in the new fantasy realm was a resounding success, and Fong Chen felt elated. So he decided to use 4 more red subordinate fantasy realm general recruitment orders in one go. Previously, Xiang Dongfeng had given him several recruitment orders of different ranks, and after enhancement, he had quite a few red orders. The white mist reappeared, and then 4 figures emerged from it. The first person on the left wore a silver helmet and silver armor, wielding a bright silver spear. With a long sword at his waist, he was exceptionally handsome and had an extraordinary demeanor. Next to him was a burly man with a rugged face, a full beard, and wielding a long snake spear. Another person wore black armor, holding a pair of short halberds. With a long knife at his waist, his face was fierce and imposing. The person on the far right was tall and slender, dressed in soft armor, with a long sword at his waist, a narrow face, short beard, and sharp eyes. The four men approached Fong Chan and bowed simultaneously, introducing themselves. I am the humble General Zhao Yun. Greetings to the Domain Lord. I am Zhang Ida from Yan. Greetings to the Domain Lord. I am Dian Wei. Greetings to the Domain Lord. I am Zhang Liao. Zhang Wan Yuan. Greetings to the Domain Lord. Good heavens, all renowned generals from the Three Kingdoms period. With these 5 fierce generals, it should be enough for now, and Fong Chen decided not to recruit any more generals. He then recruited 5,000 elite soldiers, including 1,000 cavalry, just enough for each of the 5 generals to take 1,000 with them. Among the resources given by Xiang Dongfeng, there were also some separate mount recruitment orders, war horses, so Fong Chen simply equipped each of the 5 generals with a purple perfect grade warhorse. After securing the combat units, Fong Chen began to construct the fantasy realm. Ding! Your subordinate fantasy realm, Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, has reached over 30% construction. Entering the undefined level fantasy realm library. Invaders may come to challenge at any time. Please construct your fantasy realm as soon as possible. Upon hearing the prompt from the game's main deity, Fong Chen paused. Just this 30% construction had consumed quite a few construction modules. The constructed map included various terrains such as mountains, forests, and plains, as well as several cities and passes. This level should be more than sufficient to handle the defined level challenges. The rest could be built gradually later. Fong Chen then brought the group of soldiers to the gathering place in the main fantasy realm space, handing them over to Bai Qi and the others to enlighten the new companions. Fong Chen then went to the entrance of the forge's warehouse to slowly tally the spoils of war from this time. Meanwhile, the news of the Heroes Assembly Guild's victory in the fantasy realm battle quickly spread online. The people of the Flower Country, who initially thought they would likely lose this battle, were filled with joy and excitement after their surprise. In the capital of the Flower Country, a secret meeting was urgently convened in the highest level conference room with several prominent figures. The other dignitaries were also surprised and delighted by the victory of the Heroes Assembly in this battle, and they were curious. They could hardly wait to know how this battle was won. When Xiang Dongfeng revealed that he had summoned the Great Wall Watch fantasy realm using the reinforcement order, everyone's expression changed. Someone exclaimed excitedly, "So, you met that person?" Xiang Dongfeng smiled and nodded. "Yes, but, wait," interrupted the elder sitting at the head of the table. "Do not say any information regarding that person. You alone need to know." The others were taken aback for a moment, then they all reacted and nodded in agreement. Although they were all very certain that everyone present was absolutely trustworthy, the fewer people who knew this big secret, including themselves, the better. Because, no matter how tight the security was here, in this era where builders of the illusion realm possessed various extraordinary abilities, no one dared to be sure if there were ears on the other side of the wall. Xiang Dongfeng smiled and said, "I naturally understand. I never intended to tell you. Ha 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 ha." His proud demeanor of just teasing you left the prominent figures present speechless. Then, Xiang Dongfeng omitted all information regarding Fong Chen and recounted the events that had occurred in the illusion realm. After listening to Xiang Dongfeng's account, the conference room fell into a long silence. Then someone spoke up. "This reinforcement order of yours is truly valuable. Ha 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 ha, very good." The others also showed smiles. "That's right, not only did we once again fend off the enemy's attack, but we also gained immensely. Truly a cause for celebration. I didn't expect to make contact with that person so much earlier than anticipated. That's the biggest gain from this battle. I can't believe he doesn't even have the scroll to open a third branch illusion realm. Luckily, you all encountered. It might not be that he doesn't have the scroll, perhaps his level is too low to want to use it. With his current performance in Great Wall Watch, a branch illusion realm that isn't red epic definitely isn't worth opening. Then we can consider this a fortunate help from us. Very good. What a pity. If we had known we would meet him, we would have prepared more resources for General Xiang. He's only at level 3 now. What you gave General Xiang should be enough to last until level 4. Now that we've established contact with him, once he reaches level 4, we can contact him again through invitation or request. That's right. Now we just wait for him to level up to 4. I hope that day doesn't take too long. Don't worry. With his leveling speed, he definitely won't keep us waiting long. In that case, we need to act quickly. We must eliminate the cockroaches as soon as possible to avoid affecting him. Then I propose it's time to activate Hidden Dragon. Agreed. While everyone on the Flowering family side was in high spirits, on the other side with the otherworldly players, especially in the Desert God Army Guild of the God of War Tribe Empire, it was a completely different scene. The guild channel was filled with wails, as a large number of players who had returned defeated from the Heroes Conference, Illusion Realm cried out in despair. I'm fucking going crazy Level 20. A whole 20 levels. I lost 20 levels. All my equipment is gone. I dropped 25 levels. I'm going to curse the game designers. If they don't give an explanation, I'll just delete my account and quit. This is definitely a bug. How could there be such a severe punishment? It was perfectly fine before, suddenly it changed halfway through. My epic level weapon that I spent everything on is gone. Stop crying. The last batch of people who wailed didn't get any results. This time will probably be the same. I heard it's because of Great Wall Watch. Is that true? This Great Wall Watch really has issues. Just as everyone guessed. Does it have the Illusion Realm characteristic of increased punishment? It's basically a done deal. How could it be so coincidental? Even if it is an Illusion Realm characteristic, it's still too much of a bug. It seriously affects game balance. Are we not allowed to enjoy the game anymore? Is it because there are too many people that they want to force us to quit? There's no way around it. Who told it to be the most awesome virtual reality game right now? For 30 years, there hasn't been a single competitor that can match it, so the officials are so tough. Have they ever considered the players' appeals? Damn it! How are we supposed to play after this? After years of grinding in the Illusion Realm, dying once means it's all for nothing? Not all Illusion Realms are like this, just avoid the Great Wall Watch. What about the Guild's Illusion Realm? Who knows if the next one under attack will also invite that Great Wall Watch? We can't ignore it. If we wait for the Great Wall Watch to grow into a national fortune Illusion Realm, it'll be even harder to deal with. At worst, I won't grind in the Flower Country's Illusion Realm. I can grind in other countries instead. Anyway, I've already dropped to level 20. Whatever happens, happens. In a short period, there were 2 unprecedented incidents of death penalties, both related to the Great Wall Watch, pushing this Illusion Realm back into the spotlight. The difference was that before, when people mentioned this Illusion Realm, they were eager to try it out to grind for top-tier equipment and make a name for themselves. Now, however, it was spoken of with dread, with many expressing a desire to steer clear, yet unable to resist their curiosity, hoping that some other brave souls would go investigate the situation. In reality, those crying the loudest were the players who had hit the jackpot and received high penalties. If we were to statistically analyze it, there were actually more players suffering from low penalties. It was just that those who dropped 10 or 20 levels or more were crying so hard that they overshadowed the others. Because if someone were to come out and say, I only dropped 2 levels, they would likely be seen as flaunting and ridiculed mercilessly. Thus, with these worst-case examples, those who only dropped less than 10 levels even developed a sense of luckiness, although they had also suffered significant losses. As long as someone else had it worse, it felt much better. This is referred to as the AQ spirit in the Flower Country of Blue Star. Meanwhile, representatives from the 5 major player empires convened yet again for an alliance meeting. The topic was still the Great Wall Watch. This Great Wall Watch Illusion Realm is too sinister. It really has a death penalty that doubles. Damn it! We were already avoiding it, and now it can even come over when we're grinding a guild Illusion Realm. Hey! You're targeting other countries' guild Illusion Realms, isn't it normal for them to provide support? Did you not think of that beforehand? What are you being so sarcastic about? Our action against the Flower Country's guild Illusion Realm is also to limit the development of the Great Wall Watch. Our War God Tribe Guild took the lead and fell flat. And you're actually gloating? Don't act so noble. The Flower Country was originally your responsibility. We mainly handle the Lighthouse Nation, and we're preparing to attack their national fortune Illusion Realm Raging Seas, so of course, we don't have the time to deal with the Flower Country's Great Wall Watch. You didn't say that when you were fighting for the first challenge slot of the Great Wall Watch. Stop arguing, let's think about how to deal with the Great Wall Watch. I think we need to confirm whether the death penalty doubling is indeed a permanent feature. Are you suggesting sending in the Suicide Squad? Who would want to take such a big risk? You go. At worst, we'll send fewer people and bring less equipment. We'll cover all losses. Easier said than done. We can compensate for lost equipment. But what about levels? How much time and effort will it take to level back up? As long as the benefits are substantial enough, There will always be someone willing. Fine. Even if that's the case, what happens after confirmation? If we really want to fight this illusion realm again, we have to send in elite players and face that huge risk of death penalties. Will you send people then? Aren't you being overly negative? With your cowardly attitude, shouldn't everyone just ignore it then? Let it develop. Become a national fortune illusion domain. And if a world-class illusion domain appears later, then no one will be able to play anymore. The conference room fell into a brief silence. The world-class illusion domain had always been a speculation circulating among players. In the eyes of the players, the game world of Blue Star is divided into two parts. One part is the illusion domains built by illusion domain builders, referred to by players as the surface illusion domains. The other part is the original world of Blue Star, referred to by players as the inner illusion domain. So far, all players have only challenged the surface illusion domains, and no one has truly reached the inner illusion domain. Players' understanding of the inner illusion domain has only come from the game world background introductions in the official database and the relevant information collected in the surface illusion domains. The latter includes not only information obtained from the surface illusion domains themselves, such as the background settings of the illusion domains, the settings of illusion domain monsters, etc., but also a significant portion obtained from the illusion domain builders. This brings us to the traitors on Blue Star. From a long time ago, some clever players devised a method. They not only used brute force to conquer the illusion domains but also employed strategies to recruit some illusion domain builders on Blue Star, learning much about the inner illusion domain from them. They could even use those spies to investigate information about the surface illusion domains within the inner illusion domain, thus better strategizing against those high-difficulty surface illusion domains. The first result of this strategy was the National Fortune Illusion Domain Suppression Operation against the Flower Planting Nation. The first batch of high-level players, upon learning that several of the most powerful countries on Blue Star were constructing National Fortune Illusion Domains, analyzed the information provided by the traitors and concluded that the Flower Planting Nation would be the greatest threat. Therefore, the first empire established by the strongest players at the time launched a surprise attack when the National Fortune Illusion Domain of the Flower Planting Nation was just beginning to take shape and had not yet stabilized. Then followed a year-long fierce battle, which finally destroyed the National Fortune Illusion Domain of the Flower Planting Nation. After that, players began to intensify the training of spies on Blue Star. And now, almost every empire and even some powerful guilds have their own lackeys on Blue Star. As for how to buy off these lackeys, it's quite simple. Send some people to deliberately challenge their illusion domains, then intentionally lose, allowing them to level up easily while avoiding threats from other players. In the game world of Blue Star, illusion domain builders will lose lifespan after their illusion domains are breached, and to save their lives, many are willing to sell their dignity, personality, or even their souls. As players learned more about the world of Blue Star in the game, some began to speculate, above the National Fortune Illusion Domain, there might still exist a world-class illusion domain. If all the countries and illusion domain builders on Blue Star united, they could construct a world-class illusion domain. The ultimate deep-level task of this game, the final goal of the players, is to conquer this world-class illusion domain. Alternatively, they could breach the entire inner illusion domain of Blue Star before it appears. It's an unproven but intriguing speculation that many players find plausible and are obsessed with. Back to the point. After a moment of silence, a player spoke up again. The Great Wall Watch illusion domain definitely cannot be left unchecked. That's right. It's best to eliminate this threat before it truly becomes a National Fortune Illusion Domain. Everyone knows that. But the problem is we can't attack it now. Its illusion domain strength has far exceeded its level range. Sending level 50 or 60 players is pointless. Exactly. So we need to wait for its illusion domain level to rise one more level, reaching S rank. Then level 60 to 70 players can take action. I think so too. In fact, I believe that to avoid prolonged dreams, we can help him quickly level up his illusion domain. What do you mean? Help him level up? Yes, help him level up. Didn't he open the illusion domain for us to challenge? Let's go. Give him experience. Also, his third branch illusion domain is likely already in the unclassified illusion domain library. We need to find it quickly and help him complete the classification. Once his third branch illusion domain is classified, the main illusion domain will likely rise to S rank. That seems indeed a solution. There's no other way. Anyway, at this stage, we really can't tackle this illusion domain. Once he reaches level 4, If he establishes a guild illusion domain, maybe we can try using guild wars. Right, if he establishes a guild illusion domain, we can also find a way to insert some lackeys in. Speaking of lackeys, isn't your God's Alliance known for having the most dogs? Can you find out the identity of the illusion domain builder of Great Wall Watch in the Blue Star world? If we can take him out directly in the inner world, it would save a lot of trouble. We've already had them investigate desperately, but the official confidentiality work of the Flower Country is too good, and we haven't found any useful clues yet. Then, shall we settle on this for now? Agreed. On the other side, after Fong Chen finished counting the gains from this time, he left the illusion domain space. He casually browsed the internet and found that many people were discussing the recently concluded Heroes Conference Guild Illusion Domain Battle. After scrolling for a while, Fong Chen felt a bit hungry and was just about to get a late-night snack when he received a call from his friend Deng Kai. Hello? Old M.O. Come out for grilled fish. Deng Kai seemed to be in a good mood. It's on me. Fong Chen laughed. Sure, just in time. I'm hungry. Same place? Same place. Hurry up. On my way out. Moments later, Fong Chen met Deng Kai at a night market stall they often visited nearby. Before Fong Chen could ask, Deng Kai boasted, "Let me tell you some good news. I just won another illusion domain defense battle, and I got an A rating. The rewards are generous. I'm about to level up to 2. Oh, Fong Chen smiled upon hearing this. That's great. For ordinary illusion domain builders, the frequency of their personal illusion domains being challenged is not high. Sometimes, even without a truce order, it can take a long time before they encounter a challenge. After all, there are too many illusion domain builders on Blue Star, with a base of billions. Even though there are quite a few invaders, most of them need to team up for challenges and require the rather precious tickets. High-level illusion domains often have hundreds or even thousands of people challenging a single illusion domain. Moreover, after so many years, most invaders have leveled up, and the number of low-level new invaders has decreased, naturally lowering the probability of low-level personal illusion domains being challenged. This is certainly a good thing, as many low-level illusion domain builders can slowly accumulate resources from the real world and enhance their illusion domains. However, it has also resulted in a slower leveling up process for low-level illusion domain builders. People like Deng Kai, who are about to reach level 2 just a year after awakening, are quite rare. Did you watch the Heroes Conference Guild Illusion Domain Battle? TSK. It was really unexpected. I thought we were going to lose, but I didn't expect we could turn the tables. I heard that after the invaders died for some reason, they didn't revive anymore, and a lot of loot dropped. It said that everyone who participated got a large amount of spoils. I'm so envious, Deng Kai said excitedly. Not long after the Guild Illusion Domain battle ended, I was browsing the forum when I suddenly got challenged. When the invader team entered the illusion domain, guess who I saw? At this point, Deng Kai suddenly left a cliffhanger. Fong Chen smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Is there really going to be some special invader in a domain of your level?" Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. I really did see a very special invader. Deng Kai laughed heartily. It's that one, the Heavenly Dragon Ascendant who openly released a video to provoke us not long ago. Remember? I saw him. Oh, Fong Chen was slightly taken aback, genuinely surprised. Deng Kai, unaware of the underlying reasons, continued excitedly. I don't know if you've seen the recent news about him, but ever since that guy provoked us last time, some powerful builder has taken action, using some unknown method. In short, as soon as that guy enters a domain, he gets assassinated by a mysterious expert. Even hiring a level 60 high-tier invader as a bodyguard is useless. These days, every so often, a domain builder posts saying they've seen him in the domain, and without exception, he gets killed by a mysterious expert who suddenly appears and then vanishes. He keeps dying, his level keeps dropping, and now he's fallen from over level 40 to below level 10, which is why he showed up in my domain. Ha 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 ha. The more Deng Kai spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes shining, and I even saw that mysterious expert with my own eyes. Really, it was incredible. He just appeared out of nowhere, took out that Heavenly Dragon Ascendant in one strike, and then disappeared again. I didn't even get a good look at what he looked like. The other invaders were all scared out of their wits, and I took the opportunity to take them all down in one go, winning easily. Ha 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 ha. After listening to Deng Kai's story, Fong Chen couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. ever since he issued the assassin's bounty on that heavenly dragon ascendant. He hadn't really paid attention to it, and he had almost forgotten about it. As long as he didn't reset the target of the bounty, its effects would continue indefinitely. During this time, Jingku had been diligently carrying out the assassination task. He had forcefully brought that person down from level 49 back to the novice village. By the way, old MO, how's your domain? Any invaders coming to challenge you? After finishing his own story, Deng Kai asked about Fong Chen's situation. Fong Chen casually replied, "Not yet." Deng Kai nodded. "That's good. Keep developing cautiously." While eating grilled fish, he said boldly, "You need to hold steady. Once I reach level 4, I'll establish a guild domain, and then you can join me. I'll protect you." Fong Chen smiled and nodded. "Just don't make me wait too long." Deng Kai confidently said, "Don't worry, my mainline domain is a purple perfect level. Its potential is outstanding. After reaching level 4, domain builders can create a guild domain by merging with others' domains. However, not everyone chooses to do this, because once a guild domain is established, it faces challenges from invader guilds, and guild domain battles are completely different in scale from personal domain battles. Although the rewards for winning are substantial, the penalties for losing are also more severe. Therefore, most domain builders opt for a safer route, choosing to join others' guild domains, which provides an additional channel for leveling up and becoming stronger. And the penalties for losing a guild domain battle are not as harsh. Some even choose not to join a guild domain at all, instead guarding their personal domain, which, while slower in leveling, is less dangerous. Each choice has its pros and cons, depending on personal pursuits and courage. After finishing his late-night snack and parting ways with Deng Kai, Fong Chen returned home and entered the domain space once more before bed. After chatting with Deng Kai, he browsed the internet and casually looked through recent posts about the Heavenly Dragon Ascendant incident when he discovered something. Everyone applauded the retribution of the Heavenly Dragon Master, while some also dug up past incidents where otherworldly invaders had provoked the flower-planting family, and even committed atrocities against the architects of the illusory domain during their challenges. This was not the first time otherworldly invaders had done such things. That was why the Heavenly Dragon Master was so skilled last time. In fact, ever since the appearance of traitors, otherworldly invaders had frequently used this method to undermine the morale of the architects of the illusory domain. After reading a summary post about a previous invader who had provoked the flower-planting family, Fong Chen decided to continue utilizing the assassin's bounty. The Heavenly Dragon Master, who had already been killed back to the novice village, was no longer worth pursuing. It was time to change targets. Thus, Fong Chen found Jingko and reset the assassin's bounty, writing down a new name. In the following days, Fong Chen's life returned to tranquility. After the illusory domain battle of the Heroes Guild, the actions of the otherworldly invaders targeting the flower-planting family's guild had come to an abrupt halt just a few days in. Not only had the major guilds supported by the officials not faced further attacks, but even challenges to other ordinary guilds of the flower-planting family had decreased. Additionally, no invaders had come to challenge Fong Chen's Great Wall Watch. However, the first-ranked challenge of Three Kingdoms Chronicles soon arrived. Ding! Otherworldly invaders will descend in 100 seconds to the branch illusory domain, Three Kingdoms Chronicles. Please prepare. That afternoon, upon hearing the game's main god's prompt, Fong Chen, who was bored at home browsing the forum, couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement. He immediately entered the illusory domain space. When they learned that someone was finally coming to challenge, Lu Bu and the other fierce generals of the Three Kingdoms were overjoyed. In these past few days, they had become familiar with the situation in the illusory domain, and they were all very curious about the so-called otherworldly invaders, especially the fierce generals, who were eagerly anticipating the battles they had heard others describe. As soon as they heard that someone had finally arrived, the fierce generals quickly led their troops back to the Three Kingdoms Chronicles illusory domain. Because the illusory domain map was vast, and they didn't know where the otherworldly invaders would land, the 5 fierce generals each chose a city, leading 1,000 elite soldiers, 200 cavalry and 800 infantry, waiting for the invaders to arrive. When the countdown ended, in front of the Tiger Prison Pass, in the wilderness, beams of light descended from the sky, revealing a large group of invaders. As expected, the ranked challenge of Three Kingdoms Chronicles also involved a scale of 1,000 people. However, Fong Chen immediately noticed, this first batch of invaders was clearly just a ragtag group. In fact, They looked even more shabby than the ragtag groups encountered before, with most of them barely showing any equipment. After the group of invaders descended, they immediately realized that the scale of their team was off. A scale of 1,000 people. No way. Did we really run into them? Should we say we're lucky? Or just really unlucky? Is this really the third branch illusory domain of Great Wall Watch? Otherwise, is there any other illusory domain that can have this scale? No. I just wanted to grind a normal ranked illusory domain. Why is this happening to me? Me too. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought so much equipment. If everything breaks, I'm going to be bankrupt. Don't worry. The Empire Alliance has already stated that losses can be reimbursed. That's still a hassle. And how long will it take to grind back the loss levels? Hey, just take it easy. Anyway, our levels are low. If we drop, we drop. I was already mentally prepared. I came here just for the bounty from the Empire Alliance. You're amazing. Although this game has weakened the pain, dying once still feels like hell. It's fine. It's fine. You'll get used to dying a few more times. This group of invaders had no means to shield their probing, so Fang Chen could see and hear their actions and words through the god's perspective. When he heard their discussions, Fang Chen's expression became somewhat strange. It seemed many of these people weren't even here to clear the illusion domain. Just as this group of invaders was chattering away, a sudden, dense, and urgent sound of hooves came from ahead. Everyone looked up, and they saw the city gate of the pass wide open, with a troop of soldiers charging towards them. In front was a cavalry squad of about 200 men, and at the forefront was a figure galloping on horseback, wearing a purple gold crown, dressed in battle robes, wielding a Fangtian painted halberd, and letting out a chilling laugh, charging forward with overwhelming momentum. The one who chose to guard the Hulao Pass was none other than Lubu. At this moment, Lubu was like a wolf who had not seen a flock of sheep for 3 years. That description seems a bit off. Anyway, that's the gist of it. Lu Fengxian led the charge, crashing into the camp of 1,000 invaders like a tiger among sheep. The group of invaders immediately erupted in chaos, most fleeing in panic, while some attempted to use their numerical advantage to surround Lubu. But soon these people realized, this NPC is ridiculously strong. Isn't this the illusion domain boss? Who starts off by fighting a boss? The side quest illusion domains of Great Wall Watch are definitely abnormal. This was the thought in the minds of the group of invaders. Almost all of these 1,000 invaders were below level 20, even a poorly equipped ragtag team would be no match for Lubu, let alone a well-equipped professional team. By the time the 200 cavalry caught up, Lubu had already taken down a large number of them. The cavalry squad arrived, and even those who had fled first were quickly caught up, screams echoing everywhere. By the time the infantry squad arrived, there was nothing left but to drink some soup. Some scattered invaders were chased by a pack of soldiers like wolves and tigers, and then were stabbed to death by random spears. You have completed the Illusion Domain Defense Mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 5%. Illusion Domain Construction Module, Blue, X100. Equipment Module, Blue, X10. Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive General Recruitment Order, Blue, X1. Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Soldier Recruitment Order, Blue, X100. Detected that the host has received rewards. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification results, personal experience plus 10%. Illusion Domain Construction Module, Purple, X300. Equipment Module, Purple, X20. Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive General Recruitment Order, Purple, X1. Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Soldier Recruitment Order, Purple, X500. When the reward and amplification notifications sounded one after the other, Fang Chen felt little fluctuation in his heart. From the rewards, it was clear how weak this batch of invaders was. In fact, after completing the first graded challenge, the rewards didn't even activate the first Illusion Domain feature of Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles. Fang Chen felt somewhat speechless, because he had already realized most of these invaders weren't here to challenge the clear, but rather to explore and send themselves to death. From their previous discussions, it was easy to deduce this should be the strategy of the Empire Alliance on the invaders' side. They were searching for the third side quest illusion domain of Great Wall Watch. It even seemed they had offered a bounty for it. This battle resulted in almost zero damage to the illusion domain, and the spoils were pitifully few. When Fang Chen and the soldiers returned to the main line of the illusionary domain, Bai Qi and the others outside all showed expressions of astonishment. Meng Tian couldn't help but ask, "Domain Master, is it over so soon?" Fong Chen nodded and said, "A bunch of small fries showed up." Lu Bu, feeling displeased, remarked, "They aren't even small fries, they're just a bunch of useless trash." "You were right. The enemies in the ranked challenge are too weak." Zhang Fei, even more disgruntled, added, "At least you got to enjoy it a bit. I didn't even get that." Lu Bu replied, "Then let the next batch of enemies be yours. I can't be bothered to waste my energy on such trash." Dian Wei couldn't help but ask, "Are they really that weak?" Lu Bu scoffed, "You'll know if you try next time." Zhang Liao interjected, "Then it's settled, let us take the next turn." The four of them had bad luck this time, not even catching a glimpse of the enemy. Fong Chen left them to their own devices, and he couldn't even be bothered to count the spoils before leaving the illusionary domain. Meanwhile, on the side of the otherworldly invaders, news of the discovery of the third branch of the illusionary domain of the Great Wall Watch quickly spread. Although it wasn't fully confirmed, the invaders believed that the illusionary domain with a scale of 1,000 people in the unranked illusionary domain repository was 99% the branch of Great Wall Watch. Thus, the alliance of the five great empires immediately sprang into action. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will descend upon the branch illusionary domain Three Kingdoms Chronicles in 100 seconds. Please prepare. When Fong Chen, who was having dinner, heard the game master's prompt again, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. So soon? It had been less than 2 or 3 hours since the first ranked challenge ended. Looks like they're really in a hurry over there. Fong Chen chuckled to himself, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and entered the illusionary domain. When the news of the second batch of otherworldly invaders arrived, the fierce generals in the Three Kingdoms illusionary domain, except for Lu Bu, immediately brightened up. Everyone quickly returned to the Three Kingdoms Chronicles illusionary domain. Knowing the location of the invaders' descent, all forces gathered in front of Hulao Pass. Lu Bu, disinterested, sat on his horse picking his ears, while the other fierce generals were eager to charge forward. Soon, as the countdown ended, beams of light descended in the nearby wilderness, and 1,000 invaders appeared. "Ha ha ha, they're here. Let me go first." Zhang Fei laughed heartily and charged out on horseback. "You won't steal my glory." Dian Wei immediately followed suit. Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao were also quick to act, and the four fierce generals raced out as if in a competition. The soldiers they led followed closely behind. In an instant, the four fierce generals were at the front, with 800 cavalry and over 3,000 infantry behind them, charging towards the enemy. Lu Bu and his 1,000 soldiers stayed behind, leaving this batch of enemies to them. In the wilderness, the 1,000 invaders who had just descended hadn't even finished surveying their surroundings when they saw thousands of troops charging towards them. What the hell? Wasn't it said to be a 1,000-man army? Damn! With so many people, even if we're fully equipped, we can't win. Screw it, we're going to die anyway. Might as well fight. Fight for what? Run. What's the use of running? The sooner you die, the sooner it's over. Go back and collect your rewards. I don't believe they're really that strong. Even without equipment, we can still use skills. It's good to test their strength. Everyone move aside. I'll go first. Berserk charge. Although the group of invaders had prepared themselves mentally, seeing thousands of soldiers charging at them caused chaos. Some scattered to escape, while others prepared to fight to the death. A burly half-orc invader bellowed, pushing through the crowd, charging out like a heavy tank. Then, he was pierced through the body by Zhang Fei's spear, lifted high and thrown back, landing and being trampled into a pulp by the hooves of the cavalry. You have completed the defense task of the illusory domain. Task rating, S. Task reward, personal experience plus 5%. Reward detected. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result, personal experience plus 15%. New illusory domain feature Unmatched General, Red, added to Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms. As the game prompts and amplification notifications rang out in succession, Fong Chen's eyes brightened. The other rewards were average, but this time he activated the first illusory domain feature of this side quest. Fong Chen immediately summoned a virtual screen to check the new feature. Name, Unmatched General. Type, Illusory Domain Feature. Affiliated Illusory Domain, Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, when our general units are in the enemy formation, all attributes are increased by 100%. Note, I can take the enemy general's head among a million troops. This feature fits well with the fierce generals of the three kingdoms who love to charge into enemy lines alone. When Fang Chen returned from the illusory domain space, the food on the table in front of him was still warm. He finished his meal, tidied up the kitchen, and then sat on the living room sofa, browsing the forum while waiting. Sure enough, just an hour later, the game prompt rang out again. Ding! Otherworldly invaders will descend into the side quest illusory domain, Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Fang Chen closed the virtual screen, and with a thought, entered the illusory domain space. Soon, the countdown ended, and the third batch of invaders arrived in the Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms illusory domain. Welcoming them were 5 fierce generals and 5,000 elite troops. This time, even Lu Bu joined in, as he was eager to quickly eliminate this third batch of cannon fodder to complete the illusory domain rating for Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, so he could fight against real strong enemies. In no time, this third batch of invaders was wiped out. This was the easiest and most boring illusory domain rating battle Fang Chen had fought so far. After all the invaders were eliminated, the reward prompt and amplification prompt sounded one after the other. As expected, this time the rewards were just as mediocre as before, but personal experience increased by another 15%. Ding! Illusory Domain Designer Fang Chen level has risen to LV4. Gain Talent Skill Perfect Domain, Red. After several increases in experience, Fang Chen's level finally rose again, and he gained a new talent skill. Although the game rewards were only red, Fang Chen still had amplification skills. Talent skill detected. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Listening to the subsequent amplification prompt, Fang Chen couldn't hide the smile on his face. But the real harvest was just beginning. Ding! Side quest illusory domain, Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, rating has been completed. Side quest illusory domain, Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, rated A level normal difficulty. Main quest illusory domain, Great Wall Watch, level increased to S level normal difficulty. Reward obtained, new illusory domain feature Infrastructure Maniac, red, added to Great Wall Watch. The prompts for the illusory domain rating results and rewards rang out. Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms was directly rated as an A-level illusory domain, while Great Wall Watch was upgraded to S-level. 3 A-level normal difficulty side quest illusory domains combined to create one S-level main quest illusory domain, which was unprecedented, and that long list of reward details made Fang Chen smile even broader. However, he was still waiting for an even bigger surprise. A second later, the amplification prompt sounded. Reward detected. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification results. Great Wall Watch, new illusion domain trait Infrastructure Maniac, gold. Illusion domain construction module, red, X6000. Equipment module, red, X3000. Equipment enhancement module, red, X2000. Mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order, red, X2. Mainline illusion domain commander recruitment order, red, X4. Mainline Illusion Domain Special Troop Recruitment Order, Red, X3000. Mainline Illusion Domain Warrior Recruitment Order, Red, X6000. Personal Illusion Domain Peace Order, Red, X1. Awesome! This time, not only are the rewards generous, but the amplification results are also incredibly powerful. Subsequently, Fang Chen couldn't wait to check his gains. First up were the new talent skills. As expected, the rewards were only red epic level new talent skills at the time of distribution, but after amplification, they transformed into gold legendary skills. Name, perfect domain. Type, talent skill. Quality, legendary, gold. Effect, when summoning the illusion domain in reality, mental power consumption is reduced by 90%, and illusion domain units can exert perfect strength. Note, in my domain, no one can defeat me. Domain unfold. Before level 4, even if the illusion domain builder took items out of the illusion domain, they could only be taken out in card form, except for illusion domain scrolls. However, after reaching level 4, items from the illusion domain can be taken out and used in their original state. This is because, after level 4, the illusion domain builder can not only summon illusion domain units but also directly summon the illusion space into reality. Normally, the illusion domain builder could only enter the illusion domain with their mental consciousness, but when summoning the illusion domain in reality, they could directly enter with their physical body and even pull others into the illusion domain. However, This operation consumes a tremendous amount of mental power, and the materialized illusion domain and illusion domain units will be affected by changes in one's own mental power. The new talent skill that Fang Chen has obtained is a perfect enhancement of this ability. Undoubtedly, with this talent skill, Fang Chen's own strength has jumped several levels again. Very good. Fang Chen is very satisfied with this new talent skill. Then, he checked the newly added mainline traits. Name, Infrastructure Maniac. Type, Illusion Domain Trait. Affiliated Illusion Domain, Great Wall Watch. Quality, Legendary, Gold. Effect 1, when constructing or repairing the illusion domain, consumption is halved. Effect 2, special building construction speed increased by 2 to 10 times. Illusion domain building strength increased by 3 times. Effect 3, can provide construction assistance to affiliated illusion domains. Note, what is the most important thing in infrastructure? Low consumption, fast speed, high quality. This illusion domain trait perfectly aligns with the strengths of the flower-growing nation in the real world. This is not a trait that can directly enhance combat power on the battlefield. However, its effects are incredibly useful for the long-term development of the illusion domain. Don't be fooled by the fact that Fang Chen already has many illusion domain construction modules in stock. In the later stages, especially when constructing the mainline illusion domain, a massive amount of construction modules and even other special materials will be needed. Moreover, Fang Chen's goal is not just a personal illusion domain, but to create a national fortune illusion domain. The required material resources are beyond estimation. It is precisely for this reason that Fang Chen previously held back when constructing the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles illusion domain. Now it seems that he has saved quite a bit on construction modules. With the Infrastructure Maniac illusion domain trait, future illusion domain construction will enjoy significant benefits. Fang Chen's mind moved, summoning the construction blueprint for the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles illusion domain. This time, there was no need to hold back. He directly constructed all the remaining maps in one go. With the characteristic bonus of the Infrastructure Maniac, the consumption of construction modules has been greatly reduced, and the structural strength of buildings in the illusory domain has significantly increased, especially for structures like city fortresses. The enhancement in strength means better defense against future invasions from other realms. Moreover, this is just basic construction. It only requires consuming construction modules according to the blueprint, allowing for instant completion. In the later stages, if there is a need to expand certain special buildings, it won't be as convenient for instant completion, as it will require time. The more complex and advanced the special building, the longer it will take to complete. At that time, the Infrastructure Maniac characteristic of 200% increase in special building construction speed will come into play. Subsequently, Fang Chen returned to the main illusory domain space. There were still plenty of construction modules in stock, and it was time to consider properly building the map in the main illusory domain. However, there was no rush for that at the moment. Fang Chen first used the recruitment orders he had just obtained. First, he used 2 red main illusory domain special unit recruitment orders. After using them, white mist surged before him, and 2 figures emerged from it. A man and a woman, both middle-aged, dressed in ancient Chinese cloth garments, their physiques robust. Even the woman exuded no hint of frailty. They approached Fang Chen and both bowed, saying, "Ganjiang, Moe, we greet the domain lord." Ganjiang, Moe. He actually recruited a pair of husband and wife master swordsmiths. Their names are almost household names in China. Their most famous works are the twin swords named after them, the Ganjiang sword and the Moe sword. In numerous literary works throughout history, whenever famous swords are mentioned, the Ganjiang and Moe swords almost always have a place, just in time. As the number of soldiers under Fang Chen's command had sharply increased, so had the demand for equipment, and Master Oyezi in the forge was becoming overwhelmed. With the arrival of these 2, Oyezi would have much more ease. After greeting the couple, Fang Chen asked them to wait aside and then continued to use 4 red main illusory domain general recruitment orders. The white mist rose again, and 4 imposing figures walked out side by side. All were middle-aged generals clad in armor. Lian Pa, we greet the domain lord. Li Mu, we greet the domain lord. Wei Cheng, we greet the domain lord. Di Cheng, we greet the domain lord. Each introduced themselves, and all were renowned generals from history. Lian Pa, a famous general of the Zhao state during the late Warring States period, known for phrases like "Is Lian Pa still able to eat?" and bearing the thorny branches to apologize. one of the four great generals of the Warring States. Li Mu, also a famous general of the Zhao state during the late Warring States period, another of the four great generals. Wei Cheng, a famous general of the Western Han dynasty, a national hero who resisted the Xiongnu, and the uncle of Hua Zubing. Di Cheng, a famous general of the Northern Song dynasty, known for his bravery and combat skills, who once launched a night raid on Kunlun Pass, quelled the Neng Zhigao rebellion, and defeated the Western Xia. Among these four, except for Di Cheng, who was a bit farther away, the other three are close to the Qin dynasty era. Fang Chen asked the four generals to wait for a moment and continued to use the 3,000 Red Main Illusory Domain Special Troop Recruitment Orders and 6,000 Red Main Illusory Domain Warrior Recruitment Orders, one after the other. A large amount of white mist surged in front, and then two massive armies gradually appeared. The former recruited another 3,000 elite cavalry, while the latter recruited 6,000 elite infantry. Judging by their attire, they should all be from a dynasty close to the Qin. With this, the military strength of the main illusory domain has more than doubled, greatly enhancing its power. These forces can freely support various branch illusory domains. Afterward, Fang Chen handed all the newcomers over to Bai Qi and the others who had gathered around. They were already very skilled at welcoming newcomers, although Lien Pa and Li Mu were enemies of the Qin state during their lifetimes. Now that they have awakened and returned, everything from their past has become history. Everyone will fight for the common goal of safeguarding Huaxia, and past grievances will naturally no longer be mentioned. After completing these tasks, Fang Chen found a special unit he had previously recruited among the crowd, a dark-faced man, Bao Zhang. Next, it was time to implement some of the previous plans. Meanwhile, on the side of the invading forces from another world, when the third batch of suicide squads emerged from the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles Illusion Domain, the high-ranking invaders of the Empire Alliance, who had been monitoring the personal illusion domain rankings, indeed discovered that the level of Great Wall Watch had changed. The Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles was indeed the third branch illusion domain of Great Wall Watch. Moreover, as they had previously anticipated, the level of Great Wall Watch had risen to S rank. An S-rank personal illusion domain can be challenged by invaders at levels 60 to 70. As for invaders above level 70, they can no longer challenge personal illusion domains and can only level up by challenging higher-tier guild illusion domains or national fortune illusion domains. However, there are rumors that there are personal illusion domains with levels higher than S rank that can be farmed by invaders above level 70, but none have appeared so far. The high-ranking invaders of the Empire Alliance never imagined they would be pleased to have helped an illusion domain level up. However, things were progressing as smoothly as they had planned, and they were quite satisfied. They immediately began to prepare for battle, waiting for the Great Wall Watch truce period to end. They would dispatch a team of the strongest elite invaders at level 70 to attack the illusion domain again. On the side of Blue Star, the changes in the Great Wall Watch illusion domain were quickly noticed by people, causing another huge sensation, especially among the people of the Flower family. There was immense joy and excitement. This included even the high-ranking officials. Although they had anticipated Fang Chen's speed would be fast, they never expected it to be this quick. From the moment he first entered the public eye, his initial illusion domain rating completed and rose to level 2, and then in just a month, it rose to level 4. The level of his personal illusion domain had even reached the exaggerated S rank. This incredible upgrade speed and the strength of the personal illusion domain shattered everyone's understanding. In a heavily guarded community, Xiang Dongfeng had just finished dinner and was about to go downstairs for a walk when he learned the news of Fang Chen reaching level 4. He was instantly overjoyed and immediately entered his bedroom, telling his family not to disturb him. Then, while logging into the official website to check the rankings on a virtual screen, he eagerly awaited something. Ding! You have received an invitation from the Great Wall Watch illusion domain. Please check it. Suddenly, the game prompt echoed in Xiang Dongfeng's mind, making him ecstatic. Name, invitation. Type, item, consumable. Level, perfect, purple. Source, Great Wall Watch illusion domain. Effect, after accepting the invitation, you can enter the source illusion domain. Note 1, if you refuse the invitation, this item will be consumed automatically. If you do not respond within 1 minute, it will be considered a refusal. Note 2, if you accept the invitation, you can stay in the other party's illusion domain for up to 60 minutes. After the time ends, you will automatically return. and you can end the visit at any time during that period. Note 3. Be cautious in someone else's territory. After all, you are going alone, while their whole family is there. Do you accept the invitation, yes/no? Xiang Dongfeng didn't even look at the detailed information of the item and directly chose to accept the invitation. In the next moment, he felt a flash before his eyes, and his consciousness had already entered the illusion domain world, but it was not his illusion domain world. However, when Xiang Dongfeng clearly saw the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, sounds suddenly arose on both sides of him. Mighty! Xiang Dongfeng discovered that he had unexpectedly appeared in an ancient courtroom. The intimidating sounds came from 2 rows of officials holding intimidating sticks. In front, a black-faced official dressed in official robes sat behind a desk, and on the wall behind him hung a plaque inscribed with "The bright mirror hangs high." Upon seeing the stern official with a face like black charcoal and a crescent-shaped birthmark on his forehead, Xiang Dongfeng couldn't help but be taken aback again. This image was too familiar. Bao Qingtian, Bao Zhang? Although he recognized the person, Xiang Dongfeng was filled with confusion. Hadn't he received an invitation and was supposed to be in the Great Wall Watch, Illusion Realm? How did he end up in Bao Zhang's courtroom? Bang! At that moment, Bao Zhang struck the wooden table, and Xiang Dongfeng's heart tightened, involuntarily filling him with a sense of reverence. If it weren't for his strong will, he might have even knelt down uncontrollably. Although he didn't understand the situation, his dignity wouldn't allow him to kneel for no reason. Then, he heard Bao Zhang's authoritative voice, "Who is below the court? State your name." A wave of uncontrollable awe surged in Xiang Dongfeng's heart, and he found himself answering involuntarily, "Xiang Dongfeng, citizen of the flower planting family, official XX position." As he spoke, he desperately tried to control himself to stop, but found he couldn't do it at all. Now, he was genuinely a bit panicked. After he finished stating his identity, he heard Bao Zhang strike the table again and ask, "I ask you, as a court official, have you ever committed any acts of disloyalty to the court?" Cold sweat broke out on Xiang Dongfeng's forehead as he struggled to control his body. But he couldn't move at all. His mouth answered the questions uncontrollably. "I have never done anything to betray the flower planting family, to betray Huaxia." After saying this, Xiang Dongfeng suddenly felt a lightness all over his body, a surge of boldness inexplicably rising in his heart. If these are the questions, what do I have to fear? He looked up at Bao Zhang in the courtroom, his gaze becoming resolute, and declared firmly, "I, Xiang Dongfeng, have been loyal to the flower planting family all my life." With a clear conscience, as the last word left his mouth, Xiang Dongfeng felt all the pressure on him vanish. Then he saw Bao Zhang's originally stern expression transform into a friendly smile as he spoke. "Domain Master, this is a person of great loyalty, trustworthy." In the next moment, the courtroom before him suddenly vanished like an illusion, and Xiang Dongfeng found himself in a vast white world. Beside Bao Zhang in front of him, a familiar figure appeared out of thin air. It was an adult man, dressed in ordinary casual attire, wearing a white mask. Seeing this person, Xiang Dongfeng let out a long breath and said somewhat dazedly, "You." Fong Chen walked up to him, smiling as he said, "General Xiang, for safety's sake, I have been somewhat intrusive, please forgive me." He pointed to Bao Zhang beside him and explained to Xiang Dongfeng, "This is Bao Zhang, an epic-level special unit, whose ability, to put it simply, is to distinguish loyalty from treachery." Distinguish loyalty from treachery? Xiang Dongfeng's gaze slightly sharpened as he recalled his earlier experience in the courtroom. Immediately understanding Fong Chen's words, surprise appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, good, good, good. This ability is great." He had no dissatisfaction. Instead, he nodded in approval, saying, "You don't need to apologize. You did well, including the fact that you are still masked." "That is right. Even if you have confirmed that I am not a traitor, do not let me know your appearance or any information about your true identity." Even if Xiang Dongfeng knew that he would never actively leak secrets even if he died. In this era of limitless extraordinary abilities, there are countless ways to extract secrets from a person. Hypnosis, entering dreams, even forcibly reading memories. If he were to learn about Fong Chen's identity, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't inadvertently leak information, so the safest method is simply not to know. Fong Chen nodded and said, "General Xiang understands the greater good, it is a blessing for the flower family." Xiang Dongfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, Having you is the true blessing for the flower family." He looked at Fong Chen and marveled. "I didn't expect you to have risen to level 4 so quickly." Then his expression turned serious, however. "Your mainline illusion domain, Great Wall Watch, has also been upgraded to S level. This means that the next challengers will definitely be high-level invaders at levels 60 to 70, and you must be prepared." As he spoke, he began to take out items from his inventory, saying, "After our last meeting, we prepared some things for you. Take these to enhance your illusion domain." Fong Chen raised his hand to stop him, saying, "General Xiang, wait a moment." Xiang Dongfeng halted his actions, looking at him in confusion. Fong Chen continued, "I haven't even used up the resources you gave me last time. I don't need more for now. You can keep these for now, and if I need them, I will let you know." Xiang Dongfeng was surprised. "Are you sure? You are likely to face 5,000 high-level invaders at level 70, if you're unprepared. It could be very dangerous." Fong Chen smiled slightly and pointed, "Do you think I have enough troops, General Xiang?" Xiang Dongfeng followed the direction of his finger and was instantly stunned. He had been so focused on talking to Fong Chen that he hadn't noticed the situation around them. Now he saw, in a distant open area, a vast army was densely gathered. Roughly estimated, there were probably 20 to 30,000. Some were wearing ancient Chinese armor and wielding cold weapons, while others were in modern military uniforms carrying firearms. Even when those soldiers were free to move, their disciplined demeanor and imposing presence were evident. The equipment they wore also faintly radiated a high-grade glow. Especially among them, some figures were almost entirely clad in red epic-level gear, clearly powerful commanding units. Many of them had been seen in the Heroes Conference, Illusion Domain last time, but there were also some he had never seen before. In such a short time, they had expanded their forces to this extent? Even if he had used all the recruitment orders he had given last time, he wouldn't have this many, yet the other party said they hadn't used them all? Where did they get so many recruitment orders and so much equipment? Fong Chen waited for Xiang Dongfeng to slowly come back to his senses before continuing. "I still don't even have a guild illusion domain. I don't need too many resources for now. You can give these to others who need them. Whether it's the guild illusion domain or the future national fortune illusion domain, I can't do it alone, they are equally important. Moreover, I suspect that soon, the other worldly invaders will likely target other elite illusion domain builders of the flower family, and they will need resource support even more at that time." Fong Chen's current contact with the officials was not to urgently request resources but to confirm plans with each other for future actions. As for resources, as Fong Chen said, he had enough for now. As long as he had the official backing, he could get support whenever he lacked it, which was sufficient. Furthermore, these resources were saved little by little from other illusion domain builders, and they might even have been exchanged for lives. Fong Chen could not squander for his own development alone. As he said, the future Guild Illusion Domain and National Fortune Illusion Domain could not be completed by him alone, he needed other strong companions. The Great Wall Watch Illusion Realm requires the collective effort of many Illusion Realm builders from the flower planting family to complete, in order to achieve the ultimate goal of guarding China, capital of the flower planting family. In the highest level conference room, a group of high-ranking officials who had already returned home after work all rushed back to hold an emergency meeting again. They had been waiting here for over an hour. However, no one expressed any complaints or displeasure, their faces were filled with joy and anticipation. During this time, they each reviewed a stack of documents in their hands, while a secretary was responsible for explaining. The projection screen occasionally switched between personal profiles. The officials discussed while checking the materials, occasionally glancing at an empty seat beside the conference table. Finally, the secretary who was explaining suddenly paused slightly, as if he had heard some notification through his earpiece, and then reported, "General Xiang has arrived." Everyone's expression brightened at the same time, and they all put down the documents in their hands, looking towards the conference room door. Soon, the door swung open, and a figure strode in, beaming with enthusiasm. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, sorry to keep you all waiting." After he took his seat, an elderly man couldn't wait to ask, "How was it?" The smile on Xiang Dongfeng's face remained unchanged as he nodded. "I met him, and there were no issues." The other officials' eyes lit up in unison, and one of them asked, "Did you see his illusion realm? How was it?" He paused slightly and added, "No need to go into details. Of course I saw it. I can only say, it exceeded our expectations." Reflecting on the visit to the Great Wall Watch Illusion Realm, where he saw the magnificent Great Wall standing between heaven and earth, and the historical scroll above it like a river of time. Xiang Dongfeng was still in awe. I dare say, as long as the Great Wall Watch grows smoothly and becomes the national fortune illusion realm of the flower planting family, it will surely be more powerful than any illusion realm we know. Hearing this, the other officials showed joy, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. One of them asked again, "Did you give him the resources you prepared earlier?" "I did." Xiang Dongfeng nodded, but then changed his tone. But he didn't want them, or rather, he only wanted a red epic level illusion realm scroll. The officials were momentarily stunned, and someone exclaimed, "Why?" Xiang Dongfeng replied, "Because he just leveled up to level 4 and needs to build a new branch illusion realm." The official who had just asked said, "I meant, why did he only want the illusion realm scroll? Why not the other resources? Since he needs to build a new branch illusion realm, wouldn't he need more resources?" Xiang Dongfeng smiled. "Because, he said the resources he has are temporarily sufficient, and he wants us to use some of the resources to train other potential illusion realm builders, to prepare for the guild illusion realm he is about to build and the future national fortune illusion realm." The officials were all astonished, their expressions showing a hint of peculiarity. Everyone was worried that the other party's early personal illusion realm development would not go smoothly, fearing it would falter halfway. Yet the other party had already set their sights on preparing for the guild illusion realm and even the future national fortune illusion realm. Their own resources were enough? If he wasn't mistaken, the other party had been working alone before. Where did all those resources come from? But upon closer thought, before contacting the official side, the other party's development had been astonishingly fast, creating 2 branch illusion realms rated B-level hell difficulty in a short time. This indeed couldn't be achieved without sufficient resources. At present, it seemed that the other party was only slightly lacking in illusion realm scrolls, or rather, red epic level quality illusion realm scrolls. Such items were indeed extremely scarce. Even the flower planting family's officials had very few red epic level illusion realm scrolls in their possession. The flower planting family does not have the fortune of the illusion domain. All the builders of the illusion domain are in a difficult situation, and most resources must be utilized, or they won't survive. The current stock has been squeezed out bit by bit. The prominent figures did not inquire further about the details of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, since they expressed to the East Wind that there would be no issues, and it was the other party's insistence. They decided to proceed as the other party suggested for the time being. Someone analyzed. He said he speculated that the invaders from another world would soon target other builders of the flower planting family's illusion domain, meaning he is confident he can fend off the invaders. Once the enemy finds him unassailable, they will shift their focus. The others nodded slightly. This was not hard to understand, especially since the invaders had just done this a few days ago. However, the previous target was the illusion domain of the flower planting family's leading guild, which was quickly interrupted due to the intervention of the Great Wall Watch. But the other party could still directly target those with strength and potential in personal illusion domains, which could similarly restrict the development of the Great Wall Watch. This would mean that when the Great Wall Watch becomes a guild illusion domain and a national fortune illusion domain in the future, there would be no powerful affiliated illusion domains available. In the ancient words of the flower planting family, this is removing the fuel from the bottom of the pot. This indeed cannot be ignored. Then let's do as he says and allocate some resources to support these candidates for the affiliated illusion domains. Since he has such confidence, we should also extend the same trust. I agree as well. After discussing, everyone reached a consensus. While speaking, they all looked at the documents they had previously reviewed and discussed. These were carefully selected by the officials, prepared for the next step of the Great Wall Watch in constructing the guild illusion domain. The candidates for the affiliated illusion domain builders. On the other side, within the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, after sending off the East Wind, Fang Qin began the next step of his work, constructing the mainline illusion domain map. This matter had been set aside for a while. Previously, those enemies couldn't even breach the branch illusion domains, so they couldn't reach this mainline illusion domain space. Hence there was no urgency to build. Now, facing an unprecedented strong enemy, Fang Qin was uncertain whether the branch illusion domains could hold, and with the newly acquired infrastructure maniac trait, it was time to add some maps to the empty mainline illusion domain space. As for the preliminary construction plan, Fang Qin had long discussed it with the generals. Naturally, they had to consider the existing mainline illusion domain units, such as the battle environments they were familiar with in life. With thousands of heroic souls from the Gonling campaign, they would create a Gonling battlefield. With thousands of soldiers from the Great Qin, they would create an ancient battlefield conducive to their combat. These were just ordinary map constructions. Fang Chen only needed to conceive them in his mind, and then directly use the illusion domain construction module to build them instantly. Thus, moments later, the originally empty mainline illusion domain space, which only had 3 branch illusion domain areas, now had 2 large maps added. One was located between the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor and the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicle illusion domain, primarily consisting of open plains and grasslands, with some hills and valleys. The other was next to the Bloodstained Jean Lake illusion domain, primarily consisting of several peaks, along with forests, grasslands, and valleys. If invaders were to breach the branch illusion domains and enter the mainline illusion domain space, they would find themselves in these 2 maps. Throughout these maps, Fang Chen also constructed many fortifications beneficial for their side's combat, such as trenches, bunkers, command posts, watchtowers, arrow towers, and so on. Fortunately, he had a considerable number of illusion domain construction modules, so building these 2 maps was not a problem. In addition, Fang Chen also constructed some non-combat fortifications, such as ordinary houses, fields, and crops, etc. Once these things are built, they are no different from real ones. For example, plants like flowers, grass, and trees will naturally grow if not destroyed. Although the units in the illusion domain do not have physiological needs like eating, drinking, or sleeping, it does not mean they cannot. For instance, they do not get hungry, but they still have a sense of taste and can enjoy delicious food. Previously, Fang Chen had spent some construction modules to integrate some modern foods from the real world, allowing the soldiers to taste them. Especially for those heroic souls of the volunteer army, Fang Chen truly wanted them to feel that their descendants, whom they had protected with their lives, were now living well. Not only were they well fed, but they also ate well. At that time, the soldiers were very happy with the food, saying it was more delicious than the canned goods they had looted from foreign devils. However, later on, they refused Fang Chen's continued provision of food, saying it was too wasteful. The construction modules needed to be used to enhance the illusion domain and resist invaders. Even now, with ample construction modules, they were still unwilling to waste too much on integrating real-world food. They only asked Fang Chen to create these houses and fields so they could grow some vegetables in their leisure time, and harvesting and eating what they grew was enough. Once, before they were forced to take up arms and fight the invaders, they were just ordinary civilians. After building 2 new mainline battlefields in the illusion domain, Fang Chen left the illusion domain space. As for the 4th branch illusion domain, although he had obtained a red epic illusion domain from Xiang Dongfeng and its color had changed from light red to deep red after amplification, Fang Chen did not plan to use it immediately. Although with his current stock of resources, it would not be difficult to build another new illusion domain comparable to the forces in Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicle if resources were insufficient. He could even request official support. However, even if it were built and graded, and merged into the mainline illusion domain, it would not double the overall strength of the mainline illusion domain, but if merging it raised the difficulty level of the mainline illusion domain from S-level normal difficulty to hard difficulty, the number of invading otherworldly beings faced would directly double. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to postpone the construction of the 4th branch illusion domain and first use the current 3 branch illusion domains to deal with the powerful offensive wave in 7 days. After that, he would surely gain considerable resources to build the 4th branch illusion domain. After that, there were a few days of calm. 2 days before the end of the truce period, Fang Chen welcomed another special day, the college entrance examination. However, for Fang Chen now, the college entrance examination was no longer a matter that could determine a turning point in his life, or rather, he no longer needed that turning point. Nevertheless, he still had to take the exam to maintain his identity in normal life. After 2 days of cultural course exams, there would be a few days off, followed by the combat assessment for the new generation of illusion domain builders. Coincidentally, the day the cultural course exams ended was also the day the Great Wall Watch illusion domain's truce period ended. Countless people on both the Blue Star side and the invading otherworldly side were paying attention to this matter. As night fell, Fang Chen sat on the large sofa in his living room, casually browsing the forum on a virtual screen. The posts on the forum were almost all discussing the upcoming strongest invasion challenge since the construction of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain. Some were excited and looking forward to it, some expressed concerns, and others were pessimistic. The last group was only a minority, and when they appeared, they would quickly be criticized mercilessly by others. When the countdown had 10 minutes left, Fang Chen summoned the item bar page and selected an item to use. Ding! Personal Illusion Domain Truce Order, purple, used successfully. Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain Truce Time increased by 60 days. Hearing the prompt from the game's main god, a sly smile appeared on Fang Chen's lips. On the side of the otherworldly invaders, the high-ranking officials of the Empire Alliance were all focused on the truce time of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain. As soon as the time was up, the 5,000 high-level players, already prepared, would immediately challenge. However, with just 10 minutes left on the countdown, suddenly the truce time refreshed and increased by 60 days. Damn! They actually used a truce order. They really did use a truce order. I told you. I saw this coming. Ha ha ha. Does this mean he's scared? Clearly, he knows that once the illusion domain reaches S level, the players he will face are on a different level than before. Thinking he can drag this out and use official resources to develop is too naive. Fortunately, we were prepared. In the war conference room where representatives from various countries of the Alliance gathered, discussions erupted regarding the use of the truce order by Great Wall Watch. They were clearly not surprised by this situation. While everyone was debating, they noticed that the newly added truce time began to decrease rapidly, returning to just over 9 minutes. The players had also long been prepared with items to reduce truce time, but immediately after, the truce time increased again by 60 days. The players quickly used their items to reduce this 60 days. Then the truce time increased again, and the players immediately reduced it once more. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the players gradually felt something was off. Where is he getting so many truce orders? And of such high quality? Of course, he got them from the official sources of the flower country. Do we have enough items to reduce the time? It seems a bit insufficient. Collect items immediately. We must not give him a chance to avoid battle. There are some in the auction house. Damn! Which bastard is raising the price? Selling it so expensively. On the sofa, Fang Chen was using the truce orders one after another. He was not doing this to avoid battle, but to exhaust the opponent's time-reducing items. This was a little scheme he thought of when he first obtained the truce order. That is, to use this item most efficiently to deplete the otherworldly invaders' time-reducing items. Because the truce orders in Fang Chen's hands, after being amplified, had their quality improved, naturally allowing him to consume more of the opponent's items. This way, it effectively increased the safety of other illusion domain builders during the additional truce time. The truce orders he had now included 2 he obtained from previous rewards, while the others were provided by the officials. After Fang Chen used the last red truce order, after a short while, the added truce time was completely reduced. The final 3-minute countdown quickly reached 0. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will arrive to challenge the Great Wall Watch illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Almost the next second, Fang Chen heard the prompt from the game's main god. With a thought, he entered the illusion domain space. In the mainline illusion domain space, several military formations stood solemnly, ready for battle. When Fang Chen appeared at the forefront of the military formation, everyone's expression turned serious, and nearly 30,000 soldiers stood at attention. Fang Chen glanced at the already sizable illusion domain army and said calmly, "The enemy is about to arrive. Prepare for battle." The closest group of generals had their eyes shining, especially the fierce generals from the 3 kingdoms illusion domains, who were already eager to fight. They hadn't had enough from the last 3 ranking challenges and were all geared up for this one. Then, Fang Chen waved his hand, and most of the army instantly disappeared, returning to their respective illusion domains. This time, Fang Chen did not send all the mainline illusion domain units into the side illusion domains but left behind several thousand. When needed, one can enter the auxiliary illusion domain for support, or, depending on the situation, wait for the enemy to breach the auxiliary illusion domain and then confront them in the main illusion domain space. Fang Chen did not enter the auxiliary illusion domain but stayed in the main illusion domain space to oversee the overall situation. Soon, the 100 seconds countdown came to an end. In the 3 auxiliary illusion domains, a large number of invaders descended. The second illusion domain defense battle of the Great Wall Watch officially began. Fang Chen initially thought that the enemy would focus their forces on the auxiliary illusion domain with the most intelligence, the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. However, when he saw the number of invaders descending in the 3 illusion domains, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. In the Bloodstained Gene Lake and 3 Kingdoms Chronicles auxiliary illusion domains, 2,000 invaders appeared in each. Yet, in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, only 1,000 invaders were sent. After the shock, Fang Chen's first thought was that the enemy was employing a strategy opposite to his expectations. They seemed to plan to breach the other 2 auxiliary illusion domains first, then reinforce the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain with their full strength to conquer it. However, regardless of the enemy's tactics, Fang Chen remained calm. Before this, he felt that his epic-level generals had not truly showcased their full combat power, as the enemies they faced lacked the strength. The current batch of enemies was stronger than those encountered before, and he actually hoped to see the full capabilities of his generals. In the 3 auxiliary illusion domains, the invaders descended simultaneously and almost without hesitation began their actions. In the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, the invaders landed on the first level and swiftly charged towards the second level. In the Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain, the invaders appeared in the snowy ground and quickly advanced towards the command center. In the 3 Kingdoms Chronicles illusion domain, the invaders appeared in the wilderness before the Tiger Prison Pass and immediately attacked it. Fang Chen's attention first fell on the battlefield of the 3 Kingdoms illusion domain, as the frontline battle erupted here first. All the forces in this illusion domain were gathered at the Tiger Prison Pass. This meant that although the map of this illusion domain was vast, if the invaders breached this pass, they would have conquered the entire auxiliary illusion domain. However, the forces in the 3 Kingdoms illusion domain were already limited and could not be dispersed across so many cities on the map, otherwise, they would be picked off one by the enemy. It was indeed reasonable to gather in one place and confront the enemy head-on. Moreover, the fierce generals of the 3 kingdoms had no intention of wasting time on probing. Before the invaders arrived, 3 fierce generals had been waiting with 3,000 troops at the gates of the Tiger Prison Pass for a long time. They were Lu Bu, Jian Wei, and Zhang Fei. Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao stood atop the city walls, commanding the remaining 2,000 troops to defend the city. This distribution was reportedly decided privately by the 5 fierce generals. As for whether the decision was made through a PK or a draw, it remained unknown. When the invaders descended, the 3 fierce generals outside the city seemed unwilling to wait any longer and immediately charged forward. The 3,000 troops followed closely behind. At the same time, the 2,000 newly arrived invaders quickly noticed the 3,000 troops charging towards them. Previously, the largest number of enemies faced by a single auxiliary illusion domain was 1,500, but this time, there were 2,000. Although it was only 500 more, each of them was far stronger than the previous invaders. Each individual was equipped with very luxurious gear, most of which shimmered with a purple glow, with very few blue ones, and even many mixed with red light. Seeing the 3,000 troops charging towards them, they were surprised but showed no signs of panic. The leader was an invader clad in heavy black armor, wearing a helmet and a fearsome demon mask. Judging by his build, he seemed to belong to a race close to humans, such as humans, elves, or orcs. Not only did his armor look extraordinary, but he also wielded a massive battle axe and rode a gigantic wolf-like beast clad in armor. Surrounding him were numerous other invaders, each mounted on various types of steeds, most of them armed with cold weapons. However, there were also some modern equipped invaders. For instance, one of them, holding a heavy firearm, deployed a flying device on his back and soared into the sky. Additionally, nearly 200 invaders with flying abilities or flying mounts also took to the air. Is this the powerful mini-boss mentioned in the intel? They really charged right in. At this moment, the leading invader looked at the 3,000 soldiers rushing forward and coldly snorted. They are truly seeking death. He raised his hand and shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, nearly half of the invaders at the front of the formation charged out. Ha 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 ha. You can tell at a glance that they are not the same kind as the previous 3 batches of cannon fodder. Lu Bu looked at the incoming invaders, his eyes filled with battle intent, and laughed heartily as he raised his Fang Dianhua halberd, striking down at the invader charging towards him. This was a dwarf invader riding a strange 6-legged mount, moving at incredible speed and thus leading the charge. At that moment, seeing Lu Bu's halberd coming down, the dwarf invader did not dodge but instead raised his heavy short axe to meet it. He wanted to see just how capable this mini-boss really was. The short axe shimmered with a deep purple light, and arcs of lightning faintly coiled around its surface. Clang crack, the moment their weapons clashed, the cold smile on the dwarf invader's face froze. He felt a terrifying force pressing down on him like a mountain, and his mouth let out a wail as its 6 legs buckled and crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, the short axe in the dwarf's hand emitted a cracking sound before shattering suddenly before his incredulous gaze. What? He couldn't even finish his sentence before the sharp edge of the halberd cleaved him from head to toe. That small body split in half like a winter melon in an instant. Lu Bu didn't even pause, galloping past him and thrusting his halberd into the next invader, chilling him to the core. Ha 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 ha, Lu Fengxian is here. All of you, die. Lu Bu, charging alone into the enemy ranks, laughed wildly and began a fierce assault on the enemies around him. Meanwhile, several hundred meters to the left and right, Dianwei and Zhang Fei also encountered enemies, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, and began their battle. As the invaders were thrown into chaos by the sudden assault of the 3 fierce generals, 600 cavalry charged in from the rear. A fierce melee erupted. The invaders had not anticipated the ferocity of the enemy's charge, which far exceeded their expectations. They had tried to predict the enemy's combat power as high as possible, yet they still underestimated it. These hundreds of cavalry felt to them as if each one was like those ordinary mini-bosses from the past in the illusionary realms. As for the 3 fierce generals at the front, they were far from being mini-bosses. They were even stronger than the typical big bosses in the illusionary realms. This clearly exceeded the scope of the initial A-level ordinary difficulty rating of the 3 Kingdoms Battle Chronicles. Was it because the invaders from the 3 rating challenges were too weak, leading to a much lower initial rating than the actual level? At this moment, many invaders had such thoughts arise in their minds. Not only the invaders, but even Fang Chen was surprised by the strength displayed by the 3 fierce generals, Lu Bu, Jian Wei, and Zhang Fei. Perhaps it was because the warriors of the 3 Kingdoms era placed more emphasis on individual combat power. Or maybe it was due to differences in the summoning orders or the quality of the illusion domain. Although they were all red epic levels, the shades varied. In any case, on this battlefield, Lu Bu, Jian Wei, and Zhang Fei were simply unstoppable, each wreaking havoc among the enemy forces, causing chaos and disarray. Hundreds of elite cavalry charged into the enemy camp, and the invaders could not concentrate all their forces to surround and kill a few fierce generals. Once the more than 2,000 elite infantry from the rear joined the battle, the invaders found themselves even more passive. In other illusion domains, they could often easily challenge a large group of ordinary soldiers, but in this illusion domain, even killing one was somewhat challenging. They not only had high attack and thick defense, but their supply was also strong. If they couldn't be killed instantly, they might soon come back to life and charge again. If there was one advantage the invaders had, it would be the flying units in the sky. They had hardly suffered any attacks and could freely find opportunities to strike at the enemy forces below. But due to the chaotic melee below, such opportunities were not easy to find. In the illusion domain, there was no mechanism for friendly fire immunity. If an attack went awry, it would hit their own troops. After a moment of fierce fighting, the invaders changed their strategy. The aerial units received orders and began to leave the battlefield, flying towards the Tiger Gate city gate ahead. They planned to capture the city gate first, then take advantage of the city's defenses, allowing the ground troops to shift over and exchange offensive and defensive positions against the enemy. However, as they approached the city gate, they were immediately met with fierce resistance. A large number of arrows, crossbow bolts, and even stones were shot from the city walls, raining down on the flying units. Watching the enemies in the air tumble and sway, Zhao Yun shook his head in dissatisfaction and murmured, "Their attack power and accuracy are still lacking. If General Huang were here, he would surely kill one with a single arrow." Zhang Liao, standing nearby, laughed and said, "What? General Zhao can only use a spear and not archery?" As he spoke, he had already ordered a soldier to bring over a purple-grade longbow and a bag of arrows. Zhao Yun smiled slightly. "As for archery, while I am far from General Huang, I do know a thing or two." Zhang Liao chuckled. "Then how about, we have a little competition?" Zhao Yun also had his guards fetch the deep purple-grade longbow assigned to him by the domain lord, nodding with a smile. "Why not?" Thus, the two of them simultaneously drew their bows and shot an arrow. The next moment, 2 screams echoed from the invaders' aerial units as 2 of them plummeted to the ground. Following that, The two continued to shoot arrows, while they didn't hit every shot. Even if the invaders desperately defended or dodged, 10 arrows would still hit 6 or 7. Those invaders might not be killed by a single arrow, but they were certainly heavily injured, causing their aerial formation to become increasingly chaotic. They also attempted to launch long-range attacks on the city walls, but there were defensive fortifications on the battlements, and the soldiers would dodge, resulting in little effect. Suddenly, an invader using a flying device accelerated sharply, breaking through the dense net of attacks and flying above the city walls. In that fleeting moment, he dropped several powerful bombs. The bombs aimed at the two generals were intercepted by arrows shot by each of them in mid-air, but many of the other bombs landed on the city walls, causing some casualties among the soldiers. Zhao Yun frowned slightly, suddenly grabbing the silver spear beside him, his aura surging, and he hurled the spear with great force. A scream rang out in the air as the invader, who was turning around, was pierced through the body by the long spear, crashing into the city. Before he could recover and take off again, he was surrounded by a group of elite soldiers and was quickly killed by a flurry of spears. Seeing the fate of their leader, the others in the invading flight unit abandoned their thoughts of a strong charge. These 2,000 high-level invaders, with an average level exceeding 68, never expected that their side would be at a disadvantage from the very beginning of the battle. Even when they unleashed their strongest awakening skills, they could not turn the tide. This sentiment was shared by the invaders in the other two illusion domains as well. At this moment, in the bloodstained Gene Lake illusion domain, the invading team was already engaged in fierce combat with the main forces within the illusion. Most of the invaders in this illusion domain were professionals using firearms, and some even wielded futuristic weapons like laser guns and energy shields. But as always, in the illusion domain, data reigns supreme, regardless of the type of equipment. The power is determined by data. Even laser weapons could not easily penetrate the bunker defenses of the volunteer army. Even energy shields could not withstand Li Yinglong's epic sniper rifle. Moreover, the Italian cannon that Li Yinglong had specially enhanced with Master Uyazi could blast apart the defensive magic jointly upheld by several mages in one shot. Some invaders who intended to infiltrate the volunteer army's position for a decapitation operation were swiftly dealt with by the counter-assassin squad led by Lu Qianli, who cut their throats before they could act. Generals Huang and Zhao also showcased their strengths, commanding various units to strike precisely at the weak points that occasionally appeared in the enemy camp. In the past, when grinding in the illusion domain, it was always a group of invaders launching a frenzied firepower assault on the illusion monsters. This was the first time they experienced the feeling of being overwhelmed by enemy firepower to the point of being unable to fight back. Meanwhile, in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, the invading force of only 1,000 faced thousands of Qin troops, making their situation even more dire. Initially, because the first 3 layers had not deployed many troops, the invaders managed to reach the bottom layer quite smoothly. Then they were met with a head-on assault from thousands of Qin's main forces. If it weren't for their considerable strength, they might have been wiped out in the first wave of attacks. Everyone felt that those bastards who provided the intel deserved to die. The enemy was far stronger than they had described. This was no ordinary S-level illusion domain, it was clearly on par with difficult or even nightmare difficulty. However, the invaders had given sufficient attention to the strongest branch illusion domain in the intel, Great Wall Watch. One thing Fang Chen had guessed wrong was that the reason only 1,000 invaders had come here was not to wait for the invaders from the other 2 branch illusion domains to finish and come to support. The smallest invading team aimed to eliminate this most significant threat from the branch illusion domain. At this moment, realizing that they would truly be wiped out if they delayed any longer, the leading invader in the invading camp gritted his teeth and signaled to his companions. Suddenly, the remaining hundreds of invaders erupted simultaneously, using awakening skills or other powerful means to forcefully break through the Qin army ahead and began attacking recklessly. Taking advantage of this gap, a group of mage invaders in the team completed a long-prepared skill. The leading invader had a magic circle appear beneath his feet, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. At the same time, in the air behind the Qin army, a similar magic circle appeared, and the leading invader reappeared. This position was less than 200 meters from the main tomb chamber where the ancestral Dragon Emperor's coffin was located. On the battlefield, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and others simultaneously changed their expressions. Meng Tian immediately raised the wind spirit bow and shot an arrow at the leading invader. At the same time, the leading invader took out a white, spherical technological object. He seemed completely unconcerned about the arrow shot at him, his eyes revealing a mad glint as he grinned and hurled the white metallic sphere in his hand forcefully towards the massive stone door ahead. In the next moment, an arrow pierced through his chest, but that metallic sphere was also thrown out. The sphere erupted in dazzling white light in midair, and just 20 meters away from the stone door, it suddenly exploded, resembling a small white sun, its intense radiance engulfing everything in the tomb chamber. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the illusionary realm. In the main illusionary space, the thousands of soldiers left behind were all startled, turning their heads to see the Li Mountain, where the tomb of the Dragon Emperor was located, suddenly collapse. This turn of events was unexpected even for Fang Chen. It turned out that the true purpose of those invaders entering the tomb of the Dragon Emperor was to perish together with this branch illusionary realm. It seemed that the previous batch of invaders had been frightened by the soul of the ancestor dragon when they came to challenge. Even this group of high-level invaders at level 70 might not have been confident enough to face the ancestor dragon's soul directly, so they devised such a strategy to destroy everything before the ancestor dragon appeared. They were willing to sacrifice these 1,000 invaders to eliminate the threat of the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. From the outcome, they succeeded, because just now, Fang Chen received the notification that the tomb of the Dragon Emperor had been breached. The trace of the ancestor dragon's imperial soul had not yet awakened, and the first emperor's tomb was destroyed. All the soldiers inside had perished. It was not hard to guess that such equipment or items capable of directly destroying a branch illusionary realm must be extremely rare, and the cost would certainly be significant. Bai Qi and Wang Jian still lacked some experience in fighting against otherworldly invaders. They did not expect the enemy to have such means, and given that the enemy had been plotting for a long time, it was understandable that they could not prevent it. Although the enemy had outsmarted them, Fang Chen remained calm, because it was merely a futile effort. Their ultimate goal was to exchange a few people for the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusionary realm, and then the main force would separately breach the other two branch illusionary realms and invade the main illusionary space. However, while the plan in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor had indeed succeeded, they had no chance to achieve their wishes in the other two branch illusionary realms. Fang Chen's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the thousands of main illusionary realm troops in front of him, giving a slight nod to generals like Wei Qing. A few generals immediately took their orders, leading their troops to charge towards the two branch illusionary realms. In the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles Illusionary Realm, Lu Bu's boisterous laughter echoed across the battlefield. At this moment, he had dismounted and was engaged in fierce combat with the enemy leader, who had also dismounted. The leader of the invading team was clad in black armor, and the giant axe in his hand was now shimmering with red light. Clearly epic-level equipment. However, he did not gain any advantage from the equipment, because Lu Bu's armor and the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand were also red epic level. This was not the initial equipment Lu Bu had at the beginning, but rather specially customized later with the masters Oyezi and Ganjiang. Moe. All the generals under Fang Chen had similar equipment. Through the accumulation of previous rewards and enhancements, Fang Chen had an abundance of red equipment modules. It was that extravagant. Ha ha ha, not enough, not enough, not enough, come on, come on, come on. Lu Bu laughed maniacally, swinging the Fang Tianhua Ji, forcing the invading leader to retreat step by step. The other invaders nearby did not dare to approach at all, as anyone who got close was cleaved by the Fang Tianhua Ji. Only the leader of the invaders could hold on for so long. It was evident that Lu Bu was enjoying himself immensely, while the invading leader felt extremely frustrated and wanted to spit blood. His battle armor was a very special piece of equipment that could gradually enhance his combat power through killing enemies. In the past, in other illusion realms, he had been invincible, always growing stronger with each kill. But now, facing a single Lu Bu, he couldn't even make a dent after half a day. The effects of his equipment were rendered useless, amounting to nothing. The current situation was far from what they had planned. In their strategy, their team was supposed to be the strongest, intending to break through this newly established branch illusion realm as quickly as possible, then support the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion realm, and after dealing with the greatest threat, the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, they would launch a full-scale assault on the main illusion realm with the remaining forces. But now, he found himself stuck here, unable to move an inch. The people in the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion realm were likely in no better shape, and even if the plan at the tomb of the Dragon Emperor succeeded, it would be meaningless. Just as the team leader Invader was distracted by these thoughts, Lu Bu's Feng Tianhua Ji swept across his waist. Although his epic armor defended against most of the damage, he was still sent flying. He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, and his health points dropped by more than half in an instant. Fortunately, there was a healer among the invaders who had been keeping an eye on him and immediately cast a healing spell, allowing him to recover somewhat. Lu Bu, wielding his Feng Tianhua Ji, prepared to chase and strike again, but suddenly sensed something and turned to look into the distance on his right. There, a troop of about 2,000 soldiers was charging towards them, led by the General Wei Qing and his nephew Hua Zubing. The invaders also noticed the reinforcements arriving and immediately showed expressions of terror. There are reinforcements? The team leader's pupils dilated, feeling somewhat incredulous. Damn it! We even miscalculated the troop strength. He cursed to the heavens, knowing that this illusion realm battle had completely lost all hope. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, the gates of Hulao Pass opened, and Zhao Yun and Zhang Lia led their troops out. The remaining battle held no suspense. A similar situation unfolded in the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion realm. The volunteer army's charge sounded, and together with the reinforcements, they launched a full-scale attack on the enemy. Swish, when Lu Bu's Feng Tianhua Ji struck again, the invader with the ID Black Demon Sky could no longer defend himself. His giant axe was knocked away, and he felt a chill at his neck. The healer in the team didn't even have a chance to save him, and Black Demon Sky lost consciousness on the spot. After his body fell, a multitude of colorful light orbs exploded around him. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how long. Black Demon Sky woke up in his personal login space. His face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He had just heard the game's main god's notification. Great Wall Watch Challenge failed. His level dropped by 6 levels, compared to those who had lost 10, 20 levels, or even more. This loss was still within the acceptable range, but when he saw his empty equipment and item slots, it felt like his heart was bleeding. Damn it! My epic level equipment! He couldn't hold back any longer and let out a hysterical roar to the sky. His level had dropped, his strongest equipment was gone, and after paying such a heavy price, they not only failed to break through the Great Wall Watch, but they hadn't even seen the main illusion realm space. This was what he absolutely could not accept. Before entering the illusion realm, he had been so confident, and now the blow he received was equally immense. At this moment, there were 999 other players who were just as frantic as Black Demon Sky. In the still active team channel, countless messages were frantically popping up. What the hell? I dropped 16 levels. My epic level equipment is gone. My perfect level set is gone too. It was comparable to an epic level set. All gone. I dropped 30 levels. I'm going crazy. Fortunately, I only dropped 3 levels. The previous message was retracted. Damn it. Retracting it doesn't help. Dropping 3 levels is impressive. Ha! Come to the arena. I have something to say to you. That's not what I meant. Besides, you dropped over 10 levels. You can't beat me now. Damn hashtag Yuan % and asterisk at hashtag Yuan. Ding! Great Wall Watch, Illusion Domain Defense Battle has been won. This mission rating, yes. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 20%. Bloodstained Jin Lake, new Illusion Domain feature Charge Horn, purple. Illusion Domain Construction Module, purple, X3000. When the game's main god prompt sounded, Fong Chen smiled slightly. After a second, the amplification prompt arrived as expected. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result, personal experience plus 40%. Bloodstained Jin Lake, new Illusion Domain feature Charge Horn, red. Illusion Domain Construction Module, red, X6000. Equipment Module, red, X2000. Equipment Enhancement Module, red, X300. Mainline Illusion Domain Special Unit Recruitment Order, red, X2. Mainline Illusion Domain General Recruitment Order, red, X2. Mainline Illusion Domain Special Troop Recruitment Order, red, X2000. Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Emperor Soul Recruitment Order, gold, X1. Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Warrior Recruitment Order, red, X6000. Personal Illusion Domain Truce Order, red, X1. Invitation, red, X2. Ha! Listening, Fong Chen suddenly focused his gaze. There seemed to be a very special amplification result in the middle. Side Quest Illusion Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, level upgraded to A level Hell difficulty. Side Quest Illusion Domain, Bloodstained Jin Lake, level upgraded to A level Hell difficulty. Side quest Illusion Domain, 3 Kingdoms War Chronicles, level upgraded to A level Hell difficulty. Mainline Illusion Domain, Great Wall Watch, level upgraded to S level Nightmare difficulty. The subsequent prompts for Illusion Domain level upgrades went unnoticed by Fong Chen. He immediately summoned a virtual screen, opened the item bar, and among the vast array of items, he quickly spotted a square radiating golden light. Within the golden light was a miniature icon of a recruitment order. Golden Legendary Level Recruitment Order. Fong Chen was pleasantly surprised and couldn't wait to click to view the details. Name, Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Emperor Soul Recruitment Order, Bound. Type, Item, Consumable. Quality, Legendary, Gold. Effect, Recruit 1 Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Emperor Soul. Note 1, if there are no eligible targets in the Side Quest Illusion Domain, it cannot be used. Note 2, I want to take another look at my world. After reading the introduction, Fong Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling a mix of joy and something strange. This item, it almost needed a label saying for the Ancestor Dragon only stuck on it. It was previously mentioned that in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, the final boss of the Illusion Domain should be the Ancestor Dragon, which had never truly awakened. The current wisp of consciousness that awakened was triggered when Fong Chen activated a special task, and it had been preserved since then. However, this wisp of consciousness could not maintain a waking state for long, even during regular times, and could only awaken once during a challenge of the Illusion Domain, and for a very short time. And now, Fong Chen had obtained a golden legendary level recruitment order that could completely awaken the Ancestor Dragon's Emperor Soul. What was there to hesitate about? Now that the Illusion Domain challenge was over, Fong Chen directly used a batch of Illusion Domain construction modules to instantly fully repair the damaged Tomb of the Dragon Emperor Illusion Domain. Then, with a thought, he appeared at the lowest level of the mausoleum of the first emperor. Here, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and a group of soldiers had just awakened, their memories still lingering on the moment when the enemy used powerful means to completely destroy the Emperor Qin's tomb. At this moment, they were looking around in confusion, and only then did they realize the battle seemed to be over. Upon seeing Fong Chen appear, several generals immediately approached, their expressions somewhat guilty. Bai Qi apologized, saying, "Domain Lord, it is our inadequate defense that allowed the enemy to." Fong Chen raised his hand slightly to stop him, saying, "It's all right, the battle is over. We won." Hearing this, Bai Qi and the others let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fong Chen then said nothing more and directly selected the golden recruitment order from his inventory. Using it, ding, Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Imperial Soul Recruitment Order, Golden, used successfully. As the game's main god's prompt sounded, the entire Emperor Qin's tomb suddenly trembled gently. Bai Qi and the others were momentarily stunned, then seemed to sense something, all looking up towards the massive stone door of the main tomb, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. They saw the stone door slightly tremble, then slowly open, a beam of golden light shining from within. As the door opened wider, the golden light grew stronger, almost blinding. When the stone door was fully opened, the golden light gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly walked out from behind the door. Upon seeing that figure, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Ben, and the others were immensely excited, immediately bowing solemnly and calling out, "We pay our respects to His Majesty the First Emperor." Once, when Bai Qi passed away, the Ancestor Dragon was only 2 years old. Bai Qi died in 257 BC, and the first emperor was born in 259 BC, and they had never met. However, after awakening in the Illusion Domain, Bai Qi had learned everything about the Ancestor Dragon, and as a loyal minister of the pre-Qin era, he naturally held immense admiration and respect for the Ancestor Dragon's achievements. Moreover, during the last Illusion Domain defense battle, he had witnessed the Ancestor Dragon's might. How could he not be in awe? Throughout the Emperor Qin's tomb, all the soldiers knelt in worship, with only Fong Chen still standing. However, Fong Chen was also quite excited, looking at the Ancestor Dragon descending the steps. He followed the etiquette of the Qin dynasty, placing his hands together and slightly bowing. The Ancestor Dragon stopped in front of Fong Chen, a hint of approval in his eyes, and nodded slightly, saying, "Good, you have not disappointed me." Fong Chen replied, "I have not yet fulfilled what I promised your majesty, but I am doing my utmost." The Ancestor Dragon nodded again. "I know, you are doing very well." He then looked at the kneeling soldiers of the Great Qin, speaking with authority, "Rise, The soldiers responded in unison. "Thank you, Your Majesty." They then stood up, standing at attention with their heads bowed. The ancestor dragon turned his head to glance to the right, as if he could see outside through the walls of the tomb, then said to Feng Chen, "Let us go outside." Feng Chen nodded, and with a thought, he directly transported everyone to the main storyline illusion domain space outside. At this moment, the soldiers from the other two illusion domains, who had just finished their battles, were gradually coming out of the side illusion domains, and upon seeing Feng Chen, they all moved closer. When they saw the ancestor dragon standing next to Feng Chen, many people's gazes sharpened, revealing expressions of surprise and doubt. At this moment, the ancestor dragon did not pay attention to others but was gazing up at the distant phantom of the Great Wall and the historical scroll above it. Although he had seen it last time, he still seemed very interested. Feng Chen did not disturb him, signaling to the others to move freely for now. At the same time, he consumed construction modules to repair the other two side illusion domains as well. Ding! Side illusion domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, scale increased. Please check. Just then, the game's main god's prompt suddenly sounded in Feng Chen's mind again. Feng Chen was momentarily taken aback and immediately called up the information page for the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain to check. Then Feng Chen discovered that Tomb of the Dragon Emperor had originally reached 100% construction completion, but it had surprisingly dropped to 50%. He summoned the illusion blueprint and saw that the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum and the blueprint had more than doubled in size compared to before, especially the lowest level, which had originally been completed as the military training ground, was now just a part of the middle of the changed map, and the additional map construction turned out to be a massive city. Moreover, this city looked somewhat familiar to Feng Chen, especially the magnificent palace behind the military training ground. That was clearly the Qin Wang Palace. So this city, could it be the former Xianyang city? Feng Chen was astonished, feeling that this guess was quite likely. Since the scale of the illusion had expanded, it naturally needed to be completed. After all, the construction modules for the illusion were sufficient, and with the infrastructure maniac trait, there was no need to hold back. Feng Chen immediately used a batch of red epic level construction modules, raising the construction completion of the expanded Tomb of the Dragon Emperor back to 100%. Not far away, Mount Li trembled gently, and the underground royal tomb's lowest level expanded several times, transforming into a massive Xianyang city. Meanwhile, the chamber where the ancestral Dragon Emperor's coffin was located had turned into the main hall of the Qinhuang Palace. Beside him, the ancestral dragon, gazing at the historical scroll, seemed to sense something and slightly turned to look at Feng Chen. Feng Chen smiled gently at him. The ancestral dragon nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and continued to gaze at the historical scroll. He seemed to want to carefully observe the changes in Huaxia after his death. Feng Chen was not in a hurry either. He slowly began to count the other gains from this time. He opened the illusion information page 4, Bloodstained Gene Lake, to check the newly added illusion traits. Name, Charge Call. Type, Illusion Trait. Belonging illusion, Bloodstained Gene Lake. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, when the site initiates the final charge, all units receive a 100% boost to all attributes. If it is a melee battle, all attributes are boosted by 200%. Remarks, sound the charge call. Fix bayonets. Kill. Undoubtedly, this was another extremely powerful combat trait. Feng Chen was very satisfied. Then, he opened the item bar and began to use the recruitment orders. First, he used 2 red mainline illusion special unit recruitment orders. After using them, white mist surged ahead, and 2 figures emerged from it. Both were elderly men with gray hair, yet they appeared spirited and showed no signs of aging. The one on the right was tall, with piercing eyes and an extraordinary demeanor. The one on the left was slightly thin, with a kind face, carrying a wooden box on his shoulder. The 2 walked up to Feng Chen and bowed in turn. Gongshu Ban, greetings to the Domain Master. Li Shizhen, greetings to the Domain Master. Hearing their names, Feng Chen's eyes brightened. Gongshu Ban. His other name is likely more well-known, Luban, a famous craftsman from the Warring States period. He was exceptional in woodworking, having invented many tools such as drills, planes, shovels, and squares, revered by later generations as the ancestor of carpenters. He was also a master inventor of weapons and siege equipment, having created the siege ladder. Such a talent must be of great use. The other one is equally impressive. Li Shizhen, a renowned pharmacologist from the Ming Dynasty, authored the extraordinary medical book Compendium of Materia Medica, and like Bien Ke, was revered as a divine doctor by later generations. The contributions of the divine Dr. Bien Ke were well understood by Fong Chen and all the soldiers in the illusion. Now, with another divine doctor added, everyone's combat endurance would be raised to a new level. After greeting the two, Fong Chen asked them to wait aside for a moment while he used two red mainline illusion general recruitment orders. Soon, two more figures emerged from the white mist. Both were middle-aged men, dressed in battle armor as military generals. On the left stood a tall man, wearing a long sword at his waist, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The man on the right was robust, with broad shoulders and a round waist, sporting a bushy beard and a rugged face, holding two large battle axes. The two approached Fong Chen and introduced themselves. Chang Yuchen, I pay my respects to the Domain Lord. Chang Yaojin, I pay my respects to the Domain Lord. Chang Yuchen, a renowned general of the Ming Dynasty. Chang Yaojin, a founding general of the Tang Dynasty, one of the 24 heroes of the Lingyan Pavilion, a frequent character in film and television. And the saying Sheng Yaojin suddenly appears is still used by the people of Huagua today. Still asking the two generals to wait, Fong Chen used 2,000 red mainline illusion domain special troop recruitment orders in bulk. A large amount of white mist surged forth, followed by the heavy sound of hooves, drawing the attention of many nearby soldiers. Two heavily armored cavalrymen emerged grandly from the mist. This time, a heavy cavalry unit was actually recruited. This was the most terrifying special troop on the ancient battlefield. Many generals' eyes lit up upon seeing this army. Additionally, there were 6,000 red subline illusion domain exclusive soldier recruitment orders, which Fong Chen did not use immediately, saving them for when a subline illusion domain needed reinforcements. Subsequently, Fong Chen handed over the newly recruited individuals to Bai Qi and the others. Glancing at the ancestor dragon, who was still gazing at the historical scroll, Fong Chen continued to count the spoils of war. This time, the spoils obtained from that group of invaders were countless and of unprecedented quality. Just the red epic level equipment alone, Fong Chen saw quite a few, truly worthy of being high-level invaders at level 70. Fong Chen moved slightly away from the ancestor dragon to avoid disturbing him, then casually took out a stone-like material to use as a seat, sitting down to begin amplifying and inspecting these spoils one by one. The first batch naturally consisted of those red epic level items, taking them out, amplifying, checking, and storing them repeatedly. He went through dozens of items in one go, although the amplification results only deepened the red glow representing quality. They were all epic level items with decent attributes. Detected obtained items. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. When Fong Chen took out a heavy black battle armor, the amplification prompt sounded again. Then, Fong Chen saw the armor in his hand flicker with a deeper red glow, which grew deeper and deeper, then shimmered with a hint of golden light, and the golden light increased. Eventually, it completely turned golden. An invisible aura, mixed with rage, arrogance, killing intent, and even madness, spread out in the golden light. As the builder of the illusion domain, Fong Chen was unaffected, while the nearby fierce warriors almost simultaneously turned to look this way. The golden light illuminated everyone nearby, and some soldiers showed expressions of fear, with some even instinctively retreating. A group of generals had shining eyes, some looked suspicious, while others were delighted. Only the ancestor dragon, who was gazing at the historical scroll, showed no reaction, not even glancing this way. The golden light seemed to fear him, parting automatically as it approached, creating a gap. Everything happened in an instant. When Fong Chen carefully looked at the armor in his hand, he found that the golden light on it had slowly receded, leaving only a faint glow on the surface. But that special aura had not diminished at all, merely held back. Name, Heavenly Demon Battle Armor, Bound. Type, Armor. Quality, Legendary, Golden. Defense, Extremely Strong. Attribute, Magic. Effect 1, slaying enemies in battle can accumulate magic energy, gradually enhancing one's combat power. Effect 2, when enough magic energy is accumulated, the heavenly demon form can be activated, significantly increasing combat power. Note 1, the golden legend is not something everyone is qualified to possess. Do you deserve it? Note 2, not enough. Not enough kills. Kill, 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 kill. After seeing the equipment information, Fong Chen's eyes also lit up a bit. the Golden Legend. After so long, he finally amplified a piece of equipment to the Golden Legend level. This battle armor, Fong Chen also remembered, was the equipment worn by the leader of the invaders in the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles in the Illusion Domain, who had fought with Lu Bu for quite a while. Part of the reason was that this originally Red Epic level battle armor and a similarly Red Epic level giant axe were involved. However, the giant axe Fong Chen had just amplified, and the result only deepened the red a bit. The amplification effect was not particularly obvious. Unexpectedly, this battle armor struck it lucky and directly amplified to the Golden Legend quality. Although the golden glow representing quality was not very deep, it was still a Golden Legend. It was on a completely different level from the Red Epic. This point was evident just by looking at the eyes of the generals surrounding him at that moment. At this moment, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, the Wang family father and son, Hua Zubing, Wei Cheng, Lu Bu, Jian Wei, Lu Qianli, Li Yinglong, and other generals all gathered around, their eyes shining as they looked at the heavenly demon battle armor in Fong Chen's hands. Even in the distance, in the forge, the three master blacksmiths, O Yezi, Gan Jiang, and Mo Xie, all came out. Soon, a group of people arrived in front of Fong Chen, but many stopped a few meters away from him. First were the four volunteer army generals, who looked at the heavenly demon battle armor with appreciation but also a hint of regret. Lu Qianli whispered, "What a pity, it's not suitable for us." Next, Meng Tian, the Wang family father and son, Li Guang, and a group of generals also stopped, their expressions slightly regretful, seemingly realizing that this equipment was not suitable for them either. Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Jian Wei, Wei Cheng, and others took a step closer but then stopped. Hua Zubing seemed a bit unwilling, but ultimately stopped a meter away. In the end, only two people approached Fong Chen. One was the god of death of the Qin dynasty, Bai Qi, and the other was the fiercest general of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Bu. Both looked at the heavenly demon battle armor in Fong Chen's hands, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Bu even reached out with a big hand to grab the armor, exclaiming excitedly, "Domain Master, this item suits me." But as soon as his hand touched the armor, the other hand also pressed on the other side of the armor, and Bai Qi smiled, saying, "Domain Master, I think so too." Well, this is a bit tricky. It was clear that although this group of generals all wanted this Golden Legend level equipment, they also understood in their hearts whether they were suitable for it. Just like on the invaders' side, certain professional equipment could only be used by specific classes. Although the illusion domain units did not have such strict limitations, different units and different equipment also had varying degrees of compatibility. If the compatibility was too low, it would be difficult to unleash the true power of the equipment, and using it would be a waste. Lu Qianli and the other generals understood this, so they chose to give up voluntarily. Bai Qi and Lu Bu, on the other hand, considered themselves the two most suitable for this equipment. In terms of killing intent, no one present could compare to Bai Qi, but in terms of arrogance, Lu Bu was undoubtedly the first. On the day he arrived, he challenged all the generals in the illusion domain one by one. The reason was that the enemy had not yet arrived, so he wanted to spar with his teammates first. After a round of challenges, most of the generals were no match for Lu Bu. Bai Qi was one of the few who could fight him to a standstill. Now both had their eyes on the same piece of equipment, each pressing one hand on the armor, their gazes locked, neither showing any intention of yielding. This left Fong Chen in a bit of a dilemma. If we were to follow the principle of ranking by seniority, whether in terms of life or recruitment order, Bai Qi would certainly be at the forefront. However, if that were the reason for giving him the advantage, Lu Bu would likely not be satisfied. Although Fong Chen, as the domain lord, had decisions that no one dared to defy, he also did not want his generals to feel wronged. However, he need not worry, the two competitors decided for themselves how to compete. What? You ask what method? Obviously, they would fight. The two didn't even need to communicate verbally, with just a glance. They simultaneously withdrew their hands and turned to walk outside. The others tacitly made way, clearing an area at least 500 meters wide. Then, the two generals engaged in an intense battle. Both wore the same level of red epic armor and wielded matching weapons, their clashes creating dazzling flashes of red light that left onlookers mesmerized. Many watched in awe, praising the spectacle. While Fong Chen continued to tally other spoils, he also enjoyed the fight between the two. They battled fiercely for over 2 hours, And even after Fong Chen finished counting all the spoils, they were still at it. Unfortunately, no more golden legendary items were produced, but there were plenty of red epic items, enough to rearm all the general units, with some left over. As for purple perfect and blue rare items, they were countless. However, Fong Chen's army was now unprecedentedly large, and any additional equipment would be useful. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! What a thrill! Bring it on! Bring it on! Lu Bu's booming laughter echoed in the arena as he wielded his Fong Tianhua Ji, launching a flurry of attacks against Bai Qi. Bai Qi did not back down, parrying each strike with his long sword. Lu Bu's laughter grew increasingly wild, almost to the point of madness. At that moment, Fong Chen suddenly raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the Tianma battle armor nearby. To his surprise, the armor seemed to resonate, vibrating slightly, and then it suddenly burst forth with intertwining black and gold divine light, flying out on its own. On the battlefield, Bai Qi seemed to sense something, his expression shifting slightly as he used the momentum from a collision to retreat. Lu Bu did not pursue, instead, he laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable arrogance and madness. His original armor automatically disassembled and fell away, while the flying Tianma battle armor split into several parts, automatically donning itself onto Lu Bu. This scene gave Fong Chen a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the Saint Seiya donning their armors and Iron Man suiting up. He hadn't expected that even before a victor was determined, the Tianma battle armor would make a choice on its own. It had been mentioned before that the aura of the Tianma battle armor exuded a sense of killing intent, madness, and frenzy. Bai Qi had a stronger killing intent, while Lu Bu's was more frenzied. However, the armor's attribute was demon, and the essence of madness was likely the key to its compatibility. The madness displayed by Lu Bu clearly resonated more with the Tianma battle armor. With the golden legendary equipment making its own choice, there was naturally no need for further contention. Bai Qi sighed with some regret but did not express dissatisfaction. Lu Bu, now invigorated with his new armor, immediately wanted to test its power against Bai Qi again. Bai Qi, lacking enthusiasm, stated that he was tired from the previous fight and did not wish to continue. Lu Bu then sought to spar with other generals, but everyone shook their heads. Some said they were tired from watching. Others claimed they had strained their backs in the earlier battle. Some mentioned they needed to retrieve their clothes left in the illusion realm, and others said it was getting late and they needed to rest. Clad in the Tianma battle armor, Lu Bu looked around in confusion. Although there was no day-night cycle in the illusion realm, the general who mentioned it was getting late reminded Fong Chen that it indeed seemed quite late outside. After so much time spent in the illusion space, they were indeed a bit tired. Fong Chen looked at the ancestor dragon and saw that it was still gazing at the historical scroll, its eyes lingering on the section about the modern history of the flower planting family. It seemed that the ancestor dragon was quite interested in that great figure who led the common people to establish the flower planting family. This was a mutual admiration between two timeless greats who, at different historical junctures, ancient and modern, changed the course of Chinese history in their own ways. Fong Chen intended to wait a bit longer, but as fatigue set in, it became a bit difficult to endure. Since the ancestor dragon had fully awakened, there would be plenty of time for communication later, so he left Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and others to guard the ancestor dragon while he exited the illusion domain space. In the real world, it was already late at night. Fong Chen washed up and quickly fell asleep once he lay down. However, at the same time, many people in both worlds were unable to sleep. Part of them were the heavily damaged invaders from another world, and another part were the builders of the Blue Star Illusion Domain who saw the level of the Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain rise again, especially the people of the flower planting family, who had been celebrating online for several hours without any sign of stopping. The rise in Illusion Domain level meant they had 5,000 high-level invaders, between levels 60 to 70, had failed to breach the Great Wall Watch. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the people of the flower planting family, and everyone was speculating how they had achieved victory. Discussions about the fourth branch illusion domain of the Great Wall Watch were also very heated. Another hot topic of discussion was that the illusion domain builders of the Great Wall Watch had reached level 4, meaning they could form a guild illusion domain, which sparked curiosity and anticipation among countless people. Many expressed a desire to join the guild illusion domain of the Great Wall Watch, but there were also concerns that once the guild illusion domain was established, it would inevitably become a primary target for the invaders from another world, potentially leading to disaster at any moment. However, most people remained optimistic and were very much looking forward to the future performance of the Great Wall Watch. The high-ranking officials of the flower planting family were also pleased with the victory of the Great Wall Watch and held a secret meeting that night. According to the plan, after this challenge, the establishment of the Guild Illusion domain for the Great Wall Watch was to be put on the agenda. Selecting the first batch of affiliated builders for the Guild Illusion domain was the officials' responsibility. Time quickly passed to the next day. When Feng Chen re-entered the Illusion domain space, he found that the ancestor dragon had returned to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor Illusion domain. According to Bai Qi and the others, the ancestor dragon had been watching the historical scroll until this morning, after which it returned to the Qin King's palace in the Illusion domain and instructed not to be disturbed unless necessary. Feng Chen had no objections. Every unit in the Illusion domain, even a small soldier, had its own personality, and everyone usually did as they pleased without interference from Feng Chen. Moreover, this was the ancestor dragon. Arriving at an open area within the mainline Illusion domain space, Feng Chen took out an Illusion domain scroll radiating a deep red glow from his item space. Name, Chuan Contention, Bound. Type, Illusion domain scroll. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, construct the Chuan battlefield. Recruit related units to fight for you. Note 1, strength that can lift mountains, spirit that can overshadow the world. Note 2, might that reaches the seas. Returning home, how can one find a brave warrior to guard the four corners? This was the second red epic level Illusion domain scroll he had obtained from Xiang Dongfan last time. Originally a light red, it had been amplified to a deep red after Feng Chen acquired it. Even with the infinite amplification talent skill, it was difficult to amplify a scroll to the golden legendary level. Golden legendary illusions were rare not just for the flower planting family, but for the entire world. Moreover, even after 30 years, people still did not fully understand this level of illusion domain. Firstly, the number of reference samples is simply too small, and secondly, constructing and developing a fantasy realm at this level is incredibly difficult. It is more than 100 times harder than a red epic level fantasy realm. So far, the golden epic level fantasy realms that have appeared are mostly of the fantasy type, particularly those based on myths and legends. For example, over a decade ago, the flower planting family had a golden legendary level fantasy realm called Investiture of the Gods, which was also their first golden legendary level fantasy realm. At that time, the entire flower planting family was overjoyed, and the official authorities spared no effort in nurturing and constructing it, treating it as a future national fortune fantasy realm. The red epic level units recruited within the fantasy realm were indeed very powerful, most exceeding units of the same level. However, the resources required for construction and nurturing were like a bottomless pit, and the progress was extremely slow. Those legendary powerful deities were simply impossible to recruit. Ultimately, the authorities spent several years and consumed countless resources, yet they did not manage to truly shape the fantasy realm. Not a single golden legendary level unit was recruited, and before they could witness its true power, it was continuously breached under the assault of interdimensional invaders. The realm builder ultimately exhausted his lifespan and died, causing the fantasy realm to vanish as well. The flower planting family's current second guild fantasy realm is also a golden legendary level realm, named Strange Tales of Mountains and Seas, which is similarly based on myths and legends. However, having learned from the previous experience and lessons, the authorities have been more restrained in nurturing this realm. After nearly 10 years, despite encountering numerous difficulties, it has progressed relatively smoothly and now possesses formidable strength. Before the emergence of Great Wall Watch, it was one of the important alternative realms for the National Fortune Realm Restart Plan. Additionally, major countries like Lighthouse Nation and Sunset Nation have also made full efforts to cultivate golden legendary level fantasy realms. But they ultimately ended in failure. Therefore, the four strongest National Fortune realms today are all red epic level. Back to the main topic. Feng Chen immediately used the Chuan Contention Fantasy Realm Scroll. Fantasy Realm Scroll Chuan Contention used successfully. Compatibility with mainline Fantasy Realm, 100% subline Fantasy Realm Chuan Contention binding completed. With the game's main god's prompt, the blueprint of the Fantasy Realm appeared in Feng Chen's mind, revealing another vast realm, not smaller than Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles. The map includes many important battlefields from the Chuan Contention period, such as Pengchang, Gaixia, and Wujiang. However, Feng Chen, now financially robust and possessing the infrastructure maniac trait, directly constructed the entire fantasy realm in one go. Ding! Your Sublime Fantasy Realm Chuhan Contention construction degree has exceeded 30%, and it has entered the undecided level Fantasy Realm library. Invaders may come to challenge at any time. Please construct your fantasy realm as soon as possible. The game prompt sounded, but Fangchen paid no mind and began using the recruitment orders. 2 red Sublime Fantasy Realm General Recruitment Orders and 2,000 red Sublime Fantasy Realm Warrior Recruitment Orders. This military strength was more than enough to handle the fixed-level challenges. On the wide grassy field before him, white mist surged, and then 2,000 strong armies appeared before Fangchen. The 2 leaders, one tall and handsome, the other robust and rugged, both exuded extraordinary presence. The 2 generals approached Fangchen, saluted, and reported their names. Han Xin, I greet the Realm Master. Fan Kuai, I greet the Realm Master. Han Xin and Fan Kuai. These 2 were both great generals under Liu Bang during the Chuhan contention period. The 2,000 elite soldiers were also all Han troops. Fangchen then brought these individuals back to the mainline fantasy realm space, allowing the old man to help them understand the situation here and integrate as soon as possible. As for the soldiers' equipment, they could simply retrieve it from the forge's warehouse. Even if there were no suitable ones, they could have the 3 master blacksmiths custom make them. Opening a new branch illusion realm and supplementing troops to rearm was as simple as that for Fangchen. Next was to wait for the ranking challenge. But Fangchen estimated that even if the other worldly invaders discovered this new illusion realm, they probably wouldn't be as considerate as last time in helping him quickly rank up. After that, Fangchen spent 3 more days in a peaceful life. The first ranking challenge for the new branch illusion realm had yet to arrive. Fangchen even took the initiative to cancel the remaining truce time. Then, as expected, no invaders came to challenge. Although this action did attract considerable attention from the otherworldly invaders, all they did was discuss it. No one dared to provoke the Great Wall Watch illusion realm. After all, the tragic fate of the 5,000 level 70 high-tier invaders who returned defeated 3 days ago had stunned countless invaders. They truly had no idea how to estimate the strength of the Great Wall Watch illusion realm anymore. Initially, when it first completed its ranking, everyone thought that a team of level 40 to 50 invaders could easily clear it, but they were wrong. Later, they thought a team of elite level 50 to 60 invaders would definitely have no problem, but they guessed wrong again. Then, when a team of level 60 to 70 high-tier invaders was dispatched, everyone thought it was a sure win, yet they also returned in defeat. As for invaders above level 70, they could no longer challenge an S-level personal illusion realm, which meant that all invaders had no way to deal with the Great Wall Watch personal illusion realm. Now, the only thing left to look forward to was waiting for the Great Wall Watch to form a guild illusion realm, so that they could use a guild illusion realm battle with more participants to deal with it. 2 more days passed, and the challenge from the otherworldly invaders still hadn't come, but the day of the college entrance examination battle arrived. All graduating seniors of this year's 3rd year would be randomly assigned and then engage in arena battles in a promotion match format. However, since everyone's awakening times were different, the results were not solely determined by the outcomes of the battles, but rather by the examiners who would give comprehensive scores based on the candidates' performances in the battles. Of course, if you could win a few more matches, the more opportunities you had to perform, and naturally, the scores wouldn't be low. The battle matches were not open to the public, and no recordings were allowed. The confidentiality level of the score files was also very high. All of this was to guard against those human traitors. Inside the gymnasium of Chiching No. 7 Middle School, on the specially built arena, Fangchen and his opponent stood on opposite sides of the arena, with 2 illusion realm units fiercely battling between them. The boy opposite, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, clenched his fists tightly, occasionally excitedly cheering for his illusion realm unit, while Fangchen felt so bored he wanted to yawn, yet he had to pretend to look very nervous. His current surface identity was that of a level 1 illusion realm builder who had just awakened for a little over a month, so he could only summon 1 illusion realm unit to battle, and he had to deliberately lower the summoned unit's strength. The unit he summoned was an old Qin soldier without armor. To cooperate with Fangchen's performance, it was said that Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and the others had specially organized a competition to select it. It wasn't about who fought better, but about who acted better. For example, right now, the old Qin soldier summoned by Fangchen was exchanging blows with the opponent, as if they were evenly matched. After about 15 minutes of fighting, Seeing that the opponent's mental energy was nearly exhausted, Fang Chen transmitted the command to end the battle to the old Qin soldier. The old Qin soldier's gaze flickered slightly, and when the opponent attacked again, he deliberately exposed a flaw, got hit by a punch, then flew out, rolling on the ground a few times, and then struggled in pain for a moment before failing to get up. Fang Chen's lips twitched imperceptibly. Everything before had been fine, but this last bit was a bit exaggerated. He also pretended to be exhausted, swaying slightly, and smoothly recalled the old soldier of the Great Qin back into the illusionary domain. Then, with a look of helplessness and reluctance, he directly conceded defeat. The referee announced, "The match is over. Yi Liangchen wins." Beside him, 3 supervising teachers were each writing down their scores for both sides in their respective files. Among all the people present, the highest ranking were these 3 supervising teachers, all level 4 illusionary domain builders. Although they were of the same rank as Fang Chen, their strength was far inferior, and they couldn't see that Fang Chen had quietly let go. Under normal circumstances, no one would suspect anything in this regard. After finishing his match, Fang Chen left the school and returned home, just in time for the evening. He didn't deliberately lose the first match. Instead, he first normally won 2 matches before losing in the third. This way, he could probably achieve an average score, which was just enough. As night fell, while Fang Chen was in the illusionary space practicing with the various generals using heroic spirit possession, he suddenly heard a game notification. Ding! You have received a visit card from the Heroic Gathering, Illusionary Domain. Please check it. The visit card, like the invitation card, is a special item that can only be used or accepted after reaching level 4. Fang Chen had previously used an invitation card on Xiang Dongfeng, which allowed him to invite the other party into his illusionary space. In contrast, the visit card allows the user to go to the other party's illusionary space with their consent after using it. Although both types of items are rare, since Fang Chen reached level 4, he had received countless invitation cards and visit cards, and the information records were endless. However, he ignored all of them. Currently, he was only in contact with Xiang Dongfeng. After finding a quiet place, Fang Chen took out the epic level mask equipment and put it on, then chose to accept Xiang Dongfeng's visit card. The next second, Xiang Dongfeng appeared in front of Fang Chen. After exchanging greetings, Xiang Dongfeng handed over a stack of documents. As mentioned before, consuming construction modules allows one to integrate real-world items into the illusionary domain, and these documents were such items. Additionally, many of the recordings of illusionary battles in reality were filmed using devices integrated into the illusionary domain, which could then be materialized back into reality to produce the recordings. Of course, real-world weapons could also be integrated into the illusionary domain, which is a common operation, though it comes at a higher cost. Countries like Lighthouse Nation and Bear Country have integrated a large number of real weapons into their national fortune illusionary domains. It is even said that Lighthouse Nation's national fortune illusionary domain Raging Seas has integrated nuclear-level weapons, consuming vast resources for this purpose. Fang Chen took the documents handed over by the other party and found that they were personal profiles. Xiang Dongfeng said, "These are the first batch of level 4 illusionary domain builders we selected, all of whom have outstanding strength and potential. Take a look and see how many are suitable to help you build the guild's illusionary domain." He paused and continued, "If it's not enough, I'll bring you another batch of profiles next time." Fang Chen nodded slightly and carefully flipped through the documents in his hand. Yun Xiaoning, male, 25 years old, level 4 illusionary domain builder. Main illusionary domain, Yellow Turban Rebellion. Main illusionary domain characteristics, Zhou Yixue, female, 26 years old, level 4 illusionary domain builder. Main illusionary domain, Moon in the Sky. Su Yuxian, male, 25 years old, Wang Yifan. There were dozens of profiles in total, and the people listed were almost all in their 20s. Being able to reach level 4 so quickly and possessing strong illusionary domains and characteristics, they could all be considered young talents. The reason they were all level 4 illusionary domain builders was that if Fang Chen wanted to build a guild illusionary domain, he could only integrate the domains of level 4 builders at most. Whether it is the guild illusion domain or the national fortune illusion domain, they can only be downward compatible. After integrating others' illusion domains to construct a guild illusion domain, the leading builder can gain control over the subordinate illusion domains, while the subordinate illusion domains can enjoy the characteristics of the main illusion domain. During guild illusion domain battles, all subordinate illusion domains can enjoy the full benefits of the main illusion domain's characteristics. Even in personal illusion domain battles, they can enjoy 50% of the main illusion domain's characteristic effects. The rewards obtained from winning a guild illusion domain battle are greater than those from personal illusion domain battles. However, if the guild illusion domain battle is lost, the punishment for the main illusion domain builder will be more severe than that for losing a personal illusion domain battle, while the punishment for subordinate builders will be relatively lighter. This is one of the reasons many people are reluctant to build guild illusion domains. In contrast, most people prefer to join others' guild illusion domains. However, if they encounter an unreliable guild illusion domain, the fate of subordinate builders can be quite miserable, such as being treated as cannon fodder or having their spoils exploited. Therefore, many people would rather not build or join a guild illusion domain and maintain their personal illusion domain status. At level 4, a guild illusion domain can integrate up to 40 subordinate illusion domains, other people's main illusion domains, including their branch illusion domains. There is no fixed level challenge for guild illusion domains. When the number of subordinate illusion domains for a single illusion domain first reaches 40, it will automatically upgrade to a guild illusion domain and undergo its first level assessment based on the comprehensive levels of all personal illusion domains, after which it will enter the guild illusion domain library. After each guild illusion domain battle, a level assessment will be conducted. Some illusion domain builders choose to wait until later to establish a guild illusion domain, so that the subordinate builders who join are all of a higher level, naturally making the guild illusion domain stronger. But correspondingly, the level will also be higher, and the invaders faced will be stronger as well. Fang Chen did not have time to wait, so he decided to build the guild illusion domain directly at level 4. Although he was leveling up quickly, no invaders dared to recklessly challenge his personal illusion domain anymore. Without challenges, he could not level up, and waiting would be a waste of time. After building the guild illusion domain, he could continue to level up through guild illusion domain battles. Moreover, Fang Chen estimated that the invaders were also waiting for his guild illusion domain, as the number of challengers for guild illusion domains far exceeded that of personal illusion domains, allowing them to deploy more forces to attack, theoretically increasing the probability of success compared to challenging personal illusion domains. Although there would also be other illusion domain builders in the guild illusion domain, in the eyes of those high-level invaders, they were merely ornaments of the Great Wall Watch, not worth mentioning. While flipping through the files, Fang Chen asked, "Are these people all present now?" Xiang Dongfeng understood Fang Chen's meaning and nodded, saying, "Yes, they are all gathered in our secret base and are ready. You can invite them over at any time." Fang Chen nodded slightly. "Then, let's call in 9 of them first." The reason for 9 was that a red quality invitation letter could be used 10 times. Last time, Xiang Dongfeng used 1, leaving 9 remaining. Fang Chen had quite a few invitation letters in his inventory, having obtained 2 from rewards and several given by Xiang Dongfeng earlier. However, he planned to use them in multiple batches, calling the candidates for subordinate builders over in groups. At this moment, Bao Zhang, who received Fang Chen's instructions, walked over from a distance. Behind him followed a professional team. A handsome young guard holding a sword walked on Bao Zhang's left side. On his right side was an elegant middle-aged man holding a folding fan. Further back were 4 serious-looking guards with swords, along with 20 Yamen runners. Bao Zhang was indeed a very special unit. His court domain could judge targets and discern loyalty from treachery. Even without the domain, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for anyone to lie in front of him. He could even use the recruitment order himself to recruit his own team. The people before him were those whom Bao Zhang had recruited using the recruitment order after consulting Fang Chen. The recruitment orders used were all Red Epic level, but they were not the orders for commanding units, just like the Red Epic level warrior recruitment orders. Although they also recruited Red Epic level units, they were merely infantry units, which were vastly different from commanding units. There are many types of recruitment orders, such as those specifically for fierce ghosts or demons. The reason Fang Chen had always received soul recruitment orders was that his illusion domain was currently of this type. It was only after encountering Xiang Dongfeng that Fang Chen obtained some other types of recruitment orders. Bao Zhang's professional team was recruited using those orders. When Xiang Dongfeng first appeared in the courtroom domain, the officials present were actually old soldiers from the Great Qin playing a cameo. Now, this professional team could allow Bao Zhang's courtroom domain to operate more efficiently. Bao Zhang and the others walked up to Fong Chen and bowed in unison, saying, "Domain Master." Fong Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then he saw Bao Zhang raise his hand and wave. In an instant, the surroundings changed, and in the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves in a courtroom. Bao Zhang walked to the desk at the front of the court and sat down, while everyone else returned to their respective places, a solemn atmosphere enveloping the entire courtroom. Xiang Dongfeng's eyes lit up, having experienced it once. He naturally understood the power of this place. Subsequently, Fong Chen used the invitation to send invitations to the first 9 people on the list in the files. At the same time, the 2 of them retreated to a corner of the courtroom, concealing their figures. Just a few seconds later, 9 figures appeared almost simultaneously in the courtroom. 5 men and 4 women, all young people in their 20s. When they appeared, their expressions were somewhat excited, but upon seeing their surroundings, they all froze, looking somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Where is this? Isn't this the Great Wall Watch illusion domain? It doesn't look like it. That's Bao Zhang? What's happening? The few of them looked around in confusion, unable to help but whisper among themselves. Bang! At that moment, the gavel fell, the sound like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's hearts, startling them all. Bao Zhang's authoritative voice rang out. No noise in the courtroom. At the same time, the officials on both sides struck the ground with their weapons, chanting in unison, "Mighty!" The 9 illusion domain builders felt their scalps tingle, falling silent as if frozen in fear. Then, Bao Zhang struck the gavel again, his expression stern as he gazed at everyone, asking, "Who is below the court? State your names." An irresistible feeling surged within everyone, and they all showed signs of struggle. Some instinctively wanted to summon their illusion domain units but found it impossible. When entering someone else's illusion domain through an invitation or visitation, unless they had the host's consent, guests could not freely use the powers of the illusion domain, forcing it would lead to severe suppression. For instance, right now, they were being suppressed to the point where they couldn't use their powers at all. Some, in their panic, wanted to end the visit and leave, but found they still couldn't do so. In Bao Zhang's courtroom domain, unless he released them or they were powerful enough to break through the domain's restrictions, they could not leave. Under that immense pressure, some began to uncontrollably answer Bao Zhang's inquiries. "My name is Yun Xiaoning, 25 years old, from the capital." "My name is Zhou Yixue, 26 years old, from Liaoning province." "My name is Su Yuxian, 25 years old. My name is Wang Yifan." Soon, all 9 people took turns to state their identities and backgrounds, all matching the information in the files. Then, Bao Zhang continued to ask, "I ask you all, have you ever done anything against the country?" The young man named Yun Xiaoning gritted his teeth and replied decisively, "I have never done anything against the country." The girl named Zhou Yixue also answered, "I haven't, nor have I. I have never done anything against the country. I haven't. I was mischievous as a child and once called 110 on purpose, but I got beaten up badly afterward. That doesn't count." Right. Everyone quickly realized that after answering the questions, the suffocating pressure suddenly eased significantly. Some clever ones had already begun to form suspicions, their eyes revealing a look of doubt. Finally, only one person remained who had not answered, and his reaction was the most unusual among the 9. He was seen kneeling on the ground with a twisted expression, hands clutching his head, as if desperately resisting something, his teeth chattering, eyes bulging, and veins on his forehead protruding, looking somewhat terrifying. But his resistance did not last long. As if he could not control himself, he blurted out, I have already joined the rebel organization, ordered to infiltrate the official of the flower planting family, to collect intelligence on the Great Wall Watch." As soon as he spoke, the faces of the 8 people nearby changed dramatically, all looking at him in disbelief, then showing expressions of anger. "He's actually a traitor? Is this for real? What on earth is going on?" Several people quickly distanced themselves from the traitor, whispering in uncertainty. Meanwhile, that person continued to stammer out his secrets one by one. Once he finished speaking, he seemed to collapse onto the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just endured a torture session. Bang! At that moment, Bao Zhang slammed the gavel again, glaring with authority. "A traitor to the country. Their heart deserves to be punished. Their crime should be executed. Come here. Prepare the dog-head guillotine." Upon hearing this, The 8 people beside him widened their eyes in shock, and in their terrified gaze, they saw several bailiffs actually bringing in a huge guillotine. Wang Chao, Ma Han, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu immediately stepped forward, 2 of them grabbing the collapsed man on the ground, while the other 2 lifted the doghead guillotine. No, wait, don't kill me. The traitor was instantly horrified, screaming and struggling desperately, but it was completely ineffective. He was forced by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to the guillotine, his head pressed down, positioned under the blade. Then, Bao Zhang drew a token from a bamboo tube on the table and threw it down to the hall. Execute! Whoosh, swish, the sharp guillotine fell, and a head rolled onto the ground. Several people were so frightened that they closed their eyes and screamed, while the others turned pale, their teeth chattering. Even now, they still had not fully understood what was happening. In the illusion domain world, although everyone was merely a spiritual entity, their external manifestations were the same as in reality, including those heroic spirits, who had flesh and blood in the illusion domain, bleeding and feeling pain during battles. Although it was not a time for invaders to challenge, dying in the illusion domain would not result in actual death or loss of lifespan, but one would truly feel pain. They could even suffer severe psychological damage. Meanwhile, in a certain secret base of the flower planting family, in a spacious room under heavy guard, a group of young men and women sat on chairs, 9 of them with their heads bowed as if asleep, while the others occasionally glanced at them with expressions of envy and anticipation. Suddenly, one person trembled violently and rolled off the chair onto the floor, convulsing as if in a seizure, their face contorted in agony, letting out a horrific scream. The crowd was immediately startled, and some rushed to help, but even summoning a special healing unit from the illusion realm proved ineffective. Soon, the person's screams abruptly ceased, their eyes rolled back, and they fell unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Someone quickly realized this was a sign of severe mental trauma. Immediately, a group of medical personnel rushed in from outside, hurriedly lifting the person onto a stretcher and taking them away. What happened? Weren't they in the Great Wall Watch, illusion realm? How could this happen suddenly? Could they have been attacked in the illusion realm? That's impossible. The crowd murmured in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. On the other side, in the courtroom domain of Bao Zhang, 2 figures stepped out from a corner of the courtroom, looking at the slowly disappearing body under the guillotine, and Xiang Dongfeng's expression was somewhat grim. The remaining 8 people, upon seeing Xiang Dongfeng, immediately showed joy, and one girl named Zhou Yishui couldn't help but ask, "General Xiang, what is going on?" Xiang Dongfeng replied with a stern face, "It's exactly as you see, this person was a traitor lurking among you." Before anyone could ask further, he added, "I need to go back and deal with this matter. You stay here and follow this person's arrangements." Everyone was taken aback, instinctively looking at the masked figure, and then they all realized the other's identity, revealing excited expressions. Xiang Dongfeng then slightly nodded to Fang Chen, signaling him, and ended the visit, his figure disappearing. Fang Chen looked at the few people before him and calmly said, "I believe you have understood what just happened. Congratulations. You have passed the first test." Upon hearing his words, the 8 people showed looks of realization. So that's it. It was to test whether we were traitors? That's amazing. They actually uncovered a traitor so easily. Yeah, even the official investigations were unable to find out. That person, is Bao Qingtian? There are actually such special units. That's incredible. The crowd couldn't help but whisper in astonishment, and one tall man stepped forward first, standing at attention and giving Fang Chen a standard military salute, loudly declaring, "Zhonghuajia XX Army XX Regiment, Captain Yun Shaoning, reporting for duty." The others also stepped forward to report, each with different backgrounds, but all were exceptional young builders of the illusion realm. These individuals were all confident, even proud, but at this moment, they could not feel the slightest bit of pride in front of Fang Chen. In the capital of Zhonghuajia, in a certain secret base, after Xiang Dongfeng returned from the illusion space, he immediately ordered strict surveillance of the person who had just been sent to the medical room. In fact, prior to this, ever since learning about Bao Zhang's special ability to distinguish loyalty from treachery, Xiang Dongfeng had already made preparations in this regard. This included gathering all the candidates in this place and determining how to handle any traitors discovered. The traitor's spiritual body had been executed in the courtroom domain, suffering severe mental trauma, but it was not life-threatening. Once they recovered, they could still be interrogated. After that, Xiang Dongfeng did not return to the illusion space but went to the command room to monitor the situation of the remaining candidates through surveillance. Before long, another 10 people fell into a deep sleep, having been pulled into the illusion space by Feng Qing using an invitation. Moments later, another 10 people received the invitation and their consciousness was drawn into the Great Wall Watch illusionary realm. A total of 66 people gathered here, with batches being invited away one after another. No further abnormalities appeared in between, indicating that those who had left had withstood the trial of the court domain, and no traitors were found. It wasn't long after the last batch was invited away that suddenly, one person let out a piercing scream, fell to the ground convulsing violently, and quickly lost consciousness. Xiang Dongfeng's expression darkened once again. He felt a surge of anger, not towards others, but at himself for not doing his job well. Prior to this, he had done everything he could to investigate these people's situations, employing some extraordinary testing methods, yet he found no issues with them. However, the results showed that among these 66 people, 2 traitors had actually infiltrated. This indicated that the traitor organization was even more adept at hiding and evading detection than the officials had estimated. It was unimaginable how terrifying the consequences would be if Feng Chen's side didn't have Bao Zhang's court domain, allowing these people to infiltrate the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusionary realm. Soon, the second traitor was also taken away. About 15 minutes later, all the candidates woke up simultaneously. Their expressions were a mix of excitement and anticipation, tinged with a hint of regret. They had only remained in the court domain this time and had not truly seen the true face of the Great Wall Watch illusionary realm. Feng Chen did not immediately decide which individuals would be chosen as the first batch of auxiliary builders for the guild's illusionary realm. He simply let them return after gaining a preliminary understanding of each person's illusionary realm information. Next, Feng Chen needed some time to consider before selecting the auxiliary builders to establish the guild's illusionary realm. These plans had already been discussed with Xiang Dongfeng before and even for a while after Feng Chen made his decision. These individuals would need to stay in this secret base, severing all contact with the outside world. On the other side, Feng Chen also returned to the real world. He then retrieved the files from the illusionary realm and began to examine them carefully. He intended to decide on the first batch of auxiliary builders within a day, then merge their illusionary realms to complete the construction of the guild's illusionary realm. The discovery of 2 traitors served as a wake-up call for Feng Chen. Although his progress had been relatively smooth from the beginning until now, the further he went, the more troubles he would face, and the longer it dragged on, the more variables would arise. Therefore, he needed to quicken his pace. He had to take the initiative and draw the enemy into his rhythm. What Feng Chen did not expect was that despite his swift actions, before his guild's illusionary realm could be constructed, the otherworldly invaders had already taken action. However, it was not directed at him, nor even at the Huahua family. Just one night later, after a comfortable sleep, Feng Chen woke up and, as he picked up his phone to check the time, he found that the software had flooded his screen with pop-up notifications. He had activated the Do Not Disturb mode while sleeping, so he hadn't heard the notification sounds. Now, looking at the screen, it was filled with pop-up messages marked as important news. The content of the pop-ups from several different news apps was the same. The Lighthouse Nation's national fortune illusionary realm, Raging Seas, has been challenged. Feng Chen's gaze flickered, and he immediately clicked on the news details, which redirected him to Weibo. He quickly skimmed through the posts and learned that while he had been sleeping last night, the Lighthouse Nation's national fortune illusionary realm, Raging Seas, had been challenged by otherworldly invaders. In fact, this was something he had anticipated. More than a month ago, the first invading empire, the Alliance of Gods, had issued a challenge announcement, so the Lighthouse Nation had been preparing for it ever since. They were even unable to assist when one of their favored sons, the Sakura Island, was challenged in its national fortune domain. Of course, the complete destruction of Sakura Island was something the Lighthouse Nation did not anticipate. The enormous cost following the destruction of Sakura Island's national fortune domain caused unprecedented panic among the people of the Lighthouse Nation, leading to significant chaos. This was specifically manifested in a nationwide zero-cost purchase event. The challenges for personal domains were conducted immediately. However, the challenges for guild domains officially began one day after the invading otherworlders consumed relevant items and issued a challenge letter. As for the national fortune domain, It commenced 3 days after the challenge letter was issued. 3 days later, the strongest invading empire, the Alliance of Gods, would attack the national fortune domain of the Lighthouse Nation, raging seas and turbulent waves, with the outcome uncertain. Although the Lighthouse Nation had recently been claiming that their national fortune domain had been significantly enhanced, everyone knew they were not entirely confident. Since the establishment of the Raging Seas and Turbulent Waves national fortune domain, it had faced 5 challenges in total, with the Lighthouse Nation winning 2 of them, the most recent victory occurring 4 years ago. Although they won that time, it came at a great cost. However, the benefits gained nationwide after that victory were indeed considerable: an increase in national fortune, extended lifespans for all citizens, years of favorable weather, and positive development across various domestic industries. But whether they could win this time in the national fortune domain battle was anyone's guess. The invading side had also been growing stronger, especially in the national fortune domain wars, where each encounter brought unexpected powerful invaders or attack methods. Although the challenge was directed at another nation, Fang Chen understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, so he felt grave after watching the news. His Great Wall Watch domain was still wide open, yet no invaders had come to challenge for many days. No, he needed to accelerate his actions. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen made a decisive resolution. He entered the domain space and, based on the list he had considered the night before, began sending invitations to form guild domains to each target. The Yellow Turban Rebellion domain has accepted your invitation and has become an affiliated domain of Great Wall Watch, with a domain compatibility of 100%. Domain fusion complete. The Bright Moon in the Sky domain has accepted your invitation and has become an affiliated domain of Great Wall Watch, with a domain compatibility of 100%. The Battle of the 100 Regiments domain has accepted your invitation and has become an affiliated domain of Great Wall Watch. The Heroes of Water Margin domain has accepted your invitation. As Fang Chen sent out all the invitations in one breath, a series of game prompts immediately rang in his ears. At the same time, figures began to appear one after another before him. When all 40 of the invitations Fang Chen sent were accepted, and 40 figures gathered before him, a new prompt sounded. Ding! Great Wall Watch now has 40 affiliated domains and has upgraded to a guild domain. Initial guild domain level assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Great Wall Watch Guild Domain Level, A-Level Difficulty. Great Wall Watch has entered the Guild Domain Library. Invader guilds may challenge at any time, please be prepared. A-Level Difficulty. Fang Chen's gaze flickered. This result was within his expectations. The number of invaders that the guild domain had to face was not on the same scale as that of personal domains, and the invaders coming to challenge were organized as a guild, possessing special guild buffs and unique guild war items. So the guild domain's level would generally not exceed the difficulty level of personal domains. The personal domain level of Great Wall Watch is now at S-level Nightmare difficulty, while the 40 integrated subsidiary domains are almost all B-level domains, which can be said to be dead weight. Therefore, after a comprehensive assessment, it was initially rated at I, which is a difficult level. When Fang Chen received the guild's domain rating notification, the 40 builders who had just entered and were already members of the guild's subsidiary domains also heard the prompt. A-level difficult difficulty. Hiss. It reached this level on the first rating. Under normal circumstances, at least a level 6 domain builder's guild domain is needed to reach this level. I remember it took General Xiang's Heroes Guild a full 10 years to reach a level. Look at the domain buffs of Great Wall Watch. 3 golden legendary level buffs. This, so strong. The effect of the heavy price buff. I remember now, the Heroes Guild domain was attacked before, and at a critical moment, they suddenly turned the tide. It is said that the invaders who died in the final stage dropped a lot of items and did not revive. Could it be because of this buff? It should be. It is said that someone saw a shadow of the Great Wall spanning the void at that time. That must be it. So Great Wall Watch participated in the battle back then. Are those over there all domain units? That's way too many. The equipment on them. Am I seeing things? How come I see so much red and purple light? Maybe I'm seeing things too. I think the minions' equipment looks like purple perfect level. The 40 young builders were all unable to hide their shock, whispering among themselves. They finally saw the true form of the Great Wall Watch domain, and many were looking around in amazement. At this moment, within the main domain of Great Wall Watch, in addition to Fang Chen's own several subsidiary domains, a large number of subsidiary domains suddenly appeared. scattered around the originally empty positions as arranged by Feng Chen. As the main builder of the guild domain, Feng Chen has the authority to allocate subsidiary domains at will, such as distributing the units of each subsidiary domain into his own branch domains when a guild comes to challenge. Usually, as long as Feng Chen agrees, the subsidiary builders can freely enter the guild domain space without consuming items. The units within the subsidiary domains can also move freely within the range allowed by Feng Chen in the guild domain space. At this moment, a group of subsidiary builders, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, stared in awe at everything around them. The magnificent shadow of the Great Wall and the historical scroll above were already enough to shock the heart. When they noticed the tens of thousands of domain units gathered in a huge square not far away, they were even more dumbfounded. Not only were they shocked by the massive number, but also by the equipment on those units that shimmered with faint light. Red, representing epic level, was everywhere, while purple, representing perfect level, was densely packed. As young talents, they had seen the world under official training and had encountered various high-quality equipment. However, they suddenly realized that what they thought was a lot was insignificant compared to the situation before them. They had no prior knowledge of any information about Great Wall Watch, but they all thought it was a domain secretly cultivated by the officials. However, at this moment, that thought began to waver, because they all felt, even if it were the official organization, they probably couldn't produce so many resources. After all, the official organization of the flower-growing family has cultivated several powerful guild phantom domains on the surface, which consumes countless resources. How could they possibly produce so many top-tier resources additionally? But if it wasn't the official cultivation, where did these resources come from? It can't possibly be that they obtained them through their own efforts. A group of people felt utterly perplexed. After Feng Chen and the others discussed for a while, their shock gradually subsided, and he finally spoke. Everyone, we will be teammates in a guild phantom domain from now on. Please take care of me. Everyone immediately straightened their expressions, responding with a mix of nervousness and surprise. Please take care of us. Feng Chen smiled faintly. Since these people had passed Bao Zhang's test, adhering to the principle of trusting those who are trustworthy, he didn't hold back and began to lead everyone toward the large square while introducing the basic situation of the Great Wall Watch, Phantom Domain. After all, they would be fighting together in the future, so mutual understanding was essential. Listening to Feng Chen casually introduce the information about several branch phantom domains, everyone's eyes gradually widened, and by the end, they could hardly close their mouths. The branch phantom domains were all red epic level, and the buffs from the branch phantom domains were as well. The number of red epic level commander units was beyond counting, and even a large number of the small soldier units were red epic level. This was already beyond their understanding of phantom domains. In the large square, upon seeing Feng Chen approach, the heroic spirits all bowed, their curious gazes scrutinizing the 40 unfamiliar faces. Under the scrutiny of tens of thousands of eyes, a group of young builders felt a bit uneasy. Fortunately, Feng Chen soon led them away from the large square to a nearby forge. When they heard Feng Chen introduce the forge and saw the walls lined with red and purple equipment, they were once again greatly shocked. Coming back to their senses, one young man with thick eyebrows excitedly said, "President, I have a special unit in my phantom domain named Tanglong, nicknamed Money Leopard. He is a blacksmith and can forge equipment. He can come here to help." Feng Chen remembered that this person was named Su Yuxian, and his main phantom domain was called Heroes of the Water Margin, based on the famous work of the flower-growing family. Water Margin, a semi-realistic and semi-fantastical phantom domain. Feng Chen nodded slightly. That's perfect. In the future, if you want to forge any equipment, you can come here. The others showed expressions of surprise and anticipation upon hearing this. When they arrived at the pharmacy, Su Yuxian again expressed that there was a special unit in his phantom domain named Daoquan, who could also make medicine and could come here to help. And Daoquan's nickname in Water Margin was also Divine Doctor. But this Divine Doctor was somewhat exaggerated and could not compare to true Divine Doctors like Bian Ke or Li Shizhen. Feeling the envious gazes from others, Su Yuxian, who had already shown off twice since arriving, couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Subsequently, Feng Chen led everyone back to the large square and had them introduce themselves one by one, mainly about their phantom domain situations. At the same time, he teleported the units from each person's phantom domain to the large square so that the phantom domain units could also get to know each other. After all, the area of the large square could be expanded infinitely. accommodating as many people as needed. Soon, the figures in the large square increased, becoming incredibly lively. Just as Feng Chen's guild Phantom Domain was being established and the members were getting to know each other, the news of the establishment of the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain quickly attracted considerable attention. Whether from the Blue Star side or the invading Otherworlders, both sides could see the information on the Guild Phantom Domain leaderboard. The Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain was initially rated at A-level difficulty. The invaders from another world prompted the 5 great empires to immediately convene another alliance representative meeting. His speed is indeed impressive. The guild's illusion domain has already been established. According to the latest intelligence from the mice, some of them successfully infiltrated the supplementary builders' backup team. But a few days ago, they were taken to a secret base and are currently uncontactable. Although the challenge limit for the A-level difficulty guild illusion domain is 130,000, the level cap is only 60. I estimate it might still be quite impossible to conquer. A full 130,000 level 60 players, plus guild buffs, powerful siege equipment, and so on, it might not be impossible to take it down. If we can conquer it, that would be best, everyone would be happy. If we can't, it doesn't matter. At least we should gather as much intelligence as possible. Once we finish the Raging Sea illusion domain and claim our rewards, we can deal with him properly. At worst, we can let his guild illusion domain rise to S level like before. By then, with over 200,000 level 70 high-tier players in the guild war, I refuse to believe we can't overwhelm him. In a secret base, in a spacious room, a group of young elites gathered. At this moment, 40 of them hung their heads as if in slumber. Nearby, more than 20 awake individuals looked at their sleeping companions, their eyes filled with envy and disappointment, because they had not been chosen by the Great Wall Watch to be the first batch of supplementary builders for its guild illusion domain. Sigh, I thought I would be selected, why not? Who isn't? I didn't expect to be eliminated. That person must have their own considerations. After all, the compatibility with the illusion domain is also very important. Missing this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next one. The next chance will be at level 5, unless we can level up before then. There won't be another opportunity. You're about to level up to 5, you have a chance. I'm still far behind, it seems hopeless for me. A group of eliminated young elites whispered among themselves, their spirits somewhat low. At that moment, the door opened, and Xiang Dongfeng walked in. Everyone hurriedly stood up to pay their respects. Xiang Dongfeng looked at them, smiling as he said, "You all need not be disappointed. It's not that you aren't excellent, it's just that the person made their selection based on various considerations regarding the illusion domain. In the future, when Great Wall Watch becomes the national fortune illusion domain, you will all have the chance to join." He paused slightly and continued, "Moreover, I believe you won't have to wait too long before that. Focus on making yourselves stronger. The future national fortune illusion domain of our flower family will also need your strength." Hearing his words, the disappointment in their eyes faded significantly, and hope was rekindled among them. Subsequently, Xiang Dongfeng allowed these eliminated individuals to return to their dorms for free activities and arranged for professional caregivers to come in, placing the 40 builders whose consciousness was in the illusion domain while their bodies were in a state of slumber onto beds. They would likely stay in the Great Wall Watch illusion domain for quite some time. Time passed slowly. In the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, the 40 supplementary builders had completed their self-introductions, and their respective illusion domain units had all appeared in the Grand Plaza. From a high vantage point, the Grand Plaza was bustling with people. A lively scene. These 40 individuals were all level 4 illusion domain builders, each possessing one main illusion domain and 4 branch illusion domains. Although the types of illusion domains varied, the number of units in each was over 1,000. With some nearing 10,000. Of course, having more units doesn't necessarily mean being stronger. Different illusion domains have different focuses, some emphasizing sheer numbers while others prioritize individual combat power. The total number of illusion domain units from the 40 supplementary builders far exceeded the total number of illusion domain units of Great Wall Watch itself. However, if we were to discuss overall combat power, the combined strength of all 40 members' illusion domains is not enough to match the warriors of the Great Wall Watch, but these individuals are, after all, the chosen elites carefully selected and trained by the official channels. The mainline illusion domains are almost all red epic level, but due to their low levels, There aren't many high-level resources available, and most of the strongest units in their illusion domains are still only purple perfect level. However, there are a few who already possess high-tier red epic level units. For example, a handsome young man named Yun Xiaoning, whose mainline illusion domain is Yellow Turban Rebellion, has the strongest combat power in the form of the red epic level General Zhang Jiao. Another example is a builder named Zhong Chang, whose mainline illusion domain is called Hero Island, and he possesses a pair of red epic level special unit combinations called Rewarding Good and Punishing Evil. Fang Chen glanced at the time and realized that more than 10 hours had passed without him noticing. Outside, it had turned from morning to evening. Just as he was about to conclude this meeting and let everyone return to rest, a game notification suddenly rang out. Ding! The Conquer the World Guild has challenged the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain. The enemy will arrive in the guild's illusion domain in 24 hours. Please prepare for battle. Not only Fang Chen, but all 40 affiliated builders present also heard the notification at the same time. The chatter among the crowd abruptly stopped, and they all showed expressions of surprise and suspicion. This, so soon? The guild's illusion domain has only been established for half a day. They must have been watching the guild's illusion domain library. Not surprising, they must have been waiting for the Great Wall Watch to establish its guild illusion domain. Conquer the World is the strongest guild of the Second Empire's war god tribe. Yeah, there are old rivals, the previous major guilds have all been challenged by them. We just completed the illusion domain fusion, and we haven't even had time to familiarize ourselves. This battle might be tough. They're rushing to challenge us precisely because they see this weakness. There's no need to panic. Let's fight them. We're currently in A-level guild illusion domain, and the Invader's level cap is 60, it should be fine. Right, you really are confident. It's not me being confident, our Great Wall Watch can easily repel even level 70 invaders. But last time it was a personal illusion domain battle. The scale of the guild illusion domain battle is on a different level. The crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves, and they all turned their gazes toward Fang Chen. The phrase level 60 invaders are not a concern was something they would never dare to say in normal circumstances. Their personal illusion domains were only B-level, and the highest level of invaders they usually faced was 50. If they encountered a level 60 invader in their personal illusion domain, they would have no confidence or chance of winning at all. But now it was different. They had joined the Great Wall Watch Guild illusion domain, and the personal illusion domain of Great Wall Watch was S-level. Moreover, they had recently defeated a batch of high-tier level 70 invaders, to the point where those invaders no longer dared to challenge the personal illusion domain of Great Wall Watch. That was why, right after the establishment of the Guild illusion domain, they immediately launched a challenge. Level 60 invaders were naturally not a concern for Great Wall Watch, but due to the sheer scale of the Guild illusion domain battle, everyone still felt a bit uncertain. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, showing no signs of surprise, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The response from the otherworldly invaders was quite swift this time. He was not disappointed. Facing the inquiring gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Perfect. Everyone should go back and rest, conserve your energy, and prepare for our first battle in the Guild illusion domain tomorrow." The crowd's expressions turned serious, and they all nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood." Then, they all left the illusion domain space one after another. Fang Chen also returned to the real world, stretched lazily as he got up from the sofa, and walked into the kitchen. It had been a day without food, and his stomach was protesting. That night, news of the newly formed guild's illusion domain, Great Wall Watch, being challenged quickly sparked heated discussions online. Coupled with the news of the strongest national luck illusion domain, Raging Seas, being challenged, the entire internet was abuzz, with countless people discussing it all night long. However, Fang Chen slept soundly and didn't wake up until the next morning, feeling refreshed. Entering the illusion domain space, in the vastly expanded square, many units from the affiliated illusion domains were still communicating here. They were aware that a large-scale hard battle was imminent, so they had been taking the time to familiarize themselves with each other last night, and some commanders were still discussing battle plans, because they didn't need to rest. After receiving Fang Chen's notification, 40 affiliated builders quickly regrouped in front of him. Everyone had rested well the previous night, and it was evident they were in good spirits, though there was still some tension in their eyes, mixed with an excitement to try their skills. Fang Chen began to assign positions and tasks for this guild illusion domain battle according to the plan he had considered the night before. His arrangements were not complicated, and there were almost no strategic or tactical elements involved. He did not arrange for these affiliated illusion domains to join the sub-illusion domains of Great Wall Watch, nor did he have them cooperate with each other. Instead, he directly let them all face the enemy alone, allowing them to perform freely, because Fang Chen wanted to take this opportunity to see their individual strengths. Without the luxury of time to understand them slowly, he chose the most direct way to learn about them. This guild illusion domain battle was a good opportunity because future guild illusion domain battles would only see stronger enemies. This arrangement was almost equivalent to letting the affiliated illusion domains serve as cannon fodder. However, none of the affiliated builders expressed any objections. In personal illusion domain battles, if the illusion domain is breached, the builders cannot escape unscathed. In guild illusion domain battles, even if their illusion domain is breached during the fight, they can retreat to the main guild illusion domain space as long as they do not die, and if the guild ultimately wins, they will not be punished. Time quickly passed to the evening. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will arrive in the Great Wall Watch Guild illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare for battle. When the game prompt sounded, all the builders in the Great Wall Watch illusion domain were jolted to attention. Fang Chen looked at the 40 affiliated builders before him and smiled. Everyone, prepare for battle. The 40 talented individuals responded in unison. Yes. Then, Fang Chen waved his hand, and everyone instantly vanished from their spots. As for the various illusion domain units, they had already taken their positions on the battlefield. This guild battle had many battlefields. In addition to Fang Chen's 3 sub-illusion domains, there were also 40 separately distributed affiliated illusion domains. The invading guild challenging them needed to allocate their forces according to Fang Chen's deployment of the guild illusion domain upon entering. Each sub-illusion domain of Great Wall Watch, as well as all the separately distributed affiliated illusion domains, needed to arrange for the invaders to enter for the challenge. Only after all these illusion domains cleared could they attack the mainline illusion domain space. The rules were similar to personal illusion domain battles, but the scale of numbers was vastly different. Fang Chen's figure appeared on the city wall of the Three Kingdoms battle illusion domain. All the forces in this illusion domain were still concentrated at this pass, ready to determine the outcome regardless of how many enemy forces would come through. At this moment, the forces guarding the pass, in addition to the 5 legendary generals of the Three Kingdoms, including Lu Bu, and 5,000 elite soldiers initially recruited, also included over 3,000 soldiers recruited later, using some relatively low-quality recruitment orders from the stockpile previously given by the East Wind. Among them were generals like Yan Liang and Zhou Cun recruited with Purple Commander recruitment orders, as well as ordinary soldiers recruited with Blue Warrior recruitment orders. A total of 8,000 troops were stationed at the illusion domain of Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, without any additional main storyline units being arranged. Because, in this illusion domain, there was a martial general with the strongest combat power currently in the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, Lu Bu, who possessed the only golden legendary equipment in the entire illusion domain, the Heavenly Demon Battle Armor. Fang Chen arrived here to observe the battle also because he wanted to see the power of the golden legendary equipment. When the countdown of 100 seconds ended, a large amount of light fell like a meteor shower on the vast grassland in front of Hulao Pass, and in the blink of an eye, a dense army of invaders appeared before Fang Chen. Roughly estimated, there were at least 30,000 of them. At the same time, in the 2-branch illusion domains of Tomb of the Dragon Emperor and Bloodstained Gene Lake, armies of over 30,000 invaders also descended. In the 40 separate affiliated illusion domains, the number of invaders that appeared did not exceed 1,000 each. There was no doubt that the invaders did not take those affiliated illusion domains seriously, concentrating the majority of their forces on the 3-branch illusion domains of Great Wall Watch itself. Moreover, they seemed to have no intention of using a small force to engage in a mutual destruction with Tomb of the Dragon Emperor as they did last time. Instead, they allocated the same amount of forces to all 3-branch illusion domains, planning a strong assault, conquering the world. As the strongest guild of the Second Empire God of War tribe in the game, had countless top-tier invaders, but currently, the guild's illusion domain level of Great Wall Watch was only A level, with a maximum level cap of 60. Therefore, all of the 130,000 invaders that came this time were all level 60. Not only that, everyone was equipped with the highest standard of gear and supplies. and they also carried a large amount of high-spec military equipment. The invaders were determined, no longer concerned about the severe death penalties, and vowed to fight to the death with Great Wall Watch. These 130,000 invaders could be said to be a super high-scale suicide squad. Because the Empire had declared, all losses in this challenge would be compensated by the Empire. Therefore, all the invaders that descended at this moment were not afraid of battle, each filled with fighting spirit and high morale. After the more than 30,000 invaders descended in front of Hula Pass, they almost immediately charged at the pass. Meanwhile, there was a figure here that was even more urgent than the invading forces across. A rider burst out from the city gate, clad in black battle armor, wielding a Fengtian painting halberd. Although it was just one person on a horse, the momentum was as if 1,000 troops were charging. It was none other than Fengxian. Among the 30,000 troops opposite, there were not only those riding various huge and bizarre mounts but also many large siege weapons, such as siege towers and siege cannons, as well as some modern military equipment, like armored vehicles, tanks, and even missile launchers. When they saw the figure charging in alone, the front line of invaders showed expressions of astonishment. Although they recognized that this was the powerful boss mentioned in the intelligence from this branch illusion domain, many invaders still felt insulted. Their side had 30,000 high-level elite invaders at level 60, yet the enemy sent just one boss to charge in, which was too underestimating of them. Let's all attack. Kill him first, even if it's a boss. Charging in alone against 30,000 is just asking for death. Directly unleash awakening skills. Use burst damage to overwhelm him. A group of invaders revealed fierce glints in their eyes, shouting loudly as they launched their strongest attacks. In an instant, various sword techniques, magic, bullets, arrows, and even cannonballs surged towards Fengxian. Faced with the onslaught of attacks, Fengxian let out a hearty laugh, showing no intention of stopping or dodging. He simply raised his Feng Tianhua halberd high and swung it forward. In that moment, a red light flashed on the long halberd, and a crescent-shaped red glow sliced through the air, instantly intercepting a large wave of attacks ahead, erupting into a series of deafening booms. The colorful lights and smoke obscured everyone's vision, drowning out Fengxian's figure. In the next moment, other attacks surged into the smoke, triggering countless explosions once more. Got him! Ha ha ha! With so many awakening techniques hitting him at once, even a boss is definitely dead, one invader laughed triumphantly. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw a figure burst out of the smoke, appearing right in front of him. Then, a flash of red light appeared, and he knew nothing more. A long halberd, glowing red, cleaved him and his mount in half. Ha 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 ha, is that all you've got? You're far weaker than the last batch of enemies. Die, all of you. Fengxian laughed as he charged into the enemy ranks, instantly causing chaos. What? He's unscathed? How is that possible? That's hundreds of awakening techniques. Don't panic. Attack together. Kill him. Be careful. A group of invaders gasped in shock, some hurriedly retreating, others launching attacks. But anyone targeted by Fengxian couldn't escape. They were all slain by the Feng Tianhua halberd, with hardly a single one surviving. The attacks that landed on Fengxian were either easily deflected by his halberd or he simply didn't block or dodge, allowing the attacks to hit him. Yet, his black armor shimmered with golden light, effortlessly negating the powerful awakening techniques without inflicting any damage on him. That's not entirely accurate. There was some damage, but it was merely a reduction of health by -1, -2, -1, -2, like that. The chaos within the vanguard troops grew, causing the once thundering charge of the 30,000-strong invading army to slow down. As Fengxian rampaged through the invaders, a chaotic vortex centered around him began to form and rapidly expand. More and more invaders were drawn into the fray. No matter the type of attack, none could inflict effective damage on Fengxian, and no matter the type of defense, it was utterly ineffective before him. Ha 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 ha, too weak, too weak, too weak, not enough, not enough, not enough, kill, 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 kill. Fengxian's maniacal laughter grew more frenzied as he slaughtered one invader after another. The black armor on his body gradually revealed crimson patterns, and his offensive showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, he grew more ferocious with each kill. Wherever Fengxian passed, he left behind the corpses of invaders and a ground littered with various glowing orbs. The invading forces had carefully studied the intelligence provided by the previous batch of challengers in the Three Kingdoms battle illusion domain and knew that there was a powerful boss. But now, Everyone felt that this boss was 10 times more terrifying than the reports had indicated. How is this possible? Isn't this guild's illusion domain rated A? How could there be such a monstrous boss? Did you forget its personal illusion domain level is S? It's only been a few days since the last challenge. How could he have gotten this much stronger? Wait, his equipment? Golden legendary equipment. How could this be? Many invaders quickly realized the key. The armor on this boss seemed to be golden legendary equipment. The golden legend is something that remains out of reach for these level 60 invaders. This game has been around for 30 years, and the number of golden legend level equipment that has appeared is quite limited, all in the hands of the top tier invaders. As for the illusion realm, only the strongest level 9 illusion builders possess golden legend level equipment within their realms. These level 60 invaders, while elite, are fortunate to have even one piece of red epic equipment. Many are still using purple perfect level gear. Faced with the defense of the golden legend level armor on Lubu, even if they unleashed their strongest awakening skills, it would be of no use. Ha ha ha, delightful, come on, bring it on. Lubu's arrogant laughter echoed like a spell over the invader camp, the blood-red patterns on his demon armor almost covering his entire body, radiating a blood-like red aura, and behind him, a huge, menacing shadow began to take shape. At the moment that shadow formed, the aura around Fengxian surged exponentially. Let's try this move, Demon Chaos. Fengxian's maniacal laughter seemed to turn completely frenzied as he suddenly leaped high into the air, descending upon the most densely packed area of invaders. After easily blocking a large number of awakening skills, he swung his Fangtian Huaji down with great force the moment he landed. Countless blood-red slashes spread like a giant wave, and screams erupted one after another, as large numbers of invaders fell like wheat, instantly perishing. Countless colorful orbs fell to the ground, resembling clusters of brilliant fireworks. This is the power of golden legend level equipment. On the city wall of Hulao Pass, Feng Chen gazed at Lubu, who had single-handedly charged into the enemy ranks, truly embodying the phrase 1 against 10,000, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The generals beside Feng Chen, such as Dianwei and Zhao Yun, also showed expressions of astonishment, along with a hint of uncontainable excitement and envy. With Lubu wielding golden legend level equipment, a significant gap had opened up between them, leaving them somewhat unwilling and also eagerly anticipating the day they could possess such powerful gear themselves. At that moment, within the invader camp, a flying unit ascended into the air, but instead of attacking the rampaging Lubu, they flew directly overhead towards Hulao Pass. Meanwhile, a large number of invaders circumvented the area disrupted by Lubu and charged towards Hulao Pass. Lubu swung a blood-red slash into the sky, instantly killing over 100 flying invaders, but the remaining invaders still managed to escape. Ultimately, Lubu was alone. Even though he could take on thousands, he could not stop all the invaders. The invaders already caught up in the battlefield became desperate, launching fierce attacks against Lubu. Although they fell one after another to his strikes, more invaders continuously surged forward. Seeing this situation, Feng Chen raised his hand, and the generals beside him immediately showed glimmers of determination, ready to engage in battle. The city gates swung wide open, and the generals charged out on horseback, followed closely by thousands of soldiers. Although they were outnumbered by the enemy, their morale was unwavering. In addition to the ground forces, a special squad slowly ascended from within the city, heading towards the invaders' aerial combat unit. These were lifelike wooden kites. The wooden kites appeared to be entirely assembled from wood, each nearly 3 meters in wingspan, with every part able to move flexibly, resembling real birds in flight. These wooden kites were crafted by the recently recruited Master Lu Ban. However, due to time constraints, Master Lu Ban had only managed to create a few dozen kites during his overtime work, and with 3 branches of the illusion realm to divide among, there were only about 20 at each location. At this moment, more than 20 wooden kites flew out from within Hulao Pass, each carrying a soldier, with General Zhang Liao at the forefront, and the rest were elite warriors of the rank of 1,000-man commanders, including Zhang Liao. Everyone had a longbow slung over their shoulders, and there were multiple quivers on the sides of the wooden kites. Once in the sky, Zhang Liao immediately knocked an arrow and shot a projectile glowing with red light, which streaked through the air like a meteor, instantly hitting an invader with wings. The air combat forces of the invaders immediately retaliated, launching a barrage of long-range attacks towards the wooden kite squad. Zhang Liao and the others quickly maneuvered the wooden kites to evade, dodging most of the attacks. Although a few struck the wooden kites, they merely flickered with red light, and none were damaged. In mid-air, a group of invaders looked astonished. One exclaimed, "What the hell? A red epic flying vehicle!" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Liao shot him in the head with an arrow. The bow in Zhang Liao's hand was also a red epic weapon. The bows in the hands of the elite soldiers behind him, while not epic, were still deep purple perfect grade weapons, equally powerful, and they unleashed a volley towards the enemy, causing several invaders to scream and fall. Zhang Liao continued to shoot while steering the wooden kite towards the enemy, directly charging into their ranks. Then he put down his longbow, drew his longsword from his waist, and engaged the enemy in close aerial combat. The air combat forces of the invaders numbered in the thousands, yet Zhang Liao alone disrupted their formation, with cries of alarm and screams echoing as invaders fell like dumplings. The other wooden kite warriors continuously maneuvered and shot around, and this small squad of just over 20 wooden kites managed to hold back the enemy's air combat team of over 1,000. On the ground, the large artillery in the invader camp began to attack, firing shells and even beams towards Hulao Pass. The soldiers on the city defense immediately used giant crossbows for defense, shooting out bolts that were no less powerful than cannonballs, blocking most of the incoming attacks, though some still landed within the city or on the walls, but they caused little casualties. These defensive structures were built with red epic grade construction modules, providing extremely strong defense. Some attacks did hit the charging forces of the three kingdoms, causing some casualties, but as both sides quickly closed in and engaged in close combat, such large-scale long-range attacks became less threatening. The three kingdoms' army, numbering less than 10,000, clashed head-on with over 20,000 invaders, resulting in a chaotic melee. Yet, the side with fewer numbers, the three kingdoms' army, quickly gained the upper hand. When over 1,000 level 70 invaders had come before, they had not fared well. Now, these level 60 invaders, even with their numbers multiplied by more than 10 times, still could not reach the level of qualitative change from quantitative change, not to mention the fierce generals like Dian Wei and Zhang Fei, who could single-handedly wreak havoc in the enemy ranks. Even the second-tier generals like Yan Liang and Zhou Cong could easily take on 100. The cavalry units were also unstoppable. Even a small formation of just a few dozen soldiers could make a group of invaders cry out in distress. The invaders, who had originally thought they could at least rely on their numerical advantage to fight back, now despaired, realizing that the gap between the two sides was far greater than they had anticipated. Even with numerical superiority, even with all their members entering in peak condition, even with guild-specific attribute bonuses, even with many large artillery pieces, these supposed advantages were utterly insignificant in the face of the enemy's absolute strength. Indeed, the Great Wall Watch illusion realm, whether in terms of individual scale or guild scale, is no longer something that level 60 invaders can provoke. It is better left to those above level 70 to handle. The invaders, having lost their fighting spirit, crumble with a single blow, their defeat as swift as a mountain collapsing. On the walls of Hulao Pass, Fang Chen observes the battlefield situation, knowing that the outcome of the battle here has already been decided. Moreover, it has concluded much faster than expected. It should be the first among the three-branch illusion realms to finish the battle. Although he is present here, he has been using a god's eye view to monitor the situation in other places. Not only the other two-branch illusion realms but also those separate affiliated illusion realms facing enemies alone. At this moment, in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion realm, the invading army has already reached the lowest level, but their numbers have dwindled from over 30,000 to just over 10,000. The area of the lowest level has expanded several times, and the invading army has yet to breach the inner city of Xianyang, being held back by Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and other generals, who are dividing and attacking them in various regions outside the city. Meanwhile, in the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion realm, the invading faction has similarly been reduced to less than 20,000, surrounded by volunteer soldiers in a mountain hollow, completely unable to lift their heads under the overwhelming firepower. In those 40 separate affiliated illusion realms, the situation is almost entirely the opposite. Level 60 elite invaders are still too strong for ordinary level 4 illusion realm builders, even though these affiliated builders can be called prodigies outside. Compared to Fang Chen, they can only be considered ordinary. Under normal circumstances, a level 1 illusion realm builder corresponds to a group of level 1 to 10 invaders. A level 2 builder corresponds to level 10 to 20 invaders, a level 3 to 20 to 30, and so on. These prodigy builders are much stronger than ordinary builders, they are only level 4, yet their personal illusion realms have reached B grade, and they have previously faced invaders of levels 40 to 50. However, facing level 60 elite invaders, even if there are 1 or 2 powerful epic level generals in their illusion realms, it is still very difficult to deal with, because they do not have the ample troops and high-quality equipment that Feng Chen possesses, and the characteristics of their illusion realms are far from comparable to Great Wall Watch. Although they can now enjoy the characteristics of the main illusion realm of Great Wall Watch, the 3 golden legendary characteristics are not battlefield instant game types, and thus do not help in their current battles. One by one, the affiliated illusion realms are breached, and the affiliated builders can only retreat helplessly to the main illusion realm space of Great Wall Watch. Subsequently, with Feng Chen's consent, they entered the branch illusion realms of Great Wall Watch. There, they witnessed a battle situation completely opposite to their own illusion realms. Tens of thousands of level 60 elite invaders are being thoroughly suppressed by the armies within the illusion realm. Those invaders who had just easily breached the affiliated illusion realms were teleported to the branch illusion realms to support. But upon entering, most of them died under unknown firepower before they even grasped the situation. This is the strength of Great Wall Watch. And this is only the branch illusion realm. There are still many troops in the main illusion realm space that can be deployed for support at any time. In the 3 branch illusion realms, the affiliated builders are left in shock. Before long, the 3 Kingdoms Battle Chronicle illusion realm indeed finishes its battle first. The invading army of over 30,000 didn't even touch the gates of Hula Pass before being completely annihilated. Among them, nearly 10,000 invaders fell to the hands of Lu Bu. Following that, the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion realm concluded its battle, with the invading army not even reaching the palace walls of the Qin King's palace. As for the ancestral dragon within the Qin King's hall, it didn't even show its face, having learned from the previous lesson. This time, even if the invaders wanted to use that kind of scorched earth tactic, Bai Qi and the others would not give them the opportunity. Moreover, the scale of the Emperor Qin's tomb has expanded several times since then. Even if a similar special device akin to a small nuclear bomb were to be used again, it might not achieve the same effect. The reason the battle in bloodstained Jin Lake ended so late was due to the terrain of the battlefield, where some invaders scattered and fled, and the warriors took some time to hunt them down. Ultimately, amidst Feng Chen's unsurprised calm and the astonished observation of the subordinate builders, the first Guild Phantom Domain battle of Great Wall Watch came to an end. Under normal circumstances, a Guild Phantom Domain battle would not end so quickly, as the fallen could be revived to rejoin the fight, especially compared to the invaders, who faced much lower costs of death. It was common for them to revive 4 or 5 times during a Guild Phantom Domain battle. What was unusual about this first Guild Phantom Domain battle of Great Wall Watch was that none of the fallen invaders revived. That was why it ended so quickly. As for why they didn't revive, of course, it was because the death penalty was too severe. Moreover, even if they did revive, it would just be a form of torture. Ding! The Guild Phantom Domain Defense Battle of Great Wall Watch has been won. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 30%. The Game Master's prompt rang in Feng Chen's ears, and the long list of rewards made him overjoyed. Even more surprising was the subsequent amplification prompt that followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification results, personal experience plus 50%. New Phantom Domain characteristic Mighty General Bond, red. Phantom Domain Construction Module, red, x 10,000. Equipment Module, red, x 1500. Equipment Enhancement Module, red, x 1000. Mainline Phantom Domain Special Unit Recruitment Order, red, x 2. Mainline Phantom Domain General Recruitment Order, red, x 2. Mainline Phantom Domain Special Troop Recruitment Order, purple, x 1000. Mainline Phantom Domain Warrior Recruitment Order, purple, x 3000. Sideline Phantom Domain Exclusive General Recruitment Order, red, x 2. Sideline Phantom Domain Exclusive Warrior Recruitment Order, purple, x 5000. Warhorse Recruitment Order, red, x 5. Guerrilla Support Order, red, x 1. After hearing the amplification prompt, Feng Chen's lips finally curled into a smile. We won. To think it ended so quickly. I got an A rating. I also got an A. I gained 10% experience. So many rewards. At the same time, The subordinate builders also heard the system master's prompt, all displaying expressions of surprise. The scoring for Guild Phantom Domain battles is generally based on overall performance, with Fong Chen, as the main builder, receiving the highest score and most rewards, while the subordinate builders would receive lower ratings and rewards. However, the specific content of the rewards would vary, and the quantity or quality would differ based on each individual's performance in battle. After hearing the rewards they received, the subordinate builders felt a mix of joy and a bit of embarrassment, as they all felt they had hardly contributed in this battle, merely clinging to the main builder for these rewards. Ding! The Guild Phantom Domain level of Great Wall Watch has been upgraded to S-level normal difficulty. The subsequent prompt left the excitedly discussing subordinate builders momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of shock. It actually jumped straight to S-level. This gap is too big. I gained so many rewards. Oh no! With the upgrade to S-level, the number of invaders in the next challenge will be over 200,000, and the highest level will be 70. We really have no use now. I can level up to level 5 soon, but even that is far from enough. Fortunately, the Guild's Phantom Domain battle has 100 days of peace period, but that's still not enough, and the basic peace period of the Guild's Phantom Domain can be forcibly reduced. This is not good. Ding! Great Wall Watch, Guild's Phantom Domain level upgraded to S-level normal difficulty. Rewards obtained: Great Wall Watch, new Phantom Domain buff, fear of firepower shortage, red. Phantom Domain construction module, purple, X8000. Equipment module, purple. Hearing the game prompt, Fong Chen raised an eyebrow, and the curve of his mouth couldn't help but widen. The rewards for upgrading the Guild's Phantom Domain to S-level were much more than those for upgrading a personal Phantom Domain to S-level. Moreover, he unexpectedly received another mainline Phantom Domain buff. However, Fong Chen did not rush to be happy, as the main event had yet to come. The next moment, the amplification prompt sounded. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result: Great Wall Watch, new Phantom Domain buff, fear of firepower shortage, gold. Phantom Domain construction module, red, X8000. Equipment module, red, X3000. Equipment enhancement module, red, X1000. Mainline Phantom Domain special unit recruitment order, red, X2. Mainline Phantom Domain general recruitment order, red, X2. Mainline Phantom Domain special troop recruitment order, red, X2000. Mainline Phantom Domain warrior recruitment order, red, X5000. Sideline Phantom Domain general recruitment order, red, X4. Sideline Phantom Domain warrior recruitment order, purple, X16000. Guild Phantom Domain peace order, red, X1. Sure enough, the new mainline Phantom Domain buff was also amplified to gold legendary quality. Fong Chen had now discovered that, to some extent, the amplification was not truly random, because from the beginning until now, all the mainline Phantom Domain buffs he had obtained, as well as his talent skills, these two most important things to him, had all been amplified to gold legendary level. However, when amplifying other items, the probability of getting gold legendary quality was very, very low. Although it felt strange, no one could give Fong Chen an answer. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing, so he didn't delve too deeply into it. As it turned out, just from this Guild Phantom Domain battle, Fong Chen had gained another gold legendary mainline Phantom Domain buff and a red epic sideline Phantom Domain buff. Just these two rewards had already far exceeded expectations, not to mention all the other good things. The appearance of Phantom Domain buffs was not fixed, they appeared randomly when rewards were obtained, with a very low probability. The number of Phantom Domain buffs was related to the level of the Phantom Domain builder, and the number of buffs would not exceed the builder's level. In other words, since Fong Chen was currently level 4, he could have at most 4 mainline Phantom Domain buffs and 4 sideline Phantom Domain buffs. Theoretically, a level 9 Phantom Domain builder could have up to 9 mainline Phantom Domain buffs, and then 9 sideline Phantom Domains could also have up to 9 sideline Phantom Domain buffs. However, the probability of obtaining Phantom Domain buffs decreased as one progressed, so many high-level Phantom Domain builders actually had fewer buffs than their level. Fong Chen was quite lucky to have obtained 4 mainline Phantom Domain buffs in such a short time. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that he was playing high-end matches and consistently receiving S-level ratings. Noticing that the subordinate builders around him had turned their gazes toward him, Fong Chen withdrew his thoughts, raised his hand, and teleported everyone back to the mainline Phantom Domain Space's Grand Square. He said to everyone, "The battle is over. Thank you all for your hard work. Now you can move freely. First repair your own illusion domains and take stock of your gains." Hearing him say this, the subordinate builders temporarily set aside their worries, nodding in agreement before returning to their respective illusion domains. Although their illusion domains had been breached and suffered significant losses, it was nothing compared to the rewards they had just received. After using the construction modules from the rewards to repair their illusion domains, they still had plenty left over. Moreover, they had also killed some invaders in the illusion domains earlier, gaining some additional spoils. Once everyone had left, Fang Chen first repaired a few branch illusion domains and then began to take stock of his gains. Naturally, the first things were the 2 illusion domain buffs. Name: Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Type: Illusion Domain Buff. Affiliated Illusion Domain, Great Wall Watch. Quality: Legendary, Gold. Effect 1: All production and manufacturing projects related to combat have their efficiency increased by 500%. If the illusion domain is in a challenged state, the effect increases to 1000%. Effect 2: During combat, all your units will trigger additional multi-hit attacks. Note 1: The war reserves seem insufficient. Hurry up. Build a bit more. Note 2: The enemy can still move. Increase firepower and hit a few more times. This is the first mainline illusion domain buff that can instantly increase combat power on the battlefield, though only half of its effect is immediate. The other half of the effect is still not instant enhancement. However, the effect of quietly and significantly boosting strength outside of wartime is actually the most powerful, because the enemy will never know how much your strength has increased the next time they fight you. Just like this time, the guild's illusion domain only fought one battle and directly jumped from A-level difficulty to S-level. Because the last rating was based on the comprehensive assessment of the main illusion domain and all affiliated illusion domains at that time. After the personal illusion domain of Great Wall Watch upgraded to S-level last time, it had significantly expanded its troops and equipment, such as Lubu's legendary Golden Demon armor, and these enhancements were reflected in this battle, leading to a substantial upgrade in the guild's illusion domain level after re-evaluation. However, because it was an assessment of the guild's illusion domain battle, the personal illusion domain level of Great Wall Watch did not change. Subsequently, Fang Chen checked the new buff for the Three Kingdoms Chronicles illusion domain. Name: General's Bond. Type: Illusion Domain Buff. Affiliated illusion domain: Three Kingdoms Chronicles. Quality: Epic, Red. Effect: When the illusion domain's generals fight alongside units of a special combination, a special bond bonus can be activated. Currently activated bonds: none. Note: Experience the power of bonds. The buffs in the Three Kingdoms illusion domain seem to revolve around the generals, unlike the buffs from the other 2 branch illusion domains, which enhance the entire army. Moreover, this so-called bond effect reminded Fang Chen of those frustrating pay-to-win mobile games from the previous life. The so-called special bond from a special combination is not hard to understand, such as 5 Tiger Generals, 5 Talented Generals, Oath of the Peach Garden, Tiger Ben Brothers, and so on, should all count. Unfortunately, the generals Fang Chen currently possesses seem unable to form any bonds for now. This will only become apparent when he has more generals in the future. This is a buff with great potential. The more generals there are, the stronger the effect. After checking the new buff, it was time to use the recruitment orders. This time, he had obtained a total of 4 red mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment orders, which Fang Chen used all at once. Before him, white mist surged, and then 4 figures slowly emerged from within. The person on the far left was a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar, tall and slender, with a long sword slung diagonally at his left waist and a wine flask hanging at his right. He exuded an air of nonchalance and freedom. Next to him was a young man in splendid attire, standing tall, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, handsome features, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, radiating an extraordinary grace. The 2 people beside them were a middle-aged man and woman, both in their 40s, with a rather unique appearance. They wore simple coarse cloth garments, barefoot and bare-armed, with dark skin, disheveled hair, beast bone necklaces around their necks, and each held a wooden staff topped with a bird skull, clearly indicating they belonged to a long-gone era. The 4 approached Fang Chen, bowing in unison and introducing themselves. In the illusionary realm, regardless of the origin of the illusionary units, the language would be unified to match that of the builder. Li Tai Bai. Greetings to the Domain Lord. Chu Liuxiang. greetings to the Domain Lord. Great Shaman Yuashur, greetings to the Domain Lord. Great Shaman Sanglui, greetings to the Domain Lord. Fong Chen's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of joy. The poet immortal Li Bai, the thief prince Chu Liuxiang, and two great shamans. The first two were both renowned figures, the former was a historical character, while the latter was a fictional one. Although Fong Chen had not heard of the names of the two great shamans, he was familiar with the profession of great shaman and could roughly guess their special abilities. The ability of the thief prince Chu Liuxiang was likely similar to that of Sikong Jiaxing, but with greater combat strength. As for the poet immortal Li Bai, it was harder to guess his special abilities. Given the sword at his waist, rumors suggested he possessed remarkable swordsmanship, perhaps also a combat unit? There was no rush to ask these questions. Fong Chen instructed the four to wait aside and continued to use for Red Mainline Illusionary Domain Commander recruitment orders. Four more figures emerged from the mist. All four were armored warriors, three of whom appeared to be middle-aged, while one was an elderly general in his 60s. Wu Qi, greetings to the Domain Lord. Zhang Han, greetings to the Domain Lord. Su Lai, greetings to the Domain Lord. Huang Zhong, greetings to the Domain Lord. Wu Qi, a military strategist and politician from the early Warring States period, was one of the representatives of military thought, having led the Wei army to repeatedly defeat the Qin state. Zhang Han, a famous general from the late Qin dynasty, fought to protect the crumbling Qin Empire, quelling rebellions and engaging in battles with the overlord of Chu. Su Lai, a renowned general of the Tang dynasty, had campaigns against the Western Turks, pacified Songling, conquered Beach, and invaded Goguryeo, defeating three kingdoms and capturing their leaders, later honored in the Lingyan Pavilion and worshipped in the War Temple. Huang Zhong needs no further introduction, being one of the five tiger generals of Shu during the Three Kingdoms period, unmatched in archery and formidable in melee combat, still vigorous in his old age, having achieved great military feats for Shu. The mainline illusionary domain recruitment order randomly recruits within the entire scope related to the main storyline, with a high probability of recruiting units related to or similar to existing side illusionary domains. It is also possible to recruit units from the side illusionary domain range, such as Huang Zhong this time. Thus, Huang Zhong was not exclusive to the side illusionary domain, he could freely enter other side illusionary domains for support during battles. However, the Three Kingdoms Chronicles illusionary domain had just acquired a new feature, Fierce General Bond. So Huang Zhong was certainly most suitable within the Three Kingdoms illusionary domain. Still having the generals wait aside, Fong Chen then used 3,000 mainline illusionary domain special troop recruitment orders. He recruited 2,000 Three Kingdoms light cavalry and 1,000 elite crossbowmen from the Qin. Then, Fong Chen used 9,000 mainline illusionary domain warrior recruitment orders, recruiting 9,000 infantry warriors, 6,000 from the Qin and 3,000 from the Han. The main line of the illusion domain recruitment orders was used up, and Fong Chen also used all the sideline illusion domain recruitment orders he obtained this time. Due to the appearance of the mighty General Bond characteristic, Fong Chen used all 6 red sideline illusion domain general recruitment orders in the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles illusion domain. 6 mighty generals from the Three Kingdoms quickly appeared before Fong Chen: Ma Chao, Su Zhu, Xiahou Dun, Gan Ning, Huang Gai, and Lu Meng. With this, only Guan Yu was missing from the 5 tiger generals, but he had already gathered the pair of tiger Ben heroes, Dian Wei and Su Zhu. Fong Chen opened the information page for the mighty General Bond characteristic and indeed saw that the tiger Ben heroes bond had been activated. Unfortunately, he could not view the specific bonus information for the bond, so it seemed he could only observe it gradually in future battles. Finally, there were 21,000 sideline illusion domain exclusive warrior recruitment orders. Fong Chen supplemented several thousand troops to the first 3 sideline illusion domains, while the yet-to-be-ranked Chuan contention illusion domain could wait for now. As a result, the total troop strength of each of the 3 sideline illusion domains exceeded 10,000, and combined with the mainline illusion domain's troops, the total strength of Great Wall Watch surpassed 50,000. Moreover, among these more than 50,000 troops, even the ordinary warrior units were mostly red epic and purple perfect levels, with very few blue rare and below. This was quite the opposite of the troop quality levels that other ordinary illusion domain builders possessed. Then, Fong Chen used the 5 red warhorse recruitment orders. In the illusion domain world, the term mount encompasses a wide range, not just warhorses, but many different types of mounts, such as tigers, leopards, unicorns, and other beast mounts, as well as griffins, flying horses, and modern mechanical mounts like motorcycles and flying shuttles. The Warhorse Recruitment Order Fongchen obtained specifically recruits warhorse mounts. If it were a mount recruitment order, it would be random. Unlike the mounts that come with cavalry recruited through the Special Unit Recruitment Order, the mounts recruited separately through the Mount Recruitment Order have higher attributes. Therefore, after using these 5 mount recruitment orders, Fongchen recruited 5 red epic warhorses, and how to allocate them would be left to the generals to decide. None of these mounts had individual titles, like Red Hare, Black Steed, etc. Subsequently, Fongchen handed over the newly recruited units to Bai Qi and the others. He then went to the entrance of the Forge's warehouse to continue counting his gains. Among the rewards from this illusion domain battle, there was a particularly special item. Name, Guerrilla Reinforcement Order, Bound. Type, Item. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect 1, deploy a 1,000-man guerrilla team from the personal illusion domain, randomly arriving in a personal illusion domain of the national camp currently being challenged by invaders, to assist compatriots in battle. Effect 2, if the assisted target achieves victory, corresponding rewards can be obtained. Effect 3, can also be actively recalled before the target illusion domain battle ends, but no rewards can be obtained. Note 1, units that die in guerrilla warfare require corresponding recruitment orders to be revived. Note 2, each use has a cooldown of 1 to 10 days, random. Note 3, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. After reading the information about this item, Fongchen's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no doubt that this was a very practical item. Its effect was somewhat similar to the reinforcement order. Fongchen had heard of similar items before, but they were all consumable types. This one, however, could be reused. The difference was significant, especially for Fongchen, who urgently needed to level up. This was equivalent to having an additional way to gain experience, with the fastest being once a day and the slowest once every 10 days. Moreover, it could also assist other illusion domain builders from the flower family, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Although the number of participants in each battle is only 1,000, there is no restriction on the types of units that can be deployed. Fongchen played with the palm-sized red jade token in his hand and looked up at the group of generals in the large square who were welcoming new arrivals. I'm going, Domain Lord. I'm going. Me too. Since we didn't participate in this guild's phantom domain battle, we should be allowed to go. Upon learning about the opportunity to go out for guerrilla warfare, the generals were very excited and eagerly signed up. Even a few new generals who had just figured out the situation were eager to try. In the end, Fongchen selected several generals who had remained in the mainline phantom domain space during this guild's phantom domain battle and had not participated, including Hua Tsubing, Wei Cheng, and Lian Pa, as well as 10 newly recruited generals like Su Lai and Ma Chao. 15 generals, leading 300 light cavalry and several hundred elite infantry, a total of 1,000 people, set out to execute their first outgoing support mission. After Fongchen activated the guerrilla support order, a large area of white mist suddenly appeared in the open space ahead. Once this 1,000-man team stepped into the mist, they vanished from sight. Fongchen could not control the situation of the guerrilla team, so he could only wait for their return to know the outcome. Thus, he continued to count the spoils while waiting for the guerrilla team to come back. Hold on, bite them to death. In a battlefield deep in the mountains, on the side of a high mountain, a middle-aged man in his 40s clenched his fists tightly, watching the battlefield below with gritted teeth. His name was Dong Penghui, a level 5 phantom domain builder. His mainline phantom domain was called Beast Jungle, a purple perfect level phantom domain set against a backdrop of vast primitive forests, summoning various ferocious beasts as combat units. Several branch phantom domains were also rare blue level domains that were quite compatible with the mainline domain, such as Wolf Valley, Giant Bear Cave, and Python Maze. Now, his personal phantom domain was under attack from invaders from another world, and all branch phantom domains had been breached. The invading forces had already entered the mainline phantom domain space and were killing their way to him. His personal phantom domain was rated B-level nightmare difficulty, with a maximum number of invaders set at 1,600, typically at levels 40 to 50. The invading team that came to challenge today was the strongest he had encountered so far. He estimated their average level was probably above 45, with several at level 50. Level 50 invaders possessed Awaken skills, And it was because of them that Dong Pinghui's branch phantom domains had been breached in such a short time, and there were still nearly 1,000 invaders remaining. Meanwhile, the forces in Dong Pinghui's mainline phantom domain had been decimated, with only a few of the strongest beasts still holding on, but it was only a matter of time before they were killed as well. It seemed he was doomed this time. He didn't know how many years of his life would be deducted. Dong Penghui thought sadly, but a fierce light shone in his eyes. Even if I die, I won't let you win so easily. His eyes gradually transformed into the vertical pupils of a beast, and his body began to swell slowly. He had a talent skill that allowed him to beastify himself to gain powerful combat strength. Just as Dong Penghui was preparing to fight to the death with the enemy, on the edge of the battlefield below, a mass of white mist suddenly surged in the dense forest, and 1,000 soldiers emerged from the mist. Ha! It seems we've just arrived at the battlefield. Are those the invaders from another world? Such strange outfits. Their weapons and attack methods are quite unique. Are those ferocious beasts fighting them the combat units of this phantom domain? Hey! Perfect timing. Generals, since you just arrived, why not practice on them? That's exactly what I meant. Everyone, Sue won't be polite. I'll go first. Ha 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 ha, I'm going too. A few generals, upon seeing the battlefield ahead, were momentarily taken aback. Then their faces lit up with excitement, especially the newcomers like Su Lai and Su Zhu, who were incredibly curious about the invaders from another world and, unable to contain their eagerness, charged forward without formulating any tactics. On the battlefield, a group of invaders quickly noticed the sudden appearance of the enemy. There are actually more troops? Humanoid monsters? Isn't this illusion realm supposed to be filled with beast monsters? Who cares about that? Just kill them. It seems like there are only about 1,000 of them. A few awakening skills should take care of it. I'll handle it. Everyone step aside. A few leading invaders exchanged surprised remarks, and then one level 50 half-orc invader stepped forward, intending to use an awakening skill. However, before he could make a move, a sharp arrow shot in like lightning, instantly exploding his head. The headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground with a thud, a burst of light orbs erupting around it, leaving the healer in the team with no chance to save him. All the invaders were momentarily stunned, then filled with horror. Not far away, Huang Zhong, who had not charged in, looked down at the longbow in his hands, his expression somewhat surprised. He too was astonished by the powerful might of this bow. The armor and weapons they wore were all red epic grade equipment provided before their departure. On the invaders' side, they were momentarily unable to react to the sudden death of a leader. It wasn't until Su Zhu, Su Lai, and the others charged in, swiftly cutting down a group of invaders on the edge of their formation like chopping vegetables, that the rest finally snapped back to reality. What's going on? Epic grade weapons? How is that possible? Stop dawdling. Attack quickly. Damn. Tanks. Push forward. Hurry. Mages, use control skills first. Focus fire to take one down. Watch out for that archer. In an instant, chaos erupted within the invader team, with cries and screams rising one after another. Although the tanks pushed forward, they were still cut down in front of Su Zhu and the others, unable to withstand even a fraction of their might. Not even their awakening skills could stop them. The ranged Huang Zhong was taking heads with one arrow each, sometimes even two. By the time the elite soldiers caught up, nearly half of the invading force of 1,000 had already been taken down by a dozen or so generals. The remaining invaders were completely stunned, their formation shattered, and they fled in panic. But they had no chance to escape far before being caught and killed one by the elite soldiers. The beast units belonging to this illusion realm stood frozen in place, seemingly dazed as the warriors passed by, unable to resist the urge to glance curiously at them. On the hillside, Dong Pinghui's eyes widened. Even his transformation was scared back, as he stared blankly at the 1,000-strong army that seemed to have descended from the heavens, having completely wiped out the invaders who had almost breached his illusion realm in less than 10 minutes. Both he, the builder of this illusion realm, and the fallen invaders were utterly bewildered. Ding! The defense battle of the Beast Jungle illusion realm has been won. This mission's rating, B. Mission rewards. It wasn't until the game's main god's prompt sounded that Dong Penghui snapped back to reality, murmuring in disbelief. It's over? I won? When he looked down again, he saw white mist rising in the arena, and those unidentified helpers began to disappear. Ding! The guerrilla support mission has been completed. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 1%. Illusion Realm Construction Module, purple, x100. Equipment Module, blue, x100. Side Illusion Realm Exclusive Warrior Recruitment Order, blue, x200. The game's main god's prompt suddenly rang in his ears, causing Fong Chen, who was counting the spoils, to stop his actions. Looking up, he saw a white mist rising in the empty space ahead. As the team that had gone out for guerrilla warfare returned, they had set out with 1,000 people, and returned with the same number. It seemed this time the guerrilla operation had been quite easy, as evidenced by the rewards. Although they received an S-level evaluation, the rewards were not substantial. Then, a prompt for enhancement sounded. Detected reward acquisition. Random enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Enhancement results, personal experience plus 3%. Illusion Domain Construction Module, red, x200. Equipment Module, purple, x200. Side Quest Illusion Domain Exclusive Warrior Recruitment Order, purple, x500. The enhancement effects were rather average, but even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, especially the personal experience. An increase of 3% was quite good. Currently, his experience had reached 94%, and if he managed to do this 2 more times, he wouldn't even have to wait for invaders to challenge the illusion domain to level up. He checked the information on the Gorilla 8 order, which showed a cooldown time of 5 days. After that, Fong Chen continued to focus on counting the spoils of war. This time, they had eliminated a total of 130,000 invaders in the guild's illusion domain battle, with only a small portion dying in the affiliated illusion domain, where the spoils belonged to the affiliated builders. The massive items dropped by the remaining invaders all went into Fong Chen's inventory. Even if each person dropped around 10 items on average, it would still amount to millions, although some identical consumable items would automatically stack. Taking them out one by one for enhancement was still a massive project. However, the basic peace period for the guild's illusion domain challenge was 100 days, even if the invaders were willing to pay a high price to forcibly reduce the period. It could only be cut down to a maximum of 10 days, so there was no need to rush. 2 more days of calm passed. Fong Chen's main task each day was to enhance and count the spoils from the last guild battle while waiting for invaders to challenge his personal illusion domain. However, whether it was the mainline illusion domain or the undecided illusion domain libraries, Chuhan Contention, Side Quest Illusion Domain, no one came. While other builders were anxiously praying for the invaders not to come, Fong Chen was eagerly hoping they would. On the 3rd night, Fong Chen and countless illusion domain builders around the world had already set aside or dealt with other matters early, waiting in front of the official game website to watch the Lighthouse Nation's National Fortune Illusion Domain battle. Every National Fortune Illusion Domain battle was a crucial opportunity for intelligence gathering, highly valued by both the public and the officials. However, today, everyone encountered an unprecedented, unexpected change. When the countdown for the Lighthouse Nation's National Fortune Illusion Domain battle ended and the otherworldly invaders began their attack on raging seas, people were astonished to find that the live broadcast on the official website had not started. What's going on? Fong Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the official website page on the virtual screen. The time announced by the Lighthouse Nation's officials should be accurate, but now he did not see the live room that should have appeared. He checked the Lighthouse Nation's forum section to confirm, and it was already in chaos. The builders from the Lighthouse Nation stated that the National Fortune Illusion Domain battle had begun, but for some reason, the live broadcast had not started. Moreover, there were posts saying that the filming equipment and related props in the illusion domain seemed to be restricted and could not be used. Some speculated that the otherworldly invaders had used some special means. The means of the otherworldly invaders? Fong Chen couldn't help but wonder. If the recording equipment in the illusion domain was unusable due to interference from the otherworldly invaders' special means, it was not impossible. But the official website's live broadcast not appearing couldn't possibly be the work of the otherworldly invaders. Could it? Could they even influence the official game website? In Fong Chen's understanding, the official game website was controlled by the game's main deity, who was not under the control of the invaders. If one must say who is in control, according to the invaders from another world, it is a game company from their world, which remains a mysterious entity even to the invaders themselves. In any case, Blue Star has not gathered much relevant information so far. If we exclude the influence of the invaders, could the disappearance of the live broadcast be the doing of the game's main deity, or the so-called game company? Since the first National Fortune Fantasy Domain War began, there has always been a live broadcast, So why has it suddenly vanished today? Why? For the people of Blue Star, the greatest function of the National Fortune Fantasy Domain War live broadcast is to gather intelligence. If we speculate from this angle, could the cancellation of the live broadcast be to prevent Blue Star from collecting the latest intelligence on the invaders from another world? As the game's main deity, would there be such an unreasonable and sudden act of favoritism? For so many years, the game's main deity has given Blue Star the impression of being an emotionless program, operating according to predetermined rules. There has never been such a sudden change before. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Fang Chen thought carefully. It seems he has encountered changes that were different from before. For instance, in the past 30 years, the maximum scale of invaders challenging during the ranking of countless new fantasy domains has always been 100 people. Yet, what he encountered was a scale of 1,000. Moreover, if he thought about it more deeply, even the speed at which he arrived for his first ranking challenge was much faster than others. Were these abnormal situations he encountered related to the current cancellation of the National Fortune Fantasy Domain War live broadcast? Or was it just a coincidence? Fang Chen furrowed his brows, puzzled, but unable to find an answer. Not just Fang Chen, all the fantasy domain builders around the world were confused and even panicked by the disappearance of the live broadcast. Because although the live broadcast was gone, the National Fortune Fantasy Domain War of the Lighthouse Nation, titled Raging Seas, had already begun. Unable to watch the live broadcast, everyone could only flock to the Lighthouse Nation's forum section, constantly monitoring the official news released by the Lighthouse Nation. Since even the images from the fantasy domain could not be brought out, the announcements contained only text information. And now that the battle had just begun, the first message from the Lighthouse Nation's official channel was, the invaders' offensive was unexpectedly strong, and the situation for the Lighthouse Nation's army was critical. The Lighthouse Nation's National Fortune Fantasy Domain, Raging Seas, is a reality-based technological fantasy domain, built based on the Lighthouse Nation's maritime military power, possessing a formidable naval fleet. There were even rumors that they had integrated nuclear-level weapons into the fantasy domain. Yet now, at the very start of the battle, they found themselves at a disadvantage? Fang Chen couldn't help but frown at this news, feeling an even stronger sense of foreboding. The Raging Seas of the Lighthouse Nation is currently the strongest national fortune fantasy domain on Blue Star. If they were to suffer a devastating defeat this time, it could be like what happened to Sakurajima. Fang Chen didn't even dare to think further. He already felt an unprecedented sense of crisis and urgency. No, he couldn't let his guard down. Fang Chen closely monitored the battle information of Raging Seas while summoning his inventory to continue amplifying and counting the remaining spoils of war. Time passed little by little. Fang Chen stayed up until late at night, only going to sleep when he was truly exhausted. In the latest information before he slept, the Lighthouse Nation's officials stated that they had blocked the first wave of the invaders' offensive and were launching a counterattack. This relieved many, including Fang Chen. At least it didn't seem like a one-sided battle. The Lighthouse Nation could still counterattack, which meant there was still hope. The next day, when Fang Chen woke up and checked the battle situation, he found that there hadn't been any significant changes. Both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. The battles in the National Fortune Fantasy domain are not so easily decided. Even the last National Luck Phantom domain battle in Sakurajima lasted a whole week. The last National Luck Phantom domain battle of the Lighthouse Nation 4 years ago took over a month to conclude. Fang Chen kept an eye on the battle situation while spending a whole day finally counting and enhancing all the spoils obtained from the previous Guild Phantom domain battle. Although it was a bit laborious, the results were indeed gratifying. 130,000 invaders at levels 50 to 60 left Fang Chen with a large number of purple perfect grade equipment. After enhancement, although most only reached deep purple, even a small portion that reached red epic grade amounted to nearly 1,000 pieces. There were also quite a few other items that enhanced to red epic grade. Although they were mostly consumables or materials, they were still very useful. For example, a bottle of red epic grade health potion could instantly restore a large amount of health. A red epic grade resistance potion could double poison resistance, lightning resistance, and so on, or even grant short-term immunity, and so forth. As for the purple perfect grade items, they were countless. However, Fang Chen's army in the Phantom domain had also expanded significantly, so no matter how much equipment he received, it wouldn't go to waste. Perhaps only Fang Chen in the whole world could think of equipping an army of tens of thousands with blue rare grade or above equipment, not leaving even the smallest soldier behind. However, these pieces of equipment were varied. and most could not be used directly, they needed to be sent to the forge for reforging and modification. Since the forge was established, it had been operating almost around the clock, with Master Uyazi's great hammer working so hard it was smoking, making him the best model worker of the Great Wall Watch. Fortunately, the forge had expanded its staff significantly, not only adding the 2 forging masters, Zhang and Moe, but also several forging experts from the affiliated phantom domains, such as Tang Long. Coupled with the newly added high-quality forging furnaces and other advanced tools, the efficiency of equipment production was very high. The pharmacy was in a similar situation. Unfortunately, all items processed by Feng Chen were bound, meaning only his own phantom domain units could use them, and even the affiliated builders could not. However, they could use their own resources at the forge and pharmacy to forge equipment and supply potions, which was a great benefit for them. In these past few days, many of them spent most of their time at these 2 places, significantly enhancing their respective equipment and supply potions. By the way, ever since they learned about the effect of the reforging furnace in the forge, some affiliated builders developed a strong interest, and many couldn't help but throw in some equipment over the past few days, trying to gamble for a low probability surprise upgrade. Name: Equipment Reforging Furnace Modified, Bound. Type: Special Equipment. Quality: Epic. Attribute: Fire. Effect 1, randomly reforges the input equipment into other equipment. The quality of the reforged equipment is random, with a small probability of obtaining a higher quality. Effect 2, reforges the input equipment into a specified type of equipment. The quality of the reforged equipment is random, and higher quality cannot occur. Effect 3, you can also use it as a normal equipment forging furnace. Note 1, not satisfied? Then try again. What if you win the gamble? Note 2, take care of the equipment, but please do not hit it violently. After Master Uyazi's modifications, the attributes of this equipment changed slightly. It not only gained the functionality of a normal forging furnace but also increased the probability of quality enhancement in Effect 1 from very small to small. However, Feng Chen had already tested it, and even with a small probability, it was still quite disappointing. In any case, the equipment he tested had a far lower rate of quality enhancement than degradation. Moreover, the higher the grade of the equipment invested, the smaller the probability of improvement. A fact that was not mentioned in the equipment effect description. It was something Feng Chen concluded after suffering losses. He had invested quite a few red epic grade pieces, hoping to gamble for a golden legendary item, but had never succeeded. Most of the red epic grade equipment had downgraded to purple perfect grade. In other words, Feng Chen was wealthy enough to maintain his composure even after such losses. If it were another illusion domain builder, they would likely have gone bankrupt and collapsed. So now, Feng Chen was no longer fixated on this. At most, he would casually toss in 1 or 2 pieces of equipment each day to test his luck. He also reminded the subordinate builders small bets are enjoyable, but big bets can be harmful. Everyone took this to heart. They didn't gamble too recklessly, but still came to try their luck almost every day. Indeed, some people had good fortune, gambling a purple perfect grade piece into a red epic grade one, and were overjoyed. However, when one person couldn't resist tossing in a red epic grade piece and ended up downgrading it to a purple perfect grade, the eager crowd was doused with cold water and no longer dared to bet big. After all, they didn't have the financial backing like Feng Chen. That night, when Feng Chen entered the illusion domain space and arrived at the forge, he saw that most of the subordinate builders were there, observing the master's forging equipment while discussing the ongoing Raging Seas National Fortune Illusion Domain battle. Upon seeing Feng Chen, everyone greeted him. Feng Chen noticed one person holding a red epic grade piece, unable to hide his smile, and asked, "Lucky, huh?" The other person beamed and nodded. "I just casually tried my luck with a light purple piece. Didn't expect to hit the jackpot? He. His proud demeanor made the others nearby envious. Be careful not to get too carried away. Feng Chen advised the eager ones before heading to the warehouse behind the forging room, tossing in a pile of equipment that needed to be reforged. After that, Feng Chen went to the main square, watching the soldiers drill while continuing to monitor the progress of the Raging Seas national battle. Almost a day had passed, and the battle remained in a stalemate, likely to continue for some time. Without a live broadcast, he could only gather information from the snippets released by the Lighthouse Kingdom, which was quite inconvenient. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will descend in 100 seconds to the branch illusion domain Shuhan contention. Please prepare. Just then, The game master's prompt suddenly rang in Feng Chen's ears. Feng Chen's eyes brightened. Finally, it's here. After waiting for so many days, the Chuhan Contention had finally welcomed its first ranking challenge. After receiving Feng Chen's instructions, the soldiers of Chuhan Contention quickly assembled and returned to the branch illusion domain. It was just a ranking challenge, so the units from other illusion domains had no worries. They continued to move around the main square, waiting for the inevitable battle outcome. In the Chuhan Contention illusion domain, Generals Han Xin and Fan Kuai each led 1,000 elite soldiers, arrayed in the wilderness outside Pengcheng. This branch illusion domain was quite large, but with such a small force, there was no need to split up. Moreover, based on past experience, invaders typically did not descend in areas without troops. As expected, when the 100 seconds countdown ended, a large amount of light descended not far in front of the military formation, revealing the figures of 1,000 invaders. It was still 1,000-strong force, and since this first ranking challenge could not have anyone designated to enter as a team, it was merely a disorganized group of ordinary invaders. Once these invaders descended and saw the scale of their opponents, they almost immediately understood their situation. Oh, 1,000 people. It's the branch illusion domain of Great Wall Watch. Wow, we really ran into it. Ha! I said today wasn't a good day to grind in the unstable realm. You just wouldn't believe me. Now look, who knows how many levels and equipment we'll lose. How was I supposed to know I'd be this unlucky? There are so many unstable realms in the library, and just a few days ago, so many people didn't run into any trouble. Who knew we'd get caught up in it? Bro, don't panic. If we ran into it, we ran into it. Anyway, the 5 great empires have bounties out now. This is insider information. If we report it, the bounty we get will definitely cover our losses. Maybe even earn us some profit. We can compensate for the loss of equipment. But what about levels? Leveling up takes a lot of time. This is just bad luck. It might not be that bad. I heard some only drop 2 or 3 levels, but there are also those who drop 20 or 30 levels. I'm only level 32. If I'm unlucky, I'll end up as a new character. Now that it's come to this, there's no point in saying anything. Let's try to gather more useful information and earn some bounties. Watch out. The enemy is charging in. Are they also monsters from ancient Chinese armies? About 2,000 of them. Doesn't seem like too many. Everyone, pay attention to formation. Prepare for battle. The invaders were chattering among themselves, creating quite a chaotic scene. But the 2 armies didn't give them much time. They charged in from the left and right. A group of invaders turned pale at the sight and hurried to engage. Without any complex tactics or probing, both sides clashed directly, plunging into a melee. And then, it was an utterly one-sided battle. Among these 1,000 scattered invaders, the highest level was just over 30, while the lowest was only in the 20s. Some of them had come in with little equipment specifically to search for the 4th branch realm of the Great Wall Watch, all for the high bounties from the 5 great empires. During this time, many low-level invaders had been repeatedly grinding in the unstable realm for those bounties. Conversely, many invaders were too afraid of encountering the 4th branch realm of the Great Wall Watch, so they dared not grind in the unstable realm anymore. After all, the death penalty was too frightening. Even if the lost equipment could be compensated, if they dropped too many levels, all the hard work spent leveling up would be wasted. Those who specifically came to search for realms, fearing to carry too much good equipment, ended up with significantly reduced combat power, making it difficult to succeed in challenges against ordinary unstable realms. This also led to a recent trend where many ordinary realm builders on Blue Star found their new realm raiding challenges much easier. The battle of 2,000 against 1,000 ended in just over 10 minutes. These low-level scattered invaders were no match for Generals Han Xin and Fan Kuai. Along with 2,000 elite soldiers, you have completed the Realm Defense Mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 3%. Realm Construction Module, purple, X200. Equipment Module, blue, X20. Branch Realm Exclusive General Recruitment Order, blue, X1. Branch Realm Exclusive Soldier Recruitment Order, blue, X200. Rewards detected. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result, personal experience plus 6%. The reward and amplification notifications chimed in succession, and as expected, even with an S rating, the rewards were rather meager, because the enemies were too weak. However, a hint of joy appeared in Feng Chen's eyes because the experience was just enough to level up. Ding! Realm Builder Fongchen has leveled up to LV5. Gain talent skill Indomitable Battle Soul, red. The game notification rang out again as Fongchen leveled up once more and gained another talent skill. Talent skill detected. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Listening to the system prompt that followed, Fongchen eagerly summoned his information page. Name, Fongchen. Level, LV5. Country, flower planting home. Mainline illusion domain, Great Wall Watch, gold. Subline illusion domain 1, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, red. Subline illusion domain 2, Bloodstained Gene Lake, red. Subline illusion domain 3, Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, red. Subline illusion domain 4, Shuhan Contention, red. Talent skill 1, Infinite Amplification, colorful. Talent skill 2, Heroic Spirit Possession, gold. Talent skill 3, Soul Travel, gold. Talent skill 4, Perfect Domain, gold. Talent skill 5, Indomitable Battle Soul, gold. Current task, none. As expected, the new talent skill was also amplified to the legendary gold level. Name, Indomitable Battle Soul. Type, Talent Skill. Quality, legendary, gold. Effect, when your combat unit dies, it can be immediately resurrected to full status, and all attributes are increased by 100% until the end of this battle. Note 1, resurrection requires the illusion domain builder's own mental power. Note 2, if I do not allow it, the battle soul is indomitable. This talent skill, so powerful. After reading the information about the new talent skill, Fongchen's smile grew wider. Normally, in illusion domain battles, combat units only have one life. If they die, they can only wait for the battle to end to recover, resurrect, using the illusion domain construction module, provided that the illusion domain is only breached and not destroyed. With this skill, theoretically, Fongchen could even allow any illusion domain unit to be resurrected infinitely during a battle and also enhance their combat power. Of course, this is only theoretical, as using the skill requires consuming Fongchen's own mental power. In that case, he would need to keep supplies that can restore mental power on hand. Moreover, the description of this talent skill did not specify that it could only be used in illusion domain challenges, which means it could also be used in other combat situations, even in the real world. Undoubtedly, with this skill, both Fongchen himself and the overall combat power of his illusion domain have risen to a new level. Imagine a scenario: an otherworldly invader goes through great pains to kill a powerful combat unit in Great Wall Watch, and then with a single talent skill from Fongchen, that unit is instantly resurrected to full health, even doubling its combat power. Just think of the reaction of those otherworldly invaders. It's exciting to imagine. On the side of the otherworldly invaders, news of the discovery of the fourth subline illusion domain of Great Wall Watch quickly spread and sparked heated discussions. Although there was still no clear evidence showing that Shuhan Contention was indeed the fourth subline illusion domain of Great Wall Watch, the large-scale challenge involving thousands of players and the exaggerated difficulty of the illusion domain led everyone to believe there was no other possibility. Not only that, players soon discovered that the watch over China on the leaderboard had gone from the top of the level 4 illusion domain builders to the top of level 5. He actually leveled up again, and just after leveling up, he became the strongest among the level 5 illusion domain builders. Representatives from various countries in the Player Empire Alliance gathered again in the conference room. This is unbelievable. We just found his fourth subline illusion domain, and he leveled up again. This is too abnormal. How could he level up so quickly? How many challenges has he even gone through? Where did he get so much experience to level up? It is indeed strange. Even if he scores very high for each successful defense, it shouldn't be possible to level up this fast. Could it be that he has other leveling paths that we don't know about? Could it be related to his phantom domain characteristics or innate skills? Characteristics or innate skills that can increase leveling speed? Is that possible? It's not impossible. If he keeps leveling up like this, he might soon reach level 7 in the construction of the National Fortune Phantom Domain. His fifth branch Phantom Domain might already be in the undecided level Phantom Domain library. This guy is too sinister. He must be eliminated quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Of course, who doesn't want to get rid of him sooner? The question is, can we do it at this stage? It's unlikely for personal Phantom Domains. We can only wait for the next Guild Phantom Domain battle and let 200,000 level 70 players give it a try. Now that he's leveled up to 5, he can expand the Guild Phantom Domain again. It doesn't matter, it's just adding 50 level 5 subordinate builders. For level 70 players, it's completely negligible. A small amount of combat power can handle those subordinate phantom domains. The main force to deal with is essentially just the Great Wall Watch phantom domain. If 5,000 level 70 players can't beat it, I don't believe 200,000 can't. What if they still can't win? Then we'll have to activate the plan B we discussed earlier. What about the Chuhan contention phantom domain in the undecided level? Should we send someone to gather intelligence and quickly finalize it? Let's not rush. We can't increase the strength of the Great Wall Watch any further. Let's wait until after the next guild phantom domain battle, including the exploration of the 5th branch phantom domain. There's no need to hurry. Then let's have everyone stop farming the undecided level phantom domains for now, to avoid ordinary players queuing up for the Chuhan contention. Not all players will listen to us, but let's still issue a joint announcement. Can we first use time-reducing items to cut the Great Wall Watch Guild phantom domain's truce time down to 10 days? I feel uneasy dragging this out any longer. Let's reduce it. 10 days should definitely be enough to prepare. Easier said than done. It's easy to find a death squad of level 70 players, but with so many luck-enhancing equipment, have you gathered that many already? Sorry, we actually have gathered them. Your esteemed Third Empire can't even gather a few tens of thousands of lucky equipment. Can you? Let's not be sarcastic at this time. Everyone knows that luck-enhancing equipment is too rare. Gathering that many at once is indeed not easy. Sigh. I just hope this method really works, otherwise, that exaggerated death penalty is unbearable. Ding! The truce time for the Great Wall Watch Guild phantom domain has been reduced by 86 days. Remaining truce time, 10 days. The sudden game prompt made Fong Chen raise his eyebrows slightly as he just emerged from the phantom domain world. Finally making a move? He was not surprised at all, even feeling it was a bit late. Fong Chen summoned his inventory and selected the red Guild Phantom Domain Truce Order he had obtained earlier. Guild Phantom Domain Truce Order, red, used successfully. The truce time for the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain has been increased by 300 days. Remaining truce time, 310 days. After that, Fong Chen quietly waited. As expected, not long after, the prompt sounded again. Ding! The truce time for the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain has been reduced by 300 days. Remaining truce time, 10 days. Fong Chen smiled faintly. The preparations are quite sufficient. His purpose in using this truce order was, of course, to consume the opponent's special items, indirectly alleviating the pressure on other Guild Phantom domains. He knew that 10 days later, the challengers for the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom domain would be an invading force of over 200,000 level 60 to 70 players, and the vast majority would be level 70. At that time, it would be the true test of the strength of the Great Wall Watch. However, Fong Chen was not nervous or afraid. Instead, he was very much looking forward to it. 200,000 level 70 high-level invaders. How much equipment would drop from that? Of course, in the remaining 10 days, he still needed to improve his strength as much as possible. It would be best to complete the ranking of Chuhan contention, but Fong Chen estimated that the invaders would not let him have his way. As for the 5th branch illusion domain, there was still no progress. Strangely enough, even in the rewards for the first successful guild illusion domain battle, he hadn't received a single high-level illusion domain scroll. Fortunately, he still had a reliable backup. The next morning, Fong Chen received a visitation card from the Heroes Guild. Xiang Dongfeng came to the Great Wall Watch illusion domain and, upon seeing Fong Chen, said with a serious expression, "Do you have confidence for the guild illusion domain battle in 10 days? Fong Chen smiled and replied, "It should be fine." Seeing his confidence, Xiang Dongfeng felt a bit relieved and asked, "How many ranking challenges has your 4th branch illusion domain gone through? Can it be completed in 10 days? Fong Chen said, "I just completed the first one yesterday. I estimate it might be a bit difficult." Xiang Dongfeng also felt helpless and said, "In ordinary random matches, the probability of being challenged is indeed low, unless the otherworldly invaders use special items to specify a challenge. But they probably won't do that now." He paused and asked, "You're already level 5, do you have the scroll for the 5th branch illusion domain?" Fong Chen replied straightforwardly, "Not yet, I still need your help." Xiang Dongfeng smiled, "Just so happens, I brought one for you." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a scroll emitting a faint red glow appeared in his hand, and that shade of red was quite deep. Fong Chen couldn't help but smile as well. He accepted it without hesitation. The moment he took the scroll, the red light flashed, and then it was stored in his inventory. Xiang Dongfeng didn't notice the subtle change in the scroll and continued to ask, What about other resources? Do you need anything else? Fong Chen shook his head. Not for now. Xiang Dongfeng nodded slightly and didn't ask further. Although they hadn't interacted for long, both sides had already established a preliminary understanding. Fong Chen would speak up if he needed something, and the officials would spare no effort to support him. If he didn't say anything, the officials wouldn't interfere forcefully. Then, Xiang Dongfeng handed a stack of documents to Fong Chen. This is a batch of level 5 builders we selected. Take a look and choose suitable people to join your guild illusion domain. After reaching level 5, the number of affiliated illusion domains that the Great Wall Watch Guild could integrate increased to 100, and the level cap for affiliated builders also rose to level 5. Once they joined the guild illusion domain or the national fortune illusion domain, they could not exit unless they died or the illusion domain was destroyed. This meant he could now recruit 60 more level 5 affiliated builders. Fong Chen nodded slightly and took the documents. After discussing a few matters, Xiang Dongfeng left. Fong Chen then teleported alone to an open area in the main storyline illusion domain, eagerly opening his inventory. In the inventory, one of the slots contained the illusion domain scroll that Xiang Dongfeng had given him earlier. However, at this moment, the scroll was no longer emitting red light but dazzling golden light, golden legendary level. Fong Chen couldn't help but show an uncontrollable expression of surprise. He hadn't expected that he would suddenly amplify a golden legendary level illusion domain scroll. Name, Battle of Zhuolu, bound. Type, illusion domain scroll. Quality, legendary, golden. Effect, construct the Zhuolu battlefield. Summon exclusive illusion domain units to fight for you. Remarks, what is real history? What is fabricated legend? They are all part of the long-standing culture of this land. The Battle of Zhuolu. Fong Chen looked at the name of this golden legendary illusion domain, his gaze flickering slightly as he murmured, is it the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu? If it's based on legend, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Unable to wait to directly use this illusion domain scroll. Illusion domain scroll Battle of Zhuolu used successfully. Compatibility with main storyline illusion domain, 100% sub-illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu, binding completed. With the prompt from the game's main deity, a new illusion domain's basic construction blueprint appeared in Fong Chen's mind. It was a vast expanse of land, with mountains and rivers, but there were not many man-made structures, not even a true city. Then, Fong Chen directly consumed a large number of illusion domain construction modules and built the entire basic structure of this new sub-illusion domain in one go. Beneath his feet, the originally empty space transformed in the blink of an eye into a vast world. The ground was covered in green grass, with distant mountains, forests, and rivers, a scene of pristine nature. The time of the Battle of Zhuolu was about 700 years ago. This illusion domain map restored the environment of that period. The map area was no smaller than the sub-illusion domains of Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms and Chuhan Contention. Ding! Your sub-illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu, construction degree has exceeded 30%. And has entered the undecided level illusion domain library. Invaders may come to challenge at any time. Please build your illusion domain as soon as possible. The game's main deity's prompt sounded, but Fong Chen paid it no mind. He then used 2 red sub-illusion domain exclusive general recruitment orders from his inventory. White mist surged before him, and then 2 figures slowly emerged. Both were middle-aged men, robust in stature, with disheveled hair and beards. Dressed in simple clothing made of animal skins, with bronze armor on their chests, shoulders, and arms, and holding rough copper axes. The most distinctive feature was that the hair on the sides of their heads stood upright like swords and halberds, and hidden among the messy hair on the sides of their heads were 2 black, strange horns. The 2 men strode up to Fong Chen, knelt on one knee, and introduced themselves in a rough, booming voice. Gusua of the Jioli tribe, paying respects to the domain lord. Tabu of the Jioli tribe, paying respects to the domain lord. The Jioli tribe. This is the tribe belonging to Qi Yu. The background of this illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu, is the battlefield between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu. Somewhat similar to Chuhan Contention. If he guessed correctly, both sides of the conflict should be able to recruit units from their respective camps, but the 2 generals currently recruited were both from the Jioli tribe. The red epic level generals were on par with Bai Qi and Meng Tian. But these were generals in a golden legendary level illusion domain. And Fong Chen was unsure of the difference in combat power. After all, even within the same illusion domain, Units recruited with the same quality of recruitment orders could have some differences in combat power. Moreover, this difference could change over time, as the strength of the units in the illusion domain would also evolve, especially since Fang Chen had the main illusion domain characteristic growing stronger with each battle. His illusion domain units would show significant changes in strength after each battle. Then, Fang Chen used 2,000 red sub-illusion domain exclusive soldier recruitment orders. Just like the arrangements in the Chuhan Contention illusion domain, these troops would be more than enough to handle the undecided level challenges. Soon, amidst the spreading white mist, 2,000 tall and robust figures emerged. Their attire and appearance were similar to the two generals, dressed in simple animal skins and equipped with rough copper items, but it didn't matter, they were only holding initial equipment materialized from soul power, and later, he could have the forge craft a batch of suitable high-level equipment for them. From the exclusive units recruited from the illusory domain, Fang Chen could not yet discern what was so powerful and special about this golden legendary illusory domain. It seemed he would need to spend some time studying it slowly. He then took these 2002 illusory domain units back to the main illusory domain space's Grand Plaza. The old-timers in the illusory domain were already very familiar with the newcomer process, although they initially found these new companions' appearances peculiar. This large collective was composed of individuals from various historical periods, and everyone had long since adapted. As a result, Fang Chen now had two branch illusory domains in the undecided illusory domain repository. This situation was unprecedented. However, it was unclear when these two illusory domains would complete their classification and officially merge into the main illusory domain. The cooldown time for the Guerrilla Aid order had ended, so Fang Chen used it again. This time, the team he dispatched was formidable. Fang Chen sent out all the red epic level general units. After the last test, Fang Chen discovered that the teams sent out for guerrilla warfare could also enjoy the enhancement effect of the main illusory domain's characteristic growing stronger through battle after combat. The effect description of growing stronger through battle stated that attributes can be enhanced through battles with invaders, without specifying that it had to be within one's own illusory domain. However, according to the descriptions from several generals after the last guerrilla battle, the enhancement effect from guerrilla warfare seemed to be slightly weaker than that from battles within their own illusory domain. Nevertheless, having this additional way to boost combat power was certainly worth utilizing. Thus, in a certain illusory domain, a group of invaders was locked in a fierce battle with a group of ghost-like illusory domain units. Suddenly, a mist appeared on the battlefield, and a large group of fierce generals charged out on horseback, rushing towards the invaders as if they were competing for food after school. In a flurry of action, the invaders were eliminated before they even understood what was happening. In the end, even the illusory domain builder present was left bewildered as this group of heaven-sent warriors vanished back into the mist. Shortly after, the illusory domain builder received a game prompt indicating successful defense. The next day, after reviewing the personnel files provided by Xiang Dongfeng, Fang Chen followed the previous process and used an invitation to summon those level 5 auxiliary builders to his illusory domain world in batches, then went through the process in Bao Zhang's court domain. This time, the result was slightly better than last time. Only one traitor was identified. However, this was enough to infuriate Xiang Dongfeng. He had clearly conducted a more rigorous screening this time, yet he still missed one. What Xiang Dongfeng would do to interrogate that traitor and how he would strengthen internal checks and balances remained unknown to Fang Chen. From the level 5 builders who passed the test, he selected 60 to become auxiliary builders for the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusory domain, which also integrated 60 auxiliary illusory domains. This batch of level 5 illusory domain builders was naturally much stronger than the previous batch of level 4 builders, with most of their main illusory domain levels being B-grade hell difficulty, and some even reaching A-grade. Essentially, each person's illusory domain had at least one red epic level general unit. Although they could not compare to generals like Bai Qi or Lu Bu, the epic level general units in these auxiliary illusory domains were certainly not weak. With their addition, the overall combat power of the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusory domain saw a significant increase. Moreover, they would also enjoy the enhancement of the growing stronger through battle characteristic in the future, becoming increasingly powerful. However, even with the integration of these auxiliary illusory domains, the level of the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusory domain did not change, as the current level difficulty was already very high, and these additional auxiliary illusory domains did not meet the criteria for an upgrade. In the following days, Fang Chen spent his time in tranquility. He was now at level 5 and could no longer participate in offline battles, so he could only practice combat with his own generals in the illusion domain. The newly joined subordinate builders and the units in the subordinate illusion domain gradually became familiar with each other in the Great Wall Watch illusion space. The units in the illusion domain exchanged ideas and honed their skills, cultivating a sense of teamwork for future battles. The subordinate builders were doing the same. During this time, the National Fortune Illusion Domain War of the Lighthouse Nation was still at a stalemate, and according to the official reports, it seemed unlikely that a result would emerge in less than 10 days or half a month. With 4 days left until the guild's illusion domain truce day, in the afternoon, a notification sounded, ding. The otherworldly invaders will descend upon the branch illusion domain Chuhan struggle in 100 seconds. Please prepare. When the game prompt rang out, Fong Chen, who was observing the general's battles in the illusion space, was momentarily taken aback. The second ranking challenge of the Chuhan struggle illusion domain was coming at this time. Subordinate builders need a lot of extras. Interested readers can leave character information in the author's notes section of this chapter, and the author will arrange appearances as appropriate. Fong Chen had thought that before the second guild illusion domain war, there would be no more invaders challenging the two unranked illusion domains. After all, the high-level invaders from the Invader Empire Alliance would certainly not send anyone to challenge with special items before that. Relying solely on the game's original random matching would yield a very low probability, especially in recent days. According to official statistics from various countries, the number of invaders challenging unranked illusion domains had noticeably decreased. Fong Chen speculated that the Invader Empire had intervened with those invaders who liked to challenge unranked illusion domains. However, under such circumstances, it was surprising that invaders were still randomly matched to his Chuhan struggle illusion domain. But this was not necessarily a bad thing. He didn't mind too much and immediately notified the soldiers in the Chuhan struggle illusion domain, bringing them back to the branch illusion domain. Soon, the countdown ended, and the invaders descended. As expected, it was a randomly matched group of miscellaneous invaders. Upon arrival, the invaders learned the name of this illusion domain from the game prompt, and seeing their 999 teammates, they immediately understood their situation. I can't believe I ended up in Chuhan struggle. Why? How did I get so lucky with such a low probability? I just wanted to grind some ordinary unranked illusion domains. Why am I so unlucky? It's over. The Empire Alliance's bounties have been suspended. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to grind unranked illusion domains. Who the hell knows why I'm so unlucky? Since we're here, let's gather some intel. Maybe we can exchange it for some bounty? The enemy is charging. You go scout. A group of invaders lamented, looking at the 2,000 enemy troops charging toward them with despair on their faces. After a dozen minutes, the battle ended without any suspense. The rewards were as meager as last time. After the boost, they received 3% experience points. After that, 3 more ordinary days passed. The Lighthouse Nation's Raging Seas National Fortune Illusion Domain War was still in full swing. According to the latest news, it was said that the Lighthouse Nation was organizing a counterattack. And many people were quite excited, feeling that the Lighthouse Nation might actually win. Fong Chen also hoped the Lighthouse Nation would win. After all, on a grand scale, it was a war between all of humanity on Blue Star and the otherworldly invaders. If the strongest National Fortune Illusion domain on Blue Star lost, it wouldn't be good for anyone. That night, after Fong Chen exited the illusion space, he leaned on his bed, browsing the forum while considering the final battle plan for the upcoming Second Guild Illusion Domain War. Ding! The invaders from another realm will arrive in the branch illusion domain, Chuhan Contention, in 100 seconds. Please prepare yourself. When the game prompt suddenly sounded, Fong Chen couldn't help but be taken aback, and then his expression turned somewhat strange. The final ranking challenge for Chuhan Contention has arrived. Is this just a coincidence? Or has the Invader Empire Alliance changed their mind? Have they sent someone to designate a challenge? With these doubts, Fong Chen entered the illusion domain space, bringing along the exclusive units from Chuhan Contention back to the branch illusion domain. As the countdown ended, 1,000 invaders descended, clearly random mismatched bulk invaders. This left Fong Chen even more puzzled. If the first time was a coincidence, that was without question. The second time a few days ago was also a coincidence, which could still be understood, but now, just 3 days later, a third time? If that too is a coincidence, wouldn't it be too coincidental? One must know that among the billions of illusion domain builders worldwide, There are countless illusion domains in the unranked illusion domain pool. Normally, the probability of matching even once is very small, and the chance of a new illusion domain completing 3 ranking challenges within a month is only 1 in 10. Yet, his Shuhan contention has faced 3 ranking challenges in just 10 days. Moreover, this is happening while the number of invaders challenging the unranked illusion domain pool has clearly decreased. Additionally, the Battle of Zhuolu, also in the unranked illusion domain pool, has yet to encounter a single challenge. Fong Chen was at a loss. No one could provide an answer, so he ultimately had to assume it was indeed that extremely small probability of a coincidence. Still, as the saying goes, it's not a bad thing after all. With the addition of the branch illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu, the odds of winning the upcoming second guild illusion domain battle have increased even more. As Fong Chen pondered, Generals Han Xian and Fan Kuai had already led 2,000 elite soldiers to swiftly eliminate the 1,000 unfortunate invaders. As a group of invaders' corpses turned into light points and disappeared, the game prompt sounded. You have completed the illusion domain defense task. This task rating, S. Task rewards, personal experience plus 2%. Shuhan contention, new illusion domain characteristic desperate battle, purple. Illusion domain construction module, purple, x200. Equipment module. The other rewards were still mediocre. But finally, after the third challenge, the first illusion domain characteristic was activated. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result, personal experience plus 4%. Shuhan contention, new illusion domain characteristic desperate battle, red. Illusion domain construction module, red. The amplification prompt then sounded, unsurprisingly enhancing the newly added illusion domain characteristic to red epic level. Ding! Branch illusion domain, Shuhan contention, ranking has been completed. Branch illusion domain, Shuhan contention, ranked as B-level hell difficulty. Next came the game prompt for the ranking results. The invaders in the 3 ranking challenges were all weak, and the troops deployed for Shuhan contention were also significantly fewer than during the ranking of 3 Kingdoms Chronicles, so it ultimately settled at B-level hell difficulty. The addition of a branch illusion domain at this difficulty isn't even enough for the comprehensive level of the main illusion domain to rise another difficulty. This is better, as it keeps the enemy guessing about the true strength of this new branch illusion domain, because the next increase in combat power will only be revealed to the enemy when they come to challenge again. Subsequently, Fong Chen checked the first illusion domain characteristic of Shuhan contention. Name, desperate battle. Type, illusion domain characteristic. Affiliated illusion domain, Shuhan contention. Quality, epic, red. Effect, our army will be unable to retreat, with all attributes increased by 100%. Note, no retreat. Forge ahead. Victory, or die in battle. This is also a doubling of combat power under specific circumstances. Then, Fong Chen summoned the item bar and used a batch of side quest exclusive recruitment orders from his inventory. White mist surged, and an army of thousands slowly appeared. The Shuhan contention added 2 exclusive generals and 4,000 elite soldiers. The 2 generals were Long Chia and Jibu, both of whom were great generals under Xiang Yu. With this military strength, along with sending some soldiers from the main quest exclusive domain, it should be enough to deal with the upcoming guild domain battle. Meanwhile, on the side of the otherworldly invaders, the news of the Shuhan contention completing its ranking quickly spread. The Empire Alliance convened another representative meeting. Damn it! Who are those idiots insisting on grinding in the unranked domain? There's nothing we can do. We can't control all players, especially those low-level free players. But this doesn't make sense. There are so many domains in the unranked domain pool. How did it just happen to match with Shuhan contention? And twice in such a short time? If we had known, we wouldn't have offered a reward for the first time. Could there be a special item that guarantees a match? That's a possibility. Even if there is, what are the odds it would be in his hands? Don't forget, he has the support of the Huajia official behind him. Forget it, it's already ranked. There's no need to dwell on it. It's just a B-level side quest domain. Nothing to worry about. His 5th side quest domain should also be in the unranked domain pool. Let's just hope there are no more variables before the battle starts. That shouldn't be possible. No one has matched his 5th side quest domain so far. Let's hope so. Another day quickly passed. Nothing particularly special happened. Ding! The Conquer the World Guild has challenged the Great Wall Watch Guild domain. The otherworldly invaders will descend upon the guild domain in 24 hours. Please prepare for battle. The familiar game prompt arrived the moment the truce period for the guild domain ended. It was still the Conquer the World Guild. In the domain space, Fang Chen looked at the subordinate builders who also heard the prompt and smiled, saying, "Everyone, you have one more day. Adjust your states and prepare for battle." 100 subordinate builders responded in unison. Yes. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The news of the Great Wall Watch Guild being challenged had already spread online. That night, people were closely monitoring the national fortune domain battle situation of the Lighthouse Nation, just as they had in the previous days, while also discussing and focusing on this matter. Especially the Huajia people, from officials to commoners, were quite nervous. After all, the Great Wall Watch Guild domain was now S-level, facing powerful invaders with over 200,000 members and a maximum level of 70. This would be the greatest crisis the Great Wall Watch had faced since its inception. On the Huajia forum, the discussion about this matter even surpassed that of the Lighthouse Nation's national fortune domain battle, as the Great Wall Watch was now seen by the Huajia people as the future national fortune domain and their hope. In the Great Wall Watch domain space, Fang Chen, along with 100 subordinate builders and all domain units, stood ready, including all subordinate domain units. They were gathered in the main quest domain space's grand square. It was densely packed, almost impossible to see the end. The subordinate builders' domains, while not as exaggerated as Fang Chen's, still had thousands, with some having over 10,000. However, even the domain forces of level 5 builders mostly consisted of blue rare units, with purple perfect units being quite rare. Unlike Fang Chen, the number of red epic level minion units is in the tens of thousands. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will arrive in 100 seconds at the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain. Please prepare for battle. When the game prompt echoed in the ears of all the builders, everyone was jolted to attention. Fang Chen glanced over the entire army, his voice calm yet resonating throughout the illusion domain space. All troops, prepare for the enemy. With a wave of his hand, the vast majority of the illusion domain units on the Grand Plaza instantly vanished, each being teleported to various branch illusion domains. As for Fang Chen and the 100 auxiliary builders, they remained in the main illusion domain space. Although the illusion domain builders themselves possessed considerable combat power, participating in battle carried risks, and given the large and powerful number of enemies this time, even Fang Chen chose not to enter the battlefield of the branch illusion domains. Besides them, a main illusion domain army of about 10,000 from Great Wall Watch remained on the Grand Plaza, ready to support the various branch illusion domains at any moment. This time, Fang Chen adopted a completely different strategy for the arrangement of the auxiliary illusion domains. All auxiliary illusion domains would no longer face the enemy independently. All combat units were directly assigned to the 4 branch illusion domains of Great Wall Watch, engaging in collective combat. At this moment, in several branch illusion domains, the number of troops from the auxiliary illusion domains even far exceeded the original forces. The total troop strength in each branch illusion domain surpassed 100,000. Fortunately, Fang Chen's branch illusion domains were large enough, not to mention 100,000. They could easily accommodate 10 times that amount. Among the 4 branch illusion domains, the one with the smallest map area was the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. However, the current Tomb of the Dragon Emperor had expanded significantly since the last guild illusion domain battle. Fang Chen had once again undertaken renovations. The entire illusion domain now had 4 layers, with the total area at least doubled. Moreover, the renovations included more than just the area. When the countdown ended, the invading army simultaneously descended upon the 4 branch illusion domains. In the first layer of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, beams of light descended, and countless figures appeared. There were as many as 50,000. The upper limit for the number of invaders in an S-level normal difficulty guild illusion domain is 200,000. After the invading side initiated the guild illusion domain challenge, they had 1 day to prepare. During this time, the invading guild could see the configuration of the illusion domain. Only the number of branch illusion domains and independent auxiliary illusion domains could be seen, but not the specific troop arrangements within the illusion domain. During this period, the invading faction would plan and allocate their invading teams based on the configuration of the target illusion domain. In the final countdown of 100 seconds, the illusion domain layout could no longer be changed, and the invaders had this last bit of time to finalize their troop distribution. For instance, last time when Fang Chen had all auxiliary illusion domains face the enemy independently, the invaders had to send people into each auxiliary illusion domain to attack. This time, the invaders found that there were no independent auxiliary illusion domains at all, and the only battlefields available were the 4-branch illusion domains of Great Wall Watch. Although it was somewhat unexpected, the Imperial Alliance had long prepared various plans and did not lose their composure. They even felt this was better, saving manpower from having to clear out those minor threats. The invading faction's troop distribution plan was also quite simple, without favoring or underestimating any branch illusion domain. The 200,000-strong army was evenly divided into 4, with 50,000 invaders descending into each branch illusion domain. Regardless of which branch illusion domain broke through first, they could immediately support the other battlefields. The 50,000 invaders arriving at the first layer of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor were equipped with impressive gear, adorned with large patches of purple glimmer, and many had red-level equipment. At the forefront was a half-orc invader clad in bright silver armor. Upon his arrival, he immediately scanned the area, his brow slightly furrowed as he murmured, "The area is larger than reported." Someone beside him responded, "Indeed. It appears to be at least twice the size. It seems there has been an expansion." He looked towards the rows of terracotta warriors ahead and continued, "However, the number of the terracotta army seems unchanged." The leader of the invaders, known as Tiger Roar Shocking Heaven, gazed at the passageway at the far end and said, "This is just the first layer. The main forces haven't even been deployed yet. No time to waste. Let's move forward." With a wave of his hand, a vanguard force of 1,000 rushed out. The basic terracotta warriors on the first layer immediately sprang into action, but they posed no obstacle against these high-level invaders of level 70. The vanguard force of 1,000 easily dispatched all the blocking terracotta warriors with 0 casualties. Then the main force marched through the square and arrived at the passage leading to the next layer. The passage had also been expanded, much wider than before, but it was also much deeper. Even with the expansion, a 50,000-strong army could not pass through all at once. It was still the 1,000-member tank-class vanguard that led the way. Entering the passage first, members of the team continuously used their insight skills to observe and discovered various traps. They did not evade but instead destroyed or triggered them head-on. Tiger Roar Shocking Heaven stood at the entrance, watching the traps being triggered one after another, thinking to himself, "The traps have changed, and their power has increased, but it's nothing too concerning." Watching the vanguard force successfully pass through the passage, he waved his hand, and the main force began to split into smaller groups to enter the passage sequentially. The first group of over 10,000 passed through without incident, but when another batch entered the passage, the previously quiet corridor suddenly shook, and unusual mechanical sounds echoed from the walls. "Be careful, new traps have activated. Damn, why wasn't it detected? Defend!" The expressions of the invaders changed immediately, and before they could react further, numerous traps suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls, attacking them. Poison darts, mist, sharp arrows, long spears, oil, raging flames. However, this group of invaders was not to be underestimated. Despite their surprise, the tank invaders raised their defensive gear, while the mage invaders cast defensive spells, blocking most of the traps. Even when some invaders were hit by the traps, they did not die immediately and were quickly rescued by the healer-class invaders. Just as the group of invaders breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had passed the danger, one person at the front suddenly staggered and exclaimed, "Oh no, I've been poisoned. How could this happen?" He seemed to check his status and then suddenly looked up at the surrounding air, exclaiming, "Not good. It's mercury poison. Highly toxic. Be careful." As he spoke, others also began to sense something was wrong, but at that moment, the mechanical sounds echoed again. There were more. Everyone was taken aback as they saw numerous holes appear on the cave walls in the blink of an eye, with a dense array of traps and hidden weapons attacking them. Under the influence of the mercury toxin, the group's condition plummeted, and screams erupted. Ultimately, when this group of people scrambled out of the passage, they had lost several hundred. Tiger Roar Shocking Heaven's expression darkened. To him, losing troops in such a place was nothing short of disgraceful. Fortunately, when the subsequent teams passed through, they encountered no further incidents. Before long, all the invaders arrived at the second layer. The second layer was much larger than the previous one, but still, only the terracotta army in the center was visible, with no real enemies in sight. Tiger Roar Shocking Heaven did not pause and immediately led the main force to continue advancing. The thousands of terracotta army soldiers blocking the way were still easily defeated by the vanguard troops. But suddenly, the floors in many places around them opened up, and a large number of ambushers rushed out, launching a surprise attack on both sides of the invading camp. Hu Xiaojingtian smirked slightly, showing no signs of panic as he crossed his arms and watched the invaders on both sides take action, quickly killing off the ambushers without much effort. TCH, these monsters are too weak. They can't withstand a single blow. They should just be low-level monsters from the subordinate illusion realm, used to test us. With this kind of trash, it doesn't matter how many come. A group of invaders expressed their disdain. Hu Xiaojingtian waved his hand. Continue forward. Soon, they arrived at the passage leading to a lower level. However, this time the group hesitated a bit. Hu Xiaojingtian snorted coldly. Use ranged attacks. Destroy the cave walls. This was also a form of countermeasure. Since there were many traps, they would first conduct a comprehensive strike to destroy everything. Following that, a series of rumbling sounds echoed as a large number of ranged attacks struck into the passage, leaving the cave walls riddled with holes. Even if the ceiling collapsed, it didn't matter, they could just break through again. During this process, many traps were destroyed, although some caused toxic gas, explosions, and flying hidden weapons when destroyed. They posed no threat to the invaders. In the end, the entire passage was left unrecognizable, with the cave walls expanded by several meters. Once it seemed there were no traces of traps, the invaders finally stopped. The vanguard team led the way and slowly passed through the passage. Indeed, not a single trap was triggered during the process. However, as soon as the vanguard team stepped out of the passage and reached the third level, they were immediately met with a fierce counterattack. The first to strike was an arrow flashing with red light. The foremost invader didn't even see what was happening and was shot through, shield and all. Following that was a swarm of arrows, dense as locusts. Fortunately, these arrows were not particularly powerful, and a group of tank invaders raised their defensive gear, barely managing to block them. Enemy troops, quick, provide support. Hearing the vanguard's call, Hu Xiaojingtian's gaze sharpened, and he immediately led a main battle team swiftly through the passage. Upon reaching the next level, they saw a large number of enemy troops charging right at them. Kill! With a fierce shout, Hu Xiaojingtian took the lead and charged out, followed by a group of invaders who also roared and rushed forward, showing no signs of fear. The two sides quickly engaged in close combat, and the battle turned chaotic. In terms of numbers, the invaders were significantly fewer, yet after the engagement, they gained the upper hand. This was because most of the forces intercepting them on this level were combat units from the subordinate illusion realm. Although numerous, their strength was lacking, at least not enough to face these level 70 invaders. Among the illusion army, only Wang Jian and his son Wang Ben led 2,000 elite Qin soldiers with the strongest combat power, able to fight back against a group of invaders. Additionally, there were some red epic level general units from the subordinate illusion realm that also had some combat power. However, compared to the entire army of level 70 invaders, the total combat power of the illusion realm side was still lacking, especially as more and more invaders emerged from the passage. The battle situation became increasingly one-sided. The Wang father and son began to lead their troops in a fighting retreat. This direct confrontation was undoubtedly a great victory for the invading camp. Most of the forces from the subordinate illusion realm were killed by the invaders, while only a few invaders fell. And even those who were seriously injured could quickly recover their combat power after retreating to the rear for treatment and resupply. Buzz, just as the invaders were about to pursue, a sudden tremor came from behind, followed by a chorus of gasps and screams. The roar of the tiger startled the heavens as it frowned slightly and turned to look back, only to see that the last batch of invaders passing through the passage had unexpectedly encountered traps again. The invaders were all astonished. They hadn't been completely destroyed? Just how deep were the traps hidden in this passage? In the end, when the last group emerged from the passage, they had lost nearly 1,000 people, even more than the number that had died in the fierce battle outside just moments ago. TSK. What the hell? How did the traps in this illusion realm suddenly become so powerful? We were careless, otherwise, so many wouldn't have died. There's another layer below, and the passage ahead might be even more difficult. What's there to be afraid of? With so many of us, can we really be stumped by mere traps? Then you go first, idiot. Does it make a difference who goes first? Wasn't the last batch the one that suffered? That's true. Then I'll go first. The tiger, with a serious expression, looked at the enemy troops that had retreated into the lower passage and ordered, Continue forward. The bottom layer is the real battlefield. Over 40,000 invaders surged toward the passage leading to the final layer. Although they knew that this last passage would undoubtedly be more dangerous than the previous ones, the tiger did not hesitate to lead the charge directly, preparing to break through. As a result, until the tiger led the team through the passage to the lowest layer, no traps were triggered. However, instead of feeling relieved, his expression grew even more serious. This passage was larger and longer than the one above. It was impossible for there to be no traps, and someone was definitely controlling it from the shadows, likely waiting for the invaders to pass halfway before striking to divide their forces. But even knowing this, the tiger had no way to change their course. Their mission was to break through to the lowest layer. They had to go down, with no other route available. Moreover, the invaders who had come out of the passage first had no time to worry about those behind them, because, right in front of them, a dense army from the illusion realm was waiting for them. According to the intelligence provided by the last batch of invaders, this lowest layer should lead to the outer city of a massive city. However, at this moment, everyone discovered that they had actually come down to the outside of the city. Ahead was a vast open space, and at the other end of the space stood a towering city gate. Beyond the gate was the city mentioned in the intelligence. This was naturally a change after the expansion of the illusion realm. At this moment, in the open space before the city gate, 6 generals, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, the Wang family father and son, Lian Pa, and Li Mu led over 10,000 elite soldiers, standing in formation and waiting. Additionally, there were large forces from the affiliated illusion realm, totaling nearly 100,000. When the number of invaders emerging from the passage exceeded 20,000, a disturbance was seen in the rear of the illusion realm camp, followed by a wave of black rising into the sky, transforming into a black cloud that flew toward the invader camp. It was a dense swarm of countless arrows. Among them were also many large crossbow bolts. Seeing this situation, the tiger's gaze sharpened, but he did not panic. He simply ordered in a deep voice, "Defend!" Before his words fell, a group of invaders had already taken action. Tanks and meat shields positioned at the front raised a wall of shields for defense. Mages at the back conjured a large magical barrier. The next second, a rain of arrows descended, all of which were blocked. Buzz, but almost simultaneously, an unusual tremor came from the passage leading to the bottom layer, accompanied by the cries and screams of a large group of invaders. The tiger's pupils constricted as he turned to look back, and indeed, a large number of traps had appeared in the passage, and their power was extremely strong. Many invaders had suffered. Boom, even more so. The top of the passage suddenly opened, and a gigantic figure fell down, directly blocking the middle of the passage. It was a wooden automaton towering several meters high. The automaton flickered with a faint red glow, and as it descended, it even crushed a few invaders underfoot. The eyelids of the tiger roar could not help but twitch violently. A red epic level automaton. When the invading army entered the lowest level of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, fierce frontal battles had already erupted in several other branch illusion realms. In the Shuhan Contention illusion realm, on a vast terrain, over 100,000 units from the illusion realm were engaged in fierce combat with 50,000 invaders. Since this newly ranked branch illusion realm had not yet amassed many dedicated troops, Fang Chen dispatched a significant number of main illusion realm forces for support. Generals from the main illusion realm, such as Wei Qing, Hua Xiubing, Chang Yaojin, and Li Guang, were all present here. Additionally, there were several special units in this illusion realm. For instance, at this moment, in a certain area behind the illusion realm's camp, under the protection of a team of elite soldiers, 2 special figures were dancing their peculiar dance. They wore coarse cloth garments, held bone staffs, and had menacing masks on their faces. These 2 were the newly recruited high shamans. Their special ability was the dance of sacrifice. That is, the art of offering and blessing. To put it simply, it was a temporary battlefield characteristic. One of them could enhance the recovery speed of our units, while the other could boost their attack power. As long as they kept dancing, these 2 characteristics would persist. At this moment, on the battlefield ahead, over 10,000 soldiers from the Great Wall Watch were our main force. Although the remaining over 100,000 troops from the affiliated illusion realms were numerous, their combat effectiveness was limited. Nevertheless, the numerical advantage was still present, and the invaders were feeling quite uncomfortable. It was far from the ease they had anticipated. Moreover, since the enemy charged directly into close combat from the start, Many of the large siege weapons they brought could not be utilized and had become almost decorative. Although these level 70 invaders could clear a large area of units from the affiliated illusion realms with a single Awaken skill, they were significantly hampered when facing the 10,000 elite soldiers of the Great Wall Watch, not to mention that those elite soldiers could each take on 100. Just the formation they formed could pose a considerable threat to these high-level invaders. Furthermore, not all units from the affiliated illusion realms were weak, some possessed considerable combat power. For example, there was Zhang Jiao from the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Illusion Realm. The two enforcers of good and evil from the Hero Island, Illusion Realm, real names Zhang San and Li Si, and Lin Chong from the Water Margin Heroes, Illusion Realm. These high combat units could also take on a group of invaders without falling behind. During the last Guild Illusion Realm battle, the reason the affiliated illusion realms where these high combat units resided were breached by the invaders was that, faced with nearly 1,000 invaders with awakened skills, even though their individual combat power was much higher, they could not hold out against the relentless wheel battle. Now, on the battlefield, with numerous powerful teammates cooperating, these high combat units were thriving and fighting with great enjoyment. Somewhere on the battlefield, an invader, while fighting, suddenly felt a blur in front of him, as if someone had flashed past him. Before he could see clearly, he suddenly felt a chill in his throat, blood splattering as his health rapidly decreased, and he was on the verge of total depletion. In his panic, he immediately tried to take out a special medicine to save himself, but when he looked at his inventory, he found his life-saving medicine was missing. He had clearly checked before the battle and had brought it with him. Filled with confusion and unwillingness, the invader's health was completely drained, and he collapsed to the ground. Losing consciousness, the figure that had just flashed past this invader stopped not far away, glanced at a small pill in hand with a hint of curiosity, and then tucked it into his pocket. This man was handsome and elegant, holding a folding fan, and he was none other than the thief leader, Chu Liuxiang. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside Chu Liuxiang like a ghost, smiling as he asked, "Brother Chu, how's the harvest?" It was Sikong Jiaxing. Chu Liuxiang snapped open his fan with a paw and smiled lightly. "Not bad. I'm doing well too. These people have quite a few good things on them." Sikong Jiaxing chuckled. "No more talking. Let's continue and see who has more." With that, he didn't wait for Chu Liuxiang's agreement and slipped away without a trace. Chu Liuxiang smiled faintly and, in the blink of an eye, turned into an afterimage and vanished from the spot. The two figures darted through the battlefield like phantoms, mysteriously making items disappear from the invader's inventory, and those with worse luck even had their throats cut. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a berserker invader slashed down a dozen enemies with one blow, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! This group of small monsters is really annoying." Next to him, a gunner invader was rapidly firing while saying, "There's no way around it. The subordinate builders of the Great Wall Watch must be arranged by the official government of Huagua, all top-notch among their level, and their numbers are definitely not small." Zhao Ke with the Huing, Wu Go with the frost and snow, silver saddle shining on the white horse, swift as a shooting star. At that moment, a faint voice reciting poetry suddenly rang in their ears. The gunner invader was taken aback. "Ha? What sound is that? Are you reciting poetry?" The berserker invader replied. "What the hell am I reciting? It seems." "Be careful." The gunner invader was startled, not yet understanding what to be careful of, when he caught a glimpse of a cold light flashing in his peripheral vision. "Kill one person in 10 steps. Leave no trace for 1,000 miles. At the same time, another line of poetry echoed in the gunner invader's ear. He seemed to see a figure flash by, but he couldn't be sure, because in the next second, he lost consciousness. The berserker invader clearly saw a figure swept past the gunner invader, and in a flash of swordlight, his companion's head fell to the ground, and that figure, in the next instant, charged towards him. The berserker invader was horrified and immediately shouted, unleashing his sword energy, wanting to use his awakening skill, but before he could swing his great sword, he felt a chill at his neck. His movements froze instantly, his awakening skill interrupted, and he fell backward, his head rolling away. "After the matter is done, I brush off my clothes and leave, hiding my body in name." The air was filled with the sound of poetry, as that figure strolled leisurely through the chaotic battle, harvesting the heads of the invaders one by one. Then, he stopped at a certain spot, raised his wine jug, took a sip, and sighed. I never expected that the vision poem I composed back then could actually become a reality today. This world is truly marvelous. This person was none other than Li Bai. He held a sword in his right hand and a wine jug in his left, tilting his head back for a large gulp, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what a joy! What a joy!" At that moment, a burly figure jumped behind Li Bai with a bang, cleaving an invader who attempted to sneak attack with an axe, then grinned. "Killing enemies is killing enemies, why recite poetry? Isn't it a hassle?" It was Chung Yao-jin. He also fought solo, so he was too lazy to lead troops, swinging two large axes as he cut through the enemies. Not bothered by the criticism, Li Bai smiled lightly, shaking the wine jug in his hand. "Care for a drink?" Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up. "I like this old Chang." Li Bai casually tossed the wine jug over, and Chang Yaojin caught it, tilting his head back for a large gulp, laughing, "Ha ha ha, good wine." As he spoke, he raised his hand and cleaved another invader with his axe. Li Bai caught the wine jug thrown back at him, his figure flashing to dodge an awakening skill thrown by a nearby invader, and in the blink of an eye, he swept behind the enemy, another head rolling down. "Are you kidding me? These little bosses are a bit too strong, aren't they?" "It shouldn't be. According to the intelligence we have, even if there are some official cultivations from the Hua family, there shouldn't be so many resources to recruit such powerful boss-level units. Stop fucking around. Let's unleash our skills together." A group of invaders around began to retreat, many of them already frightened by these little bosses, especially when they saw a pile of loot exploding around their fallen comrades. The drop rate was indeed high, and with such a death penalty, who knows how many levels they lost. A similar situation was unfolding in the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles Illusion Realm. In the Three Kingdoms Illusion Realm, due to the fierce general bond characteristic, Fang Chen had recruited several exclusive generals, so he didn't need support from the main storyline illusion generals. Even Huang Zhong had gone to the Bloodstained Gene Lake Illusion Realm to be the main ranged DPS. Currently, the fierce generals on the battlefield of the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles Illusion Realm included Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, Jian Wei, Zhang Liao, Su Chu, Xiahou Dun, Gan Ning, Huang Gai, and Lu Meng. With such an all-star lineup, what more external help could they need? Moreover, due to the effect of the fierce general unmatched characteristic, these fierce generals charged deep into the enemy lines, wreaking havoc and causing chaos. The remaining elite troops of the Three Kingdoms, along with combat units from the affiliated illusion realms, could only provide cover around them. Especially Lu Bu, clad in the demon war armor, was killing indiscriminately, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. A group of level 70 invaders couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. The red epic level equipment that these invaders usually took pride in posed no threat at all in front of the golden legendary demon war armor, and they couldn't block the Feng Tianhua halberd in Lu Bu's hands. Moreover, the demon war armor had an effect that gradually increased Lu Bu's combat power with each kill, making him braver in battle, single-handedly holding back nearly 10,000 enemies. However, not all of those 10,000 were held back. On the outskirts of the battle circle, over 1,000 mage-class invaders had been hiding behind their teammates from the very beginning, chanting a very complex forbidden spell. Now, this spell was nearing completion. The invaders had learned some information about Lu Bu and his demon war armor from the previous challengers. For instance, they knew that this equipment allowed Lu Bu to grow stronger with each kill, and when the number of kills reached a certain threshold, he would transform into an even more powerful form. Even when this equipment was still only red epic level, it already had a similar effect, because this equipment was originally dropped by the invaders. However, the invaders thought Fang Chen had enhanced the equipment's quality through equipment enhancement modules or other items. For example, the equipment reforging furnace also had the effect of improving equipment quality. At this moment, an elven male invader at the edge of the battlefield stared at the rampaging Lu Bu. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the mage team behind him and asked, "Is it done yet? If we wait until he transforms, our chances will be even slimmer." The leading mage, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and said, "Almost. Just a moment. Get ready." His last two words were almost a shout, and at the same time, he thrust his staff forcefully into the ground. Meanwhile, the nearly 1,000 mages behind him made the same motion. Buzz, in an instant, the entire battlefield shook violently, and a large number of white lights appeared on the ground, forming a massive magic circle, and at the center of the magic circle, was Lu Bu in the battlefield. At this moment, Lu Bu suddenly turned his head and looked over here. The celestial demon armor on him simultaneously shone with black, blood red, and golden light, mixing together to vaguely form a demonic shadow behind him. The elven male invader's pupils dilated as he whispered, "Now, attack!" As he spoke, he raised a longbow that flickered with red light and shot a uniquely shaped metal arrow into the sky. At the same time, the enormous array on the ground burst forth with brilliant light, rapidly contracting around Lu Bu as its center, the intense radiance nearly swallowing Lu Bu's figure. The demonic shadow coalescing behind Lu Bu suddenly hesitated, and the light on the celestial demon armor flickered for a moment. In that fleeting instant, as if it had been calculated beforehand, the elven male invader raised his right hand, holding a miniature device, his thumb already pressing a red button on it. Above Lu Bu, a white light burst forth in the sky, revealing a highly sci-fi metal railgun. In the next moment, a blinding white beam descended from the sky, striking exactly where Lu Bu stood. It worked! Seeing Lu Bu's figure engulfed by the beam, all the surrounding invaders displayed expressions of delight. Boom! The beam lasted only a second before explosions erupted both in the sky and on the ground simultaneously. Watching the railgun explode in the sky, the elven male invader couldn't hide his pained expression. But upon seeing the massive pit, hundreds of meters deep, on the ground, a look of satisfaction and excitement appeared in his eyes. His detection skill indicated the target's aura had vanished, and it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. Although once this illusion domain battle ended, the illusion domain builder could resurrect the fallen units. At least this battle had removed a significant threat. As long as they could win this fight, the illusion domain builder would face severe punishment. Moreover, according to the game rules, after winning this illusion domain battle, there was a high probability that the golden legendary equipment on this mini-boss would become his completion reward. Invaders cannot directly take equipment from illusion domain units, they must obtain it from rewards after completing the illusion domain. As long as he could acquire this equipment, it would all be worth it, and with the opponent lacking this powerful equipment, the next challenge in the Great Wall Watch, illusion domain, would be much easier. Just as the elven invader was filled with excitement and anticipation for the future, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from that deep pit. The excitement on the elven invader's face instantly froze, his eyes slowly widening, his expression gradually turning to disbelief and horror. He saw a figure resembling a celestial demon slowly emerging from the pit. It was Lu Bu, completely unharmed and already in celestial demon form. How is this possible? The elven invader squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his expression nearly going insane. They had paid a huge price, painstakingly designed a killing move, and yet, it had failed. Behind him, nearly 1,000 mage invaders who had cast the forbidden spell had all died from the backlash, the ground littered with exploded items. The elven invader, still questioning his life, had not yet regained his composure when he saw Lu Bu emerging from the giant pit looking at him, swinging his halberd. The elven invader trembled all over, snapping back to reality, but it was already too late to dodge. A blood-red demonic energy instantly cleaved him in half. A large number of items exploded on the ground. Lu Bu surveyed his surroundings, looking at the terrified invaders. Perhaps influenced by the celestial demon form, there was a hint of ferocity in his expression as he coldly laughed. "Very well, you have successfully angered me. All of you shall die." As the demonic energy erupted, he charged towards the nearest group of invaders like a demon god, unleashing an even more frenzied slaughter than before. Meanwhile, in the mainline illusionary domain space, Fang Chen was keeping an eye on the battlefield while raising his right hand to pinch his brow, his gaze showing a hint of fatigue. He took out a pill produced by the alchemy workshop that replenished mental energy and swallowed it, his expression quickly easing considerably. It seems that to infinitely resurrect epic level units, the current level of mental energy intensity is still far from enough. Fang Chen pondered to himself. Just moments ago, the carefully planned killing move from the invaders had indeed taken effect. Lu Bu had truly fallen. However, Fang Chen had seized the opportunity to test the newly acquired talent skill Immortal Battle Soul. Then, Lu Bu resurrected fully on the spot. One must say, the effect of a golden legendary talent skill is outstanding. The battle in the Three Kingdoms Chronicles, illusionary domain should have no suspense left. Fang Chen's attention shifted to the bloodstained Jean Lake, illusionary domain. At this moment, the battle here had also reached a fever pitch. The affiliated illusionary domain units in the Gene Lake illusion were mostly modern or futuristic units attacking with firearms. The invaders assigned to this illusion were mostly gunner professions and other invaders equipped with firearms. Thus, this battlefield was all about a long-range firepower contest. In this regard, the volunteer soldiers with ample equipment and ammunition supplies were having a blast. The days of lacking guns and bullets were long gone. Whether it was the Flower Army in reality or the past heroic souls in the illusion, they were no longer afraid of firepower. The massive equipment delivered by the hundreds of thousands of invaders during the last Guild Illusion War had now become the weapons and armor in the hands of the soldiers. The thousands of volunteer heroic souls held guns that were basically no lower than purple perfect grade. The only difference was the shade of color. Even the company commanders and squad leaders had red epic level weapons in their hands. Various submachine guns, machine guns, sniper rifles, mortars, RPGs, and even sci-fi style firearms. Moreover, they had plenty of defensive gear. Even if the enemy's awakening skills came crashing in, they might not be killed. And as long as they didn't die, with sufficient supply of medicines, they could quickly recover their combat power. As for those units from the affiliated illusionary domain, although their individual combat power was somewhat lacking, they had the advantage of numbers, surrounding tens of thousands of invaders, and combined with the volunteer soldiers' overwhelming firepower, they were unleashing a frenzy of output. Regardless of the damage they could inflict, they were just enjoying the fight. On the side of the otherworldly invaders, they were left feeling frustrated. In their original expectations, it should have been them using overwhelming firepower to suppress the enemy and push through. However, after the battle began, they discovered that their carefully prepared powerful equipment actually did not hold any advantage. If it weren't for their status as invaders and their various powerful skills and items, they would have probably been beaten down to the point of not being able to lift their heads. Yet even so, lifting their heads still carried great risks, because not only did the opponent have fierce firepower, but there were also many powerful single-target attack units. The Bloodstained Gene Lake illusion had a boss skilled in using a sniper rifle and a boss of the assassin profession, which was information known long ago. After the battle began, that sniper rifle boss had not held back, almost every shot guaranteed to kill an invader, leaving the healer in the team with no chance to save anyone. Meanwhile, the assassins and rangers sent out to flank had also gone missing, likely intercepted and taken down. This situation is not good. If this continues, we will be worn down by them. I never thought we would actually lose to the Phantom Domain monsters in terms of equipment and supplies. Why don't we just charge in? Maybe we can win if we go all out. Let's hold steady for now. Perhaps the teams in other side Phantom Domains are close to clearing theirs, and they can come to support us. Right, at least the newly ranked side Phantom Domain, Chuhan Contention, shouldn't be too hard to break through, right? Tomb of the Dragon Emperor has our strongest forces. Maybe they can clear it soon too. I've heard that the big boss in Tomb of the Dragon Emperor is incredibly strong. They might not clear it easily. Don't say such discouraging things. We came well prepared. Stop the nonsense. Let's hold our ground. Healer, heal me. A group of invaders exchanged words, ultimately giving up on the idea of a direct fight, continuing to hunker down in their positions and hoping for support from teammates elsewhere. Meanwhile, in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, Phantom Domain, boom! A loud crash echoed as the entire mechanism passage collapsed. The massive mechanical puppet inside the passage, along with the thousands of invaders who had yet to escape, were all buried within. Through the cracks of the debris, various colors of light flickered, the items dropped by the invaders upon their death. Tiger Roar, hearing the commotion behind him, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye but did not turn back, because he had already given up on those last invaders. He had known that the final segment of the mechanism passage would have complications, he just hadn't expected it to be this troublesome. Not only were the traps and mechanisms much stronger than the previous ones, but there was also a powerful red epic level mechanical puppet. Just that one puppet had killed thousands of invaders. When the complications arose in the mechanism passage, there were nearly 10,000 invaders who had yet to pass through. Ultimately, less than half managed to break through to the lowest level. Coupled with the chaotic battles with the enemy forces ahead, the number of invaders decreased by several thousand more. Now, the invaders following Tiger Roar to the vicinity of Xianyang City numbered less than 40,000. Losing so many troops before even entering the lowest level of the city was something no one among the invaders had anticipated. The only consolation they had was that they had also killed a considerable number of enemy troops. However, most of those units they killed came from the affiliated Phantom domains, the army belonging to Great Wall Watch, led by generals like Bai Qi and Meng Tian, actually hadn't suffered many losses. However, this group of invaders was indeed formidable, being the strongest among the 4 separate invading teams. Even though Bai Qi and the other generals were exceptionally brave and could take on thousands, their elite formations were also powerful, making it difficult to take them down quickly. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with the drum and song of the great Qin war song Qin Wind, No Clothes, and within the invader team, support-type invaders continuously released aura skills, both sides fighting fiercely as if they were on adrenaline. The vast majority of units from the affiliated Phantom domains were almost unable to participate in the battle, only able to provide cover from the periphery and look for opportunities to pick off enemies. A moment's carelessness could lead to being swept away by the invaders' awakening skills, resulting in mass casualties. However, this was already enough. Their mission in this battle was not to kill enemies but simply to participate. Even if they sacrificed themselves, they would revive after the battle, and under the influence of the guild's main Phantom domain characteristic growing stronger with battle, they would become even stronger. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar erupted, and Tiger Roar's body instantly expanded several times, almost completely beastifying, transforming into a 10-meter-tall upright humanoid tiger beast. Just that one roar had shaken the hundreds of elite Qin soldiers in front of him, causing many soldiers to bleed from their orifices and die on the spot. He then raised his hand and waved, unleashing several claw winds that sent hundreds of elite soldiers flying. Charge in one breath. Kill. Under his leadership, over 30,000 invaders erupted with power, and in an instant, various dazzling skills erupted one after another. The units from the illusion realm died upon contact, and the Qin soldiers were forced to retreat continuously. Although Bai Qi and the other generals could block the attacks, they were merely a handful of commanding units, and in a moment, the invading army had gained momentum, pushing all the way to the foot of Xianying City. However, the expressions of the generals showed no signs of panic. Bai Qi exchanged a glance with Meng Tian and nodded slightly. Then Bai Qi raised his hand and began to lead the army back into Xianying City. Seeing this, the invaders felt a surge of advantage and immediately launched a more frenzied attack. A large number of subordinate illusion realm units that couldn't retreat in time were killed, and even some Qin soldiers fell one after another. Soon, the Qin army retreated into the city, while the invading army pursued relentlessly. Breaking into the city, the valiant Hu Shaojing Tian leaped onto a rooftop, looking up at the magnificent palace in the distance. That should be the lair of the illusion realm's big boss, right? His eyes gleamed with intensity as he waved his hand and loudly commanded, "Pursue and kill." A group of invaders shouted and rushed toward the Qin king's palace. However, the invaders quickly discovered that once inside the city, it seemed even harder to fight. This was because the Qin army had the advantage of terrain. Within Xianyang City, various buildings stood tall, and the streets crisscrossed, with some even containing underground traps. The invading army surged in, but with 30,000 people, it was impossible for them to move together, forcing them to split into various streets. Even if they could climb walls or jump onto rooftops, their formation was still disrupted. Meanwhile, the Qin soldiers, who had long been prepared, turned around and launched their attacks. In an instant, the once ferocious invading army faced a fierce counterattack. They then realized, it seemed they were not the ones pursuing victory, but rather had been invited into a trap. However, this situation was normal. The illusion realm was inherently defensive, holding the advantage of terrain. To clear the illusion realm, one had to overcome this challenge and reach the end to eliminate the boss. Thus, the group of invaders did not panic too much and continued to push forward under Hu Shaojing Tian's leadership. Although they suffered continuous losses, they kept advancing, and their pace was not slow. Before long, they reached the massive training ground in front of the Qin king's palace. This training ground was the lowest level of the original royal tomb, where 100,000 terracotta warriors were arrayed. When the invaders appeared, this army of terracotta warriors immediately came to life. For these level 70 invaders, such lifeless units that couldn't even be considered true illusion realm monsters, even in the number of 100,000, posed little threat. However, with a large number of Qin soldiers already blocking their way, plus the 100,000 terracotta warriors, the invaders found themselves in a bit of a headache. Fortunately, upon reaching this training ground, the complex terrain was gone. allowing the invaders to regroup and form a massive formation to face the enemy. The surrounding Qin soldiers also gathered again, forming ranks in front of the Qin king's palace, blocking the invaders' path. Bai Qi stood alone at the entrance of the Qin king's palace, holding a long sword, calmly watching the enemy ahead. Among the army formations in front of him, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and other generals each commanded a unit, launching attacks on the invading army from various directions. The final battle had officially begun. All the invaders unleashed their ultimate skills, not only powerful awakening techniques but also various strong consumable items. The roar of the tiger's roar shook the heavens, and it was unclear what special props had been used, but its already massive body seemed to swell even larger, transforming it into a true monster. With a swipe of its tiger claws, it could shatter thousands of terracotta warriors into pieces. The boss of the illusion realm is right ahead. Charge forward. The deafening roar of the tiger's roar led the invading army into a final fierce assault, aiming to break into the palace and summon the ultimate boss. When the invaders entered this illusion realm, their mission prompt was simply kill the Dragon Emperor. Generally, as long as the big boss was defeated, the attributes of other monsters in the illusion realm would significantly decrease, and it was even possible to clear the level directly. Just as the invaders fought their way toward the Qin palace, suddenly, the entire illusion realm trembled slightly, startling all the invaders. According to the intel, the last time such a situation occurred, it seemed to be, many invaders' expressions changed slightly as they looked up toward the Qin palace ahead. They saw something suddenly surge forth from deep within the palace. It was not an illusion realm unit, but a silver light, hanging in midair like a long river, continuously extending. One invader in the group suddenly exclaimed, "Not good! A toxic reaction has suddenly appeared in the air. Poison?" The tiger's roar's gaze sharpened, as if he suddenly thought of something, staring at the silver river extending from deep within the palace, and exclaimed in surprise, "Mercury?" At that moment, he clearly saw, it was indeed a river made of mercury. The Mercury River seemed unaffected by gravity, hanging in mid-air, continuously extending, almost encircling the entire city of Xianyang. All the invaders felt their breathing become difficult, a severe negative status enveloping them, causing not only a drop in all attributes but also a continuous decrease in health. "It's mercury poison. So powerful. I'm losing health so fast. Quick, use poison resistance potions. Priests, hurry up with the detoxification aura. Damn it, this wasn't in the intel. This illusion realm keeps getting stronger. We can't let this go on. We can't delay. We need to charge in and take down the boss. Charge!" A group of invaders shouted in panic, some instinctively stopping as their status plummeted, while others, fueled by rage, shouted louder and intensified their attacks. But before they could recover from the assault of the mercury poison, another change occurred. At the source of the Mercury River, a massive black imperial carriage slowly appeared, like a great ship, drifting along the Mercury River. Within the imperial carriage, there seemed to be a huge black imperial coffin. On the battlefield, the Qin soldiers looked at the imperial coffin with expressions of reverence. Meanwhile, generals like Lian Pa and Li Mu had somewhat complex expressions. As for the invaders, they were both shocked and fearful. Some sharp-eyed invaders spotted the imperial coffin within the carriage and exclaimed, "It's the boss! The boss is inside!" The eyes of the tiger's roar sparkled with intensity as he shouted, "Shoot it down!" Before his words fell, many invaders had already launched their ranged attacks, with arrows, cannonballs, and magic flying toward the imperial carriage in mid-air. But almost simultaneously, arrows glowing with red light shot out from the other side, intercepting many of the attacks mid-flight. The attackers were none other than Meng Tian and other generals. Now, it wasn't just Meng Tian who possessed the red epic longbow. Every skilled archer among the generals had one, and among this group of generals, few were not skilled in archery, though they couldn't compare to specialists like Li Guang and Huang Zhong. The invading forces were furious, launching a fierce assault against the Qin army, while the tiger's roar led a group of top fighters toward Meng Tian and the other generals. However, upon engaging, they discovered, the enemy seemed to have suddenly become much stronger. This feeling is not just because I was poisoned by mercury and my condition has weakened, but because the enemy's strength has increased significantly. Even the morale of those ordinary soldiers has suddenly surged, their bravery multiplied. Even those terracotta warriors, who were looked down upon by the invaders, have become stronger. Originally, Under the influence of the two illusion domain characteristics, Great Qin Warsong and all troops forming line, there had already been two shifts in power between both sides. Now, with another wave, the gap in strength has widened again. The invaders are suddenly under immense pressure, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Hu Shaojing Tian is both shocked and angry, knowing that he must break the deadlock quickly, or defeat is inevitable. Under his desperate attacks alongside a group of high-level invaders, he has finally managed to temporarily hold back generals like Meng Tian. An orc invader seizes the opportunity, spreads his wings, and suddenly flies into the sky, charging straight towards the imperial carriage that is gliding along the Mercury River. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the imperial carriage and directly uses his awakening skill. His massive wings stir up countless sharp winds and blades aimed at the imperial carriage. Just as those countless sharp winds and blades are about to strike the imperial carriage, a strong red light suddenly bursts forth from the black mysterious wood material of the carriage, instantly deflecting all the incoming sharp winds and blades. Not only that, but the Mercury River beneath the imperial carriage also seems to be stimulated, rising up in large waves. These mercury waves splash out, with many sticking to the sharp winds and blades. A significant portion of those sharp winds and blades are rebounded back towards the orc invader. What? The invader is still in a moment of stiffness from overloading his awakening skill, completely unprepared for his attack to be rebounded. He has no chance to react and is engulfed by the sharp winds and blades laced with mercury poison amidst his screams. The screams last only a second before abruptly stopping, a large cloud of blood mist and numerous colorful light orbs raining down from the sky. Red epic level. Seeing this scene, Hu Shaojing Tian's heart sinks again. That imperial carriage is actually a powerful red epic level item, just like the mechanical puppets in the previous mechanism path. This can no longer be considered equipment, it falls under the category of large machinery or vehicles. Creating such an item requires more equipment modules and higher manufacturing technology. Where did this Great Wall Watch illusion domain get so many powerful items? Even with the full support of the Huahua family, this is simply unreasonable. After so many years of infiltration and research, the invaders now have a good understanding of the situation in the various countries of Blue Star. Because, in addition to the information provided by traders, they can also infer much information from their own challenges against the illusion domains or high-level guild illusion domains and personal illusion domains of Blue Star. For example, which illusion domain won a challenge and what kind of rewards they might receive, or which illusion domain suddenly became stronger, possibly due to how many resources were supported by the official. After summarizing and processing this information, a rough conclusion can be drawn. However, this Great Wall Watch illusion domain has been completely outside the invaders' expectations since its appearance. For instance, regarding illusion domain resources, it does not match their understanding of the Huahua family's official inventory at all. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence from traders, it is said that there has been no record of a sudden large consumption of resources from the Huahua family's official illusion domain inventory. This has left the high-ranking members of the Player Empire Alliance utterly perplexed. Hu Shaojing Tian originally did not pay much attention to these matters. In his view, he only needed to lead the team to clear the illusion domains. However, after entering this Dragon Emperor's Tomb illusion domain, the repeated surprises have made it difficult for him to accept. He originally thought that the team he led, the strongest in overall strength, would surely break through this branch illusion domain like a hot knife through butter, then go to support other teams, and after conquering all the branch illusion domains, directly strike at the main illusion domain of Great Wall Watch to secure the first kill for this guild's illusion domain. But now, looking at the increasingly disadvantageous battle situation, Tiger Roar was overwhelmed by a deep sense of powerlessness. He had to admit there was no hope of breaking through this illusion domain anymore. Not just him, but at this moment, other invaders shared similar thoughts. Once the will to fight was lost, failure was not far behind. Under the fierce offensive of the Qin army, the invader camp began to suffer rapid casualties. When the imperial carriage in mid-air circled the lowest level of the Mercury River tomb, the battle was basically over. The battlefield was littered with items dropped by the invaders after their deaths, and the few remaining invaders were surrounded in layers by the Qin army. No matter how they struggled, it was futile. Ultimately, when the last standing Tiger Roar was slain by Bai Qi with a single sword strike, the battle in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain came to an end. In the personal login space, the returning Tiger Roar glanced at his level, which had dropped from level 70 to level 65. Only lost 5 levels, should he be grateful? Tiger Roar couldn't help but smile wryly. Looking at his inventory and equipment slots, he had lost about 70%, including 2 pieces of his red epic gear. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Although he had mentally prepared for this, it still felt like a painful loss. The Guild Illusion Domain battle was not over yet. If he wanted, he could rejoin the fight in the special resurrection zone that would appear on the battlefield. However, he chose not to, because he knew it was unnecessary. With his level dropped by 5 and his equipment lost, even if he went back, his strength would be greatly diminished, and he would likely just continue to die. Other players who had died might have lost even more levels, so they definitely wouldn't return. Just this point made the difficulty of conquering the Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Domain several dimensions higher than other normal illusion domains. After this battle, Tiger Roar deeply realized Great Wall Watch was even stronger than everyone imagined. Far beyond what a level 70 player could conquer. It was likely that only top players above level 70, or even 80, could handle it. Anyway, he was only responsible for executing this challenge task, regardless of victory or defeat. The Empire Alliance already had a plan in place, and now it was their turn to continue worrying about it. It was no longer his concern. With this thought, Tiger Roar suddenly felt much lighter. He opened the guild chat page and, as expected, saw a chorus of wails. Some said they had dropped 12 levels, others said 30 levels, and some reported losing all their equipment. Besides these morning messages, there were also inquiries about the battle situation in the illusion domain from those who had just died. The answer was, there was not a single good place. Tiger Roar looked at the number of survivors still in the Guild Illusion Domain battlefield and found it had dropped to less than 10,000. Undoubtedly, the outcome was already decided. Not long after, everyone returned from the Guild Illusion Domain battlefield. Everyone heard the final result notification from the game. Great Wall Watch, Guild Illusion Domain Challenge failed. A full 200,000 level 70 players returned in defeat. And the target was merely a level 5 Illusion Domain Builders Guild domain. The main illusion domain, Great Wall Watch, had even only opened 4 branch illusion domains. Moreover, not only had they failed the challenge, but they hadn't even broken through a single branch illusion domain. Nor had they seen what the main illusion domain space looked like. When this news spread, the entire game world was once again in an uproar. Almost all players were already paying attention to this guild's illusion domain challenge. Many speculations had been made about the possible outcomes, but no one expected that the worst one would actually come true. Meanwhile, in the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, after all the invaders were eliminated, the game's main god's prompt rang in Fong Chen's ears. Ding! The Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain defense battle has been won. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 15%. New illusion domain feature, Soul of Soldiers Rebirth, purple, for Dragon Emperor's Tomb. New illusion domain feature, Snowy Battlefield Soul, purple, for Bloodstained Gene Lake. New illusion domain feature, Rallying the Troops, purple, for Three Kingdoms Chronicles. New illusion domain feature, Surrounded by Chu Songs, purple, for Chuhan Contention. Illusion domain construction module. Before he could finish hearing the rewards, Fong Chen was already overjoyed. For sub-illusion domains had received new features. Compared to the 4 features of the main illusion domain, the previous sub-illusion domains indeed had fewer features, although illusion domain features were obtained randomly. Generally speaking, sub-illusion domain features were easier to acquire than main illusion domain features. But for Fong Chen, it was the opposite. For instance, the first sub-illusion domain, Dragon Emperor's Tomb, had only 2 features for a long time without any additions. Now, with each of the 4 sub-illusion domains gaining a new feature, their overall strength had collectively increased. After the reward prompt ended, the enhancement prompt immediately followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Enhancement result, personal experience plus 30%. New illusion domain feature, Soul of Soldiers Rebirth, red, for Dragon Emperor's Tomb. New illusion domain feature, Snowy Battlefield Soul, red, for Bloodstained Gene Lake. New illusion domain feature, Rallying the Troops, red, for Three Kingdoms Chronicles. New illusion domain feature, Surrounded by Chu Songs, red, for Chuhan Contention. Illusion domain construction module, red, x 30,000. Equipment module, red, x 5,000. Equipment enhancement module, red, x 3,000. Main illusion domain special unit recruitment order, red, x 4. Main illusion domain general recruitment order, red, x 4. Main Illusion Domain Special Troop Recruitment Order, Red, X 8000. Main Illusion Domain Warrior Recruitment Order, Red, X 15,000. Sub-Illusion Domain Exclusive General Recruitment Order, Red, X 6. Sub-Illusion Domain Special Troop Recruitment Order, Red, X 10,000. Sub-Illusion Domain Exclusive Warrior Recruitment Order, Red, X 20,000. Guild Illusion Domain Random Reinforcements Order, Red, X1. Guild Illusion Domain Reinforcement Order, Red, X1. There was no doubt that this was the strongest battle encountered so far, and the rewards obtained were also the most abundant and best to date. Ding! The Great Wall Watch Guild's Illusion Domain level has been upgraded to S-level Nightmare difficulty. The game prompt rang again, and the difficulty of the guild's Illusion Domain had unsurprisingly increased again, skipping the hard difficulty and directly rising to Nightmare difficulty. Fang Chen had only participated in the guild's Illusion Domain battle twice, and the guild's Illusion Domain level had already surpassed the second guild Illusion Domain of the flower planting family, Shanhai Ji, which had been cultivated by the official for nearly 10 years. S-level Nightmare difficulty meant that in the next guild Illusion Domain battle, the maximum number of invaders would be 800,000. That was 4 times the number this time. However, the level cap remained at 70. Fang Chen felt that it was not a big deal. After all, in this battle, the enemy hadn't even pushed the limits of Great Wall Watch. Now, with so many new resources obtained, once they were digested, the overall strength of Great Wall Watch would rise to another level. 70-level invaders were no longer a concern. Unless the difficulty level of the guild's Illusion Domain in Great Wall Watch advances further to S-level Hell difficulty, the number of invaders allowed will double, and the level cap will rise to 80. However, even though the level cap increases, there are significant restrictions. Invaders between levels 71 to 80 will need to consume rare special items to enter the S-level Hell difficulty guild Illusion Domain. This means that even if there are 80-level invaders, their numbers won't be large, because for invaders above level 70, the main battlefield is the National Fortune Illusion Domain. However, both Blue Star and the invaders have long speculated that whether in personal illusion domains, guild illusion domains, or even National Fortune Illusion Domains, there might actually be higher levels above S-level, levels that allow invaders above level 70 to challenge normally. But this has always been just a speculation, as it has never appeared. Now, Fang Chen feels that this speculation might be correct, because his Great Wall Watch has only established 4 branch illusion domains so far, and it has already reached S-level Nightmare difficulty for both personal and guild illusion domains. The road ahead is still long, and there's no reason to stop at S-level Hell difficulty. Won again so quickly. The heavy price trade of Great Wall Watch is just too strong. Those invaders are too scared to revive after dying once. I never thought that guild illusion domain battles could be this easy. Ha ha ha, I told you, we won just like this last time. It's all because Great Wall Watch is too strong. What are you so proud of? Hey, I'm proud. We defeated 200,000 level 70 invaders. Our 101 is amazing. We're just 100 decorations. I gained 20% experience. I gained 22%. I leveled up to 5. I leveled up to 5 too. Ha 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 ha. I'm almost at level 6. So many rewards. This feels so good. Beside Fang Chen, the 100 subordinate builders couldn't help but excitedly discuss, immersed in the joy of victory and high rewards. Afterwards, Fang Chen let everyone act freely while he found a quiet place alone, first repairing all the branch illusion domains and collecting all the spoils from the battlefield, then slowly counting his gains. First, he naturally checked the newly added exclusive traits of the 4 branch illusion domains in order. Name, Soul Rebirth. Type, Illusion Domain Trait. Affiliated Illusion Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, when our units die, they will be reborn in the form of terracotta warriors and fight again. Note, even in death, the soul must be reborn to protect our homeland. Name, Snowfield Battle Spirit. Type, Illusion Domain Trait. Affiliated Illusion Domain, Bloodstained Gene Lake. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect 1, our unit's cold resistance increases by 200%. Effect 2, in snowy environments, our unit's all attributes increase by 100%. Note, no matter how cold the snow, it cannot freeze our will to protect our country. Name, Rally the Troops. Type, Illusion Domain Trait. Affiliated Illusion Domain, 3 Kingdoms Battle Chronicles. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, when our general units kill enemies, it can boost our army's morale. Stacking effect. Note, General's Bravery. General's bravery. General's bravery. Name, surrounded by enemies. Type, illusion domain trait. Affiliated illusion domain, Shuhan contention. Quality, epic, red. Effect, can be triggered when surrounding enemies, reducing enemy morale by 10% to 50%, while boosting our morale by 100%. Did you hear the song of your hometown? Don't worry, I'll send you home right now. 4 red epic traits, each with its own merits, all quite impressive. Then, Fang Chen opened his inventory and began to use the recruitment orders. First were the 4 red mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment orders. After using them, white mist surged before him, and 4 figures slowly emerged from the fog. The figure on the far left was an old man with white hair, thin and kind-faced, carrying a small wooden box on his shoulder, with a faint herbal scent about him. Without needing to ask, Fang Chen had already guessed his profession. Next to him was a distinguished middle-aged man, dressed in a dark long robe, with his hair tied back and a short beard, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Next to him was a lean middle-aged man, his complexion sallow, with an unremarkable appearance, but his gaze was quite sharp. The figure on the far right was a tall woman in a bright red robe, with delicate features and a heroic air, but when Fang Chen saw her, he inexplicably felt a sense of strangeness, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. The 4 approached Fang Chen and introduced themselves in turn. I am Hua Tuo, honored to meet the Domain Lord. Mo Ji, honored to meet the Domain Lord. I am Zhuang Zhu, honored to meet the Domain Lord. Dongfang Bubi, honored to meet the Domain Lord. Ha! Hearing the names of the first 3, Fang Chen nodded repeatedly, then couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He looked at the 4th person with a somewhat strange expression, finally understanding the source of that sense of incongruity. It was actually Dongfang Bubi. He had summoned another fictional character from a novel, just like Xikong Jiaxing and Chu Liuxiang. All 4 of them possessed extraordinary skills. Hua Tuo, the renowned divine doctor known throughout the land, hailed as the surgical sage and father of surgery, once attempted to perform a craniotomy on Cao Cao, but was suspected of harboring malicious intent by the suspicious Cao, and after being imprisoned, he died under torture. Mo Ji, also known as Mozi, was a famous thinker, educator, scientist, and military strategist during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, and the founder of the Mahist school. Mozi was also skilled in mechanical manufacturing, his craftsmanship rivaling that of his contemporary, Lu Ban. Even the wooden kite was invented by Mozi, later improved by Lu Ban. Zhuangzhu might be slightly less known, but he was also an extraordinary figure, one of the 4 great assassins of ancient times, renowned alongside Jing Ku, a man from the state of Wu during the Spring and Autumn period. He successfully assassinated King Liao of Wu with one of the famous swords crafted by Oyezi, the Yuchang sword. As for the last one, Dongfang Bubi, there's no need to elaborate. The big boss from the martial arts classic The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, the professional spokesperson for the Sunflower Manual. Fang Chen asked the 4 to wait aside for a moment, then used 4 red mainline illusion domain general recruitment orders. Soon, 4 more figures emerged from the white mist, all imposing generals, 2 clad in ancient battle armor, while the other 2 wore military uniforms from the anti-Japanese period of the land. After they approached Fang Chen, they all cupped their fists in greeting and introduced themselves. I am Pangwan, honored to meet the Domain Lord. I am Qin Xiong, honored to meet the Domain Lord. Lu Lind, honored to meet the Domain Lord. Lu Qinglei, honored to meet the Domain Lord. Pangwan, a famous general from the early Warring States period. Qin Xiong, also a well-known general from the early Tang dynasty, is one of the 2 door gods in folk legends. Lu Lind and Lu Qinglei were both generals who bravely sacrificed themselves during the anti-Japanese war, purely fictional characters. Please do not take it too seriously. The plot requires some generals for the modern army, but they must not reflect those legendary generals from the past. Otherwise this book might not exist. Thank you for understanding. Fang Chen exchanged simple greetings with the 4 and asked them to wait aside. He then used all 8,000 red mainline illusion domain special troop recruitment orders, recruiting 3,000 light cavalry, 2,000 heavy cavalry, and 3,000 heavy infantry. Then there were 15,000 red mainline phantom domain warrior recruitment orders, recruiting 5,000 elite soldiers from the Great Qin, 5,000 000 elite soldiers from the Shu Kingdom, and 5,000 modern volunteer army heroes. Over 20,000 troops appeared, grand and imposing. Quite a spectacle. Just these forces alone could significantly enhance the combat power of the entire Great Wall Watch. As for the remaining side domain exclusive recruitment orders, Fang Chen decided to hold off on using them for now. There was no rush, and he would allocate them to the various side domains once he had a plan in place. Subsequently, Fang Chen handed over the newly recruited personnel to Bai Qi and the others. He then went to the entrance of the Forge's warehouse to continue counting his other gains. Among the rewards for winning the guild's Phantom Domain battle, besides a massive amount of high-level modules, there were also 2 tokens. Name, Guild Phantom Domain Random Reinforcement Order. Type, Item, Consumable. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect 1, can be used during Guild Phantom Domain battles to randomly send 100 reinforcement orders to personal Phantom Domains of the same country. If the recipient uses the item, they can be transported to the Guild's Phantom Domain to assist in battle. Effect 2, can select one Phantom Domain that comes to assist infuse its mainline Phantom Domain characteristics into the Guild's main Phantom Domain, lasting until the current Guild Phantom Domain battle ends. Note 1, the level of the Phantom Domain builder receiving the reinforcement order must not exceed that of the user. Note 2, a single arrow through the clouds. 1,000 troops come to meet you. Name, Guild Phantom Domain Reinforcement Order. Type, Item, Consumable. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect 1, can designate a Guild Phantom Domain currently facing a challenge and lead any unit from the personal Phantom Domain to teleport to that Guild Phantom Domain to assist in battle. Effect 2, can fuse the personal Phantom Domain's mainline characteristics into the designated Guild Phantom Domain, lasting until the current Guild Phantom Domain battle ends. Note, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. The functions of these 2 items are quite similar. The difference is that one is for requesting aid, while the other is for actively providing assistance. The latter's function is also similar to the Guerrilla Reinforcement Order, but one can only be used once while the other can be reused. In any case, they are both excellent items. After counting the rewards given by the game's main deity, it was time to check the spoils dropped by the invaders. This was a significant task. After all, this time, the wealth-bringing children were 200,000 level 70 high-level invaders, and each item dropped was substantial, with high quality. Besides Fang Chen, 100 affiliated builders were also happily counting their gains. Although their Phantom Domain units did not play a major role in the battle, they still managed to kill some invaders, even if just by picking up the scraps, so they also received some loot. Even just a few items dropped by level 70 invaders were a great harvest for builders of only levels 4 or 5. They counted much faster than Fang Chen, and before long, some were laughing and chatting as they made their way to the forge. Some were preparing to reforge unsuitable equipment into desired items, while others planned to test their luck with random reforging. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a considerable stir had erupted on the forums, because everyone discovered that the Guild Phantom Domain Battle of Great Wall Watch had actually ended. In less than half a day, an S-level Guild Phantom Domain battle ended so quickly. Some personal Phantom Domain battles didn't even take this little time. And the fact that the level of the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain did not decrease but instead increased indicated that they had won. That was 200,000 level 60 to 70 invaders. They won in just half a day? How did they do it? Countless people racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. Countless players from other worlds are equally baffled. At this moment, on the side of the otherworldly players, the game forum is in an uproar. Are you kidding me? They lost so quickly. 200,000 level 70 high-tier players. Elite members specially selected from various empires. They were killed back so soon? This is the first time I've seen a Guild Phantom Domain battle end so quickly. And it's an S-level 1. I mean, are they just acting? Which family sends 200,000 level 70 elites to their deaths? I heard many of them suffered severe level drops, with some even dropping straight back to level 1. Dropping from level 70 to level 1? They might as well just quit the game. This Phantom Domain is just too bizarre. It's like they're cheating. Is there cheating in this game? Even if there is, it's players who cheat, not NPCs. Tisk TSK. Just thinking about it makes me hurt. I have a friend whose uncle's nephew is one of the players in this battle. I heard they prepared special equipment to increase luck, which can reduce death penalties. Oh, does it work? I just heard that the luck-enhancing equipment has been dropped. In the conference room of the Player Empire Alliance, representatives from various empires sit around a round table. each a black silhouette, motionless and silent, as if in a static image. After a long while, one person finally couldn't hold back and said, "Damn, can you all say something? What do we do now? What else can we do? Didn't we discuss this before? Are we really going to do that? Help him level up again? What else? Whether it's a personal phantom domain or a branch phantom domain, can we compete at this stage? His personal phantom domain and guild phantom domain difficulty have both increased. Can we send more people than last time? But the highest level is still only 70. Even if there are more people, do you think it will help? How do we know if we don't try? Then let your people try. We're still fighting raging seas, and we don't have extra manpower. Once you finish fighting, you'll have some. And after you break through the Raging Seas National Fortune Phantom Domain, all players from your God's Alliance will gain a lot of benefits. Just in time to deal with Great Wall Watch. You mean to send a delivery to Great Wall Watch? What if we win? How do we know if we don't try? Alright, stop arguing. Actually, there's nothing to argue about. Didn't we already agree on this? It's just that everyone is still a bit unwilling to accept this failure. Of course, we're unwilling. That's 200,000 level 70 elites. They were all killed back in less than half a day. The key is the death penalty is so severe. Stop complaining. The players on our side have the highest level drop rate. Did I say anything? We were all mentally prepared for this. Just let it go. The most important thing now is how to solve the big problem of Great Wall Watch. Didn't we just say? Let's stick to the original plan, continue helping him level up. Then we continue to send people to attack the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain. Even if we can't take it down, gathering more intelligence would be good. Once his Guild Phantom Domain level rises to S-level hell difficulty, we can ask those level 80 strong players to step in. It can only be done this way. Sigh. Next time, finding these 80,000 Death Squad members won't be easy. At worst, we can all take a bit more from the National Treasury. No matter what, we must eliminate Great Wall Watch as soon as possible. What if the level 80 players can't handle it either? After all, they were going to participate in the S-level hell difficulty Guild Illusion Domain battle, and the tickets needed were too hard to find. It was likely that not many people would be able to go. If they still couldn't resolve the issue with the Great Wall Watch, then we might just have to wait a while, collect more tickets, and let more level 80 players take action. Or, if we could really raise the Guild Illusion Domain or Personal Illusion Domain level of the Great Wall Watch to above S level, allowing level 71 to 80 players to challenge normally without special tickets, that would save a lot of trouble. Is there really a level above S level? It hasn't appeared in the past 30 years. Has there ever been a bug illusion domain like Great Wall Watch before? I hope there really is. Anyway, there's no way for those below level 70. What if even level 80 players can't handle it? Shut the hell up if you can't speak. No one thinks you're mute. On Fong Chen's side, he had been counting the spoils until very late, only exiting the illusion domain space to sleep and rest, and the vast amount of spoils was far from being counted. It was estimated that for the next several days, he would be counting money until his hands cramped. The next day, Fong Chen arrived at the illusion domain space again, full of energy, and saw a peaceful scene. The large square was still the place with the most people. While some illusion domain units were staying in their respective branch illusion domains, some were practicing, some were gathered chatting, and others were tending to crops in the fields. The expanded forge was also bustling, with many subordinate builders waiting to craft equipment or gambling their luck at the equipment reforge furnace. Disappointed wails or excited cheers could be heard from time to time. Those who had just been recruited yesterday were also becoming familiar with this new world. Generals like Pang Wan and Qin Shong were almost all in the large square. Zhuang Ju was in the forge, waiting for Master Oyezi to forge him another Yuchang sword. Hua Tuo was already in the pharmacy with the two divine doctors, Dian Ke and Li Shizhen, making medicine. Mozi and Luban were chatting by the edge of the large square, seemingly planning to create some special device. As for Dongfang Bubi, Fong Chen initially thought this person was a pure combat unit like the sword god Gainya, but upon entering today, he discovered it was not that simple. Dongfang Bubi found him and expressed the need for some equipment modules, saying she could weave fabric and make clothes. Fong Chen was stunned for a second before reacting. Goodness! It turns out Dongfang Bubi's special ability is this. What was being referred to here was not just simple weaving fabric and making clothes, but making equipment. There are many types of equipment, including metal armor worn by soldiers in fabric clothing, the forge could only produce metal equipment. Even the equipment reforge furnace could only reforge metal equipment. But now, Dongfang Booby could make fabric-type equipment. Compared to metal equipment, fabric equipment generally has weaker defense but is lighter and can have various special effects. Units like Gai Nya, Jing Ku, and Li Bai are more suited to fabric clothing-type equipment. Previously, this had always been a shortcoming. The fabric equipment in Fang Chen's hands had all been dropped by invaders and couldn't be reforged, so he could only pick out usable ones for the illusion domain units. Now, with Dongfang Booby as a special tailor, even fabric equipment could be customized. Equipment modules can change materials based on different needs. For example, if Oyezi needs to forge a sword, it will turn into metal. If Dongfang Booby needs to make clothes, it will be silken fabric, or if Luban and Mozi need to create mechanisms, it can also be wooden materials. Only the form changes, the quality remains the same. In the expanded realm of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the various traps, mechanical puppets, and the epic red imperial carriage were all crafted by Luban. To get to the point, Fangchen was amplifying and counting his spoils while keeping an eye on the ongoing war in the Raging Seas realm through a virtual screen on the forum. The war had been at a stalemate for so many days, and the atmosphere around the world was growing increasingly tense, especially after the Lighthouse Nation announced that it would soon launch a counterattack. But days had passed without any new developments, turning people's initial expectations into disappointment. Unfortunately, live broadcasts were not available, and no matter how anxious everyone was, they could only wait. A day passed quickly. In the evening, just as Fangchen was preparing to rest, he suddenly heard a game notification. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will descend in 100 seconds to the sub-realm of Battle of Zhuolu. Please prepare. This book has modifications. For details, see author's note below. Fangchen, who had just lain down, sat up again. After waiting for so many days, the first ranked challenge of the Battle of Zhuolu had finally arrived. He immediately focused his thoughts and entered the realm space. There was no need to gather in the main realm space. Fangchen directly arrived in the sub-realm of Battle of Zhuolu. All 2,002 warriors of the Jiuli tribe were here, as they preferred not to go to the main realm space and mostly stayed at home. Upon learning that enemies were coming, the Jiuli warriors were all excited, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. To be honest, Fangchen felt that these people were the most ferocious combat units in the realm. Perhaps it was related to the era they lived in, or perhaps it was due to the realm's level. These Jiuli warriors seemed to be naturally combative. There was nothing much to arrange, so Fangchen simply notified them and then returned to the main realm space. During the challenge, one could not leave the realm, so he took the opportunity to count some money, to tally up some more spoils. Soon, the countdown ended. In the Battle of Zhuolu realm, on the vast primitive grassland, 1,000 beams of light descended, revealing the figures of 1,000 invaders. After the invaders appeared, most showed excitement, while a few looked nervous and fearful. We made it! This must be the 5th subrealm of Great Wall Watch. I can't believe we actually encountered it. Looks like we have to die once. I hope we don't drop too many levels. I wonder what type of realm this is. This place looks so primitive, with no buildings at all. Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Even if we die, we need to gather as much intel as possible to earn more rewards. Someone's coming. About 2,000 people. Why do they look like primitive people? Does anyone know the historical background of Huagua? What dynasty is this image from? I don't know. Who cares what dynasty it is? Kill them. A group of invaders chattered excitedly, and before they could fully see their surroundings, they saw a group of savages charging towards them, dressed in simple clothing and wielding poor-quality bronze weapons. These invaders had mostly come for the bounties reopened by the Imperial Alliance, specifically to find the 5th subrealm of Great Wall Watch, and could be considered a ragtag suicide squad gathering intelligence. Although they knew that finding the target would mean certain death, they did not come in unarmed. After all, if they didn't find the target and ended up in a regular realm, being unarmed would mean a free gift to the enemy. So, they mostly carried some equipment and supplies, both to deal with normal realms and to put up a fight and gather intel if they encountered the target realm. Even if all the equipment is lost and a few levels drop, as long as they can obtain the bounty from the Empire Alliance, it won't be a loss. In fact, when they saw the simple equipment on the enemy, they couldn't help but think, maybe we can win. But when the two sides clashed, a group of invaders realized that thought was just their own illusion. What the hell is simple equipment? That rough copper axe is shining with the red glow of epic gear. You have completed the Illusion Domain Defense Mission. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 2%. Illusion Domain Construction Module. Not long after, Fong Chen heard the game prompt. As expected, although it was still an S rating, the rewards were pitifully small. Then the system prompt sounded, and the personal experience increase was plus 4%. After leveling up to 5, the experience gain slowed down significantly. Subsequently, Fong Chen returned to the Battle of Zhuolu side Illusion Domain. The bodies of the invaders had disappeared, leaving only a ground full of light orbs, but the highest ones were just a few blue. The warriors of the Zhuoli tribe looked somewhat disappointed, probably feeling that the enemy was too weak to be worth fighting. Fong Chen casually collected the loot on the ground, then opened his inventory, planning to recruit some more troops. Although what he already had was more than enough, having a few more troops would likely raise the final rating. Now that there was no need to suppress the rating, Fong Chen actually hoped for a higher rating, ideally to raise the difficulty level of the main illusion domain as well. Fong Chen first used 3 red side illusion domain exclusive commander recruitment orders from his inventory. White mist surged before him, and then 3 figures slowly emerged. However, these 3 figures were a bit different from what Fong Chen had imagined. Fong Chen looked at a figure nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, and couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, because it was a gigantic black bear standing upright. In front of it, Fong Chen's height of 1 meter 80 seemed very petite. This black bear not only had a massive size, standing like a human, but also wore copper armor on its claws, shoulders, and head, much like human armor, especially its eyes. A pair of beastly pupils sparkled with a glimmer of intelligence, and it was also looking down at Fong Chen. Beside it, there was a large black wolf and a black panther. Although they were not standing upright, some key parts of their bodies were also armored in copper, and their gazes were equally intelligent. Fong Chen confirmed that he was indeed using a commander recruitment order, not a mount recruitment order. In other words, these 3 before him were actually commander units? Fong Chen pondered silently, then revealed a look of realization. He remembered, according to legend, the Yellow Emperor was skilled in taming beasts for battle. Whether in the Battle of Banquan against the Flame Emperor or the Battle of Zhuolu against Qiyu, he had summoned bears, wolves, leopards, and tigers to fight for him, not as mounts, but as independent combat forces. From this perspective, it seemed reasonable to recruit fierce beasts using combat unit recruitment orders in this side illusion domain. However, although these 3 commanders were intelligent, they did not speak, but their gazes towards Fong Chen were filled with reverence. Clearly understanding Fong Chen's identity as domain master, Fong Chen suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said to the 3 fierce beasts, "Please wait over there for a moment." Sure enough, the 3 fierce beasts understood and obediently walked to the side. Then, Fong Chen used 3,000 red side illusion domain exclusive soldier recruitment orders. He then saw large figures emerging from the thick white mist. Coincidentally or not, these 3,000 units consisted of 1,000 giant bears, 1,000 fierce wolves, and 1,000 black panthers. As the 3,000 beast units emerged, their visual impact and momentum far surpassed that of 3,000 human units. These warrior units were slightly smaller in size than the 3 commander units, and the intelligence in their eyes was somewhat weaker, but they were still far superior to ordinary beasts. At least, after their appearance, the formation remained undisturbed, quietly gazing at Fong Chen, just like soldiers waiting for orders. A thought suddenly crossed Fong Chen's mind. Should these units be brought back to the mainline illusionary domain for some newcomer education? After considering it, he felt it was inappropriate to treat them differently. So with a thought, he brought this special group of combat warriors to the plaza of the mainline illusionary domain. As expected, the appearance of these 3,003 beast units immediately attracted a lot of attention, with Bai Qi, Lu Bu, and others curiously gathering around. Fong Chen briefly introduced the origins of these units to them and then handed them over to Bai Qi. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and the others, who were already accustomed to receiving newcomers, couldn't help but show a troubled expression this time. Fong Chen didn't know how Bai Qi and the others would handle this batch of newcomers, beasts, and he subsequently left the illusionary world to continue sleeping. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will arrive in the branch illusionary domain, Battle of Zhuolu, in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Just as he had fallen asleep, He was abruptly awakened by the sudden game notification. "Can't I just get a good night's sleep?" Fong Chen muttered irritably, then turned over and continued to sleep. As the 100 seconds countdown ended, his consciousness was forcibly pulled into the illusionary world. In the Battle of Zhuolu, illusionary domain, seeing the 1,000 invaders descending ahead, Fong Chen, still grumpy from being woken up, ordered, "Kill them." Beside him, the 3,000 bear-wolf leopard units charged out. At the same time, the newly arrived 1,000 invaders were quickly assessing their surroundings. Then they saw the charging beast army. Everyone couldn't help but freeze. What the hell? Why are there beasts? Wasn't it said that the monsters in this illusionary domain are a bunch of wild men? Damn it! How could this information be wrong? Stop talking nonsense. Meat shields, get up front. Squishies, stay back. Buffs, get ready. Use ranged skills first. Just a bunch of animals. Kill. These invaders reacted quickly, showing almost no panic, and soon formed a battle formation. Because they were different from the last batch of randomly matched mixed teams, they were an elite squad sent by the Empire Alliance after receiving intelligence, specifically to gather information about the illusionary domain. The Alliance's strategic plans had always been very flexible and variable, and now they had reverted to actively challenging the undecided level illusionary domain, Great Wall Watch, aiming to collect as much information as possible. Compared to the last guild illusionary domain battle where 200,000 level 70 invaders lost their equipment, this mere 1,000 level 40 invaders' fine equipment, even if all dropped, was nothing significant, as long as they could gather even a little bit of new illusionary domain information. It would be worth it. The invaders in this suicide squad had also come prepared psychologically, knowing they were undoubtedly going to die, which instead fueled their determination to fight against this undecided level new illusionary domain. Unfortunately, determination could not make up for the absolute gap in strength. A group of ranged classes launched their attacks at the beast horde, and at first glance, the momentum seemed impressive, but unfortunately, it was all smoke and no damage, failing to even slow down the beast horde. A figure as large as a small mountain charged to the front of those tank-class invaders, then raised its bare paw and slammed down. Roar with a roar. The large shields in the hands of those tank invaders were directly shattered. A group of tanks flew out like kites with their strings cut, crashing into the crowd behind. Meanwhile, the Black Bear commander swatted away the invading units blocking its path with a single paw, sending them flying like little chicks. Not far away, the wolf and leopard generals also plunged into the crowd, causing chaos and panic. The subsequent beast army followed closely, and in an instant, screams erupted, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The invaders had senses just like in reality, although their pain perception was dulled. The taste of death was still far from pleasant. Many invaders had protested to the game company about this, but that mysterious company remained as aloof as ever, never bothering to respond. Now, these invaders were being torn apart by a pack of beasts, their screams particularly loud. Some even regretted coming to their deaths for the rewards of the Empire Alliance. However, their cries of agony somewhat alleviated Fong Chen's morning grumpiness. "Ha, so you feel pain now? Your deaths only mean losing a few levels and some equipment. Will you lose your lifespan? In front of us, the builders of the illusory domain. What right do you have to fear death?" Fong Chen coldly watched as these invaders were shredded one by the beast army, until the last invader fell, and a game prompt sounded. "You have completed the illusory domain defense mission. Mission rating, S. Mission reward, personal experience plus 2%. New illusory domain feature, Savage Battlefield, purple, added to Battle of Zhuolu." Hearing the reward details, Fong Chen's expression brightened slightly. The second-tier challenge had yielded the first illusory domain feature, which was quite good. Reward detected. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result, personal experience plus 4%. New illusory domain feature, Savage Battlefield, red, added to Battle of Zhuolu. The amplification prompt soon followed, and as expected, the new feature was amplified to red epic level. Fong Chen summoned the illusory domain page to check the new feature information. Name, Savage Battlefield. Type, illusory domain feature. Affiliated illusory domain, Battle of Zhuolu. Quality, epic, red. Effect, in the illusory domain battlefield, the combat power of our non-tech units is increased by 100%, while the combat power of enemy tech units is reduced by 50%. Note, original battlefield. Do not use technology. With this effect, this illusory domain was basically a nemesis for tech-type invaders. However, it was limited to tech types, meaning there were no restrictions on magic types. It made sense. The legendary Battle of Zhuolu was a clash of deities, with various supernatural powers flying around, not just pure hand-to-hand combat. However, the combat units Fang Chen had recruited so far were all physical attack types. Moreover, whether it was the Jiuli warriors or these beast armies, their combat power did not show a significant difference compared to other illusory domain units of the same level. This was because Fang Chen had not yet recruited those units with the legendary powers spoken of. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather, he couldn't recruit them. For example, the legendary Yinglong and Nuba, who appeared in the Battle of Zhuolu, undoubtedly possessed terrifying strength, but they were also undoubtedly of golden legendary quality. And how easy is it to obtain a recruitment order of golden legendary quality? Fang Chen had only received one so far, and it was a Zulong exclusive type. This was one of the major difficulties of golden legendary illusory domains. Everyone knew that golden legendary illusory domains had great potential and could recruit powerful beings of golden legendary quality. The problem was whether this potential could be developed. For instance, the second largest guild illusory domain of the flower planting family, Shanhai Ji, is based on the ancient classic Shanhai Jing and is a golden legendary illusory domain that theoretically could recruit powerful exotic beasts capable of destroying the world. But the problem is, it can't be recruited. Sometimes, after much hardship, one might obtain a golden legendary recruitment order. But the being recruited is not the legendary existence one imagined. It could very well be legendary but much weaker. Or it could be said that the legendary units in that realm also have the potential to grow stronger. But they similarly require deep cultivation, which presents a huge challenge. Some even claim that the fantasy-type legendary realms are actually a grand deception, leading people to waste countless resources on the elusive existence of legends, only to end up with nothing. For instance, the national-level realm of Sakurajima, Yokai Night Parade, which was previously destroyed, contains several top-tier units like the Yamata no Orochi, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the Tengu, all of which were legendary but were still annihilated. It's possible that the strongest power of that legendary level is just that, or perhaps they have yet to cultivate their highest potential. Ultimately, in this realm of fantasy, everything relies on data to speak. As long as the data is powerful enough, even mortals can slay gods. It is precisely for this reason that the strongest national-level realms, such as the raging seas of the Lighthouse Nation and Winter is Coming of the Bear Nation, are not of the fantasy-type legendary level. Instead, they are of the reality-type epic level. Even the first guild realm that the Flower Kingdom has painstakingly cultivated, which was originally the top candidate for a national-level realm, is also of the reality-type epic level, because these types of realms are more stable. To get back to the point, Fang Chen didn't know if he would have the chance to summon legendary units from this legendary realm, but thinking about that now felt a bit far-fetched. Having these epic-level units was already more than enough. He was very satisfied with the performance of these beast armies. Watching them eliminate the invaders gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. So, Fang Chen simply decided to increase his forces again, hoping to score a few more points in the third classification challenge. He used 2 red commander recruitment orders, and this time he recruited a white tiger commander and a human commander from the Yellow Emperor tribe named Manhwa. Then, using 2,000 red branch realm exclusive warrior recruitment orders, he recruited 1,000 fierce tigers and 1,000 elite spear soldiers from the Yellow Emperor tribe. Finally, he used 2,000 red branch realm special unit recruitment orders to recruit 2,000 elite spear throwers from the Yellow Emperor tribe. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will descend upon the branch realm battle of Zhuolu in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Just as Fang Chen finished recruiting these new units, the game prompt sounded again. This time, the connection was quite swift. Fang Chen was very satisfied with the enemy's efficiency in sending themselves to their doom. After this battle, he could go back and have a good sleep. He addressed the newly recruited units in front of him, just in time. Everyone prepared to face the enemy. Whether they were human warriors or beast troops, they all understood, their eyes sharpening as they looked forward in unison. Soon, the countdown ended, and another batch of well-equipped level 40 invader suicide squads descended. As soon as they appeared, they barely had time to take in their surroundings before they sprang into action, some raising shields, some casting buffs, and others unleashing spells. Everyone seemed very busy. When they thought they had set up their defensive formation at what they considered the fastest speed, they looked up and saw thousands of enemy figures in the distance ahead. The enemy is in front. Fortunately, they didn't charge at us immediately. Wait, look up. That is, be careful. A group of invaders, relieved that they hadn't been ambushed by the enemy, suddenly sensed something was wrong and all looked up, only to see thousands of spears raining down from the sky. In the next second, the spears fell right in front of them. Those seemingly crudely made copper-tipped spears, upon hitting the magical barrier above their heads, actually created ripples, causing the entire defensive formation to shake violently. On the verge of collapse, the barrier is about to break. Hurry! Continue chanting to reinforce the magic. Hold on! A group of invading wizards frantically chanted spells like they were possessed, desperately maintaining the defensive barrier, and finally managed to withstand this round of spear rain. However, before they could catch their breath, they heard the roar of beasts ahead. In terror, they focused their eyes and saw thousands of ferocious beasts charging right at them. Some quick-reacting invaders immediately launched ranged attacks in an attempt to stop them, but the tigers, leopards, and wolves all nimbly dodged, while the attacks on the black bears had no effect whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, the beast army was upon the invaders. With a slap of a bare paw, the already shaky magical barrier shattered, and all the beasts surged into the invaders' ranks. Then, the scene from earlier replayed itself. You have completed the defense task of the illusion domain. Task rating, S. Task reward, personal experience plus 2%. Soon, Fong Chen heard the reward notification. Then the amplification prompt sounded, increasing the personal experience reward to 4%. Ding! The sub-illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu, has been rated. The sub-illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu, is rated A-level difficulty. Following that, the rating completion notification rang out. The initial rating of Battle of Zhuolu was one level higher than Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms. Unfortunately, there was no notification of a change in the main illusion domain level, indicating that even with this new illusion domain, it was still not enough to elevate the difficulty of the main illusion domain. Since the last personal illusion domain battle, any changes in the illusion domains had not been included in this calculation. They would need to be reassessed based on the latest performance after the invaders' next challenge. In other words, the invaders needed to lend a hand. Fong Chen had already guessed that since they had been so kind to quickly rate the sub-illusion domain, they were likely preparing to challenge him again. So, Fong Chen immediately cancelled the week-long personal illusion domain truce he had just obtained. It was a way to signal to the invaders, I am ready. Come quickly. If they could really come tonight, Fong Chen wouldn't mind staying up late to fight with them. However, after waiting for a while without hearing any movement, he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Seems they weren't ready yet? He then took the newly recruited units back to the main illusion domain space, handed them over to Bai Qi and the others for orientation, and then left the sub-illusion domain to continue sleeping. This time, he was not disturbed again and slept soundly until dawn. The next day, Fong Chen was still in the illusion domain space sorting through the vast amount of loot, while also keeping an eye on the situation in Raging Seas and waiting for the invaders to challenge him again. After waiting a whole day, the situation in Raging Seas remained unclear, and the invaders' challenge did not come. However, the cooldown time for the guerrilla reinforcement order had ended. Fong Chen immediately used this item again, sending all the commander units out, boosting their combat power while also earning some experience and resources. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. In any case, even if the invaders suddenly came to challenge, he could directly recall the teams that were out. A group of commanders naturally loved the idea of going on an outing while getting stronger, so they quickly gathered and set off. The team also included those newly recruited commander units from Battle of Zhuolu. Additionally, there were combat-type special units like Jing Ku, Gai Nia, Li Bai, Zhuan Zhu, Chu Liuxiang, and Sikong Jiaxing who joined them as well. In a personal illusion domain, in a gloomy valley, the ground was piled high with white bones, both animal and human. From the woods on either side, the sounds of ghostly wails echoed, and ghostly figures floated about, with pairs of green eyes glimmering in the darkness, staring at a group of invaders gathered in a clearing. The group of invaders gathered there did not attack the illusory realm, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding monsters, lazily chatting in their formation. Not far away, on a mountain wall, there was a cave, with two men standing at the entrance, engaged in conversation. One of the men had pointed ears and a handsome face, clearly an elf invader, while the other was a middle-aged man in a nightgown. At that moment, the invader frowned, seemingly dissatisfied, and said, "I've given you so much time to investigate, and now you tell me you haven't found anything?" The man in the nightgown replied helplessly, "I really can't find anything. The higher-ups have done a great job keeping things under wraps this time. I can't find any opportunity." The elf invader snorted coldly, "I don't need these excuses. I'll give you another 7 days. If you come back next time and still know nothing, don't blame me for taking your life for a few years." The man in the nightgown's expression tightened, a bit panicked. "Please, I will do my best to investigate. Even if I can't find the identity clues of that person, I should at least be able to gather information about the secret base where his subordinate builders are located." The elf invader remained expressionless. "You better find something." I will. The man in the nightgown smiled ingratiatingly. "By the way, about that item that can extend life," the elf man coldly replied. "Ask about that after you help us find that person." Yes. The man in the nightgown dared not voice any objections. He looked towards the invaders in the valley ahead, his tone becoming increasingly flattering. "So about this challenge." The elf invader slightly curled his lip. "Let your monsters." Ha! He hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly froze, for he saw, in the valley ahead, an unusual white mist suddenly appeared. "What's wrong?" The man in the nightgown, puzzled, followed the other's gaze to the valley and was also surprised. "What is that?" Both men saw, from that white mist, a troop of about 1,000 soldiers emerged. Just as the two were in shock, they noticed that several people at the front of the troop simultaneously looked up and stared at them. The elf invader's expression changed, and he asked, "Is that a unit from your illusory realm?" The man in the nightgown replied in confusion, "No, my illusory realm units are all monsters." As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to realize something, his face changing drastically. "Aren't those invaders with you?" Before he could finish, the elf invader suddenly kicked him into the cave while shouting, "Kill those monsters coming out of the mist." This shout was naturally directed at the invaders in the valley. In the valley, those invaders had also noticed the suddenly appearing white mist and the soldiers emerging from it. They were surprised, but upon hearing the leader's command, their expressions changed, and they quickly entered a combat state. Meanwhile, Bai Chi, who had been transported here using the guerrilla support order, looked at the cave not far away and said to his companion, "Those two have problems." Li Yinglong, also mounted on a horse, said, "One is an interdimensional invader, and the other is an illusory realm builder. They were just talking. This is obviously suspicious." Zhang Liao's eyes sparkled as he said, "Let's capture them and ask." "I'll go," Lu Qianli said, and before he finished speaking, he had already dashed into the woods. "I'll go too," Xikong Zhaixing said, and his figure vanished in a flash. "Together," Zhu Liuxiang said, folding his fan and floating away. "I'll go too," Li Bai said, taking a step and following. Seeing the four of them leave, the others did not follow, and Huang Zhong silently lowered the longbow he had half-raised. Zhang Fei pointed at the invaders ahead. "What about those people?" Bai Qi said lightly. "Just kill them, leave one or two alive to prevent the challenge from ending directly." "Hey, I understand." Zhang Fei grinned and charged out on horseback. Following closely behind was Cheng Yaojin. At that moment, the invaders on the opposite side launched a ranged attack. The battle began. Then, it ended in less than 10 minutes. The generals hardly made a move, and a group of invaders fell down. When the fighting here concluded, Lu Qianli and the others returned. The elven invader was held by Lu Qianli, his hands and feet bound, his face filled with terror. Xikong Zhaixing walked beside him, occasionally reaching out to touch the elven invader, and when he withdrew his hand, various items appeared as if by magic, which he then tucked into his own clothes. Li Yinglong glanced at them and frowned slightly, saying, "What about the other one?" Lu Qianli replied, "That person is indeed a domain architect. He teleported away directly and probably hid in the mainline domain space." Li Yinglong frowned, then looked down at the elven invader and asked with a smile, "When we first arrived, what were you and that domain architect talking about?" At that moment, the elven invader was still a bit dazed, completely unclear about the situation. Why had a group of outsiders suddenly barged into this domain, each one stronger than the last, leaving him with no chance to resist? And the person next to him could actually take things directly from his own inventory. However, upon hearing Li Yinglong's question, The invader regained some composure and coldly snorted. "Humph, just a bunch of NPCs from the domain, you don't think you can threaten me? Do you? If you want to kill me, just hurry." "Ha? You are." He suddenly froze, his eyes widening as if recognizing everyone. His tone changing. "You are from the Great Wall Watch domain." Only then did he realize that many of the people in front of him looked very familiar. They were clearly a group of boss monsters from the Great Wall Watch domain that had been announced on the game forum. How could they be here? Did that guy betray him? Was this a trap set for him? No, that didn't make sense. He wasn't afraid of death since he was supposed to die and return. Moreover, judging by the question the other party just asked, it was obvious they hadn't come specifically for him. But one thing was certain, the identity of his informant had been exposed. TSK. How could he be so unlucky? He had intended to let the people from Blue Star investigate the domain architect of Great Wall Watch, but instead, he was caught in the act by the other party's domain units. Did they also have incredible intelligence, knowing even his movements? No. He suddenly remembered a piece of gossip he had seen on the forum a few days ago, where someone mentioned seeing a boss from Great Wall Watch in a low-level personal domain, but at the time, he hadn't paid much attention. Could it be that the invader back then was actually telling the truth? Just like his current predicament. A multitude of thoughts flashed through the elven invader's mind, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Li Yinglong looked at the invader, who appeared shocked but showed no fear, and shook his head, saying, "It seems we won't get much out of him." Everyone understood that the threat of death had little effect on these otherworldly invaders, while torture could cause them pain. The weakening mechanisms made it difficult to achieve the desired results. Chang Yaojin, feeling a bit displeased, said, "What about that guy who ran away? He must be the traitor the domain lord mentioned, right? I have to chop him up." Bai Qi looked up and surveyed the surroundings, saying lightly, "As long as the domain challenge hasn't ended, he won't be able to escape." A hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "No matter where he hides, we will find him bit by bit." Beside him, Lu Bu grinned and hoisted the Feng Tianhua halberd onto his shoulder. "So we continue to kill, right?" "Kill," Bai Qi replied indifferently. "Kill them both. This guerrilla support battle has been going on for a bit too long." At the entrance of the forge warehouse, Fang Chen glanced at the time while continuing to count the 20,000 level 70 invader relics, muttering to himself. The previous two guerrilla battles had wrapped up in just over 10 minutes, but this time it had already been nearly half an hour. Could it be that they were randomly teleported to a high-level illusion domain? Fang Chen speculated privately. If that were the case, the rewards should be better. But he feared for the safety of his soldiers. If a commander fell, he would need a recruitment order to revive them. At that moment, cheers erupted from the reforge furnace area. Someone must have successfully upgraded their equipment. The reforge furnace had just completed a new transformation. With the help of Lu Ban and Mosey, adding a feature that allowed for a random reforge with a small chance of upgrading by consuming equipment enhancement modules. Although the probability of upgrading remained low, it was still better than before. So many auxiliary builders were testing their luck there. Fang Chen had tried it earlier, and the result was that two newly enhanced red epic level pieces of equipment were reforged back to purple perfect level. A few minutes later, Fang Chen finally heard the game prompt. Ding! Guerrilla support mission completed. Mission rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 1%. Branch Illusion Domain exclusive commander recruitment order, blue, X1. Illusion Domain Construction Module, blue, X500. From the reward details, it was indeed better than before, and there was a recruitment order, albeit blue. Soon after, the enhancement prompt sounded. Personal experience increased by 2%, and the recruitment order upgraded to purple. Fang Chen paid little attention to the rewards, stood up, and stepped out, his figure instantly appearing at the edge of the large square outside. He saw white mist swirling in the empty space, and then Bai Qi and the others returned. Seeing that no soldiers had been lost, Fang Chen finally felt relieved. Before he could ask, Bai Qi dismounted, his expression serious. Domain Lord, there is an important matter to report. Moments later, after hearing Bai Qi's report, Fang Chen understood why they had taken so long. It turned out they had cleared the entire illusion domain of the invaders along with the illusion domain units. They first helped the illusion domain side kill off the invaders until only 2 or 3 remained, then pushed through the illusion domain with these invaders, ultimately finding the illusion domain builders who had nowhere left to hide. They interrogated both sides, first killing the invaders to complete the support mission, and then before leaving, they also took out the illusion domain builders. Even Fong Chen had never thought such a tactic was possible, but it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. After all, in the illusion domain world, there was no friendly fire immunity setting, so theoretically, it was indeed possible to act against the illusion domain builders. This was why, when others entered Fong Chen's illusion domain space, Bao Zhang could use court domain on them and even employ the dog-headed guillotine. Because of this, illusion domain builders were generally very cautious about entering others' illusion domain spaces, as they had no initiative there. If the other party had malicious intent, they would be at a significant disadvantage. This was also why, when Fong Chen first contacted Xiang Dongfeng, he used an invitation for the other party to come rather than a formal visit to go to them. However, that was not the main point. The main point was, they had discovered a traitor. The matter involving human treachery cannot be taken lightly, and according to Bai Chi's speculation, the builder of that illusionary realm might be at level 6, no longer a small fish. Fong Chen made a decisive decision and called upon a female subordinate builder named Zhou Yixue. She was one of the first batch of subordinate builders, having joined at level 4 and now having risen to level 5. All these subordinate builders were currently in a secret base, temporarily prohibited from contacting the outside world. The person in charge of the secret base was Xiang Dongfeng, and they could contact him immediately. Upon learning the information from Fong Chen, Zhou Yixue realized the importance of the situation and promptly left the illusionary realm space, returning to the real world to report to her superiors. In the end, Bai Chi and the others did not obtain much useful information during their interrogation. The invaders were not afraid of death at all because they would not truly die. The traitor knew that speaking would mean certain death, so he refused to say anything. However, Fong Chen was able to learn the name of the latest illusionary realm from the guerrilla support battle records. As long as they knew the name of the illusionary realm, it should not be difficult for the authorities to trace its builder. Sure enough, within half an hour, Zhou Yixue returned to the illusionary realm space to report the results to Fong Chen. As expected, the builder of that illusionary realm was indeed at level 6 and held a position in an important department of the official organization. After receiving the intelligence, the authorities rushed to his residence and successfully captured him. The capture process went very smoothly because the opponent had just been killed by Bai Chi in the illusionary world, suffering a severe mental blow, and when they found him, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. This was also one of the reasons why Bai Chi and the others insisted on finding and eliminating him, even if it meant flattening the illusionary realm. Unexpectedly, a routine guerrilla support battle yielded such an unexpected gain, which made Fong Chen quite happy. What he did not know was that in the real world, the authorities secretly began a large-scale inspection operation taking advantage of this opportunity. After that, 2 more days of calm passed. After the invaders helped Fong Chen complete the classification of the Battle of Zhuolu, there had been no further movements, and it was unclear how much longer they would need to prepare. Fong Chen was waiting so long that he felt like the flowers were about to wither. Instead of the invaders' challenge, he first encountered a new development in the national-level illusionary realm battle of the Lighthouse Nation. Raging Seas. That morning, the Lighthouse Nation announced they had used the strongest nuclear-level weapon to deal a severe blow to the enemy. As soon as this news broke, the whole world was instantly invigorated, and even Fong Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Integrating real-world weapons into the illusionary realm was also one way to enhance the realm's strength, but it required a significant amount of resources. The more powerful the real-world module, the more resources it needed, and some were even less efficient than directly manufacturing within the illusionary realm. Nuclear-level weapons were the strongest weapons of humanity in the real world, and using them in the illusionary realm battle was a first. Everyone was eager to know the results. Unfortunately, there was no live broadcast this time, leaving countless people frustrated. If they could have watched the live broadcast in its entirety, they would have been able to gather a lot of useful intelligence. The Lighthouse Nation's official announcement only provided a vague description of dealing a severe blow to the enemy, which was hard to imagine. However, it was understandable. The Lighthouse Nation was almost fully mobilized for war, and the operation of society in the real world had nearly come to a standstill. Being able to occasionally announce progress was already quite commendable. In the past few days of continuous fierce battles, many illusionary realm builders from the Lighthouse Nation had died multiple times in the illusionary realm, and many had exhausted their lifespans in service to their country. In a national-level illusionary realm battle, even if one died multiple times, as long as their lifespan had not reached 0. If the national battle was victorious, they could gain massive benefits, including an increase in lifespan. But once their lifespan reached 0, that would mean true death, facing the entire human enemy of Blue Star. Those who could sacrifice themselves for their country in such circumstances were all worthy of respect as warriors. A day passed since the Lighthouse Nation announced it had used nuclear-level weapons in the Raging Sea's National Luck Domain battle. Just as everyone was hoping that the Lighthouse Nation could take advantage of the situation to counterattack, ideally defeating the otherworldly invaders in one fell swoop, an unexpected global game notification suddenly rang in the ears of all domain builders that afternoon. Ding! The Lighthouse Nation's National Luck Domain Raging Seas has been breached. National luck reduced by 30%. All citizens' lifespan decreased by 5 years. Ding! The Lighthouse Nation's National Luck Domain Raging Seas has been breached. Ding! The Lighthouse Nation, the global announcement repeated 3 times, leaving everyone in the world stunned. Soon after, chaos erupted worldwide. Even Fong Chen, who was currently sorting items in the domain space, couldn't help but show a look of shock. A group of affiliated builders in the forge also exclaimed in surprise. The Lighthouse Nation lost. How could this happen? It's too sudden. Didn't they say just yesterday that the nuclear-level weapons were effective? I thought they could counterattack, but they actually lost? How did they lose? What methods did the enemy use? Damn it! Why wasn't there a live broadcast? I really want to see what happened. National luck reduced by 30%. Everyone's lifespan cut by 5 years. That's a heavy penalty, that's just on the surface. With a 30% reduction in national luck, there will likely be continuous natural disasters for a while. If they don't handle it well, the consequences will be even more severe. Sigh. I didn't expect them to lose Raging Seas. Those otherworldly invaders are getting stronger faster than us. It's so despairing. Don't let others' strength diminish our own. No matter how strong the enemy is, we must not show fear before the battle. That's not what I meant. Listening to the excited discussions of the affiliated builders, Fong Chen felt a bit heavy-hearted. To be honest, although he had no good feelings towards the Lighthouse Nation on a normal societal level, in the face of a common enemy, he still didn't want Raging Seas to lose. The loss of the strongest national luck domain on Blue Star would mean severe punishment for the Lighthouse Nation, and such a heavy blow would inevitably reduce its strength, which in turn represented a weakening of the overall combat power of all humanity on Blue Star. Conversely, the otherworldly invaders, having won this battle and received substantial rewards, would see their strength surge. With this ebb and flow, the overall strength gap between the two sides would only widen. Fong Chen felt an even stronger sense of urgency. He had to become stronger, and quickly. He couldn't help but check his personal domain status again. Indeed, it was in a challengeable state. Why hasn't anyone come to challenge yet? Fong Chen speculated that the first invading empire, the Alliance of Gods, must have gained significant rewards from winning the Raging Seas National Luck Domain battle, so challengers should be coming to his personal domain soon. He couldn't help but urge in his heart, hurry up, you guys. If the invaders didn't come to challenge soon, Fong Chen was prepared to find an opportunity to use the guild domain aid order he had on hand. Or he might as well ask the officials for similar items to actively seek out invaders to grind for experience and level up. That night, Fong Chen saw news of various natural disasters suddenly striking multiple states of the Lighthouse Nation. Typhoons, blizzards, earthquakes, locust plagues. The concept of national luck, which had always been an abstract idea, became clear to everyone after the arrival of the fourth disaster. A complete depletion of national luck meant the destruction of a nation, just like the previous Sakura Island. Even a mere 30% reduction had equally severe consequences, just like the current Lighthouse Nation. The same went for the Kimchi Nation, which had also suffered a significant reduction in national luck due to its defeat in the National Luck Domain battle not long ago. Before going to bed, Fong Chen checked the forum of the flower planting family and found that even though it was late at night, many people were still discussing. The general mood was quite low, with quite a few negative comments. By the way, is it really a good idea to build the National Fortune Illusion domain? I feel it might be better not to build it at all. I also think we might as well not have the National Fortune Illusion domain. Once it's breached, it endangers everyone in the country. The cost is too high. If it's destroyed, the nation could be wiped out. What kind of talk is this? Without the National Fortune Illusion domain, it's a slow death. We would just be at the mercy of those otherworldly invaders. Exactly. With the National Fortune Illusion domain, We have the chance to enhance our national fortune through national wars, and we can regain the lifespan that was deducted. Without the national fortune illusion domain, we won't have this opportunity. But winning is so difficult. You all saw it. The speed at which the otherworldly invaders are getting stronger is faster than ours. Even the strongest, raging sea and wild waves, lost. Even if we build the national fortune illusion domain, can we win? How do we know if we don't fight? Have you forgotten how our ancestors won battles that everyone thought were impossible to win 100 years ago? That's right. Even if all the other countries give up, we, the flower planting family, will never give in. Our Huaxian nation will never bow down. Our ancestors endured such dire straits. One generation fought for 3 generations, ensuring 100 years of peace and prosperity for future generations. Now it's our turn. Yes, we absolutely cannot give up the national fortune illusion domain, and we must win. Even if it costs me my life, I will fight for a way out for the flower planting family. What a coward. Don't we have Great Wall Watch? Once it becomes the national fortune illusion domain, it will definitely crush those damned otherworldly invaders. That's right. Great Wall Watch is definitely the hope of our flower planting family. I look forward to the day it becomes the national fortune illusion domain. Damn it, saying such demoralizing things at this time. The one in front can't be a traitor, right? I feel the same. Do you dare to say the name of your illusion domain? Let me see what kind of person you are. Playing dead. Maybe he really is a traitor. Damn, traitors deserve to die. After browsing through, although there were negative comments, fortunately, most people were still not pessimistic. The resilience and pride of the flower planting family had never been lost. The more difficult the times, the more united the flower planting family became. This made Fong Chen quite gratified. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Fong Chen once again arrived at the illusion domain space, full of energy. In the forging workshop, the auxiliary builders had not yet arrived. They generally wouldn't come too early to avoid disturbing Fong Chen. Since this was Fong Chen's illusion domain space, they needed his consent to enter. Fong Chen walked to the equipment reforge furnace, and as usual, took out a newly enhanced red epic equipment and tossed it in, preparing to test his luck for the day. He was always the first to test, which was akin to being the first to offer incense in a temple, hoping for a good omen. Although fate cannot be changed by luck, having a thought in mind is always good, right? After placing the equipment inside, Fong Chen also threw in 100 red equipment enhancement modules to increase the probability. Once the reforge furnace started up, Fong Chen instinctively touched the red jade ring on his left thumb. The reforge furnace, modified by Master Uyazi, began to operate with a seemingly strenuous clanking sound, and then he saw the furnace body tremble and spit out a piece of equipment. Fong Chen saw a flash of golden light slide out from the exit. Fong Chen couldn't help but be stunned, thinking he was seeing things, and looked again. It was indeed golden light. He was instantly overjoyed and quickly took the reforged equipment out from the exit's groove. Since the reforged equipment was not large, it wasn't very conspicuous. Fong Chen threw in a bracelet, and what was reforged was a pendant. Name, Cliff's Fall, bound. Type, accessory. Quality, legendary, golden. Attribute, gold. Effect 1, automatically triggers when the wearer suffers a fatal attack, generating an absolute defensive wall that lasts for 1 to 10 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. Effect 2, luck plus 99. Note 1, luck cannot stack, the maximum value takes effect. Note 2, today is really lucky, I've snatched back a life. Accessory type equipment often lacks direct attack or defense power but usually possesses special effects. This golden legendary pendant has effects that are special and powerful enough. Absolute defense. The value of these 4 words is incredible. Truly worthy of being legendary. Such a good life-saving equipment. Fong Chen decided to keep it for himself. He directly put the pendant around his neck and decided that he would wear it not only in the illusion domain but also carry it with him in the real world, keeping it materialized. He couldn't be blamed for being timid. How could one call it timid when it comes to life-saving matters? Unexpectedly, he also had a day of good fortune. Fong Chen felt delighted. He looked down at the red jade ring on his left thumb. This was also a trophy, and it was a piece of jewelry that added luck. Among the spoils he obtained this time, there were quite a few such accessories. Fong Chen could roughly guess, those invaders intended to use this luck-enhancing equipment to try to reduce the death penalty when challenging the Great Wall Watch illusion domain. Whether their death penalty was reduced, Fong Chen was unsure. In any case, these luck-enhancing equipment had ended up in his hands. The bracelet he had thrown in earlier also added luck, but the added luck value was slightly less than that of the red jade ring. Could it be that this luck value was really that useful? Fong Chen thought to himself, took off the red jade ring, and tossed it into the equipment reforging furnace. Since only the one with the highest luck value takes effect, and he already had the pendants plus 99, there was no need for the rings plus 45. After throwing in 1000 red equipment enhancement modules, he activated the reforging furnace again. After another round of clanking sounds, a purple bracelet was spat out. Fong Chen, perhaps the throwing posture was wrong, let's try again. Fong Chen took out a red epic short stick and threw it into the reforging furnace, also adding 1000 red enhancement modules, and activated it once more. Soon, a purple short sword was spat out. Fong Chen took a deep breath, dismissing the thought of trying again. Such things must not be done impulsively, otherwise, regret would come too late. This was a lesson he learned from a woman named Kelly in his previous life. The cost was a plus 16 epic weapon, which was his last memory of that frustrating game. Although he lost 2 pieces of red epic equipment, gaining a golden legendary one was still not a loss. Afterwards, Fong Chen went to the warehouse entrance to continue counting the remaining spoils in his inventory. Speaking of the most common probabilistic actions he took, of course, it was enhancement. But unfortunately, after testing these past few days, there seemed to be no particularly obvious effects. However, he had previously worn a luck plus 45 ring, and today he switched to a plus 99 legendary necklace. He wondered if there would be any changes. With anticipation, Fong Chen began to enhance the items one by one. Time passed little by little, and the auxiliary builders gradually arrived at the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, making the forge lively. Fong Chen seemed like a diligent assembly line worker, taking out piece after piece of equipment, enhancing them, checking their information, keeping what could be used directly, and tossing the rest into the warehouse to wait for the masters to reforge them into the gear needed by the soldiers. By noon, Fong Chen had neither enhanced a golden legendary piece of equipment nor encountered any invaders challenging the illusion realm. He suspected that the 99 points of luck added by the necklace around his neck might be fake. Unbeknownst to him, whether the necklace had heard Fong Chen's doubts or not, in an effort to vindicate itself, when Fong Chen took out another piece of equipment to enhance, a flash of golden light shone in his hand. Fong Chen, who had already lost interest, suddenly felt a jolt of excitement. Could it be another gold? When Fong Chen looked down, he saw the last bit of red light on the long sword in his hand fade away, and the flickering light completely turned golden. Moreover, this gold was not faint, it deepened a bit before stopping. In an instant, Fong Chen felt an unusual chill emanating from the sword, and the originally bright silver blade seemed to flicker with strands of black mist, an extraordinary aura bursting forth from the sword. This was killing intent. At the moment the killing intent erupted, Fong Chen even felt as if he could hear the wails of ghosts crying out in agony. Fortunately, as the master of the illusion realm, he was not truly affected. However, the nearby builders of the illusion realm all looked over with expressions of terror. Even Oyezi and others who were forging equipment stopped their actions to look at Fong Chen, their gazes landing on the long sword in his hand, revealing a look of astonishment. At that moment, Fong Chen felt the longsword in his hand suddenly vibrate, as if it were quite excited. Then, a figure strode into the forge and walked directly in front of Fong Chen. It was none other than the great Qin god of death, Bai Qi. His eyes were shining brightly as he stared at the longsword in Fong Chen's hand, exclaiming in delight, "Domain Master, this sword should be mine, right?" The sword in Fong Chen's hand trembled continuously, seemingly quite thrilled. Looking at the impatient Bai Qi before him, Fong Chen smiled and handed over the longsword. "Indeed, this sword is most suitable for you. Name, Shadow Killing Sword, bound. Type, weapon. Quality, legendary, golden. Attack power, extremely strong. Attribute, killing. Effect 1, when killing enemies, there is a certain probability of absorbing their souls, transforming into the sword's killing shadow. Effect 2, can release the killing shadow from the sword to attack enemies. Note 1, if your skills are insufficient, it's best not to touch the sword, you won't be able to control it. Note 2, kill, 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 kill. Not only do I want your life, but I also want your soul. Whether the plus 99 luck value truly had an effect or not, this golden legendary equipment was indeed the most suitable for Bai Qi. Since the last time the demon armor had actively chosen Lubu, Bai Qi had felt somewhat disappointed, even if he didn't say it out loud. Now, when he received the shadow-killing sword, he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Looking at his expression, Fang Chen even suspected that he might directly go find Lu Bu for a fight to see if this sword could pierce through Lu Bu's demon armor. In the last battle, Lu Bu, with his demon armor, had displayed a heroic figure that had indeed made many fierce generals yearn for it. Unfortunately, golden legendary equipment was just too rare. Today, another one had appeared, and it had gone to Bai Qi, leaving the other arriving generals to sigh in secret and depart. It seemed they would have to continue making do with their existing set of red epic equipment. One could only wonder how the other generals of the illusion realm would feel if they knew what Meng Tian and the others were thinking at this moment. Time quickly passed to night. After enhancing a golden legendary piece of equipment at noon, Fang Chen tried for another afternoon but did not produce a third golden legendary piece of equipment. However, today he was already satisfied with having produced two. After finishing today's assembly line enhancement work, Fang Chen entered the Chuhan Contention Illusion Domain. He was prepared to reinforce his troops here. Summoning the item bar, he first used two Red Branch Domain exclusive general recruitment orders. As the white mist surged before him, Fang Chen was just thinking about who the general would be when he heard a game prompt he had never encountered before. Ding! Recruited a special general unit for the exclusive illusion domain. Requires consumption of branch domain exclusive general recruitment order, Red, X4. Do you wish to recruit? At the same time, a prompt box with the same content popped up on his virtual screen. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. Then his expression brightened. Although this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, he had learned about it in school. This meant he had recruited a unit that was stronger than the usual ones of the same level. Without hesitation, he chose to recruit. As 4 branch domain exclusive general recruitment orders were deducted, Fang Chen saw the white mist swirling violently, and then a tall and imposing figure stepped out. The person was nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with a chiseled face, thick eyebrows, a wide forehead, and sharp eyes. Most notably, he had double pupils. Upon seeing the double pupils, Fang Chen had already guessed the identity of the person and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. The figure approached him, raised his hand in a fist salute, and said in a deep voice, "Shichu Xiangyu, Domain Lord, may I ask where this place is? Why am I here?" The overlord of Shichu, Xiangyu. When he first obtained the Chuhan Contention Branch Illusion Domain, Fang Chen's first thought was of this ancient overlord. Although he was defeated in the Chuhan struggle, he still left behind a legendary reputation admired by countless later generations. Fang Chen had always wondered if he could recruit this overlord, and he didn't expect to achieve it so quickly. Although he also used a red general recruitment order, it didn't feel like a problem to use 4 for this one. Regarding Xiang Yu's question, Fang Chen did not answer immediately but instead summoned Long Qia and Jibu, who were in the main illusion domain space. The two appeared somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing Xiang Yu, their expressions immediately brightened, and they knelt on one knee to salute, saying, "We pay our respects to the overlord." Seeing the two old acquaintances, Xiang Yu's eyes also lit up slightly. "You two are also here?" Fang Chen said to the two. "You take General Xiang to the main illusion domain space first and explain the situation to him." Long Qia and Jibu responded, "Yes." Then, with a heart full of questions, Xiang Yu and the two generals were teleported away by Fang Chen. Although he had just consumed 4 red general recruitment orders, he felt no regret, only a great mood. It seemed that today was truly a day of good fortune for him. He raised his hand to touch the legendary item pendant inside his collar, then used 3,000 red branch domain special troop recruitment orders, recruiting 2,000 light cavalry and 1,000 archers. Finally, he used 5,000 red branch domain exclusive warrior recruitment orders, recruiting 5,000 elite Chuhan infantry, adding to the original 4,000 elite troops. The total number of exclusive troops in the Chuhan Contention Illusion Domain reached 12,000, matching other branch illusion domains. Fang Chen then brought the newly recruited troops back to the main illusion domain space to let them first attend a welcoming and enlightening class from the seniors. Next, Fang Chen distributed the remaining branch domain warrior recruitment orders evenly among several other branch illusion domains, adding about 10,000 total troops, estimating that the invaders from another world would soon come to challenge his personal illusion domain. He thought it best to summon these troops early to enjoy the growing stronger with each battle buff, as keeping them in storage for too long would be a waste. Having dealt with all this, Fang Chen finally left the illusion domain and prepared to sleep. Just as he finished brushing his teeth and lay down on the bed, his phone suddenly received an important news notification. Raging Sea's National Luck Illusion Domain battle footage released. The reason for the defeat is actually. Seeing the news headline, Fang Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately clicked on it. On the Weibo homepage, the most popular news pinned at the top was the same as the notification he had just seen. Fang Chen opened the video in that Weibo post, which was a news clip from the official channel of the Lighthouse Nation. In the video, the host stated, in the previous Raging Sea's National Luck Illusion Domain battle, it is unknown what means the enemy used, but all recording devices and props within the illusion domain became ineffective. However, at the last moment, a domain builder managed to successfully record a segment of footage through special methods and brought it back to the real world. Then came a segment of footage, the source of which was unclear, but the perspective resembled that of a person standing on a ship. The closest view showed the bow of a warship, with the vast, boundless sea ahead, flanked by numerous warships, and not far ahead were many more vessels. However, those ships had various shapes, including modern steel warships, ancient wooden ships, futuristic-looking vessels, and some strange ships whose materials were indiscernible. In the sky, there were also numerous flying ships, all with different shapes and materials. The most eye-catching was a massive metal ship that almost occupied half the sky, resembling the flying saucers commonly seen in sci-fi movies from Blue Star. Most of the ships in the footage, whether on the sea or in the sky, were damaged, emitting smoke and even flames, with one or two suddenly exploding from time to time. A large number of missiles with long tails flew back and forth in the air, and beams of light occasionally appeared, exploding into clouds of fire and smoke. The sea also erupted with enormous splashes of water from time to time. Fang Chen was not a military enthusiast and did not know much about ships, but he could still tell that the ships on his side resembled the naval vessels of the Lighthouse Nation in reality. The Raging Sea's illusion domain of the Lighthouse Nation was primarily configured to mimic the real naval military power of the Lighthouse Nation, with some warships and aircraft carriers directly integrating real-world modules, which were then enhanced within the illusion domain. The naval military force ultimately assembled was even more powerful than that in the real world. Due to the special environment of this illusion domain, if the otherworldly invaders wanted to attack, they had to engage in naval warfare. Thus, the enemy also deployed their naval and aerial combat forces, although the overall attack method was modern weaponry. Within the illusion domain, as long as the data was strong enough, no matter what kind of monsters or divine beings appeared, they could be obliterated with missiles. In just a few seconds of the video, Fang Chen saw a beast resembling a western dragon from the enemy camp being struck by a barrage of missiles, its neck severed as it fell into the sea. Before Fang Chen could take a closer look at the battlefield situation, he suddenly saw a mushroom cloud rising from the distant sea. This is a nuclear-level weapon? Fang Chen's gaze sharpened as he immediately guessed that this was likely the Lighthouse Nation deploying nuclear-level weapons. After integrating the real-world modules, they must have used countless equipment enhancement modules or similar items, and its power was definitely greater than that in the real world. Fang Chen watched as the mushroom cloud grew larger, and before he could see its maximum expansion, he noticed towering waves approaching from afar, causing numerous ships in the enemy camp to capsize in their wake. Then, it seemed as if a powerful shockwave swept through, and the camera suddenly shook violently, as if a person had been thrown out and then crashed heavily to the ground. The screen went black, and everything disappeared. There must have been some editing, as a few seconds later, the image reappeared, as if someone had opened their eyes and looked ahead. Before them lay the vast ocean, dotted with countless shipwrecks, smoke, and flames everywhere. Spaceships continued to fall from the sky. A large number of fighter jets circled and swooped through the air, and both sides seemed to be engaged in fierce gunfire. But then, the focus shifted to the largest spaceship in the sky. At the bottom of the spaceship, a dazzling white light burst forth, followed by a thick white beam shooting down, landing on the surface of the sea, and then moving toward this side. Wherever it passed, the seawater boiled and evaporated, as if splitting the entire ocean in two, and all the warships that touched the beam were completely melted. In the blink of an eye, the beam moved right in front of them, and then the white light filled the entire screen. The scene then cut back to the news broadcast, where the host stated that this was the only footage brought back by the illusion domain builder of the Lighthouse Nation from the recently concluded Raging Seas National Fortune Illusion War, and that final energy beam from the starship was the strongest strike that shattered the Lighthouse Nation's fleet. After that, the Lighthouse Nation suffered a catastrophic defeat, and Raging Seas was quickly breached. The host then announced that the Lighthouse Nation would soon release a written description of the national war process, as well as produce a 3D animation restoration video, allowing the whole world to better understand the events of that battle. Previously, everyone watched the live broadcast on the official game website, and the subsequent combat nations would gradually release many recorded videos from the battlefield for everyone to study closely. But this time the situation was special. Not only was the official website live broadcast gone, but even the recordings from the Illusion War only had this small segment. If people wanted to know more, they would have to wait for the written description and 3D animation restoration from the Lighthouse Nation. Fong Chen dragged the progress bar back and watched that short video of less than 3 minutes again. His expression was quite serious. The video was short, with little content, but it contained a lot of information. The power of the nuclear-level weapons from the Lighthouse Nation merging into the illusion domain was indeed immense, but it was not as great as imagined, nor did it achieve the expected effect. The Raging Seas National Fortune illusion in this battle was undoubtedly the strongest state from beginning to end, but the invading army from the other world was the same. 4 years ago, the first invading empire, the Alliance of Gods, attacked the Raging Seas National Fortune illusion and lost that battle. Today, 4 years later, they returned, and Raging Seas faced them with an even stronger stance, yet lost. The situation that everyone on Blue Star feared had occurred. The enemy was getting stronger faster than we were. Every time Fong Chen easily defeated the otherworldly invaders in the illusion domain, allowing him to relax slightly, reality would always remind him that it was far from enough. Last time it was the sinking of Sakura Island, and this time it was the Lighthouse Nation's disastrous defeat. Whether it was the top invader in the night parade of 100 demons National Fortune illusion, who slashed down 100,000 demons with a single sword, or the starship energy cannon that burned the sea and transformed ships in Raging Seas, these were powers that Fong Chen could not reach at present, and all of these were enemies he would have to face in the future. I need to hurry up. Fong Chen put down his phone and murmured, "You guys should come and challenge me faster." The latter sentence was directed at those otherworldly invaders. A night passed, and soon a new day arrived. Since the challenge from the otherworldly invaders had not yet come, Fong Chen could only continue his assembly line enhancement work in the illusion space. After so many days of effort, he had finally almost finished counting the high-level items dropped by the previous 200,000 level 70 invaders. There were still a few low-quality items that he couldn't be bothered to look at, saying he would deal with them when he had some free time later. Besides enhancing items, Fong Chen would also take some time each day to practice combat skills with the units in the illusion domain, first focusing on pure personal combat, and then practicing fighting with the heroic spirit possession. These were completely different experiences. In pure personal combat, Fong Chen couldn't even defeat a veteran from the Great Qin, but once Bai Qi or Lu Bu used heroic spirit possession, Fong Chen felt invincible. Sometimes he would also spar with the subordinate builders, each of whom had considerable combat power. Unfortunately, all of this was just in the spiritual state within the illusion domain. Fong Chen still had very little combat experience in the real world. Unlike those subordinate builders, who could practice offline every day in their secret base, time quickly passed to the evening, just when Fong Chen was disappointed, thinking he would wait in vain again today and was preparing to log off and sleep. Ding! The interdimensional invaders will arrive to challenge the Great Wall Watch illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Upon hearing the game prompt, Fong Chen felt a surge of unexpected joy. Finally, you have come. He had been feeling a bit drowsy, but in that moment, he was wide awake. When the subordinate builders heard about the invaders coming to challenge, they instinctively showed signs of tension, but even if they wanted to help, they couldn't, because this time, the interdimensional invaders were only challenging the personal illusion domain of Great Wall Watch. Once the countdown ended, there could be no outsiders in that Great Wall Watch illusion domain, whether subordinate builders or their illusion domain units. They would all be forcibly teleported back to their own illusion domains. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers of Great Wall Watch all had shining eyes, like Fong Chen. They couldn't wait any longer. Fearing to delay Fong Chen's preparations, a group of subordinate builders immediately took their illusion domain units and left. Fang Chen's illusion domain units also began to move. There was no need for a large assembly in the main square, nor any pre-battle mobilization. Everyone entered the 5-branch illusion domains according to the distribution plan they had agreed upon long ago. This time, not a single soldier was left in the main illusion domain. Because it wasn't necessary, the invaders simply couldn't break through. Even the master blacksmiths and divine doctors in the forging and pharmacy workshops had gone. The divine doctors could treat the wounded on the battlefield. And as for the blacksmith masters, although their main job was forging, their combat power was not weak. Not to mention, just the old man Oyezi's muscles, combined with his chaotic cloak hammer technique, as Fang Chen privately called it, could probably take down several level 70 invaders. Even Bao Zhang and his private team, as well as the craftsman masters Lu Ban and Moz, along with the tailors from the clothing workshop, had all gone. It was Fang Chen, the illusion domain builder, who was left all alone in the main illusion domain space. In fact, he now had a certain level of combat power. If Lu Bu were to use heroic spirit possession, he could even take the MVP of the entire match. Although he had that absolute cliff pendant as a life-saving equipment, it was better not to take risks, just in case. After all, no one knew if the invaders would suddenly use some special tactics, like the self-destructive strategy they had used to blow up the tomb of the first emperor. Fang Chen moved a small stool and sat at the entrance of the forging workshop like an empty nester, using God's perspective to monitor the situation in each branch illusion domain. When the 100 seconds countdown ended, 5 branch illusion domains were simultaneously illuminated. But when he saw the number of invaders arriving in each illusion domain, Fang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. The enemy's division of forces this time was beyond his expectations. His personal illusion domain level is now at S-rank nightmare difficulty, with a maximum challenge capacity of 30,000 people and a level cap of 70. The enemies did not evenly distribute the 30,000 troops across the various branch illusion domains, nor did they allocate the majority of their forces to the strongest domain, the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Surprisingly, the domain with the highest number of invaders is the recently raided Battle of Zhuolu, with as many as 20,000. Meanwhile, the other 4 branch illusion domains each only received 2,500 people. After a moment of shock, Fang Chen quickly understood the enemy's intention. They wanted to concentrate their forces to gather intelligence on the new illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu. After all, the invaders from the previous 3 raiding matches had hardly brought back any intelligence. This means they never intended to clear the other 4 branch illusion domains. Those 2,500 were merely to buy time for the 20,000 main forces in Battle of Zhuolu. If the 20,000 here could clear Battle of Zhuolu, that would be ideal. Even if they couldn't, they needed to gather as much intelligence as possible to pave the way for the next real attack. 30,000 level 70 scouts. The invaders were indeed becoming more willing to invest. Although Fang Chen was somewhat surprised by this arrangement, it was merely a surprise. There was no difference for him. After all, they were all 30,000 sources of wealth and experience packs. However, the thoughts of the soldiers in the various branch illusion domains were quite different. In the 3 Kingdoms Chronicle illusion domain, Lu Bu looked at the mere 2,000 invaders that had descended, his face filled with disappointment. Why are there so few? The other fierce generals also showed expressions of disappointment and difficulty. There were too few to share. In the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain, Liang Long looked at the incoming enemies through binoculars and scoffed. Hey, with so few people, my Italian cannon could take them out in a few shots. In the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, Bai Qi listened to the report from the scout who returned from the first layer and said indifferently, "Then there's no need to wait for them to come down. Let's go directly to the first layer and clear them out." In the Chuhan Contention illusion domain, Xiang Yu, riding on horseback with a long spear in hand, frowned slightly as he looked at the enemies ahead. Why are there so few? Next to him, Ji Bu looked puzzled and said, I don't know either. Last time there were clearly more than 30,000. Then you don't need to move. I'll go see just how capable these people are, Xiang Yu said, tightening his legs around the horse's belly and charging forward alone. As for the Battle of Zhuolu's side, the handsome young general with a long spear smiled at the middle-aged general beside him and said, "Uncle, it seems we are lucky to have encountered the main force." The middle-aged general smiled back. "Indeed, you made the right choice." These two were Wei Qing and Hua Zubing, the uncle and nephew. When the soldiers of the main illusion domain chose their support targets, Hua Zubing selected the newly raided Battle of Zhuolu, and Wei Qing chose it as well. The flying general Li Guang said there was no city defense here. which was not conducive to his style of play. Li Guang excelled in city defense, so he chose to go to the Three Kingdoms Chronicle illusion domain. Next to him, Chang Yaojin grinned and said, "Hey, luckily, Old Chang, also chose this. It said that there are 30,000 enemies this time, and there are probably 20,000 here, then the other 4 places would have to share the remaining 10,000? That would be enough to kill a few." Last time he supported the Chuhan Contention illusion domain, but this time with Xiang Yu there, Old Chang felt he couldn't compete with the overlord of Chu for the spotlight, so he came here instead. Just as the three were talking, a series of beast roars erupted, and a large group of tigers, leopards, bears, and wolves charged directly toward the enemy forces ahead. These beast legions had no such thoughts. Since the enemy had appeared, they would attack directly. "Whoa! These guys are all so impatient," Chang Yaojin shouted. Then Old Chang, won't hold back. Before the words had even left his mouth, he charged forward, looking as if he feared missing out on the soup. Huotsubing was also a bit impatient and said to Wei Qing, "Uncle, let's go too." Wei Qing nodded with a smile. "Indeed, there's no need for tactics now, let's just charge." The uncle and nephew immediately led a group of elite soldiers behind them into the enemy ranks. In addition, several other mainline domain leaders nearby also led their troops to charge from different directions. The exclusive warriors of the Zhou tribe and the soldiers of the Yellow Emperor's tribe also launched attacks on the enemy from other directions. In the center of the battlefield, the 20,000 invaders had just arrived and hadn't even fully assessed their surroundings when they saw enemies charging in from all sides. There were various beasts, poorly equipped primitives, and well-armed military forces. What the hell? Why are there so many people? Weren't there only supposed to be a few thousand beasts and savages? There are at least 20,000 here. Which bastard provided this false intelligence? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly raise the shields. Defense first. Watch out for the enemy's thrown spears. Quick, activate the buffs. Let's fight them head on. Although there was some chaos, this group of invaders were high-level elite invaders at level 70. Even with the huge gap in enemy conditions and intelligence, they wouldn't completely lose their composure and quickly formed a battle formation. Without any probing or idle chatter, both sides clashed directly. These otherworldly invaders, when farming in other domains, could easily take on dozens or even hundreds of enemies at once, except in those domains that specialized in training a few high-level units. However, in the domain of Great Wall Watch, which should also belong to the mass troop type, it was completely different. Even the ordinary soldiers in this domain were incredibly formidable. Now, these 20,000 invaders faced an enemy force equal in number to theirs. The battle had just begun, and the invaders were unsurprisingly at a disadvantage. Good news! This book has returned to normal status, and there are some heartfelt words from the author below. Hope everyone takes a look. Fang Chen had previously supplemented the exclusive forces of the Battle of Zholu to over 10,000, and now with another 10,000 mainline domain units, the total exceeded 20,000. Each branch domain had a similar configuration. The total military strength of Great Wall Watch had now reached 100,000. This scale of military strength, if it were a domain specialized in mass troop deployment, would actually be a normal number at the S-level nightmare difficulty. Then, with this scale of military strength facing ordinary personal challenges, which would be 30,000 corresponding level ordinary invaders, it would be a fair fight. But if an ordinary domain faced 30,000 level 70 elite invaders, that would be a bit precarious. The above describes the ordinary situation. But when has Fang Chen ever had an ordinary situation? In front of the 100,000 troops of Great Wall Watch, 30,000 level 70 high-level elite invaders were practically a gift. Even if they concentrated their 20,000 troops in one branch domain, facing 20,000 against 20,000, it would still be hopeless. Wei Qing and Huotsubing, both clad in red epic level gear, led 2,000 light cavalry like a sharp blade piercing into the enemy formation. Unstoppable, and in a moment, they cut through the enemy army of 20,000, splitting it into two parts. The domain armies from other directions were in a similar situation, with charging teams slicing through the originally gathered 20,000 invaders like cutting a cake, breaking them into smaller groups. Then they each took on their roles, and everyone began to deliver fatal blows to their assigned piece of cake. They had no flashy skills, but the pieces of equipment shimmering with red epic light nearly dazzled the invaders' eyes. Even the crude armor worn by the beast legions was mostly of purple perfect quality. with some even being red epic level. This group of invaders, although they were here to die, had come well prepared for battle in order to gather more intelligence, and their equipment and items were no less than adequate. However, compared to the enemies before them, they had no advantage in this regard, as one invader after another was killed. The ground was littered with colorful orbs of light, adding a touch of brilliance to the bloody battlefield. Meanwhile, in several other branch illusion domains, the battles were even more one-sided, to the point of being somewhat gruesome. In the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain, on the first level of the Royal Tomb, 2,500 invaders were being chased all over the map by the soldiers of the Great Qin. Their mission was not to fight but to delay as much time as possible, for if they were all killed, the exclusive troops in this branch illusion domain would also be freed from restrictions and could directly support other branch illusion domains. Therefore, after the arrival of these 2,500 invaders, they had no intention of engaging in direct combat. Their class characteristics were all agile and adept at evasion and stealth. Unfortunately, their skills in maneuvering and kiting had little effect here. In just a short time, they had already been reduced to less than half by the soldiers of Great Qin. With a scream, an invader who thought he was well hidden, almost blending into the corner wall, was pierced through by Bai Chi's sword. The long sword in Bai Chi's hand shimmered with golden light, and on the silver-white blade, black tendrils spread like vengeful spirits, emitting silent wails. The invader struck by the long sword discovered that his passive healing skill was completely ineffective, and in shock, he felt a soul-rending pain, quickly losing consciousness as his health bar emptied. When his body fell and the long sword withdrew from him, it seemed that a wisp of black malevolence had increased on the blade. Not far away, several invaders, forced into a corner, had no choice but to fight back desperately. Several awakened skills simultaneously attacked Bai Chi, but he shattered them all with a single stroke of his sword. The golden light burst forth from the long sword, while black malevolence flew out like vengeful spirits, instantly pouncing on several invaders ahead. Golden legendary weapon. What is flying over here? Be careful! The cries and screams of several invaders rang out in succession, then quickly fell silent. All perished beneath Bai Chi's shadow-killing sword. In the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain, an invader lay silently hidden in the snow, surrounded by utter stillness, with not a single figure in sight. Distant gunfire could be faintly heard, and he had no idea how many companions had been killed. This lurking invader dared not move, secretly grateful for his speed, and the vastness of this illusion domain was perfect for hiding. He should be able to complete the task well. He hoped the people on the Battle of Zhuolu side would not let him down. Just as he was thinking this, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him, covering his mouth and nose, and at the same moment, a sharp dagger sliced through his throat. In the Three Kingdoms Chronicles illusion domain, the invaders, upon arrival, had no chance to scatter and escape before being surrounded by 20,000 troops, and the encirclement grew tighter and tighter, with 2,500 invaders quickly slaughtered by a group of military generals. The foot soldiers had almost no opportunity to strike, merely serving as background noise. The heavenly demon battle armor on Lu Bu was not even fully charged with demonic energy when the enemies were nearly dead. A mere 2,500 people. Do you look down on me, Lu Fengxian? Looking at the last remaining invader in front of him, Lu Bu said coldly, I know you will come to attack the guild's illusion domain next time. Go back and tell your 80,000 men to come and die sooner. Don't make us wait too long. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the Fangtian Huaji in his hand, cleaving the opponent's desperate awakening skill and the person in half. In the illusion domain of the Chuhan contention, the overlord of Chu held a long spear, with the bodies of two invaders strung on it. He casually shook the spear, flinging the bodies out, and beside him, the pile of corpses formed a small mountain. Seemingly a bit disappointed as he glanced at the corpse mountain, Xiangyu said to Long Chia and Ji Bu behind him, Are these so-called otherworldly invaders really this easy to defeat? Long Chia replied, According to the domain lord, the stronger invaders from other worlds will only arrive after the illusion domain's level is raised higher. Ji Bu added, This time it should be a division of the enemy's forces, only 2,500 came. Next time, it should be a guild illusion domain battle, and enemies of similar strength will come in 80,000. 80,000. Ha! Xiang Yu's eyes flickered. That should be a good slaughter. He glanced around, no longer seeing any enemies still gasping for breath, and asked, If we kill all the enemies that came here, can we go support elsewhere? Long Chia nodded. Yes. Just as they were speaking, a huge white light gate suddenly appeared in a nearby open space. On the other side of the light gate, many figures could be seen engaged in battle. By the time the troops from the other branch illusion domains arrived at the Battle of Zhuolu illusion domain, the fighting here was nearly over. The thousands of invaders still struggling to hold on, upon seeing the tens of thousands of reinforcements arriving, instantly lost their composure. This was too fast. What happened to stalling for time? In reality, they were defeated much quicker than expected. Forget about exploring the illusion domain map, they hadn't even taken a few steps from the landing point. If they had to say they gathered any information, it was that the troop strength in this illusion domain was much greater than what the previous visitors had reported. But all the players felt that even if they brought this information back, it probably wouldn't be of much use. Or to put it another way, the information about the Great Wall Watch illusion domain had never been accurate. Who knows how much hidden strength would emerge the next time they came to attack? Many players began to understand why tigers roar shocking heaven. Who led the last attack on the guild's illusion domain and failed, had such a complex expression during the subsequent intelligence report. Forget it, my task is already complete, I'll leave the rest to those behind. Let them handle it however they want. Not long after, Fang Chen heard the game prompt. Ding! The defense battle of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain has been won. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 10%. New illusion domain feature Jungle Beasts, purple, for the Battle of Zhuolu. Illusion domain construction module. Immediately after, the amplification prompt sounded. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Increase results, personal experience plus 20%. Battle of Zhuolu, new Phantom Domain characteristic Jungle Beast, red. Phantom Domain construction module, red, x 10,000. Equipment module, red, x 5,000. Equipment enhancement module, red, x 1,000. Mainline Phantom Domain Special Unit Recruitment Order, red, x 2. Mainline Phantom Domain General Recruitment Order, red, x 2. Mainline Phantom Domain Warrior Recruitment Order, red, x 10,000. Mainline Phantom Domain Special Troop Recruitment Order, red, x 5,000. Side Quest Phantom Domain Exclusive General Recruitment Order, red, x 4. Side Quest Phantom Domain Exclusive Warrior Recruitment Order, red, x 10,000. Warhorse Recruitment Order, red, x 5. Personal Phantom Domain Truce Order, red, x 1. Invitation, red, x 2. After reaching level 5, it was evident that the personal experience rewards were becoming less and less with each occurrence. However, I did gain a new Side Quest Phantom Domain characteristic, which was still acceptable. Side Quest Phantom Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, level upgraded to S-level Nightmare difficulty. Side Quest Phantom Domain, Bloodstained Gene Lake, level upgraded to S-level Nightmare difficulty. Side Quest Phantom Domain, Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, level upgraded to S-level Nightmare difficulty. Side Quest Phantom Domain, Shuhan Contention, level upgraded to S-level Nightmare difficulty. Side Quest Phantom Domain, Battle of Zhuolu, level upgraded to S-level Nightmare difficulty. Mainline Phantom Domain, Great Wall Watch, level upgraded to S-level Hell difficulty. Immediately after, Fang Chen heard the notification of the comprehensive level upgrades for all side quests and mainline Phantom Domains. This upgrade was significant. All side quest Phantom Domains had reached S-level Nightmare difficulty in one go, while the mainline Phantom Domain had reached S-level Hell difficulty. This was the highest record for personal Phantom Domain levels since the Great Catastrophe. In today's world, the number of people who have achieved this is few and far between, and none are anything but the strongest Phantom Domain builders from various countries, and those predecessors were all level 9 Phantom Domain builders. Now, Fang Chen had achieved this with just a mere level 5. One can imagine the uproar that would ensue when the outside world discovers the changes in his Phantom Domain level. Fang Chen first repaired several side quest Phantom Domains, then collected all the spoils, and began to tally his gains. Name, Jungle Beast. Type, Phantom Domain characteristic. Affiliated Phantom Domain, Battle of Zhuolu. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, in the forest battlefield area, all attributes of friendly beast units are increased by 100%, while all attributes of enemy non-beast units are reduced by 30%. Remarks, this is our home ground. This characteristic, although limited by area, was like adding wings to the tigers, bears, and wolves in the Battle of Zhuolu Phantom Domain. Next was Fang Chen's favorite recruitment segment. Each recruitment filled him with anticipation. always bringing surprises. First, he used 2 red mainline Phantom Domain Special Unit recruitment orders together. White mist surged, and then 2 figures slowly emerged. Both were adult men, but their attire was vastly different. One wore an ancient long robe, appeared to be in his 50s, slightly thin, with a scholar's cap, exuding an elegant demeanor, holding a feather fan in his right hand, and a gentle smile on his lips. The other was dressed in a modern black leather trench coat, tall and straight, with clean-cut short hair, a heroic face, and sharp eyes. The 2 approached Fang Chen, bowed, and introduced themselves. Zhuge Kongming, at your service, Domain Lord. Yan Xuanying, at your service, Domain Lord. Zhuge Kongming, the Sleeping Dragon. Zhuge Liang. This figure needs no further introduction. He is undoubtedly a legendary character in Chinese history, holding a very high status in the hearts of the people of Huaxia. As for Yan Xuanying, I bet your gun is empty. This phrase could be considered a miraculous skill akin to the law of causality. Give him 2 pistols, and he can charge into the enemy ranks like the fierce generals of the 3 kingdoms. Unstoppable. Strategist. At this moment, a surprised voice came from not far away, and Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, and other fierce generals of Shu quickly approached with expressions of joy. Zhuge Liang, puzzled by their sudden arrival, was delighted to see familiar faces and exclaimed, "You all!" Without waiting for him to ask, Zhao Yun and the others pulled him aside to explain the situation. Yan Xuanying also stood by with a curious expression. Joining the first session of the science popularization class, Fang Chen then used 2 more red mainline illusion domain general recruitment orders. From the white mist before him, 2 figures soon emerged again. Both were tall men, dressed in different styles of armor. Upon seeing the man on the left, Fang Chen almost instantly recognized his identity and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This man had a face as red as a jujube, with phoenix eyes and worm eyebrow, a dignified appearance, a 2-foot-long beard hanging down to his chest, and wielded a green dragon crescent blade, exuding an indescribable majesty. Who else could this be? Guan Yu, Lord Guan. Zhang Fei, who was talking to Zhuge Liang, inadvertently glanced over and exclaimed in surprise, "Second brother." The others also turned to look, their faces filled with joy. "General Guan, you're here too. Ha ha ha, that's great." The few of them rushed over, and before Guan Yu could greet the domain lord, he was pulled away. The general who came with Guan Yu looked utterly bewildered by the situation before him. Only then did Fang Chen have time to carefully examine this second general. The man appeared to be around 40, with sharp facial features, piercing eyes, and a calm demeanor. Judging by the style of his armor, he likely belonged to the Song dynasty. The man withdrew his gaze from Guan Yu and the others, looked at Fang Chen, saluted with a military gesture, and said, "Yu Fei, greetings to the domain lord." Yu Fei. This name made Fang Chen's heart skip a beat, and his expression turned much more respectful as he returned the greeting. "So it's Marshal Yu. My apologies." Yu Fei was a name known to everyone in the Land of Flowers. Fang Chen had grown up hearing the story of loyalty to the country and had always admired Marshal Yu, feeling deep sorrow for the injustices and persecution he faced. Now that Marshal Yu's spirit had returned, he would ensure that he had no regrets. At this moment, several modern generals also heard the news, and Li Yinglong happened to catch the conversation between Yu Fei and Fang Chen. He immediately exclaimed in delight, "Yu Fei! Marshal Yu, you're here too. Ha ha ha, great." The other modern generals, upon hearing Yu Fei's name, quickly gathered around. Thus, Yu Fei was also pulled away, with everyone explaining the situation to him in a flurry of words. Only Yan Xuanying felt rather lonely, but he didn't mind, quietly standing beside the groups, listening to their conversation, occasionally showing a look of surprise. Next came 5,000 red mainline illusion domain special troop recruitment orders and 10,000 red mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment orders. All were used at once. In the spacious area ahead, large swathes of white mist surged, followed by the sounds of many hooves and marching footsteps, as 15,000 soldiers appeared before Fang Chen. The special troops included light cavalry, heavy cavalry, and crossbowmen, while the ordinary troops were all elite infantry. Their uniforms varied, with some from the Qin dynasty, some from the Chuhan period, others from different dynasties, and even modern volunteer soldiers. As for the recruitment orders exclusive to the side illusion domain, Fang Chen did not rush to use them for now. However, he casually used 5 red warhorse recruitment orders. The sound of hooves emerged from the white mist, and then 5 magnificent warhorses stepped forward. Previously mentioned, the warhorses recruited with specialized recruitment orders are different from the warhorses brought by the cavalry recruited with special troop recruitment orders. As soon as these warhorses appeared, they immediately caught the attention of many generals. After all, the generals had not yet achieved an average of epic mounts. Many of their mounts were merely purple perfect grade. Recruited using the warhorse recruitment orders given by Dongfeng earlier. Among the 5 warhorses recruited this time, one tall and majestic steed, entirely black with 4 hooves as white as snow, suddenly seemed to discover something after stepping out of the white mist. It let out a joyful neigh and galloped towards a group of people on one side. The crowd was startled, and many instinctively moved aside. Only one person stood still, watching as the warhorse charged directly at him. Just as the galloping horse was about to collide with him, it suddenly halted, astonishingly stopping in place, raising its front hooves high, and letting out a delighted neigh. The hooves nearly brushed past the person's face but did not harm him in the slightest. Then, the hooves came back down, and the warhorse lowered its head, affectionately nuzzling against the person. The tall and robust figure raised a large hand, gently stroking the horse's neck, his movements skilled and tender. He seemed somewhat surprised and excited, smiling as he said, "Black Steed, oh Black Steed, I didn't expect us to reunite here." This person was none other than the great warlord Xiangyu, and the magnificent black horse before him was indeed his exclusive mount, Black Steed. This was Fang Chen's first time recruiting a historically renowned epic mount. He wondered when famous steeds like Red Hair, Di Lu, and Jie Yushir would arrive. However, if he really recruited Red Hair, should it go to Lubu or Guanyu? Fang Chen shook his head, not wanting to dwell on this suddenly arising strange question. Naturally, no one would compete with Xiangyu for Black Steed, but the remaining 4 epic warhorses would likely spark a fierce competition among the generals. The more than 10,000 elite soldiers just recruited had elders responsible for their reception, and there was already a well-practiced process in place. After the newcomers arrived, they were first divided by dynasty, then reported to the corresponding generals, followed by a brief educational session, and gradually integrated into the collective. Many times, newcomers would find acquaintances among the veterans. With the addition of new companions, the Grand Square was bustling with activity. When the group of auxiliary builders returned to the guild's illusionary domain main space, it became even livelier. Fang Chen then went to the entrance of the forge's warehouse, starting the tedious and monotonous task of counting the enhancements on the assembly line. Although it was exhilarating to obtain a massive amount of loot after repelling enemies, the slow counting process was truly exhausting. Fang Chen often thought if only there were a one-click enhancement shortcut. Time quickly passed to the next morning. After a good night's sleep, Fang Chen felt refreshed and returned to the illusionary domain space, where the Grand Square was still teeming with people. The illusionary units did not need rest, especially when there were no challenges, as they seemed to possess boundless energy. The new units recruited yesterday had roughly integrated into this new world and collective after a night of familiarization, each forming their own groups, divided by dynasty, faction, troop type, and various other methods. And during their leisure time, they engaged in activities they enjoyed, such as farming. Of course, most of the time, they were training, always prioritizing the fight against interdimensional invaders. Fang Chen first went to the forge, as usual, tossing 2 pieces of epic equipment into the equipment reforging furnace to test his luck for the day. Unfortunately, he did not get any gold, and 1 piece even downgraded. Ever since that day when he won 2 gold medals, even with the 99 lucky bonus from the absolute cliff pendant, Fang Chen had not obtained any more golden legendary items. However, he could feel that the probability of purple perfect items being enhanced to red epic items seemed to have increased. In any case, he now had more and more epic items in his possession. Besides fully equipping all his general units, the next tier of units had also begun to be outfitted with epic gear. Moreover, he had set aside some in stock, so that when new generals arrived, they could be equipped with the best configuration at any time. For instance, the generals or special units that had just arrived yesterday had already been equipped with their own sets of gear. For example, Yan Xuanying had a windbreaker and a gun. General Yu had battle armor, a saber, and a spear, and of course, Guan Yu's special weapon, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, was not to be missed. With the fear of firepower shortage domain characteristic, the efficiency of the forge and tailor shop skyrocketed, and everything was completed in one night. Just as Fang Chen was about to continue on the assembly line, oh no, I mean enhancing equipment, a few people found him. There were Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, Han Xin, Yu Fei, Di Cheng, and several modern generals, totaling more than 10 people. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and smiled. I have a matter to discuss with the domain lord. May I ask if you have time? Fang Chen smiled and replied, of course. With a wave of his hand, everyone was instantly transported from the forge to a spacious conference hall. This was specially built for meetings with the many generals, featuring a traditional Chinese style, but with a modern oval conference table and a circle of chairs in the center. Once everyone was seated, Fang Chen asked, what does the strategist wish to say? Zhuge Liang said, I learned about the situation here last night. I heard that soon we will face an unprecedented strong enemy army, with numbers possibly reaching 800,000? Fang Chen nodded. That's right, and if I'm not mistaken, after the next battle, our guild's domain should be upgraded to S-level hell difficulty. In that case, the next wave of attackers will reach 2 million, and among them will be even more powerful level 80 players. Fang Chen couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he noticed that when the generals heard the number 2 million, they not only did not appear frightened, but their eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Zhuge Liang was not at all intimidated by the 2 million figure. He smiled and said, even if the 800,000 enemy troops are scattered across several branch domains, each battlefield could have tens of thousands of enemies. If they are not evenly distributed, some battlefields may have even more. With such a scale of battle, does the domain lord have a specific combat strategy? Fang Chen understood what he meant. He smiled and said, to be honest, I really don't understand military tactics or troop arrangements. Those have always been decided by you generals. Zhuge Liang continued to smile. I do have some understanding, if the domain lord. No problem. Before he could finish, Fang Chen interjected. Actually, even without the strategist saying it, I was planning to seek your advice. I know that future battles cannot be handled as casually as before. Fortunately, the strategist arrived just in time, so I will rely on you for strategies from now on. Fang Chen had actually considered this matter long ago. The previous battles had almost all been a complete domination of their own strength. For example, in the Bloodstained Jean Lake domain, the fully armed volunteer soldiers could win solely through firepower. Similarly, in the Three Kingdoms Chronicles domain, those fierce generals would charge straight in and unleash their might. Even in the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor domain, they would face the enemy with formations, but most of the time it was quite easy, hardly involving any profound tactics. Fang Chen had always only made simple arrangements for troop distribution before battles, then acted as a hands-off manager, allowing the generals to perform freely on the battlefield. However, Fang Chen also knew that with the growth of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, the enemies he would face would become more numerous and stronger. Currently, it was just the guild's illusion domain, and the enemy's maximum scale had already risen to 800,000, with more to come in the future. At that time, the previous rough tactics of free play plus adaptability would definitely not suffice. In fact, many generals like Bai Qi, Han Xin, and Di Cheng not only possessed powerful combat abilities but also had strong military talents, truly embodying both wisdom and courage. However, they were ultimately dual-trained in martial and intellectual skills, and when it came to strategizing, it was still the military advisors who specialized in intelligence that excelled. This was why Fang Chen said that Zhuge Liang's arrival was timely. With this strategist providing counsel, combined with so many capable and valiant generals, a battle of merely 100 to 180,000 would surely be manageable. Moreover, since the crouching dragon had already arrived, how far could the other strategists be? They had once been adversaries for their respective lords and achieved such accomplishments. Now, if they united against a common enemy, how powerful could they become? Fang Chen dared not imagine. Returning to the main topic, seeing Fang Chen so clear-headed, self-aware, Zhuge Liang and the other generals were secretly pleased and breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Zhuge Liang proposed several suggestions regarding the transformation of the illusion domains that they had discussed the previous night, focusing on the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles and Chuhan Contention illusion domains, as the former was the map Zhuge Liang was most familiar with, while the latter was the battlefield Han Xin was acquainted with. and both were relatively easy to transform. It should be noted that Han Xin was also an outstanding general known as the God of War. He had actually had ideas for a long time, but as previously mentioned, the earlier battles had been too simple. He could just lead his troops into battle without needing other plans, which was why he had waited until now to speak with Zhuge Liang. As for the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain, it was because the volunteer soldiers were not particularly familiar with it. They had only rushed to aid a neighboring country in battle. And Zhuge Liang and Han Xin were also not well versed in modern warfare, so it was temporarily postponed. The Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain was limited by terrain, making the space for transformation or strategic arrangement relatively small. Even if transformed, it would primarily be the domain of the two masters of mechanisms, Lu Ban and Mozi, so it was also postponed. Regarding the Battle of Zhuolu, the generals there were not adept at tactics, some were even fierce beasts, and since Zhuge Liang and the others were similarly not very familiar with it, it was also postponed. After all, Zhuge Liang had only been there for a day. To come up with preliminary transformation plans for two sub-illusion domains in such a short time was already impressive. Fang Chen took the advice of Zhuge Liang and the other generals to heart, noting down their suggestions one by one. For some easily transformable aspects, such as changes in certain terrains, he immediately summoned the illusion domain blueprint and made direct modifications. It had been mentioned before that the blueprints provided by the illusion domain scrolls were merely the most basic forms of the illusion domains. The real display of a builder's talent came with the expansions and transformations beyond that. Some skilled builders could even transform their illusion domains into completely different appearances. Of course, this was not necessarily a good thing. It might elevate the strength of the illusion domain to a new level, but it could also be that developing it according to the original tone would be more prudent. This was why so many illusion domain builders, despite having the same grade or even the same type of illusion domains, with similar resources, could have increasingly large gaps in strength between them. Fang Chen felt that he did not possess any particularly special talents. For instance, he had thought about expanding the various illusion domains, but he had not come up with any ideas that would truly stand out. But it doesn't matter. He has so many talented generals and strategists in his illusion realm now. Let the professionals do their professional work. Isn't that enough? After leaving the council chamber, Fang Chen returned to the warehouse of the forge. The assembly line work here is his current position. Amplification and enhancement. We are professionals. Meanwhile, on the side of the otherworldly invaders, representatives of the Empire Alliance were also holding a secret meeting. I say, the latest intelligence on the personal illusion realm of Great Wall Watch has been uncovered. When are you going to take action? We are already preparing. What are you rushing for? This time we are deploying 500,000 level 70 elites. Do you think it's that easy to gather them? Didn't you just win against Raging Seas and earn a huge reward? Just 500,000 level 70 elites. Isn't that a piece of cake for your first empire? It's easy for you to say. It's because we finally got a big haul that we can't afford to lose it all in the Great Wall Watch illusion realm. You can't give up before the battle. That's 800,000 level 70 elite players. 4 times the 200,000 from last time. I think we can take it down. I think the battle plan for the side quest illusion realm, Dragon Emperor's Tomb, needs to be discussed further. This illusion realm changes the most every time, making it the hardest to break through. Exactly. Many of the players responsible for Dragon Emperor's Tomb yesterday have been psychologically traumatized, and today they are finding all sorts of excuses not to log in. Some even claiming they died too tragically inside and need to go to the hospital for the mental trauma. Is it really that exaggerated? Who hasn't died 10 or 8 times in this game? Although there is pain, it stays within a safe range. Maybe the death penalty is too severe and has traumatized them? Forget about that. I think we should first reduce the truce time for the Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Realm to 10 days. That should be enough preparation time, right? That works. I'll have someone take care of it shortly. What if? Shut the hell up. Ding. The truce time for the Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Realm has been reduced by 82 days. Remaining truce time, 10 days. After Fang Chen had been working on the assembly line in front of the forge warehouse for half a day, he suddenly heard the game prompt. Not bad. He had just finished scouting the personal illusion realm yesterday, and today he was starting to take action. Fang Chen didn't have to wait long. Prepared. He summoned his item bar and then selected an item to use. Guild Illusion Realm Truce Order, red, used successfully. The truce time for the Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Realm has been increased by 300 days. Remaining truce time, 310 days. A few seconds later. Ding! The truce time for the Great Wall Watch, Guild Illusion Realm has been reduced by 300 days. Remaining truce time, 10 days. The other side was clearly also well prepared. Fang Chen smiled slightly and used another truce order. Then the other side reduced the time again. Fang Chen used another truce order. The other side continued to reduce the time. This back and forth tugging went on for several rounds. The truce orders in Fang Chen's hand were those he obtained from rewards, while the rest were provided by the officials. The goal, of course, was to use the truce orders he had amplified to consume more of the time-reducing items from the otherworldly players, thereby indirectly helping other Guild Illusion realms reduce the risk of being timed out. When the truce time was reduced to 10 days again, Fang Chen's truce orders were used up, and he stopped there. Since the newly recruited soldiers from yesterday had not yet fully familiarized themselves with the environment, especially Zhuge the strategist, who still needed some time to understand more situations to formulate a battle plan. Fang Chen did not actively cancel the remaining 10 days of truce. 10 days of preparation time should be enough. In the following days, everyone became busy. Zhuge Liang and the various generals focused their main efforts on studying the transformation of the illusory domain and planning their strategies for the next guild challenge. Some generals, who were only skilled in battlefield combat, practiced daily with their troops, sometimes even conducting military drills under Zhuge Liang's guidance. The logistics departments, such as the blacksmith shop, pharmacy, and clothing workshop, were also working overtime, continuously producing combat resources. As for Fang Chen, he diligently carried out his enhancement tasks on the assembly line. After all, many of the resource materials from the logistics departments were provided by him after enhancement, striving for maximum profit. In the past, when the spoils of war were not abundant, he didn't feel much of an impact. The phrase "counting money until my hands cramp" was merely a joke. But now, Fang Chen felt as if he had become the biggest model worker in the entire illusory domain. When enhancing items now, he didn't even bother to check the attribute information unless they were red epic level. He would just pass his hands over them and be done. Aside from these daily routines, on the 5th day, the cooldown for the guerrilla support order ended again, and the boss in the illusory domain went on another team-building outing, helping a level 6 builder win a personal illusory domain battle. Fang Chen gained a 2% experience boost, although it was small. The beauty of the guerrilla support order was that it was a reusable item, and over time, the returns were quite considerable. Moreover, the units that went out for guerrilla warfare could enjoy the effects of the growing stronger with battle trait, which, while less than the boosts from formal challenges, still held true to the saying repetition leads to accumulation. It is worth mentioning that after several guerrilla support missions, legends about this mysterious heavenly troops had already emerged on the Blue Star Builders forum. When this matter was first brought up, people didn't pay much attention, but as days passed, more and more individuals reported similar encounters, piquing the curiosity of many. Support-type items were not unfamiliar to everyone, but this randomly appearing mysterious reinforcement was simply too powerful. Almost all builders who had received help stated that the invaders challenging their illusory domains were almost all defeated in an instant. And because the information about the illusory domain of the Great Wall Watch was only known to Dongfeng and a group of affiliated builders, the outside world could not deduce the origins of this heavenly troops from the descriptions of those involved. However, there was actually another group of people who knew, and that was the traitorous organization. They could obtain information about the Great Wall Watch from the otherworldly invaders, but they remained silent. On the side of the otherworldly invaders, the impact of this boss guerrilla team from the Great Wall Watch was even greater than on the Blue Star side. Because they were the victims, several had suffered significant losses. Challenges that were originally thought to be winnable ended in defeat, wasting precious challenge tickets and resulting in level drops and equipment loss. After several occurrences of this nature, many became anxious when challenging the illusory domain, with some even choosing to temporarily refrain from investing. Others discovered that the boss guerrilla team seemed to reappear only after a few days, so they opted to farm the illusory domain 1 or 2 days after its appearance, becoming increasingly anxious the longer they waited. Some even found that the boss guerrilla team only appeared in the illusory domains of the Flower Nation, so they simply stopped going to the Flower Nation and instead farmed the illusory domains of other countries. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Chen had reduced a portion of the potential threats for the builders of the Flower Nation. In addition, during this time, the 100 affiliated builders of the Great Wall Watch Guild were also busy. striving to enhance the combat power of their personal realms, hoping to contribute more during the next guild realm battle. During this period, some of them faced challenges in their personal realms. Their realm strength was already outstanding among their peers, and now, as affiliated realms, they could enjoy half of the mainline characteristics of Great Wall Watch, further boosting their overall strength. Therefore, all the challenged affiliated realms won quite smoothly, with a few who were already close to leveling up directly achieving new levels and gaining new branch realms. Thanks to the effect of the infrastructure maniac characteristic, each affiliated builder received assistance from Fongchen when constructing their affiliated realms. Infrastructure maniac characteristic effect: when building or repairing a realm, consumption is halved. Special building construction speed is increased by 2 to 10 times. Realm building strength is increased by 3 times. And construction assistance can be provided to affiliated realms. With Fongchen providing construction assistance, not only could the strength of the realm buildings be enhanced, but they could also use Fongchen's realm construction module, especially the latter point. This was equivalent to allowing others to use the enhanced and bound construction module, improving the cost-effectiveness of the entire guild's realm construction modules. The affiliated builders did not need to construct themselves. Instead, they handed the construction modules to Fongchen, who would enhance them and then help them build. 7 days later, the grace period for the Great Wall Watch personal realm ended. However, no one came to challenge again. At the level of S-class personal realms, basically no one would use random challenges anymore. They all used designated items to challenge realms they were familiar with. The invaders from the other world were clearly preparing for the Great Wall Watch guild realm battle, so they temporarily did not plan to challenge personal realms again, knowing that another attempt would be futile, especially since although the Great Wall Watch personal realm had reached S-class hell difficulty, the maximum number of challengers had increased to 100,000. The highest level limit remained at level 70. Unlike guild realms, where after reaching S-class hell difficulty, level 80 players could use special items to participate in guild challenges. Therefore, their intentions were quite clear. The next challenge with 800,000 participants would merely be a suicide squad operation, primarily aimed at thoroughly understanding the strength of Great Wall Watch and helping to elevate the guild realm level. Once it reached S-class hell difficulty, level 80 experts would lead 2 million troops for a real assault. Of course, if the next challenge with 800,000 people could break through Great Wall Watch, that would be ideal. Only everyone knew the chances were slim. The main issue was that after fighting for so long, the invaders still had no idea what the mainline realm space of Great Wall Watch looked like. When the time came to the last day of the grace period for the Great Wall Watch guild realm, Fongchen arrived early in the realm space, first tossing 2 epic level equipment into the equipment reforging furnace to test his luck, then doing some morning exercises with the generals, and finally arriving at his post to start a day of enhancement assembly line work. Fongchen never expected that, having just graduated from high school, he would experience the hardships of being a worker so early. Moreover, he couldn't afford to slack off. He had to finish enhancing the last few items in his hands over the next 2 days, or else more work would come after tomorrow. Ding! You have received an invitation from the Heroes Gathering realm. Please check it. In the afternoon, a game prompt suddenly rang in Fongchen's ear. He stopped his work, stood up, and walked out of the forge. Soon, he found Bao Zhang and his professional team. After a few brief exchanges, Fongchen accepted the invitation sent by Xiang Dongfeng. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery changed, and Fongchen found himself in the Heroic Gathering illusion realm for the second time. However, last time he arrived using the reinforcement order from the battlefield. This time, he came with the invitation and appeared in an ancient-style tea room. It was a rather spacious tea room, with only Xiang Dongfeng present. Upon seeing Fongchen, Xiang Dongfeng smiled and said, "We are ready, we can begin." There was no need for further words about what had been discussed earlier. Fongchen nodded slightly, and with a thought, Bao Zhang, Zhan Zhao, Gong Sun Se, Wang Chao, Ma Han, Zhang Long, Xiao Hu, and more than 20 officials appeared in the tea room as a complete professional team. Xiang Dongfeng greeted Bao Zhang and the others politely, saying, "Everyone, thank you for your efforts. General Xiang is being too polite. It is our duty to relieve the domain master's worries," Bao Zhang said solemnly. "Moreover, traitors deserve to be punished by all. We have been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's begin." Xiang Dongfeng nodded. "All right, then let's get started." Suddenly, the surrounding space changed, and the originally elegant tea room transformed into a serious court hall in the blink of an eye. Here, as long as the host, Xiang Dongfeng, permitted it, the supporting units brought by Feng Chen could exert their full capabilities and strength. Xiang Dongfeng and Feng Chen moved to a corner of the court hall and concealed their figures. Then, Xiang Dongfeng summoned his item bar and used the invitation. Soon, one by one, figures appeared in the court hall, a total of 10 adults of varying ages, both male and female. After these people appeared, they immediately realized that the environment was wrong, displaying expressions of confusion and vigilance. What's going on? Where is this? Didn't General Xiang invite us here? Is this the heroic gathering instance? It wasn't like this when I came last time. Why did General Xiang suddenly invite us over? Do you know? I don't know. Wait, that person up there is Bao Zhang? Is this unit in the heroic gathering instance? I don't think it was. A few of them couldn't help but whisper among themselves, looking at Bao Zhang behind the case table in the court, their expressions filled with doubt. Bang! At that moment, Bao Zhang struck the gavel, and the sound echoed like thunder in everyone's ears, silencing the discussions instantly. Bao Zhang said sternly, "No noise in the court." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the killing stick hitting the ground rang out from both sides, and a group of officials shouted in unison. Mighty everyone looked shocked. Some instinctively wanted to use their innate skills or summon instance units, but then realized they couldn't do so. At this moment, an uncontrollable fear surged in everyone's hearts. Bang! Another gavel struck, and Bao Zhang's authoritative voice rang out. "Who is below? Quickly state your names in order." The 10 people below exchanged glances, all filled with uncertainty. They completely did not understand what was happening. What terrified them even more was that they found themselves gradually losing control over their bodies, involuntarily feeling a sense of awe, and unable to resist Bao Zhang's questioning in the court. I am Zhong Yusheng, originally from Bashu, currently serving in the official XX department of the flower planting family. Finally, one person couldn't hold back any longer and began to disclose his identity. Then, the others one by one lost their composure and started to reveal their identities. After that, the familiar interrogation process began. Once deeply trapped in Bao Zhang's court realm, it became increasingly difficult to maintain self-control, unless one was strong enough. It was impossible to resist Bao Zhang's questioning. Of course, the best approach was not to resist, to honestly disclose, and it wouldn't be uncomfortable, provided you had no issues. Not long after, the first group of 10 people had all been interrogated, and no traitors were found. As the 10 individuals successively passed the review, they felt the pressure on them dissipate, an unprecedented sense of ease washing over them. Just as they were in a state of confusion, they saw Xiang Dongfeng walking out from a corner. "General Xiang, what's going on? Was that your deliberate arrangement?" Upon seeing Xiang Dongfeng, everyone immediately brightened, eagerly inquiring. Xiang Dongfeng's expression turned serious as he said, "Everyone, this is a special operation. You have passed the review and can return. But this matter must remain between us. You cannot tell anyone else. After you return, do not act unusually, just do what you normally do. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, then pondered, and finally, their expressions turned serious. They were not ordinary people and quickly grasped Xiang Dongfeng's meaning, nodding in understanding. After sending off these 10 individuals, Xiang Dongfeng retreated back into the corner and used the invitation again. Soon, the second group of 10 arrived in the courtroom domain. Bao Zhang ascended the court once more. Moments later, I have reached an agreement with the invaders from another world. I help them investigate the intelligence of the Great Wall Watch, and they will provide me with items to extend my life. As one person struggled to say these words, the 9 others nearby displayed expressions of shock and anger. Bang! Bao Zhang slammed the gavel and commanded, "Come, prepare the doghead guillotine." For this operation to eliminate traitors, the authorities had secretly prepared for a long time. In fact, preparations had begun even before Feng Chen's Great Wall Watch appeared. However, according to the original plan and predictions, it would still be a long time before they could truly net the traitors. But the emergence of the Great Wall Watch accelerated this operation directly. The trigger was the last time Bai Qi and his team conducted guerrilla tactics and discovered a traitor. After the authorities secretly captured and interrogated him, they obtained a lot of useful intelligence, leading to today's covert operation. If relying solely on the authorities' existing methods, it would be very difficult to quickly identify the traitors among numerous suspects. Even though the authorities had some special interrogation techniques, the traitors also had their own special countermeasures. However, Bao Zhang's court domain was stronger than any special methods the authorities had. Moreover, the most important factor was its high efficiency. This way, the authorities could conduct a review of all suspects in a very short time, identify the internal traitors, and minimize the risk of alarming the snakes and allowing some traitors to escape. Before the operation, Xiang Dongfeng had secretly arranged for the capture personnel. Once the traitors were confirmed, they would first be executed with the doghead guillotine in the courtroom domain, and then the standby personnel would carry out the arrests. One batch after another, individuals entered the courtroom domain, and one deeply hidden traitor after another was brought to light. Bao Zhang's achievements soared. The surprise interrogation operation continued from the afternoon until the evening, finally concluding. A total of over 1,000 people were reviewed, and 5 traitors were identified. This number was already considerable. It should be noted that the suspects selected by Xiang Dongfeng were all individuals with relatively high positions within the authorities, who had not revealed their identities even under the previous rigorous scrutiny. After this cleanup, the internal environment of the authorities would be much cleaner for a period of time. However, this did not mean they could relax. This was just the first operation. There would be second, third, fourth. Even those who had passed the review could not be guaranteed not to change in the future, so repeated reviews would be necessary after some time. This included Xiang Dongfeng himself and all the affiliated builders of the Great Wall Watch, who would be treated equally. After the interrogation operation ended, Fang Qin took Bao Zhang and the others back to the Great Wall Watch illusion domain. As for the official side of the operation, it was far from over. Those who had been captured still needed to be interrogated, and their entire network of relationships had to undergo strict scrutiny, among other things. However, these were not concerns for Fang Chen, and Xiang Dongfeng did not mention them much to him, worried it might affect his guild illusion domain battle the next day. Late at night, after leaving the illusion space and returning to reality, Fang Chen habitually browsed the official forum for a while before going to bed. Unsurprisingly, one of the hottest topics on the forum was the upcoming Guild Illusion Domain Battle of the Great Wall Watch. Another hot topic was the 3D demonstration video released a few days ago by the Lighthouse Nation regarding the Raging Seas National Fortune Illusion Domain Battle. The video was just over 2 hours long, showcasing only a small part of the battles from those days, but it included some of the most significant scenes, including the process of the final showdown. Fang Chen had already watched it, although the production was somewhat rough. It was not meant to be a Hollywood blockbuster, as long as it was understandable. In the video, the formidable naval military power of the Raging Seas was displayed, and the strong lineup of the otherworldly invaders was also shown in considerable detail. Both sides primarily relied on technological forces, but there were also some fantasy elements, such as flying dragons, phantom beasts, and armies of mages. The battles were exceptionally brutal, with most of the time involving large-scale military weapons exchanging fire from a distance, regardless of which side. Whenever a ship was destroyed, it resulted in massive casualties. There were also instances of close combat after ships collided, leading to even bloodier and more brutal fights, with countless casualties on both sides. However, the Raging Seas did not possess the heavy cost characteristic, which created a significant imbalance in the death penalties for both sides. Even if the number of deaths was comparable, the builders' side would suffer greatly. On the other hand, the otherworldly invaders, even after multiple deaths in battle, would only lose a few levels. For the builders, however, if they died a few more times, their lifespan would be significantly reduced, and most would not dare to return to the battlefield easily, as no one could be sure if they could resurrect after dying again. In this situation, what they were really fighting for was the resurrection time, as the cooldown for resurrection would increase after each death. When most of the invaders entered a longer resurrection cooldown after multiple deaths, the forces on the battlefield would dwindle. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to end the battle, they could win. In the past, the victories of the Blue Star side in National Fortune Illusion Domain battles were mostly achieved this way. Unfortunately, this time, the Lighthouse Nation did not find such an opportunity. The pace of the battle progressed faster than anyone had anticipated, and its conclusion was abrupt. This time, both sides used their strongest means, far exceeding any previous records. The Raging Seas deployed nuclear-level weapons, And it was not just the one shown in the 3-minute reel footage released earlier. In fact, they used a total of 5. In the newly released 3D demonstration video, it was evident that the nuclear-level weapons inflicted tremendous damage on the enemy forces. However, the enemy's strongest means were even more terrifying than the nuclear-level weapons. The final world-destroying energy beam cannon completely shattered the lighthouse nation's hopes of victory. It was too powerful to withstand. Even the rough 3D demonstration animation could make one's scalp tingle. Now, this video had been analyzed and studied countless times by numerous people, with a plethora of posts dissecting and interpreting it online. However, Fang Chen did not spend too much time or energy focusing on this matter, as there was no significant need at the moment. He knew that this was a terrifying enemy he would face in the future, but that was ultimately a matter for later. Overthinking it now was meaningless. As long as the heart is clear, maintaining pressure and motivation at all times, and not allowing oneself to become lax, that is enough. What needs to be done now is to develop with all one's strength, steadily enhance one's power, so that when facing the same enemies in the future, one will not repeat the mistakes of this raging sea and wild waves. Time quickly arrived at the next day, the very second after the Great Wall Watch Guild's Illusion Domain truce period ended. Ding! The Thunder God Legion Guild has challenged the Great Wall Watch Guild's Illusion Domain. The enemy will arrive in the guild's Illusion Domain in 24 hours. Please prepare for battle. The game prompt arrived as expected. Fang Chen, who was working on the assembly line, flickered his gaze, but his hands did not stop moving. The Thunder God Legion Guild is the first guild of the First Empire, the Alliance of Gods. In the game, it is said that its leader is one of the Empire's leaders and also one of the top players above level 90. They are a formidable opponent on the same level as the Berserker who previously led the attack on the Sakura Island Night Parade of 100 Demons Illusion Domain, and may even be a bit stronger. However, no matter how strong the boss is, it doesn't matter. The challengers coming to the Great Wall Watch Guild's Illusion Domain still have a level cap of 70. There are still 24 hours. Fang Chen was already a bit impatient. Another day quickly passed. A new day arrived. Inside the Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain, the atmosphere was clearly different from yesterday. Whether it was the affiliated builders or the Illusion Domain units, everyone had a serious expression and was ready for battle. In the huge square, Zhuge Liang, Han Xin, Yu Fei, and others were conducting the final deployment before the battle. Including all units from the affiliated Illusion Domains, the figures gathered in the square exceeded 2 million. Among them, the troop strength of the Great Wall Watch Personal Illusion Domain had reached nearly 150,000. A few days ago, under Zhuge Liang's suggestion, Fang Chen had used all the remaining branch Illusion Domain exclusive recruitment orders. For Red General recruitment orders were used in the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles Illusion Domain, as this Illusion Domain has the Brave General Bond characteristic, making it indeed the highest cost-performance ratio. The 4 newly recruited Brave Generals were Su Huang, Xiahou Yuan, Yu Jin, and Su Shang. With this, the exclusive units of the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles branch Illusion Domain reached 16, far exceeding other branch Illusion Domains. Adding the epic units from the main Illusion Domain, Huang Zhong, Zhuge Liang, Guan Yu, and Hua Tuo, the total number of epic units from the Three Kingdoms period was exactly 20. During battles, the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles side basically wouldn't need support from units of other eras, our own people would be enough. Moreover, due to the existence of the Brave General Bond, both Huang Zhong and Guan Yu had to be in the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles Illusion Domain, as the 5 Tiger Generals Bond had already been gathered. Additionally, Fang Chen discovered that Hua Tuo and Guan Yu also had a bone scraping and poison treatment bond. Furthermore, after recruiting Xiahou Yuan, he and the earlier arrived Xiahou Dun activated a brother bond. These bonds could be seen in the Illusion Domain characteristic information page, but they would only activate and take effect when the bonded units were simultaneously present in the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles Illusion Domain. Unfortunately, Fang Chen could only see the bond names and not the specific bonus information. However, it would soon be verified on the battlefield. As for the 10,000 Red Branch exclusive soldier recruitment orders, they were distributed among each branch Illusion Domain. As the troop strength increased, in addition to ordinary infantry units, special troop types were also increasing, and Fang Chen was already feeling a bit dizzy trying to manage it all. Fortunately, with Zhuge Liang and generals like Han Xin and Yu Fei present, how to reasonably allocate these troops was their expertise. not only for the troop strength of the Great Wall Watch personal illusion domain, but even for the remaining 100 affiliated illusion domains. Zhuge Liang and his team had conducted research and preliminary studies, and had allocated them for this operation. This time, the battle arrangement was no longer as crude as the previous two, which were completely dispersed or entirely concentrated. Instead, it was organized according to their respective characteristics. Part of the forces merged into the various branches of the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, while another part remained independent, and some compatible subsidiary illusion domains were integrated into a specific independent subsidiary illusion domain. For example, the subsidiary illusion domain related to fantasy monsters took one of the strongest as the leader, with the rest merging into that domain to fight together. This method of allocation was something Feng Chen had thought of before, but he couldn't achieve the level of detail and reasonableness that Zhuge Liang and the others had researched and arranged. Once the deployment of troops was completed, with a command given, figures on the grand square began to disappear in large numbers, each being teleported to their respective illusion battlefield. Soon, only about 20,000 troops remained in the grand square, all from the mainline instance units of the Great Wall Watch, kept as a reserve support force. Feng Chen and Zhuge Liang also stayed behind, the former for safety, and the latter needed to rely on Feng Chen's God's Eye perspective to understand the overall battlefield situation and adapt as needed. Additionally, logistical units such as the blacksmith shop, pharmacy, and clothing workshop had mostly not gone to the battlefield to avoid the chaos, as their fear of firepower deficiency trait allowed manufacturing departments to double their efficiency during wartime. However, Hua Tuo went to the Three Kingdoms War Chronicle illusion domain because he could form a bond with Guan Yu. The Three Kingdoms illusion domain was filled with local generals, and most of the mainline instance generals had gone to other branch illusion domains for reinforcement. Figures like Li Mu, Lian Pa, Zhang Han, and Wu Qi went to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Several anti-Japanese generals naturally went to Bloodstained Jin Lake. Li Guang, Chang Yuchen, and Di Cheng went to Chuhan Contention, while Yu Fei, Wei Cheng, and Hua Xubing went to the Battle of Zhuolu. Additionally, combat-type special units like Gai Nia, Li Bai, Yan Xuanying, and Chu Liuxiang also went to different branch instances or subsidiary instances for reinforcement. Ding! The Thunder God Legion Guild will arrive in the Great Wall Watch Guild illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare for battle. Not long after the troop deployment was completed, the game prompt rang in Feng Chen's ear. At that moment, he was sitting in an elegantly styled tea room with Zhuge Liang, leisurely sipping tea, with a chessboard in front of them. Feng Chen was playing with a black piece in his hand and said to Zhuge Liang, "Military advisor, the enemy is about to arrive." Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, smiling as he nodded. "Then I will trouble the domain lord to pay attention and inform us of the battle situation." Feng Chen nodded. 100 seconds quickly passed. When the countdown ended, a massive amount of light descended upon all 5 branch instances of the Great Wall Watch and all independently arranged subsidiary instances. The scale was far greater than before, especially under Feng Chen's God's Eye perspective. It appeared quite spectacular. Then, as the light dissipated, the figures of the otherworldly invaders emerged, all equipped with high-quality gear, comparable to the level 70 elites that had come before. However, this time, the total number was a record-breaking 800,000. As Feng Chen observed the enemy situation on each battlefield, he explained the situation to Zhuge Liang. The tomb of the Dragon Emperor has probably seen 100,000 people, simultaneously arriving on the first and second levels, about 50,000 on each level. The Bloodstained Jin Lake has approximately 150,000 people, scattered in 3 locations, respectively. The Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicle also has about 150,000 people, arriving at Hulao Pass in Jingzhou. The Chuhan Contention has around 150,000 as well, landing in Pengcheng and Julu City. The Battle of Zhuolu also has 150,000, arriving at. Additionally, about 100,000 are landing in those affiliated phantom domains, with around 15,000 in the Yinyang Road domain, about 10,000 in the Demon Abyss domain, and around 15,000 in the Water Margin Heroes domain. Zhuge Liang listened quietly, occasionally nodding slightly. The enemy's division of forces was basically within expectations. Even the locations where the enemy arrived were not too surprising. In previous encounters, the landing positions in each subquest had hardly changed, because Feng Chen's defensive arrangements had also remained largely the same, and the enemy's numbers were not significant. But now, Fang Chen's defensive deployment had changed drastically, and the enemy's numbers had greatly increased, so the landing positions had also shifted. The difference was that the changes in the defenders' arrangements were controlled by the builder themselves, while the landing positions of the otherworldly invaders were arranged by the game's main deity. Sometimes, even in the same quest, not only can the landing positions change, but the conditions for clearing the quest can also vary, especially in larger phantom domains. Changes are more likely to occur. This knowledge is emphasized in schools nowadays, and there are numerous related summaries and strategies available online. During this time, Zhuge Liang had learned about these situations from Fang Chen and applied them to this deployment. Of course, there were still some deviations in expectations, but they were not significant. Just as Fang Chen was reporting the enemy situation, battles had already broken out in various sub-phantom domains and affiliated phantom domains. Although it was still a battlefield, it was a phantom domain battle, which was quite different from real-world warfare. For instance, there was not as much caution and probing, they just charged in. Moreover, these 800,000 otherworldly invaders came with a "if we die, so be it" mentality, and were even less inclined to care about much. Almost as soon as they landed, after assessing their surroundings and locating the enemy, they immediately launched their attacks. Of course, this does not mean they were just rushing in blindly. They employed a strike-first strategy, but that does not mean they lacked a plan. After all, during the preparation time the previous day, they could see the general deployment within the Great Wall Watch Guild's phantom domain and had discussed corresponding countermeasures. Moreover, they were all elites, they charged quickly, but their formations were not chaotic. Various professions used different skills, equipment, and items, forming defenses or conducting reconnaissance, and their coordination was quite good. In the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor Phantom Domain, the current Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum had expanded a bit since the last time. However, if 100,000 enemies all landed on the first level, it would be somewhat crowded. It was probably for this reason that the game's main deity decided to split the 100,000 into two groups to land on the first and second levels. The otherworldly invaders likely considered the size of the map here, which is why they only sent 100,000 instead of the 150,000 like in other subquests. They also knew that the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was the strongest sub-phantom domain of the Great Wall Watch, so they did not expect to clear it with just these 100,000. Their main task was to push downwards as much as possible and then wait for other teams to clear the other sub-phantom domains, if they could, before coming to provide support. Or, if they could find an opportunity, like that one time before, to directly destroy the entire royal tomb, achieving a mutual destruction to pass through, that would also be an option. However, they understood that such a tactic would likely be difficult to succeed a second time. The first layer of the Emperor's tomb had no defensive troops deployed, so the 50,000 who descended only had to face a small number of terracotta warriors here. But the people on the second layer, upon arrival, were immediately attacked by an army led by Wang Jian. The battle erupted in an instant. Due to the terrain, although the invading side had 50,000, they could not all attack at once, and the enemy's numbers were only around 5,000, so not everyone needed to engage. About 10,000 of the invaders at the front launched their attacks, defending and enhancing their abilities, unleashing skills in a fierce assault on Wang Jian's army. The units on the side of the illusion domain, although lacking flashy skills, were well equipped and benefited from military formations, with the Great Qin battle song echoing over the battlefield, and they did not crumble under the overwhelming barrage of skills. Additionally, the terracotta warrior army on this layer also began their attack, but they were not true combat units, they were akin to terrain-based puppet units, and their combat power was still far inferior compared to a group of level 70 elite invaders, quickly being destroyed in large numbers, leaving rubble scattered everywhere. The leading invader sneered, "Even if this Tomb of the Dragon Emperor is formidable, it can't possibly stop us on this second layer. Kill them." Rush to the bottom layer. A group of invaders surged forward, and under the relentless storm of skills, the defenders of the illusion domain began to suffer heavy casualties. The 5,000 to 6,000 led by Wang Jian were not all soldiers of the Great Qin, some were from the affiliated illusion domain, relatively weaker, and were the first to fall. As their numbers dwindled, the rate of casualties increased. However, the invading side also suffered losses, with many dying within the Great Qin formation, and some who attempted to charge directly at Wang Jian were all slain by him. Yet, Wang Jian naturally could not take on all the enemies alone, and as his forces grew thin, he began to lead his team in a fighting retreat towards the third layer. The invading army pursued vigorously, wanting to keep Wang Jian trapped here. Meanwhile, the 50,000 on the first layer had easily dealt with the 1,000 terracotta warriors blocking their path and began to rush into the second layer through the passage. Everyone knew there were traps in the passage, but they had no choice but to charge in. However, even though they were well prepared, once they stepped into the passage, they found that these traps were even more formidable than they had imagined. Watch out for the poison arrows. Damn! This power is too great. There's poisonous smoke. Don't step on that brick. I'm poisoned. Healer, help me. Are you kidding me? Isn't this the passage of the first layer? Why does it feel just as exaggerated as the passage of the third layer in the intel? Stop wasting time. Hurry through. At least there are no puppet traps here. A group of invaders in the passage were thrown into chaos by unexpected traps, with many suffering serious injuries or even dying. Boom! Just then, a massive figure suddenly fell from the ceiling of the middle section of the passage, directly crushing several poisoned and weakened invaders. It was a gigantic mechanical puppet, at least 3 meters tall. Many instinctively looked at the person who had just spoken, gritting their teeth. You jinxed us. That person was stunned. Wasn't it said that there were only mechanical puppets in the last section of the passage? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a fist larger than his head flying towards him. And then, there was no then. On the other side, the invaders on the second floor had chased Wang Jian to the passage leading to the third floor. Just as they were about to catch up with him, a wave of gasps and screams suddenly erupted from the ranks. The leader's expression changed slightly as he turned to look, only to see the shattered fragments of the soldier figurines they had previously smashed gathering together and reviving, then launching attacks on those nearby. Moreover, these resurrected figurines were several times stronger than before. One of the characteristics of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor is soul rebirth. A fact, when allied units die, they will resurrect in the form of soldier figurines and fight again. These revived soldier figurines were no longer mere stone puppets, they were elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty with combat experience and the ability to think. At the same time, Wang Jian led the remaining soldiers in a counterattack, commanding the resurrected soldier figurine warriors to catch the enemy off guard, eliminating quite a few foes. This was a situation they had never encountered before. A group of invaders felt like cursing, caught off guard. Many were severely injured or even lost their equipment to the revived figurines. However, being level 70 elites, their reaction speed was not slow, and they quickly stabilized their formation, launching a second fierce attack against the army of revived figurines. Before long, the figurines resurrected with soul rebirth fell again. This time, Wang Jian did not hesitate and directly led the remaining forces into the passage to the third floor. Meanwhile, a similar situation occurred on the first floor, but there were only 1,000 revived figurines here, causing only minor casualties to the invaders. However, the unexpected traps and mechanisms in the passage, along with a mechanical puppet, inflicted significant losses on them, especially the latter, due to the terrain in the passage. Even with tens of thousands on both sides, they could not attack together, and nearly 90% of those trapped in the passage perished. In the end, a group of mages used control skills to temporarily restrain the mechanical puppet, allowing the main force to take the opportunity to pass through the passage and join their teammates on the second floor. When the mechanical puppet broke free from the control skills, the group of mages and a few who were left behind and couldn't make it through were completely cut off. The leader on the second floor was decisive, ordering the passage to be collapsed, burying the mechanical puppet inside. Fearing that the puppet might crawl out again, the leader immediately led the team toward the third floor. However, they first had to face the second passage. Standing at the entrance of the passage, looking at the dark and deep spacious corridor, everyone showed a troubled expression. In their plan, the first 2 passages were supposed to be minor obstacles, with the real challenge being the third passage leading to the final floor. But now they knew, even the first passage was as strong as described in the intelligence for the third passage. So what would the second passage be like? No one dared to be certain. However, they could not avoid it. In such a high-level illusion domain, there was no way to take shortcuts like breaking the floor and jumping down to the next level. Either the floor was hard and thick enough to not break, or the layers were not even vertical. Even those with earth escape skills could not pass through directly, as they had no idea what lay beneath. And even if a few managed to get through, it would be useless. Therefore, the leader ultimately had to grit his teeth and lead the advance team into the passage. Soon, they successfully passed through the passage and arrived at the third floor. The leader was not happy. Instead, his face grew increasingly grim, because he already knew what was about to happen. As expected, they had just arrived on the third floor when they were attacked by the enemy forces. Previously withdrawn Wang Jian had already joined forces with generals Wang Ben, Meng Tian, Zhang Han, and others on this level, leading an army of over 10,000, part of the Qin army plus some affiliated units from the illusory domain. Leisurely waiting, the group of invaders that had come earlier had to hurriedly form a formation to respond to the attack, while those behind them, upon learning the situation, hastened through the passage. When about 40,000 successfully passed through, Buzz, the previously calm passage suddenly shook, and at the same time, numerous traps and mechanisms appeared all over the passage. This was something that had been anticipated, it was just a matter of when it would happen. At that moment, the people in the passage became the unfortunate victims of the traps. Cries of alarm and screams echoed, as many invaders were killed by the traps. Various items exploded everywhere, illuminating the originally dim passage in a kaleidoscope of colors. And with the chaos of the panicking invaders, it looked like a large-scale dance party at first glance. Meanwhile, the remaining 40,000 on the previous level could not stop. They could only grit their teeth and continue through the now activated trap-laden passage. In no time, the number of deaths in the passage increased, as many sacrificed their lives to exhaust most of the traps. Finally, another group seized the opportunity to pass through the passage and arrived at the third level, joining the battle here. Boom, however, as the remaining people continued through the passage, a loud noise erupted, and a section of the ceiling opened, dropping a massive figure that blocked the way. It was another gigantic mechanical puppet. Moreover, this mechanical puppet looked even more imposing and powerful than the last one. Those who had yet to pass felt a chill in their hearts, especially those facing the mechanical puppet in the passage, their faces turning ashen. Then, the mechanical puppet did not give them any extra time to think and immediately launched an attack. Its multiple arms stretched and swung simultaneously, wielding various weapons, each glowing with a red light. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen invaders were killed instantly. Don't daze, attack, everyone, strike together, hold it off, use control skills. First, restrain it, others take the chance to get through, just like before. Be careful. In the chaos, a large number of invaders launched desperate attacks on the mechanical puppet, while others sought gaps to pass through the passage. Although the cost was high, as more people passed through, the illusory domain's army on the third level began to suffer heavy casualties. However, on this level, there were still 10,000 terracotta army soldiers. These soldiers were quickly shattered by the invaders at the start of the battle, but every time a Qin warrior fell, a terracotta soldier would revive to continue fighting. Moreover, this grand tomb chamber also had various traps that would trigger unexpectedly, causing the group of invaders to be thrown into disarray, with many losing their lives as a result. Although the advantage still lay with the invaders, their death toll continued to rise. Ultimately, after the revived terracotta soldiers were once again eliminated, several generals led the remaining forces into the passage leading to the lowest level. A group of invaders chased to the entrance of the passage but had to stop. Everyone knew what awaited in that passage. The leading human invader's face was as dark as iron, his teeth grinding audibly. Their side clearly had 100,000 troops, yet constrained by the terrain of this illusory domain, they had been repeatedly pulled back, and even before reaching the lowest level, they had already suffered heavy losses. Boom! At that moment, a loud crash came from behind, and everyone turned to see another passage had collapsed. It seemed that the last batch of invaders who had failed to pass had met their end along with that mechanical puppet. The leader swept his gaze over the regrouped troops, roughly estimating there should be around 70,000. They had already lost 30% of their forces before even reaching the lowest level. The last time they came here with 50,000. It wasn't this dire. What the hell kind of bad luck did I draw to be assigned to attack this branch illusion domain? The leader thought to himself, feeling a pang of despair, but gritted his teeth and assumed a calm demeanor as he led a group of people into the passage ahead. He had to reach the lowest level, at the very least. He couldn't let them fall short of the 50,000 from the last time. This third passage was wider, longer, and more chilling than the intelligence had suggested. When they successfully emerged from the passage safely once again, the leader felt no joy, only increasing frustration. He knew exactly what would happen, yet he could only let it unfold, and it was the third time in a row. In front of him was an army of nearly 200,000 from the illusion domain, among which over 20,000 were units from the Great Wall Watch, while the rest were from affiliated illusion domains, the previously retreated Wang Jian and others, including Bai Qi, Li Mu, and Lian Pa. Each led a team and watched them leisurely, wearing expressions that seemed to say, "We've been waiting for you for a long time." Then, a rain of arrows came flying in. The leader's eyelids twitched, and suppressing his frustration, he immediately ordered a defense. The group of invaders reacted quickly, raising shields or using defensive skills to erect a barrier. The torrent of arrows fell like waves crashing against the defenses. Although they didn't break through, they drained a significant amount of mana and skills from the invading forces. Buzz, just then, a sudden movement came from behind, and the leader's mouth twitched as he turned to look, only to find that a large number of mechanical traps had appeared in the descending passage. Chaos ensued, and many invaders perished inside. Later, when the third mechanical puppet crashed down in the middle of the passage with a loud bang, everyone was no longer surprised. They had grown accustomed to it. This mechanical puppet was larger and more imposing than the first two. The mechanical puppet from the first passage was actually the one seen by the previous group during their last visit to this final passage. It was the first mechanical puppet created by Master Lu Ban after arriving at the Great Wall Watch. It was named Lu Ban No. 1. After that, Master Lu Ban created two more powerful mechanical puppets, namely Lu Ban No. 2 foot in the second passage and the one before them, Lu Ban No. 3. The reason No. 2 and No. 3 were stronger was not only due to Master Lu Ban's advancements in research but also because of the assistance from another master of mechanics, Mozi. The numerous and stronger mechanical traps in this Emperor Qin's tomb were also jointly modified by Lu Ban and Mozi. The mechanical arts of the Mo family were renowned throughout the world in that era. Under the modifications of these two, the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor illusion domain had already elevated its overall strength by a notch, even without increasing troop numbers, as Bai Qi and other generals led their forces in a full-scale assault against the enemy at the lowest level of the Emperor Qin's tomb. Battles in other branch illusion domains had also reached a fever pitch. In the bloodstained Jin Lake illusion domain, at a command center on a mountaintop, the four generals Huang, Zhao, Lu, and Lu looked at the battlefield sand table before them, all wearing smiles. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but marvel. The battles here are much easier and more exhilarating than what we faced back then. Of course, we didn't have such abundant military supplies back then, not to mention, with such advanced communication methods, how many military delays can be avoided? It's not just advanced, this has already transcended the normal realm of science, hasn't it? We've all died and come back to life. What science can we still talk about in this illusion domain? Ha 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 ha. Yes, the several generals spoke in a relaxed tone, their words filled with a sense of exhilaration. They had fought many grueling battles in the past, which is why they felt so reflective now. They had been preparing for today's battle for a long time, and with 150,000 enemies, it seemed they were getting quite a thrill out of it. Unlike Lu Qianli and Li Yinglong, who were the type to charge into battle, the four of them were more adept at unified command, which is why they were all in this command center. Under their leadership, the 150,000 enemy troops had been divided into several groups, all trapped within their encirclement, being suppressed by their soldiers using firepower tactics. As mentioned before, since Zhuge Liang and Han Xian were unfamiliar with modern warfare, they had hardly participated in the tactical arrangements here. It was all decided by these four generals. Although they couldn't create powerful formations like Zhuge Liang's Bagua array, they each had their own unique understanding of modern warfare strategies, making it almost effortless to deal with the mere 150,000 enemy troops. On the battlefield outside, the illusionary domain warriors, enhanced by the traits of snowfield battle spirit and fear of insufficient firepower, were continuously unleashing firepower from various advantageous ambush points against the encircled enemy. At this point, they hardly needed to use the adversity eruption trait anymore. On a hillside, Li Yinglong was using his epic sniper rifle to eliminate enemies one by one. In another location, Lu Qianli was leading a mobile squad to clear out some scattered enemy forces. Another figure, wielding two epic handguns, charged directly into a group of over 100 invaders, swiftly dispatching them all. That was Yan Xuanying, and in the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles illusionary domain, this was Zhuge Liang's stronghold, and it was also where he had deployed the most forces in this battle. Many of the terrains here had been modified to coordinate with military formations against the enemy. In addition to the tens of thousands of troops from Great Wall Watch, there were also 400,000 troops from the affiliated illusionary domains. The army was divided into 3 forces, each led by several fierce generals, ready to confront the enemy at 3 passes. The commanders here all led by example, charging into battle, especially on the Shuhan side. The assembled 5 tiger generals launched an unstoppable assault, wreaking havoc everywhere. Guan Yu wielded his red epic green dragon crescent blade, cutting through the enemy ranks as if they were mere vegetables. The tactics arranged by Zhuge Liang were centered around these fierce generals, combined with the exclusive traits of 3 Kingdoms Battle Chronicles, unleashing unprecedented powerful combat strength. The 150,000 otherworldly invaders were caught in the military formation, quickly thrown into disarray and forced to retreat step by step. Note, the author has limited intelligence and will not elaborate on how to deploy the army using the Bagua array against the enemy to avoid self-humiliation and unnecessary word count. In the Chuhan contention instance, the total military strength of the defending side in the illusionary domain was about 500,000, of which around 30,000 were from Great Wall Watch, with the rest coming from affiliated illusionary domains. These forces were divided into 2 parts, each led by commanders from the Chu and Han factions. Han Xin, Fan Kuai, and others were stationed at Julu City. Xiang Yu, along with Long Chia and Jibu, commanded the troops at Pengchang. The 150,000 invaders attacking this branch illusionary domain were roughly evenly split between the 2 cities. At this moment, both sides were engaged in fierce combat. However, the tactics employed by each side were vastly different. Outside Julu City, the war god Han Xin was truly utilizing his skills in troop deployment for the first time in the illusionary domain, leaving a group of enemies spinning in circles. Meanwhile, outside Pengchang, the overlord of Chu led his troops straight into the enemy formation, launching a direct assault. During the last personal illusion battle, only 2,500 people came from the Chuhan contention, and the overlord of Chu didn't get to fight to his heart's content. However, this time, he should be quite satisfied. Wherever he rode, he left behind a ground littered with the bodies of invaders and a large number of exploding light orbs. The soldiers following him into the enemy ranks were all incredibly brave, causing over 70,000 invaders to collapse in disarray. This was not only due to the characteristics of the instance but also for a special reason. That is, the overlord of Chu. All the soldiers following Xiang Yu received a significant boost to all their attributes. 4 Red Commander recruitment orders were used to recruit Xiang Yu. It's worth noting that even fierce generals like Lu Bu only required 1 recruitment order. The main reason Xiang Yu needed 4 was not just his formidable combat power but another special reason. Although Xiang Yu failed in the Chuan contention and could not become emperor like Liu Bang, he is known as the great overlord of all time. He is a special unit that exists between emperor and general. In the illusion of the tomb of the dragon emperor, when the ancestor dragon appears, all Qin soldiers experience a surge in power, while the enemies are greatly suppressed. This is the might of an emperor, which can also be understood as a unique domain of emperor units, or a halo buff. The overlord of Chu also possesses this special domain. During the last battle, Fang Chen discovered this unique aspect of the overlord of Chu. Although he couldn't see the attribute information, he privately named it Overlord's Domain. It not only enhances the combat power of allies but also intimidates the enemy, weakening their strength. However, in terms of range and effect, it is not as powerful as the Ancestor Dragon's Domain. Meanwhile, in the illusion of the Battle of Zhuolu, the battlefield is divided into jungle and plain areas. The troop strength of both sides is similar to that of the previous 2 branch illusion instances. Here, Zhuge Liang's deployment and troop dispatch strategies have shown clear results. The exclusive forces of this branch illusion, consisting of the Jiuli tribe, the Yellow Emperor's tribe, and the Beast Legions, previously fought in a reckless manner. Now, when they march and fight according to instructions, they exhibit even stronger combat power than before. Leading the charge here are Wei Qing, Hua Zubing, and the newly arrived General Yu, all of whom are both wise and brave commanders. It can be said that even if any one of them led an army alone, they could easily achieve victory. Now, with each leading a team and coordinating their efforts, they find it even easier to win. In this guild illusion battle, although the enemy numbers reach 800,000, for the commanders, it is merely a small formal practice. What they truly look forward to is the 200,000 troops that Fang Chen mentioned would come next. In the 5 branch illusions of Great Wall Watch, the battle situation is basically as expected. Even though the enemy's numbers are unprecedented, our combat power has also improved significantly, resulting in a crushing situation everywhere. In those affiliated illusions, the situation is no longer as one-sided as last time. Under the planning of Zhuge Liang and the various commanders, each independently arranged affiliated illusion has shown impressive combat power, coupled with the adjusted terrain, tactics, formations, and assistance from some mainline units of Great Wall Watch. Many invaders who thought they could wreak havoc in the affiliated illusions faced severe counterattacks. Although some affiliated illusions were ultimately breached after putting up a full resistance, they still inflicted considerable damage on the enemy. At the very least, the affiliated builders felt that they were no longer as useless as before. In the tea room, Fang Chen was narrating the situation on various battlefields to Zhuge Liang while picking up a chess piece and placing it on the board. Zhuge Liang listened calmly, occasionally nodding slightly. When he saw Fang Chen place his piece, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Since the battle began, Zhuge Liang had mostly been observing the situation without giving any significant instructions. On one hand, our side had a substantial advantage. On the other hand, the battle plan had already been set, and even with some unexpected situations, the generals on the battlefield could adapt without needing Zhuge Liang's direct intervention. For Zhuge Liang, this was merely a small practice session. Although he was resourceful, he had only just arrived and was still getting familiar with the local conditions, such as the enemy's various miraculous skills, special items, and many new strategies and tactics from later generations. Not to mention, the ability to communicate instantly on the battlefield alone could trigger a massive transformation in strategy and tactics. While secretly analyzing the battle situation, Zhuge Liang picked up a white piece and placed it on the board. Fang Chen revealed a sly smile, quickly slapping a black piece onto the board, exclaiming, 5 in a row. I win! Zhuge Liang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the board and then at Fang Chen, incredulously asking, 5 in a row? Yes. Fang Chen nodded, pointing at the 5 pieces aligned diagonally on the board. 5 in a diagonal line. I win. Zhuge Liang fell silent for a moment before he couldn't help but ask, aren't we playing Go? Fang Chen replied, no. It's Gomoku, Zhuge Liang. Fang Chen began to pack up the pieces, grinning. Military advisor. I concede. Hey, from now on, I can say I've beaten Zhuge Liang. It doesn't matter what game it is or how I won. Just say I won. Zhuge Liang. Time slowly passed. The battles in various places gradually approached their conclusion. Most of the more than 20 independently arranged subsidiary illusion domains had been breached, with only a few successfully eliminating the enemy. The victorious subsidiary illusion domains had the assistance of epic-level combat units from the Great Wall Watch, such as Li Bai, Gai Nia, and Chu Liuxiang, regardless of which side. After the battles in the subsidiary illusion domains concluded, the remaining individuals were teleported to the major branch illusion domains of the Great Wall Watch to join the fight there. The invading forces from the other world deployed many large-scale guild siege machines, but unfortunately, they were still ineffective. Not to mention siege towers, even battlemechs could not withstand Lu Bu's Feng Tianhua Ji, or Bai Chi's Sha-Ing killing sword, or Liang Long's sniper rifle, and the Italian cannon, or Xian Yu's overlord spear, or the bear general's claws. The enemies on the battlefield were dwindling, while the ground was littered with various colorful light orbs, dazzling the eyes. As always, almost all the dead invaders did not respawn to return to the battlefield. Even the very few who dared to return only ended up giving away their heads again. When the last enemy was eliminated, a game notification rang in Fang Chen's ears. Ding! The Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Domain Defense Battle has been won. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 30%. New Illusion Domain feature Beacon Fire and Smoke, red, for Great Wall Watch. New Illusion Domain feature Peerless Mechanism, purple, for Dragon Emperor's Tomb. Illusion Domain Construction Module. After hearing the first few rewards, Fang Chen couldn't help but smile. Once a long list of reward notifications ended, the enhancement notification followed. Detected reward acquisition. Random enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Increase results, personal experience plus 50%. Great Wall Watch, new Phantom Domain feature Beacon Fire and Smoke, gold. Dragon Emperor's Tomb, new Phantom Domain feature Peerless Mechanism, red. Phantom Domain Construction Module, red, X 15,000. Equipment Module, red, X 8,000. Equipment Enhancement Module, gold, X 2,000. Mainline Phantom Domain Special Unit Recruitment Order, red, X 2. Mainline Phantom Domain Imperial Soul Recruitment Order, red, X 1. Mainline Phantom Domain General Recruitment Order, red, X 2. Mainline Phantom Domain Special Troop Recruitment Order, red, X 10,000. Mainline Phantom Domain Warrior Recruitment Order, red, X 20,000. Side Quest Phantom Domain General Recruitment Order, red, X 4. Side Quest Phantom Domain Exclusive Warrior Recruitment Order, red, X 50,000. Special Mount Recruitment Order, red, X 2. Guild Phantom Domain Truce Order, red, X 2. Ding! Great Wall Watch, Guild Phantom Domain level upgraded to S level hell difficulty. The subsequent game prompt went unnoticed by Fong Chen, who was still immersed in the rich increase results. Zhuge Liang looked at Fong Chen's beaming face and couldn't help but ask, Domain Lord, are you satisfied with the harvest from this battle? Fong Chen snapped back to reality from his surprise and nodded, saying, very satisfied. Extremely satisfied. He stood up and smiled. Military advisor. Let's go welcome our soldiers back in triumph. Zhuge Liang smiled and nodded, standing up as well. With a thought, the two appeared in the grand square. Many soldiers had already begun returning from various side quest phantom domains. Fong Chen summoned a virtual screen and quickly repaired all side quest phantom domains, collecting all the spoils. Then, using the Infrastructure Maniac support effect, he repaired all affiliated phantom domains as well. Soon, more resurrected phantom domain units returned to the grand square one after another. Domain Lord, we have fulfilled our mission. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Yu Fei, Hua Zubing, Lu Bu, Guan Yu, and other generals came before Fong Chen to report. A group of affiliated builders, each with joyful expressions, indicated that the harvest from this battle was quite good. After greeting everyone, Fong Chen allowed them to move about freely while he himself went to a quiet corner. There were many surprises in this reward that needed to be counted slowly. Name, Beacon Fire and Smoke. Type, Phantom Domain Feature. Affiliated Phantom Domain, Great Wall Watch. Quality, Legendary, Gold. Effect 1, when the Great Wall Watch personal Phantom Domain is attacked, all affiliated Phantom Domains can come to support. Effect 2, when any affiliated Phantom Domain is attacked, the remaining affiliated Phantom Domains can go to support, and the main Phantom Domain can send part of its forces to assist. Note 1, when using Effect 2, the level of the supporting party cannot exceed that of the supported party, and the number cannot exceed the level of the supported party. Note 2, after the battle ends, the supporting party receives rewards or suffers penalties based on the outcome. Note 3, when one side is in trouble, support comes from all directions. We are here. 2 chapters will be released daily at midnight as a guaranteed update. At other times, additional updates will occur whenever gift earnings reach the standard, with 100 gift earnings granting 1 additional chapter. 3 free Power of Love gifts can be sent daily. I hope everyone supports more. This Beacon Fire and Smoke is still not a feature that directly and instantly enhances our combat power. Instead, it is a support type feature. Moreover, its effects are clearly derived from the Guild Phantom Domain or National Fortune Phantom Domain. If Fong Chen were still just a personal Phantom Domain, such a feature would not appear. A Phantom Domain feature actually covers all affiliated Phantom Domains. Upon further reflection, it seems quite reasonable. After all, Fong Chen's main storyline illusion domain is the Great Wall Watch, and the Great Wall is not only a defensive wall but also serves as a means of transmitting military information through its beacon towers. The Great Wall itself also plays a role in transporting troops. The saying when one side is in trouble, support comes from all directions in Huaxia, in the land of flower planters, has never been just talk. Whether it's a great flood, a massive earthquake, or other disasters, whenever calamity strikes any part of Huaxia, the helping hands that reach out are never just from the authorities, but also countless compatriots who come spontaneously from all directions. Therefore, the characteristic beacon of smoke and fire, a legendary golden trait, is perfectly suited for the Great Wall Watch illusion domain. Right now, it is still just a guild illusion domain, able to protect only a small number of people, but when it becomes a national fortune illusion domain in the future, the beacon of smoke and fire trait will truly show its worth. By then, all illusion domain builders from the land of flower planters will no longer have to fight alone. Whenever there is difficulty, compatriots will come to help. For the Great Wall Watch itself, this trait is equally significant. It means that from now on, even attacking the personal illusion domain of Great Wall Watch is akin to challenging a guild illusion domain, or even a national fortune illusion domain. Although the affiliated illusion domains of Great Wall Watch are still relatively weak now, even if they come to support when the personal illusion domain is challenged, they may not be of much help, but they can still gain some experience rewards. Moreover, as Fang Chen's level increases, the strength of the integrated affiliated illusion domains will grow, and in the later stages, they will no longer be mere decorations. Additionally, Fang Chen can also send troops to support when the affiliated illusion domain is challenged, providing another avenue for gaining experience. Besides this main storyline illusion domain trait, the first branch illusion domain Tomb of the Dragon Emperor has also gained a new trait. Name, Unparalleled Mechanism. Type, Illusion Domain Trait. Affiliated Illusion Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, all friendly mechanism settings or unit strengths within the illusion domain are increased by 100%. Note, it's there just fine, you're the one who has to walk over and deliver yourself to death. This trait doesn't require much explanation, it's a specialized enhancement for traps and mechanisms. Although it has its limitations, traps can be infinitely expanded and modified, and the enhancement of this trait becomes stronger in the later stages. After reviewing the two new traits, Fang Chen opened his item bar and immediately saw the shining golden light in the first slot. The item bar can be sorted in various ways, and Fang Chen uses quality sorting. This time, the reward, after amplification, not only includes a golden legendary main trait but also features a golden legendary equipment enhancement module for the first time. A full 2,000 of them. The role of the enhancement module is to increase the power of equipment and even improve its quality. Theoretically, a golden legendary enhancement module has the chance to elevate the equipment's grade to golden legendary. Of course, this is just theoretical, whether it succeeds depends on probability. Generally speaking, the potential of the enhanced equipment, the number of enhancement modules used, the method of using the modules, and so on, all affect the success probability. For example, in Fang Chen's forge, there are masters like Oyezi, Gan Jiang, and Moyi. Having them use enhancement modules to enhance equipment can significantly increase the success rate. Previously, the enhancement modules obtained were of red quality, and in their hands, the success rate of enhancing purple perfect quality equipment to red epic quality is still quite high. However, the specific effects of the golden legendary quality enhancement modules will only be known after testing. In addition, there is also a red recruitment order obtained for the first time, which is quite special. Main storyline illusion domain Emperor Soul Recruitment Order. As mentioned before, there are many types of recruitment orders. Under the same quality, the probability of different types of recruitment orders appearing is not the same. The Imperial Soul Recruitment Order is one of the rarest recruitment orders. Previously, Fang Chen had only obtained one, which was the golden legendary quality branch quest exclusive Imperial Soul Recruitment Order that awakened the Ancestor Dragon. This time, the Imperial Soul Recruitment Order he obtained, although only of red epic quality, is from the main storyline's illusory domain. Given the scale of Great Wall Watch, it is impossible for there to be a situation where no eligible targets are met. For example, if it were just a low-quality minor illusory domain, even if one obtained the Imperial Soul Recruitment Order, it might not be usable because there are no recruitable targets. Back to the point. Fang Chen immediately used this Imperial Soul Recruitment Order. He saw a white mist surge before him, although it was merely a recruitment of a target. The area of the white mist was surprisingly large. Then, the white mist churned, and faint sounds of tiger roars and dragon chants emerged from within the mist. Before the target appeared, a powerful special pressure had already seeped out. As the master of the illusory domain, Fang Chen did not react much, but the generals not far away all sensed it, and the voices discussing the war suddenly stopped, turning their heads in unison with expressions of surprise and suspicion. Next, the white mist automatically parted, and a figure dressed in a black dragon robe stepped out slowly. This person appeared to be in his 50s, tall and thin, with a dignified face, exuding an emperor's aura, yet his eyes revealed a hint of streetwise shrewdness. Especially when he saw Fang Chen, he slightly opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refer to himself as I, but ultimately did not say it out loud, instead maintaining his composure and cupping his hands, saying, "Lu Bang, may I ask where this is, Domain Master?" Lu Bang. In fact, when Fang Chen saw the black dragon robe on the other person, he had already guessed, but hearing the confirmation from the other party still surprised him. The one who seized the foundation of the Qin dynasty, defeated the overlord of Chu, and single-handedly established the Han dynasty, Emperor Gaozu of Han, Lu Bang. Only Lu Bang would wear the black dragon robe of the Qin dynasty. The dragon robes worn by later emperors were no longer black. The main storyline recruitment order is likely to recruit units related to existing branch illusory domains, so recruiting Lu Bang is not surprising. However, Fang Chen instinctively glanced at the distant Lishan in the plaza not far away whereby Qi, Meng Tian, Xiang Yu, and others were looking this way, and his expression became somewhat strange. At this moment, he saw that many people over there had already started striding towards this side. Leading the way were Xiang Yu, Han Xin, and Fan Kuai. Fan Kuai, being impatient, couldn't help but shout loudly before he even arrived. "Your Majesty!" Lu Bang was waiting for Fang Chen's response when he suddenly heard someone shout, the voice somewhat familiar, and he turned in surprise to look, his expression changing. The first person he saw was not Fan Kuai, but the most eye-catching Xiang Yu. Looking at Xiang Yu approaching, Lu Bang couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiang Ji? You are also here." Xiang Yu, surname Ji, given name Ji, courtesy name Yu. Xiang Yu looked at Lu Bang, a hint of emotion in his eyes, but his face bore a meaningful smile as he said, "Lu Shaosan, you have finally come." Lu Bang had 4 brothers, and he was the third. Next to Xiang Yu, Long Chia and Jibu looked at Lu Bang with somewhat unfriendly expressions. Even Han Xian's gaze held a hint of complexity. Although he was a founding hero of the Han dynasty and had once been conferred a title as a king of a different surname by Lu Bang, their relationship had soured later on, leading to an unhappy ending. The other Qin generals who had come along, such as Zhang Han, also looked at Lu Bang with unusual expressions. Although everyone had rooted the thought of serving the domain master in their hearts after arriving here, they had not completely forgotten their past grievances. For instance, Xiang Yu and the others from the Qin dynasty had rarely interacted and had never been to the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, instance, nor had they ever met the ancestor dragon. In fact, since the ancestral dragon officially awakened and came out that one time, it has remained alone in the Qin royal palace, never going out again, and no one dared to disturb it. For example, Han Xin, Fan Kuai, Xiang Yu, and Long Chia, even though they were all in the Chuhan contention illusion realm, they would not harbor mutual hatred or engage in fierce battles due to past grievances. At most, they would not interfere with each other. Even when fighting against invaders from other realms, they fought separately. Fan Kuai was wholeheartedly loyal to Lu Bang and, at this moment, had no other thoughts. He excitedly walked up to Lu Bang and exclaimed, "Your Majesty!" Lu Bang looked at him, somewhat surprised, and said, "Fan Kuai, you are here too? What exactly is going on here?" Fan Kuai immediately replied, "Your Majesty, this place is called the Illusion Realm." Listening to Fan Kuai's explanation, the suspicion in Lu Bang's eyes grew stronger, and he occasionally looked up at the others, ultimately gazing at the towering phantom of the Great Wall in the distance, as well as the historical scroll above. Lost in thought for a long time, Xiang Yu and the others said nothing, just standing by and watching. Fang Chen, seeing that they had not started fighting, breathed a sigh of relief. While Lu Bang was giving a popular science lecture, he continued to use other recruitment orders. Next were 2 red mainline Illusion Realm Special Unit recruitment orders. After using them, 2 figures quickly emerged from the white mist. One was an old man with white hair and beard, tall and thin, wearing a coarse long gown, with a kind face, carrying a small wooden box on his shoulder. Upon seeing this figure and sensing the faint herbal scent on him, Fang Chen had already guessed the other's profession. The other person was a short man with a large head and a doll-like face, but with sharp eyes, clearly not an ordinary person. The 2 walked up to Fang Chen and introduced themselves. "Old man Zhang Zhongjing, I have met the domain master." "Kong Kong Air, I have met the domain master." Zhang Zhongjing, this kind old man was indeed a doctor, and he was the medical sage. Zhang Zhongjing, a physician from the late Eastern Han dynasty, was one of the 3 divine doctors of Jinan like Hua Tuo, and authored the monumental work treatise on febrile diseases, revered as the medical sage by later generations. Even today, many hospitals still have his statue standing. As for the other one, although the name was a bit strange, he was not simple either. Kong Kong Air, like Si Kong Jai Xing, was also a character from fantasy works, appearing in Liang Yuxing's works The Knights of the Tang Dynasty, The Dragon and Phoenix's Precious Hairpin, and The Sword of Wisdom and the Heart Demon. And he was also a master thief, skilled in lightness skill, and a swordsmanship expert. Fang Chen greeted the two and asked them to wait temporarily, then used 2 more red mainline illusion realm general recruitment orders. Soon, 2 figures emerged from the white mist, both wearing modern military uniforms, one surnamed Pang and the other surnamed Wu, both generals from the anti-Woku period. After greeting them, he asked them to wait, and Fang Chen continued recruiting. This time, it was 10,000 red mainline illusion realm special troop recruitment orders. A large amount of white mist surged in the empty space ahead, followed by a heavy, powerful, and uniform sound of footsteps. Even the others nearby were drawn to the sound, turning to look. Soon, the white mist dissipated, and 10,000 elite soldiers appeared before everyone. They were all infantry, but they were all clad in heavy armor, heavy armored soldiers. However, their armor came in 2 styles, with 5,000 of each, arranged neatly on the left and right. When the 2 heavy infantry formations were seen, the generals from the Qin era all brightened their eyes, especially by Qi and Wu Qi, who were the most delighted. Fang Chen had also focused on understanding history during these days and recognized them. These 2 special troop types were indeed the historically renowned Wei Wu army and the Qin elite soldiers, equivalent to special forces from the Warring States period. The trainer of the Wei Wu troops was none other than Wu Qi. In the early Warring States period, Wu Qi led this elite heavy infantry, defeating an army of 10 times their number from Qin with a force of 50,000, making the Wei Wu troops famous throughout the world. Later, in order to counter the formidable Wei Wu troops, the Qin also trained a powerful special forces unit known as the Qin Rueshi. Eventually, it was Bai Qi who led an army of 130,000, primarily composed of Qin Rueshi, to a crushing victory over a coalition of 240,000 from Han and Wei. Previously, many special troops had been recruited, but none had included these 2 special forces. It was unexpected that they would arrive together today. From the excited expressions of Wu Qi and Bai Qi, one could see just how special these 2 units were. Not long ago, they had even planned to select a batch of ordinary soldiers to reorganize the Wei Wu troops in Qin Rueshi, but that would require retraining and the forging of a large amount of equipment, so it had not yet been implemented. Now that they had come ready-made, the 2 were naturally delighted. Although each unit only had 5,000, their addition to the army would undoubtedly greatly enhance its combat power. Finally, Fang Chen used all 20,000 of the red mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment orders at once. A large expanse of white mist surged forth, and soon, beside the previous army of 10,000, another army of 20,000 appeared. There were soldiers from the Qin army, elite troops from Chu and Han, warriors from the 3 kingdoms, modern soldiers, as well as fighters from the Zhuli tribe and the Yellow Emperor's clan. Although they were just ordinary troops, they were all red epic level, possessing strong combat capabilities. There was no rush for the remaining side recruitment orders. They could wait to consult Zhuge Liang's opinion before distribution. As long as they recruited before the next challenge, they would be able to benefit from the next, growing stronger with each battle bonus. Then came the large-scale welcome segment. The medical sage Zhang Zhongjing was naturally taken away by divine doctors like Hua Tu and Bian Ke. Kong Kong Air was led away by Sikong Jiaxing and Chu Liuxiang. The 2 anti-Woku generals were taken care of by Lu Chanli and his team. Soldiers from various dynasties were received by the elders of their respective eras, who helped them understand the situation here. Lu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, had already figured out the situation ahead of time. He watched in amazement as Fang Chen seemingly revived tens of thousands of soldiers from various dynasties, and gazed at the countless figures in the mainline illusion domain, filled with wonder. This was a world he had never imagined, and while it astonished him, it also filled him with excitement. After settling these newcomers, Fang Chen finally used 2 more recruitment orders, 2 red special mount recruitment orders, which he had never obtained before. Previously, he had only received warhorse recruitment orders. This special mount recruitment order was a broader random recruitment order, capable of summoning any type of mount, and it would definitely be a special kind. It was a rare recruitment order. After using it, white mist appeared again in the empty space ahead, and then 2 special figures slowly emerged. Among the 2 figures, the one on the right moved a bit faster, and as the sound of hooves approached, its outline gradually became clear. Just as Fang Chen thought he had recruited another warhorse, the figure stepped out of the mist, fully revealing itself. Fang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A dragon. Horse. The figure indeed resembled a horse, but its entire body was covered in a layer of green scales, and its head was only 3 parts horse, the remaining 7 parts dragon, especially the 2 long whiskers on either side of its nose, floating and swaying as if unaffected by gravity, and its eyes radiated a very human-like intelligence. After emerging, it glanced at Fang Chen, then shifted its gaze, as if assessing the surroundings. This mount was pretty cool. Fang Chen instantly thought of a name, Qinglongju. At that moment, the other figure slowly walked out of the mist and approached Fang Chen. Then, both sides stared wide-eyed at each other, and a look of astonishment appeared on Fang Chen's face again. Before him stood a gigantic figure nearly 3 meters tall and almost 3 meters wide, round and plump, with a round head. Its entire body was covered in soft fur, with large patches of white on its torso and head, while its limbs were black, as were its nose and ears. Especially around its large eyes, there were 2 prominent dark circles. A bear. A panda? Aside from its exaggerated size, its appearance was unmistakably that of the national treasure of the Flower Kingdom, a giant panda. A giant panda. As a mount? After the initial shock, a sudden thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind, recalling another name, Iron-Eating Beast. According to legend, during the Battle of Zhuolu, Chiyo's mount was said to be the Iron-Eating Beast, which is commonly known as the giant panda. Fang Chen examined the massive creature before him. It bore no equipment that would indicate it was a mount, but its teeth and claws were indeed exceptionally sharp, looking quite intimidating. However, when its sharp teeth and claws were hidden beneath its fluffy exterior, its entire round body appeared somewhat endearingly clumsy, especially when it stepped forward and locked eyes with Fang Chen. Its lazily human-like gaze made it seem as if it posed no threat at all. Could this really be the legendary mount of Chiyu? Fang Chen thought that if it were the mythical version, Chiyo's mount should be of golden legendary quality, while this one, recruited with a red epic level recruitment order, might not be. Since Chiyu could use the Iron-Eating Beast as a mount, the warriors of the Jiuli tribe at that time should have been able to as well, so there must be more than one Iron-Eating Beast mount. He wondered if those few generals of the Jiuli tribe could tame this Iron-Eating Beast, or if other generals could. Fang Chen pondered, and an image of Lu Bu and Xian Yu riding giant pandas into battle flashed through his mind. This. Fang Chen shook his head, dismissing those strange images, and then looked towards the nearby generals. The previous warhorses had not been assigned by him but chosen by the generals themselves, and this time was no different. By now, some had already noticed the 2 unusual figures that had appeared here. Sikong Zhaixing, who had been chatting with Kong Kong Air, glided over to Fang Chen's side and curiously asked, "Domain Lord, what are these 2? Fang Chen replied, "Special mounts." Mounts? Sikong Zhaixing was taken aback. He noticed that the Iron-Eating Beast resembled the bear general from the Battle of Zhuolu and thought it was a fierce beast combat unit, not realizing it was actually a mount. However, the dragon horse beside it was quite extraordinary. Sikong Zhaixing observed it while clicking his tongue in amazement. If they were mounts, then it had nothing to do with him, but there should be a good show to watch, Sikong Zhaixing thought, turning to glance at the gathering generals. The last time he saw them fighting over a few red epic level warhorses was quite entertaining. When Fang Chen mentioned that these 2 strange creatures were mounts, the generals indeed showed interest. They looked at the Iron-Eating Beast and all shook their heads, but when they saw the Azure Dragon foal, many people's eyes lit up. Clearly, they were all somewhat interested in the Azure Dragon foal. They exchanged glances, and Guan Yu stroked his long beard, saying, "I heard that you all previously decided the priority for mounts through martial arts competitions? With so many of us, competing for 1, 2 mounts would be too troublesome. Everyone has just gone through a battle, there's really no need for another martial contest. Then why not just see who can tame these mounts? After all, mounts also choose their masters." Agreed. The generals discussed among themselves, and in the end, they reached a consensus. This time, there would be no martial contest, they would see who could tame these special mounts. Cheng Yaojin's big eyes turned as he looked at Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, and other powerful generals, and loudly said, "You all have red epic mounts. My mount is still just a purple perfect grade, so I should get to try it first." Bai Qi and the others were indeed among the first to obtain red epic warhorses, so it was not very fair to compete with those still using purple perfect grade mounts. Seeing no one respond, Chang Yaojin immediately stepped forward towards the Qinglong horse. As he carefully examined the Qinglong horse, he rubbed his hands and said, "Hey, what a divine steed! Let me ride it, and I promise I won't treat you poorly." Saying this, he tentatively reached out his hand towards the Qinglong horse's neck, intending to mount it. Although the Qinglong horse had no saddle or other equipment, this was naturally not a problem for these generals. In the past, they had almost all tamed unsaddled wild horses. However, before Chang Yaojin's hand could touch the Qinglong horse, it suddenly twisted its neck to evade him and even stepped aside, its intelligent eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Chang Yaojin was taken aback, then chased after it, saying, "Hey, don't be shy." Just as he got close, the Qinglong horse suddenly turned around and kicked out with a powerful rear kick. Chang Yaojin was startled and instinctively raised his arms to defend himself, but he didn't have time. With a loud bang, he flew out like a kite with a broken string. He traced a parabolic arc in the air before landing over 100 meters away in the crowd, causing an immediate uproar. Chang Yaojin got up from the ground, grinning and saying, "Hiss, such strength." Looking down, he saw a shallow hoof print on his chest armor. It was worth noting that he was wearing red epic grade armor. "I was careless, let me try again." Chang Yaojin parted the crowd and, while speaking, strode towards the Qinglong horse once more. But just a few seconds later, there was another bang, and his burly figure flew out again. This time, he flew even farther, over 300 meters. The other generals looked on in astonishment, clearly surprised by the power the Qinglong horse displayed. Lu Bu laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting, let me give it a try too." Just as Chang Yaojin was about to speak, Lu Bu said to him, "If I tame this mount, I'll give you my red epic warhorse." Chang Yaojin thought for a moment and felt that sounded good, so he had no objections. Lu Bu stepped forward, approaching the Qinglong horse. However, before he got close, the Qinglong horse suddenly raised its head as if stimulated, its eyes showing a hint of vigilance. "Oh," Lu Bu was surprised and hesitated slightly, but still took 2 steps forward. The Qinglong horse's scales suddenly bristled, its vigilance turning into hostility, and the dragon whiskers on either side began to move faster, letting out a warning snort. The sound was partly like a horse and partly like a dragon's roar. A powerful aura erupted from the Qinglong horse, creating a whirlwind that made those nearby instinctively step back. Lu Bu stood firm, his heavenly demon armor shimmering with golden light. His gaze flickered as he grinned and said, "What's wrong? You don't like me?" As he spoke, he took 2 more steps forward. Roar! The Qinglong horse let out another snort, this time sounding even more like a dragon's roar. A ball of green light began to gather in its mouth, radiating a heart-pounding energy wave. Lu Bu frowned, seeming a bit hesitant, then suddenly retracted his aura, slightly pouting and saying, "Forget it, since it doesn't suit, there's no need to force it." Everyone was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lu Fengxian to give up so easily. However, everyone could see that the Qinglong steed and Lu Bu were indeed incompatible. Even if Lu Bu were to be forceful, he would likely be unable to tame it. Bai Qi also sighed inwardly, knowing without trying that this special mount was not suited for him. Many other generals, who had initially been eager to compete, shook their heads and abandoned their plans. A young general's eyes flickered, seemingly tempted. Just as he was about to step forward, Wei Cheng pressed down on his shoulder and gently shook his head, saying, "This fine steed is not suitable for you, it's better to wait. In the future, there will surely be a high-tier mount that suits you." Champion Hou Huotsubing was momentarily taken aback by these words and looked back at the Qinglong steed, quickly noticing something unusual. After driving back Lu Bu, the steed seemed to be gazing at a figure in the crowd. Its eyes sparkled with a peculiar, lively expression. Many people noticed the Qinglong steed's odd behavior and followed its gaze. At that moment, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, walking slowly towards the Qinglong steed. This person stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a 2-foot-long beard and a face like a heavy jujube, none other than Guan Yu. Guan Yu locked eyes with the Qinglong steed, his gaze calm and gentle, a faint smile on his lips as he approached slowly. The Qinglong steed's eyes sparkled, showing no signs of the agitation it had displayed when facing Lu Bu or Chang Yaojin. The scales that had burst open earlier had returned to normal, shimmering with a mystical glow. Its hooves shifted slightly, as if wanting to retreat, but then it stopped. Its pair of dragon whiskers gently swayed, and a human-like hesitation gradually appeared in its eyes. Guan Yu continued to step forward, smoothly reaching the Qinglong steed, standing close enough to meet its gaze, then slowly raised his right hand to stroke its neck. Earlier, when Cheng Yaojin attempted to do the same, he had been kicked away over 100 meters. But now, Guan Yu was able to touch the Qinglong steed's neck with great ease, leaving Cheng Yaojin beside him in shock. As Guan Yu gently caressed it, the Qinglong steed's expression became increasingly submissive, ultimately letting down its guard completely and even lowering its head to nuzzle against Guan Yu's palm. Guan Yu turned to the others and smiled, saying, "It seems that I have a bond with this divine steed. My apologies, everyone." His implication was clear: there was no need for others to compete any longer. No one expected that this divine steed would be tamed by Guan Yu so easily. The generals all felt a sense of regret but knew that even if they wanted to compete, it was no longer possible. Lu Bu was quite dissatisfied, but then he seemed to think of something and said, "This divine steed belongs to you. If the red hair comes in the future, you must not compete with me for it." After reuniting with the black steed of the overlord of Chu, Lu Bu was already certain that he would have another chance to see the red hair. Guan Yu frowned slightly at these words, seeming a bit hesitant, but glancing at the Qinglong steed he had just tamed, he nodded and said, "Very well, the red hair was originally your mount. If it comes in the future, as long as it is willing, it will still belong to you." Lu Bu's expression brightened. "It's a deal." The other generals naturally had no objections. If the red hair truly came, no one would compete with Lu Bu. With the Qinglong steed having found its master, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the iron-eating beast sitting nearby and yawning. Then they all shook their heads, better not to bother. Several generals from the Jiuli tribe, who disliked coming to the outside, were still in the side quest of the Battle of Zhuolu, and Fang Chen thought he would ask them later if they were interested in taming the iron-eating beast. After this little episode, the generals continued their previous discussions. Lu Bang, accompanied by Fan Kuai and Han Xin, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the historical scroll in the distant illusion of the Great Wall. Clearly, he was also very curious about the history of later generations. It seemed that it would take a while to finish. Leading his Qinglong steed, Guan Yu walked towards the forge. He intended to find the masters to customize a set of mount equipment. Fang Chen followed him to the forge. After Master Oyezi accepted the custom order from Guan Yu, Fang Chen walked up to him, took out a glowing golden crystal stone, and smiled, saying, "Master, what do you think this is?" The moment Oyezi saw the crystal stone in Fang Chen's hand, his eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Golden legendary grade auxiliary material." Not only he, but also the nearby masters Ganjiang and Mo Xie, along with skilled crafters like Tang Long from the affiliated illusion domain, all looked at the golden equipment enhancement module in Fang Chen's hand with surprise. Oyezi, filled with enthusiasm, asked, "Domain Lord, how many of these do you have?" Fang Chen replied, 2,000. "Master, how many pieces of golden legendary grade equipment do you think we can enhance?" 2,000. The excitement in Oyezi's eyes intensified. He was eager to try, saying, "That's indeed a considerable amount. But, even if we don't talk about several pieces, I can't guarantee that we can enhance even one piece of golden legendary grade equipment after all. I've never tried it before." Fang Chen nodded. "That's fine. We'll know once we try." Oyezi then asked, "So, Domain Lord, what equipment do you plan to enhance?" This question caught Fang Chen off guard. Before he could think it over, a group of generals rushed into the forge upon hearing the news. Everyone was holding their own red epic grade weapons, and their intentions were clear. Lu Bu, without hesitation, jumped in first. "Domain Lord, upgrade my Fang Tianhua halberd to golden legendary grade. You already have one. Let us have this opportunity." "Exactly. You have one. So don't compete with us. We don't have a single piece of golden legendary grade equipment." "That's right," the generals protested in unison, forcing Lu Bu to retreat with a disgruntled expression while holding his halberd. Bai Qi and the crowd hesitated to speak but ultimately remained silent. "Everyone, please give me a favor and let me go first," a voice rang out, immediately silencing the others. It was Xiang Yu. As the overlord of Chu spoke, the others exchanged glances, and in the end, no one voiced any objections, although they all felt a bit reluctant. After all, it was the overlord of Chu. Most people were not unwilling to concede this priority to him. Li Mu, Wu Qi, Lian Pa, Wang Jian, and others, though they were Xiang Yu's seniors, had witnessed his strength in recent days and did not express any dissent. "Thank you." Xiang Yu clasped his fists to the generals, then walked up to Oyezi and the others, handing over his Overlord Spear. "I appreciate your efforts, masters." This Overlord Spear was also forged by Oyezi and the other masters after he arrived here, of epic quality, and it was a deep red. The spear was over 2 meters long, with a thick shaft that an ordinary person like Fang Chen couldn't even hold with one hand, and its weight was astonishing. Even a red epic grade soldier couldn't wield it, yet in the hands of the Overlord of Chu, it felt weightless. Then, Oyezi and the others began preparing to enhance the Overlord Spear. The martial generals did not leave, they stayed nearby, curious to watch, while also hoping that if there were any enhancement modules left after the Overlord Spear was enhanced, they might have a chance to compete for them. Under Oyezi's operation, the forge emitted a series of caca sounds as it transformed into a shape suitable for reforging the Overlord Spear. This forge was also a red epic grade facility, created with the involvement of Lu Ban and Mozi. The Overlord Spear was placed on the forge, and the masters began to study how to upgrade it. This could not be done like using the equipment reforging furnace, where you simply toss the equipment and auxiliary materials in and let it clank a few times to finish. The enhancement had to be done by the hands of the master crafters, which would significantly increase the success rate. Fang Chen then took out all 2,000 golden equipment enhancement modules and piled them into a small mountain on the nearby material table, their golden glow particularly pleasing to the eye. The equipment enhancement module and equipment module are somewhat similar, capable of changing their form based on the enhancement target. Its basic form is crystal stone, but when Oyezi throws it into the furnace, it transforms into a small piece of metal ore, which is then slowly melted into liquid. The Overlord Spear is also placed back into the furnace for heating, and then, together with the melted enhancement module, it is reforged, led by Master Oyezi, with assistance from craftsmen like Ganjiang, Moi, and Tanglong. The enhancement forging of the Overlord Spear begins. The sound of hammering echoes throughout the forge, and after a while, it feels as if there is a peculiar melody in the air, especially when Master Oyezi removes his upper garment. The sight of a muscular old man swinging a large hammer is both visually striking and oddly beautiful. Time passes slowly, and as more enhancement modules are consumed, with each strike, the red divine light on the Overlord Spear flickers and shows signs of deepening. The onlookers grow increasingly tense, especially the Chu Overlord Xiang Yu, who rarely shows excitement and anticipation. Dawn Master Oyezi's hammer strikes the Overlord Spear once more, the sound piercing through the forge and soaring into the sky, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. For they all see, a faint golden light begins to shimmer on the Overlord Spear. Has it succeeded? Just as everyone, including Fang Chen, thinks this, Master Oyezi suddenly stops. His expression is quite serious, and Ganjiang Moi beside him looks the same. The excitement in everyone's hearts turns to tension, and Xiang Yu can't help but ask, "Master, what is it?" Master Oyezi furrows his brow slightly and says, "No, if I continue forging, I fear it will fail." He seems somewhat helpless as he sighs, puts down the hammer, and looks at Fang Chen, saying, "Domain Lord, I'm afraid I need you to step in." All eyes immediately turn to Fang Chen. Fang Chen seems to have been prepared, nodding solemnly, "All right." He strides forward, walking towards Oyezi, not stopping even as he nearly collides with him. Strangely, when he bumps into Oyezi, the latter's body seems to turn ethereal, merging with him and then vanishing. The innate skill, Heroic Spirit Possession. This skill is not just for combat. Then, as Fang Chen reaches for the forging hammer beside him, his entire aura changes dramatically. Simply put, he becomes like Master Oyezi just now, even stronger, although Heroic Spirit Possession is a relatively common innate skill. Fang Chen's skill quality is of Golden Legendary level. It can unleash 3 times the power of the possessed Heroic Spirit. At this moment, Fang Chen alone is equivalent to 3 Master Oyatzes. Even Fang Chen's physique instantly expands twofold, with solid muscle contours visible beneath his clothes, almost bursting them. Then, Fang Chen swings the large hammer, the hammerhead tracing a perfect arc before striking heavily on the Overlord Spear on the forging table. Dawn, a long ringing sound resonates throughout the entire illusionary space. Time continues to pass, the clanging sounds resembling a beautiful melody echoing above the forge. The generals in the forge are somewhat entranced. As Fang Chen forges, the golden enhancement modules are consumed one after another. and the original golden mound gradually disappears. Meanwhile, the Overlord spear on the forging table slowly sheds its deep red divine light, transforming into a complete golden form, then deepening from light gold. Finally, with a light shout from Feng Chen, the last and heaviest strike falls, when the deafening sound of a strike startled everyone, and then a dazzling golden light filled their vision. A powerful and unmatched special aura permeated the entire forge, causing the generals to involuntarily show expressions of amazement. This was similar to Lu Bu's heavenly demon battle armor and Bai Chi's killing shadow sword, possessing the unique momentum of divine weapons. After a few breaths, the golden light receded, and all eyes fell on the forging platform. The Overlord spear still looked the same, but the feeling it gave was completely different. The golden light flickered slightly, as if a swimming dragon coiled around the spear's body. Feng Chen had already released heroic spirit possession, and the reappeared Oyezi looked at the Overlord spear before him with a look of delight. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Chen set down the forging hammer and then reached out to grasp the Overlord spear. There was no burning sensation. Instead, it felt warm to the touch, accompanied by a heavy and sharp sensation. Name: Overlord spear, bound. Type: weapon. Quality: legend, golden. Attack power: extremely strong. Attributes: gold. Courage. Durability: 1000/1000. Effect 1: each swing of the Overlord spear against an enemy will accumulate spear momentum, gradually increasing attack power. Effect 2: when spear momentum is fully charged, it can be released in one go, and the next strike will pierce through everything. Note 1: spear momentum can be accumulated again after being cleared. Note 2: true Overlord's nature. Who can rival it? The Overlord spear upgraded to golden legendary quality, with new effects similar to Lu Bu's heavenly demon battle armor, both types growing stronger the more they fought. However, while heavenly demon battle armor required killing enemies to accumulate momentum, the Overlord spear only needed to swing against foes. After checking the equipment information, Feng Chen withdrew his hand and nodded slightly to Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, already unable to contain his excitement, immediately grabbed the Overlord spear, lightly swinging it in his hand, causing the surrounding generals to instinctively take a step back. Holding the Overlord spear, Xiang Yu's aura rose to a new level, instilling fear in those who beheld him. It wasn't until Xiang Yu finished testing the spear and actively reined in his momentum that everyone finally relaxed. Xiang Yu clasped his hands to Feng Chen and Oyezi, saying, "I, Xiang, thank the Domain Lord and all the masters." Looking at the Overlord spear in Xiang Yu's hand, the other military leaders were filled with envy, and then they turned their longing gazes toward Feng Chen and the several forging masters. Feng Chen, having just exerted himself fully using heroic spirit possession for quite some time, felt his mental energy was somewhat fatigued. He looked at the generals and pointed to the few remaining golden enhancement modules beside him, saying, "As you can see, there aren't enough enhancement modules left to further enhance your weapons. You'll have to wait until next time." He hadn't expected that forging a golden legendary grade equipment would consume so much. A full 2000 golden enhancement modules were barely enough to enhance just one Overlord spear. Of course, this was also related to the Overlord spear itself. The larger and stronger the equipment, the more resources it consumed. Fortunately, Feng Chen had the golden legendary grade heroic spirit possession as a talent skill, otherwise, he might have faced enhancement failure, ending up with nothing. Hearing Feng Chen's words, the generals all showed expressions of regret and left helplessly. The forge, which had just been bustling and crowded, suddenly became much more spacious and quiet. Sikong Jiaxing, who had been caught up in the excitement, looked at the remaining few golden enhancement modules and muttered, "With this little bit left, maybe I could enhance a golden legendary grade dagger." However, he was just saying it, knowing that even if it were possible, it would most likely not be his turn. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed a golden object at his feet, exclaiming, "Ha! Is this an enhancement module that fell out? Oh dear, what a waste." That thing, about the size of a palm, was a piece of golden metal that had melted and then solidified, likely splattered out when Feng Chen was forging the Overlord spear earlier. Sikong Jiaxing was just about to bend down to pick it up when a furry, large paw suddenly reached over from the side, snatching the piece of metal away first. Startled, Sikong Jiaxing looked up to see a black and white big bear that had appeared beside him without him noticing. Sikong Jiaxing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Goodness, what are you doing here joining the fun? What do you want that thing for?" Then he saw the creature toss the piece of metal into its mouth. crunching it like it was a jelly bean. While eating, it lazily looked at Sikong Jaishing, as if answering, "What do you think I'm here for?" Sikong Jaishing stared in disbelief. You actually ate the enhancement module?" Even Fong Chen, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. "So you really are a literal iron-eating beast?" When the iron-eating beast's gaze fell on the remaining golden enhancement modules on the material table beside Fong Chen quickly waved his hand to collect them all into his inventory. "This thing shouldn't be eating those." A hint of disappointment flashed in the iron-eating beast's eyes, and then it turned its attention to the many red epic forging tools hanging on the wall in front of them. Uyazi's expression changed, and he grabbed a large hammer. "Warning, these tools are not for you to eat." He then looked at Fong Chen and asked, "Domain Lord, what kind of exotic beast is this?" Fong Chen replied, "It's the iron-eating beast from ancient legends." Uyazi's eyes widened, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, he looked at the iron-eating beast with increasing vigilance, saying seriously, "We can't let it come near here in the future." The iron-eating beast clearly understood human speech. It blinked at the two and even showed a wronged expression. Fong Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "You can't eat these, if you really like iron. Then here, have this as a snack." Saying that, he took out a long green quality iron rod that had been gathering dust for a long time from his inventory and tossed it to the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast's eyes lit up, and it caught the iron rod in its large paws, examining it for a moment before reluctantly putting one end in its mouth and began to gnaw on it like bamboo. The all-metal iron rod crunched under its sharp teeth like a chocolate bar, breaking off large chunks with a satisfying crunch. "Well, it seems like now there's an unusual mount that requires special rations. You see, the previous warhorse mounts didn't need any feed. They were also instance units, not requiring food to sustain themselves, though they could eat, which was simply for the enjoyment of food. Now, whether in the mainline or sideline illusion domains, there are vast grasslands where the warhorses can eat to their heart's content at any time. It's unclear whether this iron-eating beast truly needs to eat or is just eating for fun. In any case, taking care of it won't be easy. Fortunately, Fong Chen's resources are abundant, regardless of the reason. Since it likes to eat, he might as well provide for it. As long as he doesn't give it purple perfect grade or higher equipment or metal materials, it should be fine." Fong Chen waved at the iron-eating beast. "Come on, I'll take you back to your hometown to have a look." With that thought, the man and beast were teleported to the sideline illusion domain of the Battle of Zhuolu. Uyazi let out a sigh of relief and instructed a nearby apprentice, "Go, make a sign that says Iron-Eating Beast Forbidden Entry and put it at the entrance." Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiang Yu, having obtained the golden legendary Overlord Spear, returned to the Grand Square surrounded by numerous generals. Not far away, Liu Bang, gazing at the historical scroll, seemed to sense something, turned his head to look this way, and upon seeing Xiang Yu holding a shimmering golden divine weapon, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection. At that moment, Xiang Yu also looked towards Liu Bang, squinting his eyes and calling out with a smile, "Liu Shaosan, don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Liu Bang's eyes twitched slightly, and he snorted, "You can't kill me either." Xiang Yu chuckled and, without saying more, walked towards the other side surrounded by the martial generals. With the successful upgrade of their weapons, it was time to test them out, perhaps by having a fight with Lu Bu. Meanwhile, on the side of the invaders, in the game world, the news that 800,000 level 70 players had failed to attack the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain quickly swept through the entire gaming community, sparking heated discussions among countless players. Representatives of the Player Empire Alliance gathered once again in the conference room. "Sure enough, we failed again. Sigh, why is it always the worst outcome? This won't do. Every time we fail, so many people lose levels, and what's worse is we end up sending them so much equipment. It's like we're delivering packages. Didn't wearing the lucky equipment help a lot? Some players did improve, but others lost even their lucky equipment. What can we do? If we don't bring good equipment, isn't that just asking to die? At least using all our strength can yield some intel and strategies." Is that really the case? I heard that the team attacking the Dragon Emperor's tomb didn't even get through the lowest gate. When 50,000 went to attack back then, they at least reached the palace and saw the big boss's imperial carriage. Stop being sarcastic. What was the strength of that illusion domain back then? And this time? There are 3 red epic level mechanical puppets. Are you blaming us? Who doesn't know that the Great Wall Watch illusion domain changes drastically every time? Is that something we can predict? Alright, stop arguing. Exactly. It's not like we haven't prepared for the worst case scenario, so what's there to get worked up about? Easy for you to say. You don't know how eerie that Dragon Emperor's tomb is. Many of our people came back feeling unwell, and they logged off without even claiming compensation. They said dying in the game felt more painful than before, and we suspect the death pain suppression system has a bug. See, I told you. When I said this last time, you didn't believe me. There's definitely something strange. But didn't you report this to the game company last time, and they said it wasn't a bug? Yeah, and later your people all came back, didn't they? So it was fine, right? Let me finish. After our analysis, we found that those who felt something was wrong were all killed by the same minor boss, who had a golden legendary weapon that seemed to have a dark type special effect. No special effect could possibly affect real-world sensations. You must be overthinking it. The game company said there was no bug. Just because they said there isn't, does that mean there isn't? What if they're just fooling you? This game has been around for 30 years without any issues. Just because it hasn't had problems before doesn't mean it won't now. Maybe it just wasn't discovered before? What can you do about it? Are you going to ask the game company to show you the back-end data? Can you even understand it? Why are we arguing again? Discussing this is pointless. Let's talk about the Great Wall Watch instead. What else is there to say? Its guild illusion domain has already been upgraded to S-level hell difficulty, so we just have to wait for the next attack and let level 80 players lead the charge. That's all we can do. We have no other options left, and even our spies planted in the official flower family have been mostly cleaned out. It's unlikely we can deal with the Great Wall Watch illusion domain builders from the inner world. We'll have to leave the rest to those big shot players. I've already reported it, but they're busy with other matters and I don't know when they can take action. At this point, if Great Wall Watch doesn't crush it, it really won't be able to be contained, even if it gets out of hand. It's just a guild illusion realm. It doesn't mean much in the eyes of those big shots. Their targets are the few strongest national fortune illusion realms. I heard that the top few have found clues to conquer the inner world. Is that true? How would I know? I'm just a messenger. Anyway, we just need to do what we can. The next challenge for the Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Realm requires 200,000 level 70 elite players, and that's not easy to gather. Who says it isn't? Many players we originally had lined up have expressed they don't want to go anymore. I'm really worried about it. It's the same for us. There's nothing we can do but increase the compensation. Otherwise, who would be willing to go to their death? Sigh. I hope we can succeed next time. What if? What if your sister? Is the mute already over? Give him another one. The news that Great Wall Watch had once again won the Guild Illusion Realm battle and upgraded to S-level hell difficulty caused quite a stir in Blue Star as well, especially on the flower planting families forum. Countless people were overjoyed. Time quickly moved to the next day. In the Great Wall Watch Illusion Realm space, it was as lively as ever. The newly recruited warriors from yesterday had already begun to integrate into the group and started practicing in the Grand Plaza. Not wanting to face the Ancestor Dragon or the soldiers of the Great Qin, Liu Bang, the Han Gaozu, went to the Chuhan Contention Branch Illusion Realm after viewing the historical scroll, seemingly not planning to come to the mainline space for a while. On a hillside next to Mount Li, Fong Chen leisurely leaned against a large rock. From here, he could overlook the bustling scene in the Grand Plaza, and nearby, there were many houses and fields by the edge of the woods, where some volunteer soldiers were tending to the crops. Sometimes, Fong Chen would even forget that this was an illusion realm space. It felt no different from the real world. Of course, he wasn't hiding here to slack off. His inventory was still filled with the massive spoils he had just harvested yesterday, waiting for him to enhance one by one. One by one, pieces of equipment glowing red appeared in Fong Chen's hands, each one becoming slightly more vibrant. But unfortunately, none had upgraded to golden legendary quality. Not far away, by the edge of the woods, there was a round black and white figure that occasionally peeked over at Fong Chen. Whenever a red epic level piece of equipment appeared in Fong Chen's hands, its eyes would show a look of longing. In its arms, it was holding a blue quality metal piece of equipment, which had already been half chewed. On the ground beside it, there were also many green or blue metal pieces scattered about. When Fong Chen first entered today, he saw the iron-eating beast sitting outside the forge with a pitiful expression. He had brought the iron-eating beast into the Battle of Zhuolu Illusion Realm yesterday, but several generals of the Jolie tribe said they had no ability to tame this special mount. According to them, there were indeed more than just Chio's iron-eating beast among the Jolie tribe's mounts, but iron-eating beasts were also very rare ferocious beasts, and even fewer could be tamed as mounts. Those who could become iron-eating beast knights were the elite among the generals, and they didn't have that capability. So, this iron-eating beast ultimately did not decide on a belonging, and it didn't like staying in the jungle of the Battle of Zhuolu, Illusion Realm. Even though there were many ferocious kindred there, it preferred to run to the mainline space and especially loved the forge. The reason was self-evident. After Fong Chen entered, he gave it plenty of snacks to calm it down. Since no one could tame this iron-eating beast for now, it would have to be kept as a mascot for the time being. To make it convenient, Fong Chen also gave it a nickname, calling it Dagun, the giant rolling, giant panda. Time slowly passed, and soon it was evening. Fong Chen once again retrieved a piece of equipment enhanced to deep red from his inventory, then paused the assembly line operation, looking down at the cliff pendant hanging around his neck, muttering, "Are you really up to it, little brother? Is plus 99 luck all you can pull? How about giving me another golden legend?" It turned out that using provocation on equipment was useless. Fong Chen then enhanced another batch of red epic level equipment, still without any gold. Ding! The affiliated illusion domain, Warhammer Technology, is being challenged by players from another world. Great Wall Watch, mainline feature Beacon of War triggered. The sudden game prompt made Fong Chen pause, his eyes narrowing slightly. He looked up and saw a phantom of a beacon tower appearing in the distance, with a plume of smoke rising straight into the sky. That was the location of the affiliated illusion domain, Warhammer Technology. The affiliated illusion domains were scattered throughout the mainline space of Great Wall Watch, but this was merely a symbolic illusion. For instance, even if an invader from another world broke through a certain affiliated illusion domain in a personal illusion challenge, they would not enter the mainline illusion space of Great Wall Watch. In the forge, a group of affiliated builders were testing their luck in front of the equipment reforging furnace. They had gained quite a bit from yesterday's guild illusion domain battle, so many were itching to try their luck. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed slightly, especially one young man, who exclaimed, "Someone is challenging my personal illusion domain." He was Wu Hongtao, a builder of Warhammer Technology, and a level 5 builder. A short-haired youth beside him said, "I also heard the prompt for the Beacon of War feature triggering. I can help you." His name was Zhang Shulin, also a level 5 illusion builder. "I can help too. Count me in." Only 5 can go for support. It's best to send those whose illusion domains are compatible with Warhammer Technology. "We just coordinated yesterday, I'll go too." While everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. It was Fong Chen. Upon seeing him, the group of affiliated builders immediately stopped talking. Fong Chen looked at Wu Hongtao and said, "You have only 100 seconds, you should return to your illusion space to prepare, and we will arrive shortly." By saying "we," it meant he would also provide support. Wu Hongtao's expression brightened, and he immediately nodded. "Okay." He then directly teleported back to his personal illusion space, and the units belonging to Warhammer Technology also disappeared from the large square outside. This was the first time using the Beacon of War feature, but Fong Chen was not nervous at all. The affiliated builders of Great Wall Watch were all outstanding elites. Even if they faced enemies alone, it wouldn't be a big problem. Now, with the Beacon of War feature and 5 support troops helping, it was even more foolproof. Even the affiliated builders themselves were not particularly nervous, with Fong Chen personally preparing to help. There was nothing to worry about. Going to support was almost like going to gain free experience. Wu Hongtao was a level 5 illusion builder, which meant that the highest level of builders going to support could only be level 5, and the number of support troops was 5. Ultimately, the other 4 support slots were filled by 4 level 5 builders who had a good relationship with Wu Hongtao. The remaining affiliated builders who did not secure a spot felt a bit disappointed. The 4 affiliated builders quickly returned to their personal illusion domains to prepare, and Fong Chen also began to prepare the supporting troops. According to the characteristics of Beacon Fire and Wolf Smoke, other supporters within the same affiliated illusion domain can directly bring all their forces from their personal illusion domains to provide support, which is equivalent to using a free reinforcement order. As the Guild Illusion Domain's main builder, Fong Chen can only send a portion of the forces from the Great Wall Watch to assist. Fong Chen is unsure if this distinction is due to the overwhelming strength of the Great Wall Watch, but in reality, Even if he can only send a portion of his forces, the strength of the dispatch team far exceeds that of the entire forces from other affiliated illusion domains. When the countdown on the Warhammer technology site ended, within the main space of the Great Wall Watch, a phantom Great Wall appeared out of thin air on the Grand Plaza, extending towards the distant location where the smoke signals of Warhammer technology were rising. Under Fong Chen's testing, when he dispatched 5 red epic level generals and 5,000 elite soldiers, he could no longer send out more troops. As those soldiers approached the phantom Great Wall on the Grand Plaza, their figures vanished, directly teleporting to the personal illusion domain of Warhammer technology. The generals sent on this mission were Wei Qing, Hua Zubing, and 3 modern anti-Woko generals, each bringing 1,000 elite soldiers from the same era. After the challenge began over there, including the 4 affiliated builders who went to provide support, they temporarily interrupted communication within the Guild Illusion domain. Normally, people within the Guild Illusion domain can communicate through a Guild Illusion domain chat group on a virtual screen. The other affiliated builders gathered on the Grand Plaza, some eagerly waiting for the results. They were not discussing whether they could win, but rather what rewards the builders who went to support could obtain. Fong Chen returned to the small hillside, not wasting a moment and continuing his assembly line work. Gold! 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 Fong Chen continuously took out 1 red epic level equipment after another to enhance and then put them away, muttering to himself. Unfortunately, until the game prompt sounded again, he still hadn't seen a hint of golden light. Ding! The support battle for Warhammer technology has been won. This support mission's rating, yes. Rewards obtained, personal experience plus 2%. Subline illusion domain general recruitment order, blue, X1. From the rewards, it seemed that the support battle through the beacon fire and wolf smoke characteristic was similar to using a guerrilla support order. Subsequently, the enhancement prompt sounded, and the personal experience reward increased to plus 4%, which was actually quite good, as it was almost equivalent to free experience. Fong Chen's current experience level had reached 89%, and he was close to leveling up. Soon after, the soldiers he dispatched returned, with almost no casualties. The phantom Great Wall used for teleportation on the Grand Plaza disappeared, and the distant smoke signals also vanished. Wu Hongtao and the other 4 affiliated builders quickly returned to the main space of the Great Wall Watch. Their expressions were quite excited, clearly indicating that they had gained a lot from that battle. The other affiliated builders gathered around, eagerly asking about the situation. Ha ha ha, you should have seen it, when we appeared. Those invaders were dumbfounded. Exactly. It cracked me up. I even heard someone ask, aren't we challenging a personal illusion domain? Why does it feel like a guild illusion domain? Ha 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 ha, just a bunch of randomly matched invaders. We took care of them easily. Indeed, after witnessing the enemies attacking our guild illusion domain, those challenging our personal illusion domain felt incredibly weak. It was hilarious when they recognized General Wei Qing and the others. They were practically scared to death. The characteristic of Beacon of War is truly useful. I estimate that none of our branch illusion domains will be breached again. Every time someone comes, it's like receiving rewards for free. Exactly. And every person challenged has several others who can tag along for rewards. It's simply delightful. I'm almost at level 6. I never thought leveling up could be this easy. Ha 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 ha. As the subordinate builders on Fong Chen's side celebrated their victory, on the other side of the game world, 2,000 players were wailing and cursing. They weren't using designated items to specifically team up to challenge the Warhammer technology, they were just using cheaper random challenge tickets to form teams and match with illusion domains. Although in the personal challenges of subordinate illusion domains, they could only enjoy half the benefits of the guild illusion domain's main characteristics. Probability is unpredictable. Even if it was just the heavy price of half the effect, some ended up with nothing but their underwear, while others dropped to level 1. This matter quickly spread across the game forum. Because it was related to Great Wall Watch, it quickly attracted a lot of attention. It was already known that while brushing personal illusion domains, one might encounter the boss guerrilla team of Great Wall Watch, but this time the situation seemed a bit different. In the past, those victims encountered were part of a 1,000-person guerrilla team, and there were many bosses, but this time the team size was different, with only 5 bosses but accompanied by 5,000 elite soldiers. Moreover, in addition to this support team from Great Wall Watch, there were actually 4 other teams, even larger, essentially 4 equivalent personal illusion domain forces. In other words, That player team was clearly challenging a personal illusion domain but encountered the forces of 5 personal illusion domains, plus a support army from Great Wall Watch. This encounter was enough to make one silently mourn. Previously, during the first Guild Illusion Domain battle of Great Wall Watch, Fang Chen had independently deployed all subordinate illusion domains. When players entered those illusion domains, they would be informed of the names of those subordinate illusion domains through game prompts. However, the personal illusion domains of the second batch of level 5 subordinate builders had only been partially deployed during the last Guild Illusion Domain battle, meaning that the players did not have the complete list of Great Wall Watch subordinate illusion domains, and Warhammer technology just happened to be one of the undisclosed subordinate illusion domains. Therefore, a group of players could not guess the truth of this special event no matter how hard they tried. After that, 2 more days of calm passed. Fang Chen continued to diligently work on his assembly line enhancement tasks, digesting the newly acquired spoils to arm his illusion domain army. The subordinate builders began to hope for invaders to challenge their personal illusion domains, so they could take advantage of the Beacon of War characteristic to share the rewards. Fang Chen felt the same way because he wanted to reach level 6 before the next Guild Illusion Domain battle arrived. That way, he could not only gain new talent skills but also open up a branch illusion domain and merge another batch of subordinate illusion domains, enhancing the overall combat power of the Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Domain. The otherworldly invaders had not yet moved to reduce the Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Domain's truce time, presumably still preparing, unable to determine when they would come. To Fang Chen's surprise, the next challenge that arrived was, ding! Otherworldly invaders will descend to challenge the Great Wall Watch personal illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare. In the evening, when Fang Chen heard the game prompt, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Someone was actually coming to challenge the Great Wall Watch personal illusion domain. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The next action from the otherworldly invaders was surprisingly not to challenge the guild's illusion domain, but rather to choose to challenge an individual illusion domain? That shouldn't be the case. Or is it that this time it was just a randomly matched team, but at the S-level held difficulty of an individual illusion domain? It shouldn't be possible for anyone to use random challenges. Fang Chen felt a bit puzzled. Great Wall Watch, mainline feature Beacon Fire and Smoke triggered. All affiliated illusion domains can support this battle. The subsequent game prompt made Fang Chen's lips curve slightly. It seemed that it didn't matter what the reason was, after all. Challenging his own individual illusion domain was essentially equivalent to challenging the guild's illusion domain. At the same time, a group of affiliated builders also received the prompt for the Beacon Fire and Smoke feature being triggered. After their initial surprise, they all became excited. Someone is actually coming to challenge the Great Wall Watch individual illusion domain. Ha 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 ha, this is great. We don't have to worry about only 4 people getting rewards, all 100 of us can benefit. Laughing to death. With the scale of challengers in an individual illusion domain, fighting at the guild illusion domain level, I wonder how those invaders will react when they arrive. Put, I really want to see that. Ha 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 ha, but we still have to go through the process. We need to return to our individual illusion domains first, and then wait for the challenge to start before using the Beacon Fire and Smoke feature to teleport over. Let's go! Let's go! See you later! The group of affiliated builders hurriedly returned to their individual illusion domains with their illusion units, the soldiers of Great Wall Watch. Upon learning that someone was coming to challenge, quickly gathered together. Fang Chen directly teleported all the military strategists and generals to the conference hall. But since there wasn't much time, there wasn't much to discuss, and since it was just an individual illusion domain challenge, no special arrangements were needed. After a brief discussion, they decided that the mainline illusion domain's troops would remain inactive for now, allowing the dedicated forces of the branch illusion domains to engage the enemy first, while the mainline army would provide support as needed. In fact, everyone felt that support would likely not be necessary. However, it didn't matter. The feature growing stronger with battle did not require participation in the battle to take effect, but rather counted as a whole 4-1 challenge. Even support units that were on standby but did not participate in the battle could still enjoy the benefits. This applied even to the logistics departments like the forge, pharmacy, and clothing workshop. As the lord of the illusion domain, Fang Chen had hardly ever participated in battles, yet he received boosts every time. This refers to the formal challenges experienced by Great Wall Watch. Special situations like Guerrilla Aid Order and Beacon Fire and Smoke only granted bonuses to those units that actually participated in the battle. 100 seconds quickly passed. Then, the otherworldly invaders who came to challenge descended. However, when Fong Chen, situated in the conference hall, used the god's perspective to see the arriving enemies, he couldn't help but be taken aback, revealing a strange expression. Zhuge Liang, seeing this, asked in confusion, "Domain Lord, is there something unusual?" He thought the incoming enemies were stronger than expected. Fong Chen replied with a peculiar expression, "Indeed, there is something unusual, the enemy is just one." As soon as he said this, even the sleeping dragon couldn't help but be stunned. Zhuge Liang exclaimed in disbelief, "Just one?" Fong Chen nodded. In his god's perspective, there was only one invader who had descended into the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles branch illusion domain. This was truly unexpected. Someone was actually soloing Great Wall Watch? As mentioned before, the most conventional and cheap way to challenge an individual illusion domain was through random matching, where one first selected a level of difficulty, then paid the corresponding ticket fee, followed by randomly matching an illusion domain, and then randomly matching a corresponding scale of teammates before entering the illusion domain to begin the challenge. This method is generally most common in low-level illusion domains. Once it reaches high-level illusion domains, especially after S rank, almost no one uses random challenges anymore. They all prepare special items, team up with familiar teammates, and designate a specific illusion domain to challenge. Regardless of the type of challenge, it is basically required to gather a full-scale number of participants for the challenge. After all, having one more person means one more strength, and no one wants to lose a challenge due to a lack of numbers. However, if it is a designated challenge, it is also possible to start the challenge even if the number of participants is not full. So theoretically speaking, soloing is indeed possible. But Fong Chen had never heard of anyone daring to solo an illusion domain, until now, and it was even a solo challenge of his own Great Wall Watch. Only by using special items for a designated challenge can one achieve such a solo operation. This means that the opponent did not accidentally enter but had a clear purpose to solo. Moreover, the Great Wall Watch personal illusion domain is currently at S rank hell difficulty. With a challenge level cap of 70, higher level invaders cannot enter using special items. Could it be that there are special items unknown to him? Even so, even if this invader is level 80 or even higher, daring to solo the current Great Wall Watch is simply too arrogant. Fong Chen quickly pondered in his heart while closely observing the person's movements. At this moment, in the side illusion domain Three Kingdoms War Chronicles, because it was just a personal illusion domain challenge, the enemy scale was not large, so the army here did not split up but gathered entirely at Hulao Pass. According to past experience, the enemy should also descend in front of Hulao Pass. But when the generals on the city wall saw the solitary light descending from afar, they were all stunned. Zhang Fei scratched his head and asked Guan Yu beside him, "Second brother, did I see it wrong? Why does it seem like only one light has fallen?" Guan Yu replied, "Indeed, there is only one." Zhao Yun frowned slightly and said, "Only one person came here? What kind of splitting tactic is this?" Lu Bu angrily said, "What does this mean? Last time, during the personal illusion domain challenge, only 2,500 people came, and now only one has come? Do they think they can hold us back with just this one person?" Zhang Liao crossed his arms and said lightly, "Why not let old Huang shoot him dead with one arrow? That way, we can go support other side illusion domains." Huang Zhong lifted the longbow in his hand and asked, "Shall I take action now?" Everyone nodded. "Go ahead." With just one enemy, they were too lazy to ride over. Huang Zhong drew his bow and aimed at the figure in the distance. The next second, the string twanged, and the arrow was released. A red streak of light shot through the air, almost instantly reaching the person in the distance. But in the next moment, the figure that was about to be hit suddenly vanished into thin air. Not only were Huang Zhong and the others stunned, but even Fong Chen in the main space's conference hall couldn't help but be taken aback. The next moment, Fong Chen's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, in the main space's Grand Plaza, a group of mainline soldiers was getting ready to set out, prepared to support the side illusion domain at any time. Although the possibility was very small, no one relaxed their guard. Suddenly, the expressions of the generals changed slightly, and they all turned to look at the same spot. They saw that in a nearby empty space, the space seemed to suddenly twist, then a crack opened, and a figure walked out from that fissure. It was the invader who had suddenly disappeared in the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles illusion domain. Almost at the moment this person appeared, Bai Qi, Hua Zubing, Gai Nya, Yan Xuanying, and others immediately launched their attacks. In an instant, gunfire, sword light, and spear intent erupted all at once. The next second, an unexpected situation arose once again. The man lightly stepped, effortlessly dodging the attack from Bai Qi's legendary golden weapon, while all other attacks struck him and seemed to pierce right through. It was as if he were merely a phantom without substance. But what kind of people were present? If it were just an illusion, how could it possibly evade everyone's eyes? This unprecedented anomaly made Fong Chen's heart sink. It was the first time an intruder had entered the mainline illusion domain space, and it wasn't through the normal method, first breaking through all the branch illusion domains. This meant there was a way to bypass the branch illusion domains and directly enter the mainline illusion domain space. This was something Fong Chen had never heard of. At that moment, the newcomer spoke, "Everyone, please remain calm. I mean no harm." As if to show his sincerity, he spread his hands and took a few steps back. Bang bang bang. During this time, Yan Xuanying fired several shots at his vital points. But still, all were emptied. The expressions of all the generals were extremely grave. They ceased their attacks and instead positioned themselves to seal off all directions. The man continued, "You don't need to be nervous. In my current state, I cannot attack you. If I were to attack, you could easily kill me." As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings, and when he saw the endless Great Wall's phantom standing in the distance and the historical scroll above, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Fong Chen observed the man from a god's perspective, quickly pondering in his heart. From the meaning of the other party's words, it seemed that this damage immunity state had limitations. While immune to damage, he could not attack, and if he were to attack, the damage immunity state would be lifted, making him vulnerable to their attacks. But this was merely the other party's claim and might not be true. However, it appeared that he indeed showed no signs of wanting to attack. The man was around 30, a human male with short hair, an ordinary appearance, and a calm demeanor, lacking any significant features. If one had to say something, it was that his gaze was calm and profound, leaving one with an elusive feeling. His appearance and attire did not resemble that of an intruder, almost devoid of flashy equipment, but rather that of an ordinary person from the real world. Even surrounded by a group of generals, he remained composed, pausing slightly before continuing, "My sudden visit is indeed a bit presumptuous. I hope for your understanding. May I have a few words with the domain lord of Great Wall Watch?" His words were clearly directed at Fong Chen. Who was the domain lord? The generals glared at him with unfriendly expressions, seemingly considering whether to attack again. At that moment, numerous figures began to appear in the surrounding empty space. These were soldiers returning from various branch illusion domains. At this time, there were no enemies left in the branch illusion domains, so they could leave. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 figures filled the square, surrounding the man in layers. Those returning were all units of Great Wall Watch. Those who had come to assist using the beacon smoke feature were left in the branch illusion domains. Faced with the encirclement of nearly 200,000 people, the middle-aged man still waited leisurely for a response. Just then, a voice came from Bai Qi's waist, "General Bai. Give him the communication device." Bai Qi took off the palm-sized conch-shaped device that had made the sound and tossed it to the intruder. The other party smiled faintly and caught it effortlessly. Then, a voice from the conch transmitted Fong Chen's words, "Who exactly are you? And what do you want?" In response to Fong Chen's inquiry, the man cooperatively provided an answer. "My surname is Shen, with the single name Hai. I am a free player. Shun Hai, a very ordinary name. A free player. Does that mean they have nothing to do with those player empires or guilds?" While Fong Chen was secretly analyzing this, a man named Shin Hai continued, "As for my purpose in coming here, it's actually quite simple. I just want to have a chat with you." "A chat?" Fong Chen frowned slightly, exchanging a glance with Zhuge Liang beside him, who also showed a look of confusion in his eyes. He continued to ask, "Why?" Shinhai seemed to answer every question. "Your Great Wall Watch is currently the most famous illusion domain in the entire Blue Star Online game. I'm very curious about how you managed to build such a strong illusion domain in such a short time." His gaze swept over the many generals present, a strange glimmer flickering in his eyes. "Blue Star Online. Ha!" A cold glint flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. "To you, this is just a game world. You are players playing a game. But to us, you are invaders. We are in a real world. This is not a playground for your amusement." Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, Shanhai's lips curled slightly, and he said lightly, "Oh, is that so? Are you so sure that you are not an NPC?" This question had actually been asked countless times when the builders of Blue Star first communicated with the invaders from another world 30 years ago. Many people on Blue Star had even gone mad from this question. Even now, this question remained an obsession, even a mental demon, for some illusion domain builders. Some were driven to extremes by this mental demon and became traitors. They firmly believed that Blue Star was a false game world, that everyone was just an NPC, that everything was fake, and that everything was meaningless, so it would be better to simply destroy it. These traitors were the most terrifying. They did not care for their own lives or for items that could extend their lives, but only wanted to help the invaders from another world destroy this false world. And now, facing this question, Fang Chen also fell silent for a long time. Then, he calmly said, "This question is meaningless. Even if I firmly say that I am not an NPC, you would only think that this is just my data setting." On the other side, listening to the words coming from the conch communicator, Shanhai did not seem surprised. "Oh, you are so sure? Then what if I say, I believe you are not NPCs?" In the conference hall, upon hearing the other party's words, Fang Chen did not show any emotional fluctuations. However, he did not respond to the other party's statement but instead asked somewhat abruptly, "What level are you now?" Shanhai was slightly taken aback, then very cooperatively answered, "I am now over level 90, but in order to challenge your personal illusion domain, I used a special item to temporarily lower my level and all attributes to level 70. Over level 90. Fang Chen's voice came from the conch in Shanhai's hand, clearly carrying a hint of coldness. "To reach over level 90, how many illusion domains have you cleared? How many illusion domain builders have had their lifespans deducted? And how many builders have died after their lifespans were deducted?" Shanhai fell silent for a moment, not answering immediately, but Fang Chen's voice continued to ring out. "Now you tell me you believe we are not NPCs? You believe this place is real? Don't you find it ridiculous?" Shanhai sighed softly and replied, "I'm sorry, I once, indeed treated this world as a virtual game, but as I learned more about this world, I realized we seemed to be wrong." Fang Chen's non-committal voice sounded, "Oh, so what?" Shanhai said seriously, "So, I want to try to do something to make up for this mistake." "Fang Chen, are you trying to say you want to help us fight against other invaders?" "Shanhai, it doesn't necessarily have to be a confrontation. I believe we might find a way to coexist more peacefully without mutual slaughter." In the council chamber, Fang Chen revealed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes and calmly said, "Are you suggesting that we turn the illusion domain into a tourist attraction? Allowing your people to transform this game from a monster hunting and leveling type into a management and leisure type?" Shanhai's voice came from the communication conch in front of him. "Although it's not entirely accurate, it can be understood that way. As long as we can avoid killing, you won't lose any more lifespan. Isn't that good?" "Fang Chen, is the gameplay something you can change?" "Shanhai, how do we know it won't work if we don't try? Even under the existing rules, perhaps we can still find a solution?" Fang Chen fell into a brief silence but did not continue on that topic. Instead, he asked again, "Since you say you believe Blue Star is real, what do you think is going on here?" Shanhai pondered for a moment before answering, "I suspect that the game company used some special method to connect the two worlds, creating a data-driven illusion space between them, disguised as a game, allowing people from both worlds to enter here in a spiritual form to engage in combat." "Fang Chen, then why is there such a huge difference in the death penalties for both sides? And what kind of technology can achieve this? What is the purpose of that so-called game company doing this?" Shanhai said helplessly, I don't know for now. I'm trying to investigate, but in the real world, I'm just an ordinary person with limited abilities. It's difficult to investigate that game company, but I have a few clues now. Give me some time, and perhaps I can find the answer." "Ha!" Fang Chen chuckled lightly, seemingly a bit disappointed. "You say you believe we are not NPCs, but in the end, you still want to this game in a different way with a player mindset." Shanhai raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. "You're only a level 5 illusion domain builder, and you already know about this? Well, it makes sense. You are someone the Huahua family is officially nurturing, so it's not surprising you know these things." Fang Chen seemed a bit impatient. "If you came here just to say this boring nonsense, then we can end it here." Shanhai's gaze flickered slightly as he said, "I know you won't easily believe me, but that's okay, we can take our time." He waved his right hand, and a wooden box the size of a ring box appeared in his hand. Continuing, as a token of sincerity, this is my gift for our meeting. When your level rises higher, we should meet again, and perhaps we can have a proper chat then. He bent down and placed the small wooden box along with the communication conch on the ground, then opened his arms to the gathered generals and said, "All right, you can go ahead and kill me now to end this challenge." As he spoke, he glanced at the killing shadow sword in Bai Chi's hand and added, "But it's best not to use that weapon, its data is too strong, and being killed by it should be quite unpleasant." The generals looked at the enemy, who seemed ready to die, unsure whether to strike, all glancing at the communication device on the ground. They then heard Fang Chen's voice coming from the conch. "What is your game ID?" Shanhai looked at the conch with some confusion and then answered, "It's my name, Shanhai." After 2 seconds of silence, Fang Chen's final command rang out, "Bai Chi, kill him." Shanhai was taken aback, and before he could react, a golden sword light flashed, and a mass of black killing shadows engulfed him. 2 seconds later, his figure transformed into white light and vanished. However, after this person died, he surprisingly did not drop any items. Either he had nothing with him, or he possessed some special means to avoid the penalties of death. Fang Chen leaned more towards the latter. At the same time, a game prompt sounded. Ding! The Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain Defense Battle has been won. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 4%. Illusion Domain Construction Module. Although it was a personal illusion domain challenge and he received an S rating, the rewards were not substantial because there was only one enemy, and the battle process was too simple. Subsequently, the amplification prompt sounded. Even if the item rewards were amplified, there was not much to say, but the experience points did increase to 8%, which was still quite good. After all, it was essentially free. Now, Fang Chen's current experience had reached 97%. Moments later, in the conference hall, Bai Chi handed a small wooden box to Fang Chen, accompanied by renowned doctors like Bian Ke and Hua Tuo. The box had been confirmed by Lu Ban and Moz, and there were no issues. The contents of the box had also been verified by the doctors, and no problems were found. Moreover, the doctors appeared quite excited at this moment. Inside the box was a milky white pill the size of a peanut, emitting a faint purple glow. When Fang Chen picked up the pill, the amplification prompt sounded. Detected item acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. With the prompt, the purple light emanating from the pill in Fang Chen's hand suddenly flickered, changing from light to dark, then from purple to red. From purple perfect grade, it amplified to red epic grade. Item, longevity pill, bound. Type, item, consumable. Quality, epic, red. Effect, increases lifespan by 10 years upon use. Note 1, cannot cure diseases or injuries. Note 2, can live 10 more years. Are you happy? Upon seeing the information about this pill, Fang Chen couldn't help but reveal an uncontrollable expression of surprise. It was actually a lifespan increasing item. Such an item truly existed. Ever since the Invader named Heavenly Dragon Ascendant announced that there were items that could extend life, it had been a hot topic on Blue Star, directly leading to the emergence of many new traders. However, before today, Fang Chen had never seen any concrete information about such items, not even from the National Official Intelligence Network. And now, an invader had actually delivered such an item directly into Fang Chen's hands. Fang Chen simply couldn't understand the other party's intentions. Did they want to buy him off with this longevity pill? If that was the case, it would be too naive. They shouldn't be that foolish. Could it really be as they said, just a pure meeting gift? Fang Chen didn't believe they were truly that kind-hearted. No matter how sweetly they spoke, Fang Chen remained skeptical, because there was already a precedent. Previously, Fang Chen only understood from the perspective of ordinary citizens, knowing that after the great catastrophe 30 years ago, there was indeed a time when a group of players believed this was the real world. But later, such people became fewer and fewer. As for more specific information, Fang Chen did not know. However, recently, after contacting the officials, he learned more from Xiang Dongfeng. There indeed used to be a group of players who had deeper contact and communication with the illusion domain builders on Blue Star, expressing their willingness to help Blue Star stop this so-called game that was completely unfair, especially the death penalty. However, later on, some of those people mysteriously disappeared, reportedly having quit the game. some gradually changed their views, ultimately treating this place as a game world, considering all the words and actions of the Blue Star humans merely as game code settings. Others who insisted on helping the Blue Star were eventually discovered to be merely acting. Their previous actions were just tests of the intelligence level of these NPCs from the Blue Star, playing this game from another angle, even treating it as a hidden mission. At that time, many illusion domain builders were severely deceived, and several small nations were even destroyed as a result. Since then, the illusion domain builders on the Blue Star have dared not trust anything said by the invaders except for the traitors. Even now, there remains a group of invaders who are studying the deepest secrets of this game. They are not only trying to conquer the illusion domain but also wish to conquer the inner world in other ways. For instance, as Shinhai mentioned before, they want to stop the two sides from continuing to slaughter each other and change the illusion domain challenges into a peaceful mode. But essentially, they still regard the humans of the Blue Star as NPCs, treating this place as a game world. Perhaps, in comparison, the so-called peace mode does seem a bit better than the current slaughter mode. But still, the question remains, can the invaders' words be trusted? In any case, Fong Chen does not dare to. Although Bao Zhang was also present at the scene, he could not determine the truth of Shinhai's words. Bao Zhang's court domain is powerful, but it has its limitations and can only be used on the illusion domain builders of the Blue Star, because only the people of the Blue Star can distinguish between loyalty and treachery. How can the otherworldly invaders discern their loyalty and treachery? However, Fong Chen does not care about the truth of what the other party said, because what he wants is not that kind of false peace. 30 years of invasion cannot simply be counted as over just by stopping the slaughter. Think of those who sacrificed for the fate of the flower-planting nation's illusion domain. Think of his deceased parents. Think of the national heroes who were insulted and died not long ago. At the very least, Fong Chen is unwilling. He will continue to move towards his ultimate goal in his heart and will not be swayed by the words of an unknown invader or a mere longevity pill. However, this longevity pill in front of him can be utilized. Although it has already been bound, Fong Chen does not intend to consume it himself. He handed the pill over to several divine doctors. He asked them to study it and see if they could come up with a prescription to replicate it, although it would definitely be quite difficult. But, how would he know if he didn't try? Even if these divine doctors are not enough now, he can recruit more in the future and find more related units from the affiliated illusion domains to help, especially when the Great Wall Watch becomes the national fortune illusion domain. Gathering the strength of the entire flower-planting nation, there might really be hope for development. If they could mass-produce longevity pills, just thinking about it excites Fong Chen. But all of this is for later. What he needs to do now is to continue to upgrade and grow stronger honestly. Oh, and there's one more thing. Fong Chen focused his thoughts and took out a palm-sized jade token from his inventory. Assassin's Pursuit Order. Ever since the first name, Heavenly Dragon Ascendant, was written down, the assassination target section of the Assassin's Pursuit Order has never been empty. After the Heavenly Dragon Ascendant was killed and returned to the novice village, Fong Chen has been updating the assassination targets according to a list compiled by someone online, which included invaders who had once insulted and provoked the flower-planting nation. By now, several people have already been sent back to the novice village. Now, Fong Chen changed the target name of the Assassin's Pursuit Order to Shinhai. Target designation successful. A prompt box popped up on the virtual screen. Fong Chen looked at Jingku, who nodded slightly in response. It cannot be ruled out that the person might have used someone else's name, which needs to be confirmed by Jingku and Zhuanzhu when the other party enters the illusion domain next time. Fong Chen was not only aiming to assassinate the opponent, because if the opponent was truly at a level of over 90, even if Jingku and Zhuangzhu attacked together, they might not succeed in the assassination. However, as long as they could track the opponent, the two of them could follow and perhaps investigate some useful intelligence. Thus, today's unexpected incident came to a temporary conclusion. Fong Chen returned to the hillside where he had been earlier and saw that Dagun's equipment had already been consumed halfway. He continued his work on the assembly line enhancement. The affiliated builders gathered again in the large square or the forge, each engaged in their own tasks. They were unaware of what had happened earlier. After utilizing the characteristics of beacon fire and smoke to support, they hadn't even seen the enemy's shadow before hearing the game prompt announcing the victory of the support battle. The rewards were not much, but it was a true white bonus. Although they had many curiosities and questions about this enemy, since Fong Chen did not speak, they did not ask further. Time quickly passed to the next day. Fang Chen arrived at the illusion domain space early as usual, first tossing 2 pieces of red epic equipment into the equipment reforge furnace to test his luck. But unfortunately, he still didn't get any gold. He truly doubted whether the luck value of Absolute Cliff Pendant plus 99 was real. After practicing in the large square with a group of generals, Fang Chen returned to his workstation to begin the assembly line enhancement work. As time slowly passed, more and more people gathered in the large square. The affiliated builders also arrived one after another, some gathering in the forge, while others practiced combat in the large square. While enhancing equipment, Fang Chen occasionally glanced at a certain spot on the side of the large square, his expression revealing a hint of anticipation. There, a group of strong soldiers, under the command of the 2 masters Lu Ban and Moz, were erecting large pillars. Zhuge Liang was also there, occasionally speaking with Lu Ban and Moz. A long-planned project by Master Lu Ban was about to be completed. Fang Chen was quite looking forward to it. As evening approached, Fang Chen did not wait for the completion of the project from Master Lu Ban and the others. Instead, he first awaited the cooldown time of the guerrilla support order to end. Naturally, the boss guerrilla team went out for another excursion. He didn't know which lucky illusion domain builder had received the opportunity for this heavenly troops, but within less than a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen heard the game prompt announcing the victory of the support mission. Experience reward plus 1%, and after enhancement plus 2%. Looking at the 99% upgrade experience on his personal information page, Fang Chen felt somewhat speechless. He hated this progress number the most, especially when downloading learning videos. Buzz, just as Fang Chen was silently complaining, he suddenly felt a strange vibration. He looked up to see a thick red divine light shooting up into the sky from a corner of the large square. It worked? Fang Chen was instantly overjoyed and immediately thought of teleporting directly to Master Lu Ban and the others. He couldn't wait to ask, "Master, did it succeed?" "Mission accomplished," Master Lu Ban replied with a smile. "Thanks to the assistance of Moz and Kong Ming, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to complete it so quickly on my own." This project had been in preparation since he arrived not long ago. But initially, it was just him working alone, so it was relatively slow. Later, with Moz joining, the efficiency increased significantly, and when Zhuge Liang also arrived, the speed picked up again. Zhuge Liang also understood a thing or two about the mechanism puppet technique. After all, he was the one who created the wooden bull and flowing horse. At this moment, the celestial phenomenon dissipated, revealing before Fang Chen a stone pillar formation covering an area of about 100 zhang in circumference. Each of those pillars was as thick as 2 people embracing and over 10 meters high, engraved with various mysterious runes and patterns, emitting a faint red light, arranged in a peculiar formation. Building these stone pillars consumed a considerable amount of construction modules and equipment modules, all of which were of red epic quality. Fang Chen stepped forward and raised his right hand to press against the nearest stone pillar. Name, Flower Transplanting Array, Bound. Type, Special Facility. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect 1. When other personal illusion domains of the affiliated country are challenged, there is a certain probability of replacing the challenged illusion domain. Effect 2. After the challenge ends, the replaced party synchronously receives 30% of the rewards/penalties. Note 1. Challenges conducted during the replacement do not count towards the personal illusion domain's truce period. Note 2. The smaller the level difference with the builder of the challenged illusion domain, the greater the replacement probability. Note 3. Where to go? Come here. Looking at the effect description of this large facility, Fang Chen felt overjoyed. Another shortcut for upgrading, and it's repeatable, with no cooldown. Theoretically, as long as he has enough luck, he could continuously replace others' personal illusion domain challenges, while other illusion domain builders prayed for their domains not to be challenged. Fang Chen was finding ways to invite others in. With this special facility, whenever any personal illusion domain of the flower family was challenged, it could potentially be transferred to Fang Chen. Of course, the exact probability would only be known after trying it out. Fang Chen was filled with anticipation. He subconsciously touched the absolute cliff pendant around his neck, silently urging, "Come on, little brother, give me a hand." Only 1% experience left, and the guerrilla support order had just been used, with several days of cooldown ahead. Before that, triggering either the flower transplanting array or beacon of war would lead to an upgrade. Oh right, or he could try another personal illusion domain challenge. With that thought, Fang Chen actively cancelled his personal illusion domain's truce period. Then, he waited for nearly half the night but didn't get the chance to upgrade. There was nothing to be done but log off and rest. A night without incident. When a new day arrived, Fang Chen began his new day of routine work. Unlike before, he now had a companion. De Gun was always by his side. However, it wasn't out of concern, it was simply because following Fang Chen meant food. As noon approached, ding! Flower transplanting array effect triggered. The replacement target is the mainline illusion domain, Farmhouse Glory, A-level difficulty, builder level LV5. Otherworldly invaders will descend to challenge the Great Wall Watch, personal illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare. The sudden game prompt made Fang Chen's expression brighten. Ding! The mainline characteristic Beacon of War of Great Wall Watch has been triggered. All affiliated illusion domains can support this battle. The subsequent prompt made Fang Chen feel even more delighted. The personal illusion domain challenge brought by the flower transplanting array could actually trigger the Beacon of War characteristic. At the same time, a group of affiliated builders also heard the prompt for the Beacon of War trigger. Ha! Here it comes again. Wow! So fast. Someone is challenging Great Wall Watch again. How dare they? It seems like it's not a formal challenge. Look over there. The flower transplanting array has triggered. It's a replacement challenge. So that's it. This facility is surprisingly useful. It can even link up. How awesome is that? Ha ha ha. Whether it's a formal challenge or a replacement, we can still snag rewards. Hee hee hee. So comfortable. Let's go. Let's get ready. The crowd excitedly discussed for half a minute, then hurried back to their personal illusion domains to prepare to use the Beacon of War characteristic for support to snag rewards. Meanwhile, in the main storyline of the Rural Glory Illusion Realm, a young woman with a gentle appearance is nervously waiting. She is the architect of this illusion realm, named He Zhao. Soon, the countdown ends, and as He Zhao closely monitors several sub-illusion realms with a god's perspective to check on the enemy's distribution, she suddenly freezes. Where are the people? The countdown clearly ended, but the other worldly invaders have not appeared. He Zhao is filled with questions, feeling somewhat at a loss. On the other side, in several sub-illusion realms of Great Wall Watch, hundreds of beams of light descend simultaneously. In the Three Kingdoms Battle Illusion Realm, as the light dissipates, a group of otherworldly invaders appears, but they are all dumbfounded, wearing expressions as if they have seen a ghost, because when they arrived, they heard the game prompt. The content is very terrifying. Everyone looks at each other, and after a while, someone stammers, "Did I hear wrong? I think I heard the game prompt say this is the sub-illusion realm Three Kingdoms Battle of Great Wall Watch. I heard it too. No way. Is this not my auditory hallucination? What a joke. Didn't I use a ticket for an A-level personal illusion realm? How could I end up in the S-level hell difficulty Great Wall Watch? Exactly. This is not scientific. There must be some mistake. Is the matching system bugged? It could be an illusion. We might have fallen into an illusion as soon as we entered. The prompt is fake. Yes, that's possible. An illusion? But I don't feel anything. Does anyone have skills or items to break illusions? My equipment has illusion resistance, but I haven't noticed any problems. A group of people is chattering anxiously. Each one as restless as ants on a hot pan. Just then, one person points ahead and says, "By the way, are those people also an illusion?" The others look forward and see a troop of about 1,000 soldiers charging towards them. Leading them are several armored generals who look formidable. The one running at the front has a face like a heavy jujube, a long beard flowing, wielding a large broadsword, and riding a dragon-headed warhorse covered in green scales. This is Guan Yu's first battle after obtaining the green dragon steed, so he is quite eager. As the group of invaders hesitates whether this is an illusion, the green dragon steed has already charged right in front of them in the blink of an eye. With a swing of the green dragon crescent blade, a chorus of screams erupts, and various colored light orbs explode everywhere. There is no suspense in the battle at all. The few fierce generals who lagged behind didn't even get a chance to fight. Meanwhile, in other sub-illusion realms, the situation is similar. On the other side, in the Rural Glory Illusion Realm, He Zhao is still in confusion. Where are the people? Did she just imagine the game master's prompt? Or did the enemy use some special means to evade her god's perspective? Thinking of this, He Zhao is suddenly alarmed. But when she carefully observes all the sub-illusion realms again, she finds that besides not seeing the enemy, Her illusion units are also completely normal. Just as she is puzzled, the game prompt suddenly sounds again. Ding! The defense battle of the rural Glory illusion realm has been won. This mission rating, A. Mission rewards. Listening to the prompt, He Zhao is once again stunned. What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, in the Great Wall Watch illusion realm, Fang Chen also hears the victory game prompt. Ding! The defense battle of the Great Wall Watch illusion realm has been won. This mission rating, S. Task reward, personal experience plus 2%. Illusion domain construction module. Since the replaced illusion domain was only at A-level difficulty, the rewards weren't much. Then the enhancement prompt sounded, and personal experience only increased to 4%. But that was enough. Ding! Illusion domain builder Fang Chen has leveled up to LV6. Gained the talent skill Eye of True Sight, red. The level up prompt followed, and as expected, he gained a new talent skill. Talent skill detected. Random enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Soon, the enhancement prompt arrived as expected. Fang Chen immediately opened his personal information page and saw the newly added talent skill. As expected, the new talent skill had been enhanced to a golden legendary level. Name, Eye of True Sight. Type, talent skill. Quality, legendary, golden. Effect, see the truth. Note, so this is the truth. Looking at the information description of the new talent skill, Fang Chen's expression became somewhat strange. This description was too hasty. See the truth? If taken literally, it seemed like a skill similar to breaking illusion, but was it that simple? Fang Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. He thought for a moment and tentatively used this talent skill. In an instant, he felt a heat in his eyes, and the scenery before him suddenly became blurry, as his eyes were suddenly stimulated, causing tears to flow and blur his vision. At this moment, although he was a spiritual entity, his external appearance was no different from his real body. Before Fang Chen could adapt to this unusual situation, in the next moment, the heat in his eyes suddenly intensified 100-fold. Fang Chen was caught off guard and couldn't help but let out a soft grunt. He felt as if his eyes were soaking in lava, about to be melted. But at the same time, he vaguely saw the world before him suddenly began to twist, with strands of green light flickering. Fang Chen only looked for half a second before instinctively closing his eyes and terminating the skill's use. The burning sensation in his eyes immediately disappeared, but the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Fang Chen leaned against a rock, raised his right hand to his forehead, and gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. After a while, he finally calmed down, muttering in disbelief, "What a joke! This talent skill consumes so much?" He wiped his tears, then blinked a few times before his vision fully returned to normal. Just that brief moment had nearly exhausted his mental power. It was known that he had just leveled up to 6, and his mental power had significantly increased again. Yet it was still like this. The cost of using this Eye of True Sight was even greater than resurrecting Lubu with immortal battle soul. It shouldn't be. Was this talent skill too strong? Or was he too weak? Or was it that the way he used it just now was wrong? As Fang Chen recovered his mental power, he pondered silently. Once his mental power was nearly restored, Fang Chen stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared from the spot. Somewhere on the outskirts of the Grand Square, a group of subordinate builders was discussing the rewards they had just received from using the Beacon of War feature. Just like last time, although they had come to support, they hadn't even had the chance to take action. The challenge had ended. Although the rewards they received weren't much, they were free, and everyone felt delighted, because such opportunities would be plentiful in the future. Just then, Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared, startling everyone. They all greeted him. "Mr. M.O. Mr. M.O., do you have any instructions?" To facilitate communication, Fang Chen had fabricated a surname, and they addressed him as such. In the realm of illusion, Fang Chen had never shown his true face, always wearing a mask to prevent detection, and the subordinate builders all understood that this M.O. surname was definitely fake, just a placeholder. Fang Chen looked at one of the young men and asked, "I remember you have a talent skill in illusion, right?" The subordinate builder named Sean Shi quickly replied, "Yes." Fang Chen said, "Use it on me." "Ah?" Sean Shi was momentarily stunned and said somewhat confused, "Ah, how do I use it? I mean, what kind of illusion does Mr. M.O. want?" Fang Chen replied, "Anything." Oh, all right." Shang-Chi nodded, nervously rubbing his hands, and then activated his talent skill on Fang Chen. In the next second, Fang Chen saw the scene before him distort, and in the blink of an eye, the appearances of the surrounding subordinate builders changed, turning into rotting zombies reaching out their hands towards him. Fang Chen focused his mind and used that eye of true sight again. In the next moment, the scene before him instantly returned to normal, with the group of subordinate builders curiously looking at him, while Shang-Chi was wide-eyed, seemingly struggling to cast his skill. Fang Chen only felt a slight drain on his mental energy. This is more like it. Although Shang-Chi was a level 5 illusion builder, his illusion talent skill was only at the purple perfect level, which was simply insufficient in front of Fang Chen's golden legendary eye of true sight. This skill indeed had the effect of seeing through illusions. To conduct more tests, Fang Chen then had other subordinate builders with illusion or similar talent skills help him try it out one by one. He also had them summon illusion units with similar abilities for further testing. While Fang Chen was testing the new talent skills, a significant stir was caused on the game forum of the otherworldly invaders due to him. First, a player posted that they had encountered the boss gorilla of the Great Wall Watch, and a challenge that could have been won had fallen through. Players had gradually become accustomed to such occurrences, at most sympathizing with the unfortunate ones. However, not long after, another batch of players posted, claiming they encountered a matching bug while challenging the illusion realm. Originally challenging an A-level illusion realm, but unexpectedly ended up in the Great Wall Watch illusion realm. This incident immediately attracted considerable attention from players, and after reading the detailed accounts of those involved, many players were left in disbelief. Under the hottest related post, countless people were arguing fiercely. This must be a bug. How can a low-level ticket match with a high-level illusion realm? Not necessarily. Maybe the Great Wall Watch used some special item? An item that forcibly transfers challenge targets? I've never heard of such an item. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are plenty of new items appearing in this game, but this item is too outrageous. Forcibly transferring challenge targets. How are we supposed to play? Exactly. This is just a random challenge being transferred. What if I finally gathered the specified challenge items, specifically to challenge a familiar illusion realm I had strategized for, and ended up being transferred? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? If it were transferred to another illusion realm of the same level, that would be one thing, but going to the Great Wall Watch? Who can clear that? Isn't that bound to be a loss? It must be a bug. Ever since this Great Wall Watch appeared, there have been a ton of bugs related to it. This Great Wall Watch itself is a bug. The official just responded to the related complaints, saying the data is normal. It's not a bug. Damn. They replied so quickly? Did they even check the back-end data? They wouldn't want to admit this game has bugs, would they? Before, the officials were arrogant, which was fine since this game was far ahead of other virtual reality games, but now it's becoming increasingly distorted. I'm already thinking of quitting. Quitting isn't that easy. Who hasn't poured countless efforts into this game? For many, it's even a job to support their families. Can you really bear to quit? I just want to know if that special item is a one-time consumable or a sustainable one. Can anyone give a clear answer? It's the first time I've heard of it. Who knows? I hope it's a one-time use. If it's reusable, then what? Having a randomly appearing boss gorilla squad is already enough of a headache. If there's another sustainable challenge to intercept, how are we supposed to play? Exactly. I just want to grind in other fantasy realms and don't want to provoke the Great Wall Guardian, but I still can't escape its clutches. This is too frustrating. The main issue is that the penalty for failing the Great Wall Guardian challenge is too exaggerated. Just a bit of bad luck and you're bankrupt. It's completely unreasonable. This game is really becoming unplayable. Anyway, I'm no longer grinding in the Flower family's fantasy realm. I can't afford to provoke it. The designated country challenge items also cost money, and using them every time adds up. Spending a bit more is better than encountering the Great Wall Guardian and getting killed back to the newbie village, right? Breaking news! The Great Wall Guardian's fantasy realm builder level has risen to LV6. Ha! It leveled up so quickly? How long has it been? There's no way it levels up this fast. And they say it's not a bug. Level 6 means there will be another side fantasy realm? Maybe it's already in the Undefined Fantasy Realm library. Oh no! The Undefined Fantasy Realm library can't be refreshed anymore. The Empire Alliance will definitely issue a bounty again. Actually, it might be worth a shot. If you're lucky, you can earn quite a bit. I just want to know when those big shot players will take action. Hurry up and take down the Great Wall Guardian, or else we really can't play. It should be soon. I've heard that a 200,000 strong army of level 70 elite players is almost assembled in the fantasy realm space of the Great Wall Guardian. After a busy half-day, Fang Chen finally had a rough idea of the situation with the true sight eye. This skill can see through the truth, including but not limited to illusions, strong light interference, darkness concealment, stealth techniques, disguise methods, and so on. Although it has no attack effect, it is indeed a very useful auxiliary skill. Ding! You have received a visitation notice from the Heroes Gathering, Fantasy Realm. Please check it. As Fang Chen finished testing his new talent skill and prepared to return to his assembly line job, he suddenly heard the game prompt. He raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and teleported to a tea room used for meetings, then directly agreed to visit Xiang Dongfeng. The next second, Xiang Dongfeng's figure appeared. He wore a smile and said, "Congratulations on leveling up to 6 so quickly." Fang Chen was not polite and directly said, "I still need you to give me a fantasy realm scroll." Leveling up to 6 means he can open a new side fantasy realm, but until now, Fang Chen still hadn't received a fantasy realm scroll from the rewards. This could no longer be described as bad luck. Fang Chen clearly felt something was off, but no one could give him an answer. Fortunately, with the Flower family officials around, he wasn't afraid of lacking fantasy realm scrolls. Xiang Dongfeng smiled and said, "I've prepared them long ago." Saying this, he waved his right hand and directly took out 2 fantasy realm scrolls emitting a red glow, handing them to Fang Chen. "Take a look at these 2 and see if they are suitable. If not, we can prepare others for you." Fang Chen reached out to take it, and as soon as it was in his hand, he directly stored it in the illusion domain space. His gaze flickered slightly, and he nodded, saying, "That's enough. Thank you." Xiang Dongfeng smiled and said, "No need to be polite. If you need anything else, just let me know anytime." Fang Chen nodded. "Is the next batch of subordinate builders ready?" Xiang Dongfeng flipped his hand and took out a document to hand over. "I was just waiting for you to ask. Take a look and choose. Once confirmed, you can call them over anytime." Fang Chen took the document and flipped through it briefly. All the candidates were outstanding among the 6th level illusion domain builders. Official matters have always been this reliable. Afterward, the 2 chatted for a moment, confirming the time for the next official internal grand review. Before Xiang Dongfeng took his leave, Fang Chen then teleported alone to an empty area in the mainline space. He summoned his item bar, his gaze landing on 2 illusion domain scrolls radiating red light. To give Fang Chen an additional choice, the officials had directly provided him with 2 red epic level illusion domain scrolls this time. After amplification, although they did not reach the golden legendary level, the colors of both scrolls had deepened significantly, with one even reaching a deep red. In fact, if Fang Chen were a bit more selfish, he could have asked the officials for more red illusion domain scrolls, and perhaps he could amplify one to a golden legendary level. However, since amplification would forcibly bind them, it would waste many precious red epic level scrolls. Those were red epic level scrolls, coveted by countless illusion domain builders, and Fang Chen could not afford to waste them. Moreover, the officials were not wealthy. If Fang Chen asked for one more, it could potentially weaken another illusion domain builder who would then face greater danger against the challenges of interdimensional invaders due to having one less red epic level illusion domain. Furthermore, the red epic level side illusion domains were already sufficient. There was no need to be overly fixated on the golden legendary level. For instance, the side illusion domain, Battle of Zhuolu, although it was golden legendary, did not currently exhibit combat power superior to several other red epic level side illusion domains. This was because there were no resources to develop the legendary powerful combat capabilities. To get back on track, Fang Chen had already reviewed the situation of the 2 red epic level illusion domain scrolls, with a thought. He took out the one with the deeper color. Name, Strange Tales from Liuzhai, bound. Type, Illusion Domain Scroll. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, open the Liuzhai illusion domain and recruit relevant units to fight for you. Note, God, Immortal, Demon, Devil, Ghost, Monster, Human. Can you tell them apart? There was no doubt that this was a fantasy-type illusion domain. Although it was only red epic level, it might still have powerful combat units comparable to golden legendary levels. Fang Chen then directly used this illusion domain scroll. Illusion domain scroll Strange Tales from Liuzhai used successfully. Compatibility with the mainline illusion domain, 100% binding of side illusion domain, Strange Tales from Liuzhai, completed. With the game prompt, the scroll in Fong Chen's hand disappeared, and a blueprint of the illusion domain appeared in his mind. The area was not smaller than several other side illusion domains. Fong Chen used the construction module to directly build the entire basic map of the illusion domain in one go. The originally blank space around him suddenly transformed into mountains, rivers, forests, and various buildings. Ding! Your side illusion domain, Strange Tales from Liuzhai, construction progress has exceeded 30% and has entered the undecided level illusion domain library. Players may come to challenge at any time. Please build your illusion domain as soon as possible. The game prompt sounded again. Fong Chen summoned his item bar and used the recruitment orders in his inventory. The 4 red side illusion domain general recruitment orders he had previously saved were originally intended for the 3 Kingdoms Chronicles illusion domain to gather a few more bonds, but now they were just right to be used for the new illusion domain. However, Fong Chen was unsure whether this general recruitment order was applicable in this supernatural fantasy realm, so he tentatively used one. A white mist surged before him, and then heavy footsteps gradually approached, revealing a towering figure. This person stood nearly 2 meters tall, clad in heavy armor, wielding a long-handled giant axe, with 4 similar axes sheathed on his back. His face was pale and grim, devoid of any vitality. After stepping out, he knelt on one knee and performed a salute to Fong Chen, but did not speak. It seemed he could not speak. Fong Chen, who was recruiting such units for the first time, felt quite curious and carefully examined the figure, quickly recognizing his identity. He was the strongest ghost general under the Black Mountain Old Demon in the derivative film work of the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio series, a Chinese ghost story, capable of battling Yin Qixia for over 100 rounds and even severely injuring him. Indeed, this could be considered a general unit, although he was a minor villain in the original work. In this fantasy realm, he was Fong Chen's subordinate, so there was nothing to fear. Fong Chen allowed him to rise and then asked him to wait aside. He then used the remaining 3 Red Branch Realm General recruitment orders together. Soon, 3 more figures emerged from the white mist. The first recruited ghost general was already quite bizarre, but the next 3 were even more exaggerated. One of them stood over 2 meters tall, although it had a human shape. Its entire body was grotesquely twisted, resembling a bloated, decaying, distorted giant corpse. Or rather, it was indeed a living corpse. This was also a minor boss from the Chinese Ghost Stories series. The other 2 looked identical, both nearly 3 meters tall, although they were also humanoid. They had a single horn on their heads, massive blood-red mouths, crimson eyes, green faces with sharp fangs, and were covered in thick gray fur, with long, sharp claws for limbs. Fong Chen searched his mind and quickly matched them to a certain entity from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, Mountain Demon Ghost. After these 3 units appeared, they also only saluted Fong Chen without speaking. This was not a strange situation, most ghostly units behaved this way. There were also some units in the affiliated fantasy realms that could speak, while others could not. Ghosts and monsters were a vast category, with many different classifications beneath it, each with distinct characteristics, habits, personalities, and intelligence levels. Although the 4 general units before Fong Chen did not speak and had fierce gazes, there was a spark of humanity in their eyes, indicating they were not lacking in intelligence. At the very least, they could easily understand what Fong Chen said to them. Then, Fong Chen used 20,000 branch realm exclusive soldier recruitment orders all at once. A large expanse of white mist surged, followed by gusts of cold wind that whipped the mist into a frenzy, accompanied by the sounds of ghostly wails. Truly, in a supernatural realm, even army recruitment had its unique flair. Soon, as the mist dissipated, 20,000 figures appeared before Fong Chen. They were likely matched to the recently recruited general units. This batch of 10,000 soldier units consisted of 5,000 armored ghost soldiers, 10,000 mountain demon little ghosts with green faces and sharp fangs, and 5,000 ordinary human-shaped living corpses that looked withered. Looking at these bizarre units, Fong Chen pondered, was there still a need to bring them back to the mainline space for a science lesson? They were different from the historical reality units before, although they pledged loyalty to Fong Chen, the domain master. It would be difficult for them to understand what it meant to fight to protect Huaxia. Ding! The effect of the flower moving and wood connecting array is triggered. This time, the replacement object is the fantasy realm, Battle of Wolf Tooth Mountain. Unranked, Builder level LV5. The invaders from another world will arrive to challenge the strange tales from a Chinese studio, Illusion Realm in 100 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Just then, the sudden game prompt interrupted Fang Chen's thoughts. He was secretly astonished. The flower moving and wood shifting formation can actually replace even the fixed level challenges? The effect description doesn't seem to specify that it can only replace formal challenges. However, this new side quest Illusion Realm has just been opened, and triggering the flower moving and wood shifting formation effect so quickly still surprised Fang Chen. Upon reflection, it was probably because there were more challenges in the undefined level Illusion Realm library, making it easier to trigger the replacement effect. However, since it was only a fixed level challenge in a side quest Illusion Realm, the beacon fire and wolf smoke effect did not trigger. Fang Chen looked at the fierce and terrifying army of ghosts before him, clapped his hands, and said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." The ghost generals and shadow soldiers stood at attention, their armor clashing, exuding an impressive aura, surprisingly displaying good military discipline. The mountain demons and zombie army let out roars, appearing quite excited. Although they had just arrived and had not yet received their equipment, a mere fixed-level challenge was naturally not a problem. There was no need for tactics like troop deployment. Fang Chen leisurely led the group of ghostly soldiers, waiting for the enemy's arrival. Soon, the countdown ended, and 1,000 streams of light descended in an instant onto the open ground not far ahead. As the light dissipated, 1,000 invaders appeared, clearly a randomly matched ragtag team. Fang Chen had seen their reactions after their arrival many times before. 1,000 people. It's over. It's the new side quest Illusion Realm of Great Wall Watch. When did Great Wall Watch get a new side quest Illusion Realm? Haven't you checked the forum? The builders of Great Wall Watch just leveled up to level 6 today. I didn't know, but how could they finish a new side quest Illusion Realm so quickly after just leveling up? It's not strange to finish a new side quest Illusion Realm quickly. What's strange is that we ran into it so soon. What terrible luck. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought my equipment. There are so many Illusion Realms in the undefined level library. So many people farming. Why did it have to be us who encountered this one? Stop talking useless nonsense. This might be an opportunity. The Empire Alliance has already issued a bounty. If we bring back first-hand information, we can earn a lot of rewards. But what if we drop too many levels? That would be terrible. Now that we're here, what's the point of saying this? We won't drop levels, will we? Exactly. Since that's the case, we might as well think about how to gather more intelligence to take back. The game prompt just said this Illusion Realm is called Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Can we deduce what type of Illusion Realm it is? I'm not very familiar with the background setting of the flower planting family, but since it's Strange Tales, could it be a supernatural type of Illusion Realm? Isn't Great Wall Watch a historical reality type of Illusion Realm? Can it even accommodate supernatural side quest Illusion Realms? How would I know? A group of people chattered. Some panicked, while others remained relatively calm. Although the entire team was in disarray, it had not completely collapsed. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Be careful, there's something ahead." Everyone jumped in shock and looked forward, only to see a large area of white mist suddenly rising on the originally ordinary grassland, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind. Amidst the howling wind, there seemed to be ghostly wails that sent chills down their spines. This mist is strange. Quick, use wind-type skills to disperse the mist. Watch your formation. Tanks stand outside. Squishies move in. Prepare for battle. Those with buff skills, hurry and apply them. There's something in the mist. Be careful. A piercing scream echoed, and the outermost tank player was cleaved in half along with his shield. The ghost general wielding a giant axe charged directly into the enemy ranks, followed by a large group of pale-faced specters. At the same time, from another direction, screams erupted as a massive living corpse, like a small mountain, roared into the crowd, grabbing an invader and stuffing him directly into its mouth, biting him to death. Behind it were thousands of swaying, emaciated corpses, clawing and lunging at the invaders. In another direction, 2 mountain-dwelling demons also charged into the enemy ranks, unleashing carnage, while 10,000 smaller demons rushed toward the invaders. 20,000 against 1,000, in terms of sheer numbers, the invaders were completely overwhelmed. Not to mention the disparity in strength, just a few commanders could easily take on 100 foes. Even the lower-tier units, when attacked by a group of players, suffered minimal damage. They were significantly different from human soldier units. As supernatural entities, they inherently possessed a strong damage resistance, and might not even feel pain. Even if their bodies were pierced or limbs severed, they could still continue fighting. What the hell? These are all supernatural monsters. This is way different from the previous side quests in The Great Wall Watch. Does anyone have skills or items that target supernatural creatures? Hurry up and use them. It's useless. There are too many enemies. Then damn it, at least use something. If you don't, God help us. Please don't let us lose too many levels. Wait. Even if I die, I don't want to be eaten. A series of chilling screams echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by the eerie sounds of countless monsters biting and chewing. Ding! The defense battle of the Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio has been won. Task rating, S. Task rewards, personal experience plus 2%. New domain characteristic, supernatural home ground, purple. When all the invaders were eliminated, Fong Chen heard the game prompt, slightly surprised that he received a domain characteristic right after completing the first ranking challenge. Meanwhile, somewhere in Huahua's homeland, a lucky player had unwittingly completed a domain ranking challenge and scored a batch of rewards. Subsequently, Fong Chen heard the amplification prompt, with personal experience boosted to plus 4%, and the new domain characteristic unsurprisingly upgraded to Red Epic, while other item rewards were rather ordinary and need not be elaborated on. Name, Supernatural Home Ground. Type, Domain Characteristic. Affiliated Domain, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, all attributes of our supernatural units are increased by 100%, while all attributes of enemy non-supernatural units are reduced by 30%. Note, this is our home ground. Let the monsters and demons have a blast. Fong Chen glanced at the characteristic effect. It was a standard specific unit enhancement effect. Quite good. In the next guild domain battle, those supernatural affiliated domains could be arranged into this side domain. Fong Chen estimated that completing the ranking of this new side domain quickly in the short term should be no problem. Firstly, there was the flower transplanting formation to assist, and secondly, the otherworldly invaders might also help voluntarily. Meanwhile, on the side of the otherworldly invaders, the players who had just died in Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio immediately reported the matter to the Empire Alliance, seeking a bounty. Some also posted on the game forum, and the incident quickly attracted a lot of attention. Upon receiving the intelligence, the Empire Alliance convened an emergency meeting once again. Indeed, the sixth side domain has already been opened. The speed is truly impressive. With the strong support of the Flower family officials behind him, of course, he immediately opened a new branch illusion domain after the upgrade. However, what I care more about is that he just opened the branch illusion domain, and he actually fought the first ranking challenge so quickly. That's right, it seems our previous speculation was correct. He indeed has some means to increase the matching probability. In that case, it seems we won't be able to delay until the next guild illusion domain battle. We can't delay. Those free players won't all listen to us. There will always be some reckless ones who will challenge the unranked illusion domain. Rather than letting them waste the opportunity to scout, we might as well send our own people, and we might gather some more intelligence. Sigh, it seems we have no choice. Humph, he can only be arrogant for a few more days. Even if he opens the sixth branch illusion domain, so what? Those level 80 veteran players are already well prepared. It won't be long before he knows what it's like to have an illusion domain destroyed. I hope this time it really succeeds. Why do I feel like something is missing? Don't worry, that crow's mouth didn't get an invitation to this meeting. In the Great Wall Watch illusion domain, Fong Chen ultimately treated them the same, bringing all those ghostly armies into the main illusion domain space to meet with the other colleagues. However, even with the rich welcoming experience of Bai Qi and the others, they couldn't take on this welcoming task this time. The previous Battle of Zhuolu, Beast Legion was already tricky enough, and now with this group of demons and monsters, it was indeed a bit difficult for General Bai Qi. Moreover, these ghostly armies didn't seem very interested in communicating with others and quickly returned to the Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio illusion domain. Fong Chen didn't bother with them anymore. After all, everyone's permissions were the same, and they could go wherever they liked without being forced. Ding! The otherworldly invaders will descend to challenge the Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Fong Chen had just returned to the assembly line when he heard the game prompt again. This challenge was not transferred from the flower tree transfer array. Fan Chen's actions paused slightly before he continued to amplify. He was too lazy to go to the branch illusion domain since the ghostly armies were all there, and he just needed to give them a command. Soon, the countdown ended. 1,000 other worldly invaders descended into the strange tales from a Chinese studio, illusion domain. From their formation and equipment, it was clear they were not a randomly matched ragtag team but a well-prepared regular army. Fan Chen confirmed his suspicion. The Player Empire Alliance had indeed taken action. However, whether it was a ragtag team or a professional team, the outcome of this mere 1,000-person ranked challenge would be the same. In no time, these 1,000 people were eliminated by the ghostly armies. However, they didn't leave empty-handed. At least they successfully gathered some intelligence about new features. After the victory reward from this second ranked challenge, Fan Chen's personal experience points increased by another 4% after amplification, while the rest were still the usual resources like a small amount of construction modules, equipment modules, and branch warrior recruitment orders. Fan Chen looked at the time. It was already evening. Just as he was considering whether to log off for dinner, the game prompt sounded again. Ding! The other worldly invaders will descend to challenge the strange tales from a Chinese studio, illusion domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare. Their efficiency over there is quite good. So let's finish this before going to eat. Soon, the third batch of players descended into the strange tales from a Chinese studio, illusion domain. Again, it was 1,000 well-equipped otherworldly invaders. As soon as they appeared, they acted even faster than the surrounding ghostly armies, shouting and rushing in one direction. It seems he wanted to break through and explore more information about this map. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. In front of an army of 20,000 monsters, a mere 1,000 could not stir up any waves. Soon, when the last invader fell, Fan Chen heard the game prompt indicating the defense mission was complete. This time, after the rewards were amplified, his personal experience increased by 5%, and he also received a deep red mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order and a light red side quest illusion domain special evil spirit recruitment order. The latter was the first time he had obtained this type of recruitment order, clearly because the side quest illusion domain Strange Tales from a Chinese studio had appeared. Ding! The side quest illusion domain, Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, has been rated. Rating, S-level normal difficulty. Then, Fan Chen heard the rating result prompt. The rated, Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, side quest illusion domain officially joined, Great Wall Watch. However, even with the addition of an S-level normal difficulty side quest illusion domain, the personal illusion domain level of Great Wall Watch did not change. It remained at S-level hell difficulty. Fan Chen put away the newly amplified red epic equipment in his hand, then stood up and used the 2 red special recruitment orders he had just received from the rewards in his item bar. Of course, he chose to use the side quest illusion domain special evil spirit recruitment order in the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, illusion domain. Soon, white mist surged before Fan Chen, and 2 figures emerged from it. On the left was a middle-aged man with a beard, dressed in simple clothes, carrying a sword sheath, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding righteousness. On the right was a young woman in white, with long hair like a waterfall, skin as smooth as cream, and stunning beauty. The man and woman approached Fan Chen, one clasping his fists and the other bowing, each introducing themselves. Yan Qixia, I greet the domain master. Nye Xiaoqian, I greet the domain master. Fan Chen's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He never expected that the rewards from a new side quest illusion domain rating challenge would bring such a big surprise. These 2 are popular characters from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Nye Xiaoqian is famous for her stunning beauty, and although she is an evil spirit, she has a kind heart. Her strength is not very strong. At least, compared to Yan Qixia, she is far behind. Yan Qixia is a cultivator. This was Fan Chen's first time recruiting such special units. Clearly, because of the addition of the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, side quest illusion domain, the probability of recruiting related units increased when using the mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order. Not knowing how strong Yan Qixia's combat power was, Fan Chen was very much looking forward to his performance in the next guild illusion domain battle. After greeting the 2, Fan Chen took them to the main square and handed them over to others for reception. He then left the illusion domain space and returned to the real world for dinner. While eating, he even remembered to take out the stack of documents given by Xiang Dongfeng to read while he ate. He didn't even know when he had become so busy. It seemed he hadn't even stepped out of the door for many days. There was no way around it. Whenever he wanted to relax, someone would always bring him greater pressure. This time, it was the otherworldly invader named Shinhai. After upgrading to a level 6 illusion domain builder, Fang Chen's guild illusion domain could once again recruit 100 subordinate builders, with a level cap of 6, to maximize the strength of the guild illusion domain. All of these new 100 subordinate builders naturally had to be level 6. For an ordinary civilian guild illusion domain, it would be difficult to recruit 100 level 6 subordinate builders at once. But for Fang Chen, who had the backing of the official, he didn't even need to worry about it. The official had prepared a candidate list of over 200, all of whom were elites among level 6 illusion domain builders. As a level 6 illusion domain builder, I already possess considerable strength. With the addition of these 100 subordinate builders, the power of the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain will significantly increase. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Fang Chen used a visitation card to arrive at the Heroes Gathering, illusion domain of Xiang Dongfeng. It was still that familiar tea room. After a brief greeting, Fang Chen summoned Bao Zhang and his professional team, just like last time. Then, it was time for Bao Zhang to showcase his achievements. First, there was a review of a list of official internal personnel that Xiang Dongfeng had already prepared, totaling several hundred people, and one traitor was identified. Next, the more than 200 prospective subordinate builders were examined in groups of 10 in the public hall domain, and no traitors were found. Clearly, after the previous cleanup, the official internal personnel were now much cleaner. After the review, Fang Chen took Bao Zhang's team back to the Great Wall Watch illusion domain space. He then sent out invitations for the selected 100 people to join the guild's illusion domain. The Ensure Rebellion has accepted your invitation and has become a subordinate illusion domain of Great Wall Watch, with a domain compatibility of 100%. The Ping'an campaign has accepted your invitation and has become a subordinate illusion domain of Great Wall Watch. The Yuyang Miscellany has accepted your invitation and has become, the Huangchao Uprising has accepted your invitation. The Chishui Battle, basically. As soon as the invitations were sent out, they were accepted. In the Grand Square, figures kept appearing before Fang Chen, and in the various blank areas of the main illusion domain space of Great Wall Watch, blurred phantoms representing those subordinate illusion domains integrating into the guild kept emerging. After a moment, all 100 newly joined level 6 subordinate builders were present. Everyone couldn't help but curiously examine the legendary Great Wall Watch illusion domain, their eyes occasionally revealing expressions of amazement. Next came the relatively lengthy process of getting to know each other. Just the self-introductions of these 100 people took quite some time, and discussing the specifics of their personal illusion domains and how various illusion domain units should be arranged was an even larger project. Fortunately, Fang Chen didn't have to worry about this, because he also had a professional team. Zhuge Liang had already drafted a set of procedures, categorizing them by illusion domain type, illusion domain unit type, specialties, and so on, with different generals responsible for the initial acceptance and understanding, then summarizing and feeding back to Zhuge Liang, who would finally make specific allocations and arrangements. In the following days, the entire Great Wall Watch illusion domain was bustling with activity. The foundries, pharmacies, and clothing workshops were all working overtime to produce equipment and medicines. Fortunately, many of the newly added subordinate illusion domains also had professionals in these areas, and after joining, the work efficiency of all departments greatly improved. The subordinate builders were also taking the time to deepen their understanding of each other and cultivate cooperative synergy. Zhuge Liang assigned the understood branch illusion domain armies to various generals, allowing them to start training together and familiarize themselves with military formations. Some subordinate illusion domains or units that were not suitable for military formations were arranged into different combinations. Everyone was very busy. Fang Chen was no exception. He had been tirelessly tightening screws, amplifying, on the assembly line without stopping. Sometimes he would even personally help out in the logistics department. For example, the equipment for Yan Qixia was crafted by him using heroic spirit possession to channel Master Oyezi. Additionally, the remaining 30,000 Red Branch Illusion Domain Warrior recruitment orders had all been used by Fang Chen, as per Zhuge Liang's suggestion, to supplement each branch illusion domain with several thousand troops. Nowadays, the total military strength of the Great Wall Watch has exceeded 200,000, and all of them are elite soldiers and strong generals. With the addition of 100 newly expanded affiliated illusion domains, the total military strength of the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domains has reached an unprecedented 5 million. Such a number of troops has delighted generals like Bai Qi and others. Finally, there is no need to worry about insufficient troops. Moreover, in those affiliated illusion domains, there are also some capable general units, significantly expanding the scale of the general tier. In these past few days, due to the doubling of the number of affiliated builders, the frequency of beacon fire and smoke has increased, and several personal illusion domains of affiliated builders have been challenged, with 5 companions going each time to share the rewards. Of course, Fang Chen sent troops every time, although the rewards were minimal. Even if it was only 1% experience, after the increase, it would only be 2%, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. During this period, the flower moving and wood shifting array was also triggered twice again, each time yielding about 2% experience after the increase. After reaching level 6, leveling up became even more difficult, but if he could continue to accumulate little by little like this, the efficiency wouldn't be considered slow. This afternoon, Fang Chen was, as usual, on the hillside enjoying the breeze and enhancing items. The red epic items had already been fully enhanced, and he had now started enhancing purple perfect items. Not far from him, Dagun was sitting among a pile of blue metal equipment, gnawing on one. If one were to say who was the most leisurely in the entire illusion domain space, it would probably be him. Ding! The war-free time for the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain has decreased by 80 days. Remaining war-free time, 10 days. The game prompt suddenly rang out, causing Fang Chen's actions to pause slightly, and then his eyes lit up with joy. Finally, it has come. It had been 10 days since the last guild war ended, and the otherworldly invaders finally had significant movements again. It seems they are almost ready. Fang Chen had long been prepared and immediately used the guild illusion domain war-free order from his item bar. Then came the familiar tug-of-war. After several rounds, Fang Chen's war-free order was used up, consuming quite a few time-reducing items from the opposing side, but the remaining war-free time for the guild's illusion domain still stood at 10 days. This 10 days is the basic war-free time and cannot be reduced further with special items. However, if after 9 more days, Fang Chen uses the war-free order again, it would still only count as 1 day of basic war-free time, with the additional time being completely reducible by time-reducing items. Adding 1 day of preparation time after formally issuing the war declaration, it means there are still 11 days until the next guild illusion domain battle. The number of enemies to face this time is 2 million. The vast majority of them are level 70 elites, with top-tier level 80 powerhouses leading the charge. Level 80 invaders need to consume very precious special items to participate in the S-level held difficulty guild illusion domain battle, and Fang Chen did not know how many they had prepared. However, this is not something he can control. All he can do is work hard to enhance his own combat power and face the battle with the strongest posture. When the soldiers come, the generals will block. When the water comes, the earth will cover. Time passed day by day. Whether on the side of the Great Wall Watch or the otherworldly invaders, both sides were busy making preparations for war. After this period of testing, the triggering frequency of the flower moving and wood shifting array was about once every 2 to 3 days, neither high nor low. The builder levels of the target illusion domains being replaced were mostly on par with Fang Chen's level, occasionally fluctuating up or down by 1 level. But even the personal illusion domain level of a level 7 illusion domain builder was far inferior to that of the Great Wall Watch, and the challenger teams that came over were insignificant in the face of the Great Wall Watch's combat power. Moreover, aside from the 3 ranking challenges from the previous Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, each time the flower tree substitution formation is used, its effects can interact with the beacon of war characteristic, allowing all affiliated builders to receive a reward. Each time, it's a pure white reward, requiring no effort from them at all. Eventually, they became so lazy that they didn't even bother to bring troops, they just showed up to clock in using the beacon of war characteristic. Thus, the invaders from another world remained unaware that every time they were transported to challenge the Great Wall Watch personal illusion domain, they were actually facing the entire guild's illusion domain. The personal illusion domains of the 200 affiliated builders also occasionally faced challenges, and Fang Chen would always take the opportunity to gain some experience. Since the introduction of the beacon of war characteristic, the affiliated builders no longer worried about their personal illusion domains being challenged. They would even actively cancel their peacetime right after a challenge. eagerly anticipating the next one. Everyone was helping each other out, and personal experience was rapidly increasing. Several players who were close to leveling up successfully did so in these few days, and even 2 newly joined level 6 affiliated builders reached level 7. After leveling up, when they opened new branch illusion domains, they would enjoy the benefits brought by the infrastructure maniac characteristic. Fangchen would step in, and the basic construction level would be directly raised to 100%. Moreover, with the support of the official Hua family, these affiliated builders wouldn't lack resources. Once a new branch illusion domain was successfully established, they could quickly replenish their troops, easily handling the ranking challenges. However, their ranking challenges were much more frequent than Fangchen's normal ones, making it difficult to encounter a challenge, and thus they wouldn't complete their rankings quickly. On the side of Great Wall Watch, everyone was helping each other gain experience, sharpening their blades in joyful anticipation of the upcoming Guild Illusion Domain battle. On the side of the otherworldly players, more and more people were posting complaints on the game forum. Firstly, they had confirmed that Great Wall Watch indeed had the means to forcibly intercept personal challenges, and it wasn't through consumable items, but rather sustainable ones. Not only that, but they also confirmed that Great Wall Watch had a method to send troops for support when affiliated illusion domains were challenged. In just over 10 days, tens of thousands of players had suffered greatly. Losing a challenge was one thing, dropping 3 to 5 levels or losing 30 to 50% of their equipment was considered lucky. The unlucky ones dropped 20 to 30 levels, or even down to level 1, or had their inventories completely cleared. In reality, most of these people were affected while battling in affiliated illusion domains, which only enjoyed half the effects of the Great Wall Watch mainline characteristic, so the losses for most weren't particularly severe. However, the loudest complaints came from the few who were the most unfortunate, and their posts garnered the most attention. A group of heavily affected players even formed a victims association, collectively going to the official game website to protest, demanding compensation for their losses. Unfortunately, the game officials completely ignored them. Seeing these tragic examples, many players were frightened and hesitated to challenge the personal illusion domains of the Hua family, opting instead to spend more to use special items to challenge the illusion domains of other countries. At the same time, all players were looking forward to the next Guild Illusion Domain battle of Great Wall Watch, hoping that the player army sent this time could eliminate this great menace. There were rumors that the level 80 top player leading the charge had prepared special means. As long as they could win, they could destroy the Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain in one go. Oh, they can destroy the Great Wall Watch in one go? Do they really have such means? In a tea room within the Great Wall Watch Illusion Domain, Fangchen frowned slightly as he listened to the latest intelligence brought by Xiang Dongfeng. There was only 1 day left until the end of the Guild Illusion Domain's peace period. Yesterday, Fangchen once again coordinated with Xiang Dongfeng to allow Bao Zheng to use the court domain to interrogate a group of internal officials, capturing 2 traitors once more. After questioning those 2, Xiang Dongfeng brought this news today. With a serious expression, Xiang Dongfeng said, "The accuracy of this information should be over 70%. Previously, after the defeat in the Sakura Islands National Fortune Illusion Domain battle, it should have only been breached, but it was completely destroyed, exceeding everyone's expectations. Now that it has leaked that the invaders from another world have a special means to destroy the Great Wall Watch, Fangchen was not particularly surprised." After a slight pause, Xiang Dongfeng continued, "Moreover, according to the confidential report from Hidden Dragon, it seems they are preparing to carry out a decapitation operation against you directly in the Guild Illusion Domain battle, so you must be careful." Decapitation operation? Fangchen's gaze flickered slightly as he pondered. The so-called Hidden Dragon is a dark piece that the officials have inserted into the Traitor organization. Xiang Dongfeng had only briefly mentioned it to Fangchen, but Fangchen knew that this operation must not have been easy and that a great cost had likely been paid. The officials originally planned to use this dark piece after restarting the construction of the National Fortune Illusion Domain, but later, with the emergence of Great Wall Watch, they changed their plans. After Fangchen officially contacted the officials, they activated this dark piece in advance to protect him. The news received today is undoubtedly crucial. The decapitation operation targeting illusion domain builders is indeed a common tactic used by the invaders from another world. In personal illusion domain challenges, as long as the illusion domain builder is killed, the challenge is won directly. In the Guild Illusion Domain battle or National Fortune Illusion Domain battle, Although killing the main illusion domain builder does not lead to an immediate victory, it will trigger many chain reactions. For example, during the main illusion domain builder's resurrection cooldown, the main illusion domain's characteristic effects will be weakened. Additionally, the defending side of the illusion domain will be thrown into chaos without a leader, and so on. However, even in personal illusion domain battles, illusion domain builders generally do not easily enter the first attacked branch illusion domains, mostly remaining in the main illusion domain space. Even Fong Chen, who possesses the powerful illusion domain of Great Wall Watch, usually behaves this way. Not to mention during the guild illusion domain battles, unless the opponent can first breach all branch illusion domains and affiliated illusion domains to invade the main illusion domain space, there would be no opportunity to attack Fong Chen. Wait, no! At this point, Fong Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. The special situation of not breaching the branch illusion domains and directly entering the main illusion domain space, he had just encountered once not long ago. That invader from another world named Shanhai could do it, although Fong Chen had never heard of such a thing before. Since Shanhai could do it, it could not be ruled out that others could do it as well. If, during the next guild illusion domain battle, there really is an invader at level 80 who can skip the branch illusion domains and directly attack the main illusion domain space, the more Fong Chen thought about it, the more serious his expression became. Feeling it was very likely, he had to be on guard. Time quickly moved to the afternoon of the next day. The moment the truce period for the Great Wall Watch Guild illusion domain ended, Fong Chen heard the game prompt. Ding! The Conquer the World Guild has challenged the Great Wall Watch Guild illusion domain. The enemy will arrive at the guild instance in 24 hours. Please prepare for battle. This time, the challenging guild was the first major guild of the second player empire, the God of War tribe. However, the 2 million troops coming to challenge were likely not just the original members of this one guild, nor solely from the God of War tribe empire, but rather composed of troops from various major empires. The previous attacks on the Great Wall Watch Guild illusion domain had also been like this. When the prompt sounded, Fong Chen was in the forge, using the skill Spirit Possession to channel Master Oyezi, and was personally wielding a hammer to forge a piece of equipment. He did not stop his actions due to the appearance of the prompt. The heavy hammer was raised high and then brought down with force. Clang! The crisp sound of striking echoed through the forge, lingering in the illusionary space for a long time. To cut the chatter short, 24 hours quickly passed. During this time, no special circumstances arose. Ding! The Conquer the World Guild will descend into the Great Wall Guardian Guild's illusionary domain in 100 seconds. Please prepare for battle. When the game prompt sounded, in the Great Wall Guardian illusionary domain, all troop deployments had been completed. All affiliated illusionary units, as well as most of the combat units of the Great Wall Guardian, were already in position in various branch dungeons or affiliated illusionary domains. In the Grand Square, only about 30,000 troops remained to handle any emergencies. Fong Chen was in the forge, staying with Master Oyezi and the others. At this moment, he was even wearing a full set of battle armor for the first time. And indeed, he had the bearing of a young general. This set of armor was what he had forged himself yesterday. He wore it not to lead troops into battle, but to enhance his defense against potential dangers. As for the group of affiliated builders, they also stayed in the mainline space, currently in the adjacent alchemy workshop, where they could observe their affiliated illusionary domains and units through the god's perspective. Although some of them possessed combat-related talent skills and had considerable combat power, given the perilous nature of this battle, they chose not to participate. The combat deployment had long been arranged, each unit just needed to execute their orders. Even if unexpected situations arose, there were commanders leading the troops to handle them, allowing these illusionary builders to relax and let things play out. This time, the troop arrangement followed a strategy similar to the last guild illusionary battle, with only over 30 of the 200 affiliated illusionary domains being deployed separately, while the rest were merged into these 30 or into the various branch illusionary domains of the Great Wall Guardian, except for the uniquely structured Dragon Emperor's Tomb, which did not have many troops assigned. Each of the other 5 expansive branch illusionary domains had a total troop strength of no less than 800,000, commanded by various generals. The independently deployed affiliated illusionary domains also stationed some mainline troops from the Great Wall Guardian, including generals like Wei Qing, Hua Zubing, and Yu Fei, who were sent to command troops in several affiliated illusionary domains. This time, Zhuge Liang did not remain in the mainline space but went to the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles illusionary domain. When the countdown of 100 seconds ended, a massive amount of light descended upon the 6 major branch illusionary domains and numerous independently deployed affiliated illusionary domains. A total of 2 million otherworldly invaders arrived. Fang Chen quickly surveyed the battlefield situation through the god's perspective. The enemy's forces were generally distributed evenly, with around 300,000 enemy troops descending in the 5-branch illusionary domains of Bloodstained Gene Lake, Three Kingdoms War Chronicles, Chuhan Contention, Battle of Zhuolu, and Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. In the Dragon Emperor's Tomb, there were only 100,000, while the remaining 400,000 were scattered across the affiliated illusionary domains. The illusionary domain challenge had no unnecessary probing. Battles almost immediately broke out in every battlefield after the enemy's arrival. In the Three Kingdoms War Chronicles illusionary domain, due to the ample troop strength this time, our army was divided into 3 large forces, stationed in 3 adjacent cities. Numerous fierce generals from the 3 kingdoms roughly defended the 3 cities according to their original factions of Wei, Shu, and Wu. The invading army that descended also arrived outside the 3 cities as arranged by the game's main deity. However, the defenders of the illusory domain did not know the exact location of the enemy's arrival, so they could not arrange ambushes in advance. But our side was already prepared. Once the enemy's landing position was confirmed, the various armies immediately sprang into action. Soon, outside the 3 cities, the vanguard forces of both sides erupted into battle. Inside Hulao Pass, the generals of the Shuhan forces were stationed here. At this moment, on the battlefield in the distance outside the city, the generals leading the vanguard forces in combat with the enemy were Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, and other generals were standing on the city walls observing. Clang clang clang. At this time, a series of special bell sounds echoed from within the city. Inside, in a spacious square, a massive high platform had been erected, surrounded by many tall flagpoles, each adorned with canvas bearing the 8 trigrams pattern. Specially shaped bronze bells hung from the corners of the canvas, and as the canvas swayed in the wind, the bells rang out in crisp tones. On the high platform, there was also a long and wide offering table, laden with various tributes. A figure slowly walked up to the high platform from one side, dressed in a robe emblazoned with the 8 trigrams pattern, holding a 3-foot-long sword that seemed neither wood nor metal in his right hand, his hair and beard flowing lightly, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. It was none other than Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang ascended the high platform, approached the offering table, and laid the sword horizontally on the table. He then brushed off his sleeves, picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them, and bowed in all directions. After a rather complex series of preparations, Zhuge Liang once again took up the long sword. With the sword in his right hand, he grasped a handful of yellow talismans with his left and scattered them into the sky. He solemnly declared, "Open the altar." Who around the altar? A troop of soldiers sounded a long horn, instantly shaking the surroundings. On the city walls of Hulao Pass, Zhao Yun turned to glance at the city, smiling as he said, "Our strategist Zhuge Liang doesn't need to rely on observing the heavens to predict the east wind this time. He truly is going to summon the wind and rain." Beside him, Ma Chao chimed in. In this wondrous illusory domain, those otherworldly invaders possess all sorts of miraculous skills. Why shouldn't our strategist be able to summon the wind and rain? I even think that without those miraculous skills, it would be rather unfair for us. Huang Zhong laughed and said, "What's there to envy about those flashy but useless so-called skills? Our martial arts can surpass those skills." As he spoke, he looked down at the longbow in his hand, which shimmered with a red glow. "Moreover, we have these extraordinary weapons." "That's true," Ma Chao nodded, looking toward the distant battlefield. "I wonder when it will be our turn to take the field. I can hardly wait." Zhao Yun looked up at the sky and said, "Be patient, it shouldn't be long now." At this moment, above their heads, dark clouds had gradually gathered in the sky, growing larger by the minute. When there were no challenges, the entire illusory domain was under Fang Chen's control, and he could manipulate the weather at will. However, during challenges, that was not the case. Otherwise, he could simply create natural disasters to annihilate the enemy. During challenges, except for battlefields like the Bloodstained Gene Lake, which were inherently special environments, the weather on normal battlefields would not change significantly unless there were special means to alter it. Both sides could do this. For example, among the otherworldly invaders, The mage class had relevant skills, and there were also some special equipment or items that could change the weather. At this moment, on the battlefield in front of Hulao Pass, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were leading an army of 20,000 in fierce combat against the vanguard forces of the otherworldly invaders. The two brothers were unmatched in bravery, cutting down a group of enemies into disarray. Zhang Fei thrust his spear through an enemy who attempted to use an awakening skill against him, leaving the opponent with no chance to even use a healing potion to save himself, and he perished instantly. Zhang Fei flung the corpse away, knocking down several enemies, then shouted to Guan Yu not far away, "Second brother, these guys are no stronger than the last batch. Didn't they say there would be tougher level 80 enemies? Have you seen any?" Guan Yu's azure dragon steed galloped like the wind, dodging one awakening skill after another, and every time he swung his green dragon crescent blade, a head would roll. After temporarily scaring off a group of enemies, Guan Yu pulled the reins to stop his steed and said to Zhang Fei, "These are just the vanguard troops, the level 81 should be the leaders and won't act easily, but we can't be careless." As he spoke, he glanced down at the corpses on the ground and the light orbs that had fallen beside them, frowning slightly. "But why do I feel like these enemies haven't dropped much loot?" Zhang Fei replied, "I noticed that too. They really are poor this time. They dropped far less than those we killed before. That seems a bit unusual." Guan Yu looked up at the sky. "I wonder if the domain lord has noticed this anomaly." In the mainline space, Fang Chen had indeed sensed that something was off with the enemy. It wasn't just Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's side. In other battlefields, the slain otherworldly invaders also hadn't dropped much loot. Although, by the standards of other ordinary illusion domain battles, the drops weren't too few. Here in the Great Wall Watch they were considered very scarce. It seemed that these people hadn't intentionally brought fewer items, but rather that the heavy cost characteristic of this illusion domain had been weakened by some means. How did they manage that? Fang Chen furrowed his brow, scanning every battlefield but found no suspicious enemies. As mentioned before, his god's eye was only basic permission during battle. If the enemy used shielding methods, they could evade his scrutiny unless he had countermeasures. Coincidentally, Fang Chen didn't have those before, but now he did. With a thought, he activated his innate skill Eye of True Sight, sweeping his gaze over the battlefield where Guan Yu and the others were, and indeed spotted a few using stealth skills, but they posed no threat to the fierce generals. For instance, one attempted to ambush Guan Yu, but before Guan Yu could make a move, the Azure Dragon steed kicked him away, breaking his invisibility in mid-air, and before he could recover upon landing, he was pierced to death by a group of elite soldiers. Unfortunately, using Eye of True Sight didn't automatically scan the entire area. Fang Chen had to search slowly himself. Moreover, under this god's eye perspective, the consumption of using innate skills was considerable. After looking for a while, Fang Chen felt his eyes strain and had to stop, taking a spirit recovery pill before continuing his search. Meanwhile, in the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles Illusion Domain, the enemy's main force seemed to have assessed the situation and began a three-pronged attack towards the three cities guarded by the fierce generals. But just around that time, a sudden gust of wind swept across the battlefield, growing stronger. What's going on? Why is the wind suddenly so strong? I don't think the previous intel mentioned any special weather in this illusion domain. It must be the enemy's special tactic. Don't let your guard down. I can't take it anymore. The wind is too strong. I can't see anything. Watch out for enemy attacks. It's starting to rain. The sudden gale caused some chaos among the invading army, and before they could adapt, they noticed raindrops falling from the sky. At first, it was just a light drizzle, but moments later, it turned into a torrential downpour. The wind howled, the rain poured, and the sky was shrouded in thick black clouds, making it impossible for everyone to see the road ahead. The chaos within the army gradually began to escalate, and many were worried that the enemy would take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, daring not to advance recklessly. Damn it! Such a large-scale weather magic. Could it be that the Great Wall Watch also has powerful mages? Mage, think of a way. Disperse the dark clouds above. Why don't we speed up and break out of the storm's range? The leader hasn't spoken yet. Don't act recklessly. Be careful of an enemy ambush. It's just a storm. What's there to be afraid of? A group of otherworldly invaders were chattering away when suddenly, a loud bang echoed overhead. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the invader who had just said, "What's there to be afraid of?" The person didn't even have time to scream before turning into a charred corpse. The surrounding crowd was instantly horrified. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a series of deafening thunderclaps rang out, and bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking into the ranks of the invading army. TSK, 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 the strategist, also has output. Fong Chen, who understood this scene from a god's perspective, couldn't help but secretly admire whether the Zhuge Liang of history could summon wind and rain. Fong Chen was uncertain, but the Zhuge strategist in this illusion realm truly could, summoning wind and rain to disrupt the enemy's formation, unleashing thunderous output. In just a few blinks, a large number of otherworldly invaders were struck dead by the falling lightning, and the enemy army was thrown into considerable chaos. Some hurriedly used skills to defend, while mages began chanting high-level spells, trying to stop the storm and thunder. Just then, the situation the invaders had been most worried about occurred. A large number of enemy troops suddenly appeared and launched a fierce attack against them. It was the opportunity taken while they were obstructed by the storm and thrown into chaos, as the main forces from the three cities simultaneously charged into the battlefield, launching a full-scale assault. On the Shu Han army side, the 5 Tiger generals took the field. Wang Zhong remained on the city wall for long-range fire support. On the Wei camp side, the Tiger Ben duo, the Xiahou brothers, Zhang Liao, and other fierce generals were equally valiant. On the Wu camp side, there were Gong Ning, Huang Gai, Lu Meng, and Su Sheng, and since they had the fewest numbers, Lu Bu was here. Lu Bu had not joined the vanguard battle earlier and was already feeling anxious, so at this moment, he took the lead and charged into the enemy ranks, beginning a slaughter. For the fierce generals of the three kingdoms, on the battlefield, commanding was secondary, leading the charge was what mattered. Of course, in reality, the battle tactics had already been arranged before the action, so there was no need for the fierce generals to command. The soldiers behind could also fight in an orderly manner. Moreover, Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles had a Qijin Quanjun characteristic, meaning the more the fierce generals killed, the higher the morale of the surrounding army, and the fiercer their combat power became. Players, on one hand, faced enemies that were several times their number or even more, which in other ordinary illusion realms was not a problem. Just like in the real world when playing online games, players often cleared dungeons with a small team or even solo. But in the Great Wall Watch illusion realm, this norm did not apply. Although the forces from the affiliated illusion realms were generally weak, the forces belonging to the Great Wall Watch were excessively strong, and with their cooperation, even the forces from the affiliated illusion realms had their effectiveness multiplied. Coupled with the disruption of formations caused by the storm environment, the invading armies from three directions were being pushed back step by step. Amidst the chaotic army, lightning continued to fall, and although the damage was not immune to friendly forces, these bolts of lightning seemed to have precise guidance, striking the densest areas of the invaders. Boom! A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended from the sky, striking towards several figures at the edge of the battlefield. But before the lightning could hit its target, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. In the 100-meter area where these figures were located, everything was as usual, including the storm, which was kept at bay outside. This can't go on. We need to deal with this troublesome abnormal weather first. I can't find the caster. They must be far away. I estimate they're in some city. In that case, let me handle it. Be careful of the enemy sniper. No problem. I'll watch out. Pay attention to that boss with the golden legendary equipment. Leave that to me. Let's move. After discussing, the group sprang into action. One of them, a human mage player dressed in a black robe, waved his staff gently, and a transparent light sphere enveloped his entire body, lifting him into the air. Thunder struck at him, but it was all blocked by the transparent shield. He flew high into the sky, almost touching the billowing black clouds that obscured the sun. At such close range, several bolts of lightning struck him again, yet they were still deflected by the transparent shield around him. The mage's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the fist-sized crystal at the tip of his staff shone with a dazzling deep red light as he began to chant a long string of complex and strange incantations. Moments later, he suddenly raised his staff and waved it forward, shouting, "Scatter!" Buzz! In an instant, the space around him seemed to tremble lightly, and an invisible, powerful force rapidly expanded outward from him. Wherever this force passed, all the black clouds, thunder, and torrential winds instantly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the abnormal weather on the battlefield in three directions vanished. Undoubtedly, the one who acted was an advanced player at level 80. And the skill he used was not a level 50 awakening skill, but a higher level, more powerful ultimate move. These otherworldly players, upon reaching level 50, would awaken for the first time, gaining a powerful awakening skill, and at level 80, they would awaken a second time, obtaining an even stronger awakening skill known as domain skill. However, although they are all called domain, they are not entirely the same as Feng Chan's ancestral dragon, Liu Bang's emperor's domain, or Xiang Yu's overlord's domain. For example, as mentioned earlier, a mirage domain builder can summon a mirage space in the real world after reaching level 4, which is also referred to as a domain. It's just that the terminology is the same, but the nature and effects are actually different. The domain skills of the otherworldly invaders are abilities that significantly enhance their combat power, generally covering a certain range, and may even create an independent space, with each person's domain skill having different characteristics and effects. At this moment, within the Tiger Prison Pass, on the altar, the 3 incense sticks in front of Zhuge Liang suddenly broke, and at the same time, cracks appeared on the canvas of several flagpoles around, with some copper bells even exploding directly. Zhuge Liang frowned slightly, stepping on the 7 stars formation, wielding his long sword, and suddenly thrusting it toward a corner of the offering table, piercing a stack of yellow talismans on the sword tip, then moving to the candle flame to ignite it, using the burning yellow talismans to relight the 3 broken incense sticks. In the sky, the recently dispersed dark clouds began to reappear. In the distant heights, the level 80 mage frowned again, reciting incantations, waving his staff to disperse the recondensed dark clouds once more. The 2 sides, separated by a great distance, engaged in an invisible contest. The mage used a special item to tell a few teammates, "The enemy is in the city right in front of me. Find a way to eliminate that caster." Before his teammates could respond, a red streak of light shot out from the distant Tiger Prison Pass city wall, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, instantly reaching right in front of him. The flowing light was blocked half a meter in front of the magician by a transparent defensive shield, and only then did he see that the brilliance contained an arrow. The shield flickered rapidly several times before finally dissipating the power of the arrow, causing it to shatter. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the magician's temple as he angrily exclaimed in the communication channel, "Damn it! What happened to the protection we agreed on? Keep an eye out. I almost got taken out in an instant." A voice in the communication channel replied, "Sorry, I didn't react in time just now. Next time there's a sniper. I'll help you block it." Level 80 Magician. On the city wall of Hulao Pass, Huang Zhong slowly lowered his longbow, frowning slightly as he said, "As expected, the distance is too far. Although I hit the target, the power is insufficient." Now, he was the only fierce general left to guard the wall, as Zhao Yun and Ma Chao had already led their troops into battle, currently clashing head-on with the enemy forces on the battlefield. Huang Zhong looked at the longbow in his hand, which was flickering with red light, and muttered to himself, "In that case, it's just the right time to test the new effect." Saying this, he raised the longbow again, reached into the quiver with his right hand, and pulled out an arrow, once more drawing the bow to aim at a figure in the sky that looked smaller than an ant. But just as he was about to release the arrow, his gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he had noticed something, and his line of sight shifted slightly to look at a certain spot. At the same time, on a high point of a mountain somewhere on the battlefield, an invader dressed in camouflage was hiding in the thick grass, aiming an exaggeratedly long sniper rifle at the outside. One of his eyes was observing the distant Hulao Pass through the scope. He spoke into his communication device, "I've spotted the target. There's someone casting spells in the city. I'm going to take him out. Wait, there's a bowman boss on the city wall, and he wants to attack the magician. I'll take him out first." Ha! As he was speaking, he suddenly saw through the scope that the old general on the distant city wall had shifted his gaze and was looking directly at him. Then, he saw the arrow in the other's hand shoot out, a streak of crimson light magnifying continuously in the scope. He had been discovered. The invader's heart raced with suspicion. After all, he had used a high-powered scope to see the target from such a distance, while the other party seemed to have spotted him with just their naked eyes. However, this person's reaction was also extremely quick. He did not hesitate in shock but decisively pulled the trigger. There was no gunshot, the sniper rifle in front of him didn't even recoil, and a thin red beam shot out from the muzzle. Meanwhile, on the city wall of Hulao Pass, after Huang Zhong shot the first arrow, he immediately knocked another arrow and shot the second one in an instant. this was not the end. The same action continued to repeat, and the speed increased, shooting out 9 arrows in the blink of an eye. The 9 arrows were almost shot in succession, following the same angle and trajectory. Then, the last shot, the 9th arrow, suddenly accelerated in an unbelievable manner, the arrowhead colliding with the tail of the 8th arrow, as if all the power was transmitted during the collision. The 9th arrow abruptly lost speed and stopped in midair before falling down. The 8th arrow, however, surged in speed, suddenly accelerating to collide with the tail of the 7th arrow. As if the scene was replaying, the 8th arrow instantly lost speed and fell, while the 7th arrow, at an even faster speed, collided with the tail of the 6th arrow. The same situation continued to unfold, with each subsequent arrow catching up to the previous one, and with every collision, the speed of the front arrow surged. Ultimately, the first arrow was tailgated by the second arrow, its speed instantly increasing by more than 10 times, and amidst the flashing red light, it suddenly vanished. Though it may seem lengthy to describe, it all happened in an instant. On the mountaintop, the sniper, after pulling the trigger, didn't even see Huang Zhong's subsequent 8 arrows. He only saw the first arrow of light approaching, and just as it was about to collide with the trajectory of his sniper bullet, it suddenly disappeared. The sniper was momentarily stunned, and before he could grasp the situation, he was horrified to see his sniper bullet's trajectory split in half. A flash of red light appeared for just an instant, as if teleporting, occupying his entire view in the scope. Then, there was nothing more. From the god's perspective observing the battlefield, Fang Chen clearly saw a crimson arrow of light pierced through the sniper's scope and then exploded his head. This technique of 9 consecutive arrows was not a skill of Huang Zhong, but one of the effects of the red epic longbow in his hands. It was a new effect obtained after recently enhancing it with the equipment enhancement module. He had intended to use this move to kill the mage in the sky, but now it was used to eliminate the sniper, and it couldn't be used again in a short time. Just then, a large number of ranged attacks suddenly surged towards Hula Pass from all directions. There were sniper bullets, arrows, magic, and even missiles. Huang Zhong's gaze sharpened as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, shooting a barrage of arrows in the blink of an eye. Waves of crimson arrows flew into the air in all directions, intercepting all incoming attacks midway. In an instant, the sound of explosions erupted continuously, colorful fireworks bursting in the air. The equipment effect was indeed temporarily unusable, but that didn't mean he couldn't shoot arrows normally. These attacks could be dealt with by Huang Zhong using just basic attacks. He glanced back at Zhuge Liang on the altar in the city, then looked at the distant black dot in the sky, thinking to himself, "It seems like it will be a stalemate for a while." On the ground battlefield, with the threat of storms and thunder gone, the pressure on the player army had significantly lessened. But it was only lessened, the pressure was still immense because the armies of the 3 kingdoms had gained the upper hand, and reversing the situation wouldn't be so easy. Too weak, too weak, too weak, a bunch of trash. In one battlefield, a proud voice echoed, accompanied by the swinging of the Feng Tianhuaji, as large swathes of enemy troops were slaughtered. Lu Bu charged through the midst of thousands alone, the awakening skills of those otherworldly invaders proving ineffective against him. Aren't there supposed to be level 80 guys? Stop hiding, come out and die. As Lu Bu slaughtered the enemy, he loudly mocked, his arrogant attitude making a group of otherworldly invaders grit their teeth in hatred. Yet they could do nothing to him. You're just relying on a piece of golden legendary equipment. Don't get too cocky. Just then, a cold snort suddenly sounded near Lu Bu, and almost simultaneously, a black slash appeared out of thin air behind him, aimed at his neck. Lu Bu's gaze sharpened. Without turning his head, he swung the Feng Tianhuaji backward, directly shattering the black slash. But in the next moment, centered around the shattered black slash, darkness spread like thick ink, engulfing the surroundings, turning the area within 1,000 meters around Lu Bu completely black in the blink of an eye. The earth and sky vanished, completely replaced by pitch black. Yet the ground did not disappear. At least the warhorse beneath Lu Bu was still standing on solid ground, and gravity remained unchanged. Moreover, the surrounding enemy and allied forces were still present, but they too were trapped in this darkness. The otherworldly invaders seemed unaffected, but the troops from the illusion domain were plunged into fear and chaos. In the next second, countless black slashes appeared in this space, and the hundreds of elite soldiers following Lu Bu were all slaughtered in an instant. The vast majority of the black slashes targeted Lu Bu. Among all the sub-illusion domains, If one were to say which battlefield was the most chaotic, it would be the newly opened Liuzhai Strange Tales Illusion domain. Here, the battlefield was predominantly filled with ghostly and monstrous units. In addition to the exclusive military forces of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, there are all the supernatural units from the affiliated Illusion realms. Although this new branch Illusion realm has only one characteristic, it greatly enhances the supernatural units. When supernatural units come here, they can exert their maximum potential. Moreover, because of the supernatural home field characteristic, which also suppresses enemy non-supernatural units, most of the enemies assigned to this branch Illusion realm are supernatural races or related profession players. These invaders, whether in their own form or as summoned units, are mostly non-human, with all sorts of bizarre shapes. Thus, the battlefield here is filled with a large group of uniquely shaped monsters engaged in chaotic battles. Not only on the ground, but even in the sky, there are numerous ghostly units or flying monsters constantly coming and going, fighting fiercely. Among these monsters, a few human-shaped units stand out as eye-catching. For instance, the most striking figure among them is Yen Qixia. Although Yen Qixia is a mainline unit, he has not gone to other branch Illusion realms, as his abilities can only be maximized on this battlefield. At this moment, Yen Qixia bites his middle finger, drawing a talisman with his blood in his palm, then forms a seal with both hands and shouts, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power." Following this, he thrusts his palms forward, and the group of monstrous enemies in front of him explodes into a shower of gore. At this moment, the ground in front of him suddenly shakes violently, and with a loud crash, a giant creature resembling a western bone dragon, over 10 meters long, is summoned by a necromancer. Its massive body exudes an intimidating presence, and with a flick of its long bony tail, a large number of our undead are swept into a pulp. On the shoulder of the bone dragon stands the necromancer who summoned it, pointing his black staff at Yen Qixia and issuing an attack command. The bone dragon roars and opens its mouth, shooting a 10-meter-wide black energy ball at Yen Qixia. Yen Qixia's gaze sharpens, but he shows no signs of panic. He forms a hand seal and points, causing a sword box behind him to open, from which a long sword glowing with crimson light flies out and hovers in front of him. Then, Yen Qixia quietly recites the sword incantation, and with a wave of his hand, the long sword suddenly releases a burst of sword energy, spinning in the air and creating countless sword shadows that form a shield of sword shadows. Just as quickly, the black energy ball lands on the sword shadow defense, instantly being shredded by the sword energy. Following this, Yen Qixia changes his hand seal and waves forward, lightly exclaiming, "Go!" A torrent of sword shadows instantly shoots out, rushing toward the giant bone dragon. The necromancer on the dragon's shoulder changes color in shock and immediately waves his staff to cast a magical defense. A black barrier appears in midair but is instantly shattered by the torrent of sword shadows. In an instant, sword energy erupts, and sword light fills the air, engulfing the necromancer's figure, while the massive bone dragon is blown into countless fragments. Behind Yen Qixia, two invaders take the opportunity to sneak up, intending to launch a surprise attack. But just as they are about to strike, two white silks suddenly lash out from behind them, wrapping around their necks before they can react, leaving them no chance to resist as the silks quickly constrict, mummifying them. Then, with a powerful flick of the other end of the silks, the two are flung away, and before they hit the ground, they are effortlessly cleaved in two by a passing ghost general. The silks quickly retract, caught by a pair of delicate jade hands, belonging to Nie Xiaoqian, although she was summoned with a light red recruitment order, and there is a significant gap compared to the deep red level Yen Qixia. She is still a red epic level with considerable strength. Her white robe and the satin in her hands were both custom-made red epic gear crafted by the Invincible Eastern. Additionally, the ghost generals, mountain demons, and giant living corpses had all been equipped with a set of red epic gear, and the color was quite vivid. As for the numerous supernatural troops under their command, each had their own gear, with the least being blue rare grade, while purple perfect grade gear made up the majority. The units from the affiliated Phantom Realms, however, had equipment that was generally inferior. Yet, some high-tier units also possessed decent gear and were not weak. Although these affiliated Phantom Realm units had left their original realms, they still retained the Phantom characteristics, much like when Feng Chen led the Phantom Army to support the Heroes Assembly during the Guild Phantom Realm War using the Reinforcement Order. Despite lacking the advantage of the home terrain, the inherent phantom characteristics still applied. These affiliated phantom armies not only enjoyed their original phantom traits but also the supernatural home-ground trait from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, as well as the mainline traits from Great Wall Watch. Although most of the mainline traits from Great Wall Watch did not instantly increase combat power, the effective fear of insufficient firepower still had a significant impact. Effective fear of insufficient firepower. When any of our units attack, there is a certain chance to trigger additional multi-hit attacks. Just as Yan Qixia was wreaking havoc among the enemy troops, a mass of black flames suddenly erupted beneath his feet, wrapping around his legs like a living creature. Fortunately, Yan Qixia immediately sensed it, and with a flick of his right hand, he drew a long sword with a faint red glow from the sword box on his back. He swung it at his feet, slicing through the black flames and sidestepping a few meters to the side. However, immediately after, he saw a surge of black flames erupting from the ground, instantly engulfing all directions, causing the other figures around him, regardless of friend or foe, to vanish in an instant. It was as if the entire world had been reduced to just him, trapped in an endless sea of black flames. The chainmail on Yan Qixia's body radiated a crimson light, pushing back the black flames that tried to engulf him. But then, he saw shadows emerging from the sea of flames, grotesque corpses that seemed to crawl out from hell. They let out piercing wails, surrounding Yan Qixia with their clawing hands. Looking around, they were densely packed, countless in number. Yan Qixia frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Is this what the domain master referred to as the domain skill of an 80-level strong enemy?" Before he could think further, the army of corpses lunged at him. In the mainline space of Great Wall Watch, in the forge, Feng Chen sat in a corner on a chair, observing Yan Qixia's predicament from a god's perspective, silently thinking, 80-level invaders really are formidable. At this moment, on various battlefields, those 80-level enemies began to take action one after another. Our strongest combat units were almost all targeted. 2 updates guaranteed daily, and additional updates will be made as gifts reach the standard. I hope everyone can click on the free Power of Love after reading. Based on the daily requests for updates, if half of the requesting readers click on a free gift, we can add 2 or 3 more updates. Thank you all for your support. In the bloodstained Jean Lake Phantom Realm, boom! A loud explosion sounded as a massive rock was blasted to pieces by a red beam. A figure dashed out diagonally before the beam arrived, quickly rolling several times to hide behind another large rock. It was Li Yinglong. Damn it! Li Yinglong grumbled under his breath while holding his sniper rifle. Is this a sniper rifle? This is a sniper cannon. This time, it seems I've met my match. He checked the bullets in his sniper rifle, a glint of determination in his eyes, muttering to himself, "Once this battle is over, I'll have the Domain Lord upgrade my sniper rifle to that level." On the other side, in a snow-covered forest, 2 figures were locked in a fierce struggle. One of them was Lu Chenli. His opponent was an invading half-orc, likely a fighter of some sort. The 2 had been engaged for a while, with no clear victor emerging. Lu Chenli knew in his heart that this was the powerful level 80 enemy the Domain Lord had warned him about. Not far from Lu Chenli, Yan Xuanying had intended to provide support but was blocked by a large group of invaders, currently fighting fiercely against overwhelming odds. On other parts of the front lines, both armies were exchanging fire, the sounds of gunfire and explosions merging into a cacophony. In the Chuhan Contention Illusion Domain, riding his black steed, Xiang Yu wielded the Overlord Spear, cutting through the enemy ranks with ease. Under the influence of his Overlord domain, the soldiers behind him surged with courage, pushing the enemy forces into retreat. As before, the troops in this branch illusion domain were divided into 2 parts. One part was led by Xiang Yu, employing an aggressive charge tactic. The other was commanded by Han Xin, who was using strategic maneuvers on another battlefield, leveraging the terrain to confuse the enemy. At this moment, several suspected enemy leaders among the invading forces had already been slain by Xiang Yu. The tens of thousands of invaders here were becoming increasingly disorganized, and if this continued, a complete rout was only a matter of time. Just as Xiang Yu charged at another enemy, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! A massive, semi-transparent shield suddenly appeared in front of Xiang Yu, embedded in the ground as if it were solid. As he was about to crash into the shield, Xiang Yu's gaze sharpened. He did not pull back the reins but instead thrust his Overlord Spear forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Overlord Spear shattered the semi-transparent shield, and Xiang Yu, riding his steed, charged through the countless shards. Afterward, He pulled the reins to bring his steed to a halt. He looked around and realized that at the moment he broke through the shield, he seemed to have entered a different, special space. The others were nowhere to be seen, and in the grayish space stood towering walls made of semi-transparent shields, forming a massive maze. A mocking voice echoed in the air around him. He. I love brash fools like you who just charge in blindly. Now, let's have some fun. Listening to the enemy's taunts, Xiang Yu's eyes glimmered, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. The Overlord's spear in his hand flickered with a golden divine light. In the Battle of Zhuolu Illusion Domain, level 80 invaders were also at work, holding back several core commanders of the Illusion Domain's forces. In the jungle battlefield, the furious roars of beast commanders could be heard, but they were unable to break free for the moment. The commanders of the Jiuli tribe and the Huangdi tribe were also caught in a prolonged battle. Something's not right. Fong Chen's gaze flickered, and he muttered to himself. What he referred to as not right was not the appearance of the level 80 strong enemy that had been anticipated. What troubled him was the issue he had discovered earlier regarding the enemy's death penalties. As the battle progressed, both sides had suffered significant casualties, yet the fallen invaders had not dropped many items. Although they had indeed dropped more than usual, it was far less compared to previous encounters with the Great Wall Watch. Fong Chen estimated that the death drop rate was probably about 3 to 5 times that of normal circumstances. Everyone was like this. There was no doubt that the invaders from another world had used some special means to significantly reduce the effect of the heavy cost characteristic, and since the equipment drop rate had been reduced so much, if the death penalty for level loss was the same, it wasn't long before Fong Chen's guess was confirmed. He discovered that invaders who had previously died were appearing on the battlefield again. Moreover, as time passed, the number of resurrected enemies returning to battle was increasing. This situation was normal in ordinary Guild Phantom Domain battles, but it was the first time for the Great Wall Watch. In previous Guild Phantom Domain battles, even if there were resurrected participants, they were very few, just a handful of foolish ones who didn't believe in evil. But now, there was large-scale resurrection, and their strength had not diminished much, indicating that the death penalty for level loss was not significant. What method were they using? Fong Chen furrowed his brows in private doubt while continuing to use God's perspective and true sight to carefully search through the various phantom domains. He had never heard of such a method because the heavy cost characteristic had never appeared before. He didn't know if he could truly find the reason on the battlefield, but he had to try. However, the battlefield was simply too vast. His two eyes searched slowly, and he couldn't speed up. Moreover, he had to divide some of his attention to keep an eye on the critical battles happening everywhere. Most importantly, he couldn't let his guard down against the enemy's decapitation actions. Fong Chen had never felt this exhausted during a Phantom Domain challenge before. Previously, he would just enhance equipment in the mainline space or chat with Zhuge Liang while playing a game of Go, and it would be over. Time slowly passed. This time, the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain battle also broke the duration record. On various battlefields, the strongest forces on both sides were still locked in a fierce duel. With no clear winner yet, the battles between the two armies were still intense. With the invaders able to resurrect and return to the battlefield after dying, the gap in troop strength between both sides was gradually narrowing. Because the Phantom Domain side's troops could not resurrect again in this battle after dying, the battles in several branch Phantom Domains of the Great Wall Watch were still in a heated phase, and it was uncertain when a winner would be determined. However, the battles in those affiliated Phantom Domains were mostly nearing their conclusion. In a certain affiliated Phantom Domain, dozens of invaders were frantically running across a patch of grass, but they were soon caught up by a cavalry unit. With nowhere to escape, they tried to fight back desperately, but they simply could not withstand the cavalry's fierce charge. Soon, the last invader was stabbed to death by the cavalry unit's commander. This young commander was none other than the champion Marquis, Hua Zubing. When the last invader in this affiliated Phantom Domain was killed, a huge light gate appeared in a nearby open space. This represented that the remaining forces of the victorious side here could go to other battlefields for support. If they teleported away and the invaders who died here were to resurrect after their cooldown, they would randomly resurrect in other battlefields. Hua Zubing glanced back at the team following behind. There were about 10,000 remaining forces in this affiliated Phantom Domain, of which about half were the mainline forces of the Great Wall Watch that he had brought. Once the troops all caught up and were organized, Hua Zubing waved his hand and led the team into the teleportation light gate. In this situation, the support teleportation was random. but there would be a general range. For example, since Hua Xiubing and his team had just won a battle in an affiliated phantom domain, the destination for the random support teleportation would likely be another affiliated phantom domain where the battle had not yet ended. When Hua Xiubing led his troops out of the portal, what he saw was a battlefield in the midst of fierce combat in the affiliated illusion domain. Without any hesitation, the champion Marquis charged ahead with 10,000 soldiers. Among the invading army attacking the affiliated illusion domain, there were no level 80 strong warriors. Those elite invaders at level 70 posed no threat to the champion Marquis, who was already unmatched in bravery and donned in deep red epic gear. After the arrival of this reinforcements, the previously tense situation on the battlefield immediately tilted, and the invading army began to retreat in defeat, soon collapsing entirely and being eliminated. After winning this battlefield, the portal reappeared. After integrating the remaining forces from this battlefield, the troops behind the champion Marquis not only did not decrease but instead more than doubled. Then, Hua Xiubing led these troops to the next affiliated illusion domain. The same scenario played out again. With the help of the reinforcements led by Hua Xiubing, our side quickly achieved victory. The team behind Hua Xiubing grew again, surpassing 50,000 in number. Although most were forces from the affiliated illusion domains, those who survived until now were not weak. After a brief rest, the army, under Hua Xiubing's leadership, continued on their journey. Time passed slowly. The troops led by Hua Xiubing swept through one affiliated illusion domain after another, eliminating the invading army from another world one by one. The team following him grew larger each time. Similar situations were unfolding in the other affiliated illusion domains. Additionally, there were two other teams from the Great Wall Watch, led by Wei Qing and Yu Fei, respectively. However, these three teams did not encounter each other. In over 30 affiliated illusion domains, the three teams each supported nearly 10. Only a few affiliated illusion domains were breached by the invading army before the reinforcements arrived, and those invaders were transported to other affiliated illusion domains for support, where they then encountered the three powerful teams. After once again helping an affiliated illusion domain achieve victory, the total number of troops behind Hua Xiubing had exceeded 100,000. After a brief rest, Hua Xiubing mounted his horse and waved his hand, commanding, "Advance!" Under his leadership, the 100,000-strong army marched grandly into the massive portal ahead. Hua Xiubing felt a flash before his eyes. His warhorse continued forward without any abnormality, but the surrounding environment had completely changed. They had been transported to a wide low hill. Unlike the previous transports, which were close to the battlefield, this time it was surprisingly quiet around them. In the wind, faint sounds of battle could be heard, but they were far away. Standing atop the hill, the champion Marquis gazed into the distance where the sounds were coming from and discovered a large-scale battle taking place far away. The total number of combatants on both sides was likely no less than 500,000 or 600,000. Half of the battlefield was on the plain, and half was in the jungle. From the jungle battlefield, the occasional deep roar of beasts could be heard. Hua Xiubing quickly deduced, "This is the battlefield of the Battle of Zhuolu." He had fought in this branch illusion domain before. He had actually been transported to the Great Wall Watch branch illusion domain. Could it be that all the affiliated illusion domains had been cleared? Hua Xiubing felt a slight doubt in his heart, but it didn't matter. Coming here was just right, as the Great Wall Watch branch illusion domain was the true front line. A deputy beside him also saw the situation ahead and couldn't help but say, "General, let's charge in to support." Hua Xiubing nodded slightly, about to agree, when suddenly he seemed to sense something and turned sharply to the right. In a small grove over there, he spotted a team of about 100 invaders. The other party seemed to realize they had been exposed and was quickly fleeing towards the main battlefield in the distance. The deputy general also spotted that group and exclaimed, "Ha! Are those enemy scouts? How come they're here?" He looked at Hua Xiubing and asked, "General, should we pursue?" Hua Xiubing's gaze flickered slightly as he shook his head, then glanced at the distant main battlefield ahead, but did not immediately give the order to advance. Instead, he slowly turned his head to look at the quiet forest to the right and rear. Something felt off. The deputy general, somewhat puzzled, asked, "General, what's wrong?" Hua Xiubing pondered for a moment and then pointed to the right rear, saying, "Send a scout team to investigate that direction." Although the deputy general was confused, he did not ask further and quickly arranged for a scout team to head that way. Then, without even waiting for the scout team's report, Hua Tsubing confirmed his suspicion. There was indeed a problem in that direction, because after the scout team had walked a distance, they suddenly disappeared. They did not vanish into the dense forest but seemed to have walked into an invisible area, disappearing completely. Hua Tsubing made a decisive decision and sent another 1,000 troops to that location. Soon, the 1,000 soldiers also seemed to walk into an invisible barrier, vanishing from Hua Tsubing's sight. As this group disappeared, it was as if a large stone had been thrown into the water, creating numerous transparent ripples in the air. Immediately afterward, shouts of battle erupted from within. The transparent ripples in the air became intense, and the entire area shattered like a mirror, revealing another world behind it. It turned out that it was not a forest but a spacious valley. Within the valley, thousands of invaders dressed in magical robes were arranged in a special formation, and beneath their feet, a massive magical array thousands of meters wide was emitting a strong white light. Hua Tsubing could not understand what this magical array was for, but he knew that the enemy's secretive actions here were certainly not simple. They must be eliminated. With a command from the champion Marquis, he led the army charging towards the valley. The 1,000 soldiers previously sent out were now engaged in battle with the enemy at the valley's entrance. There were not many invaders guarding this place, only a few thousand, but their combat power was strong. Our initial 100 scouts and the later 1,000 soldiers had already suffered heavy losses in a short time. When Hua Tsubing led his 100,000 troops to arrive, the tide of battle immediately turned. Yet, facing such a disadvantage, the thousands of invaders did not retreat. Instead, they fought fiercely as if determined to die. This indicated that the mages in the valley they were guarding, or rather the magical array, was extremely important to them. Hua Tsubing immediately thought of using a communication device to report to the domain lord, but upon checking, he found it was unusable. Clearly, the communication signal had been blocked. It was not surprising, the enemy had meticulously hidden here, so it was impossible not to have means to disrupt communication. Hopefully, the domain lord could observe the situation here, and right now, he had to take action. He must quickly destroy this magical array. Hua Tsubing's expression was stern as he spurred his horse. The red epic warhorse beneath him neighed and suddenly accelerated, directly knocking aside 2 invading soldiers in its path, racing forward like the wind. Hua Tsubing wielded his spear, creating afterimages as he not only blocked all incoming attacks but also sent the enemies along the way flying. The young general charged forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the group of mages in the valley. Swish, but at that moment, a spear came from the right side without warning, aimed directly at the champion Marquis's heart. Hua Tsubing's expression changed slightly as he immediately sidestepped and raised his spear to block. The tip of the opponent's spear grazed his weapon, creating a shower of sparks on the armor over his chest. Hua Tsubing exerted force with both arms, pushing the opponent's spear away while sweeping his own spear towards the opponent's throat. However, the opponent's reaction speed was equally swift, dodging immediately and shaking their spear to block. With a clang, the 2 long spears collided and then were pushed apart. Hua Tsubing held the reins with one hand to steady his warhorse, and when he finally saw the enemy clearly, he couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. The newcomer was also riding a magnificent warhorse, clad in armor, wielding a long spear, and even their appearance was identical to his. It was as if he were looking at a mirror image of himself. Just as Hua Tsubing was in shock, the impostor took the initiative to attack. Hua Tsubing immediately countered, and they became entangled in combat. After several rounds of fighting, Hua Tsubing's astonishment deepened, for he discovered that the opponent's horsemanship, spear techniques, and even strength, speed, and skills were all exactly the same as his own. Is it an illusion? It didn't seem like it. This was definitely a real enemy. Transformation, imitation, duplication, and invasion technique of an 80-level intruder? Hua Tsubing's mind raced, and he quickly formed a hypothesis. He was likely facing an 80-level formidable enemy that the domain master had warned him about, one that had never appeared before. Regardless of how the opponent achieved this, it seemed that fighting was the only option left. Even if Hua Tsubing wanted to avoid battle, the enemy would not allow him to do so. Faced with an enemy whose strength was the same as his own, Hua Tsubing knew he could not escape. Since that was the case, there was nothing left but to fight. Eliminate this impostor and then destroy that strange formation. The champion Marquis's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he swung his spear to attack. The enemy mirrored his actions almost identically. Clang, the 2 long spears clashed, sparking a burst of flames. At this moment, Fang Chen's attention was focused on the illusionary realm of the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, because here, the enemy had successfully breached the lowest level of the Imperial Mausoleum, the city of Xianyang. Moreover, this time, it was not a deliberate letting in by the Qin army to lure the enemy into the city, but rather a genuine breach of the city gates during normal combat. Although the enemy forces entering the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor were the smallest among the several branch illusionary realms, only numbering 100,000, the scale was the same as during the last Guild illusionary realm battle. However, the combat power of these 100,000 was far stronger than those from the last time. One reason was that there were over a dozen 80-level powerhouses leading them. Secondly, even the 70-level main forces had better equipment than those from the last time. Furthermore, due to the significant weakening of the heavy cost characteristic, these invaders quickly rejoined the battle after falling, so the actual number of enemy combatants far exceeded 100,000. Despite the fact that the traps and mechanisms within the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor had been reinforced by Master Lu Ban and that the mechanical puppets guarding the passage had been upgraded to include Lu Ban No. 4 and Lu Ban No. 5, they still could not stop the enemy forces. At this moment, in Xianyang City, both armies were engaged in fierce combat, and the battlefield was gradually moving closer to the military parade ground in front of the Qin King's palace. Most of the forces still fighting in the illusionary realm were the original troops of the Great Wall Watch. The reinforcements sent from the affiliated illusionary realms had mostly perished. The sounds of battle echoed continuously on the battlefield, but they could not drown out the great Qin war song, Qin Wind, No Clothes, resonating in the air. Coupled with the all troops form up characteristic, although our army no longer had a numerical advantage, their morale and combat power remained undiminished. However, as the enemy's 80-level powerhouses began to take action, our strongest forces, such as Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and Wang Jian, were all held back. Gradually, the battlefield finally moved to the military parade ground. The army of 100,000 terracotta warriors in the arena immediately sprang to life, joining the battle. Although these warriors posed little threat against the elite level 70 enemy forces, the subsequently triggered Soul Rebirth feature allowed our fallen elite soldiers to resurrect in the form of terracotta warriors and rejoin the fight. The enemy's advance was halted at the military training ground, unable to move an inch closer to the Qin King's palace. As the Mercury River overflowed from the Qin King's palace, extending to surround the entire underground city of Xianyang, the imposing imperial carriage slowly floated out along the Mercury River, shifting the tide of battle. The imperial carriage, like a grand vessel, paraded through the royal city. Although the ancestral dragon did not appear, its imperial domain had already enveloped the entire battlefield, causing our army's attributes to surge while the enemy was completely suppressed. Coupled with the toxic mercury pervading the battlefield, all otherworldly invaders found their combat power significantly diminished. The mercury poison acts as a debuff against the enemy, so it does not affect our units. With such a drastic shift in power dynamics, the illusion domain quickly gained the upper hand, especially for generals like Bai Qi, who were fighting against the enemy's level 80 strongmen, becoming even more formidable and driving the enemy into retreat. It seemed that there was no need for the ancestral dragon to personally intervene. Fang Chen observed the battlefield situation, pondering quietly while continuing to use the Eye of True Sight to scan the entire map. Compared to other branch illusion domains, the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor had a much smaller map, and it didn't take long for Fang Chen to check the entire lowest level without discovering anything suspicious. The three upper levels were already in disarray, empty and devoid of anything worth investigating, and Fang Chen's gaze quickly swept over them. But at that moment, he suddenly paused slightly. Unexpectedly, in the most inconspicuous place, he made an unexpected discovery. On the first level of the Emperor Qin's tomb, in an unremarkable corner, there was a suspicious figure. It was a human invader, appearing to be a middle-aged man dressed in a gray long robe, making it difficult to determine his profession. He sat on a half-destroyed war chariot, seemingly meditating and waiting for something. Around him, the air was surrounded by a faint transparent barrier, a means of shielding against detection. When Fang Chen did not use the Eye of True Sight, he could not see him from the god's perspective. Such a suspicious person immediately raised Fang Chen's vigilance. This person could not possibly be just an ordinary slacker invader. Was he hiding here to cast spells? Could he be the source of the heavy price being severely weakened? Fang Chen observed the other party carefully for a moment, feeling that it didn't seem like he was casting spells, but it was also possible that he was equipped with items that had weakening properties, hiding here to avoid death in battle. However, there was another greater possibility. This person was an assassin for the decapitation operation. Fong Chen's vigilance heightened, focusing most of his attention on this individual. Should he immediately send someone to test the waters? Although the generals in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor were temporarily unable to withdraw from the lowest level, there was still a reserve army in the mainline space that had not yet been deployed. If sent now, they could be directly teleported to the first level of the tomb of the Dragon Emperor to deal with this suspicious individual. But this could also alert the enemy, causing them to escape or trigger some other unpredictable event. Should he only send a single high combat unit to assassinate? For example, Jingku or Zhuanzhu. But what if this was the enemy's scheme to lure them away? Should he contact the strategist to ask? Fong Chen pondered, slightly diverting his attention to the Three Kingdoms battle illusion domain, where the strategist Zhuge was still battling an enemy level 80 mage from a distance on the altar. Just as Fong Chen was contemplating a response, a significant change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. In the illusion domain of the Battle of Zhuolu, in the valley behind the enemy's dense stronghold, a long spear pierced through Hua Zubing's chest, emerging from his back. Meanwhile, the spear in his hand aimed at his opponent's heart but was caught by the opponent's left hand at the tip. Hua Zubing's face showed an expression of disbelief, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, and his features suddenly twisted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a grotesque visage with sunken eyes and a flattened nose. This person was merely a counterfeit Hua Zubing. The one before him was the true champion Marquis. Hua Zubing looked down at the enemy slumped on the ground and coldly said, "A fake is ultimately a fake. How could it possibly defeat the real thing?" He tightened his grip on the spear and yanked it fiercely, blood spraying forth. Yet even with such a severe injury to a vital area, the level 80 invader surprisingly did not die. Hua Zubing's gaze flickered slightly, but he did not immediately deliver the killing blow. Instead, he unleashed several thrusts to incapacitate the opponent's limbs, then ordered the elite soldiers following him to subdue the enemy. With such severe injuries, even if the opponent had means of recovery, they would be incapable of resistance for the time being. The invader, initially bewildered as to why Hua Zubing did not kill him outright, suddenly realized something, his expression changing drastically, but a group of elite soldiers had already restrained him, making even suicide impossible. Hua Zubing remounted his horse, leading a group of elite soldiers straight toward the mages in the valley. The remaining invaders could not withstand the onslaught of the champion Marquis. Soon, Hua Zubing reached the center of the valley, charging into the massive magic array. In an instant, the formation of the thousands of mages fell into chaos. Some shouted to hold their ground. Others could not help but launch attack spells at the advancing army, while some turned and fled. As they fell into disarray, the once brilliant magic array on the ground began to destabilize. The elite cavalry led by Hua Zubing pierced into the magic array like a sharp blade, killing every mage they encountered along the way. Finally, when yet another mage fell, a multitude of colorful light orbs erupted around his corpse. Hua Zubing's eyes sparkled with understanding. The reason the enemy's drop rate had been so low when he killed them before was due to this array. And now, the array had clearly become ineffective, restoring the drop rate of heavy cost. Kill! Hua Zubing and the army behind him surged with renewed vigor, ruthlessly surrounding and slaughtering the group of fragile mages in the valley. In no time, thousands of mages lay dead, and the massive magic array completely vanished. All that remained were corpses strewn across the ground and the colorful light orbs that had burst forth. Finally, Hua Zubing slowly approached the level 80 invader who had been left alive earlier. At this moment, the enemy's face was ashen. Hua Zubing's spear unhesitatingly pierced through the opponent's head. In the moment of death, a dense cluster of light orbs erupted around him, many of which were red. This was the reason Hua Zubing had kept him alive until now. Although he had only guessed before, it didn't matter to leave the enemy alive a little longer. If he had killed him earlier, only a small number of items would have dropped, and the level loss would not have been significant. But now, the items scattered across the ground were undeniable, and how many levels the opponent would lose depended on his luck. When the drop rate of heavy cost returned to normal, both sides on the battlefield quickly noticed. After all, as soon as one invader died, the sudden increase in drop rate was too obvious. All the invaders were filled with terror, their previously fearless bravado diminished by more than half in an instant, and such a shift to cowardice in the heat of battle was undoubtedly fatal. Many invaders, distracted for just a moment, were seized upon by their opponents and killed. The newly dead were aware that the death rate had returned to normal, but the problem was that according to the resurrection mechanism, they would not be revived immediately, they needed to wait for the resurrection cooldown. Therefore, this information did not get relayed back in a short time. Meanwhile, those invaders who had died earlier, after the resurrection cooldown ended, returned to the battlefield unaware of the situation. It was only then that they learned the death rate had been restored, leaving them all dumbfounded. In the illusory domain of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, in the lowest level of the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, at the military training ground in front of the Qin King's palace, both sides engaged in fierce battle quickly realized that the death rate had returned to normal. Not only were a group of level 70 elite troops thrown into panic, but even the level 80 powerhouses who were fighting against the generals could not help but show signs of shock. Some among them possessed skills similar to a mental network, allowing for direct telepathic communication. This is bad. The death penalty debuff has disappeared. How is that possible? Has the hidden point been breached? Weren't we told it would never be discovered? And there was an level 80 player guarding it, how could it be so easily destroyed? Damn it! I said we should have left 2 level 80 players there to defend. Stop with the hindsight. Execute the plan immediately. But we haven't found a suitable opportunity yet. We can't afford to wait any longer. The longer we wait, the worse it will get. Then you hold them off. I'll look for an opportunity to strike. The death rate has returned? In the forge, Fang Chen also quickly noticed this situation. He couldn't help but feel pleased, but he didn't have the extra attention to look for the reason, because he had already noticed that after realizing the death rate had returned, the level 80 invaders in Xianyang City were acting strangely. They not only did not fall into panic or retreat but instead became increasingly ferocious, launching fierce attacks against Bai Qi and several other strongest generals. Among them, one person suddenly summoned a humanoid robot, which glowed red all over, with a streak of gold at its chest. Once it appeared, it immediately flew into the air, charging towards the imperial carriage that was cruising above the Mercury River. How dare you! The furious shouts of Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and others rang out simultaneously as they surged forward to push back the enemies in front of them, then drew their longbows to shoot arrows in an instant. Several arrows glowing with crimson light shot up into the sky, hitting just before the robot collided with the imperial carriage. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in midair, shaking the entire mausoleum, and the powerful shockwaves spread out, sending both enemy and ally troops tumbling. A sphere glowing with golden light was thrown down from the sky, rolling onto the battlefield, flashing rapidly with light and emitting a series of urgent beeping sounds that felt ominous to anyone who heard it. All the invaders changed their expressions drastically and turned to flee without hesitation. Even Bai Qi's expression shifted slightly as he shouted, "Block it!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless soldier puppets around him rushed towards the sphere, directly pressing their bodies against it, piling up into a mountain of soldier puppets in the blink of an eye. These soldier puppets were elite troops of the Great Qin, revived using the Soldier's Soul Rebirth trait. Meanwhile, those level 80 invaders who had been entangled with Bai Qi and the other generals also abandoned the fight, rushing towards the military training grounds exit, with some pulling out defensive items or using skills to envelop themselves in energy shields. Though it sounds lengthy, everything actually happened in an instant. Inside the forge, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing within, already guessing what was about to happen next. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light burst forth from beneath the mountain of soldier figurines, instantly strong enough to engulf all the figurines, then flooding the entire military training ground, and spreading to the whole city of Xianyang, even the entire tomb of the first emperor. Buzz, in the main space, the entire Mountly suddenly trembled violently, the vibrations reaching the foundry, where the metal tools hanging on the walls shook and clanged. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Those invaders from another world actually came up with the same trick again, using a destructive device similar to a miniature nuclear bomb in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Even the soldiers left in the large square outside were startled by this sudden tremor, with many warhorses whinnying in distress. At that moment, inside the foundry, at the entrance, a transparent ripple suddenly appeared in the void, as if an invisible space was being split apart, and a middle-aged man in gray stepped out. It was the person Fang Chen had discovered hidden in the first layer of the tomb of the first emperor. As this man appeared, many people in the foundry immediately sensed it. Fang Chen turned sharply to look at the newcomer, from the shadows beside him. Jing Ku and Zhuanzhu both appeared almost simultaneously, rushing towards the enemy from left and right. Even Master Riyazi reached for a nearby large hammer. The couple Ganjiang and Mose grasped their dual swords, and several sewing needles connected by colorful threads flew in through a gap in the window, aiming for the intruder's back. Everything happened in an instant, but at that moment, everything also froze. It was as if the video had been paused, whether it was people or objects. Even the flames in the foundry stood still at that moment, but only one person could still move, and that was the invading outsider. This seemed to be his domain skill. Is it you? The domain lord of Great Wall Watch. The man looked at Fong Chen, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Such a grand effort just to kill you, you should be satisfied to die. As he spoke, his right hand lifted, and a long sword appeared in his grasp out of thin air, its blade shimmering with golden light. Then, he slashed at Fong Chen with the sword. A golden sword energy sliced through the frozen space, heading straight for Fong Chen. Jing Ku, Zhuanzhu, and Uyazi all showed expressions of shock and anger, but these emotions seemed to unfold very slowly, their faces only displaying the slightest changes, as if time had slowed down countless times. The golden sword energy reached Fong Chen in an instant, but at that moment, a point of golden light ignited at his chest, and then this point of golden light rapidly expanded, transforming into a golden barrier that enveloped him completely. In the next moment, the golden sword energy collided with the golden barrier. Buzz! A peculiar sound of collision rang out, and the entire space seemed to vibrate strangely. The golden sword energy dissipated, but the golden barrier merely flickered slightly, remaining unbroken. The invader's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of surprise. Golden legendary level defensive equipment? The smile at the corner of his mouth faded, and he immediately raised his long sword again, intending to continue his attack. But at that moment, his movements involuntarily froze. At the same time, he saw, in Fong Chen's eyes, a glimmer of golden light emerged. The next second, a majestic figure clad in a dark black dragon robe appeared behind Fong Chen. It was the ancestor dragon. Buzz! At the moment this figure appeared, the surrounding space trembled slightly again, as if the paused scene had been pressed to play once more, and everything suddenly returned to normal. Jing Ku and Zhuanzhu thrust their daggers, one to the left and one to the right, aiming for the enemy's vital points. The three master blacksmiths also picked up their weapons, and several sewing needles shot towards the back of the enemy's neck. But in the next second, an invisible force suddenly erupted from the enemy's body, sending Jing Ku, Zhuanzhu, and the sewing needles flying. The invader from another world widened his pupils, disbelief etched on his face, but then he gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and the surrounding space trembled again. It was as if an invisible power radiated from him, causing Jing Ku, Zhuanzhu, and the three master blacksmiths, who were about to attack, to freeze in place once more. At the same time, Fong Chen took half a step back, overlapping with the towering figure behind him. The innate skill, spirit possession. In the next moment, Fong Chen's pupils turned golden. A pressure as vast as mountains and seas erupted from Fong Chen, shattering the invisible domain that had just spread before his eyes. What? The middle-aged man was truly horrified this time. He never expected that his time-stop domain would be completely crushed. Although he could only exert the power of level 80, his control over the domain had not diminished much. And his domain effect was time stop, one of the most recognized strongest domains. Yet it was defeated. After the shock, he almost immediately decided to retreat without hesitation. He swung the golden longsword in his hand, slashing at the empty space beside him, but this time no golden sword energy was released. Instead, a series of transparent ripples appeared in the air, as if an invisible crack had been opened. He immediately intended to rush into that invisible crack. However, just as he took half a step forward, the foot he had raised could not be lowered at all. It was as if he had been frozen in time, his entire body stiffening in place. At that moment, he felt an indescribable vast pressure enveloping him, a fear stemming from his soul involuntarily surging and filling his mind, as if every cell in his body was trembling, too afraid to move a muscle. Although his consciousness remained clear, desperately thinking of escaping and resisting, his body simply would not obey. Opposite him, Fong Chen looked indifferently at the invader before him and said lightly, "Since you've come, then don't leave." As he spoke, several figures appeared beside him. It was Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Wang Ben, the great generals of the Qin dynasty. The explosion in the Emperor Qin's tomb had not destroyed the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain like the last time, although the vast majority of people, regardless of friend or foe, on the battlefield's lowest level had died in the explosion. Some had survived. Among them were the powerful illusion domain generals and those level 80 invaders. The true purpose of those invaders repeating their old tricks was not to perish together with the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, though it would be best if they could destroy it, but to create that momentary opportunity for the decapitation operation. They just didn't know that Fong Chen had long been prepared, which led to the current situation. In other words, the battle in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain had not yet determined a victor. According to normal rules, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and other exclusive generals of the branch illusion domains, including the Ancestor Dragon, could not leave. However, Fong Chen could summon the Ancestor Dragon's Imperial Soul using spirit possession, and the Ancestor Dragon's Imperial Soul's Imperial Domain could summon the Qin soldiers to protect the Emperor. In the previous explosion, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and the others had sustained some injuries, but they were not serious. At this moment, after their appearance, they immediately looked at the otherworldly invader who stood motionless with one foot suspended in the air. Fong Chen ordered, "Kill him." Without any nonsense or hesitation, everyone immediately drew their weapons and launched an attack on the enemy. Even Jing Ku and Zhuanzhu rushed forward again. The several master craftsmen, seeing so many professionals taking action, did not step forward again. Watching a group of people charge forward, the otherworldly invader's eyes were filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. He had been trying to break free from the invisible pressure binding him, but it was utterly impossible. The pressure was simply too powerful, as if even his subconscious knew it was impossible to escape, which is why his body remained unresponsive. This outcome was something he had never anticipated before coming here. However, he felt little fear. At this moment, he still believed that even if he died, he would only drop 3 to 5 levels at most, which, although painful for him, was still within bearable limits. Because he had previously hidden alone in the first layer of the Emperor Qin's tomb, he was unaware of the situation on other battlefields. Naturally, he did not know that the drop rate for the heavy price had already returned to normal. This time, I admit defeat, but next time, I will definitely not be careless. When the time comes, I will show you the true strength of a top player. As various weapons struck him, the invader's gaze was fixed on Fong Chen not far away, his eyes even revealing a provocative look, conveying his unwillingness to submit. In the next second, weapons fell upon him from all angles. Although the red epic level defensive gear on him flickered with red light a few times, it ultimately faded, and all the weapons pierced into his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Although his sense of pain was dulled, he still involuntarily showed a hint of agony, but he gritted his teeth, and his provocative gaze towards Fong Chen remained unchanged, until Bai Qi's killing shadow sword pierced through his chest. Humph! The man let out a muffled groan, his eyes wide open, clearly very surprised, his face showing a look of fear, when the killing shadow sword shimmered with golden light, and a large number of shadowy figures flew out, engulfing the invader. The screams finally erupted. Why? The unbelievable cries of pain lasted for several seconds before abruptly stopping. The moment the screams ceased, a large number of light orbs exploded around him, many of them red, among which was a long sword radiating golden light. Bai Qi retracted the killing shadow sword, and the numerous shadowy figures returned to the sword, while the others all stepped back. The twisted corpse of the invader slowly fell to the ground, completely silent. Then, Fong Chen said to Bai Qi and the other Qin generals, "You can go back now." Bai Qi and the others all complied. Fong Chen waved his hand, and several generals were teleported back to the lowest level of the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, illusion domain. The battle there had not yet ended, and some enemies were still alive. After Bai Qi and the others returned, they immediately launched a pursuit against the remaining enemies. Although it sounds lengthy, the time from the enemy's appearance to their demise was no more than 100 seconds. Fong Chen did not look at the corpse on the ground, nor did he pay attention to the golden legendary weapon that the enemy had dropped for the time being. He simply turned his head slowly to scan the surroundings, confirming that there were no other hidden dangers before retracting his gaze to the corpse on the ground, to the empty space beside it. There, to others, it merely appeared as a transparent ripple, including previously in Fong Chen's eyes. It was just that, but at this moment, in Fong Chen's vision, It had completely transformed. At this moment, golden light flickered in Fong Chen's eyes, and beneath the golden light, there was faintly another kind of special glow, a swiftly flowing green light. Looking at that place, Fong Chen's face revealed a hint of doubt, and he murmured to himself, "So this is reality? This is the true ability of the Eye of True Sight." At this moment, he was using his innate skill Eye of True Sight. In the state of being possessed by the ancestral dragon, Fong Chen finally unleashed the full potential of the Eye of True Sight for the first time. He saw that beside the otherworldly invader, the space was indeed torn open, but it was not invisible, rather, it was a crack flowing with green light. Within the crack, a vast amount of green light flowed like a waterfall, and upon closer inspection, one could find countless very tiny strange symbols within that flowing light. Upon seeing these flowing green symbols, 3 words appeared in Fong Chen's mind: data stream. This was strikingly similar to the data stream of electronic programs running in reality, except that the data was not composed of zeros and ones, but rather other, more complex symbols that Fong Chen could not understand. Many people on Blue Star, although they do not believe that the reality they live in is the so-called Blue Star online game, generally think that the illusion domain is indeed a special world akin to a game. There has always been a saying on Blue Star: this is a game created by the gods to help humanity resist the invasion of other worlds. People have also said that in the illusion domain, everything is composed of data, and the strength of everyone, whether it be people, equipment, or items, is determined by data, but this had always been just a concept, at least for the previous Fong Chen. However, now, Fong Chen truly saw the data. Moreover, not only that crack, but even the surrounding buildings, as well as the otherworldly invader and others like Jing Ku and Oyezi, also had faint traces of data flow on them. Fong Chen looked down at his own hands and could also see a blurred data stream, but this trace was very faint, and Fong Chen could not see it clearly. He guessed that it might be because he was still not proficient enough in using the Eye of True Sight. He recalled the first time he used the Eye of True Sight innate skill, when he had almost instantly exhausted his mental energy. Now it seemed that it was because he was looking at the illusion domain space at that time, and his mental energy was simply not enough to support him in seeing the truth of the illusion domain space, which nearly blinded him. And now, in the state of being possessed by the ancestral dragon's imperial soul, Fong Chen was finally able to see the truth of the illusion domain world for the first time. He remembered that when he first encountered the otherworldly invader named Shinhai, the other party had also mentioned that Bai Chi's killing shadow sword had strong data. And it seemed that the other party could also see the data itself like this. Furthermore, the means of directly tearing apart space to move from the branch illusion domain to the mainline space essentially opened a data channel. In other words, could it be that the otherworldly invader he had just defeated could also see data? Could it be that those top-tier otherworldly invaders all possess such abilities? Fong Chen could not confirm this speculation for the time being. As he quickly pondered various pieces of information in his mind, he walked up to the data crack. Since it was opened, this crack had been shrinking. It could originally accommodate a person, but now it was less than a foot wide. Inside, countless data streams flowed wildly, and remarkably, Fong Chen could see these data streams and also see some actual scenes from within these data streams. He saw that on the other side of the crack was the first layer of the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, which was where the dead invader had previously hidden. Soon, this crack completely disappeared. Although Fong Chen could still see a few faint traces of the data stream, it was as if he were looking through a frosted glass, unable to see clearly. He felt a slight soreness in his eyes, which was gradually intensifying. The heroic spirit possession was already very taxing on mental energy, not to mention that the spirit he was currently hosting was the ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul. Coupled with the use of the true sight, it didn't take long for Fong Chen to reach his limit. He gently closed his eyes, a faint golden light flickering around him, and the figure of the ancestral dragon vanished in an instant. After the heroic spirit possession, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul temporarily returned to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, Illusion Realm. Fong Chen sat back down in his chair, took a pill to restore his mental energy, and felt much better. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had returned to normal, and the blurry data streams in his vision had disappeared. He had now verified the true power of the true sight, and from now on, he just needed to slowly familiarize himself with and develop it. He was only at level 6 now, and once he reached level 7, his mental energy would undergo a qualitative change, and he believed he would be able to use this innate skill even better then. Fang Chen did not waver in his worldview just because he had seen the truth of the illusion realm and those data streams, suspected. This illusion realm was inherently a place of incredible wonder where anything was possible. Whether it was called a game world, data world, fantasy world, or divine creation world, it was merely a label. These labels were even based solely on human perception. What the truth behind everything was, Fang Chen now could only barely touch the edge of it with an innate skill, and there was still a long road of exploration ahead. He would not waver, but he also understood that he could not be impatient. Temporarily setting aside these thoughts, Fang Chen turned his attention to the large pile of items on the ground in front of him, especially the long sword radiating golden light. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he waved his hand and directly collected these spoils. At the same time, a large group of people surged into the entrance of the forge. They were the affiliated builders who had originally been in the pharmacy next door. Having been prepared for the enemy's decapitation operation, Fang Chen had previously used his control over the mainline space to lock these people in the pharmacy before the enemy appeared, preventing them from coming over and avoiding unnecessary casualties. Now that the restrictions were lifted, they rushed over. Seeing that Fang Chen was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the body of the invader on the ground, they all showed expressions of surprise, secretly speculating how Fang Chen had managed to defeat the opponent. Fang Chen didn't share too many details with them. After a brief greeting, he continued to use God's perspective to monitor the battles in various major branch illusion realms. At this moment, new developments were emerging in key battlefields everywhere. Since the drop rate of the heavy price had returned to normal, the overall situation on the battlefield began to gradually tilt. The previous batch of deceased, due to information lag, returned to the battlefield unaware and died again, experiencing the full version of the heavy price drop rate, after which no enemies returned to the battlefield. The number of enemies sharply decreased, and our remaining elite troops pressed the attack, forcing the enemy to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the battles between the strongest forces of both sides, which had been entangled for so long, finally began to show clear winners and losers. In the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles Illusion Battlefield. Ha 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 ha, is this what they call an 80-level second awakening domain skill? It's nothing special. Lu Bu's arrogant laughter echoed as he galloped through the dark space, wielding his Fang Tian Huaji, constantly striking down nearly invisible black slashes coming from all angles, while also slaying a large group of 70-level invaders. On him, the heavenly demon battle armor shimmered with golden light, with blood red and black patterns almost covering the entire surface of the armor. After such a long entanglement, Lu Bu's momentum not only had not diminished but had grown stronger. A massive dark red shadow coalesced faintly behind him. For this level 80 invader attacking Lu Bu, although the domain skill covered a large area, shrouding the heavens and earth and plunging Lu Bu into near-complete darkness, it was not an independent and closed space. Lu Bu could still slay the other enemies he could see. However, that level 80 enemy remained hidden in the darkness, and the black slashes seemed to come endlessly, striking from any angle. If it weren't for Lu Bu's demon war armor having such powerful defense, he would have had a hard time coping. Even so, the warhorse beneath Lu Bu was already battered and bruised, its speed greatly diminished. Moreover, the phantom units that entered the domain were all killed by the nearly invisible black slashes from the enemy. Yet, at least in terms of momentum, Lu Bu showed no signs of falling behind. However, when another wave of black slashes, fiercer than any before, came crashing down, Lu Bu's warhorse finally could not hold on any longer. Letting out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, Lu Bu leaped off the horse first, wielding his Fang Tianhua halberd to create a flurry of afterimages, shattering all the black slashes that pursued him. Glancing at the warhorse lying in a pool of blood, Lu Bu's eyes revealed anger, and the divine light of his demon war armor suddenly surged forth, the demon shadow behind him instantly solidifying. Lu Bu's aura surged once more. Cowering rat, come out, now! Lu Bu roared, leaping into the air with the demon shadow, then swinging his Fang Tianhua halberd to unleash countless massive crescent-shaped demon energy slashes that spread out in all directions. The sheer number even surpassed the black slashes attacking from all around at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu's demon energy slashes nearly filled the entire domain space. Buzz, the surrounding dark space trembled violently, with faint crack sounds like shattering glass, and numerous fine white cracks appeared in the darkness, light seeping through. In mid-air, Lu Bu's gaze suddenly sharpened. As if he had discovered something, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. Suddenly, he pushed off the air and dove towards a position diagonally below. As he landed, he swung his Fong Tianhua halberd down with great force. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the entire dark space shattered abruptly, everything around returning to normal. Where Lu Bu landed was a rocky ground, but at that moment, a massive pit over 100 meters deep exploded from the strike of his Fong Tianhua halberd. Amidst the exploding rocky debris, a figure scrambled out in a panic, attempting to flee into the distance. But before he could escape the flying rubble, a tall demon shadow blocked his path, and before he could react, a large hand wrapped in demon energy covered his face, lifting him by the head into the air. Lu Bu, brimming with demon energy, looked at this short-statured enemy in his grasp and sneered, "Cowering rat, I've caught you." Lu Bu's large hand nearly covered the entirety of the enemy's face, but through the gaps between his fingers, a pair of shocked eyes could be seen, as if the enemy couldn't believe Lu Bu had truly found him. Lu Bu had no interest in wasting more words with him. He raised the Fong Tianhua halberd in his other hand and slashed. Then, all that remained in his hand was a head that refused to close its eyes. Lu Bu casually tossed aside the severed head, glancing at the pile of light orbs that burst forth beside the headless corpse on the ground. Then he pouted in disappointment. "TSK, I thought an 80 level would drop a piece of golden legendary equipment. What a waste." On the other side, in the battlefield of the Shuhan camp, a gigantic, deformed monster made of a pile of earth and stone let out a thunderous roar, causing the ground within 1,000 meters to shake violently. Numerous sharp stone spikes erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, chasing after a greenish-blue phantom. A massive stone spike, over 10 meters long, suddenly shot up, but the phantom stepped on it and leaped into the air. This phantom was none other than the special mount of Guan Yu, the Qinglong steed. After leaping into the air, the scales on the Qinglong steed suddenly shimmered with dazzling blue light. It opened its dragon mouth, and a brilliant blue orb of light quickly gathered within, then violently spewed it towards the gigantic stone monster. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred, blasting half of the stone monster into dust, revealing an invader inside whose skin resembled rock. Just as the Qinglong steed launched its attack, Guan Yu, who was on its back, stepped down and used the momentum to leap high again, tracing an arc in the air and landing on top of the gigantic stone monster. When the monster was blown apart, and the hidden invader revealed himself, he looked up and saw a Qinglong Yenue blade coming down upon him. The blade glowed red, resembling a dragon's head biting down. Swish! In an instant, the rock-skinned invader and the remaining half of the stone monster connected to him were cleaved in two by Guan Yu's strike. The Qinglong steed galloped over, leaping to catch Guan Yu as he fell from the air. Guan Yu glanced at the large explosion of light on the ground, confirming that the enemy was dead. He then looked around and spotted a fierce general in the distance, lifting a half-human, half-snake massive corpse, slowly emerging from a thick green mist. It was Zhao Yun. Clearly, he had also just dealt with an 80-level invader. In the sky, the 80-level mage was now drenched in cold sweat. The deaths of his 80-level allies made his heart sink further. The worst part was that he had already noticed, the death explosion rate had become incredibly severe again. This indicated that the weakening formation on the other side had malfunctioned. Why? It shouldn't be. This is not what we planned. The mage thought bitterly, wishing he could escape, but he couldn't, because he was already in a predicament. Around him, elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were continuously gathering in the sky. Once he revoked his magical domain, the first to suffer would be himself. Swish! At that moment, another crimson arrow of light came rushing towards him. The mage's heart tightened, but fortunately, the magical shield in front of him worked again, barely blocking the attack. However, he vaguely heard a faint cracking sound from the defensive pendant hanging around his neck. Its durability was about to give out. And this was just the enemy's ordinary shooting. He had previously witnessed the terrifying power of the opponent's skill, the 9 arrows in a row, which could definitely kill him in an instant. Fortunately, during the first 2 uses of that skill, the target of the attack was not him, but rather his 80-level sniper ally. When that sniper died for the first time, the death penalty's weakening buff was still active, so he only dropped 3 levels and immediately returned to the battlefield after the resurrection cooldown ended. He then engaged in a back-and-forth sniping duel with Huang Zhong on the city wall of Hulao Pass for quite some time. Later, when Huang Zhong's equipment effect cooldown ended, he unleashed another round of 9 arrows in a row against the enemy. The enemy was not a Saint Seiya. And the same tactic worked once again. When the 80-level sniper died for the second time, the explosion rate of the heavy price had already returned. After that, he never came back. The mage knew that the enemy sniper, archer, had a skill on cooldown, and it was likely about to be ready again. And now, there were no teammates left to shield him from the arrows. So, he felt a kind of torment as if he were waiting for death. No, I can't. I have to go. I must retreat quickly. As long as the decapitation operation succeeds, there will still be a chance to turn the tide, the level 80 mage thought to himself, gritting his teeth, and suddenly cancelled his domain skill. Then he immediately took out a magic sphere the size of an egg from his inventory and crushed it with force. In an instant, a burst of white light enveloped him completely, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Boom! Just as he vanished, a thunderous roar echoed in the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning descended from above, striking a specific location in the dense jungle as if it were precisely guided. That spot erupted in a blaze of fire, igniting a large area of forest, with a charred pit several dozen meters wide at its center. In the pit lay a charred corpse, barely recognizable, surrounded by a multitude of glowing orbs. Soon after, dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky again. A storm reappeared, and the remaining invading army was once more subjected to the onslaught of fierce winds and thunderous lightning. Under the pursuit of the army from the illusion domain and the pressure of the mighty thunder, the remnants of the invading forces were gradually driven together from three directions. Although their numbers grew after merging, they simultaneously faced the encirclement attacks from the coalition forces of three nations, especially since the fierce warriors from all sides had already dealt with those level 80 strong enemies. Joining this final encirclement battle meant that no one could stop them anymore. The outcome here was no longer in doubt. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, in the illusion domain, the lowest level of Xianyang City had been largely destroyed by the earlier explosion, leaving only a small portion of both enemy and ally forces remaining. After Bai Qi and the others returned from their brief outing to protect the emperor, they led the remaining elite troops to counterattack the enemy, who had lost their will to fight. Even those level 80 invaders couldn't help but panic. Unlike invaders on other battlefields, they knew that the decapitation operation had been carried out, and when the opportunity was created here, the hidden trump card should have entered the mainline space to assassinate the Great Wall Guardian, illusion domain builder. However, now, they felt no change in the enemy forces. Not only was their morale intact, but the various buffs they had also remained unchanged, and they seemed even more ferocious. Even the Mercury River in the air and the Imperial carriage cruising above it had not been damaged in the earlier explosion and were still operational. All these signs indicated the decapitation operation had failed. But how could this be possible? They simply couldn't imagine how their seemingly foolproof plan could fail. After all, it involved a top-tier player with a time-stop domain, and even a golden legendary weapon, all while executing a meticulously planned assassination against a mere level 6 illusion domain builder. And yet it could still fail? But no matter how much they disbelieved or refused to accept it, the current situation had already changed. Before long, the level 80 invader fighting Bai Qi made a mistake in his haste, and Bai Qi seized on a flaw, killing him with a single sword strike. The feeling of being killed by the killing shadow sword was clearly unbearable, and his shrill scream before death startled the other level 80 invaders. In that moment of distraction, another was killed by Meng Tian. Then, as Bai Qi and Meng Tian turned their attacks toward the remaining level 80 invaders, the battle quickly came to an end. Shuhan contention, in the illusion domain. In a pitch-black space, a maze composed of countless translucent shields was now in tatters. The sound of hooves echoed urgently, and then with a loud boom, a wall shattered instantly. Shu Ba Wang, wielding the golden, charged out from the debris on his black steed. Xiang Yu pulled the reins, slowing the horse's pace. He looked around and then chuckled lightly. I suddenly notice it's a bit quieter. Why is no one speaking? Earlier, when he had just entered, a voice in the darkness had been mocking him, calling him a brute, saying things like wasting time, tiring you out, and so on. Later, as the walls of the maze moved and closed in, trying to crush Xiang Yu, he pierced through them one by one with his, destroying them all. Eventually, as he demolished large sections of the shield wall maze, that voice gradually faded away. At this moment, facing Xiang Yu's retort, the other side fell silent, but Xiang Yu smiled slightly, his gaze directed toward a spot in the front right, and he said softly, "Found it." He pulled the reins, and the black steed immediately turned, galloping toward that direction. At the same time, the enemy's domain suddenly trembled, and the few remaining shield walls in the maze vanished one after another, followed by an unprecedentedly large shield wall dropping down in front of Xiang Yu. Yet, Xiang Yu seemed unfazed. He even squeezed the horse's belly, urging the black steed to go faster. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yu arrived before the massive shield wall, and in his hand radiated an unprecedented golden light, exuding unmatched might as he thrust it forward. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the giant shield wall shattered instantly, and Xiang Yu charged out from the flying debris. In the next moment, another equally massive shield wall fell before him. The speed of the black steed showed no signs of slowing. Xiang Yu didn't even retract his long spear, and the spear's brilliance erupted, instantly piercing through the shield wall. Boom 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 boom, shield walls fell one after another before Xiang Yu, yet they could not hinder his relentless spear momentum. Ultimately, after piercing through more than 10 shield walls in one breath, the darkness ahead of Xiang Yu suddenly shattered. Everything around returned to normal, and Xiang Yu immediately spotted a figure fleeing in panic ahead. In just a few breaths, the black steed caught up to that figure, and the long spear in Xiang Yu's hand mercilessly pierced through the opponent's chest. A large burst of light erupted from the ground, and with a flick of his wrist, he flung the corpse off the spear tip. He glanced down at the in his hand, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In this battle, the true power of the against enemies was finally showcased, and Chu Baowan was very satisfied. He then looked around and found the battlefield in disarray. Bodies strewn everywhere, the army of the had cornered the enemy into a dead end, and they were making a desperate final stand. Xiang Yu patted the black steed beneath him, and it immediately galloped toward the enemy forces. Meanwhile, in another part of the Chuhan contention, on a hillside, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark black dragon robe sat atop a fine steed, watching the battle nearing its end with a smile on his face. This man was none other than Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty. He nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Our Han soldiers, no matter where they are always so valiant and invincible." As the founding emperor, Liu Bang's position was naturally where the Han army was located. His imperial domain could greatly enhance the combat power of the Han soldiers, just like when the ancestor dragon activated the imperial domain within the tomb of the dragon emperor. All Qin soldiers experienced a significant boost in strength and could suppress the enemy with the might of the imperial dragon. Liu Bang could do the same. The effects of the imperial domain were the same, but the power varied from person to person. Liu Bang had never seen the true power of the emperor's domain of the ancestor dragon. In fact, he had been here for quite some time and had yet to meet the ancestor dragon, mainly because the relationship between the two parties was a bit awkward, making a meeting unsuitable. Anyway, Liu Bang was quite satisfied with the effects of his emperor's domain. As long as he stood here, his Han soldiers could double their valor. Those invading armies from other worlds were beaten down to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. Even the so-called level 80 powerhouses were toyed with by Han Xin. Besides the Han army, there were nearly 1 million troops from the affiliated illusory domain, allowing the war god Han Xin to indulge in his Han Xin points troops, the more the better thrill. However, as the battle progressed, most of the auxiliary forces had perished, leaving only Liu Bang's Han soldiers still alive. At that moment, Liu Bang seemed to sense something and suddenly his expression changed slightly. Almost at the same time, a figure leaped out from the shadow beneath Liu Bang's feet, a dagger aimed straight at his throat. The red light on Liu Bang's dragon robe flashed, and a powerful repulsive force blocked the dagger, pushing the attacker back several steps. This dragon robe was also a red epic grade equipment custom made for Liu Bang after he arrived. The appearance of this assassin startled the elite guards behind Liu Bang, who all drew their weapons and rushed forward, some shielding Liu Bang while others attacked the enemy. But they were not powerful commanding units, and their attacks were ineffective. The assassin quickly dodged many attacks and leaped into a shadow, trying to escape again. But at that moment, a powerful pressure suddenly descended upon him, causing his movements to freeze involuntarily. The Emperor's pressure, or it could also be called the Emperor's Dragon Might. Liu Bang's Emperor's Dragon Might, though not as strong as the ancestor dragons, was still enough to suppress this level 80 assassin. Liu Bang's expression darkened as he coldly snorted, "There are always ill-intentioned people trying to harm me. Protect me." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures appeared beside him out of thin air. It was Han Xin and Fan Kuai. Both were suddenly summoned here. Slightly taken aback, but in the next moment, they understood the situation. Lu Bang pointed at the assassin and ordered, "Kill the assassin." Without a word, Fan Kuai immediately charged at the enemy. Han Xin, however, did not rush to attack. He moved slowly to the side, watching Fan Kuai engage in fierce combat with the enemy. Although this otherworldly invader was a level 80 powerhouse, at this moment, within Lu Bang's Emperor's domain, he could not gain any advantage against Fan Kuai's fierce assault. Ultimately, Han Xin keenly caught a slight opening that the enemy inadvertently revealed, decisively struck, and successfully teamed up with Fan Kuai to kill him. Thus, all level 80 invaders in the illusory domain of the Chuhan contention were wiped out. In the illusory domain of bloodstained Jin Lake, Li Yinglong had been sniping against the enemy sniper for a long time. The mountain he was on had been bombarded to pieces by the enemy's sniper cannon. At this moment, Li Yinglong lay hidden in the thick snow, completely still. He was waiting. Suddenly, a series of massive explosions erupted on the opposite mountain. Amid the explosions, a figure was forced out from its hiding place, trying to move elsewhere. But in that instant, Li Yinglong pulled the trigger. The next moment, he saw the enemy's head explode like a watermelon through the scope, and after falling to the ground, a large number of light orbs burst out around him. Finally, I damn well killed him. Li Yinglong jumped up from the snow, shaking off the snow on his body, and said with a grin, "Didn't expect it, huh? I still have the Italian cannon support tactic." He quickly changed positions and moved to another mountain peak, setting up his sniper rifle to aim at the front line of the battlefield over there. The two armies had been exchanging fire for a long time, and now the entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke, littered with corpses from both sides. The bodies surrounded by numerous glowing orbs belonged to the enemy. Li Yinglong aimed at the enemy position and began to take one headshot after another. On the other side, in a certain grove, the battle between Lu Qianli and his opponent was also nearing its end. Both were covered in wounds, and the surrounding snow was stained with blood. If this were reality, they would have died 10 times over from the blood loss alone. But in this illusory realm, not only were their physical qualities extraordinary, but they also had ample supplies of medicine, allowing them to fight for so long. Finally, during another clash, the enemy's hidden dart pierced Lu Qianli's chest, while Lu Qianli's dagger sliced through the opponent's neck. A head rolled away, and the headless corpse fell to the ground, bursting forth with a multitude of glowing orbs. Lu Qianli staggered back 2 steps, leaning against a large tree, and then took out a healing pill to swallow. The wound on his chest slowly healed, and his health gradually restored. At that moment, footsteps approached from one side. Lu Qianli turned to look and saw a figure in a black leather trenchcoat walking closer. It was Yan Xuanying. His battle had also concluded, and he had intended to come and provide support, only to find that the fight here was already over. In the strange tales from a Chinese studio illusion realm, in a sea of black flames, a giant corpse monster made up of countless decaying bodies, towering over 100 meters, let out a series of mournful wails, being shredded into pieces by a torrent of sword energy cascading like a waterfall. A barely audible soft grunt sounded from somewhere within the black flames. Yan Qixia's gaze sharpened, and he immediately formed a sword gesture with his hand, pointing in that direction. The torrent of sword energy in the air instantly spiraled and poured down towards that spot. A scream echoed from that side, followed by the violent rolling of the surrounding black flames, which then quickly extinguished. The scenery around returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Yan Qixia pulled back the sword gesture, and the torrent of sword energy vanished, with several long swords flying back to land in the sword box behind him. Looking at the corpse among the numerous glowing orbs, Yan Qixia snorted, "Evil and heretical. Nothing more than this." He glanced around, noting that although his side was almost entirely composed of monsters and demons, since they were all part of the illusion realm camp, fighting to protect the lives of the world, they were not evil or heretical. Yan Qixia took out some supplies to replenish his recently consumed state and then rushed towards a nearby location. Over there, a ghost general was battling an 80-level invader. After Yan Qixia joined in, the enemy was quickly defeated. At the same time, 2 reinforcements teleported to the edge of the battlefield. They were the reinforcements led by Yu Fei and Wei Qing, coming from the affiliated Illusion Realm battlefield. Soon after, the battle in this branch Illusion Realm also came to a swift conclusion. In the Battle of Zhuolu Illusion Realm, when Huaxubing led the reinforcements to join the front lines, the invaders were completely at a disadvantage. Before long, the 2 80-level invaders, who were fighting the Beast General and the Jolie Tribe General, were also killed one after the other. The remaining invaders' remnants fell even faster, and the battle here was about to end. In the Great Wall Watch mainline Illusion Realm, the reinforcements on the large square had all been dispatched by Fong Chen to expedite the conclusion of this Guild Illusion Realm battle. However, just as this Guild Illusion Realm battle was nearing its end, Fong Chen opened his item bar and selected one of the items. Name, Guild Illusion Realm Random Reinforcement Order. Type, Item, Consumable. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect 1, can be used during Guild Illusion Realm battles to randomly send 100 reinforcement orders to personal illusion realms of this country. If the other party uses the item, they can teleport to the Guild Illusion Realm to assist in battle. Effect 2, you can choose a phantom domain from the reinforcements that came to aid, merging its mainline phantom domain buff into the guild's main phantom domain, lasting until the current guild phantom domain battle ends. Note 1, the level of the phantom domain builder receiving the reinforcement order must not be higher than that of the user. Note 2, a single arrow piercing the clouds. 1,000 troops come to meet you. This item has been in stock for quite some time. In the previous guild phantom domain battles, Fong Chen did not use it, and now it is about time. This time it is an S-level hell difficulty guild phantom domain battle, and the rewards should be good. Fong Chen chose to use the item. Meanwhile, in the real world of Blue Star, countless people are paying attention to the Guild Phantom Domain battle of Great Wall Watch. Unfortunately, they can only guess randomly and cannot know the situation of the battle at all. During the Guild Phantom Domain battle, the Phantom Domain builders can temporarily return to the real world, for example, to address physical survival needs, but they cannot stay away for too long, and there will be temporary restrictions on obtaining Phantom Domain resources from the outside. If it were any other ordinary Guild Phantom Domain battle, people might still get some progress updates from the temporarily returned builders. However, for Great Wall Watch, both the main builder and the auxiliary builders have their identities kept confidential, and no one from the outside knows. They cannot come out to expose information themselves, so everyone can only rely on guessing. The only way to judge the outcome is to wait until the battle ends and see the changes in the Guild Phantom Domain level of Great Wall Watch. If the level drops, it means defeat. However, Great Wall Watch currently has an S-level hell difficulty Guild Phantom Domain, and no one knows if it will increase further if they win. This is already the highest level in all of Blue Star, and there has never been a higher level. Everyone once thought this was the level cap, but since the emergence of Great Wall Watch, people have started to feel uncertain, because the Guild Phantom Domains that reached this level before had main builders who were all level 9 powerhouses. Yet, the Phantom Domain builder of Great Wall Watch is only level 6 now, and even when the Guild Phantom Domain reached S-level hell difficulty before, it was only level 5. The potential for growth is too great. If the Guild Phantom Domain's level remains at S-level hell difficulty, it seems a bit unreasonable. Therefore, whether there will be a level higher than S-level hell difficulty is something everyone is eagerly anticipating, especially the Phantom Domain builders from the Flower family. Many are even more nervous than when their own domains were challenged, fiercely discussing on their national forums while frequently refreshing the Guild Phantom Domain rankings to see if there are any changes in Great Wall Watch's level. Jun Zichuan is one of them. At this moment, he is speaking in a discussion thread on the forum. I don't know how long this Guild Phantom Domain battle of Great Wall Watch will last. I feel that according to past records, it is very likely that a winner will be determined within a day. Generally speaking, an S-level Guild Phantom Domain battle lasting 3 to 5 days is normal, but Great Wall Watch has never been normal. The speed at which its previous Guild Phantom Domain battles ended was always surprising. Just as Jun Zichuan finished his comment, a prompt from the game's main god suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! You have received a random reinforcement order. Would you like to check it immediately? Jun Zichuan was taken aback. It was the first time he had received this item. In surprise, he immediately chose to check. Name, Random Reinforcement Order. Type, Item, Consumable. Grade, Epic, Red. Requested Phantom Domain, Great Wall Watch. Phantom Domain Scale, Guild Phantom Domain. Phantom Domain Difficulty, S-Level Hell. Effect 1, you can lead any unit within the Phantom Domain to teleport to the requested Phantom Domain until the challenge of that domain ends and automatically returns. Effect 2, if the Rescue Illusion Domain challenge ends without using Effect 1, this item will be automatically consumed. Note, the Illusion Domain is difficult. Hurry to rescue. The Great Wall Watch? When he saw the name of the Rescue Illusion Domain, Jun Zichuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. his face filled with disbelief. The Great Wall Watch actually used the reinforcement order. Has this guild's illusion domain battle encountered difficulties? Can't they win? Could it really be as some people speculated on the forum? That among this invading army from another world, there are level 80 strong ones? The rumors online suggested that the strongest enemy lineup the Great Wall Watch might face in this illusion domain battle includes several level 80 strong ones, as well as a massive number of level 70 elite invaders. If that's the case, the Great Wall Watch might really not be able to win. It hasn't even been long since the battle started, and they've already used the reinforcement order. It seems the situation is very dire. Jun Zichuan quickly pondered in his heart, looking at the received reinforcement order, his eyes revealing hesitation. He was only a level 3 illusion domain builder, and he happened to receive a reinforcement order. It was truly a waste. In that level of battle, even if he went, it would just be a death sentence. He hoped that the other random reinforcement orders would fall into the hands of stronger builders. At least they should be level 5 or 6 to be of some help, Jun Zichuan thought to himself, but his expression grew more and more conflicted. He recalled a recent argument he had on the forum with a foreigner, who relentlessly criticized the Great Wall Watch, claiming that in the next guild illusion domain battle, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat, saying that the invading forces from another world would never allow it to become the national fortune illusion domain of the flower planting family. Jun Zichuan had argued back, firmly believing that the Great Wall Watch was indeed the hope of the flower planting family. And once it became the national fortune illusion domain, it would bring tremendous benefits to them. At that time, the opponent had mocked him, asking if he would dare to help if one day the Great Wall Watch was breached and issued a reinforcement order. Jun Zichuan still remembered his bold reply, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if I have to sacrifice a few years of my life, I will contribute to the future national fortune illusion domain of the flower planting family." He never expected that the hypothetical situation he thought would never occur would actually happen today. "I'm only level 3, just level 3, Jun Zichuan murmured to convince himself, fear evident in his eyes. But beyond that, a growing determination began to emerge. Ultimately, this determination surpassed his fear. "Damn it," Jun Zichuan cursed. "It's just a few years of life. Just consider it paying for the bragging I did back then. Even if I die, at least I can help block a couple of attacks." He looked again at the received random reinforcement order and chose to use it. At the same time, there were 99 other builders from the flower planting family who received the random reinforcement order like Jun Zichuan. Most people's reactions were similar to Jun Zichuan's, and the vast majority of people's choices were the same as his. Some even posted on the flower planting family's forum before heading to support. "What the hell? I received the reinforcement order from the Great Wall Watch. I'm going to help. Brothers." This post immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Is this for real? Up. Are you spreading rumors about the whole family? Holy crap, it's real. My friend also received a reinforcement order. He's already gone to support. It's true. There are people around me who received it too. No way. The Great Wall Watch really issued a reinforcement order? Is the situation that bad? If it's true, then it must be very bad. I didn't expect the Great Wall Watch couldn't hold on anymore, and it's only been this long. How strong are the enemies?" Sigh. This shouldn't be too surprising. After all, there are 200,000 level 70 elite invaders, and it's very likely that there are level 80 strong ones leading them. No, if we lose this battle of Great Wall Watch, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to our morale. That is the hope of our flower-growing family. Why haven't I received the call for reinforcements? I want to help too. Forget it, the highest rank that can receive the call for reinforcements is just a level 6 builder. Don't even mention level 80 invaders, even level 70 ones can't be fought off. Going would just be a death sentence. What if we can help? Even a little would be good. Damn it! If only the call for reinforcements could be transferred. Even if it costs me a few years of my life, I want to go help. My cousin also received the call for reinforcements, and he has already gone. My uncle's family is almost going crazy, because my cousin is just a level 1 builder. Ha! A level 1 dares to go? This, although it's very irrational, I still want to say your cousin is really brave. My grandfather also went, he is a level 6 builder, but he probably can't withstand a death penalty anymore. This, salute to your grandfather. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. What if we can win? What if we just need this last bit of support? Right, as long as the outcome isn't decided, there is still hope. The news that Great Wall Watch used the random reinforcement order made countless builders from the flower-growing family anxious like ants on a hot pan. But unfortunately, there was nothing they could do except wait anxiously. They could only wait with burning hearts. Meanwhile, in the illusion domain of Great Wall Watch, ding! 3 families divide Jean has accepted your call for help and has arrived at the battlefield. Ding! Dragon Tiger Gate has accepted your call for help and has arrived at the battlefield. Ding! 5 Poison Sect has accepted your call for help. Ding! Zhangling Village has accepted your call for help. After using the reinforcement order, the game notifications in Feng Chan's ears kept ringing. A large number of builders from the flower-growing family came to support. Feng Chen could check the basic information of these illusion domains from the information page. Most of the builders were only level 4 or 5, with few at level 6, and a small number at levels 2, 3, or even 1. They couldn't possibly be unaware of what kind of enemies Great Wall Watch was facing, nor could they be ignorant of how dangerous it was to come for support. But they still came, without hesitation. Listening to the sound of notifications, a smile that Feng Chen couldn't suppress appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, all the reinforcements that used the reinforcement order were arranged by Feng Chen into the Battle of Zhuolu branch illusion domain. A group of illusion domain builders, along with their respective illusion armies, descended one after another. Many of them had expressions of facing death without fear. And some even shouted loudly as if to bolster their courage, ready to fight to the death with the enemy. However, soon everyone was stunned. They had thought that upon arrival, they would see the scene of the invading army from another world at the gates, or the scene of the Great Wall Watch camp being brutally slaughtered. But what they actually saw was a large group of illusion domain units chasing a small number of invading forces from another world, running around in a panic. It was relatively easy to distinguish between illusion domain units and invading forces. For example, those well-disciplined armies were definitely illusion domain units. What's going on? Is this the illusion domain of Great Wall Watch? How is it different from what I imagined? No, this doesn't seem to be the main illusion domain space of Great Wall Watch, but rather a branch illusion. Ha! This is a branch illusion? No way. Are you saying that the invading army from another world hasn't even finished with the branch illusion, and hasn't even entered the main space of Great Wall Watch yet? It seems it really is like this. The Great Wall Watch is not in danger at all. Clearly, we are about to win. Then why use the reinforcement order? Why did they bring us here? It seems we all misunderstood. The Great Wall Watch issued the reinforcement order not to ask for our help, but to let us reap the rewards. Ha! A group of illusion domain builders looked at each other. Although they had all guessed the truth, they still found it hard to believe. It was the first time they had heard of someone using the reinforcement order like this. Someone suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, I said it! How could the Great Wall Watch possibly lose? Turns out they just wanted us to benefit. Phew, you scared me to death. I thought we were doomed. Me too. I was praying that death wouldn't take too much of my lifespan. To be honest, I was almost scared to pee. Ha 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 ha, I was about the same. But thank goodness we came. This is an S-level Hell Difficulty Guild Illusion Domain Support reward. Even if we do nothing, the rewards will definitely not be small. What a stroke of luck. Now that we're here, how can we really do nothing? We should at least do something, right? Isn't there a lone invader over there? It seems so. Don't let him get away. Don't be careless. It could be a level 70 invader. Don't engage directly. If we die, it won't be worth it. Right. Let the illusion domain units go. Let's overwhelm him. Then, a large group of various illusion domain combat units surged towards the otherworldly invader in the nearby woods. Before long, Feng Chen began to hear the victory notifications from various branch illusion domain battles. He didn't send the victorious branch illusion domain forces to support other battlefields, as it was unnecessary. Finally, when the last enemy fell, the game's main god's notification rang in Feng Chan's ears once more. Ding! The Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion Domain Defense Battle has been won. This mission's rating, S. Mission rewards, personal experience plus 20%. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Amplification result, personal experience plus 30%. New illusion domain features legendary jade figurine, red, added to Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. New illusion domain features Song of Healing, red, added to, Bloodstained Gene Lake, new illusion domain feature Unmatched Strategist, red, added to, Three Kingdoms Chronicles, new illusion domain feature Burning the Boats, red, added to, Shuhan Contention, new illusion domain feature Ninely Warriors, red, added to, Battle of Zhuolu, new illusion domain feature Spirit Technique Resistance, red, added to, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, illusion domain construction module, red, x 50,000. Equipment module, red, x 20,000. Equipment enhancement module, red, x 10,000. Mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment order, red, x 2. Mainline illusion domain general recruitment order, red, x 2. Mainline illusion domain special troop recruitment order, red, x 20,000. Mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment order, red, x 50,000. Branch illusion domain emperor soul recruitment order, red, x 1. Branch illusion domain general recruitment order, red, x 2. Branch illusion domain special troop recruitment order, red, x 30,000. Branch illusion domain warrior recruitment order, red, x 80,000. Guild illusion domain random reinforcement order, red, x 1. Guild illusion domain truce order, red, x 1. Warhorse recruitment order, red, x 10. After listening to the long list of amplification results, joy was hard to contain in Fong Chen's eyes. All branch illusion domains had gained a new illusion domain feature. Other various resources in the illusion realm are also unprecedentedly abundant. However, Fong Chen did not rush to tally his gains. He continued to wait expectantly for 2 more seconds. Sure enough, the prompt from the game's main deity sounded again. Ding! The Guild, Great Wall Watch, S Illusion Realm level has been upgraded to SS level normal difficulty. Reward obtained, Great Wall Watch, has added the Illusion Realm characteristic Legion domain, red, it's here. Fong Chen was instantly overjoyed, not even bothering to listen closely to the reward details. Above S level, there is indeed a higher level, double S level. This level designation wasn't particularly novel, people had even guessed it during previous wild speculations, but it had always been mere speculation until now, as Fong Chen was the first person in history to confirm this guess. This new breakthrough represented many possibilities. Since the Guild's Illusion Realm level has reached this new height, it's very likely that personal Illusion Realms and National Fortune Illusion Realms do as well. Moreover, once the Guild's Illusion Realm reaches SS level, the scale of challenges and level caps will likely increase, meaning that the next Guild Illusion Realm battle will face more and stronger enemies. Additionally, since there is a double S level, could there possibly be an even higher level, like 3S level? As Fong Chen pondered this, the amplification prompt sounded. Detected reward acquisition. Random amplification in progress, amplification complete. Amplification result, Great Wall Watch, has added the Illusion Realm characteristic Legion domain, gold, Illusion Realm construction module, red, x 50,000. Equipment module, red, x 30,000. Equipment enhancement module, red, x 20,000. Mainline Illusion Realm special unit recruitment order, red, x 2. Mainline Illusion Realm general recruitment order, red, x 2. Mainline Illusion Realm Special Troop Recruitment Order, red, x 50,000. Mainline Illusion Realm Warrior Recruitment Order, red, x 100000. Branch Illusion Realm Special Unit Recruitment Order, gold, x 1. Branch Illusion Realm General Recruitment Order, red, x 4. Branch Illusion Realm Special Troop Recruitment Order, red, x 50,000. Branch Illusion Realm Warrior Recruitment Order, red, x 200000. Guild Illusion Realm Truce Order, red, x 1. Warhorse Recruitment Order, red, x 20. Special Mount Recruitment Order, red, x 5. After hearing the prompt, Fong Chen was even more ecstatic. Truly, the upgrade rewards for the unprecedented SS level Guild Illusion Realm are extraordinary. The resources from the Illusion Realm are even more than the victory rewards from this Guild Illusion Realm battle. Most importantly, not only is there an additional gold legendary mainline characteristic, but there's also a gold recruitment order. Fong Chen couldn't wait to click on the information page for Great Wall Watch to check the new characteristic. Name, Legion Domain. Type, Illusion Realm characteristic. Affiliated Illusion Realm, Great Wall Watch. Quality, Legendary, Gold. Effect, our Illusion Realm units will have a chance to comprehend special domain skills. Note, domain skills? I have them too. Looking at the introduction of the characteristic effect, Fong Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised and unable to contain his joy. Domain skills? Isn't that a special move that invaders from other worlds acquire after reaching level 80 in their second awakening? Or is it just a name similarity? But even the note seems to hint that it's that kind of domain skill. The specific situation of this characteristic cannot be seen yet. It will require an illusion realm unit to trigger this characteristic and comprehend the domain skill before there are examples to reference. But no matter what kind of domain skill it is, it surely won't be bad, as it is granted by a gold legendary characteristic. This is also a characteristic that can continuously enhance our combat power, given time. As more and more of our units comprehend domain skills, the total combat power of Great Wall Watch will keep breaking new heights. Ha ha ha, we won! Ha! Finally won! Luckily, nothing unexpected happened. My experience points increased by 30%. You're at a low level, so you gain more. I only increased by 15%. Ha ha ha, I have 2 pieces of red epic gear in my loot. The rewards from the S-level Hell Difficulty Guild Phantom Domain battle are too generous. No kidding, just look at the strength of the enemies we faced. I actually think the rewards are a bit lacking. By the way, a lot of reinforcements came from the Battle of Zhuolu. Mr. Mo used the random reinforcement order to let them come and snag some rewards. Hey, they really hit the jackpot, getting so many rewards for free. They had no idea about this before coming. Those who dared to come and support are truly admirable. That's true. At this moment, a group of subordinate builders nearby also heard the reward notification for the victory in the Guild Phantom Domain battle and began to excitedly discuss it. Meanwhile, in the Grand Square, many surviving Phantom units were returning one after another. In the Phantom Domain of the Battle of Zhuolu, those Phantom builders who came to support automatically left after the 100-second stay limit. Fong Chen did not interact with them, as it was unnecessary. The reason he used the random reinforcement order was that the item had already been bound after amplification and could not be given to others. So he used it this time as a small benefit for his courageous compatriots. Fong Chen also did not specifically request such items from the official, as this type of rescue item could only be used for benefits in his hands, while it might be a life-saving key item in the hands of other Phantom builders. Then, as usual, Fong Chen first repaired all the branch Phantom domains using the construction module, and then, taking advantage of the infrastructure maniac trait, he conveniently repaired all the subordinate Phantom domains that had experienced battle this time. After that, he collected all the loot belonging to him from the various battlefields into his inventory, preparing to count the rewards before slowly amplifying them. Ding! The number of loot has exceeded 10 million for the first time, triggering the automatic amplification function. Random amplification in progress. Amplification complete. Just then, Fong Chen suddenly heard a notification he had never heard before. This made him pause for a moment, then he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It turned out there really was an automatic amplification function. All along, after each major battle, the loot had been increasing more and more. While this was a good thing, it also caused Fong Chen great frustration, like a factory worker tightening screws, especially this time. Just a moment ago, when Fong Chen collected the massive loot from those 2 million strong enemies, the first thought that popped into his mind was, with so much, I wonder how long it will take to amplify it all. Little did he expect to receive a big surprise right after the long-desired automatic amplification actually appeared. It turned out that it would only trigger when the number of loot exceeded 10 million. So, when the quantity wasn't this high before, he was supposed to work himself to death? Fong Chen couldn't help but complain about this strange threshold setting in his heart. Then he opened his inventory, and just one glance was enough to dazzle him with the golden color in the first few slots. Golden legendary. Several of them. He hit the jackpot. Fong Chen was overjoyed but still restrained himself from rushing to check the details. He followed the usual counting process step by step. He summoned the Phantom Domain information page and checked the newly added traits of several branch Phantom domains one by one. Name, Legendary Jade Figurine. Type, Phantom Domain Trait. Affiliated Phantom Domain, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, the Terracotta Army in the Phantom Domain upgrades to Jade figurines and can enjoy the Phantom Domain trait bonuses like normal Phantom Domain units. Note, guarding the Royal Tomb is our duty. Name, Song of Healing. Type, Domain Trait. Affiliated Domain, Bloodstained Gene Lake. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, our unit's mental attack resistance increases by 100%, and status recovery speed increases by 100%. Note, this song soothes the hearts of warriors. Name, Unmatched Strategist. Type, Domain Trait. Affiliated Domain, Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles. Quality, Epic, Red. Effect, all attributes of our strategist units increase by 100%. Note, I can not only devise strategies but also deal damage. Name, burn the boats. Type, domain trait. Affiliated domain, Shuhan contention. Quality, epic, red. Effect, when our side has no supplies, the entire army's combat power increases by 100%. Note, only by exterminating the enemy can we survive. Name, Jolie Warriors. Type, domain trait. Affiliated domain, Battle of Zhuolu. Quality, epic, red. Effect, combat power of Jolie tribe units increases by 100%. Note, Jolie Warriors, never yield. Fight to the death. Name, Spirit Technique Resistance. Type, domain trait. Affiliated domain, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Quality, epic, red. Effect, Spirit Technique Resistance of our ghost type units increases by 100%. Note, what is attribute restraint? We don't understand. These new traits of the subdomains are specifically enhanced based on their unique characteristics, significantly boosting the combat power of each subdomain. While Fang Chen was reviewing the numerous new traits, a world-class sensation had already erupted in the outside reality, because everyone discovered the guild domain level of Great Wall Watch had changed. It did not decrease but transformed into a level that had never appeared before, SS level. This thrilled those who had previously speculated about it, and since the guild domain level had risen, it meant that Great Wall Watch had won the guild domain battle. This left countless people astonished, because Great Wall Watch had just used the random reinforcement order to call for help. Many speculated that the guild domain battle was likely to be lost. Yet, unexpectedly, a complete turnaround occurred so quickly they actually won. Was it really just a matter of a little bit? That a random reinforcement order called in those reinforcements of varying strengths, and it was just enough to turn the tide? It seemed impossible to think that way. Soon, when those domain builders who received the random reinforcement order returned and shared their experiences on the forum of the Flower Planting Nation, all doubts were resolved. It turned out that those random reinforcement orders were not issued for calling for help but to let people come in and snag victory rewards. Upon hearing this reason, countless people had the same thought in their minds: there's actually such a tactic? While others used the random reinforcement order as a last resort. Great Wall Watch directly pulled a random selection of 100 lucky ones to reap rewards for free. Moreover, it was the support rewards from the S-level Hell difficulty guild domain battle. Countless people looked at the rich rewards shared by those lucky ones on the forum, envious to the point of turning green with jealousy. The once gloomy Flower Planting Nation forum was now filled with joy. Oh my gosh! It turns out the big shot issued the reinforcement order just to give out rewards. I worried for nothing. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. How could Great Wall Watch possibly lose? It's still so invincible, so strong. This is the first time I've seen someone use the reinforcement order like this. Ah, why didn't I receive one? These rewards are so enviable. I could cry. The key point is that it was all free. What kind of luck are you guys having? Although there is indeed an element of luck, it also takes courage to seize it. Everyone thought the Great Wall Watch was going to lose, and in that situation, I truly admire those who dared to go in and support. Exactly. It feels like a reward for their bravery. He. You guys are making me a bit embarrassed with all this praise. I really didn't think that much at the time. I just got carried away and went to support. We've caught a lucky one. I didn't see your account of the experience. Please tell us what reward you got. I'm only level 4, so my reward is a bit worse than others. But I got lucky and picked up a kill during a group fight against the enemies, which dropped a lot of loot, including a piece of red epic gear. He. Wow! A level 4 builder got the head of a level 70 invader. You can brag about that for a year. Red epic gear. Jealousy is making me unrecognizable. This is truly satisfying. I really want to know how the invaders from the other world are reacting right now. It must be hilarious. Ha 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 ha. To make such a big fuss and still return empty-handed, they must be feeling really down. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, in another world, on the game forum for Blue Star Online, countless players are also closely following the progress of the Great Wall Watch Guild's Phantom Domain battle. When the level of the Great Wall Watch Guild's Phantom Domain increased, it immediately caught the attention of many. The game forum exploded. Great Wall Watch won again. Moreover, as more internal news from the Empire Alliance leaked out, the uproar grew even larger. What's going on? They actually failed again. Is this Great Wall Watch really that terrifying? Wasn't it said that the Empire Alliance prepared a decapitation plan? Did that fail too? It failed. and reportedly the formation that suppressed the death penalty was also broken, resulting in heavy losses for the 2 million player army. The batch of our Empire participants reportedly lost over 100 players who dropped more than 50 levels, and those who dropped 20 or 30 levels are countless. I have a friend on my list who was a level 70 and went to battle, I just checked, and his level is now 13. Goodness, dropping from level 70 back to the novice village. If it were me, I would probably just delete my account and quit the game. I have an acquaintance who also participated. He was a bit luckier and only dropped a little over 10 levels, but he lost his red epic gear. The cost of challenging Great Wall Watch is too high. Who would dare to go after this? There really is a level higher than S rank. How strange. Not a single phantom domain reached that level in all those years. I've said it before. There are no normal personal or guild phantom domain challenges above level 70. It's clearly unreasonable. Now it's confirmed that SS rank is the normal challenge level for 70 to 80. So there must be an SSS rank for challenges above level 80. The height that no phantom domain reached in 30 years has been achieved by this Great Wall Watch in just 2 months. And its phantom domain builder is only level 6. If there really is an SSS level, it's almost certain they can reach it. The threat of this phantom domain is too great. It must be eradicated quickly. Otherwise, this game might really be unplayable. Everyone knows this, but the problem is how to eradicate it? The Empire Alliance failed with such a large effort. What else can be done? Since their guild phantom domain has reached SS level, it means that level 80 players can challenge it normally. Next time, we should send a stronger team over. They should be able to break through. I feel like I've seen this kind of talk many times before, but none of them ever hit the mark. I really don't understand why the game designers created such a powerful illusion realm. Are they trying to force people to quit the game? While countless ordinary players were fiercely debating on the forums, a group of representatives from the Game Empire Alliance gathered once again in the Alliance's conference room. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was eerily silent. Everyone had arrived for quite some time, yet no one spoke. After a long while, one of them cautiously said, "By the way, you can't blame me this time, you didn't call me to the last meeting." One person sighed. Sigh. Although you, with your bad luck, didn't come last time. Everyone was already worried about the worst-case scenario, but no one expected that this time, the good luck would fail and the bad luck would prevail. Isn't that right? I really can't figure out why this plan could fail, with so many level 80 strong players leading the charge, and the rest being elite players at level 70. We meticulously planned so many strategies, even expending tremendous effort to prepare a massive formation to suppress the death penalty. How did it end up failing? I say, who exactly did you, God of War tribe, send to carry out the decapitation operation? What went wrong in this most crucial part? Exactly. In the end, it was your people who messed up at the critical moment, causing this plan to fall short. I think you should provide a reasonable explanation. I also think that maybe the people you sent out weren't reliable. You kept it all secret before, saying you were afraid of information leaks. Now you can talk about it, right? Our people aren't reliable? Fine. Let me tell you the truth. The person we sent to execute the final operation was Desert Killing Shadow. Do you still think he wasn't reliable enough? What? Desert Killing Shadow? You mean the leader of the Desert Divine Army Guild? Isn't he a level 90 player? That's right. To ensure absolute success, we even sent a top-level 90 player, using a special item to suppress his level attributes to 80, to carry out the final decapitation operation. He has time-stop domain and also possesses a golden legendary weapon. Do you still want to say we didn't take it seriously? I really didn't expect you to send a top-level 90 player. But, why did such an overkill arrangement still fail? Where did the problem lie? The problem, of course, lies in the target being even more difficult to deal with than we imagined. How did Desert Killing Shadow fail? What means did the enemy use to counter his time-stop domain and the golden legendary weapon? How the hell would I know? What do you mean? Didn't Desert Killing Shadow say? No, when he was counter-killed, the death penalty suppression formation had already been broken, and he lost almost all his items, including that golden legendary weapon. Moreover, his level dropped by more than 70 levels. The blow was too great. He logged off directly after coming back, and we are now trying to contact him. The conference room fell into an eerie silence once again. Losing a golden legendary piece of equipment was one thing, but dropping over 70 levels was almost like falling back to the novice village. For a top player above level 90, It was akin to falling from heaven to hell. Such a heavy blow, no matter how great the reaction, seemed understandable. It wouldn't be surprising if he directly quit the game from then on. The representatives from various countries sighed inwardly, mourning for this once top-tier player for a moment. And no one blamed the God of War tribe for their incompetence anymore. After a long while, someone finally spoke up. Could it be that the Great Wall Watch over there really learned about our plans in advance, and that's why they were prepared, leading to our plan's failure? Is that possible? Could it be that we have spies on our side? We've always been the ones cultivating spies in the inner world. Why would they have any? What benefits do they have to make players work for them? Could it be that among the spies who defected to us, there are moles? Have they been fed false information? That's impossible. We haven't revealed any information to the spies. We haven't either. We didn't even know that the desert-killing shadow was the trump card sent by the War God tribe. So how could we have leaked anything? What? Are you suggesting that we might have leaked it? The reason we didn't tell you is that we anticipated this and were being cautious. How could we possibly leak it ourselves? Then, is it possible that those so-called pacifists are involved? They have top players among them. Maybe they're secretly causing trouble. Pacifists? It seems like I haven't heard news about them in a long time. I thought that organization had already disappeared. No news doesn't mean they've vanished. As far as I know, they've been operating in the shadows all along. That's ridiculous. Do they really naively think that the inner world is a real world? Do they truly believe those illusion domain builders are living beings like us? It's just a deep setting of the game. A bunch of data. In a virtual reality online game, the word virtual comes first. Can there really be people who take the game as reality? It may not be that they truly see it as reality. From what I understand, they just want to conquer this game in another so-called peaceful way. Looking for peace in a monster hunting leveling game? Is this some kind of cyber electronic animal protection association? Do they want to release the NPCs in the inner world? Who knows? Sigh. Discussing this now seems pointless. Great Wall Watch has already risen to an SS-level guild illusion domain. Even if we attack again, it's not something we need to worry about. Indeed. Let's leave the next steps to those top players. I'm really tired. I never thought playing a game could lead to depression. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm planning to take a break and won't log in for a while. Out of sight, out of mind. I've even resigned from my position as the Empire's representative. This is the last time I'll attend the representative meeting. Everyone, may we meet again by chance in the future. Ah, are you quitting the game? No, I just want to be a free player again. Although I'll earn less money, at least it will be much easier. Sigh. Alright, let's end today's meeting here. Everyone, goodbye, goodbye. The scene shifts back to the main space of Great Wall Watch. After checking all the new illusion domain features, Fong Chen went to an open area near the large square and began his favorite recruitment phase. This time, he obtained quite a few high-level recruitment orders. Especially, there was even a golden recruitment order. Although it was only for a side illusion domain, it wasn't a problem because he had a golden legendary side illusion domain. Fong Chen selected the golden side illusion domain special unit recruitment order from his inventory and used it. And the designated side illusion domain, of course, was Battle of Zhuolu. Immediately, a white mist surged forth, and a tall, sturdy figure slowly emerged. Just as a blurred figure appeared, the white mist began to churn wildly, and a wave of battle intent, like mountains and seas, swept in all directions. Not far away in the large square, all the high-ranking military units that had been discussing the recent battle instantly turned their heads to look, including Lu Bu and Bai Qi, whose eyes revealed expressions of surprise and suspicion. The weaker units fell silent, their faces showing uncontrollable fear. Fong Chen, who was closest, narrowed his eyes, unable to hide his astonishment. Although it was still just a vague silhouette, he had already recognized the identity of the figure. It was simply too distinctive. The person stood over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and muscular arms. But there was no head. Such an image, related to the Battle of Zhuolu, could only belong to one person. The legendary last war god of the Jiuli tribe, Xingtian, also known as Xingtian or Xingtian. The swirling white mist before him quickly receded, revealing the true form of the figure. The headless body was also over 2 meters tall, like a small mountain standing before Fong Chen, with arms thicker than Fong Chen's thighs, bare-chested, wearing a beastskin war skirt around the waist, barefoot, exuding a primal, wild, and overwhelming sense of power. He stood silently before Fong Chen for several seconds, Then his breasts transformed into a pair of eyes, and his navel became a giant mouth. Speaking in a deep voice, Xingtian, you are the domain master. Why have you awakened me? It was unclear whether it was due to not speaking for too long or the inconvenience of his speech, but his voice was somewhat muffled and sluggish, yet it also sent chills down one's spine, as if it were a form of mental attack. As a golden legendary unit, Xingtian felt completely different from the ancestral dragon. This was Fang Chen's first time recruiting such a pure legendary unit, and he was momentarily unsure how to communicate. After thinking for a moment, he focused his mind and directly summoned the two Jiuli generals, Gesua and Taboo, who were still celebrating in the illusion of the Battle of Zhuolu. The two felt a flash before their eyes, and just as they were puzzled, they suddenly noticed Xingtian before them. Both were greatly shocked, then overjoyed, and simultaneously exclaimed in awe, "Great witch Xingtian!" Xingtian's eyes fixed on the two for a moment, seemingly pondering, then spoke, "You are also here." It seemed he recognized the two, which made things much easier. Fang Chen assigned the two Jiuli generals to host Xingtian and help him understand the situation here. After they accepted the order, Fang Chen focused his mind again and temporarily transported all three back to the illusion of the Battle of Zhuolu. In that familiar environment, Xingtian should be able to adapt more quickly. After Xingtian left, the crowd in the large square nearby let out a sigh of relief, and many had already recognized Xingtian. Unable to help but start discussing among themselves. The legend of Xingtian originated from the ancient Chinese text Shanhai Jing, Hai Weishi Jing during the pre-Qing period, which tells of his battle against the Yellow Emperor, or the Heavenly Emperor, where he was defeated and beheaded but remained alive, with his fighting spirit unextinguished, using his breasts as eyes and his navel as a mouth, wielding a giant axe and shield in each hand, continuing to fight. In later generations, the legend of Xingtian underwent various transformations, but his image and the spirit he symbolized never changed. The Jin dynasty poet Tao Yuanming once wrote, "Xingtian dances with his axe. His fierce will remain steadfast." This celebrated his indomitable spirit of resistance. Logically, one would think that the illusion domain capable of recruiting Xingtian should be the second largest guild illusion domain of the Huahua family, Shanhai Ji, but that domain had never managed to recruit Xingtian. Now, it was Fang Chen's Battle of Zhuolu illusion domain that had succeeded. Fang Chen was very much looking forward to the kind of power this legendary last war god of the Jiuli tribe would possess. Subsequently, Fang Chen once again opened his item bar and selected the red subquest illusion domain Emperor Soul recruitment order. Once again, a unit of Imperial Soul can be recruited, but it is also exclusive to the side quest. After some contemplation, Fang Chen decided to use it in the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles illusion domain. Here, there are clear targets for recruitment, and it is also possible to form bonds. A white mist enveloped Fang Chen once more, and then a figure slowly emerged, exuding a familiar imperial pressure. The nearby high-ranking combat units were once again drawn to this presence, turning their heads to look, with several of them showing expressions of surprise and hastily making their way over. A man in a brocade royal robe, around 50 years old, approached Fang Chen. He was not tall, had a sallow complexion and a short beard, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, giving off a naturally approachable and amiable aura. He slightly cupped his hands to Fang Chen and smiled, saying, "Lu Xuanda, Domain Master, Big Brother." A surprised shout interrupted the man's words, and a burly figure rushed forward. It was Zhang Fei. Behind him were Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang, and others. Upon hearing the name, Fang Chen's eyes lit up with joy. Lu Xuanda, Lu Bei, Uncle Lu. He secretly summoned the information page for the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles illusion domain and glanced at the details of the Fierce General Bond feature, discovering that a new bond had indeed been activated. Oath of the Peach Garden. Regarding Emperor Zhao Lai of Han, Lu Bei, like many others, Fang Chen first learned about him from an old classic television series, and his understanding of Lu Bei evolved through various stages as he grew up. Initially, he thought Lu Bei was a man of deep feelings and righteousness, a wise ruler. Later, after watching some analyses online, he came to view Lu Bei as a hypocritical villain, and as he matured, especially after recently rereading The Three Kingdoms and gaining a deeper understanding of history, he felt that Lu Bei truly deserved the title of a benevolent and wise ruler. At the very least, throughout Lu Bei's life, he treated those around him with loyalty and righteousness, and he never acted immorally towards the common people. To this day, some still assert that Lu Bei was a hypocrite. but Fang Chen felt that, even if he was indeed pretending, if he maintained that pretense for a lifetime, then he could be considered a true gentleman. Returning to the main topic, with Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and other familiar faces to welcome him, Liu Bei naturally did not require Fang Chen's concern. Fang Chen looked at his item bar and continued to draw cards. Oh no, he meant to continue recruiting. Since he had used the side quest Imperial Soul Recruitment Order to activate a new bond in Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles, Fang Chen decided to take advantage of the momentum and use the 6 newly acquired red side quest Illusion Domain General Recruitment Orders. As for other side quest Illusion Domains, he could supplement them with main quest general units. Once again, a white mist surged in the empty space before him, but soon, Fang Chen heard a familiar special prompt. Ding! Recruited a special general unit from the exclusive Illusion Domain. Requires consumption of side quest Illusion Domain General Recruitment Order, Red, X3. Do you wish to recruit? Fang Chen's eyes brightened instantly. He had encountered this prompt once before, when he recruited the Overlord of Chu, Xiang Yu. The prompt referred to a special general unit, rather than a special unit, which was more specific. Previously, recruiting Xiang Yu had consumed 4 recruitment orders of the same level, while this time it required 3. Fang Chen immediately chose to continue recruiting. Soon, 4 figures emerged from the white mist. The large expanse of white mist once again exhibited unusual surges, and Fang Chen felt a familiar sense of pressure. However, this imperial pressure was slightly different from that of Liu Bang or Liu Bei, and it was not the same as Xiang Yu's overlord pressure. The one emanating this special pressure was the foremost figure among the 4, a man dressed in a brocade robe, around 60 years old, with narrow eyes and a long beard, his hair gray but his spirit vigorous, showing no signs of aging, with a hint of calmness in his smile. Behind him were 3 men, all clad in armor as generals. When the 4 appeared, there was a hint of astonishment and confusion in their eyes. The one at the front first cupped his fists towards Fang Chen and said, "Domain Master, Chao Mingde greets you." The other 3 also cupped their fists in greeting and introduced themselves. Shang Pu, paying respects to the Domain Master. Zhou Tai, paying respects to the Domain Master. Jiang Wei, paying respects to the Domain Master. Chao Mengde, Chao Chao. Fang Chen looked at the man in front, and his heart suddenly understood. Indeed, although Chao Chao had not declared himself emperor, he could not possibly be on the same level as other military generals. His status was similar to that of Xiang Yu, which was normal. In the struggle among the 3 kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu, Chao Chao's 2 major rivals, Liu Bei and Sun Quan, had both declared themselves emperors. Although Chao Chao had not formally declared himself emperor, in terms of his lifetime achievements, he had already possessed some imperial qualities. This setting is necessary for the plot. Please do not take it too seriously. Lord Chao, Aman, General Jiang Wei, General Chang Pu. At this moment, several shouts came from the side, as the generals from the 3 kingdoms rushed over. The members of the Wei camp, such as Dian Wei and Su Zhu, were naturally overjoyed to see Chao Chao. The people from the Wu camp were equally delighted to see Chang Pu and Zhou Tai. The Shu Han people, who were originally attending to Liu Bei, were also thrilled to see Jiang Wei. Soon, the 4 newcomers were pulled over by familiar faces from their respective camps, surrounded and chattering excitedly. Chao Chao, the Prime Minister, needed no further introduction, regardless of his reputation. The title a hero of the age was almost unquestionable. Of course, in modern society, nicknames like Boss Chow and Chow the Thief have also become quite popular, turning into classic internet memes. The other 3 generals were also fierce warriors from the 3 kingdoms period. Jiang Wei, styled Boyue, was a renowned general of Shu Han, greatly favored by Zhuge Kongming. After Kongming's death, Jiang Wei rose to prominence, eventually taking command of Shu Han's military forces and continuing Kongming's legacy to launch northern expeditions against Chao Wei. But alas, the later Shu was already at its last gasp, ultimately leading to failure. Shang Pu, styled Demu, was a fierce general under Sun Jian during the late Eastern Han, one of the founding heroes of the Sun family in Eastern Wu, and the leader of the 12 Tiger Generals of Jiangdong. Zhou Tai, styled Yuping, was a famous general of Eastern Wu, who fought alongside Sun Tzu and Sun Quan, achieving numerous military successes. With the addition of these 4, the combat power of the 3 Kingdoms Battle Chronicles side stories Illusion Domain surged once again. Fang Chen withdrew his gaze and looked back at the item bar. Next, He used 4 red mainline illusion domain special unit recruitment orders all at once. Soon, 4 figures slowly emerged from the white mist before him. The person on the far right was an old man dressed in coarse linen, holding a sacrificial staff. His appearance clearly indicated he was a special unit related to the Battle of Zhuolu illusion domain. He walked up to Feng Chen and respectfully said, "Great shaman, Hula, greets the domain master." Indeed, he was a great shaman. There had already been 2 before him, so no further explanation was needed. The person next to him was a thin old man dressed in a blue long robe, slightly hunched, with a kind face, carrying a small wooden box on his shoulder. This almost iconic image made it easy to guess his profession. He approached Feng Chen, smiled, and bowed, saying, "Old man Sun Si Miao, greets the domain master." Sun Si Miao, another divine doctor. Sun Si Miao, a famous medical expert of the Tang dynasty, authored the medical classics Qianjin Yaofang and Qianjini Feng, and was later known as the King of Medicine. Another big shot added to the pharmacy workshop. The third was a man in his 30s, tall and slender, wearing a silk cap, with handsome features and an extraordinary demeanor. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Feng Chen, neither servile nor overbearing, saying, "Zhou Yu, styled Gongjin, greets the domain master." Zhou Yu. Unexpectedly, another unit from the Three Kingdoms period was recruited. Upon hearing this name, Feng Chen's eyes brightened, and he instinctively glanced at Zhuge Liang, who was talking with Liu Bei not far away. Today, not only had they gathered the oath of the Peach Garden, but they had also assembled the one-time Yuan Liang. Zhou Yu, the Grand Commander of Eastern Wu during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Three Kingdoms period, was a figure of both literary and martial prowess, whose intelligence and strategies were on par with Zhuge Liang. He was one of the main participants in the Battle of Red Cliffs and is often praised by later generations. The fourth individual, however, was a woman dressed in a light purple long gown, with long hair cascading down to her waist, moving gracefully, her skin as white as snow, her features like a painting, and her beauty captivating. She slightly bowed to Feng Chen and said in a voice like a golden aureole, "I am Zhou Zhirua, pleased to meet the domain lord." Zhou Zhirua? Feng Chen was once again surprised. Until now, he had not recruited many female units, and he did not expect to encounter a character from a fantasy novel today. He instinctively glanced at Miss Zhou's delicate hands, wondering if she had reached the stage after mastering the 9E manual. After the 4 introduced themselves, they curiously surveyed their surroundings. When Zhou Yu first spotted Zhuge Liang not far away, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuge Liang seemed to sense the gaze and turned to look over, also momentarily stunned, then showing a joyful expression as he turned to approach and laughed heartily. "Brother Gongjin, you are here too." The others in the Three Kingdoms fantasy realm instinctively turned to look, and the people from Eastern Wu were immediately filled with excitement. "Grand Commander, Gongjin!" A group of people rushed over, inadvertently pushing Zhuge Liang aside. Liu Bei, who had already grasped the situation, looked around and smiled. "Grand Commander Zhou has also arrived. What a coincidence." "Yes, it is indeed a coincidence." Cao Cao, standing nearby, squinted his eyes, his tone revealing no joy. Liu Bei then turned to Cao Cao. "Lord Cao, I didn't expect we would meet again in this way." Indeed, Cao Cao's gaze flickered. "It is truly unexpected." He did not look at Liu Bei but instead gazed into the distance at the illusory Great Wall and the historical scroll above. His expression somewhat complex as his eyes lingered on the Three Kingdoms period. Liu Bei also looked at the historical scroll, his eyes filled with infinite emotion. Zhou Yu, having seen so many familiar faces, was both surprised and puzzled. It wasn't until the generals from Eastern Wu explained the situation to him, one after another, that he gradually revealed a look of realization and astonishment. The others were also attended to by their respective hosts. Sun Simia was naturally handed over to the divine doctors like Hua Tuo, while Hula was sent to the Battle of Zhuolu fantasy realm. As for Zhou Zhirua, there were not many female units in the fantasy realm, so she was assigned to be received by Xiao Qian. Meanwhile, Feng Chen's recruitment was not yet over. He then used 4 red mainline fantasy realm general recruitment orders. Soon, 4 figures emerged from the white mist before him. The 2 men on the left were middle-aged, dressed in military uniforms from the modern anti-Japanese period, clearly anti-Japanese generals. The 2 on the right wore ancient armor, but the styles differed significantly. One was from the Warring States period, while the other was likely from the Ming dynasty. Chao Linbin, pleased to meet the domain lord. Fu Guoliang, pleased to meet the domain lord. Lu Yi, pleased to meet the domain lord. Qi Jiguang, pleased to meet the domain lord. The four stepped forward and introduced themselves. Chao and Fu were indeed brave generals who sacrificed themselves during the modern anti-Japanese war, purely fictional. Please do not associate. Lu Yi was an outstanding military strategist from the late Warring States period, who once served as the general of Yen and was granted the title of King of Chang. He led the coalition of Yen and 4 other states to attack Qi, capturing over 70 cities, creating a famous historical example of the weak defeating the strong in ancient Chinese warfare. Our strategist Kongming often compared himself to Guanzhong and Lu Yi, and this man is one of them. The last individual, General Qi Jiguang, was also a heavyweight. He was another anti-Japanese general, but he fought against the Japanese pirates during the Ming dynasty. The reputation of the Qi family army once struck fear into countless Japanese pirates. In the mid to late Ming dynasty, General Qi Jiguang not only defeated the Japanese pirates in the south but also defended against the Mongols in the north, achieving countless military exploits. He was awarded the titles of Left General, Minor Protector, and Prince Protector, becoming a legendary general revered as a national hero by later generations. Qi Jiguang was not only a masterful strategist and skilled in military training, but he was also an outstanding calligrapher and poet. He even constructed parts of the Great Wall, building a total of 1,017 hollow watchtowers, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of the eastern section of the wall. With the addition of these 4 great generals, Fang Chen was in high spirits. After handing the 4 generals over to the crowd for reception, Fang Chen continued to use the recruitment orders. Next, he used a total of 70,000 red mainline illusion domain special troop recruitment orders. After using them, a large amount of white mist immediately surged before Fang Chen, enveloping a vast area. Even the many people who were talking nearby were drawn to the spectacle, especially the generals, who all knew that a new army was about to arrive, and they couldn't help but show expressions of anticipation. Many were hoping that the newcomers would be troops from their own era or ones suitable for their command. Within the white mist, the faint sounds of hoofbeats or heavy armor marching could be heard, and numerous figures slowly emerged. As the white mist gradually dissipated, a grand army of 70,000 soldiers, dressed in various uniforms from different dynasties and military types, appeared before everyone. There were light cavalry, heavily armored soldiers, archers, and even modern artillery units. Generals like Bai Qi, Han Xin, and Li Yinglong all brightened with excitement. Among them, 2 generals showed the most surprise. One was the recently arrived Marshal Yu Fei, and the other was the newly arrived General Qi Jiguang. The 2 of them each focused on 2 formations within the army ahead, their eyes filled with uncontainable joy. The flags of those 2 armies not only bore the characters Song and Ming, representing their respective dynasties, but also had the characters Yu and Qi written on the generals' flags. The Song dynasty's Yu family army, the Ming dynasty's Qi family army. These were the exclusive armies of these 2 generals. In history, any army that could be called family army was undoubtedly a valiant and battle-hardened elite force. The Yu family army and the Qi family army were 2 of the prime examples. Subsequently, Marshal Yu strode directly toward his Yu family army. Although General Qi Jiguang had just barely grasped the situation, he couldn't help but walk straight toward his Qi family army. The newly arrived Yu family army and Qi family army were all excited to see their respective marshals, creating a lively scene. The soldiers from other dynasties, upon seeing the familiar armies, also rushed forward to begin a large-scale welcome activity. Fang Chen smiled as he looked back at the item bar and used all 130,000 red mainline illusion domain warrior recruitment orders at once. In the adjacent empty area, even more vast white mist surged forth, and more army figures began to appear. When the white mist cleared, a total of 130,000 elite soldiers from various dynasties stood before everyone. The generals were so happy that they couldn't suppress their smiles. Although they were just ordinary infantry, they were all red epic level elite warriors. These soldiers were quickly divided among the soldiers of various dynasties, and the lively scene escalated once again. Fortunately, the mainline space of the Great Wall Watch was infinitely spacious, so even with more people, there was no fear of crowding. At the entrance of the forge, a group of subordinate builders looked at Fang Chen's grand recruitment scene, all stunned in amazement. How many rewards did this big shot actually receive? They still didn't know that Fang Chen actually had another 80,000 branch line illusion domain special troop recruitment orders and 280,000 branch line illusion domain warrior recruitment orders temporarily set aside. This portion of branch line troops was best left until Zhuge Liang and the others had finished integrating this new batch of mainline troops before deciding how to allocate them. As long as they recruit before the next Great War arrives, they can benefit from the growing stronger with each battle characteristic. Besides these soldier recruitment orders, there are also quite a few mount recruitment orders in this round of rewards. Fang Chen used them all. First, there were a full 30 red warhorse recruitment orders. Amidst a swirling white mist, the sound of urgent and powerful hooves echoed, once again drawing the attention of many generals. Today's surprises were truly overwhelming. Soon, 30 extraordinary warhorses galloped out. When they saw these warhorses, several people present showed expressions of delight. Among them, Lu Bu was the most excited. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, my red hair. Finally, it has arrived. As he spoke, he strode towards one of the bright red warhorses, which was also one of the fastest. Clearly, this was the red hair that Lu Bu had longed for. Another person also noticed the red hair immediately, but did not approach. Guan Yu turned to look at the Qinglong steed standing beside him, seemingly letting out a soft sigh. Never mind. Since he had already promised, he would let the red hair go to Lu Bu. On the other side, upon seeing Lu Bu, the red hair also displayed a surprisingly human-like expression of joy, immediately whinnying and speeding towards Lu Bu. Even as it was about to collide with him, it did not stop right away. Lu Bu, however, was unbothered, directly opening his arms to give the red hair a big hug. The red hair crashed into Lu Bu, causing the heavenly demon armor on him to shimmer slightly. He slid back several meters, his arms wrapping around the red hair's neck, still laughing heartily. This unique reunion scene made many around them break into a cold sweat. The red hair affectionately lowered its head to nuzzle against Lu Bu, its eyes filled with joy. However, it seemed to sense something, raising its head to look not far away, just in time to meet Guan Yu's gaze. The red hair's eyes clearly showed a moment of surprise, and then, when it saw a magnificent dragon horse approaching Guan Yu, it revealed an even more astonished expression. Beside Guan Yu, the Qinglong steed also followed Guan Yu's gaze to look at the red hair. Meanwhile, Lu Bu noticed the red hair's unusual behavior and turned to look at Guan Yu. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly felt quite strange. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen had 3 black lines appear on his forehead, his expression one of bewilderment. What a bizarre white academic battlefield. At the same time, 3 other divine steeds also galloped towards 3 individuals with clear targets. One of the horses, entirely black, almost left a trail of afterimages as it charged towards none other than Cao Cao, who had just arrived. Cao Cao also spotted this steed, his expression filled with surprise. Juing. This horse was one of his former mounts, named Juing. Another horse, with tear troughs and a white spot on its forehead, was also heading towards another newcomer. Upon reaching that person, the horse raised its front hooves high, then gently lowered them, bowing its head to allow the person's hand to stroke its neck, its eyes showing human-like surprise and submission. The person in front of it was none other than Liu Bei. Liu Bei stroked the magnificent horse before him, smiling as he said, "Di Lu, oh Di Lu, I didn't expect us to reunite so soon." This steed was indeed Liu Bei's mount, Di Lu. Next to Di Lu, a pure white steed also rushed to a silver-helmeted, silver spear-wielding general, and they joyfully reunited. That general was Zhao Yun. Clearly, that white horse was Zhao Yun's former mount. Many other generals around showed envious expressions, searching among the other war horses, but all revealed disappointment, clearly not finding their familiar mounts. However, those generals who were still riding their purple perfect mounts were quite excited. Even if they weren't familiar horses, they were still red epic war horses, and it would be best to obtain one. Everyone couldn't help but start selecting their desired mounts, calculating how to compete with others later. Fang Chen withdrew his gaze and looked back at the item bar, conducting the final batch of recruitment this time. 5 red special mount recruitment orders. White mist rose again, and 5 distinct figures emerged. On the far left was a fierce saber-toothed tiger with long fangs, next to it was a gray rhinoceros with a long horn on its head, beside that was a black steed with a pair of wings, the second from the right was a silver-gray mechanical warhorse, and on the far right was a tall but rotund black and white figure. Surprisingly, it was another iron-eating beast. These 5 special mounts each had their own characteristics, and even Fong Chen was astonished. They also attracted the attention of many generals. With the example of Guan Yu's Qinglong steed, everyone was very interested in these special mounts, especially that winged flying horse, which made many generals eager to act. It was a war horse, and it had wings. This seemed even more powerful than ordinary war horses. Many people also had their eyes on the futuristic mechanical warhorse. This one seemed pretty good too. The saber-toothed tiger and gray rhinoceros also caught some attention. Only the second iron-eating beast was glanced at briefly before being overlooked, including the mechanical steed. The 5 special mounts began to observe this unfamiliar new world. The iron-eating beast quickly spotted Fong Chen, and the large rolling creature beside him, and the blue equipment it was gnawing on. Its eyes immediately lit up, and its round body quickly ran over. Upon seeing the others approach, the large rolling creature immediately turned sideways, holding the equipment, and preemptively indicated its stance, "Don't steal my food." Fong Chen looked at the iron-eating beast that had run up with a pitiful expression, and casually took out a blue-quality iron axe from the item bar, tossing it over. The second iron-eating beast's eyes brightened, and it hugged the iron axe with its claws, happily taking a bite. With a crunch, a piece of the axe was gone. Great! Another mascot for eating equipment had joined. Fong Chen had already thought of a name for it. Let's call it Airgun. As for how the other generals would decide the ownership of these mounts, Fong Chen would not get involved. It was likely to lead to a fierce competition. He explained a few things to everyone and then left the scene, directly teleporting to the familiar hillside at the foot of Lishan not far away. Next, it was time to slowly count the spoils. Although he didn't need to amplify them one by one, he still needed to check the attribute information of the high-level items, especially since, after all, the spoils were automatically amplified. Several golden legendary items had appeared. Fong Chen summoned the item bar again, and since it was sorted by quality, the first few slots contained the newly obtained golden legendary items, a total of 5, but not all of them were equipment. In the first slot was the golden legendary long sword that had dropped directly from that assassin. Name, Void-Cutting Sword, bound. Type, weapon. Quality, legend, golden. Attack power, extremely strong. Effect 1, tear apart space. Cut through all things. Effect 2, open a spatial passage, allowing free travel. Note 1, I can even cut through space. What will you use to block me? Note 2, be careful when traversing space, watch out for getting lost. After seeing the effects of this equipment, Fong Chen understood how that person managed to bypass the guild's battle rules in the side realm before it was breached and arrived in the main space. This equipment had also been enhanced, its original golden hue had deepened somewhat, and while the effect remained unchanged, its power should have increased. However, this led Fong Chen to reconsider his previous assumptions. The reason the other party could traverse the realm space was not due to the ability to see the data stream, but rather because of the effects of this equipment. What about the otherworldly invader named Shanghai that he encountered earlier? Did he also rely on some other equipment with similar effects? Is the ability to see the data stream something that all top players possess? What is the true function and significance of this ability? Fong Chen had many more questions in his mind, but unfortunately, no one could help him answer them. He could only slowly try to research on his own. Setting these questions aside for the moment, Fong Chen continued to look at the second item in the grid. Name, Indestructible Shield, bound. Type, armor. Quality, legendary, golden. Defense, extremely strong. Effect 1, each time an attack is received, the holder gains an increase in all attribute resistances until they exit combat. Effect 2, each battle allows for 1 absolute defense. Note, unless I am shattered, no one can harm you. This is a very strong defensive piece of equipment, and regarding its ownership, Fong Chen decided almost without hesitation. The last war god of the Jiuli tribe, Xing Tian, who had just been recruited, is qualified to possess this equipment. Moreover, according to legend, Xing Tian fought with an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. In the third grid, there was a golden giant hammer. Fong Chen took a look. The effect was also very strong, but he had already decided to reforge it into a battle axe to complete Xing Tian's equipment set. After reforging, the equipment's effects would change, so the current effects were not important. In the fourth item grid, there was a cauldron. Name, Golden Flame Alchemy Cauldron, bound. Type, special device. Quality, legendary, golden. Effect 1, increases success rate of potion crafting by 70%. Effect 2, if potion crafting fails, 50% of the original materials are returned. Note 1. Using this device requires corresponding equipment modules. Note 2. Caution. Explosion damage may be quite high if alchemy fails. This is a special device similar to the equipment reforging furnace, specifically for making potions, and the divine doctors would surely be very pleased to see it. Moreover, this device should also be quite helpful in researching the longevity pill. Subsequently, Fong Chen turned his gaze to the fifth grid. Inside was the last golden legendary item from this haul. Name, Evil Extermination Talisman, bound. Type, consumable item. Quality, legendary, golden. Effect, deals massive damage to supernatural entities. Note, exterminate all evil spirits. This is an attack item aimed at supernatural entities, and its golden legendary power is certainly very strong. Unfortunately, it is a one-time use item and cannot be used casually. Fong Chen decided to keep it as a trump card for self-defense. Besides these 5 golden legendary items, there was a large number of red epic items behind them, many of which had deep colors. Fong Chen briefly checked a few, and the effects were all quite good. After counting them, he would distribute them to the various units of the Great Wall Watch based on compatibility. Although there was no need for enhancement, even just checking them one by one was a considerable task that would take some time. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any threats in the short term. Even if the invaders from another world quickly organize a stronger team to attack the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain, there is still at least 10 plus 1 days of rest time, which is more than enough. As for personal illusion domain challenges or those triggered by the flower switching formation and beacon smoke, they are hardly a concern. Fong Chen even hoped that the enemies would come to challenge the personal illusion domain of Great Wall Watch more often, so he could level up the personal illusion domain to SS rank and earn a considerable reward. While Fong Chen was sorting through the spoils in his inventory and contemplating his next plans, he saw 2 round figures wobbling towards him, one in front and one behind. It was Dagon and Airgun, the 2 national treasures. Oh no, the iron-eating beasts. Airgun was happily following Dagon, clutching a piece of equipment that he had already gnawed on for quite a while, while Dagon seemed somewhat disdainful but couldn't shake him off. When Airgun spotted Fong Chen, his eyes lit up, and he instinctively wanted to speed up and run over, but Dagon shot him a sideways glance, causing him to hesitate and maintain his pace behind. Dagon wobbled over to Fong Chen's side, plopped down on the grass, and stared at Fong Chen with wide eyes. The expression seemed to say, "Hungry, hungry, iron, iron." Fong Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and casually tossed a few pieces of blue metal equipment over. Dagon's eyes immediately brightened, and with lightning speed, he swept all the equipment into his embrace, giving Airgun a warning glare. Airgun squatted beside him, looking pitifully at the equipment in Dagon's arms, then turned to Fong Chen with a longing expression. Just like Dagon had before, they certainly learned quickly. Fong Chen didn't show favoritism and also gave Airgun a few pieces of blue metal equipment. Airgun instantly beamed with joy, mimicking Dagon by gathering the equipment into his arms and then sitting beside him, happily gnawing away. Both are special mounts. Yet why are you 2 iron-eating beasts so hard to raise? Oh, your other part-time identity is a national treasure? Then it's no problem. Fong Chen silently complained a bit and continued to sort through the spoils. In the distance, the large square was still bustling with the ongoing welcome event. Before long, the generals began a new mount competition. A group of affiliated builders and units from the affiliated illusion domains also came over to join the fun. For a moment, the entire mainline space was packed with people, creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, Zhang Fei was hugging the neck of a flying horse, being taken for a spin in the air, occasionally shouting in excitement, making it seem like he was on a roller coaster. Eventually, Zhang Fei couldn't hold on any longer and fell directly from the sky, flailing his limbs and shouting, "Catch me!" At his warning, the crowd below quickly stepped back, clearing a space. With a loud bang, Zhang Fei crashed heavily onto the stone ground, creating a deep pit shaped like a big character. Not far away, Liu Bei felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't help but exclaim, "Third brother." Beside him, Guan Yu reassured, "Elder brother, don't worry, it's fine. Right now, we are in a non-combat state. It's not that easy for us to die." He paused slightly and added, "Even if we really did die, the domain lord could easily revive us." Liu Bei looked at his second brother with a speechless expression, thinking, "So you can play this big because you won't die? Ha?" Then he saw Zhang Fei indeed crawl out of the human-shaped pit. his armor flickering with a red glow. Zhang Fei simply brushed off the dust from his body and, as if nothing had happened, continued running towards the flying horse, shouting, "Don't snatch it! I'm not done yet! Watch me continue taming this wild horse!" Roar on the other side. A deafening tiger roar also caught the attention of many. Dianwei was engaged in a fierce duel with a saber-toothed tiger mount, both sides battling intensely. Meanwhile, a unicorn rhinoceros mount was clashing with Su Zhu, both starting to wrestle with their strength. In another open area, Yan Xuanying was riding a mechanical warhorse, being led around the arena at full speed. The more ordinary epic warhorses also had their respective generals taming them. Many onlookers among the soldiers waved flags and cheered. Some martial generals were eager to try their hand, waiting for their turn. Watching this chaotic yet incredible scene, Liu Bei couldn't help but sigh. This illusion realm is truly amazing. Guan Yu stroked his beard and smiled. When I first arrived, I felt the same way. Brother, you'll get used to it in a few days. At that moment, Cao Cao led a group of generals from the Wei camp over, smiling as he said, "Brother Xuanda, I plan to return to the Three Kingdoms Battle Chronicles side illusion realm. I heard from Wen Yuan Zhanliao that it is almost identical to the place where we once vied for supremacy. Would you like to join me?" He glanced around at the multitude of heroes and continued, "I've heard many things about this place from Wen Yuan and the others. I didn't expect that after us, so many heroes have emerged on this land of Huaxia. Now that we are reunited, why not have another drink and discuss heroes?" Liu Bei laughed. "Chao Gong is joking. There are so many heroes here now, if we were to discuss it, Xuanda would be far from their equal." It wasn't until late at night that Fang Chen finally exited the illusion realm, returning to the real world. As for the lively grand gathering in the main space, there were still no signs of it dispersing when he left. In any case, the non-combat energy of the illusion realm units was almost limitless during peacetime, so they could play as they wished. The ownership of those new mounts would be decided through their own competition, and Fang Chen did not intervene. As for the many red epic level equipment, Fang Chen only briefly browsed the darkest batch, mainly looking for something suitable for himself, like a life-saving item such as the cliff pendant. The distribution of these new equipment did not require Fang Chen's concern. He had placed all of them into the forge's warehouse before leaving, where a dedicated person would be responsible for organizing and recording, then handing the list to Zhuge Liang and the other generals for discussion and allocation. As for the equipment that no one could use, they would be reforged and modified by Master Oyezi or the tailor Dongfang Bubi. The Golden Flame medicine cauldron had also been delivered to the pharmacy, and as expected, the group of divine doctors was overjoyed, as the production efficiency of the pharmacy should rise another level. As for the other few pieces of golden legendary level loot, Fang Chen temporarily kept them in his inventory. 2 of them were already reserved for Xing Tian, and Fang Chen planned to let him adapt for a night before personally reforging that large hammer weapon into a battle axe to give to him along with the indestructible shield the next day. As for the void-cutting sword and evil god extermination talisman, Fang Chen intended to keep those for himself. The latter was for self-defense, while the former was for research and self-defense. After returning to the real world, Fang Chen stood in the living room, slightly adjusting his state. Then with a thought, he once again used his innate skill, heroic spirit possession. In the next moment, the figure of the ancestor dragon flashed behind Fang Chen and merged with him. A glimmer of golden light appeared in Fang Chen's eyes, and his entire aura underwent a tremendous transformation. Originally, there were some sounds of insects chirping, birds singing, or cats and dogs barking outside in the community, but in that instant, they all suddenly vanished. However, Fang Chen quickly reined in the powerful pressure emanating from him, keeping it contained within the confines of his own living room. He looked up ahead, and in his golden eyes, a faint trace of green light flickered. He had activated the true eye in the real world, and just like he had observed the data streams in the illusionary realm, he solidified everything before him: the walls, the television, the floor, the coffee table, the window glass, and the night sky outside. Fang Chen's gaze slowly swept over these objects in the real world, and he saw no traces of data streams. This eased the tension in his heart. Could this prove that the real world was indeed different from the illusionary realm? The illusionary realm was composed of something akin to data, but the real world was not? Fang Chen pondered, lowering his gaze to his chest, reaching in from his collar to pull out a pendant that emitted a faint golden glow. It was the manifested cliff pendant. From the perspective of Fang Chen's true eye, he could see a faint trace of data flow on the pendant. So, if the data items from the illusionary realm could manifest in the real world, did that mean the boundaries between the two worlds were not so clear-cut? Questions surged in Fong Chen's mind one after another. Then, he focused his thoughts again and simultaneously activated his fourth talent skill, Perfect Domain. After reaching level 4, an illusionary realm builder could summon the illusionary space to some extent in the real world, and Fong Chen's Perfect Domain could perfect this ability. Centered around Fong Chen, the space around him began to change, transforming the original living room floor into a patch of grass from the mainline space of Great Wall Watch. In Fong Chen's view, the edges of the summoned illusionary space flickered with obvious data streams. The illusionary space directly appearing in the real world also suggested that the data world could overlap with the real world, or even invade the real world? If an illusionary realm builder could do this, could those interdimensional invaders do the same? If it were possible, would that be the ultimate goal they pursued? To break through the inner world of Blue Star? If the real world could be invaded by the data world, could it still be called the real world? A question Fong Chen was most reluctant to face emerged in his mind. No, he couldn't entertain such self-doubt. He must not waver. What he observed could not prove any definitive conclusion. The puzzle of truth was still far from complete. Fong Chen took a deep breath, casting aside those questions that could lead to a dead end, and refocused, pulling out the void-cutting sword from his inventory. The long sword, radiating golden light, appeared in Fong Chen's hand. He raised it and made a slash in the air before him, activating the equipment's effect to cut open a spatial passage for free traversal. In the next moment, a transparent crack appeared where the sword's edge had passed, and from Fong Chen's true eye perspective, the crack was filled with green data streams, and a few meters away, there was a similar spatial crack. Fong Chen focused his thoughts and retracted the illusionary domain, and the surrounding scene reverted back to the real living room. However, when he looked at the spatial crack before him again, he could no longer see the data streams inside. Was there a difference? It was still a spatial crack, but it was no longer in data form? Fong Chen's gaze flickered slightly as he picked up an apple from the coffee table beside him and tossed it into the spatial crack before him. Almost simultaneously, the apple fell out from the crack in the corner of the living room a few meters away. In just a moment, the spatial crack had begun to shrink. Fong Chen took a deep breath and then stepped into it. He felt a flash before his eyes, and when he focused again, he found himself in the corner of the living room on the other side of the spatial crack. He carefully checked himself and found no issues. In the notes of Sky-Slaying Sword, there is a line that says, "Be careful when traversing space, and watch out for getting lost," the meaning of which is still unclear. Fong Chen watched as the spatial rift in front of him quickly disappeared, while also feeling a soreness in his eyes. Your mental state is not good, it's best not to push yourself. The voice of the ancestor dragon echoed in his mind. Fong Chen nodded slightly and replied in his heart, "Understood. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." With a thought, he cancelled the true sight skill, and the soreness in his eyes vanished, though the mental fatigue remained. At his current level, using the full power of true sight was still somewhat taxing. If his level increased a bit more, he might be able to see the data stream without relying on the ancestor dragon's spirit possession state, perhaps allowing him to observe even more gains. Subsequently, Fong Chen also lifted the spirit possession skill, sending the ancestor dragon back to the illusion domain. His mental energy finally stopped depleting, but he was utterly exhausted, forcing himself to eat a little something to fill his stomach before collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep. This day had been particularly long and tiring for Fong Chen. After the guild's illusion domain battle, he enjoyed a rare few days of calm and leisure. The enemy had not used any special items to reduce the Great Wall Watch Guild's illusion domain battle's truce time, indicating they would not attack again in the short term. Fong Chen also had more time to rest. As for the Great Wall Watch personal illusion domain, it had always been open for challenges, yet no one had come to challenge it. It seemed they were temporarily not planning to send anyone to their demise. Fong Chen had originally thought they might, like before, send a suicide squad to help raise the level of the Great Wall Watch personal illusion domain to SS level, allowing players of levels 70 to 80 to challenge it normally. However, this was merely his speculation, as SS level illusion domains, whether personal, guild, or national fortune, had never appeared before, and he did not know what the challenge conditions and restrictions were. The information he had previously gathered was the result of long-term intelligence gathering in espionage. Now, With the invaders from the other world remaining silent, it was unclear whether they were simply scared off or if there were special changes to the challenge conditions and restrictions of the SS-level Guild Illusion domain. However, during these few days, the Flower Tree Exchange formation and Beacon Fire and Smoke had occasionally triggered, allowing Fong Chen's personal experience points to increase by 1% or 2% each time. Although slow, he was not far from leveling up. Even with this little accumulation, it wouldn't be long before he leveled up. If the enemy did not hurry to challenge the SS-level Great Wall Watch Guild Illusion domain, once Fong Chen's level reached LV7, if he directly established a National Fortune Illusion domain, the Guild Illusion domain would be overwritten, and he would only be able to challenge the National Fortune Illusion domain then. Of course, neither Fong Chen nor the official from the flower planting family had decided whether to upgrade the Great Wall Watch to a National Fortune Illusion domain when Fong Chen reached level 7. After all, this decision was of great importance, even concerning the survival of the flower planting family, and could not be taken lightly. Most other countries only began constructing National Fortune Illusion domains when the main builder's level reached 9 and the Guild Illusion domain's level reached S-level Hell difficulty, with both conditions being met simultaneously. Even those few who constructed National Fortune Illusion domains early had main builders whose levels were no lower than 8. The higher the main builder's level, the more talent skills they possessed, and the more illusion domain characteristics they had, which was akin to a building's foundation being more solid. Thus, the constructed National Fortune Illusion domain would naturally be stronger. Otherwise, it could easily be breached by the invaders from the other world due to an unstable foundation at the beginning of construction. But now, with Fong Chen, a freak who grows against all logic, at LV6, he has created an unprecedented SS-level Guild Phantom domain. The level of the Guild Phantom domain has already broken the highest record in 30 years since the Great Cataclysm, yet the main builder's level has not even reached the minimum standard required to construct a National Fortune Phantom domain. Therefore, many people outside are intensely discussing when the Great Wall Watch will be upgraded to a National Fortune Phantom domain. Conservatives believe it is safer to wait until the main builder's level reaches level 9 before constructing the National Fortune Phantom domain, striving for absolute certainty. However, there are also radicals, or impatient types, who feel that with the current strength and momentum of the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom domain, it is entirely possible to construct the National Fortune Phantom domain as soon as the main builder reaches level 7. This would directly enhance the overall strength of the Great Wall Watch and bring benefits to the entire Huahua family in advance. At the same time, it would prevent enemies from organizing an army of all level 80 to attack the Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom domain. Because, after upgrading to a National Fortune Phantom domain, the Great Wall Watch will reassess the level of the National Fortune Phantom domain, and the starting level will most likely not be SS level, at most S level, or even A level. Just like when the Great Wall Watch first established the Guild Phantom domain, the Personal Phantom domain was already S level, but the starting rating of the Guild Phantom domain was only A level. The rating factors for the National Fortune Phantom domain will be even more complex, although the main Phantom domain is also the core focus of the rating. The weight of the other subsidiary Phantom domains will be greater than when it was a Guild Phantom domain. Simply put, using subsidiary Phantom domains to pull some points, lowering the starting rating of the National Fortune Phantom domain a bit, means that the enemies faced at the beginning won't be too strong, making the first few National Fortune Phantom domain battles easier to win, with a greater chance of gaining some benefits first. And even if the National Fortune Phantom domain battles are not of high level, as long as they are won, the benefits far exceed the rewards from victories in Guild Phantom domain battles. Not to mention, just the increase in national fortune and the extension of lifespan for all citizens is enough to excite everyone, especially for the people of the Huahua family, who have never experienced such rewards. They are even more eager and longing for it. Of course, there are also moderates who suggest that there is no need to rush or wait too long. Waiting until the main builder of the Great Wall Watch reaches level 8 to construct the National Fortune Phantom domain would be just about right. In reality, all three viewpoints have their own merits, and even the officials are considering and discussing these three aspects. In recent days, even Fong Chen has been pondering this issue. As the person involved, he is the one with the final decision-making power. Even the officials have clearly stated to him they will respect his final decision. To be honest, even Fong Chen himself did not expect to progress so quickly, although this was indeed his goal. When he truly reached such heights in such a short time, he sometimes felt a sense of disorientation. 3 months ago, He was still worrying about whether he could reverse his fate as a transmigrator without a golden finger by relying on the opportunity to awaken as a phantom domain builder. 3 months later, not only has he successfully reversed his fate, but he is also already considering the issue of constructing a national fortune phantom domain. In recent days, every night before sleeping, he has been deep in thought, sometimes even struggling in his dreams. He has even consulted many people's opinions in the phantom domain space, including Ancestor Dragon, Zhuge Liang, Bai Qi, Lu Bang, Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and so on, all of whom he has asked. But what surprised Feng Chen was that their suggestions were surprisingly unanimous. Let Feng Chen make the decision himself, because they all expressed that they did not understand the situation in the real world well enough, nor did they have enough knowledge about the invading otherworlders, and that rash suggestions might instead affect Feng Chen's judgment. Actually, that's true. Even the earliest batch of recruits has only been awakened for 3 months, so in the end, it still has to be up to Feng Chen to consider. On the 4th day after the guild's Illusion Realm battle, in the evening, in the Illusion Realm space, Feng Chen rarely took a break from his busy schedule. Lying on the green grass slope at the foot of Mount Li, resting his hands behind his head and staring blankly at the sky, he had set the time in the sky to synchronize with the outside world, and it was now evening with the sun setting in the west. The horizon was filled with endless fiery clouds, which changed shapes according to Feng Chen's thoughts. Not far away at the foot of the mountain, many volunteer soldiers were tending to their crops. In the distance, on the large square ahead, several troops were practicing. There were also some commanding units engaged in friendly competitions. For example, Guangong was battling Qin Xiong, Lu Bu was dueling with the overlord of Chu, and Zhang Fei was in a fierce fight with Cheng Yaojin. Feng Chen was enjoying this rare tranquility when he suddenly felt a shadow overhead, blocking the light. No, it wasn't one, but two. The gun and air gun appeared above him, one on each side, staring at him with their big, watery eyes. It was as if they were saying, "Hungry, hungry, iron, iron." Feng Chen. He clearly remembered giving them several pieces of equipment when they first came in today. How could they have eaten it all so quickly? With no choice, Feng Chen took out a few more pieces of equipment to send the 2 national treasures away. In these past few days, the other mounts he had recruited had all found their homes, but these 2 iron-eating beasts remained unclaimed. Feng Chen had thought that after Xing Tian arrived, he could tame one of the iron-eating beasts as a mount, because according to his status, Xing Tian certainly had the qualifications to tame these 2 red epic-level iron-eating beasts. But the problem was, Xing Tian had no interest. According to him, he was used to fighting alone and didn't need a mount. Legend has it that it was never mentioned that Xing Tian rode a panda while wielding his halberd. So, there was no choice but to continue keeping these 2 iron-eating beasts as mascots. By the way, a couple of days ago, Feng Chen personally took action, asking Master Oyezi to possess the heroic spirit and personally reforged the golden legendary level warhammer he had previously obtained into a battle axe of the same level, equipping Xing Tian with it along with the unbreakable shield. Xing Tian was very satisfied with these 2 pieces of equipment. At that time, to test the power of the equipment, they even held a special arena match, or more precisely, it was a wheel battle. Xiang Yu, Lu Bu, Bai Qi, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Jian Wei, Su Zhu, a group of high-ranking generals challenged Xing Tian one after another, all defeated. This is the value of a golden legendary level combat unit. Even later, when they fought without any equipment, everyone was still no match. Everyone lost with a sense of acceptance. Of course, secretly, there were still many who were unwilling to admit defeat, thinking that they would definitely catch up in the future. After all, under the enhancement of the growing stronger with each battle characteristic, they would continue to grow stronger. Although, Xing Tian would too, but the speed of becoming stronger would always differ, right? Lu Bu and the others thought this way. Xing Tian's strength was too strong, hard to find an opponent, and the enhancement he gained from the growing stronger with each battle characteristic might not be much. On the contrary, their room for improvement was greater. As long as there were strong enemies to hone their skills in future battles, they could gain more strength each time. For example, in the previous guild's Illusion Realm battle, all the generals found that after fighting against level 80 strong enemies, the enhancement effect of growing stronger with each battle was significantly greater than before. By slowly catching up, perhaps one day they could catch up to Xing Tian. Moreover, The Great Wall Watch had also added the Legion domain characteristic, providing another path to becoming stronger. In the future, who could say how strong everyone would become? With such ambition, the group of generals was full of energy. In the past few days, every time the flower transplanting formation and beacon of war were triggered, they all rushed to volunteer for battle. This led to the interdimensional invaders, who had struck it rich, facing a group of bosses eager to charge at them with every batch that arrived. The generals even felt that the frequency of enemy appearances was too low, urging Luban and Mosey to upgrade the flower transplanting formation to increase the probability of challenge interception. Moreover, they were quite dissatisfied with the weak strength of these invaders, eagerly hoping that the interdimensional invaders would send stronger teams to challenge the personal and guild illusion domains of the Great Wall Watch. Crack, 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 crack. Fang Chan's drifting thoughts were interrupted by a series of sounds from beside him. He turned to see two iron-eating beasts happily gnawing on the newly acquired equipment. Seeing their enjoyment of the food, Fang Chen felt a bit hungry himself. When the spirit entered the illusion domain space, one could feel the physical state of the real world. It was almost mealtime. Thinking this, Fang Chen left the illusion domain space and returned to the real world. In the living room, on the sofa, Fang Chen stretched lazily, stood up, and moved his muscles and bones, preparing to head to the kitchen to make something to eat. He picked up his phone and found several unread messages, all from his friend Deng Kai. Old Mo, I want to eat fish. Grilled fish at the old place tonight. Are you coming? Are you still in the illusion domain space? Or are you flirting with girls behind my back? Are you coming or not? Give me a reply. Old Mo. Old Mo. Please reply when you see this. Fang Chen glanced at the messages and then directly called Deng Kai. The phone rang twice before it connected, and Deng Kai's loud voice came through. Old Mo, tell me the truth. Are you hiding someone from me? It's getting harder to find you lately. Get lost. Fang Chen laughed and scolded. Grilled fish, right? Are we still eating? Of course. If you don't reply soon, I'm planning to go eat alone. Fang Chen replied. Then the old place. See you later. Okay. After hanging up, Fang Chen tidied up a bit and headed out. Speaking of which, it had indeed been a while since he last went out. Now, every time he bought groceries, he filled up the fridge and then stayed indoors for several days. Most of his time was spent in the illusion domain space. Recently, he had mostly been tightening screws on the assembly line, but in the past few days, he had been a bit freer. Yet he was troubled by when to build the National Fortune illusion domain. It seemed he should go out and relax a bit. Not long after, Fang Chen met up with Deng Kai at the roadside stall they often visited. Deng Kai looked Fang Chen up and down, stroking his chin and saying, no signs of being drained. Looks like it's not what I thought. Fang Chen rolled his eyes at him, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. You look so pleased with yourself. Did you encounter something good? He. You noticed that? Deng Kai said proudly. That's right. Great news. I leveled up. This meal is on me. In fact, Fang Chen had directly noticed that Deng Kai had leveled up. As the level difference between them was too great, he was genuinely happy for his friend and said with a smile, then we must celebrate properly. Fang Chen remembered that the last time he heard Deng Kai say he was about to level up was over 2 months ago when he received the reinforcement order for the Heroes Assembly Guild Illusion Domain battle, helping them win the guild war, and it happened to coincide with the day he connected with the official Xiang Dongfeng. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed, and Deng Kai had finally successfully reached LV2. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was already close to reaching LV7. In fact, Deng Kai's leveling speed was quite normal, and he was even considered relatively fast. Having awakened for just a year, he had already reached LV2. While it might not be accurate to call him a genius, he was certainly among the more outstanding. Moreover, in this past year of leveling up, Deng Kai had only lost once in a personal challenge, during which he had his lifespan reduced by 3 years. Fang Chen still remembered that day when Deng Kai had drunk quite a bit of beer and laughed heartily, declaring that he was sure he could live to be 100, and that 3 years of lifespan was nothing to worry about. He would still go on to defeat those invaders from other realms. By the way, old Mo, have you been challenged during this time? Did you win or lose? How much experience do you have now? After basking in his own pride for a moment, Deng Kai inquired about Fang Chen's situation. Fang Chen, as always, replied vaguely, I faced 2 challenges, the enemies were average, and I won them all, but the experience points weren't much. Deng Kai stroked his chin and analyzed. That's not bad. The early challengers are indeed weaker than before, making it easier for us new builders to get through. He paused and continued. I heard that recently. The invaders challenging the Huagui illusion realm have been decreasing. It seems they've been scared off by the Great Wall Watch. When he mentioned the Great Wall Watch, admiration shone in his eyes. While this is good news, it will also affect our leveling speed. Don't rush, just use the resources provided by the official monthly subsidies to build the illusion realm well. Strengthen your abilities, and be ready to fight at any time. If resources are insufficient, don't hesitate to tell me. I'm at level 2 now and have gained some talent skills, so my strength has increased quite a bit. When I go for the underground challenge matches later, the rewards will be much better. Supporting you, a mere level 1 builder, is no problem. Fang Chen looked deeply at Deng Kai and smiled, nodding. Don't worry, I can still hold on. When I can't, I'll come to you. Yet, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he truly reached the point of not being able to hold on, it would probably be useless to seek help from anyone. Soon, the fragrant grilled fish was served, and the two began to feast. While eating, Deng Kai said, by the way, school starts in a few days. Are you ready? Hearing this, Fang Chen was momentarily stunned before realizing, oh right, he was still an 18-year-old youth about to step into university life. He had been so busy lately that he had almost forgotten about it. He then hesitated, was there still a need to attend university? In fact, Fang Chen had originally looked forward to university life. In his previous life, he had missed out on it due to not studying properly, so he had intended to make up for it in this life. But now, it seemed he had become particularly busy, even considering the construction of a national fortune illusion realm, making universities seem less necessary. However, from another perspective, shouldn't he also experience a normal life to some extent? He had been cooped up at home for a while, spending almost all his time in the illusion realm space. Although it had been fulfilling, he felt mentally overloaded, especially after relaxing these past few days. This feeling was particularly pronounced. Even Zhuge, the strategist, had once advised him not to overwork himself. Now that he still had the chance to take a break amidst his busyness, once he truly built the national fortune illusion realm, he would probably have even less time. Seeing Fang Chen's conflicted expression, Deng Kai asked, what's wrong? Fang Chen came back to his senses and shook his head. It's nothing, there's nothing much to prepare. I'll just go to register when the time comes. Both of them had applied to Rongdu University and had been successfully admitted. The school was in their city. In this era, there was no mandatory dormitory rule for universities, so Fang Chen could commute, giving him much more freedom. Let's see how it goes. Since becoming a builder in the illusory realm, Fang Chen has deeply realized what it means for situations to change in an instant. He can't even predict whether there will be any unexpected events tomorrow, so he simply doesn't get tangled up over whether to go to university or not, considering it a small matter. However, Fang Chen didn't expect that an unexpected event would come so soon, but it wasn't something related to him. When the two of them had almost finished eating, they suddenly heard someone at the next table exclaim, damn! The national luck illusory realm of the Sunset Nation has been challenged. Fang Chen and Deng Kai's expressions changed slightly at the news. They exchanged glances and immediately pulled up their virtual screens to log into the illusory realm forum. Sure enough, they saw the pinned news on the forum's homepage. The player Empire, Dark Dynasty, has officially issued a challenge to the National Luck Illusory Realm, Misty City Phantom, of the Sunset Nation. With the National Luck Illusory Realm battle set to begin in 3 days, it hasn't been long since the last National Luck battle of the Lighthouse Nations, Raging Sea Fury. And now another National Luck battle is about to start. Adding in the recent National Luck battles of Sakura Island and Kimchi Nation, in just 3 to 4 months, there have been so many National Luck battles, which has never happened before. Dark Dynasty is the third player empire from the invading Otherworld, and it is also an old rival of the Sunset Nation. Since the establishment of the Misty City Phantom, National Luck Illusory Realm, the two sides have had multiple encounters, with each side winning and losing. The last National Luck battle of Misty City Phantom was 2 years ago, and the opponent was also Dark Dynasty, and that time the Sunset Nation lost. However, they used a super rare special item that minimized the penalties for losing the National Luck battle, so the losses weren't particularly severe. After 2 years, Dark Dynasty is challenging Misty City Phantom again. and the news immediately attracted worldwide attention. On the forum, countless people were already discussing it heatedly. Wow, their actions are way too fast. They're going to start the Misty City Phantom National Luck Battle again. They just finished the Raging Sea Fury battle not long ago, and now they're going for Misty City Phantom. Are they trying to capitalize on their victory? Didn't many of the invaders who gained benefits from the Raging Sea Fury battle suffer setbacks when attacking Great Wall Watch later? How is this considered capitalizing on a victory? So, they want to regain their honor from the Misty City Phantom National Luck Battle? But it's a different player empire challenging, right? It's not the same group of people, is it? The one above must be a newbie, right? Don't they know that the high-end forces between the major empires are mutually supportive? There are also many free mercenary-like teams that basically participate in any national luck illusory realm battle. Is there such an operation? Doesn't that mean they're essentially fighting with the Imperial Alliance army? It's still based on the forces of the empire that initiated the challenge. But, actually, it's pretty much the same. They even lost to Raging Sea Fury before. So this time the situation for Misty City Phantom probably isn't optimistic. Not necessarily. Isn't there a rumor that Misty City Phantom has added more than one golden legendary level power? Maybe they can win? Who knows the truth of those rumors? Misty City Phantom is a ghost-type illusory realm, which is quite different from Raging Sea Fury. The composition of the enemy forces must also be different, so it's hard to compare. Sigh. I hope the Sunset Nation can win, otherwise, our morale in Blue Star will plummet again. Exactly. It was harder to regain some morale with Great Wall Watch. We can't be struck down again. Do you think it's because they temporarily don't dare to provoke Great Wall Watch? So they're targeting Misty City Phantom? What kind of talk is that? Are they trying to shift the blame onto us? Blame us? Ha! It seems that someone on the external network is already setting the tone, saying that because of the Great Wall Watch, many other worldly invaders dare not challenge our flower planting family's illusion domain, leading to an increase in the frequency of challenges in other countries' illusion domains. Is it our Great Wall Watch that's too strong? These guys have their eyes on Fog City Phantom again. As Deng Kai looked at the posts on the forum, he said to Fong Chen, "Do you think the Sunset Nation can hold up this time?" Fong Chen, also looking at the discussion thread, replied, "Who knows? We have no concrete intelligence on either side." Deng Kai sighed. "Yeah, when it comes to intelligence, we know less than the traitors. Due to the existence of traitors, important illusion domain intelligence in various countries is kept strictly confidential, especially for the National Fortune illusion domain, where the information known to the outside world is very limited." For example, in the forum discussion thread, someone mentioned that Fog City Phantom had added a few golden legendary level combat powers, but that was just hearsay and could not be verified. In the past, everyone could gain insight into the latest combat power information of both sides after the National Fortune battle began through the official game website's live broadcast. However, since the last Raging Sea National Fortune battle cancelled the live broadcast, it is likely that such opportunities will no longer exist in the future. Nevertheless, many people still hope that the cancellation of the last live broadcast was just a special case and are looking forward to the live broadcast resuming for this Fog City Phantom National Fortune battle. Fong Chen felt the possibility was slim. The answer would have to wait 3 days to be confirmed. Deng Kai frowned and said, "If Fog City Phantom loses again, it would be really bad. Consecutive failures in National Fortune battles would be a huge blow to our morale." He then added with some relief, "Fortunately, our flower planting family's situation is improving. Great Wall Watch is really powerful, making those otherworldly invaders not dare to make a sound." Ha ha ha. When it came to Great Wall Watch, Deng Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. "I wonder when Great Wall Watch will upgrade to a National Fortune illusion domain. With my current strength, I have no hope of joining the guild's illusion domain, but when that happens, I will definitely join the National Fortune illusion domain at the first opportunity. I'll team up with the big shots to deal with those damn invaders." Fong Chen couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "The National Fortune illusion domain isn't something that can just be built. It concerns the fate of the entire flower planting family and must be approached with caution. If something goes wrong, it would be a crime for the ages." Deng Kai naturally didn't understand the deeper meaning of Fong Chen's words and thought it was just a common viewpoint. He pondered for a moment and said, "I agree with the first part. The construction of the National Fortune illusion domain indeed requires utmost caution." He paused slightly and continued. But the latter part is unnecessary. The national fortune illusion domain requires the collective strength of the entire nation to build. And everyone is a participant. Even if something goes wrong, how can it be blamed solely on the big shot? Fong Chen was slightly taken aback. Is that so? Deng Kai replied. Of course. Anyway, I've already decided that as long as Great Wall Watch becomes the national fortune illusion domain of the flower planting family, I will risk my life to see it through. Even if I die, I won't regret it. As he spoke, he took a big bite of grilled fish and said indignantly, for so many years, our flower planting family has had no national fortune illusion domain. It's been so damn frustrating. This time, we will definitely be able to hold our heads high with Great Wall Watch. He really didn't know where his confidence came from, even more than Fong Chen, the person involved. In fact, during this time, Fong Chen had seen many attitudes of flower planting family illusion domain builders online, which were quite similar to Deng Kai's. Over the years, the people of the flower planting family had accumulated a sense of grievance and had been waiting for an opportunity to vent this grievance. Now, everyone saw this long-awaited opportunity in Great Wall Watch. The grilled fish dinner lasted until very late. When Fong Chen returned home, he felt that his mood had indeed relaxed quite a bit. Although there was the unexpected news of the challenge to Fog City Phantom, it was not something Fong Chen needed to worry about. He could not control the actions of the otherworldly invaders, he could only watch and wait. A night passed without incident. However, the next day, Fong Chen received another surprising piece of news from the subordinate builder. Just last night, the truce period for the second guild of the flower planting family, the Phantom Domain Shanhai Ji, was forcibly reduced to 10 days. It had only been 2 months since the last challenge to the Shanhai Ji Guild Phantom Domain, and the basic truce time of 100 days had not yet expired. The otherworldly invaders were actually planning to challenge again so soon? Since they used a time-reducing item, it indicated that they were definitely prepared. Moreover, this happened at the same time that Fog City Phantom was issued a challenge. Was it a coincidence? Fong Chen didn't think so. He recalled that last time, after the otherworldly invaders finished with Raging Seas, they immediately came to challenge his Great Wall Watch Guild Phantom Domain. This time, could it be that they also planned to finish with Fog City Phantom and then take the opportunity to attack Shanhai Ji? As for their purpose, it was not hard to guess: to suppress the Guild Phantom Domain of the flower planting family and indirectly interfere with the Great Wall Watch in constructing the National Fortune Phantom Domain. Fong Chen felt this speculation was very likely. Moreover, according to the subordinate builder responsible for relaying the message, the official analysis results were the same. They were temporarily afraid to provoke the Great Wall Watch, so they started from other angles. Was this also an attempt to play a trick of removing the firewood from under the pot? To this, Fong Chen could only respond with a cold smile. He was just afraid they wouldn't come. When the time came, he would definitely give them a big surprise. After that, 3 more days of calm passed quickly. During this time, the cooldown for the Guerrilla Aid Order ended, and the boss guerrilla team went out for a stroll again. Fong Chen clearly felt that the triggering frequency of the flower transplanting array and beacon smoke had decreased again. According to the official statistics from the flower planting family, the challenge frequency of national phantom domains was decreasing. Meanwhile, the challenge frequency of phantom domains in other countries was increasing. The reason was obvious. However, Fong Chen had no way to intervene. It was still the same statement: he could not control the actions of the otherworldly invaders. However, Mosey and Luban had indeed started researching modifications to the flower transplanting array in hopes of improving its interception probability and even its range. That evening, countless people around the world had already turned on their virtual screens early to follow the progress of the national fortune battle of the Fog City Phantom in the Sunset Nation. As expected, much to the disappointment of many, this national fortune battle was still not being broadcast live. It seemed it had really been cancelled. No one knew why, nor could they do anything about it. They could only wait for the real-time news updates from the Sunset Nation's officials. Just like during the previous Raging Seas national fortune battle, Fong Chen did not enter the phantom domain space. Instead, he sat on the sofa in the living room, following the latest information on the forum with his virtual screen while watching the news program on the LCD television in front of him. On the TV screen, a group of experts was analyzing the national fortune battle of Fog City Phantom. These were real experts, without any derogatory connotation. But as previously mentioned, The outside world had limited knowledge of the specific situations of both sides in the battle. So no matter how skilled the experts were, the content they could analyze was also limited. They mainly waited for the latest developments in the battle to emerge before having more basis for analysis. Currently, the information everyone was using for analysis was mostly outdated intelligence from 2 years ago. The Fog City Phantom of the Sunset Nation was a supernatural-themed main-field phantom domain centered around its capital map. Although it is a city, its area is almost comparable to that of a country. In that steel metropolis filled with towering buildings, countless dangerous supernatural units are hidden. One of the most notorious criminals in the history of the Sunset Nation, Jack the Ripper, is one of the big bosses of Fog City Phantom. 2 years ago, the Sunset Nation had already cultivated Jack the Ripper into a golden legendary unit, with terrifying combat power. In terms of combat strength, he is probably not weaker than the Yamada no Orochi from the previous Yokai Night Parade in Sakurajima. Although the original status of these two is vastly different, in the realm of illusions, Data reigns supreme. Under the intensive cultivation of the Sunset Nation, Jack the Ripper can stand shoulder to shoulder with Yamada no Orochi. This is also why in Fong Chen's Great Wall Watch, the various generals are full of enthusiasm and eager to catch up with Xing Tian, because it is truly possible. After the National Fortune Battle of Fog City Phantom began, it lasted for several hours, and it was not until late at night that the first wave of information finally emerged. As expected, most of the enemy forces attacking Fog City Phantom are using supernatural powers. This is because the characteristics of the realm of illusions are generally generated based on the attributes of their own illusionary realm, providing targeted bonuses and suppressing the powers of other attributes. For example, Fong Chen's Battle of Zhuolu has the Wilderness Battle Domain characteristic, which greatly restricts technological powers. Once the enemy is aware of this, they cannot send technological forces to seek their own humiliation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when otherworldly invaders attack an illusionary realm, they will deploy forces that are similar in attribute to the target realm's system. Even if there are forces from other systems, their numbers will not be many. The otherworldly invaders attacking Fog City Phantom this time are roughly similar to the configuration of the enemies that attacked Liuzhai Strange Tales during the last Great Wall Watch Guild realm battle. Of course, the scale and strength are definitely not on the same level. The National Fortune realm level of Fog City Phantom is rated as S-level difficulty. 2 years ago, it was at Nightmare difficulty, but after losing once, it was downgraded to difficult difficulty. Different National Fortune realms have different challenge restrictions and conditions for clearing. Even within the same National Fortune realm, the challenge restrictions and clearing conditions can vary at different times and difficulties. All of this is determined by that mysterious game master. Before each National Fortune realm battle, the illusionary realm will only know the scale of the enemy forces and the conditions for clearing. In this National Fortune battle of Fog City Phantom, the highest level limit for the enemy is level 90, and the number of forces is 60 million. Of course, it is impossible for all of them to be top-tier invaders at level 90. Generally, the number of those at the highest level limit will not be too many. The leading team and core combat forces will be lower-tier high combat units, along with a larger army of ordinary combat forces at an even lower tier. The clearing condition for the challengers is to breach Fog City Phantom within 15 days. This means that as long as the Sunset Nation can hold out for 15 days, they can win this National Fortune battle. Time-limited clearing conditions are relatively rare and are considered easier. The most difficult are those without time limits. For example, the first National Fortune realm of the Flowering Country faced a battle without a time limit, which dragged on for a whole year. An indescribable torment. Back to the main topic. From the first wave of progress information released by the Sunset Nation, the enemy's strength is still within an acceptable range. Currently, the vanguard forces of both sides have begun to clash, with no clear winner yet. This was also anticipated. The battle has just begun, and it is impossible to have significant progress so quickly. Moreover, both sides have certainly not yet unleashed their true killing moves, and the early situation does not indicate much. Just like the previous battle of Raging Seas in Lighthouse Country. At first, they kept saying the advantage was ours and the situation was great, but as the battle progressed, the situation reversed. After Fong Chen finished reading the first wave of intelligence and listened to the experts' analysis for a while, he went to sleep. The following days were almost all the same situation. According to the official intelligence released by the Sunset Nation, The battle had fully erupted and was in a stalemate, with no one able to predict its outcome. Fang Chen didn't spend too much effort paying attention, only occasionally checking the latest developments on the forum. His main focus remained on his Great Wall Watch, where, aside from dealing with the occasional battles caused by the flower transplanting array and beacon fire and smoke, he also increased his time training his combat abilities. The main method, of course, was to experience the combat styles of various combat units through heroic spirit possession. He had tried letting Xing Tian possess him, and the feeling of invincibility was simply indescribable. Unfortunately, with his current mental strength, he could only allow Xing Tian to possess him for a very short time. Invincible, but the time was limited. Moreover, compared to Xing Tian, Fang Chen preferred the gains from the possession of Zhao Yun, Gai Nia, Xu Liuxiang, Yan Xuanying, and others. Their combat experience and skills were much easier to learn and more practical in the real world. Fang Chen now even felt like he had learned a lot of skills but had nowhere to apply them. Even practicing against other subordinate builders was just a battle in the spiritual state within the illusionary domain, and he couldn't determine what level his combat power had reached in the real world. There was no way, he simply couldn't find suitable opponents to practice against in reality. Even the underground battle competitions were no longer suitable for him. As for the battle courses at the university, they felt more like child's play to him now. After some consideration, he decided to continue living a normal life in the real world, so he registered on the first day of the new semester, officially becoming a freshman. The first few days of university life after the semester started were quite ordinary, and since there hadn't been any major events in the Great Wall Watch illusionary domain either, Fang Chen had a pretty relaxed time. Although the triggering frequency of the flower transplanting array and beacon fire and smoke had decreased, there were still 1 or 2 occurrences each day, and Fang Chen's personal experience points were increasing by 1 or 2 percentage points, already surpassing 90%. If nothing unexpected happened, even if he forced it, it wouldn't be long before he leveled up. Just like that, time quickly reached the 10th day after the start of the Fog City Phantom National Fortune Battle. 2/3 of the 15-day challenge limit had passed, but the latest news from the Sunset Nation was not optimistic. The enemy had deployed their strongest forces, and their strength exceeded the expectations of the Sunset Nation. In desperation, the Sunset Nation had to use special rescue items to seek assistance from the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation quickly dispatched a contingent to join the Fog City Phantom National Fortune Battle. After that, the battle seemed to fall into a stalemate again, while Fang Chen sat on the sofa watching the experts analyze on TV and browsing the forum. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and with a thought, he directly entered the mainline space of Great Wall Watch. When Fang Chen was in reality, he was also in complete control of the situation in the illusionary domain, so if any illusionary units were looking for him, he could sense it immediately. By the large square, Fang Chen's figure appeared directly in front of Jing Ku and Zhuan Zhu. Looking at the two, Fang Chen directly asked, "That person has entered the illusionary domain?" Jing Ku and Zhuan Zhu nodded. The so-called that person referred to the otherworldly invader named Shanhai, who had been marked by the assassin's pursuit order. Ever since he had set the other party as a target for pursuit, there had been no movement for so long, but finally, today there was a situation. Fang Chen said to the two, "Be careful, just try to gather intelligence, there's no need to actually assassinate him." Then, he watched as Jing Ku and Zhuan Zhu walked into a patch of whiteness ahead and disappeared. Fang Chen temporarily stayed in the illusion domain space, following the progress of the Fog City Phantom National Fortune Battle through the forum while waiting for the assassin duo to return. The first thing to confirm this time was whether Shanhai was indeed that person's true name. If so, what illusion domain was he challenging now? He kept talking about peace, yet wasn't he still challenging the illusion domain? Using the lifespan of illusion domain builders to exchange for their experience levels. Fang Chen pondered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. About 15 minutes later, there was still no new information on the forum regarding the Fog City Phantom National Fortune Battle. But suddenly, Fang Chen heard an unexpected game prompt. Ding! The mainline special unit Zhuan Zhu of Great Wall Watch has fallen. Due to the special reason for this unit's death, resurrection requires the consumption of a same-level recruitment order X1. Zhuan Zhu has fallen? Fang Chen was filled with suspicion. How long has it been? What had they encountered? What about Jing Ku? Just as Fang Chen was thinking this, he saw a figure staggering out of the whiteness that had suddenly appeared ahead. It was Jing Ku. He was covered in multiple wounds, bloodied all over. Jingku, Gai Nya, who had been waiting nearby, exclaimed in shock and immediately rushed forward to support Jingku. Many others nearby noticed the situation and quickly gathered around. Upon seeing Jingku so severely injured, many showed expressions of astonishment. Fortunately, as long as they returned to the illusion domain space, even the worst injuries were not a problem. And soon, Jingku's wounds were healed. Only then did Fong Chen ask, "What did you encounter? Did you see the person named Shanhai?" Jingku nodded. "I saw him, it was indeed him." With that, at least one of the objectives this time had been achieved. Then, Jingku continued, "After Zhuanzhu and I arrived at that illusion domain, we found it was a large battlefield, undergoing a massive battle, even larger than our last guild's illusion domain battle." Listening to Jingku's description, astonishment gradually appeared in Fong Chen's eyes, because the place Jingku mentioned seemed to be the national fortune battlefield of Fog City Phantom, especially when Jingku later mentioned several iconic buildings and key combat units from both sides. Fong Chen was completely certain. The illusion domain that Shanhai entered was actually the ongoing national fortune illusion domain battle of Fog City Phantom. According to Jingku, after he and Zhuanzhu tracked down their destination, they found Shanhai hiding in the shadows, accompanied by a few others, seemingly observing the situation on the battlefield. Before the two could gather more intelligence, they were discovered by Shanhai and his group. They were then attacked by those people. Jingku stated, those people's strength was very strong, stronger than the level 80 invaders who challenged them during the last Great Wall Watch Guild illusion domain battle. The two fought back with all their might but were still outmatched, and ultimately, Zhuanzhu sacrificed himself to cover Jingku's retreat. Even with Zhuanzhu sacrificing his life to protect him, Jingku did not truly escape. He was caught by Shanhai. However, Shanhai did not kill Jingku but deliberately let him go. "That person asked me to bring you two messages. He said he entered that illusion domain battlefield to leech experience and would not harm the illusion domain builders. Additionally, he asked me to remind you not to build the national fortune illusion domain before seeing the data." After Jingku finished recounting, everyone showed puzzled expressions and looked towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen frowned slightly, lost in thought. This development was truly beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, the first tracking of Shanhai turned out to be related to the ongoing Fog City Phantom National Fortune Illusion Battle. What does "just going to gain experience" mean? Is this a premonition of my thoughts? So they are giving me an explanation? The Fog City Phantom National Fortune Illusion Battle has been going on for 10 days, and Jingku and the others only tracked Shanhai entering the illusion realm today, which means the other side must have used some special method to enter the battlefield. If it really is to gain experience, does that mean the Fog City Phantom National Fortune Illusion Battle is about to end? And is it going to lose? Fong Chen was filled with suspicion and instinctively glanced at the forum page on the virtual screen. But he did not see any news about the latest battle situation of Fog City Phantom. There was also the second question, why not build the National Fortune Illusion Realm before seeing the data? Can the other side really see the data of the illusion world directly like when he used the Eye of True Sight? The other side probably still doesn't know that he can already see the data, but they seem certain that they will definitely be able to see it in the future? What is the relationship between being able to see the data and building the National Fortune Illusion Realm? The more Fong Chen thought about it, the more questions he had. What exactly is that guy named Shanhai trying to achieve? It seemed like a kind reminder, but Fong Chen didn't dare to trust the other party's words at all. Subsequently, Fong Chen sent an auxiliary builder back to the real world and asked Xiang Dongfeng for 2 purple mainline illusion special unit recruitment orders. After the 2 recruitment orders were handed to Fong Chen, one deepened in purple after amplification, while the other successfully amplified to red quality. Then Fong Chen used this recruitment order to resurrect Zhuanzhu. The effect of the assassin pursuit order was still in effect, and Jingku and Zhuanzhu could sense that the target was still in the illusion realm. However, Fong Chen did not let them go again. There was no need for that at the moment. In fact, confirming that Shanhai was a real name was already enough. As for what Shanhai said, Fong Chen remained skeptical. Moreover, since the other party wanted to be a riddle master, it was probably useless to let Jingku and the others risk their lives to inquire. So Fong Chen decided to wait for a while. Wait for the result of the Fog City Phantom National Fortune Illusion Battle. Time passed little by little, and soon it was late at night. Just as Fong Chen felt drowsy and considered whether to return to reality to sleep. Ding! the national fortune illusion of the Sunset Nation, Fog City Phantom, has been breached. The national fortune of the Sunset Nation decreased by 20%, and the lifespan of all citizens reduced by 3 years. Ding! The national fortune illusion of the Sunset Nation, Fog City Phantom, has been breached. Ding! The global game notifications rang out 3 times in succession. Fong Chen's expression suddenly darkened. They actually, really lost. And so quickly. The reinforcements from the Lighthouse Nation had only joined the battlefield for less than half a day, and the forum was still discussing whether this strong reinforcement could turn the tide. The official Sunset Nation had not announced the latest battle situation after that. The Fog City Phantom was suddenly breached like this. Chapter 181 Fog City Phantom breached. Global panic. Fong Chen summoned the virtual screen and logged into the forum, only to find that the forum had indeed exploded. Countless new posts were frantically refreshing. What the hell? We really lost? This is too sudden. I was still waiting for the official latest battle report. How did it suddenly end? No way. The reinforcements from the Lighthouse Nation just arrived. How did we lose? I thought we had a chance to win, but suddenly we lost. I can't accept this. Latest news. It seems the enemy suddenly used a hidden trump card, directly wiping out most of the reinforcements from the Lighthouse Nation and a large portion of the top combat power of the Sunset Nation. They seem to have deliberately waited until the reinforcements from the Lighthouse Nation arrived before using it. Did they even factor in the reinforcements from the Lighthouse Nation? The enemy is a bit too strong this time, isn't it? This feels ominous. The Sunset Nation has lost. Will the Bear Country and Gallia also be in danger? I'm more worried about our flower planting family. The Great Wall Watch is about to upgrade the National Fortune Illusion domain. It can't repeat the past mistakes. Right. Pa. Who's that crow mouth up there? Withdraw it now. But still, I want to say, it's probably best if the Great Wall Watch doesn't rush to upgrade to the National Fortune Illusion domain. The risks are too great. It should settle a bit more. Actually, the punishment for the Sunset Nation's failure this time isn't too severe, right? National fortune reduced by 20%. Citizens' lifespan shortened by 3 years. At least it's lighter than the last time for the Lighthouse Nation. Easier said than done. But that's still a 20% reduction in national fortune in 3 years of lifespan. Exactly. God knows what kind of natural disasters the Sunset Nation will face next. Many people are bound to suffer. 3 years of lifespan is no small matter. I'm afraid a batch of people will die again, and most of them will be high-level builders. That's the most critical part. It seems this time the Sunset Nation didn't reduce the punishment items. I don't know how long it will take to recover from this blow. Really? Every time I just find a bit of confidence and morale because of the Great Wall Watch, I'm immediately doused with cold water. It feels like the enemy is doing it on purpose. No need to feel. It's obviously intentional. The situation abroad is already a complete mess. Fong Chen closed the forum, lost in thought. The defeat of the Misty City Phantom was somewhat sudden, but everyone was mentally prepared. What truly concerned Fong Chen was the unexpected connection with Shinhai this time. Did he really just appear on the National Fortune battlefield of the Misty City Phantom to sponge experience before the battle ended? According to Jing Ku and Zhuan Zhu, there were still some people with Shinhai at that time, and judging from their strength, they were probably all above level 80, even top invaders above level 90. Could they all be there to sponge experience like Shinhai? What exactly were these people's intentions? Or rather, what conspiracy? The ones who dealt a heavy blow to Jing Ku and Zhuan Zhu were others, while Shinhai deliberately let Jing Ku go in the end. Does this mean Shinhai and the others are not truly on the same side? Or is this also a deliberate trick? And what did that remark about building the National Fortune Illusion domain really mean? If following the other party's reminder, I can now see the data, does that mean I can build the illusion domain in advance at level 7? No! What if this is also a conspiracy? I can't let their words interfere with my judgment. It's best to pretend I never heard it. Fong Chen shook his head, deciding not to think about Shinhai for now. Now that even the Sunset Nation's Misty City Phantom National Fortune Illusion domain has fallen, the reasons for the final defeat will have to wait for the official announcement from the Sunset Nation before further analysis. Besides that, we also need to wait for the next move from the otherworldly invaders. The Flower Planting Family's Mountain and Sea Chronicles Guild's Illusion Domain's truce period ended 3 days ago, and if I'm not mistaken, the enemy might act soon. On this day, countless people around the world stayed awake all night. Before long, the Sunset Nation and the Lighthouse Nation held press conferences in succession. announcing the details of the final defeat of the Misty City Phantom National Fortune Illusion Domain battle. It is said that the enemy's ultimate weapon was a monster hidden in a massive black cloud, which nearly obscured the entire sky of the illusion domain space, with countless tentacles stretching out from the black cloud, annihilating many of the strongest forces of the Misty City Phantom and the reinforcements from the Lighthouse Nation with overwhelming force. And until the battle ended, they didn't even see the full appearance of that monster. The last time it was the unmatched Starship Energy Cannon, and this time it is the devastating mysterious supernatural giant. In 2 top-tier National Fortune Fantasy Domain battles, the enemy has displayed 2 different kinds of supreme power. This has caused countless people in Blue Star to feel panic, even despair. The impact of the Lighthouse Nation's recent defeat in the National Fortune battle has not yet ended, and there are still remnants of natural disasters within the country, with citizens voicing their grievances. The recent failure of the Sunset Nation has also thrown the country into chaos, with many fleeing to avoid disaster. In just one night, multiple natural disasters have begun to appear within the borders of the Sunset Nation, and the officials are overwhelmed, frequently seeking aid from other countries. Other nations are also on edge, with countries like Bear Nation, Gallant Nation, and Curry Nation, which rank high in the National Fortune Fantasy domain, all worried they might become the next target of the otherworldly invaders. In contrast, the situation in the flower planting family is much more stable. Although everyone is discussing it fervently, there is not much panic or unrest within the country. One reason is that the flower planting family does not yet have a National Fortune Fantasy domain, and the other is the sense of security brought by the Great Wall Watch. Amidst the continuous defeats in other countries' National Fortune Fantasy domains, the rising Great Wall Watch is like a beacon, allowing the people of the flower planting family to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. However, the debate over when the Great Wall Watch will upgrade to a National Fortune Fantasy domain has become even more intense. Time quickly moved to the next day. The people of the flower planting family suddenly learned of a significant piece of news. The otherworldly invaders have once again launched a challenge against the Shanghai GE Guild's fantasy domain. This made many in the flower planting family tense, as it was a matter of their own concern. For a time, discussions about the Fog City Phantom National Fortune battle on the flower planting family forum dwindled, with most focusing on the safety of Shanghai GE. Many astute individuals realized that the enemy's action, on the surface aimed at Shanghai GE, was actually intended to hinder the construction progress of the Great Wall Watch National Fortune Fantasy domain. The enemy wants to eliminate Shanghai GE before the Great Wall Watch can construct its National Fortune Fantasy domain. The builder of the Shanghai GE fantasy domain is an elderly man, with little time left to live, and he may not be able to withstand another penalty of reduced lifespan from having his domain breached. Because the builder of Shanghai GE became famous early on, many people know of him. Naturally, the traitors know, and so do the otherworldly invaders, which is why they are targeting Shanghai GE so specifically. Perhaps if they breach Shanghai GE one more time, its builder will die completely, and the fantasy domain will naturally disappear. If that happens, the flower planting family will lose an important combat force for their future National Fortune Fantasy domain.